At that time, high up in the heavenly realm, Odin sat upon his throne, ready to make a fateful decision. The time had come. His closest allies and the gods had gathered to hear his decree, including the god of the sun and the god of thunder. Raising his arm, Odin declared the start of Ragnarok. As the words left his mouth, a piercing alarm echoed through the heavens. The warning blared out to the angelic messengers, dragons, beasts, monsters, and spirits alike. Quickly, they spread the word to every single corner of the city, leaving absolutely nowhere untouched. A brutal war erupted between humans and gods. Vicious, razor-toothed monsters descended upon the human realm, igniting a merciless massacre. Blinded by panic and with no idea why they were being targeted, people scattered in terror. Run! Amidst the chaos, a mother and her young son clung to each other, desperately trying to flee. Seeing the danger closing in, the mother shielded her son in a tight embrace. Realizing she couldn't protect him while staying together, she shoved the boy towards safety, ready to face the danger alone. Suddenly, falling debris crashed down on her, pinning her to the ground and leaving her completely paralyzed. Terrified, the boy rushed back, desperately trying to pull his mother from the wreckage, crying out in despair, "Mom! Mom!" No! Just then, a warning voice echoed. The creatures of darkness are approaching. Watching her son try to lift the heavy rocks, she frantically pushed his hands away, crying out, "Run, sweetie, please. If you run now, you can make it out alive." But right behind them, a monster was already closing in. She turned around and let out a blood-curdling scream. The beast raised its blade, ready to strike, when someone suddenly spotted them. He dashed forward to save them. Just as the beast was about to swing its sword down, a flash of steel sliced through its neck, dropping it instantly without a sound. The savior possessed immense strength, decapitating the beast with a single, effortless slash, leaving the little boy watching in sheer awe. "You need to evacuate immediately," he said. "My allies are right behind me." With a quick motion, he healed her wounds and tossed the heavy rock aside. She rushed over to embrace her son, sobbing, "Thank you. Thank you so much for saving us." As the mother hurried the boy away, he looked back and whispered, "Mom, look at his black cloak." Seeing that they were safe, a brief smile crossed the hero's face. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he muttered, "All right, let's do this." He turned around to face a bloodthirsty horde of monsters waiting for him. Channeling a surge of incredible energy, he confidently smirked, "Time to get started." The monsters charged at him all at once. Unfazed, he calmly drew his blade, a confident smirk playing on his lips. With each swift slash of his sword, monsters fell to the ground, dead before they even knew what hit them. Wherever he moved, waves of monsters swarmed him. Drawn by the bodies of their fallen allies, an endless stream of beasts followed his trail. But he didn't back down for a second, effortlessly dodging every single strike they threw at him. Suddenly, he conjured a glowing energy orb in his hand and unleashed it, triggering a massive, blinding explosion that wiped them out. Having cleared the path ahead, he caught sight of more enemies sneaking up from behind. An armored monster lunged to strike, but its attack was nothing to him. Spinning around instinctively, he slammed a heavy fist into the armored beast, before delivering a series of bone-shattering kicks to the others. With the minions dealt with, a hideous, sphinx-like beast holding a massive, jagged stake emerged from the shadows. Leaping high into the air to dodge its thrust, he initiated an aerial assault. With a swift mid-air spin, he clean-cut the beast in half. This is the story of my grueling struggle for survival and one man's desperate attempt to break free from the chains of fate. And it all started when I picked up a single item. Chapter 1 begins with a terrifying sight, a lone, petite, female warrior standing defiantly against a colossal dragon. Clutching a staff of immense power, she stood as one of the legendary conquerors. But she wasn't alone. The world was full of extraordinary people just like her. They hunt the creatures of darkness, hoard legendary treasures, and protect humanity. It's a deadly job, yet they're praised as heroes and worshipped like living gods. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit room, a television flickered with footage of these legendary hunters, while a lone young man sat in the dark, silently staring at their wealth and glory. To an outsider, it's hard to fathom why they're so deeply idolized. I guess it's because their path is so inspiring, giving people a reason to strive to become conquerors themselves. But tell me, do you know when a conqueror's heart beats the fastest? As a sea of flames rushed to swallow him whole, blood trickling down his cheek, he simply smiled, as if he had already accepted his fate. So, when does a conqueror's heart beat the fastest? Is it when they're staring death right in the face? Staring wide-eyed at the brutal reality before him, no one could possibly guess what the future held for him. Somewhere in a quiet office, a heavy silence hung in the air as everyone seemed completely absorbed in their work. Out of nowhere, a voice filled with rage shattered the silence. "You crazy bastard," someone shouted. It turned out that voice belonged to Min Jae-hyun. Furious, he asked, "Are you telling me to be a meat shield?" The guy he was talking to was a young man with blonde hair and thick glasses. He answered a bit timidly, "No bro, don't get me wrong. Besides, you said you urgently need money." Hearing that, Jae-hyun cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I knew it was weird when they wanted to bring me along on a dungeon raid. And this bastard's name is Jung Gu-min. He works for the raid branch, acting as a headhunter for hopeless raiders like me. So when he contacted me, I thought I finally got my first job in a while," Jae-hyun realized. But after hearing the request, it seemed things weren't at all like he had imagined. Jae-hyun realized Gu-min wanted him to stand on the front lines with a shield in an undead monster dungeon. Simply put, he was being asked to be a meat shield in a highly dangerous situation. Then Jae-hyun spoke up. "Why is this the only job available? Even rookies with lower ranks than me have no trouble finding work." Jung Gu-min hesitated for a moment before replying, "You know why, bro," he continued. "Hardly any clients put out requests for the warrior class, even if they're high-ranking raiders." Hearing this, Jae-hyun asked, "Oh, so you're looking down on me because I'm a trash warrior? Sorry for being so useless," he said helplessly. Seeing this, Jung Gu-min flusteredly explained, "Well, the truth is, mages are the ones ruling the stage these days." Gu-min continued, "Warriors are relatively slow to react and have a higher rate of injury, so they're never a client's first choice." It was a bitter truth. Compared to mages who can safely take down monsters from a distance, warriors on the front lines end up taking all the damage. Not to mention, mages have a massive advantage in large-scale battles. Actually, none of this was news to Jae-hyun. He thought to himself, "I already know all that. Things are different from 10 years ago. Now, there's no place left for warrior-class raiders. Damn it, I should have chosen magic back then." Filled with regret, his mind drifted back to 11 years ago, back when Jae-hyun was still a third-year middle school student. "I scored extremely high on the Awakening aptitude test, so I was admitted to Mira Academy, an educational institution specializing in training raiders. Looking back at the report card, the number 97 was clearly written." Jae-hyun said, "My magic potential back then was 97%, and Sena, the current top mage, only had a potential of 92%. Sena was a beautiful girl with long, dark blue hair. She had captivating gold eyes, so my score back then was considered out of this world. On the other hand, my close combat potential was only 34%, Jae-hyun recalled. But in the end, I chose close combat. No one could tell if this was a right or wrong choice for Jae-hyun. He continued to look back on that time. "I didn't really have a grand reason or anything like that. It's just that back then, mages had a terrible reputation. They were treated like buffing machines because they couldn't even defeat a low-level monster on their own without a warrior. But now, warriors are rejected, while mages are highly welcomed. If I had chosen to become a mage 11 years ago, would my life be better now?" Jae-hyun asked himself. Usually, a raider's growth stops in their 20s, so regretting it now was completely pointless. Returning to the present, Jung Gu-min continued to babble in his ear. "Bro, opportunities like this don't come often. I was going to find someone else, but I came to you first because I remembered your situation." Hearing him say that, Jae-hyun remained silent. Jae-hyun's hands clenched, trembling as if suppressing his emotions. "I had talent, the kind that was envied by those who chose magic. But now, I'm just a lowly D-rank warrior," Jae-hyun recalled in utter disappointment. "My life has taken a turn for the worst." Then, he accepted Jung Gu-min's offer. "Fine, I'll take it." Seeing this, Gu-min's eyes widened in surprise. Both of them had different thoughts on their minds. They fell silent for a moment, as if calculating something. In reality, deep down, Jae-hyun didn't want to choose this, but society forced his hand. "From the beginning, I had no choice but to survive in this society. Someone like me can't afford to be picky about the jobs they take." Only then did Jung Gu-min realize he should say something. His eyes flashed with delight as he said, "Ah, you made the right decision, bro." Gu-min continued, "I'll send you the address. See you there at 8 tomorrow morning, and don't be late." Jae-hyun didn't want to linger there any longer. He stood up and replied, "Why do you need to meet me there? The branch office is busy enough. Don't worry about me, just focus on your own work," he said. Jung Gu-min slowly raised his coffee cup and replied, "No, I've got some business to take care of there tomorrow." In the end, they bid each other farewell. "See you tomorrow then." In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. Countless other raiders gathered at the meeting point, forming small groups and chatting among themselves. But Jae-hyun stood alone, leaning coldly against a tree, silently observing his surroundings. Checking his phone, he saw it was already past their meeting time, but there was still no sign of Jung Gu-min. Jae-hyun cursed under his breath in frustration. "That bastard Gu-min. He said he'd meet me, but he's a complete no-show. The least he could do is text me if he isn't coming." Slipping his phone away, Jae-hyun's eyes went cold, filled with disappointment. Even so, he had to admit that Gu-min deserved to work with a much more talented raider. Watching the other raiders around him, Jae-hyun's mind flooded with countless thoughts. "I'm just a D-rank warrior, while Gu-min is an A-rank mage. I honestly don't get why someone like him is working at a local branch. He's talented enough to join any major guild he wants, yet he's wasting his time in a dump like this." While lost in thought about Jung Gu-min, his attention drifted to a guy nearby who was furiously polishing his shield. Jae-hyun quietly thought to himself that if the guy kept scrubbing, he'd rub a hole right through that shield. Shaking off the distraction, he was about to say something but hesitated. "If it were me, I would." Suddenly, a terrifying memory flashed through Jae-hyun's mind, showing a faceless man. The man was calling Jae-hyun completely useless. Jae-hyun fell into deep thought, but was suddenly jolted awake by a familiar voice calling out, "Huh? Jae-hyun?" It turned out to be Myung-ho. He ran over with a bright smile and greeted Jae-hyun. "Hey, we meet again." Jae-hyun politely greeted him back. "Are you on this raid too, Myung-ho?" Jae-hyun asked. Myung-ho replied, "Yeah, things have been pretty slow lately. These kinds of gigs can be dangerous, but the pay is great." Jae-hyun agreed. But before he could even finish his sentence, Myung-ho cut him off. He continued, "Especially when us warriors have nowhere else to go, right? Kids these days have no love for the sword. What's so cool about throwing magic spells from a distance anyway?" Hearing this, Jae-hyun thought to himself, "Love my ass. I'm practically starving to death here." But Myung-ho just laughed it off and said cheerfully, "Well, let's do our best again this time. And afterwards, we'll grab some soju. What do you say?" A hint of sadness flickered in Jae-hyun's eyes, but he agreed. "Sure, sounds good. But I'm a bit short on cash lately." Knowing what Jae-hyun was getting at, Myung-ho immediately shut him down. "Oh no, you don't. I paid last time." Jae-hyun scratched his head awkwardly. Seeing this, Myung-ho sighed and gave in. He said, "Ugh, fine, I'll cover it one last time." Hearing that, Jae-hyun instantly perked up and said with a grin, "I'm so sorry, I'm always leaning on you like this." That was what he said, but deep down, he was thinking about how incredibly easy Myung-ho was to read. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Everyone gathered in front of the dungeon entrance. Standing there was a tall man clad in a sleek black suit, wearing a pair of mysterious dark sunglasses. He announced, "We will be heading inside in 30 minutes. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone fell silent for a moment, before letting out a collective sigh. Jae-hyun and Myung-ho simply exchanged silent glances, without saying a word. Then Myung-ho spoke up. "Time to get ready." Jae-hyun leaned back against the tree, lost in thought. Staring at the phone in his hand, he wondered where his fate would lead him after this battle. "When entering a dungeon, there are two things a raider must worry about," Jae-hyun muttered. "First is the danger of unexpected luck. Luck inside a dungeon can cloud a raider's mind, making them lower their guard against the hidden dangers lurking within. While their minds are clouded, the dungeon tests them to see if what they've found is true fortune, or if it is actually a tragedy disguised as a stroke of luck." His eyes held a heavy, unreadable emotion. And second, before he could finish his thought, Myung-ho interrupted him. "Hey, what are you doing over there? Staring at your phone again?" Myung-ho asked with a warm grin. He continued, "You always do this, right before we head into a dungeon. What are you staring at so intensely anyway? A picture of your girlfriend or something?" Jae-hyun turned his head and replied, "It's nothing." But then, he looked back down at his phone with a warm, tender smile. In reality, what he was looking at wasn't a girlfriend at all. On Jae-hyun's screen was a photo of him standing next to his beloved mother. She was the only one who could bring a smile to his face, no matter how harsh his reality got. "I'll come back safe, Mom," he whispered. Warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, painting a beautiful, peaceful scene. But once Jae-hyun steps inside that dungeon, will things stay so bright? Inside was a scene of utter ruin, with crumbling walls stretching into the dark. Not a single ray of sunlight reached this place, with the only light coming from a lonely lamp hanging high above. Countless mages are also slowly making their way inside. It doesn't take long before their trial finally begins. A horde of bizarre creatures, looking exactly like monsters, is marching right toward them. Seeing this, a mage barks out orders. "Hey, frontline, raise your shields properly and get in line." His non-stop nagging is starting to get on Myung-ho and Jae-hoon's nerves. "Are you guys deaf? I said hold the line, even if it kills you." Just then, a monster's claw almost reaches Jae-hyun. He curses under his breath. Damn it, what a crappy job. Meanwhile, the mages in the back begin chanting their spells. "O brilliant light of Alfheim, blazing fire of Surt, sweep away all enemies before me." A sphere of light appears, rapidly swelling into a giant, burning fireball. Even while struggling to hold off the monsters, Jae-hoon gets distracted by the massive fireball and glances back. The fireball crashes right into the pack of monsters, instantly turning them to ash, leaving nothing but charred remains. Watching this, Jae-hyun remains silent, just taking it all in. Then, he turns around as if looking for something. It turns out Jae-hoon is staring at the mages who just cast the spell. He thinks to himself, "That's the Meteor Guild, right? They are a mage guild widely considered to be the fastest rising stars right now." As he watches them, his mind starts to wander. If they can do this much, we probably don't have to worry about dying here. Once the monsters are wiped out, the group sits down to rest and catch their breath. After taking a huge gulp of water, Myung-ho looks completely relieved. "Ah," he sighs out. "Whew. So is the boss all that's left?" Myung-ho asks, before immediately rambling about other things. Myung-ho complains, "Getting old is no joke. If I knew things would turn out like this, I would have messed around less when I was a kid and focused on leveling up." Hearing this, Jae-hoon tries to comfort him. "Oh, come on, you've still got plenty of energy. Besides, your level is higher than mine." Myung-ho then asks, "By the way, did you loot anything good? High-tier dungeons usually have some decent drops." Jae-hyun replies, "I'm not sure, let me check." It seems like Jae-hyun has spotted something. Staring at the object appearing right in front of him, he wonders, "Huh? What is this?" Suddenly, Jae-hoon's expression shifts into utter panic. He slaps his own cheeks to snap out of it and lets out a sigh. In truth, Jae-hoon still has no idea what that thing was. He asks himself, "What the heck was that just now?" Suddenly, a system notification pops up, stating that the Aesir system has shut down and the connection to the player is temporarily lost. Reading the text, Jae-hyun's mind races with questions. The system shutting down? That's never happened before. Another message appears. The Aesir system failed to restart due to an unknown error. Reboot failed. What on earth is it talking about? While Jae-hoon is still trying to make sense of it, a voice suddenly whispers in his ear, "Follow the light." Startled, Jae-hoon whips around toward the source of the sound. Panic is written all over his face. Then, the system sends him yet another notification. An unknown entity is invading the Aesir system, initiating modifications in safe mode. If you've ever used a computer, you probably know what that is. It's basically a safe boot. But then, the word failed flashes on the screen. An unknown entity. And what was that voice he just heard? Jae-hyun wonders. "Follow the light," he mutters. Hearing him mumble, Myung-ho looks confused and asks, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Jae-hoon quickly replies, "Oh, nothing. Just," he continues, "I think I heard someone telling me to follow the light." Suddenly, countless glowing orbs of light appear all around them. They completely obscure Myung-ho's face. The entire space is filled with glowing specks. Jae-hyun is utterly stunned. Totally baffled, he wonders, "What on earth is this? Is this the light it wants me to follow?" Noticing his weird behavior, Myung-ho asks, "You've been acting strange. Are you sick?" Jae-hoon denies it. "No, I'm fine." But in his head, he thinks, "Can't anyone else see this?" Sure enough, Jae-hoon is the only one who can see these glowing specks, which seem to be leading him somewhere. After thinking for a moment, Jae-hoon decides he needs to check it out. Seeing Jae-hoon walk away, Myung-ho calls after him, "Hey, where are you going?" He replies, "Just for a second, I'll be right back." He is extremely tense, his mind flooded with endless questions. What the hell is going on? Jae-hoon follows the floating lights deeper into the cavern, trying to look casual. He looks around with his hands in his pockets before stepping closer and reaching out to touch the glowing specks. Just then, the system keeps spitting out errors, saying the Aesir system is currently offline, making it impossible to access his status window. Ji-hyun tries swiping back and forth in frustration. It really isn't working. Ji-hyun tries to find a way to fix it, but the system alerts him that a specific function has been partially damaged. The system will temporarily attempt to reboot into safe mode. Frowning, he scratches his head. Damn it, what on earth is going on? Ji-hyun has no choice but to keep walking, reflecting on how he had awakened when he was only 10 years old. Yet, the system had never once malfunctioned like this in the past 17 years. Of course, there had never been a time when a function broke down and forced a system reboot. Min Jae-hyun stared thoughtfully at the glowing rays. There was a high chance the voice he just heard was linked to the system shutting down. A flood of error messages flashed before his eyes, warning him of a system failure and an invasion by a mysterious presence. That mysterious voice had left him a single message: follow the light. Jae-hyun glanced toward the dark cave entrance. It looked like the Aesir system was about to undergo a massive change. Gripping his sword and shield, Jae-hyun ventured deeper into the cavern. The Aesir system, deeply tied to the Norse gods of Asgard like Odin and Thor, was rumored to get its name from the Aesir gods themselves. It served as humanity's final stronghold, our last beacon of hope after we were pushed to the absolute brink of extinction. It all started 20 years ago. The once peaceful sea was calm, but then, without warning, the waters began to violently churn. In the year 2011, amidst a barrage of global disasters, a massive, towering tree rose from the center of the Pacific Ocean. This colossal tree stretched so high it seemed to touch the very heavens. Sprouting overnight, it grew so fast that it completely blocked out the sun within 9 days. The world plunged into panic, and many feared it was a sign of the end times. Others clung to hope, calling it a tree of blessings. But in reality, this giant tree was none other than Yggdrasil, the legendary world tree from ancient Norse myth. On the 9th day, the tree reached its full growth, and that was when the nightmare began. Monsters poured out of dimensional rifts, throwing the entire world into an unprecedented catastrophe. Bloodthirsty monsters tore through cities, leaving a trail of pure slaughter. Half of the human population was wiped out, while the survivors slowly starved and rotted from disease. The beasts howled, baring their fangs at the helpless remnants of humanity. Just when everyone was drowning in despair, a lone figure stepped through the raging flames, drawing his sword against the monstrous horde. His slow, deliberate steps made even the wildest beasts hesitate. A new spark of hope had finally been ignited for mankind. Catching sight of their prey, a pack of rabid wolves lunged at him, driven mad by hunger. But in a flash, the golden-haired man, with eyes shining like a deity, effortlessly slaughtered the beasts. He was the first awakened, a mortal wielding the power of the gods. Soon after, others began to awaken as well. With the birth of the system, humanity finally stood a fighting chance against the monsters. From our ranks rose hunters and conquerors, and at the center of it all was the Aesir system, the ultimate weapon wielded by humanity's strongest hero. Jae-hyun frowned. If something massive was altering the Aesir system, he highly doubted it would be a good thing. Suddenly, the torch beside him flared. Jae-hyun stopped right in front of a mysterious gateway. Staring up at it in awe, he murmured, "Is this a giant door?" His eyes widened as a realization hit him. Could it be? A sly grin spread across his face. This had to be a treasure room. Hidden chambers like this were legendary, packed with mountains of gold, rare gear, and priceless items. These secret rooms were incredibly rare, only spawning inside high-level dungeons. They held unique gear and some of the rarest crafting materials in existence. Jae-hyun smirked with excitement as he reached out and touched the massive door. Rumor had it that even the cheapest item found in these rooms could easily fetch hundreds of thousands of dollars. His eyes gleamed. If I can get my hands on a rank A item or higher, I can quit this damn job right now. Closing his eyes, Jae-hyun offered a silent prayer as he pushed the door open. Please, if there is any god listening, just give me a rank A item or better. Beyond the door was a pitch-black void. Suddenly, towering stone pillars ignited with roaring flames, revealing a ceiling that looked like a breathtaking night sky filled with stars. Right in the center, bathed in the brightest light, sat a magnificent throne. Jae-hyun looked around in awe. Seeing a place like this inside a dungeon. I guess those rumors on TV weren't just urban legends after all. Just ahead, a brilliant sphere of light hovered, wrapping around a mysterious item. Jae-hyun grinned in excitement. No matter how you look at it, that's gotta be an incredible treasure. He took a slow, careful step toward it. Now, let's see what kind of legendary item is waiting for me. Jae-hyun offered a calm smile and reached toward the blinding light, gently tapping it. Instantly, a status screen popped up with a notification. System functions have been partially restored. A new piece of equipment has been added to your inventory. Would you like to appraise this item? Jae-hyun smirked. Everything was going exactly as planned. Talk about perfect timing. To think the system would restore itself right now, this must be my lucky day. The item in his hand glowed intensely, and an information screen materialized. Equipment successfully bound. Name: The Lost Eye of Odin. Rank: Mythic. The eye sacrificed by Odin, king of the Aesir gods, in exchange for ultimate wisdom from Mimir's well. Upon equipping, it allows the user to comprehend rune scripts, while granting magic to disarm or destroy the only mythic item in existence. Warning: this equipment is now soulbound. Staring blankly at the massive wall of text, Jae-hyun could only gasp. Huh? A blinding light bursts from the eye, forcing Min Jae-hyun to shield his face. When he finally opens his eyes, a status window pops up in front of him. It reveals an EX rank active skill called Universal Derivation, which analyzes magic formulas and converts them into formulas to dismantle and destroy the spell entirely. Mana consumption is determined by the rank of the spell dismantled by Universal Derivation. All skill effects of Universal Derivation are now unlocked. With complete mastery over runes, you can now cast any magic instantly without chanting. You can also consume blank cards to copy other people's skills. Copied skills carry absolutely no penalties, though a blank card is consumed in the process. Reading this, Jae-hyun gasps in utter shock. Is this for real? Jae-hyun's lips curl into a smirk as he starts to process the possibilities. At the auction house, even S-rank items easily go for over $10 million the moment they hit the floor. Especially magic-related artifacts, you can basically name your price, and people will throw money at you no matter how crazy the number is. Jae-hyun clenches his fists in pure excitement, but considering it's a legendary, one-of-a-kind mythic item, he lets out a breathless laugh. With this, I'll never have to suffer again. His eyes gleam with hope, and his face flushes with excitement. I won't be blacklisted by guilds anymore, and I'll never have to serve as a pathetic meat shield in some dungeon ever again. Jae-hyun practically wants to scream for joy. This miserable hunter life is finally over. But then, he forces himself to calm down. Wait, now that I have this item, should I test it out? I mean, when am I ever going to lay my hands on a legendary item like this again? I should at least give it a spin before cashing in. But right then, a system notification flashes before his eyes. Warning: Odin's lost eye will become soulbound upon equipping. Would you like to equip it? Panicking, Jae-hyun shouts, "No! Cancel! Cancel immediately!" His heart drops into his stomach as he slumps to the ground. Phew, that was close. I almost wasted a legendary item that's virtually impossible to get again. He stares blankly at Odin's eye in his hand. Besides, I have no reason to use it. Selling this on the black market would easily net me hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even if I got my hands on an overpowered item, I have absolutely zero desire to keep raiding dungeons. Jae-hyun stores the item back into his inventory. I'm already well past my 20s, so my level won't go up anyway. Hands on his hips, he sighs. Even if I used it, it wouldn't make a difference. A system error? Well, you could argue this is an unexpected glitch. It's a bizarre anomaly that no one has ever witnessed before. Then again, I'm already way too familiar with these kinds of frustrating situations. In a world where dungeons are a daily reality, unexpected crises happening to hunters are just another Tuesday, and these unpredictable events usually fall into two categories: a miracle or a tragedy. Right then, the gate behind Jae-hyun opens up again. Should I head back? Outside, Myung-ho gives a forced laugh, breaking a cold sweat as he explains, he'll be back soon. He probably just went to check on something. He awkwardly chuckles, scanning the area while waiting for Jae-hyun. Please, just give him a second. The moment he spots Jae-hyun, his face finally relaxes. Ah, there he is. In the distance, Jae-hyun is slowly walking toward them. Hey, Jae-hyun. Hearing his name, Jae-hyun snaps out of his thoughts and looks up. Hurry up over here. The raid is starting soon. Jae-hyun approaches the two, bowing slightly. Sorry, I'm late. The leader of the Meteor Guild frowns and says, it's a huge pain when you act on your own. I expect this won't happen again. Jae-hyun lowers his head. Understood. I'll be more careful next time. The two of them watch in silence as the guild leader walks away. Myung-ho looks at Jae-hyun with concern. Slapping him on the back to cheer him up, he says, come on, Don't look so down, Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun turns around with a bright smile. Haha, it's not like that at all. I'm totally fine. He turns to leave and adds, and drinks are on me tonight. I don't always pick on you, you know. Myung-ho's jaw drops. Wait, seriously? Myung-ho stares at Jae-hyun's retreating figure, completely baffled. He scratches his head, frowning. At 27, has he finally grown up? While Myung-ho is standing there lost in confusion, Jae-hyun's smile quickly fades. He carefully weighs his options. First, I need to get out of here with the eye. This is a dungeon, meaning whatever happens here stays here. It's completely lawless. Showing off a god-tier item to anyone in here is basically begging them to slide a knife between my ribs. Suddenly, cracks begin to spiderweb across the ceiling. Jae-hyun stands in the formation, lost in deep thought. It'll be fine to sell the item after we clear this dungeon. Right now, the most critical thing is to make sure nobody suspects a thing. Jae-hyun's eyes narrow as the cracks above split open even further. The Meteor Guild leader announces, "Now that the vanguard is assembled, let's head back in." But before he can even finish his sentence, the ceiling collapses. Sensing the danger, Jae-hyun reacts instantly. Massive boulders rain down right where he was standing, but he manages to dodge just in time, getting thrown back by the impact. What the hell was that? Jae-hyun groans in pain, scanning the chaos around him. What's going on? Toxic smoke billowed up, quickly blanketing the area. Min Jae-hyun stared in horror as people inside the cloud clutched their faces, blood pouring from their eyes and mouths. Cough, what on earth is this? Min Jae-hyun immediately covered his nose. Is this toxic mist? He slowly stood up, thinking, if I breathe this in for too long, I am a dead man. I need to get out of here right now. Myung-ho rushed over in a panic, covering his nose as he gasped. I think we need to get out of this mist immediately. It is too dangerous. Min Jae-hyun nodded. He spun toward the team and shouted, Everyone, we need to get out of here. Suddenly, a sharp slicing sound echoed right next to him, and Min Jae-hyun whipped his head around in shock. He froze, staring at Myung-ho, who had been run clean through. What is happening? As Myung-ho collapsed, coughing up blood, Jae-hyun cried out in horror, Myung-ho. While Min Jae-hyun watched in utter disbelief, Myung-ho fell to the ground, and the attacker ripped his sword out. Jae-hyun was so paralyzed with shock that he forgot to even cover his nose. His face went pale, his eyes completely losing focus. Only one thought consumed his mind. I have to run. Min Jae-hyun spun around and bolted, running with every ounce of strength he had left. The sound of that sudden, violent explosion still echoed in his mind. He skidded to a sudden stop as the toxic mist blanketed the entire dungeon. He desperately started running again, his mind racing with thoughts of Myung-ho and the cold-blooded killer. He bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air. This was no monster attack. This was definitely the work of dungeon hitmen. Min Jae-hyun's thoughts were in complete disarray. Was their goal to completely wipe out the guild? Heading for the exit was not an option. I would probably just get killed by whoever was guarding the passage. Because of that, hiding deeper inside the dungeon was my best bet. Min Jae-hyun grimaced. Damn it, why did this have to happen? Stumbling forward blankly, Jae-hyun shook his head. No, forget it. This is no time to worry about that. He gritted his teeth in frustration. This is a legendary item. I literally just obtained it. Do they really think I'm going to die like this? Sweat poured down his face like rain as a dark silhouette slowly crept up behind him. A blade suddenly whipped through the air, but Min Jae-hyun managed to dodge his head to the side just in time. Missing its target due to his quick dodge, the blade sliced straight ahead, triggering a massive explosion. Min Jae-hyun gritted his teeth and glanced back. The attacker smirked. I knew you would survive. Jae-hyun froze as he recognized the man. It was Jung Gu-min, wearing a sinister smile. He sneered. Didn't I tell you? Pointing his finger directly at Jae-hyun, he continued. I told you I would pay you a visit today. Jung Gu-min stepped forward from behind him, a smug grin plastered across his face. I told you, didn't I? Looking at Jae-hyun with eyes that seemed to read his very soul, he added, I told you we would meet today. Hearing his words, Min Jae-hyun gasped and spun around. Jung Gu-min, he demanded directly, are you behind all of this? Releasing toxic smoke to attack the Meteor Guild? Jung Gu-min hesitated for a split second, and then a sinister grin spread across his face as he casually replied, Yep, that is exactly right. Hearing such shameless words come out of his mouth made Jae-hyun shake with absolute rage. Even so, he had to force down his anger to figure out what was actually going on. Clutching his bleeding shoulder, he thought to himself, calm down. First, I need to understand the situation. With that, he looked up and asked him, "Why are you doing this?" Jung Gu-min shrugged his shoulders and sighed. It is just what the client wanted. He narrowed his eyes with a shady look and added, "Besides, there are plenty of people who despise the Meteor Guild. They look down on all the other guilds, so it would actually be weird if people did not hate them, right? Dungeon PKers, the term used for criminals who illegally enter closed dungeons to commit murder. This surprise attack on the Meteor Guild happened in one of those exact blind spots. Min Jae-hyun felt like he had been played like a fiddle this entire time. Overwhelmed with sheer frustration, he cursed out loud, "Damn it!" He then asked himself if he could actually take this guy down. But the moment he felt the overwhelming, surging aura radiating from the man, he immediately threw that thought out the window. No, there is absolutely no way. Jung Gu-min was an A-rank mage. He was a genius in the top 2% of the entire country. Comparing himself to him, Jae-hyun could only look down at his own stats. And here I am, just a D rank. Not only do I have 0 skills, but I am also weak. I am completely average. He stood there lost in thought. Besides, I am not even their primary target. I just need to keep my mouth shut. Remembering what had just happened, a cold drop of sweat trickled down Min Jae-hyun's cheek. The Aesir system had glitched earlier, meaning there was no guarantee he could even escape. He lamented his terrible luck. It was incredibly unfair, but there was nothing he could do. Of course, he desperately wanted to avenge those who had fought alongside him on the front lines, especially Myung-ho. But that was nothing more than wishful thinking. The harsh reality was that he was completely powerless. Ever since the world tree sprouted, the world had unfortunately shown 0 mercy to the weak. Gritting his teeth, Min Jae-hyun called out to Jung Gu-min, "I will act like nothing happened today." Even though he said those words, Jae-hyun was sweating profusely from sheer anxiety as he stammered. Before he could even finish his sentence, Jung Gu-min cut him off. "Bro, you already knew, didn't you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he instantly whipped out a chain wrapped in an orange aura, aiming it straight at Min Jae-hyun. Fortunately, Jae-hyun managed to leap backward just in time to dodge the blow. But he still got a scratch on his cheek, with blood slowly trickling down. Having narrowly escaped death, Min Jae-hyun couldn't help but shudder. His eyes widened as he realized that if he had been even a split second slower, he would have been history. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively looked over at Jung Gu-min. The man was wearing a deeply unsettling smile. Pointing 2 fingers right at Min Jae-hyun, he spoke. "The target in today's dungeon isn't just the Meteor Guild." With those words, Jung Gu-min unleashed a flurry of chains crackling with lightning. Terrified, Min Jae-hyun scrambled to dodge the incoming attacks. Suddenly, a flying rock fragment struck him in the head. Blood poured down, getting into his eyes and blurring his vision. Damn it! Staring at Jung Gu-min, who kept relentlessly attacking him, Jae-hyun thought to himself that no matter what, he had to get out of this alive. But one question kept bugging him. Why on earth was this guy chasing him? He was only a D rank. Jung Gu-min didn't stop. He kept summoning even more glowing chains, launching them one after another, cutting off any questions Jae-hyun had. Who did I piss off? Who wants me dead? He clutched the wound on his neck, trying to stay focused. Think, damn it, think! He stared blankly into space, racking his brain. Who is it? Who wants me dead? But suddenly, a flash of memory crossed his mind, causing him to freeze in his tracks. He remembered someone whose face he couldn't quite see. The face was shrouded in darkness, but he remembered the words clearly. You useless piece of trash. I don't even know why a brat like you is still breathing. At that moment, Jae-hyun's heart sank. He stopped running and just stood there, completely still. After a brief silence, he slowly opened his mouth and looked straight at his pursuer. Is it my father? He asked. The question caught Jung Gu-min completely off guard, his eyes widening in shock. Hearing Jae-hyun actually figure out who was pulling the strings, Jung Gu-min didn't know how to react at first. The two stared at each other in a tense silence. After a moment, Jung Gu-min reached up to adjust his glasses, his entire body beginning to shake. He couldn't hold it in any longer, and burst into hysterical laughter. His wild manic cackling echoed right in Jae-hyun's ears. After laughing to his heart's content, Jung Gu-min finally spoke. Ah, seriously, he chuckled, offering a twisted smile of admiration. You really are sharp. That's exactly why I like you, bro. At this point, Jae-hyun's heart grew heavy. His mind was racing, but he couldn't find the words to speak. A picture of him and Let me ask you something. He remembered his mother's agonizing death and how completely broken he had been. Looking straight at Jung Gu-min, he asked, Last winter. Did he do the exact same thing to her? Hearing this, the man gave a slight nod. I never thought you'd actually connect the dots. Jung Gu-min didn't show a single ounce of remorse. Instead, he looked absolutely thrilled, practically high on sadistic pleasure. You're truly full of surprises. Those words tore Jae-hyun's heart to pieces. He didn't even know how to react, whether to scream in rage or break down and cry. Tears mixed with blood quietly streamed down his face. Jung Gu-min stepped closer, a creepy grin spreading across his face as he summoned his glowing chains again. I really don't get it, he said. A husband killing his wife. With those words, he fired a sharp chain arrow straight at Jae-hyun, and now, his own son. Even as the chain lunged right at his face, Jae-hyun didn't even flinch. Jung Gu-min chuckled. Isn't that just incredibly messed up? Don't you think so, bro? Without another moment of hesitation, he raised his hand. Well, what's done is done. Goodbye, brother. Now that he knew the whole truth, that the mastermind behind his mother's tragic death, and the one trying to kill him now, after already murdering his friends, was none other than his own father, and someone he called a friend. Very people he had trusted with his life. At that moment, Jae-hyun's heart went completely numb, but a strange, unbelievable calmness washed over him. In the face of despair, Jae-hyun seemed to make a final decision, quietly whispering a command. The very next second, the system program activated, slowly materializing before him. It looked like a glowing cross inside a radiant circle. Jung Gu-min still had absolutely no idea what was about to hit him. He arrogantly cupped a hand to his ear, laughing mockingly. What's that? Got some final words for me? But before he could finish his sentence, a blinding burst of golden magic erupted, stopping him dead in his tracks. His eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the sight before him. He kept adjusting his glasses, desperately trying to make sense of it, but there was no denying reality. Standing right there in front of him, Jae-hyun was suddenly enveloped as a massive pillar of light, and crackling lightning bolted straight down from the heavens. Seeing such a sight for the first time in his life, Jung Gu-min stood frozen, his mouth hanging wide open in utter disbelief as he stammered, "What kind of magic is this?" From the very spot where Jae-hyun stood, the surging, violent mana was so intense that the surrounding earth shattered, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. At this moment, it felt as if an invisible force was pulling everything upward. Debris and shattered rocks floated up into the air, with only Min Jae-hyun standing dead, silent. Jung Gu-min sensed the danger. Sweating anxiously, he thought to himself, his mana is getting stronger by the second. What the hell is going on? He knew that if this kept up, he might actually lose. Something powerful was radiating from the kid. I need to end this right now. With that thought, Jung Gu-min pointed his finger forward, summoning his lightning chain, and yelled, "Our little game ends here. This time, die." As soon as the words left his mouth, his glowing chains shot forward at blinding speed, crackling with electricity as they targeted Min Jae-hyun. But this time, Jae-hyun didn't run. He just stood there, waiting. The sharp, jagged tips of the chains closed in on him by the second. Only when they were just a few inches away from his face did he finally make a move. Jae-hyun snapped his eyes open, his golden glare locking onto the sharp tips before him. In the blink of an eye, the oncoming chains shattered into 100 pieces. Jung Gu-min was completely dumbfounded. His eyes went wide, and his jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Min Jae-hyun looked like an entirely different person, nothing like his usual self. His eyes were hollow and vacant. Suddenly, the system alert popped up. Odin's lost eye has been equipped. The item is now bound to the user. Hearing this, Jae-hyun smirked and whispered, I see. I can't let you off easy anymore. A system notification followed. A blank card has been consumed. After standing frozen in shock, Jung Gu-min finally managed to find his voice and screamed, "No way. That's impossible." He couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, "What on earth? My magic was dismantled?" It was then that Jae-hyun slowly began to take a step forward, calling out his name like a grim warning, Jung Gu-min. The robotic voice of the system rang out once more. The effect of Odin's lost eye has been activated. A blank card has been consumed. Jae-hyun glared at Jung Gu-min with pure, unadulterated hatred, looking as if he wanted to tear him apart on the spot. "I'm going to make your death as agonizing as possible." The system chimed in again, boosting his stats, copying active skill. Lightning chain. A second later, several glowing magic circles materialized behind him, crackling with fierce sparks and summoning chains of blazing fire. Jung Gu-min witnessed the entire spectacle. He froze in his tracks, watching his own signature move being replicated flawlessly by someone else. He stammered in absolute horror, How? How the hell can you use lightning chain? He stared at the man before him, no longer a cowering weakling, but a cold, lifeless corpse, and thought, it took me several years to master that magic. So how is a trash F-rank warrior using it like it's nothing? Gritting his teeth in fury, Jung Gu-min snarled, I don't know how you pulled off a high-level spell like that, but do you really think you can beat me with just one copied trick? Jae-hyun cast a cold, sharp glare at him and replied, I'm not so sure about that. He unleashed his own lightning chains directly at him. But I guess we're about to find out. Seeing his own signature move turned against him was more than Jung Gu-min could bear. He quickly summoned his own lightning chain to counter the attack. The identical spells clashed violently, triggering a series of massive explosions. However, Jae-hyun clearly had the upper hand. His chains shot straight toward Gu-min, slamming violently into the ground and shattering the earth into rubble. Showing absolutely no mercy, Jae-hyun summoned chain after chain in rapid succession. The lightning chains pursued Jung Gu-min relentlessly, and he barely managed to dodge the deadly onslaught. Unable to take it any longer, he conjured a crackling orb of lightning in his palm. It sparkled with electricity before firing a lightning arrow straight at Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun calmly watched the incoming attack as his system screen flashed. Active skill. Universal derivation has been activated. Eager to test out the newly copied skill, he put it to use immediately, summoning an identical arrow of his own. The two lightning arrows collided like a flash of thunder, but Woman's attack was completely overwhelmed by Jae-hyun's. Seeing the powerful blast heading his way, Jung Gu-min reflexively raised his hands to block, cursing under his breath. Damn it! He was hiding another trick up his sleeve. Woman quickly conjured a blue protective barrier to shield his body. Jae-hyun's eyes sharpened as his pupils glowed golden. At the same time, the system announced, Active skill. Universal derivation has been activated. The moment the skill activated, the protective barrier Jung Gu-min had put up shattered into pieces, leaving him completely paralyzed with shock. His eyes bulged and his pupils dilated as he stared helplessly at the incoming arrow, unable to mount any defense. He could only scream in his mind, I can't dodge this. Before his thoughts could even finish, a massive explosion erupted. The ground tore open, sending debris flying in all directions as waves of raw mana surged and billowed into the air. Jae-hyun stood tall, completely unfazed by the devastation, silently watching as the thick smoke slowly began to clear. He stepped right up to him. His glasses were completely shattered, and he let out one agonizing shriek after another. Jung Gu-min looked half dead by now, blood pooling from his mouth as his body lay completely motionless on the ground. He looked up at Min Jae-hyun, tears streaming down his cheeks, and gasped out, Please, don't kill me. Before he could even finish his sentence, Min Jae-hyun summoned a crimson beam of light that shot down, ending his life instantly. Blood splattered all over the ground, but this was the end he deserved. Even though he had just killed someone, Jae-hyun felt absolutely nothing. Looking down at him like a dead fly, a trickle of fresh blood suddenly spilled from the corner of Jae-hyun's mouth. He muttered softly, Is it finally over? With those final words, Min Jae-hyun collapsed onto the ground right next to Jung Gu-min's corpse. His eyes grew lifeless, staring blankly into the distance. He could feel it. His stamina, his mana, his entire body was completely drained. I just got my hands on a mythical item, and here I am, about to kick the bucket. No wonder all my luck was used up today. Death. A terrifying concept, yet something I had to face countless times as a raider. But now that it was actually happening, his eyelids felt heavier and heavier with every passing second. They were so heavy, he couldn't even force them open anymore. All he could feel was a freezing, numbing cold. And with that, Jae-hyun's eyes slowly shut, slipping into a deep sleep. Not long after his eyes closed, a familiar sound suddenly echoed in his mind. A new operating system has been downloaded. Would you like to boot it up? Fighting against the overwhelming urge to sleep, he cracked his eyes open to look. The system explained that once the new operating system was activated, time would regress to the period the user desired most. Hearing this, he was stunned. He thought to himself, Regression? Are you trying to save me? Though he couldn't quite grasp what the system was up to, a new wildcard had just entered the game. I don't know if this path leads to happiness or absolute tragedy, but with that thought, he decided to roll the dice one more time. Alright, do it. Boot it up. Min Jae-hyun didn't know if this was the right call, but it was the only choice he had left. Deciding to trust in fate, a faint smile spread across his face as he accepted that there was no turning back. Once Min Jae-hyun gave his consent, the system immediately began booting up the new operating system. The Nornir system has been activated. In the blink of an eye, 3 women enveloped in a blazing, fiery aura appeared right in front of him. All 3 of them looked down at him with gentle smiles. Each of them wore a black blindfold over her eyes. One had hair as red as blazing fire, the one in the middle had shining golden locks, and the last one had hair of pure platinum white. Before he could even process what was happening, the golden-haired woman stepped forward with a smile, reaching her hand out toward him. He didn't think twice. At that point, he probably just figured she was an angel coming to guide him to the afterlife. He reached up and grabbed her hand. Instantly, the blue system window flashed red with a warning. From this moment forth, you are the enemy of the supreme, almighty Aesir. You have acquired the passive skill, watched by the gods. You have acquired the passive skill, all-seeing eye. The gods who oppose the Aesir are now watching you. Who knows how much time passed after that? Min Jae-hyun suddenly jolted awake, his eyes snapping wide open. Terrified that it had all been a nightmare, he sat bolt upright in bed, looking around in utter confusion. Once his heart rate slowed, he scanned the room. Staring at the familiar objects from his past, Min Jae-hyun muttered, "What the hell is going on?" Sitting right there on his desk was an old childhood photo of him and his mother. How is this possible? Min Jae-hyun couldn't believe his eyes. He held up his hands to inspect them, but they looked completely normal, with no signs of injury. But before he could even sigh in relief, a glowing orb of pure mana suddenly materialized right in the palms of his hands. Suddenly, a system window popped up in front of him. Time regression successful. Returning the user to their most desired point in time. Stunned by what was unfolding, he widened his eyes, trying to read every single word displayed on the screen. Shaken to his core, Min Jae-hyun asked himself, "Am I actually dreaming right now?" Yet despite his skepticism, the horrific memories of he asked himself once more, "Did I really travel back in time?" The more he dwelled on it, the more absurd and impossible it felt. Tears welled up in his eyes, making his nose turn red. No way, this has to be a dream. But then, his mother's face flashed in his mind, alive, young, and beautiful. Right on cue, the door handle turned, and a woman who looked exactly like Min Jae-hyun's mother walked into the room. He told himself this had to be just a very long, vivid dream, but seeing his mother standing there in the flesh, smiling warmly at him, Min Jae-hyun couldn't hold back his emotions any longer. With tears streaming down his face, he lunged out of bed and rushed toward her. He threw his arms around her, hugging her tightly, leaving her completely baffled and utterly confused by his sudden outburst. Min Jae-hyun felt like a child clinging to his mother, desperate to be held and comforted. He did not care whether this was a dream or reality anymore, as long as he never had to wake up. Right in front of Min Jae-hyun, a system screen suddenly flashed with a notification. Today is June 13th, 2020. The user has successfully completed the regression to their most desired point in time. Min Jae-hyun snapped back to reality at the sight of the notification. He sat up abruptly, clutching his chest, completely lost as to what was happening. The system continued to explain. All restrictions on non-combat activities have been lifted. Your body has recovered 20%. Even though the immediate danger had passed, Min Jae-hyun still felt a heavy weight pressing down on his chest. He panted heavily. After a moment to clear his head, he looked around at his surroundings and thought, "Wait, am I dreaming?" Min Jae-hyun could not believe his eyes, but he was actually sitting inside his old home. This was his old house from years ago. A new quest popped up. Rest is the mother of success has been unlocked. Subquest. Rest is the mother of success. As a patient who miraculously survived death, please take some time to rest and recover your health. Recover 80% of your health. Difficulty: F. Rank. Reward: 1 white card. Staring at the system screen, Min Jae-hyun muttered in disbelief. A quest? He closed his eyes and let out a long, exhausted sigh after everything he had been through. Min Jae-hyun slowly began to organize his thoughts. All right, let's start from the beginning. He realized he had not died during his fight with Woo-min. He asked himself, then what was the real reason? He recalled that right before he lost consciousness and blacked out, a strange system screen had appeared with a message. When the new operating system starts up, time will rewind to the user's most desired moment. Because of that, Min Jae-hyun was absolutely certain this system was responsible. He thought, this thing sent me back to the past, yet my mind still vividly remembers the world tree and all those monsters. This was not his first time experiencing something so bizarre, and he had learned exactly how to handle these situations from his past experiences. Min Jae-hyun tapped the system screen, telling himself that adapting and analyzing the situation quickly was his absolute top priority. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his expression serious as he calculated his next move. If the system's information was correct, this was 11 years in the past, back when he was a third year in middle school. Min Jae-hyun glanced over at the floating screen. The screen read, "The operating system has successfully converted to the Norn system." He wondered, the Norn system. Is that the name of this new system? He tossed the blanket aside and slowly stepped out of bed, looking around the familiar house he had lived in for so long. Although his past experiences allowed Min Jae-hyun to adapt much faster than an ordinary person, the reality of the situation still felt incredibly surreal. Honestly, this whole regression felt like a dream. But still, he walked over to his desk and picked up the calendar sitting on the shelf. Looking at the calendar, a small smile crept onto his face, his eyes shining with newfound confidence and joy. There was one thing he was absolutely sure of on this very calendar. He had written a small reminder. Today was the day to submit his application for Miller Academy. Beneath it, he had written a note. No matter what, join the combat class. But this time, everything was going to be different. Min Jae-hyun was no longer the same person he used to be. He picked up a pen from the desk and crossed out the note that said, "No matter what, join the combat class." Because he knew deep down that this second chance at life was an incredibly precious opportunity. Min Jae-hyun smiled confidently and said, "I won't make the same mistakes again. In this life, I'm going to be a mage." After correcting the note, he walked out to the kitchen, where his mother had already set the table. He picked up a bite of food and slowly put it in his mouth. As he ate, Min Jae-hyun's hands began to tremble. He just could not believe this was real. Once again, he was sitting here, eating a home-cooked meal prepared by his mother. Overcome with emotion, all he wanted in that moment was for time to stand still, as tears welled up in his eyes. Seeing her son like this, Min Jae-hyun's mother could not help but worry, her face filling with confusion and concern. She thought to herself, did something happen to him lately? Then she remembered how, the moment she got home from work, Min Jae-hyun had suddenly rushed out and hugged her tightly. And before this, as far as she knew, her son had never acted that way. He was usually so quiet and reserved, so she could not understand why he was crying so much today. Realizing that overthinking would not help, she slowly set her chopsticks down, looked straight into her son's eyes, and asked, "Jae-hyun, is everything okay? Did something happen?" Hearing his mother's question, Min Jae-hyun did not want to make her worry. He forced a smile through his puffy eyes and replied, "It's nothing, Mom. I just had a really bad nightmare." His mother asked again, "A nightmare?" He nodded to reassure her. Yes. In his mind, the image of his deceased mother lying motionless on a table under a white sheet flashed once more. Dread and panic filled his eyes. It was the one sight he never, ever wanted to see again. After thinking for a moment, Jae-hyun turned to his mother and said, "Mom, there is something I want to tell you." She gave him a gentle smile and replied, "I knew it. I could tell you had something on your mind." Before her son could even speak, a thought popped into her head. Is he worried about applying to Millis Academy? Honestly, it is not that surprising. Being a raider is an incredibly dangerous job, and the competition is fierce. Her eyes slowly drifted shut. If he really does not want to go, maybe I should suggest he forget about Mills Academy and just go to a regular school instead. A military academy has massive prestige, but that does not mean a thing if my boy does not want to go. But right as she was thinking this, Jae-hyun spoke up. "Actually, I am planning to switch to the mage class." Without even fully processing it, his mother quickly replied, "Oh, sure, that is fine." But as his words finally registered, and she realized it was not at all what she expected, her eyes shot open in pure shock as she gasped, "Wait. What?" Stunned, she stared at him in disbelief. But he was so dead set on the warrior class from the very beginning. He is always so rational, so this definitely cannot be an impulsive decision. She tried to calm herself down, sitting in silence for a long moment, as if struggling to find the right words. Finally, she reached out and gently touched her son's cheek, smiling softly. "Are you absolutely sure about this?" Jae-hyun gave her the same firm answer. "Yes, Mom, I have been thinking about this for a really long time." Hearing his firm reassurance, his mother felt a wave of relief. Always supporting her son's path, she smiled and said, "All right, then do whatever you want. I would much rather see you do what you love than just chase after money. Whether you choose magic or anything else, I am always going to support you." Her warm words touched Jae-hyun deeply, and tears welled up in his eyes from the sheer emotion. He quickly composed himself, wiping away the tears as he thought, now is not the time to cry. One name instantly flashed through his mind, Min Song. Oh, to get his revenge against an A-rank raider like him. His gaze grew sharper than ever, burning with an intense resolve. I have to get stronger. With that, Jae-hyun began focusing entirely on physical training. Every single day, he did push-ups in his room. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You have completed the quest. Rest is the mother of success. You have received 1 blank card as a quest completion reward. Reading the prompt, he slowly lowered himself to the floor and said, all right, quest complete. And I got myself another blank card. Everything is going pretty smoothly. Wiping the sweat off his body with a towel, he stared at the system screen. I still do not know what this Nornir system is, but at least I have a massive advantage. That advantage was his knowledge of the future. He knew exactly where all the hidden items and secret ruins were. My memory is so sharp, I could basically act as a perfect navigator inside the dungeons. In Korean gaming terms, hidden items refer to secret gear or items that grant insane power-ups, similar to Easter eggs. But there was still one major concern weighing on Jae-hyun's mind. The problem is my skills. Aside from Lightning Chain and Universal, all my other skills belong to the warrior class. He pulled out a chair and slumped into it with a sigh. I guess it makes sense why I originally chose the warrior class. The more he thought about it, the more tangled his thoughts became. He let out a frustrated sigh. Is there really nothing I can do about this? Right as he was agonizing over it, the system screen suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. At the top of the screen, his profile read, Min Jae-hyun. Age, 16, level, 7, stats, strength, 4, dexterity, 2, magic, 10, stamina, 5, total stats, 21. Just as I thought. My level has gone right back to where I started, and all my stats have been reset. The system scrolled down to the next section. Passive skills. New. 1 watched by the gods, max. New. Absolute Eye of God, max. Apprentice Swordsman level 17, Swiftness level 15, Agile Movement level 14, Emergency First Aid level 18. New active skill, Universal. New, Lightning Chain. Seeing this, Jae-hyun was completely baffled. Wait, why are only my passive skills kept? As if answering his question, the system chimed in. Through the skill 1 watched by the gods, all passive skills from before your regression have been preserved. This left him absolutely stunned. 1 watched by the gods? The screen then shifted to display another set of information. Passive skill. Name. 1 watched by the gods. Rank. Infinite. Helps the user grow rapidly under the blessing of the gods. Effects. 1. After regression, all passive skills are maintained. 2. Every time the user's level rises, all stats increase by 1. The majority of the gods against the Aesir are watching you. Jae-hyun gasped in shock. What? A skill that boosts all stats at once? He thought to himself, but more importantly, what is with the attention from the gods against the Aesir? Shaking it off, he tapped the screen. I need to check out my other skills. Passive skill. Absolute Eye of God. Rank. Infinite. Penetrates through false illusions to see the absolute reality. Active skill. Lightning Chain. Rank. A. Attacks enemies with light chains, paralyzing them on impact. Reading it over once, Min Jae-hyun still didn't quite get it. I still don't really get what the all-seeing eye is. But light chains is definitely a useful skill. He looked at his status screen again and muttered, looking at my stats, mages don't really need to focus too much on physical strength, but I should at least put a few points into agility so I can dodge attacks easier. As for my magic stat, it's clearly at a beginner's level. He stopped mid-sentence. But looking at the stats the system was displaying, his agility went up by 2, and his magic power went up by 5, and his stamina increased by 14. That made him even more sure. But honestly, the most important stat was still stamina. Stamina isn't some stat that boosts your combat power like physical strength or magic does. It just keeps you from getting tired as quickly when doing repetitive tasks. If you focus on it from the start, it's easy to see that this stat is extremely useful when leveling up. With that, Min Jae-hyun reached out and grabbed a black card. Okay, I've got my priorities straight. Now the important part is picking a skill to learn. He figured since he already had light chains, his offense was pretty much covered. Even if I force myself to learn a high-tier spell right now, I wouldn't even be able to cast it because my mana is too low. Looking at the card in front of him, he thought, Maybe a healing spell is what I need most right now? Min Jae-hyun's mind drifted back to the past. Right now, in the year 2020, mages are treated like complete trash by the combat classes. But hunters with healing skills are a whole different story. They get treated like royalty, no matter where they came from. Even if they don't want to be hunters, they can easily find high-paying jobs in the medical field, so everyone treats them with respect. Realizing this, he knew exactly what he had to do. He needed to get a healing skill. If he started out as a healer, at least he wouldn't get looked down on, no matter where he went. But doing that was going to be way harder than it sounded. He leaned back in his chair, letting out a heavy, frustrated sigh. The biggest hurdle was that finding an awakened hunter with a healing skill wasn't easy at all. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Min Jae-hyun opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. Besides, a basic healing spell wouldn't help him at all in a fight against Gu-min. In the long run, I need to start using these white cards as efficiently as possible. I don't know how many cards the system will give me, but they probably won't be handing them out by the truckload or breaking the balance of the world. All these thoughts kept swirling around in his head, giving him a splitting headache. Man, is there any other way? Suddenly, the phone on his desk buzzed with new messages. He glanced over in surprise. Huh? Who's texting me? Min Jae-hyun didn't hesitate and immediately picked up the phone to check. But when he saw the sender, his heart skipped a beat and his eyes widened in sheer shock. The name on the screen was incredibly familiar. Kim Do-young, he muttered. Kim Do-young. Min Jae-hyun remembered. Kim Do-young was his childhood friend. They grew up next door to each other, so they were practically joined at the hip. She was his best friend, and they both shared the dream of joining Miller. But then, another terrifying memory flashed through his mind. A memory of the time they fought side by side. Kim Do-young had died right there in his arms. Recalling his best friend lying completely lifeless, tears welled up in Min Jae-hyun's eyes as his chest tightened with pain. It was an absolute nightmare of a memory. He clutched his head as the painful throbbing returned. After a moment, he managed to calm himself down. He slowly lowered his hands, a flicker of hope in his eyes as he thought, "It's going to be okay. I can change things now. No, I have to change them." He looked down at the message and smiled. She is still exactly the same as I remember. On his screen, a flurry of texts from Kim Do-young kept popping up. Hey, what are you up to right now? Saintess Se-young is about to start her speech down the street. Want to go see her with me? Answer me, quick. Hurry up already. After reading it, Min Jae-hyun suddenly realized something. Oh, right. His face lit up with excitement like a little kid. It is her. The familiar image of Saintess Se-young flashed in his mind. The thing he remembered most about her was her incredible power and her signature magic sacrifice. Min Jae-hyun bolted upright from his desk and said, "If I can get her help, I won't have to worry about anything anymore." Without a second thought, he threw on his jacket, a bright smile on his face as he got ready to meet Kim Do-young. He dashed toward the front door, shouting to his mother. "Mom, I'm heading out for a bit," she replied while washing the dishes. "Okay, don't stay out too late." As he walked out, he quickly pulled out his phone to text Kim Do-young back. The sent message read, "On my way right now, buddy." Meanwhile, in a luxury car driving down the main road, a voice spoke up. "Let me give you a quick briefing on your schedule. You have to give a speech on the outdoor stage to motivate the locals to join the raids. After that, we'll head to a B-rank dungeon near the Songbuk district." The driver kept glancing at the rearview mirror as he reminded her, "Once we're done at the Gwangju station facility, we'll be flying straight to America." He paused, then asked with a worried tone, "Given the current situation, are you really going to be okay? Your face seems a lot paler than before." Hearing this, Yoo Sung-yoon smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm just a little tired." He continued, "That's because you've been pushing yourself way too hard with that packed schedule for months now." He glanced in the rearview mirror as he spoke. "And you know that better than anyone." Just as he said, Yoo Sung-yoon's condition was terrible, her eyes completely lifeless. He added, "That sacrificial spell is slowly eating away at your life." The driver seemed to double as her manager. He thought to himself in deep worry, if only there was at least one other person with a sacrificial healing spell so we could treat her. Remaining as gentle as ever, Yoo Sung-yoon smiled and replied, "We already agreed not to talk about this anymore." Park Sung-jae fell silent and kept driving. Glancing at her through the rearview mirror, he thought that at this rate, Korea's saint would soon collapse. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun finally arrived at his meeting spot with Kim Yoo-jung. Bubbling with excitement, she grabbed his hand, pulled him along, and said, "You're finally here. Come on, look at all those people ahead." Being dragged along, Min Jae-hyun couldn't help but bump into the people around them. Okay, I get it," he grumbled. "Stop pulling me." But out of nowhere, Kim Yoo-jung stopped dead in her tracks, looking around with a completely lost expression. Seeing her like that, Min Jae-hyun smirked playfully and teased, "Hey, be honest. You only dragged me along because you were afraid of getting lost, didn't you?" Kim Yoo-jung immediately whipped her head around to deny it. "What are you talking about? No, I'm not. Don't talk nonsense." Seeing how stubborn she was being, he calmly said, "Then let go of my hand." That shut her up instantly. Instead of letting go, she gripped Min Jae-hyun's hand even tighter. Kim Yoo-jung's cheeks flushed bright red with embarrassment. Min Jae-hyun chuckled and said, "Why does a girl who only cares about studying and sports always end up causing trouble?" "Ah, right, because she has absolutely no sense of direction." Annoyed, Kim Yoo-jung spun around and shot back. "Hey, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be here to watch the speech or do anything else. Do you think getting to see Yoo Sung-yoon is that easy?" Hearing this, he looked at her with a smile, thinking, well, she's not wrong about that. As long as I can copy Yoo Sung-yoon's sacrificial skill, it will be a massive help to me in the future. I might even be able to build the most powerful network of connections in all of Korea. After pushing through the crowd for a while, Min Jae-hyun and Kim Yoo-jung finally found their seats. She was so excited that her eyes practically sparkled with anticipation. Min Jae-hyun looked around at the venue for a moment, thinking to himself that this was exactly what he expected from someone of Yoo Sung-yoon's caliber. Nearby, a massive banner hung with the words, "An inspiring speech from Guildmaster Yoo Sung-yoon of Korea's top guild, Yeonhwa." Next to it, a large sign read, "Saving the world and humanity with the power of healing magic." The Guildmaster of Yeonhwa was a top-tier healer, renowned not just in Korea but across the entire globe. Back when she was just an unknown raider, she had worked tirelessly to protect people from external threats. But as he thought about this, Min Jae-hyun paused, his eyes turning serious. Right then, a burst of loud applause echoed along with the screech of a microphone, followed by a familiar voice that drew his attention. "Hello, everyone." The person on stage was none other than Yoo Sung-yoon herself. She introduced, "My name is Yoo Sung-yoon." As she stepped up, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, clapping and cheering at the top of their lungs. Only Min Jae-hyun kept a cold, serious expression. He was the only one who knew what was about to happen to her. Within the next 2 months, Yoo Sung-yoon would end up in critical condition during the Yoon dungeon raid. He thought to himself, the root cause of this tragedy was none other than her sacrificial healing skill. And there was only one way to save Yoo Sung-yoon's life. While he was lost in thought, Kim Yoo-jung's loud cheering suddenly snapped him out of it. "Hey, look over here." He sighed in exasperation. How annoying. But the moment the words left his mouth, she snapped. "Shut up." On stage, Yoo Sung-yoon began her speech. "Everyone, the world today is facing an unprecedented crisis. Ever since the appearance of monsters from the World Tree, countless lives have been lost. Of course, with the emergence of the Awakened and Dungeon Raiders a few years ago, things have improved slightly." She continued. "However, among all the Awakened today, only 20% volunteer to become active raiders." Min Jae-hyun listened intently, knowing all too well that the death toll was actually rising at an exponential rate. As her speech dragged on, the sky began to fade into dusk, and the sun dipped below the horizon. Yoo Sung-yoon's deep eyes carried a heavy weight as she looked down at the crowd. Her speech was finally drawing to a close. The world, as it always has, currently stands on the thin line between life and death, she said. Even at this very moment, countless innocent lives are being lost. I stand here today to tell you all. She gripped the microphone tightly, her voice ringing out with powerful conviction, that we must inspire courage in every single awakened person across the globe. Your courage can change this world. Sung-yoon bowed her head in gratitude as she spoke. Please, become conquerors who will make this world a brighter place. To make this world a better place, the Jeonha Guild and I will do everything we can to help you succeed. As she finished speaking, the room erupted into a thunderous round of applause. Hearing those words, Da-jung welled up with tears and cried out, "Wow, Sung-yoon is seriously such an inspiring speaker." Min-hyun, sitting right next to her, nodded in agreement, thinking to himself, she is right. Most awakened people do not want to become conquerors. After all, standing face to face with monsters and fighting them is no walk in the park. He scratched his head, realizing he did not have to look far for an example. He used to feel the exact same way before he retired. He just wanted to sell off all his items and live a peaceful, free life. Meanwhile, Da-jung sat next to him, continuing to gush over her idol. I knew it. Seung-eun is the ultimate role model. She is just perfect. Min Hyun chimed in. I do not think Seung-eun is as perfect as you think. His comment instantly rubbed Da-jung the wrong way. She glared at him and snapped. Don't ruin the moment. Not wanting to argue, he looked away and said, Whatever. I am heading out first. I have things to do. Da-jung gasped in disbelief. What? What about me? He glanced back at her and replied, I thought you said you had a great sense of direction. Her face flushed with anger, and she started scolding him. You are seriously a jerk. I bet you were a total bully back in school. Seeing her throw a tantrum, Min Hyun just smiled. Just kidding, he said. I actually just called your mom. She will be here soon, so just hang tight. Da-jung calmed down and asked, Hey, since you are in such a rush, why don't you just hitch a ride with my mom? Her question suddenly reminded Min Hyun of something important. He turned back to her and said, Oh, right. I actually changed my class to a mage. Da-jung stared at him, completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? She gasped. He continued, Yep, that is right. So, you are going to have to teach me some basic magic, starting with the fundamentals. She stammered. Well, I guess. But, before she could even finish her sentence, Min Hyun had already dashed off. Once she gathered her thoughts, Da-jung shouted after him, Hey, why did you change your class anyway? Couldn't you at least tell me before running off? Hey, Min Hyun. She stood there frozen, her eyes filled with worry. You cold-blooded jerk. Are you really going to leave me here alone? By now, Min Hyun was out on the main street, scanning the area. I swear I saw them around here somewhere. After searching for a bit, he finally spotted his target, and a smug smile spread across his face. He slowly made his way over to Park Seung-dae, who was on the phone nearby. Seung-dae instantly sensed someone approaching. He glanced over and said dismissively, Look, if you are a fan trying to give her a gift, I am going to have to stop you. Min Hyun kept his cool and said with a bright smile, Actually, I am here to see guild leader Seung-eun. Seung-dae let out a frustrated sigh, thinking to himself, Great, another crazy fanboy. He then stepped directly into Min Hyun's path. Glaring at him, Seung-dae said, Look kid, I don't care how big of a fan you are. What do you think you are doing showing up like this? Seung-dae added, Barging in like this is only going to make guild leader Seung-eun uncomfortable. Min Hyun smiled and replied, That is not what this is about. His calm response caught Seung-dae completely off guard. What? Min Hyun leaned in and whispered, I know guild leader Seung-eun is suffering from an incurable disease. As Seung-dae stared at him in shock, Min Hyun added, And I know exactly how to cure it. Seung-dae froze in his tracks, cold sweat instantly breaking out. After a long, tense silence, his expression turned incredibly dark. His eyes glared with pure fury, looking like he wanted to rip Min Hyun apart. He lunged forward, grabbed Min Hyun by the collar, lifted him off the ground, and roared, Where did you hear that? He shook him violently, demanding, Who told you the guild leader is sick? But Min Hyun remained completely unfazed. He calmly glanced over at the street and said, You know, screaming like this is not going to help your cause. Sure enough, several passers-by were already staring at them. Seung-dae gritted his teeth and let out a frustrated sigh. Suddenly, the window of the nearby car rolled down. Seung-eun looked out and called, Seung-dae, hold on a second. She locked eyes with Min Hyun and asked, Are you willing to back up those words? Min Hyun brushed Seung-dae's hands off his collar, smirked, and replied, Absolutely. I can cure your illness. Seung-eun closed her eyes for a moment, knowing that if this kid was lying, she could have him arrested in a heartbeat. But as she stared at Min Hyun's incredibly calm and confident expression, she felt a flicker of hope. He wouldn't be this confident if he was just bluffing, she reasoned. Turning to Seung-dae, she asked, How much time do we have before our next meeting? He hesitated before stammering, About 2 hours. Hearing that, Seung-eun smiled and looked at Min Hyun. Then let's go. Let's find somewhere quiet. There are too many eyes and ears out here. After a short drive, the three of them arrived at a private room. Seung-eun sat down first and said with a smile, Please, have a seat. Sitting directly across from him, she replied, Thank you. She then continued, So, let's take this slow, shall we? Studying him with a probing look, she asked, How did you even know I was sick? Hearing this, he replied, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. If you really want to know, I can tell you. But Min Hyun quickly added, Though, once I tell you, I won't cure you anymore. Hearing that, guild leader Ju-won burst into laughter and said, What a stubborn kid. All right, fine. Looking at him with a cold glare, her expression did a complete 180-degree turn as she asked, "Then let me ask you this next. How exactly do you plan on curing me?" Min Hyun glanced away and replied, "To be honest, I have no intention of hiding it anymore." Speaking frankly to Ju-won, he added, "I plan to copy your sacrifice skill." Hearing this, she was utterly shocked. With deep confusion in her eyes, she gasped, "What?" Before she could even say a word, Park Sung-dae lost his cool entirely. He slammed his hand hard onto the table. He then glared at Min Hyun and roared, "There's no need to listen to any more of this. Do you even know what the sacrifice skill is to be talking like that? That is the guild leader's unique skill. Even we can't possibly copy that magic. Yet you think you can just steal it?" Just as Park Sung-dae said, unique skills are at the absolute peak of the rankings, far surpassing any other top-tier skills. Whether it is an S-rank skill, inherited down through generations, or exclusive to a single individual, it can only be obtained in one of those two ways. While other normal skills rely on memorized formulas, there is no such thing as a formula for a unique skill. Unique skills cannot be copied because they are strictly exclusive to an individual or a clan. Hearing this, Min Hyun fell into deep thought. Or at least, that was how things worked in normal society. With that thought, he looked over at Park Sung-dae and said calmly, "Calm down. If I couldn't do it, I wouldn't have come here in the first place." Furious, the man was about to yell again, but Ju-won cut him off, saying, "It's not too late to decide after we hear him out." With that, she looked at Min Hyun and asked, "So, you are saying you'll cure me by using my very own sacrifice skill, is that right?" He replied confidently, "Yeah." To himself, he thought, to heal an injury caused by a skill's penalty, a skill of equal or higher rank is required. On top of that, the skill that caused Ju-won's injury is a unique skill. It's not that skills higher than unique ones don't exist, but since she can't heal herself with her sacrifice skill, this is the best method. The core principle of Ju-won's skill lies in its name, sacrificing an offering to the gods. That's why Ju-won can't heal herself, as healing her own wounds would create a logical loophole in the concept of sacrificing one's life. After pondering for a moment, Min Hyun asked, "If you are willing to do that." Before he could even finish his sentence, she cut in, "All right." As she spoke, a brilliant light erupted from her body. She continued, "I agree." Seeing this, Park Sung-dae cried out in worry, "Guild leader." Meanwhile, Ju-won raised both her hands in front of her chest. Suddenly, a dazzling golden energy surged forth. This was her unique skill. Sacrifice. Seeing this, Min Hyun smirked in satisfaction and thought, "Perfect." He discreetly reached his hand under the table to grab something. The black card he had previously gotten from the system slowly began to manifest. At the same time, a notification popped up. A new skill can now be acquired. Do you want to copy the sacrifice skill onto the blank card? Hearing the system's prompt, Min Hyun didn't hesitate for a single second. He immediately replied, "Acquire." A new notification appeared. Sacrifice has been acquired onto the blank card. Now that he had fully acquired the skill, he smiled with absolute confidence. Min Hyun looked at Ju-won and said, "I still don't expect you to believe me, so I guess I should earn your trust first, right?" With that, he raised his hand and directly activated his newly acquired skill. The system chimed, "You have activated the sacrifice skill." From his palm, a glow identical to the one Ju-won had just created began to shine. Witnessing this, both of them, including Park Sung-dae, were utterly astounded. Min Hyun figured that was enough of a show. He clenched his fist and muttered, "All right." He smiled, his eyes full of confidence as he looked at her and asked, "Shall we get on with the treatment now?" After he obtained the new skill, the system displayed a notification. Active skill, sacrifice, rank, unique, 1. Creates a healing wave that restores the health and status of most allies. 2. If used on undead monsters, it converts into an offensive skill, Judgment of Light. Skills copied by consuming a blank card do not apply any penalty. Seeing the system's explanation, Min Hyun let out a small smirk. Ju-won grew impatient and asked, "So, what do you want from our guild?" Her eyes narrowed as she thought to herself, "Just the fact that he can cure my illness is enough to make me willing to negotiate with him." However, looking at him as if he had just entered high school, Ju-won still seemed to have a bit of skepticism, unable to believe a mere kid could offer. Min Hyun really did look like he had only just entered high school. Ju-won still had some doubts, unable to believe that a child could actually propose a negotiation while standing before the guild leader of the Cheon-ha Guild. Thinking of this, a smirk played on her lips as she thought, how interesting. Having heard her question, Min Hyun didn't hesitate any longer. He replied, please, become my sponsor. Hearing such a bold proposal from a high school boy, Ju Seo-yoon couldn't help but ask in surprise. Sponsorship? You mean helping you grow as a conqueror? Smiling, he replied, exactly. I have massive ambitions, but to grow, I've realized I need money, connections, and plenty of other resources. And for those reasons, I want the Cheonha Guild to sponsor me. After weighing it over for a moment, Ju Se-yoon finally agreed. All right, if you have the guts to ask for this, you definitely deserve the investment. She didn't hold back her praise. You've got talent too. But the moment the words left her mouth, she suddenly paused. Casting a deep, unreadable gaze at Min Hyun, she added, however, I do have one condition. This caught Min Hyun off guard, but keeping his face as calm as possible, he thought, a condition? Even though she's holding all the bad cards, and I'm her only hope for a cure, she hasn't lost an ounce of her pride. Looking at Ju Se-yoon, he wondered if it was because she was the guild leader of Cheonha. Snapping out of his thoughts, he asked, and what would that condition be? Yes, a condition, she replied before continuing. You see, my illness is a private matter. It has absolutely nothing to do with Cheonha. Ju Se-yoon pointed a finger at him, laying her cards on the table. But what you're after isn't just my personal backing. You want the support of an entire guild. And if I support you without getting anything in return, before she could even finish her sentence, Min Hyun cut her off. You're trying to say this deal isn't fair. I get it. I'll make my decision after I hear your condition. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened. He thought to himself, after all, she's the one who'll suffer if she doesn't get cured. Not me. There's no way she'd make an unreasonable demand. But just as that thought crossed his mind, Ju Seo-yoon asked, are you planning on joining any particular guild? Min Hyun froze, his eyes widening in sheer confusion, as he blurted out, wait, what? He didn't even need her to finish her sentence to guess her play. Is she trying to recruit me? Wanting to clear the air, he looked her straight in the eyes and asked, are you actually serious? Ju Seo-yoon rested her chin on her hand and smiled. Of course, I'm not the type to joke about things like this. She gently continued, and I have a few good reasons for asking. With that, she held up one finger. First, you somehow discovered that I, the leader of the Cheonha Guild, am sick. This is classified information that only a handful of people know. The fact that you dug this up proves your information gathering skills are top tier. Hearing this, Min Hyun could only listen in helpless silence, because the truth was nothing like what she imagined. He only knew this because he had regressed back in time, but he obviously couldn't tell her that. Ju Seo-yoon held up a second finger. Second, you copied my aura perfectly. I've never heard of anyone who could replicate a unique skill before. I don't know if there will ever be another person like you. Just imagine how many skills you could replicate. The possibilities are endless. Min Hyun grew incredibly self-conscious. Looking away to avoid her gaze, he asked quietly, and what's the third reason? She smiled instantly. Yes, and it's the most important one. Standing up, Ju Seo-yoon walked over and gently lifted his chin. Third, despite sitting right in front of me, you haven't shown a single shred of fear. A knowing smirk played on her lips. A mere kid, completely unfazed while facing the guild leader of Cheonha. It turned out she had been watching his every expression, and his composure thoroughly amused her. I must say, you're quite intriguing. With that, she walked back to her seat and asked once more, so, how about it? Are those reasons enough for me to recruit you? Min Hyun fell deep into thought. In his past life, after Ju Se-yoon fell into critical condition, the Cheonha Guild had collapsed rapidly for mysterious reasons. But right now, there's no denying that they are the absolute strongest guild. If I join Cheonha, I'll definitely be treated with respect and taken care of. And if I want to grow, joining a top guild is the smartest move. Suddenly remembering something, Min Hyun looked up and asked, but wait, isn't a contract between a guild and an underage student illegal? His naive question made Ju Seo-yoon chuckle. Have you ever heard of priority negotiating rights? She asked. Hearing those words, Min Hyun's eyes widened in utter shock. He thought to himself, priority negotiating rights allow a guild to sponsor and support a rookie conqueror's growth before they even reach adulthood. And once that rookie comes of age, the guild that backed them gets first dibs on signing them. Normally, this is an offer reserved only for absolute monster-class geniuses. A satisfied smile spread across Min Hyun's face as he thought, who would have thought the day would come when I'd get an offer like this? What a sweet offer. Before my regression, even B-rank guilds turned me away without a second thought. Every single one of his expressions and reactions was carefully observed by Yu Song-un. Instead of rushing him, she chuckled, thinking to herself how adorable his childish side was. "We'll send the contract to your house," she said. "Once you give us your address, take some time to think it over carefully before making your decision." Although Min-hun knew this offer was a highly successful start for him, he didn't accept it on the spot. Instead, he stood up and smoothly changed the subject. "First, let's focus on the treatment. This is definitely a massive opportunity," but he knew there was no need to make an immediate decision. For now, he just had to focus on the treatment. It was never too late to prepare for his next move. With that thought, Min-hun stepped up behind Yu Seong-un. Raising his hands, he spoke softly. "All right, I'll begin the treatment." She smiled warmly and replied, "Please, go ahead." Standing right nearby, Park Seon had been watching the entire exchange unfold from the very beginning. Skepticism still lingered in his eyes as he stared at Min-hun, completely unable to keep up with the pace of things. Yet, whether he believed it or not, his eyes left him with no choice. Right in front of him, Min-hun was already activating the sacrifice skill he had just copied to heal Yu Seong-un. A radiant golden light burst forth, illuminating the room. Park Seon stood frozen, utterly speechless, realizing that witnessing the magic with his own eyes left absolutely no room for doubt. They had brought in countless healers and doctors just to treat the guild leader. It was an affliction that even lifelong medical experts had deemed completely untreatable. It wasn't something that would just vanish easily. Meanwhile, Min-hun was pouring all of his strength into healing Yu Song-un. Swirling streams of golden light completely enveloped her body. The system interface flashed a notification. Active skill sacrifice has been activated. A wave of healing magic is surging through your body. Seong-un felt it too, her eyes widening in pure shock. She could feel her body rapidly regenerating. Park Seon stared in awe, asking himself, could it really be cured? As the golden light intensified, any remaining skepticism he had completely melted away, and he now fully trusted the young man before him. He quickly bowed a full 90 degrees and said, "Please forgive my insolence from earlier. I beg you, please save our guild leader." Min-hun remained perfectly calm, steadily channeling the sacrifice skill to heal Yu Seong-un. He replied coolly, "Don't worry about it. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't trust some random kid either." Park Seon was speechless, managing only a quiet, "Thank you. I will properly express my sincere apologies on another occasion." A moment later, the system pinged. "You have successfully cured the target's affliction. The passive skill, Emergency First Aid, has leveled up to level 19. Min-hun pulled back his hands with a satisfied smile. "All done. Why don't you try moving around?" Seong-un did just that. She slowly stood up and walked toward the window where the sunlight was streaming in. She gently raised her hand, reaching out to touch the images of the butterflies fluttering outside. She could feel it in every fiber of her being. Her body was fully restored, and the disease was entirely gone. Tears of overwhelming relief welled up in her eyes. All the symptoms. "They're completely gone," she whispered. Not wanting anyone to see her crying, she quickly turned away. Still facing the window, she wiped the tears from her cheeks and said softly, "Thank you so much." Then, she turned back to Min-hun with a look of concern. "But are you sure you won't face any penalties for doing this?" Her question brought back the system's earlier prompt skills copied by consuming a blank card, "Do not trigger any penalties." A smirk played on his lips as he looked at her. "I'll be fine. And even if something does happen, you can always just heal me." Overjoyed by his response, she beamed. "Deal. As many times as you need." She then reached into her pocket, pulled out a sleek business card, and handed it to him. "Here, this is my card." Min-hun didn't hesitate to accept it. "I'll do everything in my power to accommodate your needs," she continued. "Reach out whenever you want, and please seriously consider the offer we discussed." Min-hun stared at the card, looking it over with a thoughtful, pensive expression. Then, he looked up and spoke softly. "Actually, there is one thing I could use your help with right now." Before they knew it, the next day had arrived, with the sun shining brightly in a clear blue sky. A sleek, black luxury sedan pulled up to a vacant lot and came to a stop. Park Seon stepped out first, walked over to the back door, and opened it. From inside the vehicle, a foot, wearing black and white sneakers, stepped out onto the pavement. The young man stepping out was indeed Min-hun, his expression entirely cold and unreadable. Park Seon gestured toward a massive gate standing right in front of them, which bore the emblem of the Jeonha Guild. "This is an A-rank dungeon owned by the Jeonha Guild," he explained. Staring at the towering gate, Min-hyun was already mapping out his next moves. After all, Milas Academy was a breeding ground where geniuses clashed to prove themselves. And his main goal right now is simple. If he wants to survive out there, he has to level up. Standing right outside the gate of the dungeon owned by the Jeonha Guild, Min-hyun is getting his gear ready to head inside. Gearing up for this brutal new journey, Park Yong points to some wooden crates nearby and says, "I have put together some healing potions and basic supplies for you. You are definitely going to need them to clear this dungeon." With that, he holds up a glowing staff and adds, "As for your gear, we are going to let you borrow some of the guild's spare equipment. You can use this for now." Min-hyun quickly takes the staff and replies with a smile, "Thank you so much for looking out for me." Park Yong looks at him, still worried, and asks, "Are you sure you will be okay? It might only be an E-rank dungeon, but going into any dungeon completely alone is incredibly dangerous. Is there a reason you are insisting on doing this solo?" Hearing his concern, Min-hyun holds up the staff and gives a casual, shrug-it-off answer. "Oh, I just want to level up a bit." Seeing he won't budge, Park Yong can only sigh in defeat. He reaches out and taps on a blue holographic screen in front of him to pull something out. A glowing blue gem materializes in the palm of his hand, and he says, "It will be much safer if you take this with you." Staring at the gem, Min-hyun's eyes widen with curiosity. "What is this?" Park Yong replies, "A teleportation stone." He places the gem into Min-hyun's hand and adds, "If you crush it, you will be warped back to the guild instantly. Make sure to use it if things get ugly." He flashes a warm, friendly smile and insists, "Please, take it. Think of it as an apology for how rude I was to you before. It is also a small token of gratitude for healing our guild leader. It would make me feel a lot better if you accepted it." Seeing his sincerity, Min-hyun decides not to refuse. He takes the stone, smiles, and says, "Thank you. I appreciate it." With those final words, Min-hyun officially begins his raid on this E-rank dungeon. The heavy stone doors slowly creak open, releasing a strange, thick blue mist that pours out of the dark entrance. It feels like staring into a bottomless, silent abyss. Stepping inside, he reaches out to feel the swirling energy. Closing his eyes, he thinks to himself, "This mana flow. It is definitely just an E-rank dungeon. I will be totally fine." As he walks further into the darkness, Park Yong calls out from behind, still sounding incredibly anxious. "Don't forget, if anything goes wrong in there, use that teleportation stone immediately." Min-hyun looks back over his shoulder and replies, "Got it. Well, I am heading in now." With that, he steps through the portal. Right on cue, a system notification pops up, stating, "You have entered the dungeon." But just when he is absolutely certain that nothing could possibly go wrong in a run-of-the-mill E-rank dungeon, things take a terrifying turn. A flashing red warning screen appears, and that gentle blue mist starts turning into a deep, ominous purple. Min-hyun freezes in his tracks, his eyes widening in shock. Suddenly, eerie black claws manifest out of thin air, surrounding him completely. Fear grips him as he gasps, "What? What is going on?" The system interface flashes, explaining that due to the Nornia system, the user is being forcefully warped to a designated special zone. Current location, the Deadlands of Herham. Meanwhile, back at the guild headquarters, Jung Se-hyun is sitting in her office, but she is clearly not in a good mood. She seems restless and deeply anxious as she closes her eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, she stares blankly into space, wondering, "That stubborn kid, is he really going to be okay in there? I have so many questions I want to ask him right now." Se-hyun recalls what Min-hyun said to her earlier. "Please let me use one of the guild's low-rank dungeons. And also, I prefer going in solo." The more she plays those words back in her head, the more she realizes something is seriously off. Even if it is only an E-rank dungeon, clearing it completely alone is practically impossible for any hunter. Even if everyone praises him as some kind of once-in-a-generation genius, he is still just an unpolished gem. There is no way a smart kid like him doesn't know that. Yet, he still insisted on going in solo. A knowing smirk plays on her lips as she ponders, "What exactly are you planning, Min-hyun?" Suddenly, a knock on her door breaks the silence, followed by a voice. "Guild leader, it is Park Hanna." Se-hyun instantly wipes the worry from her face, returning to her usual bright, cheerful self. "Come on in." Having received permission, Hanna, her secretary, dressed in a sharp black suit, pushes the door open with a serious look on her face. Jung Se-hyun asks, "Did you find what I asked for?" Hanna immediately holds up a folder and replies, "Right here, ma'am." She hands it over, adding, "This is Min-hyun's background profile." Jae-hyun takes it and replies, "Thank you." Opening the folder, she skims through the pages with an intrigued smile on her face. Seeing her boss look so fascinated, Hanna is taken aback. She silently thinks to herself how incredibly rare it is for the guild leader to personally dig into someone like this. She must have seen something truly special in that kid, Min Jae-hyun. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun continues to flip through the pages, her eyes glued to the files. She carefully reviewed his background info and everything related to the young man who had cured her terrible illness. Suddenly, as she flipped to another page, she froze. Jae-hyun was so shocked that she covered her mouth and gasped, "He's a candidate for the warrior class? Then how on earth is he using magic?" The moment the words left her mouth, she remembered that Fana was still in the room. Composing herself, she slowly turned to the next page. But one shock after another left Jae-hyun wide-eyed and completely bewildered. She sat frozen in place, a cold sweat dripping down her cheek as she tried to read the profile one more time. But no matter how many times she read it, the text remained crystal clear and unchanged. Jae-hyun looked up at Fana and asked, Is this really accurate?" Hearing her question, Fana answered with a firm, steady gaze. "As long as there is nothing wrong with the equipment, it is absolutely correct. There is no doubt about it." What shocked Jae-hyun the most on the profile was a single line, compatibility rate, 97%. Those words kept looping in her head, refusing to go away. Once Fana left, she quickly grabbed her phone to make a call, pacing back and forth anxiously. When the person on the other end picked up, Jae-hyun said eagerly, "Oppa, when is Min Jae-hyun coming back from the dungeon? Please tell him immediately. I'll be ready whenever he is, so set up a meeting." This caught the person on the other end off guard, and they gasped. "What? What do you mean by that?" Looking out the window, she replied softly, "I want to test him myself." Jae-hyun's eyes shone with deep anticipation. She was thrilled that she had finally found such a rare, extraordinary talent, the very kind of power that Min Jae-hyun possessed. Meanwhile, in another place, Min Jae-hyun was still struggling against a massive wave of dark magic, with no idea how far he was being dragged. A system notification popped up. Due to a system error, the user will be transferred to a special zone. Current location, Heem, the land of death. After dragging him to this new land, it slammed him hard onto the ground. The impact sent his head hitting the dirt, making Min Jae-hyun groan in agonizing pain. Urgh. Catching his breath, he slowly raised his head to take in his surroundings. It was pitch black night, with stone tombstones and twisted, dead trees littering the ground under a thick, heavy blanket of fog. Before he could even adjust, the rancid air hit him right in the face, triggering a wave of pure dread and nausea. Min Jae-hyun covered his nose and mouth, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Once he managed to steady himself, he looked around and cursed. Damn it! Grimacing in frustration, he kept asking himself, what the hell is going on here? While he was still panicking, trying to figure out why he had been brought to this place, right behind his back. Deep inside a dark stone cave, a sudden flash of light gleamed. That glowing light was coming from a razor-sharp arrow, held by a grotesque undead monster, lurking in the shadows. The moment it locked eyes on Min Jae-hyun, it seemed to spring to life, raising its bow and pulling back the sharp arrow, aiming straight at him. The arrow flew with a deafening screech, piercing through the dense fog, aimed directly at the back of Min Jae-hyun's head. Sensing the impending danger from behind, he frantically glanced back. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he barely managed to dodge the fatal blow, but the arrow still grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody scratch. Min Jae-hyun quickly composed himself and stared in the direction the arrow had come from, spotting a silhouette standing perfectly still. The undead creature paused for a second, before slowly reaching back to draw another arrow. Refusing to let its prey escape, it raised its bow, aiming right at Min Jae-hyun once again. Meanwhile, a strange sensation began spreading from the scratch on Min Jae-hyun's cheek, making his eyes widen in realization. Is this paralysis poison? Realizing his opponent was no ordinary threat, he didn't waste a second. He immediately activated his copied skill to heal the wound. This is bad, he grunted in annoyance. A system notification popped up. Skill activated. Sacrifice is now active. But that was only the beginning of his troubles. From beneath the dirt, a pale, rotting hand clawed its way out, followed by a skeleton soldier with glowing, hollow eyes. The dark magic in the area grew incredibly dense, warping the very air around him. Min Jae-hyun looked up anxiously, watching the ghostly apparitions circling high above. It was clear that every single one of them had locked their sights dead on him. Skeleton soldiers armed with swords and shields stood ready to charge. From a distance, a skeletal archer raised its bow and fired a lethal, high-speed arrow. But Min Jae-hyun wasn't about to let them have their way again. Swiftly raising his hand, he snatched the flying arrow right out of the air. "Seriously?" he muttered. Snapping the arrow in half, he smirked with pure contempt. "How foolish can you be?" Meanwhile, back at Kim Da-young's house, she was lounging on her bed in a terrible mood. Her room was completely covered in posters of Ju-yoon, the goddess she absolutely adored. Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Min Jae-hyun, just you wait." Kim Do-young, looking completely miserable and grumpy, angrily squeezes her pillow and mutters, "This time, I'm going to make you pay." Even though he knew she had a terrible sense of direction, he still went ahead and abandoned her. The more she thinks about it, the more her blood boils. She sits straight up, taking out all her rage on the innocent pillow. No wonder he was so obedient when he tagged along to my favorite Unnie's lecture. Turns out, he was just looking to mess with me. After beating the pillow up to let off some steam, Kim Do-young collapses onto the bed in sheer exhaustion and sighs. I seriously do not get him. She recalls how Min Jae-hyun used to be, always saying, "I hate crowded places," and the text he recently sent, "I'm listening." Kim Do-young wonders why someone who said that would suddenly agree to attend a lecture. But what bugs her the most is how Min Jae-hyun just left her behind. Before all this, no matter what happened, he would always run over and ask, "What are you doing here? Let's go home." As she thinks about it, she recalls his silhouette as he walked away. The very person who was so good at guiding her had just ditched her and vanished. And the absolute worst part? He changed his class to a mage. Is this some kind of sick joke? He trained so hard to become a raider. If he had a reason to change classes, it better be something worth throwing away all his hard work for. Kim Do-young stares up at the ceiling, her eyes filled with confusion as she mutters, "It really makes no sense." She knows Min Jae-hyun is an incredibly cautious guy. Even when they went out to eat, he was so indecisive that just ordering off the menu took him more than 10 minutes. But now, she has absolutely no idea how he could turn into a completely different person overnight. Shaking off her thoughts, Kim Do-young sits up, grabs her phone, and furiously taps the screen to send a text. She texts Min Jae-hyun, "You haven't forgotten about ditching me that day, have you? Just you wait, I'm going to kick your butt." Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun is facing bizarre creatures that seem to have appeared out of nowhere. Panic fills his eyes as he thinks, what on earth are these things? Is this because of the monsters? Feeling a cold shiver run down his spine, Min Jae-hyun lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Looking straight ahead, he notes 4 wraiths, which include skeleton soldiers and zombies, right? Min Jae-hyun forces a wry smile and mutters, "Their formation is more organized than a human squad's. Are you seriously telling me to take them all on by myself?" He looks down at the staff in his hand and counts his blessings. "Thank goodness I brought this along." The system immediately displays a notification, C rank wand, supplied by the Jeonha Guild, a magic wand crafted by the blacksmith of the Jeonha Guild. Suddenly, the wand begins to glow, releasing bursts of magic from the orb at its tip. Helheim, one of the 9 realms of Norse mythology ruled by Loki's daughter, Hel, the land of the dead. Min Jae-hyun realizes that the dungeons are modeled after the 9 realms. Aside from Midgard and Asgard, there is Niflheim, the realm of mist and ice, Muspelheim, the realm of fire, Jotunheim, the land of giants, Alfheim, the realm of Elvis, Svartalfheim, the land of the dark Elvis, Vanaheim, the home of the Vanir gods, and the coldest, deepest depths of Niflheim. Min Jae-hyun recalls the system's explanation of his skills. The first option is to create a healing wave that restores the health and stats of all allies, and the second is to convert it into a reflection attack when used against the undead. He notes that, while sacrifice is normally just a recovery skill, when used against the undead, it turns into a powerful area of effect attack called reflection. With that in mind, Min Jae-hyun swiftly raises his staff, blocking an arrow shot by a zombie. At the same time, a skeleton soldier swings its sword and charges at him. Min Jae-hyun counters with a heavy thrust of his staff right to its chest. The skeleton soldier is sent flying backward, tumbling across the ground. Min Jae-hyun activates his sacrifice skill, and a brilliant golden orb suddenly materializes. But he has no intention of relying solely on area of effect skills. Landing a precise blow on one of the wraiths, he turns it into nothing but dust. The system immediately pops up a notification. You have defeated a dark spirit. You have gained 70 experience points. Seeing their comrade wiped out, the remaining wraiths show absolutely no fear and charge at him all at once. Refusing to stand still, Min Jae-hyun leaps gracefully into the air and repositions himself with a clean landing. A smirk plays on his lips as he mutters, "I can't let an opportunity like this go to waste." With that, Min Jae-hyun springs forward again, heading straight for a zombie. He figures that if this is all they've got, his current level is more than enough to handle them. Gripping his staff tightly, he swings it in a decisive arc. The zombie just stands there, completely unresponsive. Taking full advantage of the opening, Min Jae-hyun lands a devastating blow right on top of its head, but to his absolute shock, the staff snaps clean in half with just that single blow. It broke? A notification pops up. You have defeated a skeleton soldier. You have gained 50 experience points. Equipped item. Wand supplied by the Jeonha Guild has been destroyed. Min Jae-hyun's face darkened as he swore under his breath, letting out a long, frustrated sigh. Seriously, now is not the time to relax and farm experience. I just destroyed a weapon for absolutely no reason. At that thought, Min Jae-hyun paused. He reached out into the empty air, but even if he pressed the button on the system screen directly, it wouldn't change a thing. The system announced, "Active skill, sacrifice has been activated." From the sky, pillars of light shot straight down, tearing through the dark clouds. A series of alerts popped up. Undead presence detected in the area. Sacrifice converted into an offensive skill. Active skill. Judgment light has been activated. The moment the skill activated, those blinding beams of light slammed directly onto the skeleton soldiers and evil spirits. The system notified him, "You have defeated an undead. You received 100 experience points." The massive area of effect light quickly swept outward, incinerating everything in its path. "You have defeated an evil spirit. You received 70 experience points." Exhausted, Min Jae-hyun slumped onto the ground. Right after came the notification, "You have leveled up. Your stamina has been fully restored." Thanks to this sudden recovery, Min Jae-hyun's breathing stabilized. He smiled in satisfaction and muttered, "Call it showing off if you want, but if I hadn't leveled up back then, I'd be in deep trouble right now." He stared up at the sky, lost in thought. Judgment light. Is it really this strong just because it's an S-rank skill? But simply copying a skill onto a blank card doesn't mean I've mastered it. Without the real-world experience of a mage, I can't expect things to go this smoothly next time. Muttering to himself, Min Jae-hyun dragged his exhausted body back up and kept walking. Besides, if this really was a teleportation dungeon, there's no way Jeonha would let me in without checking it first. How could someone be warped to a completely different location inside a dungeon? Suddenly, a system window popped up in front of him again. Your current location is the Hiham Wasteland of Death. The more he looked at it, the more certain he became. The Nonia system. I'm absolutely sure it's behind this. Sighing heavily, Min Jae-hyun asked himself, should I just use the raw magic stone? As he stood there in a daze, a bizarre wave of magic suddenly brushed against the back of his neck, making him freeze with a shiver. Min Jae-hyun whipped his head around, asking in sheer terror, what the hell is this creepy mana? But it didn't stop there. That eerie energy suddenly surged right behind him. His entire body froze, his eyes widening as he realized something was closing in. Clutching his throat, Min Jae-hyun fell to his knees, desperately gasping for air. Damn it, I can't breathe. He felt like he couldn't hold on for even another second. What on earth is coming? Min Jae-hyun knew he had to act immediately. Grabbing a nearby piece of wood, he raised it high, thinking to himself that he needed to secure one thing first. Running out of time to think, he instantly stabbed the wooden shard deep into his own thigh. Screaming in agonizing pain, but the sharp sensation forced his mind back to reality, breaking the spell of the paralyzing magic. He clamped his hand over his mouth to muffle his voice. I can't make a sound. That thing might be right next to me. Gripping the wood lodged in his thigh, he knew he had to do something very carefully first. But before Min Jae-hyun could even think of his next move, a grotesque crimson magic surged toward him. His eyes went wide as he gasped in shock. What is this? Standing right behind him was a bizarre entity that had materialized out of nowhere without him even noticing. Its body was a bloody crimson shade with no visible face, only a gaping maw filled with massive, razor-sharp fangs. He stared in disbelief, wondering, a shadow? Despite his terror, Min Jae-hyun forced himself to look back. What he saw standing right behind him left him completely paralyzed. At that exact moment, the system chimed, the shadow boss has appeared. Threat level. Dangerous. The gap between user and monster level is too high. Warning, please evacuate the dungeon immediately. Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun let out a bitter laugh, thinking, there's no way I can fight this thing. He instantly cut his thoughts short. raising his hand and yelling, "Inventory!" The system screen flashed open. But the second he moved, the monster lunged. It unleashed a blast of bizarre red magic, aiming directly at Min Jae-hyun. Fortunately, in that split second of crisis, his fingers managed to close around the teleportation stone Park Sung-dae had given him. Although his escape was right there, he didn't even have time to crush the stone before the monster struck. With a single swipe, the beast sent Min Jae-hyun flying through the air, completely defenseless. The stone slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the ground. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Min Jae-hyun sat slumped on the ground, reeling from the devastating impact. The system flashed. "Danger. Health points have dropped to critical levels." He glared upward through the pain, his face darkening as he cursed. "Damn it." The system kept blaring. "Please, use a recovery item immediately." Right before his eyes, that shadowy monster was creeping closer and closer. A thick, eerie, demonic aura erupted from its body. Min Jae-hyun gritted his teeth, completely helpless as he sat there, unable to move a muscle. The damn thing just kept closing in. Once it was right in front of Min Jae-hyun, it instantly launched a deadly attack straight at him. Closing his eyes, he braced for the end and accepted his fate, knowing he couldn't dodge it. But after waiting for a moment, nothing happened. The entire area fell into a bizarre, dead silence. Curiously, Min Jae-hyun slowly cracked his eyes open to see what was going on. To his utter shock, the shadowy beast had completely frozen in place, as if turned to stone, unable to move even an inch. Min Jae-hyun's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought, "What on earth is this?" The boss actually stopped moving. Nearby, the ghostly silhouette of a woman's pale foot slowly stepped forward as a voice echoed, "No, don't do that." She had pure white hair and two sharp curled horns on her head. She looked at the monster and said, "That boy is a very important guest." As Min Jae-hyun stared in sheer panic, she added, "A guest that I personally brought to this place." The woman standing before him was none other than the ruler of this desolate land of the dead. Hell smirked as she looked down at him and said, "So, it is you, the child carrying the destiny of our enemy." Min Jae-hyun stared at her, completely lost. He thought, "Who the hell is this woman?" Glancing at the razor-sharp claws hovering right in front of his face, he asked, "Did you do this?" Hell didn't answer directly, only giving a faint, knowing smile. Even though you are an enemy, you are destined to kill him." Saying this, she leaned in close and caressed Jae-hyun's face, making him flinch. She continued, "But aren't you just a mere child? Your physical body is incredibly weak. Your magic is decent, but with just that, you stand absolutely no chance against the Aesir. What on earth did Loki see in a kid like you?" Meanwhile, Jae-hyun felt his vision starting to blur. He couldn't make out his surroundings anymore, and his breathing grew heavy and rapid. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it. Is this because I lost too much blood? I am blacking out." Hell's razor-sharp fingernails slowly grazed his neck, drawing a thin line of blood. He wondered, "Is this really how I die?" All he could see through his fading vision was her mocking sneer. Everything else went pitch black. Min Jae-hyun desperately gritted his teeth, screaming to himself, "No. If I pass out now, all my plans will go down the drain. My revenge on that old bastard, becoming a legendary mage, it will all be for nothing." But determination alone couldn't stop the inevitable. His head spun wildly, and a wave of exhaustion dragged him deep into the darkness. "I have to hang in there. I have to find a way out." Seeing Jae-hyun struggle so desperately, Hell looked highly amused and smiled. Leaning in so close that her face was inches from his, she smirked in mock admiration. "I actually quite like that look in your eyes, but my dear boy, you are far too weak right now." Hell slowly brought her other hand to his throat as she continued, "The end of the world is coming much sooner than you think." Her words caught him completely off guard, and his eyes widened in shock. She then gave him a chilling piece of advice. "You need to get stronger, and fast." As she spoke, her grip on his throat tightened, instantly cutting off his air. He began to gasp and choke, but she just kept talking. "If you're just going to fail and die anyway, then maybe." Hell's eyes glinted with a twisted, terrifying light. It was clear she wasn't joking about what came next. "I should just end your life myself right now." Jae-hyun felt the last of his breath escaping him, completely helpless against her overwhelming pressure. He cursed inwardly, "What the hell is wrong with this crazy woman?" But just as he was about to lose consciousness, Hell suddenly released her grip. She giggled and said, "You're a very important pawn for us, so I'll give you a chance. Grow stronger, far stronger than you are now, and defeat the shadowy beast standing right in front of you." She was pointing at the terrifying creature that was oozing a sinister demonic aura. The very same monster that had almost killed Min Jae-hyun moments ago. As Hell's figure began to fade into thin air, she whispered, "Do that, and I will reward you with a very special gift. But remember my warning, you are running out of time." Hearing this, Jae-hyun quickly pulled up his system interface. A notification popped up, announcing his very first main quest. Main quest. Hell's trial has been added. She cast one last glance over her shoulder, setting a strict deadline. 2 months. You must defeat this creature within 2 months. The system quickly generated a new quest window. Main quest. Hell's trial. Hell, the ruler of Helheim, has issued you a trial. Earn Hell's recognition by defeating the shadowy monster within the time limit. Difficulty, rank C. Reward, Hell's gift. Time remaining, 50, 9 days, 23 hours, and 9 minutes. Penalty for failure, death. Before Min Jae-hyun could even process what had just happened, a familiar, dark, purple energy suddenly erupted and began to wrap around his entire body. He stared in horror at the sharp, claw-like hands reaching out to grab him. He couldn't help but recall with dread the terrifying moment he was dragged to this place. His vision gradually blurred, barely catching the fading silhouette of Hell. A voice echoed after her. "Keep this in mind. If you fail to show me your progress within that time, you will die by my hand. Child chosen by Nornir, I shall pray for your success in the battle ahead." As she spoke those words, a sudden surge of familiar memories flashed through Min Jae-hyun's mind. A blonde-haired girl was reaching her hand out to him, whispering, "Please, always." A moment later, a faint ray of light broke through, jolting Min Jae-hyun awake from his deep unconsciousness. As his eyes adjusted, he realized he was no longer surrounded by pitch-black darkness. Instead, he was bathed in warm sunlight and surrounded by lush green trees. Looking around in utter disbelief, he could barely process that he had escaped. He wondered, "Is this the dungeon entrance?" Min Jae-hyun quickly sat up. Once he cleared his head, he realized he was sitting right at the entrance of the dungeon managed by the Yeonhwa Guild. Remembering the brutal wound inflicted by that shadow monster, he quickly clutched his stomach. But to his shock, the wound had completely vanished, as if nothing had ever happened. His injuries were completely gone, as if they had never existed in the first place. Did that woman heal me? Who on earth was she? I don't think she was even human. Suddenly, the system interface flashed again, displaying a clear notification right in front of him. Main quest, Hell's test. Hell, the ruler of Helheim, has given you a test. Gain Hell's recognition by defeating the shadow monster within the given time limit. Difficulty rank C. Reward, Hell's gift. Time remaining, 50, 9 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Penalty for failure, death. Everything was crystal clear now. Min Jae-hyun had to accept that this wasn't a dream, it was reality. It really wasn't a dream. His eyes locked onto her name, Hel, the goddess of death, who ruled over Helheim, one of the 9 realms. With complete shock written all over his face, Min Jae-hyun stammered, "Wait, did I just meet a literal goddess?" He recalled what she had told him inside the dungeon. "So it is you, the child who carries the destiny of the adversary," along with that final name she spoke. Loki. What did Hela see in this kid that was so special? Those words kept echoing in his head, but he had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. An enemy? The system had once said, "From now on, you are the adversary of the arrogant Aesir." Even with the Nornir system, I'm still hearing the same thing. Jae-hyun let out a weary sigh and groaned, "Everything is so messed up. How did I even end up back in the past? And who is this enemy Hela was talking about? And what do they want from me?" Clenching his fist against the ground, he muttered, "But one thing is for sure." With eyes full of confidence and determination, he thought, "I need to get stronger. If what Hela said is true, the moment I give up, I'll definitely die by her hand." He smiled. Defeating that boss within 2 months wasn't going to be easy, but it's good to have a goal to work toward. As he said this, he thought to himself, "Still, things aren't looking so great right now. Everything, starting from my basic combat style, has been completely wrong. I'm still not used to fighting like a mage, and I haven't even learned any low-tier skills yet." Min Jae-hyun stood up and pulled his phone out of his pocket. From now on, nothing is more important than the basics. He opened his messages with Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon, planning to text her. But before he could even send a text, a message suddenly popped up. "Hello, this is Park Sung-jae." He followed up with, "If possible, Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon would like to meet with you tomorrow. Are you free? She really wants to hear your thoughts on the proposed contract." Reading the message, he smiled. Perfect timing. Jae-hyun quickly texted back, I'll see you tomorrow. Then, I'm looking over the contract very positively. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and a smirk formed on his lips. He sent one more message, but I'd like to add one condition. The next day came quickly, and Min Jae-hyun kept his promise to meet up with Park Sung-jae. The place they arrived at was none other than the Yeonhwa Guild headquarters, bearing its prestigious emblem. Park Sung-jae led the way, and Jae-hyun silently followed him down to a basement. As they walked, Min Jae-hyun thought to himself, the reason they reached out to me first is probably because they checked out my Awakener profile, a magic stat of 97%. Even if you search the entire world, finding a talent like that would be extremely rare. The reason I became a warrior in the past, even though it didn't suit me at all, was because of how naive I was back then. Everyone, from the people around me to the guys on TV, praised warriors and looked down on mages. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got at himself. Running his hand through his hair in frustration, he thought, so there was no way I would have chosen to be a mage. But things are different now. After walking for a bit, the two of them finally arrived at a massive empty room. A woman was already standing there, waiting for them. Jae-hyun froze in shock the moment he saw her, his eyes widening. The person waiting was none other than Guildmaster Yoo Sung-yoon. She was wearing a tight black outfit, quite different from her usual look. Turning her head slightly, she smiled and said, there you are. The look in her eyes was completely different from their last meeting. She continued, I've been waiting for you. Jae-hyun politely replied, hello, Guildmaster. It is good to see you again. Yoo Sung-yoon got straight to the point. What do you think of the contract? I believe the terms are pretty favorable for both of us. Jae-hyun replied naturally. Yes, I don't see any issues with it. Jae-hyun thought to himself, a monthly living stipend, plus an unlimited supply of B rank and above equipment from the guild. If the gear breaks, there's no need to pay for damages. And after clearing dungeons, the profits are split 80-20, depending on contribution. This was clearly an incredibly generous contract, the kind usually reserved only for A-rank raiders and above. Jae-hyun spoke up. I already mentioned this to manager Park Sung-jae, but before I sign, I'd like to add one more condition. Yoo Sung-yoon gave a gentle smile, just like always, and asked, sure. Let me hear what your condition is. Jae-hyun began, if you've seen my profile, you probably already know. It hasn't even been a month since I made the switch to becoming a mage. As he spoke, Yoo Sung-yoon kept smiling, seemingly understanding where he was going with this. Jae-hyun continued, because of that, I'm still not fully used to casting spells. Standing next to them, Park Sung-jae quietly listened to his demand. Jae-hyun made his request. So, I'd like Guildmaster Yoo Sung-yoon to personally train me in magic. Yoo Sung-yoon tilted her head, looking intrigued. The reason Jae-hyun made this request was simple. The number one rule for a raider's survival is to utilize their best trump card as effectively as possible. Park Sung-jae remained silent, but his mind was racing. I had a feeling since the first time we met, but there really is something extraordinary about this kid. Looking at Yoo Sung-yoon, who had yet to respond, Park Sung-jae thought, she is the master of the strongest guild in South Korea, and one of the very few S-rank raiders in the entire world. And he has the guts to ask someone like her to train him without a second thought? Jae-hyun added, if you agree to that condition, I will gladly sign the exclusive contract with the Yeonhwa Guild. Ha Do-yoon rested her hand against her cheek with a fascinated smile. What an intriguing offer. She smiled and said, all right, I accept your terms. Looking thoroughly amused, Do-yoon added, I'm also really curious to see what you can actually do. Satisfied, Ji-hoon replied, then I'll be in your care from now on. The honor is all mine, Do-yoon replied with polite humility. But then, she paused for a brief moment before continuing. However, before we proceed, I'd like to test your skills. Do you mind? Do-yoon asked. Ji-hoon didn't even flinch at her request. He had already seen this coming. After all, a power player like Ha Do-yoon would definitely want to verify his actual talents. Having made her proposal, Do-yoon waited patiently for Ji-hoon's response. Amusement still danced across her delicate features. Just by looking at her, Park Sung-jae could immediately guess her intentions. With the guildmaster wearing an expression like that, he realized he'd better get everything ready. Ji-hoon asked to clarify, so, you want to test my abilities? Is that it? Do-yoon confirmed with a gentle smile. Exactly. What do I need to do? Ji-hoon asked. Do-yoon kept her smile, and with a swift snap of her fingers, the massive steel door behind her began to rattle. slowly creaking open. A blinding blue light burst from the darkness beyond. Just what on earth was in there? It was colossal and incredibly imposing. The mana cube, Do-yoon revealed. It turned out the space behind that door wasn't just a simple room, but an entire pocket dimension. Opening the door had merely created a portal to get inside. From this moment on, you must conquer it, Do-yoon instructed. A wave of anxiety washed over Ji-hoon. Did she really just say the mana cube? Do-yoon asked nonchalantly. Well, what do you think? Seems fair, right? For someone talented enough to land a priority negotiation contract, a little test like this should be a walk in the park. Ji-hoon immediately started calculating. To even utilize the mana cube, one had to be at least B rank. It was typically used by high-level mages who wanted to master the intricate flow of their own mana. But I'm still not fully used to being a mage yet. This is going to be an insanely difficult test. Ji-hoon winced for a split second. Out of all the mages, only 7% of awakened ones could actually handle the mana cube. Can I really pull this off? Do-yoon crossed her arms, patiently waiting for Ji-hoon's decision. Are you trying to scare me? He asked. Do-yoon chuckled. Why would I do that? Even if you fail, it won't affect our contract. Everything will stand exactly as it is, Guildmaster Ha Do-yoon assured him. Ji-hoon hesitated. No, I can't back down now. Even if I fail, I have to keep pushing forward. Turning to Park Sung-da, Do-yoon said, Mr. Sung-da, please make the necessary preparations. Are you sure about this, ma'am? Park Sung-da asked hesitantly. He voiced his concern. Guildmaster, even highly skilled mages struggle with the mana cube. Besides, Min Jae-hyun is still just a kid, Sung-dae said. As Ji-hoon began walking toward the portal, Do-yoon asked casually, Do you really think the boy standing in front of us is just some ordinary kid? He's definitely worth testing. Witnessing her absolute confidence, Sung-dae could only nod and comply. Sung-dae walked over to the control panel. He pressed the activation button to boot up the mana cube. Sure enough, the surface of the portal began to distort, opening a clear path inside. Instead of stepping inside immediately, Ji-hoon paused to think. The mana cube. I heard stories about it before my regression, but seeing it up close now, the power radiating from it is on a whole different level. Smiling, Do-yoon asked, Shall we begin? I'm expecting great things from you, so give it everything you've got. Hearing her encouragement, Ji-hoon didn't say a word. He just took a deep breath, letting go of his lingering worries, and made his decision. With a firm step, Ji-hoon entered the rift. He had no idea what was waiting for him in there, but he knew he had to conquer it. Do-yoon and Sung-dae stood quietly, watching as Ji-hoon slowly vanished inside. Breaking the silence, Sung-dae admitted, I'm actually a bit worried here. I get why you're interested in him, but he's still just a kid. Do-yoon smiled with absolute confidence. That kid is going to make it. How can you be so sure? Sung-dae pressed. Do-yoon smiled once more. To his utter shock, her only answer was, just a gut feeling. Wait, what? Do-yoon let out a soft chuckle, wondering to herself, now, how long is it going to take you to break out of the mana cube? Meanwhile, the moment Ji-hoon stepped inside, he plunged into a world entirely filled with water, causing him to briefly lose his footing. However, he quickly adapted and began assessing his surroundings. This was a deep ocean, entirely made of mana. Staring ahead, Ji-hoon thought to himself. Relief washed over him as he realized, thank goodness I can still breathe. I was worried my mana core would overload. Ji-hoon began to swim through the water. It seemed that in this world, mana acted exactly like oxygen. It was essential for casting spells and using skills. However, if a person remained exposed to such a massive concentration of mana for too long, their respiratory system would start to fail. In the worst-case scenario, it could even be fatal. Sensing the urgency, he thought, even though I'm not showing any symptoms yet, I can't afford to waste a single second. As he kept moving, he realized that finding the exit would be an uphill battle. If I remember correctly, there's only one way out of the mana cube. Out of all the swirling whirlpools ahead, only one of them is the actual exit. I have to find that single, real gateway hidden among countless decoys. Steadying his breath, Ji-hoon told himself, I need to focus. I have to feel the exact flow of the mana. Amidst these chaotic currents, Jae-hyun entered a state of high concentration. Feeling his way through the whirlpools, his perception of his surroundings fell completely silent. Jae-hyun closed his eyes, continuing to search for a path out. He remained lost in thought for a long moment. Suddenly, in that quiet space, a strange purple energy registered in his senses. Jae-hyun opened his eyes in surprise and stared straight ahead. I definitely felt something different just now. His gaze locked onto a whirlpool that was completely unlike the others. Something was glittering at the center of the whirlpool. It seemed like his only clue. Is that a crystal? A bright, shimmering energy radiated from within that dark whirlpool. Before Jae-hyun could even process it, he felt a monstrous wave of mana. He hesitated, wondering if he should approach it, as it felt like it contained the entire mana pool of this ocean. Outside, Sungdae spoke up. Guildmaster, you speak as if Jae-hyun is guaranteed to make it out. Sung-ah replied confidently, of course he will. But are you still worried? Isn't that a bit much to ask? Sungdae began to recall the first time he witnessed Jae-hyun's abilities in such a short span of time. Everything Jae-hyun had shown them so far, Sungdae remembered the day Jae-hyun copied Sung-ah's ability to heal her, was absolutely mind-blowing. Sungdae sighed. How long do you think he'll take? Sung-ah replied. In my case, it took about 40 minutes. I actually hold the national record for the fastest time. Sungdae fell silent for a moment before saying, there are really only two ways this goes. Sung-ah crossed her arms, waiting patiently. Sungdae firmly asserted, either he won't make it out at all, or, he paused, he's going to set a brand new record. Sung-ah let out a confident smile. I think so too, though, for some reason, I don't think Jae-hyun will just simply escape that mess. Sungdae nodded in agreement. In his estimation, this trial was still a bit too harsh for Jae-hyun, but in the very next second, something strange happened. Mr. Sungdae, Sung-ah gasped in shock. Sungdae followed her gaze, his own eyes widening in utter disbelief. Cracks had actually appeared on the mana cube. Not only that, but they were rapidly spreading, as if being shattered by some immense force. Sungdae stammered in shock. Are those cracks on the mana cube? Speechless, the two of them just stared at each other, completely baffled by what was happening. Sungdae quickly reached down and unlocked his phone to check the timer. 10 minutes. Sungdae froze. It had only been 10 minutes, yet cracks were already showing. The two of them stood there, completely dumbfounded, staring at the mana cube. Neither Sungdae nor Sung-ah could possibly comprehend what on earth was going on inside. Inside, Jae-hyun was slowly approaching the crystal. He could feel the mana coming from the crystal orb. It was far denser than the surrounding environment. Is this the core that's keeping this mana cube active? After a moment, a thought struck him. If that's the case, all I have to do is smash it to get out. No need to go searching around for some stupid exit. Acting on his thought, Jae-hyun walked up to the crystal. Without any trouble, he grabbed the glittering stone, and it fit perfectly in his palm. Jae-hyun squeezed his hand, easily crushing the crystal into pieces. Instantly, a whirlpool swirled around him. He smiled. He had guessed right. A notification popped up. He had acquired the passive skill, mana manipulation. The cube began to shatter. Watching this unfold, Sungdae and Sung-ah's jaws dropped. Oh my god, Sungdae screamed. He knew all too well that normally, only 7% of mages could ever escape the mana cube, and even then, it took them an average of 3 hours. Jae-hyun walked out from the inside, looking completely unfazed. While a B rank takes 2 hours, an A rank takes about an hour and a half, and an S rank takes between half an hour to an hour. But Jae-hyun, Sungdae still couldn't believe his eyes. Meanwhile, the current record holder for the fastest escape from a mana cube was Camila from the EU Alliance. She was a genius mage who held the Guinness World Record of 36 minutes. Sungdae stared at the kid in front of him, still in utter disbelief. Jae-hyun had just shattered her record, and by a massive margin of 26 minutes. Sungdae rushed forward. He grabbed Jae-hyun's hands, shaking them in pure excitement. This is insane, Jae-hyun. It only took you 10 minutes. You got out of that mana cube in just 10 minutes. Jae-hyun blinked. Wait, what? 10 minutes? Unable to contain her curiosity, Sung-ah also stepped forward and asked, how on earth did you get out of the mana cube so fast? She was still reeling from the shock. Jae-hyun pulled his hand back and explained, well, I found something like a crystal ball inside the cube, so I just crushed it, he said casually. Sungdae grabbed Jae-hyun's hand again, his shock multiplying. Wait, you crushed it? You crushed the crystal? Sungdae couldn't even begin to fathom it. That crystal was the core that contained the entire mana of the cube. A normal awakened couldn't even find it, let alone crush it. Jae-hyun tilted his head, completely clueless. Meanwhile, Sung-ah remained lost in thought. For him to do something like that meant Jae-hyun's own mana completely overwhelmed the mana inside the cube. From Jae-hyun's perspective, Sung-ah just stood there in silence for a long time, her body trembling slightly. Suddenly, she let go of his hand and turned away, looking incredibly proud and satisfied. All right, Min Jae-hyun. Sung-yoon began to speak, while Jae-hyun eagerly anticipated what she was about to say about the Yeonhwa Guild. "And my name is Yoo Sung-yoon. I swear I'll make you the greatest mage alive," she declared, with absolute confidence. Sung-yoon smiled with excitement and hope for the future. "Are you ready?" Later that afternoon, his best friend, Kim Yoo-jung, and Jae-hyun's mom were standing right by the front gate, waiting for him to come home. "He's still not here yet," Yoo-jung said impatiently. Jae-hyun's mom worried. "Yeah, he is so late today. He isn't even picking up his phone." Just then, a luxury supercar drove in from the street. The two of them watched in shock as the car's brakes screeched to a halt, but what shocked them even more was seeing Jae-hyun actually step out of that luxury ride. Kim Yoo-jung had to do a double take. That car looked insanely expensive. How on earth did Min Jae-hyun get a ride in that? His mom was just as stunned. "I have no idea." "Well, see you later then," Sung-yoon waved goodbye. Jae-hyun noticed the two most important women in his life standing there. He waved at them. Kim Yoo-jung looked a bit annoyed, so his mom quickly tried to smooth things over. Jae-hyun wouldn't get mixed up in anything bad, right? A little later, Kim Yoo-jung was sitting cross-legged on Jae-hyun's bed, staring at him with a dead serious expression. Then, she spoke up. "So, you're saying you don't think being a warrior suits you, and you've decided to become a mage instead, right?" To Yoo-jung's question, Jae-hyun simply confirmed, "Yeah, I've got everything ready. All the paperwork has been submitted." He leaned back and said, "Trying to become a warrior right now is just too exhausting." Yoo-jung frowned. Is this really the same guy who said just a few days ago that being a mage has absolutely no future? Did you eat something bad? Or did you completely lose your mind? Jae-hyun waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, come on. A person's mind is like a reed in the wind. It naturally sways back and forth." Hearing this made Yoo-jung feel even more baffled. "I seriously never imagined I'd hear those words come out of your mouth." After a brief silence, Yoo-jung asked with genuine concern, "Are you really okay? You always wanted to be a warrior, even though you had more potential as a mage, because you didn't want your mom to suffer anymore. Because no matter how hard you work as a mage, you can't make any real money," Yoo-jung added casually. Her words instantly reminded Jae-hyun of Jung Gu-min and everything that happened in his past life. Warriors took much longer to clear targets and had a higher chance of getting injured, making them a less appealing choice for clients. Jae-hyun frowned slightly. Yoo-jung continued talking. For such a devoted son to suddenly change like this. But Jae-hyun cut her off. "All right, let's stop talking about that." Clearly, he didn't want to dwell on his past life. He quickly changed the subject. "By the way, what are you doing here? Where are your parents? On another business trip?" Yoo-jung casually flopped onto Jae-hyun's bed. "Yeah, that's why I came over. Your mom actually told me to just stay the night. How can you like staying here more than your own house? I seriously don't get you. Why would you want to come to this tiny place when you have a massive house?" he asked. Yoo-jung, comfortably curling her legs on the bed, replied, "What's so hard to understand about that?" She spoke with a faint smile. Jae-hyun knew that this girl was actually from a pretty wealthy family. Kim Yoo-jung's parents disassembled monster carcasses and exported the different parts to various countries. Since monsters varied by region, they traveled abroad constantly. Because of that, there were many times when Kim Yoo-jung was left all alone at home. He reminisced, remembering how close his mom was with Yoo-jung's parents, which was why she often came over to sleep over. Jae-hyun said, "Anyway, that's in the past. Can you teach me some magic theory, please?" Yoo-jung turned her head and gave him a playful, sidelong glance. "Are you really asking for a favor with just words?" Jae-hyun knew her personality all too well. He held out his hands and asked, "Fine, what do you want? You have to tell me so I can know if I can even do it." Yoo-jung put a hand to her chin, thinking, "Now that you mention it, I realize I've never actually thought about it." She muttered in confusion, leaving Jae-hyun completely speechless at his best friend. Suddenly, Yoo-jung got an idea and smiled mischievously. "Give me one wish. Anything I want," she suggested, though she quickly added that he could just say no if he didn't like the idea. Jae-hyun gave in and agreed. "Fine, but it has to have a 1-year expiration date. If you don't use it within that time, it's void, okay?" Yoo-jung sighed in disappointment. "That's so cheap." "Fine, whatever." Jae-hyun let out a sigh, knowing that if it was a 1-year limit, she would definitely forget all about it. But just like any pair of best friends, he couldn't help but tease her. "What kind of wish are you planning with a face that serious? Trust me, your face can't get any uglier than it already is," making Yoo-jung turn red with anger. "What, are you asking to die?" Yoo-jung grabbed a pillow and threatened him. "All right, Didn't you ditch me and run off the other day? Fine. Let's see how you're going to survive today. She advanced toward Jae-hyun with the pillow, and he quickly raised his hands to shield himself. Hey, beating me up over a little thing like that is a bit too much. Yoo Jung screamed furiously. Shut up. She started pounding Jae-hyun with the pillow repeatedly. From downstairs, his mom's voice called out, Kids, come down and eat dinner. A sudden wave of peace washed over Jae-hyun's heart, seeing his mom and his best friend, Kim Yoo-jung, still right here with him. He still vividly remembered playing around with her. Deep down, Jae-hyun truly cherished these precious moments. He smiled, thinking this wasn't too much to ask. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, the crimson sunset glowed. A flock of crows suddenly gathered in a bizarre fashion, letting out chilling cries. On the ground lay a fierce-looking giant serpent, completely still. A sword was driven straight through its head from the front, blood still splattering. This mysterious man was likely the one who took it down. He stood there in silence as the crows, which had been waiting to feast, quickly swarmed down to perch on the massive serpent's corpse. Just then, a voice called out from behind him, Sir Min Jae-hyun. The man smiled and said, Our hunt was a huge success this time, all thanks to you, sir. Honestly, I can't even remember the last time we had such an easy hunt. He continued speaking. But the weary-looking man, Min Jae-hyun, replied coldly, I appreciate the kind words. With that, he smoothly yet swiftly drew his sword. It would be amazing if someone like you joined our guild, Sir Min, he expressed. Have you ever considered it? He pressed further, but Min Jae-hyun answered, I'm sorry, but for now, I have no intention of joining any guild. The foolish guy still wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. Grabbing Min Jae-hyun's shoulder, he said, Oh, come on, don't be like that. Min Jae-hyun turned to look at him, but the man kept pushing. If it's you, Sir Min, our Scarlet Guild will guarantee you the absolute best treatment. He desperately tried to convince him. Min Jae-hyun simply said, What a nuisance. Thinking he misheard, the man blinked and asked, Excuse me? Min Jae-hyun just stared back, locking eyes with him. Suddenly, the man felt as if his limbs were bound, completely under this man's control. Unable to move, he could only stare blankly ahead. Min Jae-hyun suddenly reached his hand out. Speaking in a dark, ominous tone, he muttered to himself, That kind of cheap greed is indeed a very human trait. Then again, he reconsidered. No, humans certainly weren't the only ones like that. Their surroundings plunged into darkness as a terrifying shadow radiated from Min Jae-hyun, while a purple light flashed before the man's eyes. Only then did the man seem to regain consciousness. What am I even doing here? He muttered, scratching his head. Min Jae-hyun had seemingly erased his own existence from the man's memory. Jae-hyun, before we start our first lesson, I want to see how your combat intuition and reflexes are. In other words, we're going to duel, Sung-yoon said. Jae-hyun let out a forced laugh. A duel? Doing that right off the bat seems a bit harsh, don't you think? Sung-yoon calmly replied, I don't think someone who broke out of the Manicube within 10 minutes has any right to say that. Now, try attacking me. She took a defensive stance. Jae-hyun frowned. Sure enough, she had the same attitude last time she had planned this, from the very beginning. Taking a deep breath, Jae-hyun quickly dropped into a fighter's stance. Sung-yoon scanned his posture. Left foot forward, knees slightly bent, and his shoulders lowered as much as possible, she analyzed. A stance that makes it easy to dodge and move, commonly used by warriors. Here I come, Jae-hyun said. His first move was a punch. Sung-yoon didn't even raise her guard. In fact, she looked quite expectant. Jae-hyun's fist thrust forward with immense force, even generating a shockwave. Yet when he looked closer, his fist was caught firmly in her hand. Jae-hyun stared at Sung-yoon in shock as she said, You're still way too green. Jae-hyun quickly pulled his hand back. In an instant, he backed away from Sung-yoon to avoid a counterattack. Jae-hyun smirked. I thought I'd at least land one hit. Healer or not, this is definitely the level of an S-class hunter, huh? Sung-yoon calmly stepped forward. From now on, I'll just call you Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun, you said you were originally a warrior, right? She asked. Yes, he replied. Stroking her chin, Sung-yoon noted. It seems you still haven't let go of your warrior habits. How can a mage recklessly charge forward like that? Sung-yoon asked solemnly. Jae-hyun, what do you think is the biggest difference between a warrior and a mage? Jae-hyun didn't take long to answer. It must be whether you fight the opponent at close range or long range. Sung-yoon nodded. Exactly. Sung-yoon explained slowly. A mage is someone who weakens the opponent from a distance before closing in to deliver the finishing blow. But, she pointed out, You're trying to close the gap with your opponent way too much. If you fight like that, as a mage whose defense stats are already low, you'll lose in no time. She resolved. I've been taking this too lightly as well. I think I need to get a bit more serious. You need to see how a real mage actually fights. Jae-hyun stared in shock at the surge of power before him. She said, this time, I will attack. Of course, I won't hurt you too badly. Besides, I'm a healer, so I can just patch you up right away, Sung-yoon added confidently. Jae-hyun let out a wry smile. I know you have more than this. Jae-hyun summoned magic to his fingertips, determined to make it count this time. Sung-yoon smirked. Ji-hoon knew she was finally getting serious. Just before the blast of energy could tear through him, Ji-hoon managed to dodge it in the nick of time. He rolled across the ground, quickly dropping into a defensive stance. Standing there waiting, she seemed to say it was his turn. That was when Ji-hoon suddenly remembered a skill he could use. He instantly activated his active skill, Lightning Chain. High-voltage chains materialized in the air. They surged forward all at once, heading straight for Sung-eun. The impact triggered a small explosion, and Sung-eun's voice echoed from within the rising smoke. An A-rank skill, and its lightning chain to boot. You were hiding that pretty well, weren't you? Before he knew it, she had already closed the distance and was standing right beside Ji-hoon. But Sung-eun was just too fast. The moment Ji-hoon turned around, a beam of energy was already aiming right for his chest. Ji-hoon quickly looked down. Crap, she's fast. In the blink of an eye, Sung-eun's magic had ambushed him, or at least that's how it seemed. No matter how powerful a skill is, it's completely useless if you can't even land a hit. Don't you agree? Sung-eun gave a confident smirk, but as the smoke cleared, Ji-hoon was still standing. He was a bit banged up, but he managed to keep his footing. Oh boy, Sung-eun murmured. Color me impressed. I did hold back on the spell's power, but I honestly didn't expect you to still be on your feet. Without giving Ji-hoon a chance to catch his breath, Sung-eun began casting another spell. Then I guess you can handle this one too, right? Clutching his stomach and panting for air, Ji-hoon looked up and activated the Eye of Odin. Sung-eun showed no mercy as she unleashed her attack on Ji-hoon. Just then, a system notification popped up, announcing the activation of his universal active skill. The active skill, Holy Arrows, was countered and shattered. One by one, Sung-eun's arrows broke apart. She stared at her cancelled spell in utter disbelief. This is impossible. How could he have figured out a counter and dismantled my skill in such a short amount of time? Sung-eun could hardly believe her eyes. Lifting her chin in excitement, she said, You really love keeping me on my toes, don't you? Just how many more surprises are you hiding? Ji-hoon simply waved it off and replied, Honestly, I have no idea. Suddenly, Ji-hoon's lightning chain crashed down right next to Sung-eun. Her eyes widened in surprise. Before the chain could make contact, she quickly raised a protective shield. Realizing this was a counterattack, Sung-eun's hand trembled slightly. It was hard to believe that such overwhelming power was coming from an untrained rookie. She locked her eyes on Ji-hoon standing before her. Refusing to back down, Ji-hoon immediately prepared his next spell. How is this kid casting magic without chanting? She wondered. A solid barrier materialized just in time, shielding Sung-eun from the raging lightning chain. She knew that for mages, incantations were an absolute law of spellcasting. Granted, high-level mages could perform silent casting, but that always came at the cost of significantly reducing the spell's power. But this kid is a complete novice when it comes to magic. Sung-eun was completely baffled. How on earth was he casting spells without uttering a single word? Meanwhile, Ji-hoon had tried everything, but Sung-eun remained completely unfazed. Nothing is working? I'm almost out of mana. She really is a monster, Ji-hoon thought. Sung-eun spoke up. You really are full of surprises, kid. Her sudden movement caught Ji-hoon completely off guard, yet her voice remained perfectly calm. In the blink of an eye, Ji-hoon found himself tossed upside down in midair. You still have a long way to go, kid. With that, she launched him into the sky. Ji-hoon hit the ground without making a sound, still completely dazed by what had just happened. What on earth just happened? His eyes widened as Sung-eun strolled over to him. What's the matter? You didn't actually expect to win, did you? She teased. She offered her hand, helping Ji-hoon back onto his feet. Still in a daze, he replayed the moment he was launched into the air. That final blow, he hadn't even been able to register how she attacked. Cold sweat broke out on Ji-hoon's forehead. He realized just how massive the gap was between himself and a true conqueror. He looked up at the healer standing before him. Meanwhile, Sung-eun was silently evaluating his hand-to-hand combat skills, which he had picked up from wanting to become a warrior. Instant spellcasting without chance, coupled with an unbelievably fast mana recovery rate. A hopeful smile spread across Sung-eun's face. If it's this kid, he might actually pull it off. Without hesitation, she said to Ji-hoon, "Watching you fight gave me an idea." "Curious," he asked. "What kind of idea?" "Well," she replied, "I'm sure everyone has thought about this once or twice, but absolutely no one has ever pulled it off. A combat style that only you can master," Sung-eun teased. "What do you think? Are you interested?" she asked. Ji-hoon lowered his head in deep thought. "A fighting style only I can master?" Sung-eun smiled warmly and said, "From this moment on, you can call me master. And congratulations, you've just become my very first disciple," she said softly. Later that evening, Ji-hoon sat with his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Yoo-jung, sitting right next to him, called out, "Hey, Min Jae-hyun, snap out of it." Hearing her voice, he suddenly came back to reality. "Are you even listening to me?" Yoo-jung asked. He frowned and replied, "Huh? Yeah, of course I am. How about you swallow your food before talking?" Looking at the table in front of them, Yoo-jung spoke up. "You said you needed these to study, so I bought them." But he stared at the 4 empty cups on the table and asked, "Aren't you sick of eating that yet? You do realize this is your 4th cup, right?" "Nope, not sick of it at all," Yoo-jung fired back. "Every single bite tastes as good as the very first one, okay? Now drop it." Anyway, back to the main point. After sketching for a bit, Yoo-jung had drawn 3 types of magic on the board: combat magic, enhancement magic, and healing magic. She began to explain. Even though there are quite a few different magic categories, these 3 are considered the main ones. "Wow, you actually seem pretty good at this," Yoo-jung mumbled with her mouth full. Jae-hyun replied. Just then, a system notification popped up. "Your understanding of magic has increased. The effectiveness of your magic has increased by 5%. Jae-hyun glanced at it, thinking, "Again?" He noticed that every single time he learned or achieved something new, this system would immediately notify him. Jae-hyun couldn't help but think that the system desperately wanted him to get stronger. Yoo-jung leaned back and asked, "You're actually kind of insane. Are you sure you used to be a warrior? Spells that take other people a whole month to learn, you mastered in just a few days," she said, looking at him suspiciously. Jae-hyun casually twirled his pen and replied, "I'm serious." "Didn't you say you also memorized that spell in just 3 days?" Yoo-jung immediately snapped back. "I told you to call me teacher." Jae-hyun made a disgusted face. "Yes, teacher, you're so annoying." Yoo-jung crossed her arms, whining, "Can't I complain a little?" Before collapsing face first onto the desk and flailing around. "I started studying magic way before you, but at this rate, it won't take you any time at all to catch up to me." Jae-hyun let out a heavy sigh. "So what?" "Teacher, magic just suits me. My aptitude test clearly proved that." Suddenly, the image of Hela flashed in Jae-hyun's mind. "I'm the one who should be complaining. My life is literally on the line here." Yoo-jung picked up her cup noodles and said, "I've never told you this before, but do you have any idea how shocked I was when you first said you wanted to become a warrior?" she asked, then chewed and continued. "Sure, being a mage doesn't make much money, but how could you waste a talent like that? You have to admit that was incredibly bizarre, right?" Yoo-jung continued. "You're a mage yourself, so you must know how people look at mages nowadays." Yoo-jung's voice suddenly went quiet. Suddenly, the air grew cold, as if a dangerous wave of magic had enveloped them. Behind him, the shadow of a long-haired man appeared. The figure leaned in close to his ear and whispered, Is this really the path you chose for yourself?" Suddenly, Yoo-jung's voice snapped him back to reality. "By the way, are you even practicing your spellcasting?" Jae-hyun paused for a few seconds before replying, "Yeah, I am, but I'm learning from a different teacher." Yoo-jung grimaced, dropping the honorifics again. "Are we?" Though still visibly shaken, Jae-hyun managed to quickly reply, "Yes, I am, teacher." He was still trying to process what had just happened. The blurry image of that mysterious figure lingered in his mind. Was it just my imagination? I could have sworn I heard a strange voice. Jae-hyun furrowed his brows, filled with tension. 2 months. I only have that much time to defeat this guy. He shut his eyes tightly, his mind drifting back to Hela. This was no time to lose focus. Resting his chin on his pen, he tried to think of something a bit more inspiring. For instance, Lee Jae-sang and his words popped into his head. I really hope that pill will be a major help to raiders all over the world. Lee Jae-sang had said those words, his eyes sparkling with hope. Jae-hyun fell deep into thought as he recalled that conversation, wondering if that rare pill could help him overcome his current obstacles. Meanwhile, In the training room of the Manhwa Guild, Baek Jung-dae was walking around, observing the recruits training intensely. He kept his guard up, deeply lost in thought but fully aware of his surroundings. Raider Park Gyun, mind your hips when you swing your sword, he warned. Raider Kang Jia, your spellcasting is way too slow. Your allies will be dead before you can help them, if your magic doesn't heal them before they face the enemy. Keep your focus, he warned again. Baek Jung-dae then slowly walked over to Sung-yoon, who was standing in a corner. He remarked that the rookies weren't bad, and their average skill level was slightly better than last year's batch. Noticing that Sung-yoon had been silent for quite a while, he called out, "Guildmaster?" Sung-yoon snapped out of it. "Oh, sorry. I was a bit distracted just now." Baek Jung-dae smirked. "Are you thinking about Jae-hyun?" Sung-yoon gave a soft laugh. "I guess I really can't hide anything from you." "You guessed it right." Baek Jung-dae leaned against the wall behind him. "If I remember correctly, the thing you're planning to teach Jae-hyun," he paused. "It's something that many raiders have tried, but no one has ever succeeded at, right?" he added. "Though, I suppose you've already seen Jae-hyun's talent firsthand." Sung-yoon agreed, and Jung-dae listened as she continued. "Honestly, if someone told me he was a veteran raider, I'd believe them. There isn't a single wasted movement." She confidently stated that if another S-rank mage were to appear in the future, it would undoubtedly be Jae-hyun. Sung-yoon thought to herself, "I'm currently the only S-rank mage in this country. Even so, as a healer, my combat capability is on the lower side. But thinking about Jae-hyun, what would happen if a rising star like him suddenly appeared?" At that thought, her eyes sparkled with excitement. It would shake the entire magical world to its core. This chapter starts by introducing the mana booster pill. True to its name, this is a miraculous pill that permanently increases one's mana, making it an item that every single mage desperately craves. A deathly stench wafted from the pot of pitch-black stew as Jae-hyun reluctantly scooped up a spoonful, staring blankly at it. Screaming inside, he threw the ladle to the floor. "Damn it!" Jae-hyun frustratedly ran his hands through his hair. "Crap, how many times has it been already? I have used up 3 whole sets of ingredients," Jae-hyun screamed. True to his words, his kitchen sink was piled high with the messy remnants of his previous failures. He sighed in frustration. "If this keeps up, all my money is going down the drain. I was so sure the liquid was supposed to turn white in the initial stage." Jae-hyun stared blankly at the pitch-black liquid in front of him. Who could I even ask about this? Helpless, he squatted on the floor, not even bothering to turn off the stove. Jae-hyun thought to himself, currently in November of 2020, no one yet knows how to create a mana-enhancing potion. He clearly remembered that this potion wouldn't be invented for another 5 years. That meant he was the very first person to know the required ingredients and the steps to brew it. He remembered Lee Sang. Before returning to the past, the formula for this potion had been shared publicly by a world-class alchemist. He recalled that when publishing the formula, that person had added, "I hope this potion will be of great help to the majority of conquerors in the world." That was Lee Sang's wish. He stood up. If things kept going like this, it wouldn't work. Instead, it would be much better to find another way that had a higher chance of success. Jae-hyun seemed to have an idea, finding Lee Sang. A bold plan popped into his head. If it is the person who actually invented the potion, he can definitely make it happen. Even if he fails to create the elixir in the end, building a relationship with him is still highly worthwhile. No sooner said than done, Jae-hyun quickly threw on his jacket. "Isn't that guy still a freshman at Milas University instead of a senior?" Jae-hyun rolled his eyes. "In that case, my destination is Milas Academy." That evening, a doorbell and a knock rang out from outside Jae-hyun's house. His mother said she was scared out of her wits the moment she stepped inside. On the stove was a pot that looked like it contained radioactive waste, and the sink was pitch black. What on earth happened? Panicking, she rushed around the house to check if she should call the police, though she didn't think the place had been robbed. Holding a frying pan, she paced around. Could there really be a thief in this world who only sneaks in to mess up the kitchen? The thought was a bit ridiculous, but she couldn't help trembling. Jae-hyun still remembered when the world tree first appeared and monsters started pouring out. Only a handful of people could train themselves at lightning speed, and one of them was the swift sword, Lee Jae-hyun. He still remembered that when the first awakened vanished without a trace, Lee Jae-hyun's arrival seemed as though it was meant to inherit that awakened's mantle. He became South Korea's first S-rank conqueror, and the person I need to meet right now is his youngest son, Lee Sang. At the station, the female employee greeted him politely. "Excuse me, where would you like to go?" Jae-hyun replied. "I want to go to the portal to Daegu." He knew all too well that Daegu was currently abandoned due to the monster outbreak. He knew Daegu was a city where monsters crawled out of every corner, making you fear for your life with every step you took. That was the current state of Daegu, but there was still one reason people kept heading there. The girl asked, "Are you a student at Milas Academy?" Jae-hyun immediately denied it, saying, "No, I am still just an aspiring student." Jae-hyun let out a sigh. He was now standing at the edge of Milas Academy. If I take just a few more steps, I will reach the main gate of Milas Academy. He frowned at the place that was all too familiar from his youth, a place filled with his worst memories. But none of that matters anymore, Jae-hyun thought as he slowly stepped inside. Time to head in. There is no time to reminisce. This area isn't safe. As he walked inside to survey the surroundings, it seemed that some unsubdued monsters were still lurking nearby. Jae-hyun walked into Milas Academy under the strange stares of the crowd. After being issued a temporary pass, he wondered, where could Lee Sang be right now? He recalled that even though Lee Sang was in the combat department, the guy had absolutely no talent. Jae-hyun figured that Lee Sang, who hated fighting, was probably the reason Milas's combat foundation had plummeted to an absolute low. Resting his chin on his hand in the middle of the hallway, he thought, in that case, I should check around the classrooms first. Jae-hyun walked on, but just as he was about to move, a loud commotion echoed from the other side. Curious, Jae-hyun glanced over at the gathering crowd and walked closer to see. Someone asked, "Hey, should we stop them?" The other replied, "Stop them? What are you going to do if you get dragged into trouble just for helping that stutterer? My grades for this semester are already rock bottom." Hearing this, Jae-hyun wondered, a stutterer? As soon as he heard it, Jae-hyun guessed it could be none other than Lee Sang. He looked over, calculating. Making a little scene should be fine, right? With that in mind, Jae-hyun quickly pushed into the crowd, agilely weaving through them to get inside. He glanced around. After all, no one else was willing to step in. Seeing Jae-hyun suddenly barge in like that, everyone was left speechless, partly because they had no idea who he was. Right after that, the moment he stepped through the door, Lee Jae-sang was shoved right into him. The guy looked like he was crying. Jae-hyun gently grabbed his shoulders to help him up. Lee Jae-sang flinched and gasped. "Oh, I'm sorry." Jae-hyun gave a cold stare to the big guy standing in front of them. "Who the hell are you? You got business with our little stutterer?" he sneered. Jae-hyun looked down at the battered guy gasping for air right next to him. When the guy looked up at Jae-hyun thought with satisfaction, "Found him. This is Lee Jae-sang." Lee Jae-sang was panting heavily. After being tormented by that guy, his face was covered in cuts and bruises. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at the newcomer, looking as pitiful as an abused puppy. Seeing him, Min Jae-hyun was quietly thrilled. Found him. That's Lee Jae-sang. To Lee Jae-sang's utter surprise, Jae-hyun stepped right past him to face the tall blonde guy standing there. Min Jae-hyun asked Lee Jae-sang with concern, "Are you okay?" But the guy just looked at him in sheer confusion and shock, stuttering, "Huh? Who are you?" Having been completely ignored, the blonde guy spoke up, trying to assert his presence. "Oh?" He walked over to Min Jae-hyun, slapping a hand onto his shoulder as if they were old buddies, and asked, "Are you this stutterer's little brother?" The blonde guy kept his arm draped over Jae-hyun's shoulder. His words sounded casual, but his tone was laced with pure contempt. "I didn't know he had a brother. You two don't look alike at all." He turned toward Lee Jae-sang, who was hanging his head in shame, and kept mocking him. "I mean, he never talks about his family, so I just assumed the monsters killed them all." He kept droning on to Min Jae-hyun. "But as you can see, we're in the middle of an important discussion with your brother, all right?" Min Jae-hyun was losing his patience. He let out a tired sigh as he listened to the blonde guy's endless rambling. The guy still didn't shut up and kept going. "If you don't want any trouble, you should wait in the lounge." Before he could even finish his sentence, Min Jae-hyun slapped the blonde guy's hand off his shoulder. The blonde guy looked on in shock at his sudden resistance. Lee Jae-sang was also completely stunned, his eyes darting wide open between the two of them. Completely ignoring the blonde guy, Min Jae-hyun flashed a warm, friendly smile at Lee Jae-sang and said softly, "You should really get to a hospital." He kept showing his concern, asking, "Can you walk?" Lee Jae-sang broke into a cold sweat, completely flustered by the sudden barrage of questions. "Ugh!" Ignored once again, the blonde guy let out a furious growl. He lunged forward and grabbed Min Jae-hyun by the collar. "You little bastard!" Gritting his teeth with a deep scowl, the blonde guy growled threateningly. "Did you not hear me being nice to you? You want to die? Min Jae-hyun just stared back at him silently, watching him make an empty show of power. His face darkened. Looking down coldly at the hand gripping his collar, he said in a calm, measured voice, "That's the second time now, isn't it?" Standing before two guys who looked ready to tear each other apart, Lee Jae-sang had no idea what to do. Panicking, he stammered to try and stop them. Min Jae-hyun grabbed the blonde guy's hand and muttered to himself, "I don't know why everyone keeps grabbing my collar lately." He recalled his training, a vivid image forming in his mind. He remembered Kim Yoo-jung's spoon and her detailed explanations, using them to calculate the magic formula. He pictured her holding the spoon, slowly manipulating the water to her will, structuring the spell, and casting it. With the water swirling around her, she had given him a sly smile and asked, "Get it?" Those were the basics of magic. Then he remembered how Yoo Sung-yoon launched her magic like a piercing arrow at her opponent, and he wanted to feel what that was like. He visualized shooting a beam of light like an arrow, as if he were facing Yoo Sung-yoon, and she was inviting him to try it. Now, attack. A system notification popped up. Active skill. Divine arrow has been activated. Min Jae-hyun calmly pointed his hand toward the arrogant blonde guy standing in front of him. A blinding flash of light shot straight from his hand, hitting the guy head on. Caught completely off guard, the blonde guy coughed as if he were spitting blood. His eyes rolled back in agony, and he screamed in pure pain, "Ah!" Behind them, Lee Jae-sang watched the scene unfold in utter shock. Breaking into a cold sweat, he couldn't believe his eyes. No way. Did he just cast a spell without chanting? Outside the room, the academy students started whispering loudly, completely baffled by how Min Jae-hyun had pulled that off. What the hell? What just happened? Someone in the crowd gasped in disbelief. But that's not even the point. Did anyone actually see what he did? They looked at each other, totally clueless. How is that even possible? Was that divine arrow just now? Did it seriously break the arm of a seasoned warrior? Someone scoffed skeptically. Maybe he's just weaker than he looks. Hearing this, the blonde guy was absolutely furious, especially as the other academy students kept gossiping and dragging him. He always struts around acting like he's some big shot. The gossip only added fuel to the fire, making him grit his teeth to hold back his rage. He started panicking, thinking, if this keeps up, my reputation is going to be completely ruined. I don't know what rock you crawled out from, you bastard. Clutching his injured arm, he glared with absolute hatred at Min Jae-hyun standing tall before him. I won't let you get away with this. He spat out a furious curse. Damn it. The blonde guy's eyes bulged as he roared, you bastard. Without even finishing his sentence, the blonde guy channels his magic, and a blinding sword of light begins to materialize in his hand. Seeing this, Lee Jae-sang stutters in a panic. You need to be careful. Meanwhile, the blonde guy swings his glowing blade right at Min Hyun. Min Hyun tenses up, staring at the glowing blade as it draws closer and closer to his face, the bright light reflecting sharply in his eyes. He quickly recalls Yoo Sung-eun's teachings on how to manifest a mana shield around his body. To deflect the blow, Yoo Sung-eun had channeled her magic to summon a massive barrier, deflecting her opponent's attack right back at them. Reaching out his hand, he prepares to put her words into action. Instantly, a system notification pops up. The active skill, Mana Shield, has been activated. The blonde guy's attack is deflected, and the sword is knocked clean out of his hand, leaving him utterly stunned. Min Hyun raises his hand, and a brilliant shield envelops him. The blonde guy breaks into a cold sweat, completely panicking. Suddenly, a massive hand reaches straight for his face, sending a surge of terror through him. Squeezing his face in a brutal grip, Min Hyun forces the guy's eyes to roll back in sheer agony as he screams. Min Hyun's expression turns terrifyingly dark as he tightens his hold, growling, "Are you done yet?" Completely overwhelmed, the guy can only gasp out, You crazy bastard." Magic energy surges from Min Hyun's palm. The system announces, the active skill, Divine Arrow, has been activated. Under the barrage of Min Hyun's magic arrows, the blonde guy is utterly defeated. He goes limp, blood pouring from his nose and several teeth knocked out. Sent flying back violently, he kicks up a massive cloud of dust as he hits the ground. He blacks out immediately from Min Hyun's devastating blow. Witnessing this, Lee Jae-sang stands frozen, completely stunned by his unbelievable strength. He wonders, who on earth is this guy? While Jae-sang is losing his mind with shock, Min Hyun casually dusts off his hands like it was nothing. Then, his gaze shifts over to Lee Jae-sang. His eyes look so menacing, it's as if he's about to tear someone apart. Seeing this, the cowardly Lee Jae-sang immediately panics and bursts into tears. but Min Hyun doesn't say a word to him, quietly turning his gaze elsewhere. He then turns and walks over to the blonde guy lying completely unconscious on the ground, leaving Lee Dae-sang watching in bewilderment. His face is a bloody mess, though the bleeding has stopped, and his mouth looks sunken like an old man's due to the missing teeth. Staring down at his handiwork, Min Hyun casually remarks like a passive bystander, "Man, I really beat him to a pulp." Lee Dae-sang just stares blankly, having no idea what to say. Second-guessing himself, Min Hyun tilts his head and wonders out loud. Wait, or did he always look like this? That comment deals a massive blow to Lee Dae-sang's sanity. Feeling a bit guilty, Min Hyun waves his hand as a faint golden light glimmers over his palm. With a sigh, he mumbles, "Fine." A potion appears in his hand, and he sighs in disappointment. I didn't buy this to waste it on him. But whatever, he grumbles, staring at the bright red potion bottle marked with a strange symbol. Lee Dae-sang looks at the bottle in amazement. Is that? Min Hyun pops the cork off the bottle and pours the liquid over the blonde guy sprawled on the ground. Lee Dae-sang breaks into a cold sweat, watching his actions in absolute shock. As the red liquid splashes onto the blonde guy's face, a soft golden glow slowly envelops his features. Lee Dae-sang watches in awe as the liquid seems to shine brilliantly. Under the healing power of the premium potion, the blonde guy's face rapidly heals, the scratches vanish, and his teeth almost completely grow back. Witnessing the magical recovery, Min Hyun can't help but marvel with excitement. Seriously, I don't know who brewed this potion, but damn, it works like a charm. He looks over at Lee Dae-sang. Shall we get going now? But Dae-sang just stands there like a statue, still shaking from everything he just witnessed. Min Hyun says with mock concern, "Let's get you to the infirmary." However, his expression looks dangerously villainous. The timid Lee Dae-sang has no idea what he's planning. He grits his teeth, panting heavily as sweat pours down his face, his teary eyes making him look incredibly pitiful. On the stairs heading down to the infirmary, Min Hyun casually walks ahead, while Lee Dae-sang frantically scrambles to keep up. Panting heavily, Dae-sang furrows his brows and stutters after him. Hey, wait, he calls out in a panic. The infirmary isn't that way. Hearing this, Min Hyun stops in his tracks. He glances around, assessing their surroundings, and says suggestively, "You don't seem very popular around here, so I guess no one would hear us anyway, right?" Lee Dae-sang is completely taken aback by his words. He panics, breaking into a cold sweat as he stares in shock. Furrowing his brows in silence, a realization hits him. I knew it. He came looking for me because he already knows who I am. Gathering his courage, he looks at Min Hyun and hesitatingly asks, "No. Wait, are you the person my father sent?" Glancing at Lee Dae-sang, Min Hyun thinks to himself, looks like he's completely misunderstood the situation. I don't need to be on guard here anymore. He turns his head and refutes Lee Dae-sang's theory. No. Who are your people anyway? How am I supposed to know? Lee Dae-sang looked at him with suspicion. He cringed, completely distrusting this stranger. Seeing this, Min Hyun felt a bit helpless. The guy's eyes showed absolute distrust. Lee Dae-sang was sweating bullets, filled with doubt. So what? Why did you come looking for me? Min Hyun turned to face him, smiling as he said, "Actually, there is a favor I need to ask you." Lee Dae-sang asked back in confusion, "A favor?" Min Hyun calmly proposed, "Yes. I was wondering if you could make a potion for me." But before he could even finish his sentence, Lee Dae-sang panicked and shrieked. He kept stammering, "A potion? A potion?" Sweating profusely as if his deepest secret had just been exposed. He quickly backpedaled. I don't know how to make anything like that." Min Hyun reached into his pocket as if to pull something out. "Oh, come on, you know exactly how." "Alchemy." Pulling out a bottle of liquid marked with a distinct triangle symbol, Min Hyun pressed him. "You are the one who listed this alchemy potion on the black market, aren't you?" Lee Dae-sang gasped in disbelief. "How on earth did you?" He quickly covered his mouth to stop himself from letting slip something he shouldn't. Panic surged through him as he realized this complete stranger had already uncovered his deepest secret. How could he possibly know? There is absolutely no way to trace my identity through the black market. All of Lee Dae-sang's frantic thoughts were written all over his face. Min Hyun silently observed him, easily reading his mind. Staring at Lee Dae-sang's anxious face, Min Hyun thought to himself, "Can't be traced through the black market, huh?" Well, he's not exactly wrong about that. The black market was a highly mysterious trading organization. He continued to break it down in his mind. It utilized a transaction system that completely concealed the users' identities. This applied to the sellers as well. A system notification popped up, showing that an item had been registered on the black market. Min Hyun's thoughts continued. Even the quantity of goods and the currency used were fully hidden. He recalled the system notification stating that the registered item on the black market had been sold. Everything was handled through an anonymous system, making the security absolutely flawless. Min Hyun touched his eye, lost in thought. If that wasn't the case, thinking about his own transcendent eye, he couldn't help but marvel at its power. Besides, I have absolutely no intention of selling this eye. He continued to drift deep into his own thoughts. Though thinking about it now was pretty pointless, he finally snapped out of his endless loop of random thoughts. Min Hyun turned his attention back to Lee Dae-sang, who was still standing there like a statue. Sensing the gaze on him, Lee Dae-sang couldn't help but shudder. Flustered, the senior quickly looked away to avoid eye contact. Min Hyun thought to himself, anyway, it's a relief that the Nonya system works perfectly fine on the black market. He frowned as he looked at the vial in his hand. If he hadn't managed to buy this specific bottle, things wouldn't have been resolved this easily. Min Hyun gently shook the vial and gave Lee Dae-sang a warm smile. Am I right? You're the one who crafted this, aren't you? Lee Dae-sang gasped, sweating bullets in his panic, and quickly turned his head to avoid the question. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Seeing such an obvious reaction, Min Hyun couldn't help but chuckle. Man, you are a terrible liar. Min Hyun's tone turned serious as he made his intentions clear once again. Look, I get why you want to play dumb. He continued, but I'm running out of time. Lee Dae-sang fell silent, his mind racing. He recalled standing in front of those vials filled with red liquid, each marked with that distinct symbol. Lee Dae-sang had logged into the system, tapping away to complete the listing process. A notification had popped up in front of him, confirming that the item had been successfully registered on the black market. Remembering this, he began to doubt himself. Was it a mistake to put those potions up on the black market? He remembered letting out a heavy sigh of helplessness after navigating through the system. He desperately needed the money, but he never expected things to spiral out of control like this. Dae-song stood in stunned silence, shutting his eyes tight, gripped by the terrifying fear of being caught. No way. If my dad finds out, it'll be a complete disaster. Steeling his resolve, he realized he had to do whatever it takes. Lee Dae-sang looked up at Min Hyun and stammered, "Please." He bowed deeply, begging him sincerely, "You have to keep this a secret from everyone else." Min Hyun immediately placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He gestured toward the potion, making his stance clear. "I'm not trying to blackmail you or anything." He handed the vial back to Lee Dae-sung, who hurriedly grabbed it with a gasp. "Ah." Dae-sang stared at the vial in his hands in absolute shock. Min Hyun continued, spelling out exactly why he had tracked him down. "I'm just in desperate need of a talented alchemist." Staring at the vial in Dae-sang's hands, Min Hyun looked at him with genuine respect for his talent. "Someone who can brew the exact potion I need." Hearing this, Lee Dae-sang was completely stunned, repeating those words in his head. A talented alchemist. He looked closely at Min Hyun, studying him intently. He doesn't look like he's lying. So, is he really not someone sent by my dad? Staring directly at Min Hyun, Lee Dae-sang asked hesitantly, Who exactly are you?" His eyes were filled with doubt. Min Hyun simply flashed a humble smile. "I'm a provisional student admitted to Millet Academy, senior." He introduced himself further. "You can just call me Min Hyun." Lee Dae-sang repeated the name softly, Min Hyun. Tightening his grip on the vial in his hand, he finally made his decision. Lee Dae-sang turned to look at Min Hyun with a dead serious expression and spoke first. "All right. I will hear you out." Min Hyun followed Lee Dae-sang into a nearby room. Looking around, he couldn't help but be impressed. "This office has a really great vibe," Min Hyun said. Blushing, Lee Dae-sang stammered in response. Thank you." The two of them stood facing each other in silence, making the air feel thick and awkward. Desperate to break the ice, Lee Dae-sang nervously cleared his throat and spoke up. He quickly looked away, too nervous to meet Min Hyun's eyes. "So, about that potion you want to brew." Min Hyun flashed a knowing smirk. "The special one that boosts magic power." Lee Dae-sang froze in shock. Min Hyun leaned in, clarifying with a grin. "We are talking about a potion that permanently increases magic power, right?" He jumped out of his chair, completely rattled by what he just heard. Lee Dae-sang was so panicked that his usual stutter vanished instantly. Permanent increase? Is something like that even possible? Seeing his wild reaction, Min Hyun didn't say a word, only thinking to himself, "Of course it is." Min Hyun looked at him, remembering the legendary Lee Dae-sang from his past life. After all, this was the exact potion that Lee Dae-sang himself would go on to create. Slowly catching his breath, Lee Dae-sang rested his chin on his hand, completely lost in thought. A permanent magic boost. To achieve an effect like that, what kind of ingredients would we even need? He began muttering a list of possibilities, from mandragora roots to the sacred spring water of Chunam. Seeing him so intensely focused, Min Hyun was instantly reminded of the legendary figure he remembered from his own past. But Lee Dae-sang didn't stop there. He was fully locked in, diving deeper and deeper into his calculations. No. Just those won't be enough, he mumbled. But at this point, Min Hyun wasn't even listening to the words anymore. He was mesmerized, seeing the undeniable shadow of the genius alchemist he once knew. Min Hyun couldn't help but marvel. The whole vibe around him just changed. He is not even stuttering anymore. Just from hearing the desired effect, he has already figured out almost all the key ingredients. He stared at Lee Dae-sang, completely blown away by his sheer raw talent. This guy is a certified genius, Min Hyun thought, his determination solidifying. I have to bring him over to my side, no matter what. Suddenly, Lee Dae-sang snapped out of it, stopping his rapid-fire mumbling as a sudden realization hit him. Shrinking back in embarrassment, he looked at Min Hyun sheepishly and suggested, But if it is really a potion that powerful, maybe you should ask a different alchemist instead? Min Hyun did not hesitate for even a second. No way, he declared, grabbing Lee Dae-sang's shoulders with absolute excitement. I want you to make it, senior. I will provide every single ingredient and resource you could ever need. Min Hyun knew that if they just had the formula, maybe other alchemists could cook it up too. Overwhelmed by Min Hyun's intense enthusiasm, Lee Dae-sang was practically on the verge of tears from panic. But how could those ordinary hacks ever compare to a generational genius like Lee Dae-sang? Min Hyun thought. If I am going to invest, I am going all in on him. Narrowing his eyes with a sly grin, Min Hyun asked, So, will you help me out? Feeling completely cornered and sweating bullets, Lee Dae-sang had no choice but to give in. Okay, I will do it. Lee Dae-sang stared blankly, feeling completely out of his depth. He did not have a shred of confidence that he could actually pull this off. I honestly don't even know if this will succeed, he admitted. Min Hyun just smiled warmly and said, Hey, it is totally fine even if you fail. Lee Dae-sang stared at him in utter shock. Really? You are actually okay with that? He asked skeptically. If this fails, you are the one who is going to lose everything. Min Hyun scratched his head, a look of absolute trust on his face. I decided to invest in you, senior, because I truly believe in your abilities. Besides, investing is always a gamble. There is always a risk of failure. Hearing those words, Lee Dae-sang was completely speechless. He thought to himself, he is right. If I don't even try, I will never succeed, and I will spend my whole life stuck at the very bottom. Min Hyun offered a warm, reassuring smile. I am counting on you, senior. Overwhelmed with gratitude, tears welled up in Lee Dae-sang's eyes as he choked out. Yeah, okay. He couldn't help but think to himself, this is the first time in my entire life that anyone has ever believed in me like this. Meanwhile, Min Hyun grinned triumphantly, thrilled to have successfully recruited his primary target. The warm glow of the afternoon sun spilled into Lee Dae-sang's small workshop. Long after Min Hyun had left, he sat there in a daze, replaying the entire conversation in his head. Bowing his head, he bit his lower lip, lost in deep thought. He kept picturing Min Hyun scratching his head, saying with absolute sincerity, I am investing in you because you have got the talent. Come on, senior. You talk about investing like it is no big deal, even though you could lose everything, he whispered to himself, in my entire life. Has anyone ever trusted me this much? He pictured Min Hyun's warm, satisfied smile as he said, I am really looking forward to working with you, senior. Tears welled up in his eyes once more. But as the warmth washed over him, the dark, painful memories of his past also came rushing back, the relentless, cruel beatings he endured from his own family. Because he was timid and lacked the flashy talents of his siblings, he was abandoned. Having lost his mother at a young age, he was left completely on his own. As a young boy, Lee Dae-sang had to suffer through both physical and emotional abuse entirely on his own. He was a frail, sickly child, his body constantly covered in bruises and scars. And then there was his father. He was a cold, harsh man who constantly scowled in disappointment, treating him like he was completely worthless. Lee Dae-sang's heart ached, remembering how he could never do anything right in his father's eyes. It was like receiving his father's validation, Having Min Jae-hyun acknowledge him gave Lee Jae-sang a massive surge of strength. Even if he failed this time, it was okay. He made up his mind to give it everything he had, just for him. He hung his head, tears silently streaming down his face. For someone who had never proven his worth to anyone, Lee Jae-sang buried his face in his hands and sobbed. He never imagined that being recognized for the first time would touch him so deeply. A system notification popped up. Main quest, the trial of Hela. The ruler of Helheim has issued you a challenge. Defeat the dark shadow within the time limit and earn Hela's recognition. Difficulty. Rank C. Reward. Hela's reward. Time remaining. 56 days, 18 hours, and 47 minutes. Penalty for failure. Death. The system notifications kept rolling in. Difficulty. Rank C. Reward. Hela's reward. Time remaining 49 days, 22 hours, and 58 minutes. Penalty for failure. Death. The system chimed again. Difficulty. Rank C. Reward. Hela's reward. Time remaining 31 days, 21 hours, and 4 minutes. Penalty for failure. Death. Another notification flashed on the screen. Time remaining 18 days, 13 hours, and 36 minutes. Penalty for failure. Death. The deadline for the trial was shrinking fast. Time remaining 10 days, 23 hours, and 9 minutes. A magic arrow came tearing in from the side, aiming straight for Min Jae-hyun. He effortlessly and calmly dodged it. Yoo Sung-yoon didn't let up. With a wave of her hand, diamond-shaped sigils materialized around her, firing a barrage of arrows his way. Min Jae-hyun casually dodged them one by one, but then a rain of arrows tore toward him like a howling gale. Realizing he couldn't weave through this many arrows, Min Jae-hyun flicked his hand, raising a magic shield to block the oncoming onslaught. Frowning, he activated his own magic. Behind him, glowing blue arrows began to materialize one after another. A system notification appeared. The active skill, Holy Arrow, has been activated. Yoo Sung-yoon calmly channeled her mana into a barrier to block his arrows, but under the sheer force of his attack, her barrier began to crack and give way, riddled with tiny holes. Yoo Sung-yoon stared at her failing barrier in absolute shock. The shield actually cracked, she thought to herself. To think he's already gotten this strong. After an intense sparring session with Yoo Sung-yoon, Min Jae-hyun felt a bit worn out and wiped the sweat from his brow. Min Jae-hyun and Yoo Sung-yoon faced off once more, ready to keep training. The thick dust rising between them only added to the intense tension in the air. Without saying a word, Min Jae-hyun kept his eyes locked on her. Yoo Sung-yoon stared back just as intently. Min Jae-hyun started channeling his magic, yellow lightning crackling around him like he was the god of thunder. Refusing to be outdone, Yoo Sung-yoon unleashed a surge of her own magic, preparing for his attack. Min Jae-hyun raised his hand, channeling a bolt of lightning that was ready to strike. Yoo Sung-yoon calmly pointed her finger at him, condensing her magic into a small, swirling orb, but a voice suddenly cut in, interrupting their clash. "All right, that's enough." Park Jong-dae stepped in to stop them. "Time's up, you two. Great work today." As he spoke, cold sweat broke out on his face as he looked down. The training room floor was completely shattered in multiple places from their spar, leaving him completely amazed by their terrifying power. The training room floor is made of dungeon metal, and yet they managed to wreck it like this? Just leaving a tiny scratch on this stuff takes an insane amount of force. If I hadn't stepped in, they probably would have brought the whole building down. Min Jae-hyun pulled a small water bottle out of his inventory to quench his thirst. The yellow lightning crackling around him gradually faded. Yoo Sung-yoon smiled warmly, praising her training partner. "You're getting stronger at a terrifying speed. Compared to when we were your age, the sheer number of spells you can use, not to mention their raw power, is completely out of our league." Witnessing his rapid growth, a small doubt crossed her mind. "Are you taking private theory lessons somewhere else?" Min Jae-hyun took a big gulp of water before responding. "I'm learning from a friend." Yoo Sung-yoon was thoroughly impressed. She smiled brightly, a slight blush dusting her cheeks. "That's even better than I expected. I was a bit worried, since I can't teach you both theory and practical training at the same time," she continued, curiously. "Sounds like you have a pretty brilliant friend, huh?" Min Jae-hyun tilted his head in thought, then sighed. "Yeah, I guess so." A drop of sweat rolled down his face as he thought to himself. Kim Yoo-jung was definitely a genius. The only problem was her incredibly bizarre and obnoxious personality. He couldn't help but recall her weird attitude and the ridiculous things she used to say. "Can you feel the absolute greatness of your teacher?" Has the thought of buying your master some ice cream ever crossed your mind? Yoo Sung-eun walked over to Park Jong-dae and made a suggestion. By the way, Jae-hyun, didn't you say you wanted to try raiding a dungeon again? Min Jae-hyun nodded in agreement. Yeah, I want to see how much I've improved after all this training. Yoo Sung-eun smiled, showing complete faith in his abilities. Alright, with your current level, an E-rank dungeon should be a walk in the park anyway, right? Good luck out there. Hearing her words, he could only crack a bitter smile. Ha, if only it were actually just an E-rank dungeon. I really need to make a decision. Making this decision required a completely cold head. He couldn't help but wonder, was he truly ready for this? He remembered the monster lurking in that dungeon, ferocious, powerful, and terrifying alongside the system notification. The shadow dungeon monster has appeared. He couldn't help but feel anxious about what lay ahead. After all, his opponent was a rank C monster. A monster that a mere rank D awakener like him stood absolutely zero chance against in his past life. In a one-on-one fight, could he really take that thing on all by himself? Min Jae-hyun slapped both of his cheeks hard to shake off the useless thoughts. No, I've prepared everything for this. Now, all that's left is to step onto the battlefield, right? He frowned, steeling his resolve and trusting in his own abilities. I can do this. Lee Dae-sang welcomed Min Jae-hyun looking completely exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes like a ghost, and a voice so low it sounded like it was rising from the depths of hell. You're here, Jae-hyun? In his hand, he held a small box containing a massive pill. Min Jae-hyun stepped inside and asked with concern, Yes, senior, you've really outdone yourself. Staring at the massive pill, he couldn't hide his excitement. Right then, the system flashed a notification for a consumable item called the Mana Enhancement Pill, a single pill capable of permanently increasing the user's mana stats. Since it was crafted by an exceptional alchemist, its effects had been boosted significantly. Staring at the pill with intense curiosity, he was eager to take it. Can I eat this right now? Lee Dae-sang nodded. Sure, go ahead. He popped the pill into his mouth and chewed it like a piece of candy. The system popped up another notification. You have consumed the Mana Enhancement Pill. He could feel his mana surging and continuously growing the moment he swallowed the pill. The system announced that his mana stat had increased by 15 points. Staring at the massive stat boost, Min Jae-hyun was completely speechless. This is unbelievable, he exclaimed, looking over at Lee Dae-sang. The incredible effect was more than enough to make even the bitterest pill taste sweet. Lee Dae-sang was so sleep-deprived that he was swaying on his feet, looking like he might collapse right on the spot at any second. Min Jae-hyun remarked, Alchemy truly is a profound and incredibly difficult science. Even if it's the exact same item, the final effects can vary wildly, depending on the alchemist's skill. Lee Dae-sang covered his mouth and let out a long, exhausted yawn. A satisfied smile played on his lips, knowing he had chosen the perfect person to entrust with this task. If I had handed these materials to any other alchemist, forget about 15 points, I'd be lucky if the pill they made increased my mana by even 5 points. Min Jae-hyun beamed, praising his senior's incredible talent. See, senior? You're absolutely brilliant. Lee Dae-sang scratched his cheek sheepishly. It's only because you put your trust in me. Thank you. Min Jae-hyun shook his head, scratching his neck awkwardly. No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. You need to get some rest, senior. It looks like you haven't slept a wink lately. Lee Dae-sang nodded in agreement and rubbed his weary eyes. Yeah, definitely. Let me know if you need anything else, okay? Min Jae-hyun cheerfully bid farewell to Lee Dae-sang and prepared to leave. He thought to himself, with this, I am finally ready. Lee Dae-sang waved a warm goodbye. As Min Jae-hyun turned away, his eyes gleamed with absolute resolve. The moment is finally here. Tomorrow, I will defeat the shadow. Just then, the system flashed another countdown notification. Time remaining, 9 days, 22 hours, and 47 minutes. Suddenly, a massive hand reached out and touched the screen. It looks like we're having some very special guests today. A white-haired girl spoke excitedly to the monster standing right beside her. Once more, the system displayed the countdown. Time remaining, 9 days, 22 hours, and 47 minutes. Min Jae-hyun stepped up to the entrance of the dungeon. The heavy doors were engraved with mysterious, ancient patterns. He prepared himself thoroughly for the brutal battle ahead. The system pinged. Item equipped, rank C apprentice, Valkyrie's ring. A ring crafted for a Valkyrie in training. Next, the system confirmed another gear piece. Item equipped, rank C apprentice Valkyrie's necklace. A necklace crafted for a Valkyrie in training, but he didn't stop there. He continued to gear up. Item equipped, Rank C, Apprentice Valkyrie's earrings. Earrings crafted for a Valkyrie in training. The system then announced, Apprentice Valkyrie set, 3 out of 3. Passive skill unlocked. Mana plunder. Looking over the gear he had put on, he whispered, this should be more than enough. His condition was also at its absolute peak. He looked back at Park Sung-dae, signaling that he was ready to go. Park Sung-dae nodded in understanding and activated the mechanism to open the dungeon. As the heavy doors slowly parted, a blinding light burst from within, illuminating both of their faces. Feeling the brilliant light envelop him, Min Jae-hyun steeled himself for the intense battle ahead. Let's go. As he stepped into the dungeon, the system began flashing continuous warnings. You are being teleported to a designated location of the Norn system. The system then revealed the coordinates of his destination. Current location, the killing fields of Helheim. Plunging from the beam of purple light, Min Jae-hyun fell through an endless empty void. He made a heavy, powerful landing. The fierce teleportation winds around him slowly dissipated as Min Jae-hyun firmly planted his feet on the barren ground. Standing before him was a dead, silent forest shrouded in absolute darkness, barely lit by the faint moonlight. Withered trees and eerie gravestones loomed through the thick fog. Frowning, he took a careful look around his surroundings. I didn't notice it before, but there's a highly ominous, magical energy creeping through this space. He looked toward the pale purple lights drifting aimlessly all around him. The light was powerful and oppressive, completely filling the area. He was certain this was the aura of the Nightshade. Remembering how the bloodthirsty beast with dozens of glowing red eyes had glared at him, he resolved to take it down. If I beat him, I can finally meet that woman again. Hell, in his mind, he pictured the white-haired goddess lounging comfortably on a pile of bones of those who had failed, flashing a sinister, devilish smile. Min Jae-hyun silently recalled his greatest enemy and someone he wished he could forget, Loki. Just then, a nearby skeleton raised its bow and shot an arrow right at him. He continued to think of his old acquaintances and the Norse gods. The skeleton's arrow shot toward him, only to collide with a magical barrier and deflect right back where it came from. Min Jae-hyun calmly finished his sentence, saying, I have plenty of things to ask you guys. Turning to face his attackers, a massive surge of magic erupted from his body, brilliantly illuminating the surrounding area. The monsters in the area began to wake up, one by one, a massive beast on the ground, standing so solid it seemed entirely impervious to damage, and flying beasts breathing blue flames like the fires of hell. Watching them without flinching for a second, Min Jae-hyun charged straight in. And there's one thing I need to teach you. How a magic warrior actually fights. He remembered the training he received from Yu Sung-gun. In martial arts classes, this was often called a magic swordsman. But in reality, it was a unique class that seamlessly combined both magic and martial arts. Standing before Min Jae-hyun, she had explained that no one in history had ever successfully mastered this class before. He recalled her confident words as he charged at the monsters, firing magical arrows alongside his advance. When it comes to long-range combat, you can't beat a pure mage. His magical arrows pierced straight through the flying beasts above. He closed the distance, aggressively launching his next strike. Grabbing its neck, he slammed it into the ground, sending its sword clattering away as Yu Sung-gun's voice echoed in his mind. And when it comes to close combat, you can't beat a warrior. Staring down the monsters ahead, he prepared to strike again, with Yu Sung-gun's words still ringing in his ears. Without relying on a single style of attack, it makes for a highly bizarre way of fighting. In his memory, Yu Sung-gun stepped closer, pointing at Min Jae-hyun and confidently telling him, but for you, it's a completely different story. Beams of light from his magic pierced through the dark clouds, illuminating the dreary sky. After fighting for a while, the system continuously popped up notifications of his achievements. You have defeated a ghoul. You have defeated a demon. You have defeated a skeleton soldier. Your experience points have increased, followed by a flood of other alerts. Outside the tightly sealed dungeon, Park Sung-dae was busy texting someone when he suddenly stopped, sensing a strange presence. He stared into the distance, scanning the area behind the massive trees. Park Sung-dae's face darkened with caution. This aura, it's unfamiliar. He channeled his magic, summoning a sword of light into his hand. I didn't get any reports about anyone else being in this area besides us. Rumble. Along the dirt road ahead, a car was rapidly approaching him. The car screeched to a halt, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. A young woman sitting behind the wheel called out to Park Sung-jae. Hey, senior, why are you always hanging out in the middle of nowhere? She stepped out of the car, looking straight at him and sighing. Finding you is way too hard. Park Seung-jae looked at her in surprise. Wait, Yeonju? The girl put a hand to her forehead, looking down in annoyance at the dust swirling around her feet. It's been a while, senior. Realizing it was someone he knew, he dissipated the light sword and asked, What are you doing here? How's work at the guild going? Yeonju let out a weary sigh, tapping away furiously on her phone, as if sending a report. Well, I am working. I came here to handle some guild business and to see you. She looked up, locking eyes with Park Seung-jae, before explaining her purpose further. I had to drag myself all the way out here because you're never at the guild hall. Naturally, Park Seung-jae didn't buy a single word she said. She was clearly being dishonest. Hadn't she completely ignored him since graduation? But instead of calling her out, he just sighed and let her flimsy excuse slide. All right, it's good to see you again. He knew her far too well. She wasn't the type to drop by just to catch up, especially not after traveling this far. Jeonju turned to look at the entrance of the dungeon he was guarding and asked, So you are the one managing this dungeon? Park Seung-dae had no intention of sharing info with an outsider. Why does an outsider like you care? But Jeonju brushed it off and kept pressing, That is so weird. You never usually manage dungeons. Did you get demoted? Park Seung-dae just crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, completely ignoring her question. Getting no response, she did not really care and said, Hey senior, there is something I want to ask you. Jeonju glanced at the man standing near her. She lazily turned her head and asked about the rumors surrounding Yoo-eun. Is it true? Her question instantly put Park Seung-dae on guard, his face darkening. He turned his head and snapped back. They are obviously just rumors, nothing more. Where did you even hear that? She looked down, counting on her fingers with a serious face. Well, I have eyes and ears everywhere. You know how our guild is. We have plenty of sources. Hearing this, Park Seung-dae could not help but scoff. Ha, was she actually admitting to hiring people to spy on us? He let out a sigh and replied, I see. Thanks for telling me. Looks like thanks to you I have a lot more work to do now. He looked at Jeonju and asked, Are you done here? I need to get back to cleaning up. Jeonju was still completely absorbed in her phone. Oh, there is one more thing. She held her phone out in front of him. Do you know this kid named Min Jae-hyun? Her phone screen showed a photo of Min Jae-hyun. Seeing this picture, Park Seung-dae was slightly taken aback. Jeonju stepped closer, explaining in detail why she was asking about him. Lately, he seems to be hanging around the Chunha Guild headquarters a lot, and he has been meeting with Guildmaster Yoo Seung-eun quite often too. Park Seung-dae remained silent. Jeonju pressed him. Any idea why that is? Unwilling to answer her, Park Seung-dae strictly repeated what he had said before. Again, this is none of an outsider's business. Not getting the answer she wanted, Jeonju sighed and looked away. She turned to leave, saying, Honestly, I did not think you would tell me anyway. Jeonju walked over to her car and looked back at him. Senior Park Seung-dae, I already know how stubborn and proud you are. Her words kept Park Seung-dae silent. She let out a helpless sigh. Well, since I came all this way, I should at least pretend to work. After all, the guild is paying me. Park Seung-dae quietly stared at her without a word. Jeonju got into the driver's seat, glanced at him, and waved. I am off then. See you around, senior. She quickly drove away, leaving Park Seung-dae standing there frozen in place. He scratched his head and sighed. First, I need to report this to the guildmaster. Inside the dungeon, under a dark sky, swirling with the energy of dark shadows, Min Jae-hyun sat atop a pile of defeated monsters. The number of monsters he had slain was enough to form a small hill. He looked up toward the horizon. I am here. Out of the darkness, a monster surrounded by a bloodthirsty red aura approached him. The system quickly displayed a notification. The boss of the Dark Shadow Dungeon has appeared. Without hesitation, Min Jae-hyun released a magic arrow, sending it flying straight toward the shadow monster. A diamond-shaped magic circle still hovered beside him. He casually greeted it. Long time no see, huh? Dozens of eyes on the shadow monster lit up with a dangerous glow. It lunged forward to attack him. Unshaken, Min Jae-hyun sat there calmly as a series of small diamond shapes materialized behind his back, aiming directly at the shadow monster. This time, things are going to be very different. The shadow monster roared ferociously and lunged at him. It swung its arm to strike Min Jae-hyun, but he easily dodged the attack. From midair, he frowned down at his brutal opponent. Magic arrows manifested one after another, locking onto the monster. The arrows shot toward the shadow monster, colliding with its flesh with a loud crash, causing it to scream in agony. The shadow monster visibly weakened, the fiery red aura surrounding it beginning to fade. It curled up tightly, clutching its wounds. Min Hyun landed heavily in front of the shadow monster. Glaring at the one who had wounded it, the beast grew enraged, the circles on its head glowing intensely. It let out an earth-shattering roar, concentrating all of its mana at its head, where circles erupted as if piercing through the ground. Beams of crimson light shot straight into the sky amid clouds of dust and smoke. Frowning, Min Hyun stared at the columns of light, his eyes gleaming gold. Pinpointing the critical spot, he calmly took a step to the left, effortlessly dodging the blazing red beams. He walked right up to face the monster. Those bloodthirsty circles controlled the red light beams, yet he bypassed them completely unharmed. He stood his ground directly in front of the beast. Its arm lashed out at him like spears from hell. The shadow monster slammed its hand down violently, but Min Hyun gracefully slipped through the gaps between its fingers. Taking 2 steps to the right, he casually evaded the beast as it continued its relentless onslaught. Tilting its head to the left, it refused to back down. The opponent launched a relentless assault, swinging its arms at him, but he easily countered every single move. This time, the beast took a massive step to the right. Absolutely furious that it couldn't even lay a finger on him, it unleashed a dark, sinister aura that completely engulfed the surrounding space. Seeing its enraged face, Min Hyun pointed his finger at his opponent. His magic, crackling like deep gold lightning, concentrated right at his fingertips. Can't get the upper hand, so you're throwing a tantrum now? The system window popped up, announcing that the active skill, lightning chains, had been activated. Min Hyun pointed at Dark Shadow as a massive chain materialized around him, crackling with terrifying surges of lightning. Under Min Hyun's control, the chain shot straight toward Dark Shadow. The beast swung its arm, trying to block the incoming chain. It tried to dodge by turning around, but the golden chain didn't stop, instantly looping back to pursue Dark Shadow once again. From behind, Min Hyun frowned, clenching his fist as he concentrated his magical power for the decisive blow. Just like before, the chain wrapped entirely around Dark Shadow, binding its hands tightly. Once again, Dark Shadow was bound tightly by the golden chain, while a brilliant golden light erupted around it alongside a relentless barrage of lightning. Refusing to give up, Dark Shadow thrashed violently to break free from the trap. But this still wasn't enough. Realizing that Dark Shadow might break free from his restraints again, Min Hyun channeled his magic, causing a bright blue light to manifest behind him. Those blue arrows shot forward aggressively, raining down on Dark Shadow before it could even break free from the golden chain. Min Hyun's arrows pierced straight into Dark Shadow's glowing red eyes. Arg! It shrieked in agonizing pain. Out of all its eyes, only 4 remained intact, while the rest had been completely destroyed by the arrows. Consumed by blinding rage, it suppressed its pain to face Min Hyun once again. He frowned, seeing that the beast still had plenty of fight left in it. Dark Shadow's aura grew increasingly savage. Even with only 4 eyes left, it burned with a fierce desire to obliterate the man standing in front of it. With a deafening roar, it thrashed violently against its chains, creating a massive shockwave that rattled the entire area. Min Hyun instinctively shielded himself from its bloodthirsty light. Its aura had become utterly demonic. The chain could no longer bind it and was shattered into pieces. The system quickly sounded an urgent alert. Warning: Monster King Dark Shadow has entered a state of frenzy. Emergency warnings kept flashing across the system screen. Monster King Dark Shadow's strength has increased by 1.5 times. Monster King Dark Shadow's agility has also increased by 1.5 times. Min Hyun stared at the system notifications in utter shock. He grew incredibly tense under the weight of this critical situation. Just when he thought that was the final alert, he panicked as the system continued to flash new messages. The system relentlessly announced, "The Death Seal has been cast on the player. The Death Seal has been cast on the player." A deadly energy enveloped him as if preparing to consume him on the spot. Min Hyun watched in sheer panic as the dark mist slowly swallowed his entire body. The system issued another warning. If the seal is not removed within 10 minutes, the player will suffer the penalty of sudden death. The reminder popped up. The condition to remove the seal is to defeat Dark Shadow. His eyes glowed gold as he carefully analyzed the deadly aura. He grit his teeth in sheer frustration. A sudden death penalty was something he had never even heard of before. The universal active skill has been activated. The deadly aura continued to swell, growing thicker by the second. The system flashed another critical warning. The death seal has been cast on the player. Min Hyun was stunned as the deathly aura suddenly surged violently. What the hell is this? Once again, his eyes flashed gold to assess the situation just as the system announced the activation of the universal active skill. Immediately, another alert popped up. The death seal has been cast. The silhouette of a white-haired girl smiled sinisterly, resting her chin on her hand as she stared down at him. Realizing exactly who it was, Min Jae-hyun let out an angry shout as the deathly aura continued to tighten around him. Hela, how could you interfere like this? The system coldly displayed the countdown. Remaining time before sudden death penalty, 9 minutes and 28 seconds. He couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. Min Jae-hyun lunged straight at Dark Shadow from within the deadly aura. I have no choice. I have to defeat this bastard as quickly as possible. With only 4 eyes left after his attack, Dark Shadow glared at the opponent preparing to strike. It suddenly bolted away, catching Min Jae-hyun completely off guard. He grit his teeth in frustration, quickly summoning his magic arrows. Aiming straight at it, he couldn't believe his eyes. The Monster King was actually running away. Dark Shadow looked back at the arrows flying toward it. It swiftly dodged, causing the arrows to strike empty air. Once again, the system flashed the remaining time. Remaining time before sudden death penalty, 8 minutes and 32 seconds. Blah. Dark Shadow stuck out its tongue to mock Min Jae-hyun. Seeing its punchable face made his blood boil. This absolute bastard. Look at him trying to play with me. He knows he wins, as long as he drags this fight out, doesn't he? Provoked by Dark Shadow, Min Jae-hyun frowned and gathered his magical energy, a brilliant gold light radiating from his entire body. Then I will just use a wide-range skill so it can't dodge. As if reading his mind, Dark Shadow's eyes gleamed as it released a suffocating aura that engulfed the entire room. Min Jae-hyun was caught completely off guard by its sudden move. What? Crushed by its overwhelming pressure, he was forced to his knees, gasping for breath. Then, the system popped up with a ruthless notification. Resistance failed. You have been temporarily afflicted with the fear debuff. Staring at the screen, he could not help but feel utterly confused. What? This time, Dark Shadow didn't run. Instead, it charged straight at him, with pure malice, swinging its massive arm to crush him. Min Jae-hyun couldn't even put up a fight and had to take the hit head-on. The system coldly announced that the fear debuff had worn off. Min Jae-hyun coughed up a mouthful of blood in sheer agony. He quickly scrambled backward to avoid another direct clash with Dark Shadow. He knit his brows, frantically trying to come up with a strategy to take it down. With only 7 minutes and 11 seconds left before the sudden death penalty, he forced himself to his feet and carefully analyzed the situation. So, I can't just keep spamming skills that restrict the enemy's movement. He glared at Dark Shadow as it geared up for another assault. I'm not entirely sure, but if it sees me casting Judgment of Light again, it'll definitely find a way to counter it. Dark Shadow unleashed another terrifying wave of pressure, making Min Jae-hyun groan. Seriously? Am I just supposed to sit here, take a beating, and drop dead when my mana runs out? Cold sweat poured down his face as he grimaced. I need a different plan. Fast. Staring at Dark Shadow's face, which now only had 4 eyes, Min Jae-hyun realized something. Wait, its eyes took a hit earlier, so its vision has to be somewhat impaired right now. The active skill, Gale, was activated, and a pale blue wind swirled around him. First, I need to completely blind it. Once again, a system notification popped up. The power of the wind fills the player's body, temporarily boosting your agility stat. Min Jae-hyun's Gale made Dark Shadow stagger, forcing it to take a few steps back. Now, it could only see out of 2 eyes, since he had already destroyed all the others. Infuriated, it stood tall and took a defensive stance, bracing for an attack from the man in front of it, as its aura grew even denser. Min Jae-hyun stood opposite the beast, pointing his finger toward the heavens, his golden magic radiating upward in the direction he pointed. Closing his eyes calmly, he thought, "Did you really think I'd just blindly charge at you?" A glowing crest of light materialized in his palm. Min Jae-hyun let out a loud laugh. Ha! Then, with utter contempt, he spat out, "Idiot! The active skill, Thunderburst, has been activated." A blinding beam of light rained down from the heavens, engulfing Dark Shadow's entire body as a barrage of light arrows rained down upon it. Amidst the blinding glare, Min Jae-hyun stood tall like a god. He stared in awe at the aftermath, thinking, "Finally, I got him." But to his dismay, Dark Shadow was still standing. Frustrated, he cursed. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me." The beast roared, shaking the surrounding space amidst the fading golden light. Dark Shadow has not been defeated. The system coldly notified him. Remaining time before the sudden death penalty, 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Looking back, he saw the other monsters slowly rising to their feet and charging at him. Persistent bastards, you still have the energy to fight? He smirked, channeling his golden magic to wrap around his body. But it was already too late for them. The skill, Sacrifice Prep, has been activated. The undead looked up in unison, watching the dazzling golden arrows rain down upon them. Undead targets locked. Sacrifice has been converted into an offensive skill. Dark Shadow stared up in utter shock at the glowing crest hovering above its head. The active skill, Judgment of Light, has been activated, and furious beams of light rained down upon Dark Shadow. The system continued its relentless countdown. Time remaining before the sudden death penalty. 3 minutes and 36 seconds. Time remaining before the sudden death penalty. 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Time remaining before the sudden death penalty. 1 minute and 47 seconds. Time remaining before the sudden death penalty. 59 seconds. Time remaining before the sudden death penalty. 30 seconds. The system began its final countdown. 10, 9, 8. Min Jae-hyun looked up and let out a heavy sigh, preparing to accept his fate. 6. Dark Shadow collapsed. As the dust slowly settled, Min Jae-hyun smiled with pure relief. It was over. Dark Shadow lay defeated, unable to put up a fight. Yet, the system's countdown didn't stop. 5, 4, 3. The system has finally confirmed your victory over the dungeon boss, Dark Shadow. You have acquired the title, The One Who Overcame the First Trial. Somewhere far away, a woman let out a highly satisfied laugh. Aha, I knew it. There's a reason why he chose him. Wearing a sinister smile, she extended her hand as if beckoning someone. Come to me, my boy. Enter my temple. I welcome you. The holographic screen flickered as the system issued its final notifications. You have defeated the boss of the Dark Shadow dungeon. The sudden death penalty has been lifted. Min Jae-hyun stared at his hands in disbelief. The system notifications kept rolling in. You have received 3,000 points. You have received an item. You have received an item. These were all the spoils of war Min Jae-hyun had won. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The system announced, You have leveled up 3 times. Right after that, a golden light gradually enveloped the entire space. A notification popped up in front of Min Jae-hyun. You have earned the title, The One Who Overcame the First Trial. Along with those words, the ground beneath him began to crack open. The review of the player's achievements had officially begun. Min Jae-hyun felt a wave of anxiety as sweat started dripping down his forehead. Then, a new notification flashed. Review complete, and the final message chimed. The Temple of Hell is summoning the player. Glass shards scattered into the air, and Min Jae-hyun was instantly transported to a completely unfamiliar landscape. It looked like a massive fortress. He just stood there, staring in awe for what felt like forever. After a moment, Min Jae-hyun finally gasped in disbelief. Is this really the Temple of Hell? Out of nowhere, a ferocious beast appeared, its furious eyes locking onto him as it growled menacingly. Flustered, Min Jae-hyun widened his eyes, warily watching the wild beast. It seemed to have recognized him as an intruder. It charged at Min Jae-hyun like a raging tornado. Sparks of electricity continuously shot straight at him. Luckily, he managed to dodge just in time. Frustrated, Min Jae-hyun cursed under his breath. The beast's eyes flared with pure hatred as it stared him down. It pressed on with its attack, opening its jaws wide like an endless abyss of death. The terrifying creature lunged directly at Jae-hyun, aiming to swallow him whole in a single bite. Sensing the danger, Min Jae-hyun braced himself, ready to fight the hostile beast. It glared and let out a deafening roar. Suddenly, the temple doors behind them creaked open. A voice echoed, making the beast freeze in its tracks. Bring the guest inside. Those words acted like a magic spell. The beast, which had been acting like a starving predator a second ago, instantly turned into an obedient little puppy. It stood before Min Jae-hyun, its hostility completely gone. After staring at him for a moment, it turned around and trotted into the temple. Sighting in relief, Min Jae-hyun thought to himself, I finally made it here. Without any further hesitation, Min Jae-hyun followed close behind the beast. The air inside was freezing, with snow falling all around. Stepping into the temple near a brightly lit window, Min Jae-hyun scanned his surroundings and shouted confidently, Hell, I am here to see you. The beast raised its sharp-clawed paw, and a few seconds later, it plopped down on the temple floor, looking as lazy as a house dog. Responding to Min Jae-hyun's shout, a voice rang out. I must admit, I didn't expect you to make it. Hell materialized from a thick white mist. She descended onto the beast's back, looking up at Min Jae-hyun with a smirk. Congratulations, child of destiny, who is bound to face the ultimate enemy. You have passed the trial I set for you. Hearing Hell's praise, Min Jae-hyun remained expressionless and demanded, What is all this for? He stood in silence, glaring at Hel as she leaned back against her beast, and continued, "Giving me the Nornir system, and now this trial. Why?" Min Jae-hyun was highly displeased with everything that had been happening to him. He confronted her. "What are you trying to accomplish by doing all this?" Unlike the frustrated Min Jae-hyun, Hel seemed quite amused. She rested her chin in her hand with a smirk, her eyes narrowing as she looked at him. A dark, scarred hand, surrounded by a swirling white aura, appeared alongside the answer to his questions. "To turn you into the ultimate arch-enemy." Min Jae-hyun froze. "An arch-enemy?" Still unable to grasp the true meaning behind Hel's words, he asked, "But why me?" Hel answered calmly. Wearing a mysterious smile right from the start, she continued, "You were born to carry such a destiny." Her words left Min Jae-hyun deeply confused. He couldn't wrap his head around this talk of destiny. She then raised her hand as if trying to grasp something in the air. "The arch-enemy of the Aesir, you will be the one to eliminate the supreme god, Odin." Pausing for a second, she dropped her hand and pointed directly at Min Jae-hyun. "That is what Loki and the rest of us want from you." Hearing the grand scheme they wanted him to carry out, Min Jae-hyun grew skeptical. "You want me to kill Odin? I don't understand any of this." Hel closed her eyes, enjoying her comfort, and replied, "You don't need to understand. I never needed you to." Enraged by Hel's sheer arrogance, Min Jae-hyun was furious that she was using him to assassinate someone else without offering a single word of explanation. Min Jae-hyun furrowed his brow, glaring intensely at Hel. Suddenly, she darted forward, pressing a finger against Min Jae-hyun's lips and catching him off guard. She attempted to soothe his rising anger. "You must be pretty upset." It felt like she was playing a game of carrot and stick with him, giving him a blow one second and a sweet the next. She spoke gently, addressing exactly what was bothering Min Jae-hyun. "Unable to understand why you have to be a pawn in the god's game, right?" As soon as she finished her sentence, Hel pressed her finger onto Min Jae-hyun's shoulder, sending a cold shiver down his spine that made him break out in a cold sweat. But remember this, Hel's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp gaze locked directly onto Min Jae-hyun. She warned him, "This is no longer just the god's business. Where are our Aesir?" With that, she shoves Min Jae-hyun hard, sending him stumbling backward. A dark, ominous aura wraps around Min Jae-hyun, leaving him completely panicked. Having shoved Min Jae-hyun, Hela steps back toward the resting beast, laughing nonchalantly, as if nothing just happened. She says, "The world is creeping closer and closer to the apocalypse. It is all Odin's will, and everyone must kneel before him." As that dark, swirling abyss drags Min Jae-hyun in, she adds, "And we need the strength of the one prophesied to wield ultimate power. Our sworn enemy is you." Panicked, Min Jae-hyun struggles and screams, "Wait, Hela, I still have questions." But before he can even finish, Hela cuts him off completely. Gesturing with her hands, she commands the abyss to swallow him whole, giggling, "Get stronger. I will be counting down the days until we meet again." With those words, Min Jae-hyun completely vanishes into the black void. Now, only Hela and the beast remain, until a sudden voice breaks the silence. Both Hela and the beast turn toward the sound. Hela asks coldly, "Are you still watching? I do not recall inviting you here." The scene shifts to a completely different place, bathed in warm sunlight and surrounded by vibrant, lush greenery. Min Jae-hyun snaps awake, his face twisted in pure frustration and resentment. Overwhelmed with frustration, he covers his face, refusing to face reality, and lets out a miserable groan. "God, not again." In the end, she did not answer a single one of my questions. Peeking through his fingers, he looks around as the system notification pops up once more. Hela's reward has arrived. You have acquired the passive skill, Blessing of Hela. The legendary rank passive skill, Blessing of Hela, nullifies all status ailments and abnormal conditions. This reward catches Min Jae-hyun off guard. As the system lists out the details, he can only stammer, "Huh? Wait, what?" Back at the temple, the mysterious figure replies to Hela's questioning, "Oh my, please forgive the rudeness of this old man." A brilliant, glowing orb hovers in the air. As Hela and her beast watch silently, the figure says, "Hearing that you met him, well, I just could not contain my curiosity." Seeing her beast growl defensively at this uninvited guest, Hela gently places a hand on it to calm it down. The mysterious intruder chuckles in admiration. "Ha ha, what a loyal companion indeed." He presses further, "So, Hela, what are your thoughts after meeting him face to face?" Stroking her beast, Hela smiles, "Well, it is a bit too early to jump to conclusions. Our new sworn enemy has only just taken his very first step. The figure responds, Is that so? Hela turns a cold, expressionless gaze toward him. Within the flickering golden light, the silhouette of a man appears, his face obscured. Resting his chin in his hand, he chuckles. You seem to quite like him. Hela looks up at him and scoffs. Then, she laughs, admitting, I must say, our sworn enemy is progressing much faster than I anticipated. Flashbacks of Min Jae-hyun play like film reels. He even broke through the barrier I set up and came straight to find me. A complex look flickers in her eyes as she says, Honestly, I am glad I misjudged him. The man nods in agreement. That is wonderful to hear. Knowing he is doing so well puts my mind at ease. Hela smiles faintly. All right, are we finished? Surely you did not come all this way just to say that. Mimir, but the old man quickly dodges her gaze, muttering, I have no idea what you are talking about. Hela glares at him in warning. You sly old bastard. Are you really going to play dumb until the very end? You use that ridiculous act to hide your cunning, just like my second brother. The scene reveals the golden light enveloping Min Jae-hyun, as if harboring some sinister intent. Even if our sworn enemy's causality has been distorted, did you seriously think I would not notice it after meeting him in person? How disappointing. It seems your title as the Giant of Wisdom is officially outdated. Caught red-handed, the old man gets flustered. What a shame. Geez, calm down, will you? You are way too hard to fool. As Min Jae-hyun's image flickers, Hela speaks. Our sworn enemy's left eye. It is definitely the eye Odin sacrificed to the Well of Wisdom. Glancing up at the golden sphere, her eyes turn icy cold. Why did you keep this from me? I am talking about whatever you and Loki are plotting. The golden sphere glows silently. The old man sighs and says, Forgive me, Hela. I wanted to tell you, I really did, but it is just too early. Pausing for a moment, he adds, It is all destiny. Hela scoffs, mocking his words. Destiny? Fine. I am used to waiting. But there is one thing I absolutely cannot tolerate anymore. Hela glides over to the window. The old man asks, Have you come up with a brilliant idea, haven't you? Cradling her arms as if holding something close, she replies, Our sworn enemy is still far too inexperienced. And according to the prophecy, well, he still has many obstacles to overcome. She pressed an energy sphere against his chest, whispering that he needed guidance. Hel waved her hand to push the sphere away, saying, Guidance, so he will always choose the right path, no matter how massive the obstacles in his way. Meanwhile, at Milla's, in a grand and luxurious lobby, crowds of people were bustling about. Min Jae-hyun sat in a corner, frowning and sighing. He let out a frustrated grunt. A little later, while walking through the lobby, he crossed paths with someone. Recognizing him, she spoke up, You don't look so good. It was Park Hana, and she didn't look surprised at all to see him. She asked, Is something bothering you? Hearing her question, Min Jae-hyun quickly replied, No, it's nothing. Sensing his reluctance, Park Hana didn't push further and just said, Well, then let's go buy the rest of the supplies we need. Min Jae-hyun scratched his head, thinking to himself, What's bothering me, you ask? Even after everything I've survived, it still bugs me that I haven't answered a single damn question. Min Jae-hyun's eyes grew cold and unfocused, but at least I walked away with a few things. A holographic screen popped up, showing a passive skill called Hell's Blessing. It was legendary rank, capable of neutralizing any status ailment of the player. And finally, there was a notification regarding his previous ranking. After scanning the system notifications, Min Jae-hyun casually brushed some dust off his shoulder, looking entirely unfazed. I also got some skills from my old ranking. The system continued to list the skills. First was Gaze of the Gods, an S-rank skill, which helps players level up rapidly through divine blessings. Next was a passive skill called All-Seeing Divine Eye, also S-rank, which can pierce through illusions to reveal the ultimate truth. Min Jae-hyun stared intently at the screen. These ranks had never existed in the Aesir system before. What made it even more extraordinary was the term exceptional, referring to a skill that completely transcended the standards of the Aesir system. Min Jae-hyun quietly followed behind Park Hana as she led him to go shopping. As they walked, he pondered to himself, If others have skills on this level, then the all-seeing divine eye must be incredibly rare. Approaching to speak with a demigod, this was exactly what the demigods of Aesir craved, the very reason they had journeyed so far. Hel's image flashed through his mind, her voice echoing, You will kill the supreme god Odin, which is exactly what Loki and I want from you. Lost in his chaotic thoughts, Min Jae-hyun's expression darkened. He sighed once more. Suddenly, Park Hana's voice snapped him out of it. "Let's get this one." Startled, Min Jae-hyun looked up to see her pointing at a long dagger on the shelf, ready to buy it right then and there. But when he caught sight of the price tag on the shelf, his soul nearly left his body. Seriously. I will never understand how rich people spend money. Min Jae-hyun watched with a dumbfounded expression as Park Hana pulled out her card and told the cashier, "I'll pay by card." He thought in disbelief, spending 300 million won on a basic mana dagger, dropping that much cash on an ordinary item? While Min Jae-hyun was still trying to process her extravagant spending, Park Hana spoke up. "Millas will provide some gear too, but the equipment they hand out to freshmen is usually subpar, so it's much better to bring your own." With that, she began scrolling through her phone's memo app, murmuring, "Now, the next item on the list is..." Min Jae-hyun stared at the endless list on her screen, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Is that seriously all a shopping list? A moment later, Park Hana stepped in front of him, clasped her hands politely, and gave a formal bow, saying, "Hello, Min Jae-hyun. I am Park Hana from the Cheonha Guild." She went on to explain why she was there to welcome him, saying, "Our representative wanted to offer you a gift since you will soon be entering Millets." Min Jae-hyun barely reacted, but Park Hana simply asked, "Do you have some time right now?" The very next second, Min Jae-hyun found himself buried under a mountain of gear, courtesy of the representative's welcome gift. He stood there with a look of sheer disbelief, hugging the massive pile. He honestly hadn't expected the welcome gift to be this massive. He had assumed she'd just hand over some elixirs or a couple of minor items. Min Jae-hyun couldn't hide his shock, never imagining it would be anything like this. They were now at the Cheonha Guild's training ground. Having dumped the giant pile of gifts on Min Jae-hyun, Park Hana turned and started walking away, calling back, "Now, let's go test out that armor." Taken aback by her words, Min Jae-hyun shouted after her, "Wait, hold on a second." At that moment, the gear in his hands began equipping itself onto his body. Closing his eyes, Min Jae-hyun grumbled, "I don't need armor, I already have my own." Just then, a system notification popped up for the newly equipped gear. Equipped item, B, rank dark armor. A fragment of the night shrouded in darkness, a night that stretches out like death itself, yet still whispers of existence. Upon being equipped, the stealth effect is automatically activated. Min Jae-hyun stared closely at the gear's description on the screen, his eyes burning with resolve. A B-rank defensive armor set. I definitely couldn't find anything better than this. Min Jae-hyun stared at the notification, stating that stealth mode would be activated once equipped. He was lost in thought, realizing it was another stealth skill. Hana seemed to notice Jae-hyun's pensive expression. Armor that comes with such a rare skill is incredibly hard to find. Park Hana spoke up and asked Jae-hyun, "Do you want gear with a stealth function?" It seemed Hana was also giving this a lot of thought. She rested her chin in her hand, pondering. Raiders usually want gear like this, but finding it here definitely won't be easy, she said. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jae-hyun tried to politely brush it off. "Oh no," Jae-hyun said, waving his hands. "I just blurted it out. Don't worry about it. Besides, not many people want to learn that skill anyway, right?" He turned to look at Hana and added, "Unless you get lucky in a dungeon, you usually never see it." Hearing this, Hana understood and opened up to him. "Exactly. In fact, the only raider in Korea with a stealth skill is my older brother." Hearing this, Jae-hyun was completely dumbfounded. "Your brother?" Jae-hyun asked. She clarified, "Manager Park Sung." "You didn't know? I guess the agent was just messing with you." Hearing Hana's words, a storm brewed in Jae-hyun's mind as he pictured a man with scars all over his face. Seeing him stand there completely dazed, Hana started to walk away. "All right, let's skip the armor for now. Let's go check out the weapons instead," she said, heading forward. Jae-hyun thought to himself, "Wait, is she serious?" He was lost in his own thoughts, thinking the two of them didn't look alike at all. But brushing those thoughts aside, Jae-hyun followed after Hana. Suddenly, Jae-hyun's gaze shifted, becoming strange. The surrounding atmosphere grew gloomy as glowing specks of light began to float around. Jae-hyun's eyes widened as if he had spotted something. A system notification popped up, synchronizing with player. Instantly, Jae-hyun's head began to throb with a splitting headache. He clutched his head, writhing in pain, while people walked past as if nothing was happening. After a moment, Jae-hyun struggled to stand back up. He looked up at his surroundings. The atmosphere was still dark, with those glowing specks floating all around him. Jae-hyun observed carefully, wondering, Is this light coming from a treasure gate? With that thought, he suddenly dashed off. Seeing him run, Hana called out to him. Give me a second, Jae-hyun shouted back, running as fast as he could toward the source. He arrived at a place that looked like a mountain of solid gold, surrounded by countless glittering particles. A door seemed to open, signaling someone's arrival. The system notification displayed, passive skill, all, seeing divine eye, pierces through illusions to reveal the ultimate truth. The low-grade passive skill all-seeing divine eye has been unlocked. You have learned the active skill, Scout. The active skill Scout grants the following effects. 1. Evaluate the value of unidentified items. 2. Immunity to stealth and other illusion skills. A barrage of notifications popped up, overwhelming Jae-hyun as he stared at the final window. What is this? The Nornya system is activating the active skill, Scout. The scene suddenly shifted to an exhausted man desperately trying to fight off an enemy. Gritting his teeth, the man growled, "Damn it!" The attacker's face was obscured, but he had white hair and completely lifeless eyes. A fierce clash erupted between the two men. Once the dust settled, An-hoon stood victorious. Exhausted from the grueling fight, sweat dripped from An-hoon's forehead onto the ground. Seeing this outcome, An-il-woo looked quite pleased. He flashed a knowing smile and said, "Well, winning was a given anyway. I agree. The opponent has an impressive winning streak, but the gap in their skills was just too wide." The image of An-hoon standing over his defeated opponent, who lay sprawled on the ground, flashed once more. Even though he won, An-hoon didn't seem happy at all. He merely let out a quiet sigh. This was exactly why people called him a future S-class raider. Walking past An-hoon, An-il-woo offered a brief word of praise. "Good job." Hearing this, An-hoon calmly replied, "Thank you, father." But before An-hoon could even enjoy the moment, An-il-woo poured cold water on his achievement. "Don't get ahead of yourself. This was a match you were heavily favored to win anyway." Despite his father's harsh words, An-hoon didn't push back. He simply replied quietly, "I know." With that, An-il-woo clasped his hands behind his back and walked away, saying as he walked, "Now that the match is over, go get ready for the next event on your schedule. I need to buy a few things, so meet me downstairs once you are done showering." An-hoon's eyes filled with sadness, hurt that his own father refused to acknowledge his achievements. At this moment, only one word could describe how he felt. Miserable. Back in his room, he turned on the warm water. As he showered, An-hoon gripped the bathroom wall tightly. Finally letting his exhausted, vulnerable side show, he thought, "I am so sick of living like a machine, unable to make a single choice of my own." Lost in his thoughts, An-ho-yeon lowered his face, letting the warm water wash away all his worries. This wasn't the kind of raider he wanted to become. He kept asking himself, where did it all go wrong? Suddenly, the system notification popped up again. The growth type equipped item was mistletoe, the mistletoe branch that put an end to the war of Odin's son. It grows alongside the player and holds immense magical power. Once equipped, detection magic is activated. The passive skill, A-rank detection magic, boosts the user's magic detection to the absolute limit. With magic flowing through him, his mana sensitivity skyrocketed. Back in reality, Min Jae-hyun stood there, letting out a mysterious smile as he muttered the name, mistletoe. What on earth is that blindingly bright yellow stone? It seemed like Min Jae-hyun was sensing something. Was this another one of the Loki system's sick pranks? A picture of An-ho-yeon flashed through Min Jae-hyun's mind, wearing a baseball cap and a jacket, looking like he was getting ready to leave. On another beautiful morning, sunlight glinted off the glass facade of a grand, towering building. Inside, in a room filled with countless items, An-il-woo was carefully picking out gear for his son with the help of a male clerk. This one, and this one too. Meanwhile, An-ho-yeon just stood to the side, staring blankly at his father and the clerk with a completely dead expression. After a long silence, he finally spoke up hesitantly. "Isn't this a bit too much?" An-il-woo, who was currently examining a sword in his hand, paused. Hearing his son's question, he replied cold-faced, "These are all for you, so don't even think for a second that it's too much. You are destined to be a future S-rank raider." But feeling the sheer weight of it all, An-ho-yeon tried to speak up again. "But if we spend this much money, what about mom's hospital bills for this month?" Before An-ho-yeon could even finish his sentence, An-il-woo snapped angrily, "There is more than enough." His face contorted, turning incredibly dark as he glared at his son. He spat out coldly, "That is my concern. Your only job is to focus on training." With that harsh reminder, An Il-gyu turned back to the clerk to pay for the items. Standing at a distance, An Ho-yeon could only submit to his father's words. He answered reluctantly, "Yes, father." But deep down, he absolutely detested every second of it. His eyes grew hollow, filled with a deep sense of self-loathing. "What am I even doing here?" he thought as the two of them walked through the lobby. It seemed An Ho-yeon's presence was drawing a lot of attention, as people around them began to whisper non-stop. They pointed and whispered among themselves, "Look, isn't that An Ho-yeon, the martial arts genius? But what is he doing here?" Blocking out the chatter around him, An Ho-yeon pulled his cap down low and adjusted his collar, desperate to hide from their prying eyes. He bitterly thought to himself, "Was this really the kind of raider I used to dream of becoming?" Deep down, he remembered himself as a little kid, an adorable boy with white hair and big, sparkling emerald eyes. But only he knew the painful truth, that he was nothing more than a monkey trapped in a zoo cage. He remembered when he first awakened as a child. The warm image of his gentle, beautiful mother filled his mind. She would smile warmly and pat his head. It was a gentle touch, filled with all the love and tenderness a mother could give to her little boy. An Ho-yeon thought, "Back then, I truly wished to become a raider. To the outside world, we seemed like a happy family of three, but in reality, our lives were consumed by poverty and darkness. I was their only ray of hope, but that hope meant nothing to my father, other than a tool to be exploited." An Il-gyu only looked at his only son as if he were a useful piece of merchandise. An Ho-yeon kept walking behind him like a robot. He felt like a mindless machine, a tool programmed only to obey his father's orders. He lowered his head, his eyes heavy with sorrow. "Could a pathetic loser like me even survive 3 years at Mills?" He silently questioned himself. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the ground shook violently, casting a dark, ominous atmosphere over the entire building. An emergency broadcast blared over the speakers, alerting all customers. "Attention! A dungeon break has occurred near the shopping center, and monsters have emerged." Startled by the news, An Ho-yeon snapped his head up to listen closely to the announcement. "The guilds have already dispatched raiders. Please remain calm and follow our staff's instructions to evacuate." An Ho-yeon's eyes widened. "A dungeon break? Monsters are appearing right in the middle of the city?" To put it simply, a dungeon break happens when monsters escape from an uncleared dungeon after a certain period of time. As soon as the announcement ended, a female staff member began guiding the panicked crowd toward safety, shouting, "Everyone, please head this way." Another male staff member stepped in to help, trying his best to reassure them, "The raiders will be here any second. Please stay calm." Suddenly, Ho-yeon heard his father's voice. "Ho-yeon, aren't you coming?" An Il-gyu didn't show even a hint of panic. He just calmly walked forward, completely ignoring the terrified crowd running and screaming all around them. An Olgun slowly turned his head and said, "Son, you're a genius. A genius who holds the entire future of South Korea in his hands. If you get hurt here, it will put you at a huge disadvantage for tomorrow's entrance ceremony. You don't need to get involved in what's happening here." And Ho-jin listened to his father's words, absolutely stunned. He stared at his father for a long time. Deep down, he thought, "Yes, father is right. The conquerors will get here soon and handle the monsters. But in the meantime, while waiting for them to arrive, what is going to happen to those civilians?" The escaped monsters began to run wild, ruthlessly attacking innocent civilians. With determination in his eyes, and Ho-jin realized that this was his chance. Without hesitation, he spun around and bolted back inside the center, leaving his stunned father behind. And Olgun screamed, "And Ho-jin, what do you think you're doing? Get back here right now." But only one thought filled in Ho-jin's mind. This was his only chance to protect his dignity and freedom as a conqueror. And Ho-jin sprinted at absolute full speed, with one burning question on his mind. Is who he is right now the future he wanted to show his mother? And Ho-jin thought of his beloved mother lying in her hospital bed, along with his glimmer of hope about what it truly meant to be a conqueror. After running for a bit, his eyes widened in sheer shock. A monster had appeared right in front of him. It looked utterly grotesque, with sickly green skin, glowing yellow eyes, and a terrifyingly emaciated body. And Ho-jin slowly came to a halt. In front of him was not just one, but a whole horde of monsters. When they saw an Ho-jin, they stared at him like he was some strange creature. The monsters raised their weapons, preparing to attack, but something was wrong with an Ho-jin. He couldn't move a muscle. Fear began to grip an Ho-jin. He broke into a cold sweat, shaking violently, his eyes wide in absolute disbelief. "My body, it won't move. The only thing I can feel is this uncontrollable shaking." The monsters lunged forward, their jaws wide open as if to swallow An Ho-jin whole. He cursed under his breath. Damn it! Utterly powerless. In this life-or-death moment, he was completely helpless. He couldn't even lift a single finger, and Ho-jin desperately tried to move his trembling hands, repeatedly muttering, "Move! Come on, move! You knew exactly what you were getting into." A dense horde of monsters swarmed toward An Ho-jin like moths to a flame, ready to tear him apart. One monster, holding a long blade, leapt high into the air, aiming to strike him down, while An Ho-jin remained frozen in place. How could you be cowering in fear before a level low? Thoughts began to race through his mind, but An Ho-yeon still couldn't move. He stood there frozen, staring up at the monster about to lunge at him, unable to do a thing. He questioned his own resolve. Wasn't your lifelong dream to become a raider? While he was lost in his chaotic thoughts, Min Jae-hyun suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Like a flash of lightning, he struck down the monster that was about to attack An Ho-yeon. The sheer force of the blow knocked An Ho-yeon's helmet clean off, and even he was sent flying back. Thick dust filled the air in the wake of Min Jae-hyun's strike. He slowly walked over, looking at him with a puzzled expression before calling out An Ho-yeon's name. It turned out that before the monsters attacked the mall, Min Jae-hyun and Park Hana were also there shopping. Just before that, Min Jae-hyun had walked up and picked up a stone. After examining it for a moment, a notification rang out. Purchase complete, using personal account funds, minus 50 million. Suddenly, a frantic voice called out from a distance. Min Jae-hyun instinctively turned around to see Park Hana. She ran toward him, out of breath, and asked, "What's wrong? Why did you go in there?" Spotting the stone in Min Jae-hyun's hand, Park Hana asked out of curiosity, "What's that stone?" Hearing Park Hana's question, Min Jae-hyun thought to himself, "To anyone else, is this really just a rock?" But he calmly replied that it was nothing and put the stone away. Right, it would actually be weird if someone else could identify it as clearly as the system. With that thought, he turned to Park Hana and said, Actually, I don't think I need to buy a weapon anymore." Park Hana just nodded in agreement. Just then, a loud boom echoed, and an announcement blared throughout the mall, warning everyone of a dungeon break nearby. Min Jae-hyun's eyes widened in shock. He immediately rushed back inside the mall, while Park Hana cried out his name in panic. Min Jae-hyun dashed forward, kicked right through a wall of the mall, and dropped down into the open space below. Right beneath him, a swarm of monsters was gathering. They quickly noticed Min Jae-hyun falling from above. With a cold face full of murderous intent, Min Jae-hyun landed smoothly. He immediately unleashed an attack, wounding the monsters and sending the rest scattering in panic. Standing before the horde, Min Jae-hyun scanned them, sizing up his opponents. He thought to himself, "There are more of them than I expected. Wiping them out while making sure no one gets hurt is going to be a bit tricky." Striking blow after blow, Min Jae-hyun took down the monsters one by one, sending them scrambling in all directions to escape his lethal attacks. Swiftly leaping across the gaps between the buildings, he closed in on a group of monsters hiding in the shadows and wiped them out. At that exact moment, Min Jae-hyun noticed someone else was there. He instinctively asked, "Who are you?" Looking at the dazed young man before him, he said, "An Ho-yeon." The boy turned to pick up his helmet as Min Jae-hyun kept his eyes on him. "I never expected to run into the tragic genius, An Ho-yeon, in a place like this." An Ho-yeon finally found his voice and asked, "Who are you?" Min Jae-hyun thought to himself, "That's right. He's also a student at Malayas Academy." Shaking off his thoughts, Min Jae-hyun replied, "Whatever, I need your help." Suddenly, An Ho-yeon gasped as he spotted a monster creeping up to ambush Min Jae-hyun. "Huh? Wait, behind you." But it seemed he was already aware of the sneak attack and coldly replied, "I know." He raised his hand, countering the strike and turning the monster to dust in an instant. Seeing this, An Ho-yeon's eyes went wide. Min Jae-hyun continued, "We can't let these monsters get any closer to the crowded areas." He then nudged him. "Are you just going to stand there forever?" He added, "Pick up your weapon and fight with me." These words left An Ho-yeon completely stunned. He stared blankly at Min Jae-hyun. Then, as if a surge of strength rushed through him, he snapped out of it and replied, "All right." An Ho-yeon thought to himself, "It's so strange." As the thought crossed his mind, he pushed himself up, and the terrifying tremors that had paralyzed him suddenly vanished. An Ho-yeon finally found the courage to stand tall and face the terror and danger ahead. Yes, that is a true raider. Instantly, both Min Jae-hyun and An Ho-yeon dashed off to hold back the monster horde. "We can't let them get near the crowds." An Ho-yeon's eyes burned with newfound determination as he thought, What I need to do right now is, only one thing filled his mind now, saving people. After getting An Ho-yeon back on his feet, the two of them teamed up to fight off the monsters that were starting to swarm their position. Dust from the previous clash still swirled around them. Min Jae-hyun, highly alert and scanning his surroundings, turned to An Ho-yeon and challenged him. You know how to use it, right? Get ready and go taunt those demons quick. Min Jae-hyun quickly laid out the plan, saying, there are a lot of goblins around here. Don't miss a single one. You need to lure in as many as you can. An Ho-yeon listened intently as Min Jae-hyun explained, immediately focusing his mind to prepare to draw the monster's attention. Min Jae-hyun encouraged him. You can do this, right? An Ho-yeon took a deep breath, steeling his resolve once more. I can't hesitate any longer. As An Ho-yeon summons his shield and sword, I need to give this everything I've got. Then, An Ho-yeon crouches down, grips the hilt of his sword, and drives the blade straight into the ground. An Ho-yeon unleashes his howling taunt, his full power bursting forth. A notification pops up. Monsters within a 50-meter radius are targeting you. Physical attack reduced by 30% as the energy ripples outward. The monsters stand frozen, staring at An Ho-yeon as he activates his howling taunt. As the howling taunt activates, its overwhelming power begins to batter the monsters. The skill works, and their eyes turn blood red. Watching An Ho-yeon execute the move, Min Jae-hyun gets lost in thought. Howling taunt is a much higher tier skill than a regular taunt. His level is actually high enough to use that already. I guess geniuses really do walk a different path. The image of a true warrior flashes before his eyes. Even so, before my regression, the highest he ever reached was B rank. Looking at An Ho-yeon, who is concentrating so hard that sweat pours from his forehead, Min Jae-hyun wonders if his issues are purely psychological, or if there is some other hidden reason. But despite his current fame, his performance will quickly decline, which is why people end up calling him a fallen genius. Realizing he is overthinking, Min Jae-hyun shakes off his thoughts. But who cares? A weak personality can always be changed over time. My golden anchor, An Ho-yeon, might become extremely useful to me in the future. He needs to grow exactly the way I planned for my goals to succeed. After drowning in his thoughts, Min Jae-hyun finally prepares to make his move. Standing behind An Ho-yeon, he casts a magic circle and says, all right, let's face them together. Let's go. Feeling a surge of confidence, An Ho-yeon shouts, right. Min Jae-hyun snaps his fingers, firing magic bullets forward, striking down the monsters one by one. Immediately after, An Ho-yeon lunges forward to finish them off with a single sweep of his sword. After a fierce battle, all the monsters are finally wiped out. Min Jae-hyun and An Ho-yeon stand panting heavily, looking at their hard-won victory. An Ho-yeon feels a wave of relief, proud that he overcame his deepest fear. Suddenly, a strange man appears in the distance. He is wearing a knee-length yellow trench coat, casually puffing on a cigarette. He asks Min Jae-hyun and An Ho-yeon, what on earth happened here? This man is none other than Park Song-gu. Seeing a stranger approach, An Ho-yeon stares blankly, while Min Jae-hyun glances over to assess the situation. Park Song-gu looks a bit weary. He stares at Min Jae-hyun and An Ho-yeon for a brief moment. Then, he introduces himself. Hey there, I'm Park Song-gu from the National Raid Bureau. He points at the monster corpses scattered all over the place and asks, did you two take out all these goblins? Hearing Park Song-gu's question, An Ho-yeon casts a nervous glance at Min Jae-hyun and stammers, yeah, that's right. Min Jae-hyun just stares back with an icy expression. Looking at them, Park Song-gu thinks to himself, gray hair and gray eyes. Is that An Ho-yeon? I heard he's a genius, but he looks like a high schooler, and the other kid looks about the same age. Did they really wipe out all these monsters by themselves? After being lost in thought for a moment, Park Song-gu scratches his head and sighs. Man, I have no idea how I'm going to report this to my superiors. Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun instantly gets the picture. He lets out an ah, his expression remaining completely unbothered. He calmly tells Park Song-gu, actually, I wanted to discuss that very thing with you. Min Jae-hyun pauses before continuing. Just report that the Bureau handled all these monsters. No one would believe two kids did this anyway. Park Song-gu strokes his chin, pondering the suggestion. He replies, but that's against the rules. Min Jae-hyun glances down at the monsters they just defeated. He says, it's not like anyone saw us. There are no cameras or dash cams around. Park Song-gu looks a bit hesitant about the idea. He explains, look, we work for the government, so I can't just make these calls on my own. But if you really want to keep your identities a secret, I can handle that part for you. Listening to Park Song-gu ramble, Min Jae-hyun lets out a weary sigh at all the bureaucracy. The man continues, "Plus, you guys will get a reward from the raid bureau." At this, Min Jae-hyun points to unhinged and says, "Fine. Just give him my share, and keep my involvement here a secret." Unhinged looks at Min Jae-hyun in shock. At this point, Min Jae-hyun is already backed by the Jeonha Guild, so he has no use for the money. It's best to keep a low profile before getting into mills. Min Jae-hyun's eyes flicker over to Unhinged. He figures keeping Unhinged in his debt will be much more beneficial. Min Jae-hyun steps closer to Park Song-gu to wrap up the deal. Park Song-gu says, "I can take care of that. Is that all?" But right then, Unhinged rushes forward and yells, "Wait a minute." Unhinged says frantically, "What are you talking about? You're the one who cleared out all these monsters." Hearing this, Park Song-gu is completely flabbergasted, unable to believe his ears. He stares intensely at Unhinged. Min Jae-hyun turns to Unhinged and says, "I have my reasons." Min Jae-hyun gives Unhinged a gentle smile. He knows he can't risk letting that bastard find out about him before he enters mills. In just a split second, Min Jae-hyun's aura turned sinister, as if shrouded in pure darkness and a bone-chilling cold. Thoughts raced through his mind. Before my regression, I was just a nameless fighter, which is why he never paid me any attention. But things are different now. He has no idea I've switched to magic. If he found out, there's no telling what he'd do to get in my way. Lost in thought, Jae-hyun reminded himself that he needed to keep a low profile from now on. Jae-hyun flexed his fingers. His plan for revenge had to be flawless and completely hidden. He raised his hand, staring at it intently. "I need to hide my tracks, build up my strength, and wait for the perfect moment to slit his throat." A metallic, blood-red atmosphere seemed to fill the room. Meanwhile, Unhinged was also deep in his own thoughts. What should I do? I can't handle this on my own. He glanced over at Min Jae-hyun, who was still staring blankly at his own hand. Taking all the credit for what he did just doesn't feel right. But then he remembered his current situation. His mother was hospitalized, and her condition was rapidly worsening, Hoyeon thought to himself. But that money could pay for my mother's treatment. With that thought, his eyes grew heavy. I want to be an honorable raider, but if my pride delays my mom's treatment, she won't make it. Looking back at Min Jae-hyun, Hoyeon was torn, completely lost on what to do. What should I do? Right then, Jae-hyun turned his gaze toward him. Jae-hyun's gaze was cold and distant. Hoyeon thought, he looks so dead serious. Surely it's not just his pride. Is there something else making him hesitate? After a brief silence, Hoyeon realized he had to help him make a choice. Suddenly, Jae-hyun's voice cut through Hoyeon's endless thoughts. Remember this. Hoyeon's eyes widened as Jae-hyun explained. You've already done so much. If you hesitate now, people are going to die. Hearing this, Hoyeon looked down in silence. Jae-hyun pressed on. So stop thinking you don't deserve this. After a long pause, Hoyeon finally spoke up. You're right. I shouldn't have hesitated in the first place. He looked straight into Jae-hyun's eyes. He thought to himself, if overthinking causes me to lose someone important, then what's the point of my dream anyway? He firmly told Jae-hyun, I'll find a way to repay you for this. Meanwhile, Park Song-gu stood at a distance, watching the two of them talk. As a bystander, he didn't really know how to intervene, so he decided to just let them sort it out themselves. Song-gu thought to himself, wow, he's seriously persuasive. He really is something else. With that thought, he spoke up. All right, so we're set. I'll stick to the plan. With the matter settled, Jae-hyun turned to leave, tossing back a brief remark. Got it. I'm heading out first. Suddenly, Hoyeon called out to him. Wait, please. At least tell me your name and phone number. Jae-hyun's cold expression melted away. He turned around with a smile and said, no need for that. And you don't have to be so formal with me. We're actually the same age. Hearing this, Hoyeon froze, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Jae-hyun continued, we're both heading to Mills Academy anyway, so we'll be seeing plenty of each other. Hoyeon stammered, wait, we're the same age? Meanwhile, Jae-hyun thought to himself, to be honest, I've already set everything in motion for Mills. On a bright, sunny day, Jae-hyun and Kim Yoo-jung found themselves squeezed into a beautifully decorated hall. The place was packed, forcing the two of them to stand shoulder to shoulder. Yoo-jung let out a sigh. Well, here we are, our very first day at Mills Academy. Suddenly, a crowd turned their attention to a single person. One guy whispered, hey, is that him? The martial arts genius? They stared intently at Hoyeon, who was standing nearby, and began to gossip. Hoyeon, but isn't he just a foreigner? Despite the whispers, Hoyeon remained dead silent, keeping his eyes forward without paying them any mind. Once they grew tired of gossiping about Ho-yeon, they shifted their focus to a mysterious-looking girl. Her name was Seo In-na. Jae-hyun spotted In-na too, thinking to himself, she's already drawing attention so quickly. Not that it's a surprise. She's going to become one of the top raters. Having her on my side would be a massive advantage. But as he stared at her, Jae-hyun's expression darkened, a hint of sadness flickering in his eyes. He quietly reminded himself, she isn't like ordinary people. Jae-hyun carefully mapped out his next moves, knowing he didn't need to rush. After all, he already had Yoo Sung-yoon, An Ho-yeon, and Lee Jae-sang in play. As he was deep in thought, Yoo Jung nudged him and teased, sure, she's gorgeous, but you staring at her like that is getting a little creepy, you know? Hearing his childhood friend's remark, Jae-hyun winced. What? What are you even talking about? Perhaps they had spoken a bit too loudly, because In-na suddenly glanced over in their direction. On the stage, a speaker stepped up to the microphone. Welcome, incoming students. The man addressing the entire student body was Principal Gu Jae-in. He introduced himself with a formal bow. I am your principal, Gu Jae-in. Hearing that name, Jae-hyun's face fell. Gu Jae-in. So this is where it all truly begins. That's right, he looks exactly the same. I remember now. Suddenly, the scene shifted to Yoo Jung as a rush of old memories flooded back. A terrifying vision flashes in his mind. She is collapsed on the ground, screaming. No, Kim Yoo Jung, please, I beg you. Just thinking about it makes Min Jae-hyun's face darken with dread. He tells himself, get a grip. You know anything can happen at Millae's academy, right? Seeing her friend suddenly act so sweet, Kim Yoo Jung grins and says, whoa, why the sudden concern? Don't worry, I'm gonna study super hard. Min Jae-hyun thinks to himself, that's right, Kim Yoo Jung will become one of the 3 strongest mages in our class. This time, I won't let her die. Up on the podium, their beloved principal is still rambling on, shouting, listen up everyone. He raises a thick stack of papers in his hand. We will now begin the entrance ceremony for Milla's academy. He emphasizes, my speech ends here, and I'm sure you guys are totally bored by now, right? Gu Jae-in raises his hand high, shouting, but you must know, you really have to wonder where he gets all that crazy energy from. Gu Jae-in clenches his fist and speaks with booming passion. The entrance ceremony at Mill Academy features a very special event. All the students stand in dead silence, listening to the announcement. Gu Jae-in announces, a game where all freshmen will gather and steal each other's name tags. Let the freshman hunt begin. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shifts and beams of light shoot up from the floor. This sends a wave of panic through the students. Wait, what? A magic circle? Kim Yoo Jung suddenly screams in terror. Ah! She twists her ankle and is about to wipe out. Min Jae-hyun's quick reflexes kick in, and he lunges forward. If Kim Yoo Jung falls there, it'll be extremely dangerous. Fortunately, at the very last second, he manages to grab her hand. Suddenly, a blinding light flashes right behind Kim Yoo Jung. Everything begins to blur as her screams echo out. The scene shifts to another location where Park Sung-dae is sharing some news. Today is Min Jae-hyun's entrance ceremony. Yoo Sung-yoon is caught off guard. Oh my god, already? I was just about to text him to wish him luck. Park Sung-dae folds his hands behind his back and says, if you're talking about the freshman hunt, then yes. It will take place continuously for 3 days in an isolated zone. Yoo Sung-yoon replies, 3 days this time too? Even if I send it now, he won't be able to read it anyway. Yoo Sung-yoon rests her chin on her hand, looking a bit down. So we won't be able to contact him for another 3 days. How frustrating. Hearing Yoo Sung-yoon complain, Park Sung-dae chimes in. I knew you'd forget, so I sent one on your behalf yesterday. Yoo Sung-yoon is surprised to hear this. Really? Did he reply? What did Min Jae-hyun say? Park Sung-dae chuckles and pulls something out of his pocket, grinning as he speaks. The scene transitions again to a dense, sun-drenched forest. After Min Jae-hyun and Kim Yoo Jung are dragged here, he looks over at his dizzy, light-headed friend lying on the ground and gently asks, hey, are you okay? But all he gets in response is a bunch of gibberish from Kim Yoo Jung. Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun notices that, besides himself and Kim Yoo Jung, there's another person standing over there. Min Jae-hyun's eyes suddenly widen in shock. Wait, is that? The image of Seo In-ah comes into clear view. Black hair, hazel eyes, ranked 92 in magic talent. The one who completely revolutionized the mage class and will become an S-rank raider. It's none other than Seo In-ah. Showing the picture on his phone to Yoo Sung-yoon, Park Sung-dae adds, he said there's no need to worry. Yoo Sung-yoon smiles with satisfaction. That girl, Seo In-ah, is a total mystery, blowing everyone's mind who crosses paths with her. What will Seo In-ah do next? The scene cuts to Milla's academy, inside the central control room. All the instructors are gathered in the observation room. Coach Kim Seok-ji stares at the main monitor and says, "We have quite a few talented prospects this year. An Ho-yeon is so incredibly talented that he's even drawing attention from overseas." Standing nearby, Principal Gu Ja-in stares at the screen with satisfaction, adding, "And mages like Seo In-ah, Kim Yoo-jung, and Louisa all have talent scores over 90. Saying this, he shifts his eyes toward him. The profiles of the class change applicants haven't been updated yet. Principal Gu Ja-in cuts him off. "Don't worry about them." Coach Kim Seok-gi, now leaning back in his chair, gives a sinister smirk and chimes in. "If they changed classes at this stage, there's no point in even looking at them. This place isn't soft enough to coddle losers like that. When it comes to sheer power and swordsmanship, the Mills Academy applicants are generally highly talented, but a few stand way above the rest." Just then, the monitor freezes on a picture of An Ho-yeon. He pauses, thinking to himself, like An Ho-yeon. With a calculating look in his eyes, he says, "Those nobodies will only end up as stepping stones for the true geniuses. We don't need to waste opportunities on them." Principal Gu Ja-in continues clicking his remote to review the promising faces, thinking to himself, normally, when awakeners are completely overwhelmed or face a life-or-death crisis, they might get a chance to reawaken. Even if we have to sacrifice 100 C-rank raiders, we must raise a single A rank. A true raider must constantly prove their mettle. Those who fail simply haven't proven their worth yet. With that, he falls deep into thought. My job is to find the hidden gems for him. I can't afford to delay this any longer. We are back to the hunting ground. The rookie hunt takes place on an artificial demi-planet created by magic. In this space, you can do things that are absolutely impossible in reality. The scene now shifts to spells like time, manipulation, or gravity elimination. And in that space, about 50% of the candidates fail every single year. Is this event really that brutal, making you realize how limited your skills actually are? Hyun stared at Sena thoughtfully, knowing he could not afford to let his guard down. Seeing her cold demeanor and sharp gaze, he felt a wave of certainty, especially in front of Sena. On the other side, Principal Jane chuckled with delight as a main screen materialized in the air right where they were standing. He announced, "I will now explain the rules of the rookie hunt. Within the boundaries of the demi-planet you are currently on, you may only use C-rank skills or lower, and you will earn points every time you secure a name tag. When a senior takes a freshman's name tag, they will receive 10,000 points. But if a freshman takes a senior's tag, they will get 100,000 points. You can use these points anywhere in Mylat, so grab as many as you can." Hearing this, Hyun frowned in annoyance. Only C-rank skills or below. That meant he could not use his A-rank skill, Lightning Chain. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. But wait, he did not mention anything about special skills. From above, the old man spoke again. "I hope you all have a wonderful time. All skills will be scaled down to 1/10 of their power to ensure everyone's safety. So you do not need to worry about getting seriously hurt." Hyun let out a frustrated sigh, cursing under his breath. On the other side, Sena was also deep in thought. Not only did he ignore special skills, but he did not mention any stat limits either. He clearly wants to weed out the useless ones. The scene shifts to Yoo-jung, who looks somewhat dazed and confused. Sena's train of thought continues. No, he wants to filter out the truly talented ones. At that moment, Hyun looked at his childhood friend and said, "We have to stay here for 3 days. We need to find shelter first." He said this because he knew there were plenty of things on this demi-planet that could be used for survival, such as traps that can counter curses, healing pools, the nightmare forest, and an ecosystem that allows you to forage for food and find shelter. If we want to survive for 3 days, shelter is the most critical thing. We have to secure a place to stay before worrying about anything else. Suddenly, Yoo-jung spoke up. "Hey Hyun, wait, wouldn't it be safer if we invited her to join us?" He looked in the direction she was pointing, utterly confused. "Huh? Her?" Then she added, "She seems to be a magic cadet too. Wouldn't having an extra person be much better?" Hyun stood frozen, frowning as he looked back at Sena. Why is she actually making sense right now? Honestly, teaming up with Sena would definitely be the better option. But then, he remembered Sena's cold attitude and sharp, icy face, and immediately dismissed the idea. But I cannot control her. Even if I only know her from the news, What happened that day was because Sena could not control her rage, putting countless people in danger. Remembering that incident, he warned her, "We cannot make this decision so lightly. Are you absolutely sure she will not stab us in the back? And look at her. Just look at Sena's stats and that indifferent gaze. She looks completely suspicious and does not trust us one bit." Yu Jung looked puzzled. Really? Seeing that her current expression and attitude actually resembled Hyun's past self, Yu Jung said, "Honestly, she reminds me exactly of how you were when we were kids." Being a girl of action, Yu Jung immediately marched over to Sena. Behind her, Hyun called out helplessly, "Hey, wait." By then, his quick-witted friend was already standing in front of Sena, asking awkwardly, If you are down, would you like to team up with us? We are mages too, you know." Hearing this, Sena fixed a skeptical gaze on Yu Jung, never breaking eye contact. Ever the diplomat, Yu Jung kept trying to persuade her. "No matter how you look at it, this setup is totally unfair, especially for mages like us who fight much better in groups." Sena did not say much, simply giving a flat, "Yeah." Then she added, her sharp eyes darting upward as she continued, "But I think we should decide on that later." Yu Jung was startled. Huh? At that exact moment, a violent gust of wind swept over them. In front of them, a guy and a girl materialized amidst the howling wind, mockingly sneering. "Wow, look at that. We stumbled upon 3 freshmen already." The guy, named Shin Yun-seong, looked down at them with a smug, arrogant smirk and said, "Looks like earning points is going to be a breeze this year." The girl behind him, Kwon So-yoon, did not reply, her face twisted in annoyance. But suddenly, she muttered in confusion, "Huh? My radar is only picking up 2 people." Her searching eyes locked onto Hyun in utter surprise. His presence felt completely faint and shadowed, as if he barely existed, standing there in absolute silence. At that moment, So-yoon wondered, "What the hell? Why can't I sense this guy?" Meanwhile, Hyun just stared at them, silently mocking. "These guys are way too obvious." Seeing that they were upperclassmen, Yu Jung looked at him anxiously and said, "Hey, those seniors are warriors. Wouldn't it be better if we run away first?" Hyun replied with a cold face, "No, we have to capture them. We cannot escape them anyway." From what I remember, Kwon So-yoon has a special ability that allows her to track down targets within a 300-kilometer radius. On the opposite side, she was desperately trying to detect any trace of Hyun's presence. His inner monologue continued, "If we don't take them down, they'll just round up the others and ambush us." Shin Jun-song, still acting completely smug, smirked and boasted, "All right, now that I have the points, I'm going to buy a ton of delicious food." So-yul, far more alert than him, frowned in irritation and warned, "Hey, don't let your guard down. There's something seriously off about that handsome guy." Ignoring her warning, he drew his sword and looked at them with supreme confidence, saying, "He's just a freshman. It's not like this is our first time playing this game." The moment the words left his mouth, he charged straight at Jae-hyun with his sword, shouting, "Just watch, I'll finish them off in the blink of an eye." On the other hand, Jae-hyun looked at him as if watching a horribly boring, failed comedy sketch. Although his first strike was meant to be a fatal blow, Jae-hyun blocked it effortlessly, leaving a clear look of panic in Shin Jun-sang's eyes. Standing in the back, So-yul sighed in frustration at his recklessness and muttered, "Seriously, that fat idiot. I literally just told him there was something weird about that guy." Over on Jae-hyun's side, a flash of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "It's been a long time since anyone dared to swing a sword at me." Meanwhile, Shin Jun-sang stubbornly clung to his delusional confidence, telling himself it was just a fluke. He swung his sword to attack once again. "How could I have never heard of a freshman so strong that they could easily counter me?" Furious, he roared, "You're nothing but a freshman mage." Yet, from start to finish, Jae-hyun effortlessly dodged his attacks as if he weren't even trying. His calm gaze analyzed every single trajectory, easily predicting and dodging every move. To put it simply, not a single one of Shin Jun-song's strikes could even scratch him. By this point, the guy was completely panicking, drenched in sweat and screaming in his own mind, "Why can't I hit him?" Once he grew bored of dodging, Jae-hyun casually grabbed the descending blade with his bare hand, then growled in a low voice, "You're really something," Shin Jun-sang. With their faces inches apart, cracks began to web across the blade held in his bare hand. In a tone dripping with pure malice, he added, "How on earth did you survive this long with a body like that?" In less than 5 seconds, the blade was crushed to absolute pieces. Not only Shin Jun-sang, but even Inna couldn't hide her utter shock. Then, Jae-hyun spoke up. Hand over your tag and I'll let you live. I'll give you 3 seconds. Looking like a grim reaper straight from hell, he thrust his hand out and commanded, leave your tag and get the hell out of here. Seeing his weapon reduced to dust, the guy's face contorted in sheer terror. As cold sweat poured down, he couldn't believe it, his mind racing as he trembled. He stared blankly at his shattered sword, unable to process what had just happened. He's just a rookie. It wasn't just the broken sword. Min Jae-hyun's razor-sharp glare made his knees buckle completely. So why? Why is he looking at me with those eyes? Losing patience, as the guy stood there, frozen in silence, Jae-hyun warned, don't go saying I never gave you a chance. He wound up his fist and drove a punch straight into his face, shouting, you're the one who threw it away. With just a single casual blow, the guy went down instantly. Kwon So-yul's eyes went wide with shock as she watched her partner get completely obliterated. Right then, the system alert popped up, announcing that player Shin Jun-sang had been eliminated. Over in the control room, the staff quickly caught wind of the news. Frowning at the notification, the principal muttered, well, the first rookie has already been eliminated. Jung Yi-soo, standing right next to him, nodded slightly. But it wasn't over yet. Another alert flashed on the screen. Player Min Jae-hyun has achieved 100,000 points. Everything had seemed normal up until this second alert popped up. Hearing the announcement, Jung Yi-soo's expression shifted instantly. She whipped around toward the 2 guys standing in the distance and shouted, wait, it's not An Ho-yeon but Min Jae-hyun. Who's that? Is there a problem, Instructor Bak Ha-jun? The instructor jumped in surprise at being called so suddenly and turned around. Fumbling with his hands in panic, he double-checked and stammered, huh? No way. Instructor Jung Yi-soo, the results are correct. Kim Ji-yeon, who was standing further away, heard this, leaned down to check, and said, everything seems normal over here too. While everyone else was in a complete frenzy over the announcement, the principal remained remarkably calm. Gu Ja-in stared casually at the results, let out a sinister smirk, and muttered a few words to himself. Min Jae-hyun, back at the arena, Kwon So-yul was absolutely furious. She glared at him with wide, angry eyes and screamed, you, who the hell are you? Min Jae-hyun didn't seem to care in the slightest about her nonsense. Instead, he softened his voice and spoke to his friend behind him. You Jung, get ready. We need to take care of the rest of them. I'm going to send you a party invite. Accept it right away. Standing behind him, Kim Yoo-jung blankly replied, huh? Oh, okay. She immediately drew her weapon, ready to fight. She couldn't help but think anxiously to herself. Has he always been this powerful? Standing next to her, Seo In-na heard this and also drew her weapon. Kwon So-yul felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Cold sweat dripping down, she thought to herself grimly, damn it. Shin Jun sang, you complete idiot. Things just got way more complicated. She looked at the 3 opponents in front of her, her anxiety growing. Even without that monster of a guy, a 3-on-1 fight was still way too risky. With no other choice, she quickly slipped 4 throwing daggers out of her pouch. I need to take down at least one of them and make a run for it. The moment the thought crossed her mind, she lunged forward with the blinding speed of an assassin. She knew she stood no chance against Seo In-na and Min Jae-hyun, so the target Kwon So-yul had her eyes on from the start was Kim Yoo-jung. Seeing Kwon So-yul suddenly rush at her like that, Kim Yoo-jung let out a surprised gasp. Whoa, but she also reacted quickly, raising a barrier to block the strike. Seeing this, Min Jae-hyun couldn't help but praise Kwon So-yul, saying, not bad at all, catching her opponent off guard with a swift attack, then using that opening to make a run for it. That was indeed Kwon So-yul's best option. Just by watching her moves, he could easily tell exactly what she was planning. He paused for a moment and thought, but the partner I chose is no pushover either. Just look at how easily she dodged that attack. Kwon So-yul froze, unable to believe her eyes. How could she keep up with my speed? At that moment, Kim Yoo-jung's eyes gleamed with determination. Min Jae-hyun watched her and thought, her little trick would only work if Kim Yoo-jung were just an ordinary person. After successfully dodging, Kim Yoo-jung immediately counterattacked with a barrage of strikes. In response, Kwon So-yul swiftly drew 4 hidden throwing knives in her hands. She threw them with all her might toward Kim Yoo-jung. The 4 throwing knives, packed with immense power, tore through the air. Even though Kim Yoo-jung was quick enough to block them, the overwhelming force behind the knives still pushed her back, giving her a hard time. Watching from a distance, Min Jae-hyun noticed her struggle and thought, fighting a senior is still too much for Yoo-jung. I should help her. As he thought this, He reached out his hand toward her and chanted, "Holy light of Alfheim." The moment the words left his mouth, a blinding flash of lightning crackled in his hand. But before he could even make a move, Seo Ina whispered, "Form the holy sword." Min Jae-hyun looked up in shock. That was Seo Ina's signature skill. In the sky, hundreds of glowing swords materialized, awaiting her command. Standing below, Seo Ina raised her weapon with one hand and shouted, "Swords of Alfheim." Instantly, those swords rained down, piercing right through Kwon So-yul. Overwhelmed by the unbelievable speed of the swords, she couldn't even react. As the blades repeatedly skewered her, her pupils dilated in terror, and she began coughing up blood. Damn it, all three of them are absolute monsters. Right up until she faded away, she finally realized that there wasn't just one monster here, the other two were also terrifyingly powerful. As the sky cleared up, Seo Ina dismissed her glowing swords. With their victory secured, a system notification popped up. Player Kwon So-yul has been eliminated. Based on contribution level, player Kim Yoo-jong has received 50,000 points. The swords Seo Ina was recalling flew past Kim Yoo-jong, leaving her completely stunned. With a stone-cold expression, Seo Ina looked at her and asked, "Did I interrupt?" Just as she finished speaking, the system showed another notification. Based on contribution level, player Seo Ina has received 50,000 points. Kim Yoo-jong smiled warmly, shaking her head as she replied, "Not at all. I only won thanks to you." Without showing any emotion, Seo Ina simply replied, "Okay." She paused for a few seconds before asking, "Are your words from earlier still valid?" After witnessing Seo Ina's overwhelming power, Min Jae-hyun began to have his doubts, thinking, "Looks like I need to update my files on Seo Ina." He stared closely at the conversation between Seo Ina and Kim Yoo-jong, thinking, "She's quiet, competitive, and highly curious." While talking to Kim Yoo-jong, Seo Ina glanced backward out of the corner of her eye. She was sharp enough to notice Min Jae-hyun watching her. The system notifications kept rolling in. "You have formed a party. 3-man party. Leader, Min Jae-hyun. Members, Kim Yoo-jong and Seo Ina." A few days later, in the nightmare forest near the shelter, clear footprints were stamped on the ground. Two guys stared intently at the tracks and said, "There are traces of people passing through. Looks like they headed into a shelter." He spoke with an incredibly tense expression, wondering, who on earth could have eliminated Kwon So-yul and Shin Jun-sang? He turned his head slightly to warn the others, saying, "The rest of you, stop searching and keep a close eye on this area." He surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing. The rookie hunt is a 3-day game. Those kids can't stay holed up in there for 3 whole days. Along with dozens of men behind him, they split up to search the area. His face was extremely tense, yet a hint of excitement slipped through as he thought, "Now, let's see what these punks actually look like." Holding her weapon, Kim Yoo-jong crept up silently behind the two guys. Waiting for the perfect moment, she struck without hesitation. Her sudden strike caught the guy completely off guard, sending him crashing to the ground. The others turned around in shock, freezing in their tracks. At that moment, a notification popped up. Player Kim Sung-hun has been eliminated. The guy standing next to Kim Sung-hun immediately sensed something and whipped his head around. Suddenly, Kim Yoo-jong dashed out of the shelter and ran deep into the forest right in front of his eyes, making no effort to hide. Spotting her figure, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Over there!" Hearing his command, the other guys scrambled to chase after her. Instead of being afraid, Kim Yoo-jong let out a smug grin. As she ran, she didn't forget to glance back. "Are there 5 of them?" she wondered to herself, letting out a sigh of relief. "Perfect. Everything is going exactly according to plan." Bursting with excitement, Kim Yoo-jong laughed out loud, turning her head back to throw some trash talk their way. "Man, you guys really are just like a pack of dogs. You're like a bunch of dogs chasing after a bone. Aren't you embarrassed running around in a pack like that?" Hearing her sarcastic remarks, these guys felt like she'd just hit a major nerve. Their faces twisted in anger, and they lost their minds, screaming, "Stop right there, you brat!" But she couldn't care less. She just kept running forward, thinking to herself, well, that was easy. Actually, back in the cave, the 3 of them had sat down to make a plan. Min Hyun-woo said, "All right, listen up." He looked at them and calmly continued, "The shelter might be safe, but we can't stay cooped up here forever. We need to go look for food, too." The 2 girls looked at each other in silence, and he added, emphasizing, "More than anything, we need to score points. That's our main objective." Kim Do-young realized something, while Ryan replied with an annoyed look, "Hey, what's up with you?" Ina casually turned and said, "You mean?" But Min Hyun-woo didn't say much, only giving a brief response. Yeah, their plan was to hunt down a few of the seniors. And of course, Kim Do-young was going to be the bait. Kim Do-young lured them to chase her right into the trap they had set up. As she ran, she kicked some mushrooms growing nearby. The mushrooms immediately shook and began to glow. A system notification popped up. Warning: a level 1 creature resides in this area. Catching a glimpse of the notification, she whispered, "Found it." But since she had been running for so long, she was starting to lose her strength. "I've lured them in just like you planned, but I'm running out of gas," she panted, whispering to herself. The moment she reached the planned location, she activated her skill. Active skill. Gale has been activated. She dashed like lightning deep into the forest, thinking, "I'm leaving the rest to you, Min Hyun-woo." Those guys chased after her blindly. As she ran, she couldn't help but feel terrified, knowing that if she failed, she'd die. The mushrooms on the ground kept glowing. Suddenly, a red system warning appeared. "You have entered the habitat of paralysis, spore mushrooms." Before setting out, Min Hyun-woo had thoroughly researched the nightmare forest. He had even asked Jae-sang how to deal with those mushrooms. Jae-sang was completely taken aback and asked, "Huh? How to deal with paralysis spore mushrooms during the rookie hunt?" The two fell silent for a moment as Jae-sang pondered. After a while, he hesitated slightly, lowering his head and saying, "Maybe using ash tree sap is your best bet, since it's really easy to find in the nightmare forest." Jae-sang spoke, but his expression showed he wasn't entirely sure. He looked up at Min Hyun-woo with worry and continued, "But it's only used for treatment, it won't prevent it. If you've already been poisoned by the paralysis spores, then maybe." Before Jae-sang could finish his sentence, Min Hyun-woo smiled and cut in, "That's more than enough. Thanks a lot." Back in the nightmare forest, one of those guys slowly realized they'd been tricked and shouted in a panic, "Wait, everyone, stop." The pursuers behind him immediately screeched to a halt. The 5 of them stood there in a daze, huddling together as they watched Kim Do-young run, hesitant about whether they should keep chasing her. Flashing red warnings popped up all over their heads. The text on the notifications repeatedly read, "You have entered the territory of paralysis spore mushrooms." Fear began to creep into the 5 young men. One of them turned and said, "Yeon-hyuk, this doesn't look good. Should we pull back?" Yeon-hyuk stood still, staring at the notifications, so furious he felt like he was having a heart attack. The warnings kept updating. Warning: a level 1 creature. He watched as Kim Do-young's figure drifted further and further away. Infuriated, Yeon-hyuk turned around and snapped at them. "We've made it this far, and you're talking about giving up?" Yeon-hyuk stubbornly wanted to press on, but his teammates were hesitant. Since they had already made it this far, they had to be extra careful. Just one slip-up and it would be game over for all of them. The teammate next to him, still sensing extreme danger, tried to stop him. "Don't chase her anymore." Refusing to listen, he immediately cut him off. Yeon-hyuk scowled with a terrifying glare, turning to growl at him. Kim Sung-hoon got taken down by a rookie. "What the hell makes you think you can talk that garbage to me?" Terrified by his glare, the guy stammered, "What's wrong with getting outsmarted by a rookie kid? If we keep going and get poisoned, then what?" After speaking, he thought to himself, "The poison range of those paralysis spore mushrooms can reach up to 50 meters. Yeon-hyuk scowled with annoyance. It seemed he didn't care about the poison at all. His eyes were locked solely on Kim Do-young. "Then that brat will get poisoned too." He barked, lowering his voice. "You and Sung-hyuk." Yeon-hyuk spoke firmly, making sure his dominance was clear. "You stay right here and watch the perimeter outside the poison range." Just for speaking up and worrying about everyone's safety, the 2 of them were left behind to guard the outside. After ordering the 2 of them around, he shouted, "The rest of you, follow me." Blinded by sheer rage, Yeon-hyuk led the remaining guys and charged headfirst deep into the forest. No matter what cheap tricks you play, it's completely useless. That brat is probably just bait sent to lure us into a trap. Knowing full well it was a trap, he still plunged straight in. As Yeon-hyuk ran, he thought, "They've seriously underestimated us. You're really looking down on us, huh? How dare a mere rookie have the guts to play us like this?" He always thought that no matter how smart Min-hyun and his crew were, they were just first years, and he could easily crush them. The whole group sprinted after her, and finally, they caught sight of Kim Do-young. He yelled from a distance, "Get her, get that brat." Kim Do-young whipped her head around in shock, her eyes wide. She was standing in the middle of a clearing, completely surrounded by a forest of paralyzing spore mushrooms. Closing in on her, the thugs sneered, "Making us chase you all the way out here. You're pretty good, you little brat." Let's see where you're going to run now. But instead of being scared, Kim Do-young just grinned with excitement, looking thoroughly amused. She began to taunt them, standing in the middle of a toxic mushroom forest, facing a gang of guys. She didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, she yelled out arrogantly, "You guys are finished. Which one of you just insulted me? Raise your hands. Let me see." Hearing threats from a junior brat, the guys completely lost their minds with rage and charged at her all at once. "You still want to act tough? You are dead meat." They charged forward, falling right into her trap. She let out a smug smile, thinking to herself, "Gotcha." She immediately swung her staff toward one of the mushrooms. Instantly, a red system notification flashed. A paralyzing spore mushroom has exploded. All creatures within a 50-meter radius will be paralyzed for 2 hours. Flashback to a few hours earlier. Kim Do-young turned to him with a puzzled look and asked, "Hey, you said you were looking for something important, but there is nothing here but trees." Min Jae-hyun, who was holding a container to collect ash tree sap, replied calmly, "Chill out, we are going the right way." He carefully collected every single drop of the sap and told the two girls, "You guys noticed too, right? This event is highly favorable for melee classes." Standing next to them, Seo-ina agreed. "Yeah, just the fact that we can only use C-rank skills and below is a massive disadvantage for classes like mages, who heavily rely on their skills." Min Jae-hyun chimed in. "But for those with high physical stats like warriors, that restriction is basically nothing. Even their low-level skills are incredibly strong. Mages are only a threat when they can use high-tier magic." Hearing this, Kim Do-young let out a defeated sigh. "Sigh, you're right. Ina is fine since she has a unique skill, but my skills are completely sealed off. At most, I only have buffs for a few basic skills. What are we even supposed to do?" Min Jae-hyun replied, a bit concerned. "We need to come up with a solid plan to make the most of those basic skills." "Hey, do you know how to use transposition?" Kim Do-young confidently put her hands on her hips and boasted. "Of course I do. I'm the one who taught you magic theory. Did you forget already?" Seo-ina, with her usual poker face, asked curiously. "Transposition is a spell that swaps the positions of two target players. How is that going to help us?" Once Min Jae-hyun finished filling his bottle with the sap, he exclaimed. "All done." Holding up the bottle of sap, he smiled and said, "With this ash tree sap, we can play some pretty fun games using transposition." Back to the present, the sky ahead suddenly lit up. Seeing the signal, Min Jae-hyun said, "It is time to start." Seo-ina glanced at him and nodded. "Got it." Just as the mushroom exploded, a thick black fog completely enveloped the group of thugs. Jin-hyuk's blood boiled with rage as he furiously screamed at that crazy bitch. The exact moment the mushroom exploded, Kim Do-young triggered her skill. A system notification popped up. "Active skill, transposition, has been activated." Kim Do-young burst into laughter and taunted them. "Time to swap. Sorry, but I can't play with you guys anymore." With that, she swapped her position with Min Jae-hyun. The second he materialized, his foot slammed directly into Jin-hyuk's face. Min Jae-hyun muttered coldly, "My turn." The impact was so devastating that Jin-hyuk's face was completely smashed, covered in blood. The sheer force of the kick sent him flying several meters back. Jin-hyuk lay there in utter disbelief. How could an upperclassman like him get absolutely wrecked by a mere first year? Ugh, damn it. Bloodied and trembling all over, he stubbornly raised his sword anyway, yelling out in a panic. "You think you've won already? You idiot. You just walked right into the paralyzing spore mushroom zone too. I knew you guys were up to something, so I left a lookout outside." Min Jae-hyun stared down at him with a completely blank, unfazed expression. Taking his silence as fear, Jin-hyuk sneered. "Once these spores clear up, all of you are." Before he could even finish his sentence, Min Jae-hyun shut him down completely, crushing his last bit of hope. "Hate to break it to you, but your lookout isn't coming." Confused, Jin-hyuk stammered. What the hell do you mean?" Right as the words left his mouth, a massive explosion went off, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The system announced, "Player Park Sung-hyuk has been eliminated." The lookout's body was pinned to the ground, riddled with swords, and the one responsible was none other than Seo-ina. She had effortlessly dealt with him on the outside in the blink of an eye. A new system notification popped up. Players Min Jae-hyun, Kim Do-young, and Seo-ina have earned 100,000 points. Seeing his last shred of hope utterly crushed, he froze, completely speechless. He had no idea that he had just messed with the absolute worst. 3 monsters. Min Jae-hyun casually slid his hands into his pockets and said, "I told you so. He is not coming." Jin-hyuk grit his teeth in sheer frustration. Still stubbornly refusing to accept defeat, he strained his neck and barked, "Just wait 2 more hours. We are definitely going to turn the tables. Once the paralyzing poison wears off, all I have to do is make my move." Before he could even finish his sentence, Min Hyun stepped closer and cut him off. "Turn the tables?" he asked calmly, speaking in a slow, deliberate tone. "Did I ever give you permission to do that?" Only then did Jin-hyuk gasp in utter shock, his jaw dropping. Wait. He could not comprehend it at all. Damn it. How was he moving around completely unaffected by the mushroom spores? Jin-hyuk stammered in sheer terror. No way, this makes no sense. Min Hyun slowly took another step forward. Yeah, it makes no sense. Reaching him, Min Hyun raised his foot, a terrifying look on his face as he said, "But you can go complain to God about it." Another notification popped up from the system. "Thanks to the blessing of God, you are completely immune to paralyzing poison." Jin-hyuk finally felt true terror, sweat drenching his forehead as he trembled and shrieked, "Get lost! Stay away from me!" With a single stomp, Min Hyun ended his life instantly. A blood-curdling scream echoed, accompanied by splatters of blood. Ah! The others watched, their faces turning completely pale with fear, too terrified to even move. One by one, they were eliminated. System alerts flashed continuously. Player Oh Jin-hyuk has been eliminated. Another point notification appeared. Players Min Hyun, Kim Do-young, and Sena have earned 100,000 points. After eliminating Jin-hyuk, Min Hyun turned around to face the remaining guys. He approached them, his smile turning increasingly sadistic as he said, "Only 3 of you left?" The 3 men screamed desperately, "No, please, stop." Finally, the system alerts flashed one after another. Players Min Hyun, Kim Do-young, and Sina have earned 100,000 points. Players Min Hyun, Kim Do-young, and Sina have earned 100,000 points. Daeong watched the notifications in utter disbelief. No way. Min Hyun's group is constantly getting point notifications. Players Min Hyun, Kim Do-young, and Sena have earned 100,000 points. Finally, the ranking leaderboard appeared. Rookie rankings. Rank 1 Min Hyun, Rank 2 Kim Do-young and Sena, Rank 4 Ahun, Rank 5 Lee Seo-hyuk and Cha Do-hyun, Rank 7 Kang Woo-san. Now that the group of 3 was outside, Kim Do-young immediately drank the antidote. Chugging the entire bottle of sap, she let out a sigh of relief. Sena asked in concern, "Are you okay?" Kim Do-young immediately replied, "I think I am good now." Seeing her complexion improve, Sena felt a bit relieved and asked, "Really? Can we keep going then?" Kim Do-young excitedly replied, "Yeah, let's go." The 2 girls walked through the forest, cautiously keeping an eye on their surroundings. Recalling what had just happened, Sena suddenly spoke up, "It seems Min Hyun knows a lot about magic. I had no idea transposition could be used that way." Kim Do-young turned back to look at her with a smile and replied, "No way, he just became a mage recently. It has not even been 3 months yet. I told you before, I was the one teaching him magic." Sena gasped in utter shock. "What? You mean Min Hyun actually planned on becoming a warrior at first?" When it came to this topic, Kim Do-young's expression turned completely serious as she said, "Yeah, just a few months ago. He was actually pretty passionate about fighting. Back then, he did not pay any attention to magic at all." But then, she paused for a moment as if realizing something, looking a bit dazed as she added, "Though, I am really surprised Min Hyun knew about ash tree sap." Kim Do-young playfully stretched and skipped along as she wondered out loud, where on earth did he learn that? And he did not even get affected by the paralyzing poison either. How is that possible? Sena watched her walk ahead and said in a low voice, "That is true." The 2 girls eventually found Min Hyun. Seeing him leaning against a tree trunk, lost in thought, they called out to him, "Hey, Min Hyun." Seeing them arrive, he turned around with a warm smile and asked, "Oh, is the paralysis gone? Looks like you both recovered well." Kim Do-young smiled brightly and replied optimistically, "Of course. After all I had to do was run like crazy and chant a spell." Kim Do-young glanced back and asked, "What about you?" Sena hesitated before replying, "Huh? Oh, yeah, I am fine too." Kim Do-young began pestering Min Hyun, rambling on, "Hey Min Hyun, your plan this time was actually pretty good, wasn't it? You seem a bit different today. You look less stupid than usual." Hearing this, Min Hyun pinched her chubby cheeks hard and retorted, "Huh? Who are you calling stupid? How dare you say that?" Sena, being introverted, just stood there watching them play around and thought to herself, Stupid. He actually looks pretty handsome. Min Hyun and Kim Do-young continued to tease each other like that, and he pinched her so hard that she could not take it and cried out, "Ah!" Sina just stood there frozen, watching them with wide eyes. A moment later, she snapped out of it and reminded herself that now was not the time to be thinking about this. Her face darkened with a hint of sadness, realizing she had to remain focused and cautious. In the deep, dark forest, the wind rustled the leaves through the night. Min Hyun tossed a few small leaves into a pot. Sena stepped forward, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she leaned closer to Min Hyun and asked, "What are you doing?" Min Hyun replied, "This is a stamina recovery potion." He rolled his eyes, remembering how utterly frustrated Lee Sang had looked while teaching him how to brew this medicine, because during his training, he failed over 100 times, making Jae-sang scream in agony over the waste of his precious, rare ingredients. Ji-hoon explained, "Just in case something went wrong, I learned how to craft it from an older guy I know." Kim Do-dung leaned back in surprise. She smirked, "Hey, what do you mean an older guy you know? You don't even have a single friend." Min Hyun turned and shot back at Do-dung. "And I suppose you have tons of friends besides me?" The words pierced her heart like a dagger. Do-dung clutched her chest, whining, "Ouch, that actually hurts." Sitting quietly and looking straight ahead, Sena said, "Ji-hoon, you really are amazing. You don't seem like you're our age at all. You look so experienced with this kind of stuff. It's almost like you're 10 years older than us." Feeling totally exposed, Min Hyun broke into a cold sweat. Stammering and searching for words, Min Hyun panicked. What the? Her intuition is insane. She even got the exact number of years right. Kim Do-dung stood up abruptly with her hands on her hips, wanting to say something to break the awkward tension. All right, enough chit-chat. Since we're heading out tomorrow, we should grab a bite to eat." With that, she pointed directly at Jae-hyun. "You guys wait here. I'll whip us up something to eat," she declared. Instantly, a look of pure dread washed over Jae-hoon's face. "Wait, what? No, it's fine. Let's just have some fruit or something instead," he stammered. Annoyed by his obvious lack of trust, Do-dung snapped, "Absolutely not. What, do you not trust me?" Caught right in the middle, Sena could only watch them bicker back and forth, completely unsure of how to break it up. Min Hyun shot back, "Trust you? Oh yeah? Then tell me. What color were those cookies you made in cooking class?" Kim Do-dung tapped her chin, racking her brain. Purple?" she guessed. Sensing an opening, Sena finally chimed in. "Did you add blueberry jam to them?" In Sena's mind, a picture-perfect, mouth-watering blueberry cookie began to form. But reality is often disappointing, and Ji-hoon quickly shattered her delicious illusion. He said, "Far from it. Her cooking is just terrible. And honestly, I'm no chef either." Jae-hoon shivered as he recalled passing out cold the moment he took a bite of her purple cookies. That incident had sent the entire class into a massive panic. After hearing the story, Sena spoke up. "Well, I know my way around a kitchen. How about I make something for us?" Hearing this, Min Hyun raised an eyebrow. "Oh? You know how to cook?" Sina sheepishly huddled in the corner and said, "I live with my grandmother, so I've been cooking for her every single day." With that, she eagerly rolled up her sleeves. She neatly tied her hair back. Min Hyun watched her, realizing he actually knew very little about Sena's family. Watching her peel vegetables and season the pot of soup, he couldn't help but wonder if she lived alone with her grandmother due to some issues with her parents. After bustling around the kitchen for a bit, she took a quick taste to adjust the seasoning. "All done," Sena chimed in, presenting her freshly made pot of soup. The piping hot soup looked incredibly mouth-watering. Kim Do-dung and Min Jae-hyun wasted no time digging in, happily devouring bite after bite. They both paused for a second to let the flavors settle, savoring every note. Suddenly, Kim Do-dung lunged forward and threw her arms around Sena. With a look of pure bliss on her face, she squealed, "This is amazing." Startling poor Sena. Even though he was stuffing his face, Min Jae-hyun didn't miss a beat to praise her. "Seriously, this is incredible. I never expected we'd get to eat something this delicious out here in the wild." Sena blushed deeply at their enthusiastic praise. It had been a very long time since she felt this kind of warmth. Meanwhile, in another room, two figures stood behind the desk chair of Principal Jin. Kim Se spoke up. "Even with all our high expectations, did student An Ho-jun really only finish in 4th place?" Glancing over at her, Deong Isu chimed in, "And I can't believe 1st and 2nd place are both mages." Grimacing in annoyance, she added, "There has to be a system glitch or something. That's the only explanation that makes any sense." Principal Jin's sinister eyes gleamed as a tense, grotesque grin distorted his face. He mused, fascinating. Usually, only a peak martial artist could pull off a performance like that. Leaning back in his chair and staring up at the screen, he wondered, so what's the deal here? A bunch of low-tier mages are somehow wiping the floor with their martial arts seniors and taking the lead? He let out a scoffing laugh, his eyes still glued to the security feed. Jin called out to Kim Ji-won, Miss Kim, rewind to the part with the paralyzing spore mushrooms. Kim Ji-won nodded in agreement and immediately pressed the remote. On the screen, a figure was shown being pinned down under someone's boot. Seeing the young man standing tall over his defeated, face-planted opponent, got Gin thinking. To have that kind of split-second judgment and nerves of steel, not to mention the raw skill to take down a martial arts specialist. He clasped his hands together, a dark shadow falling over his face. He pondered, I can't believe a mage like this actually exists. No. What's even more unbelievable is that he's just a fresh recruit. Staring intently at the folder, displaying Min Jae-hyun's profile, his eyes locked onto the boy's name. As the screen overhead replayed footage of the boy in action during the tournament, a voice spoke up. Director Lee Kim-won reported, Sir, I've gathered all the background info on student Min Jae-hyun, just as you requested, but I'm not sure if this is accurate. Gu Ja-in turns to look at her and asks, What do you mean? You're not sure if the information is correct? Well, Kim Ji-yeon is flustered, her face filled with dread. She stammers, hesitating. Gu Ja-in narrows his eyes. Calm down and tell me, what's the issue? Kim Ji-yeon hands the file to Gu Ja-in, saying, It's 70%, sir. Taking the document from her hands, he asks in disbelief, What? Holding the file, Gu Ja-in whispers, Min Jae-hyun's magic capacity index is 97%. 97%? That staggering number makes him cover his mouth to suppress a gasp. Kim Ji-yeon looks at Gu Ja-in, understanding exactly where his reaction is coming from, but a twisted, toothy grin suddenly spreads across his face. He laughs aloud. Excellent. Simply excellent. He snaps the file shut, casting a glance over his shoulder to Kim Seol-gi. This Min Jae-hyun. I want to see for myself just how talented this cadet really is. Kim Seol-gi asks, Are you saying you're going to interfere, sir? Gu Ja-in's eyes turn ice cold as he replies, Well then. On the monitor, An Ho-yeon is shown inside the forest. Gu Ja-in and his team stand there, watching closely. Kim Seol-gi speaks up. I'll prepare to shift the stage. 1 slash, 2 slashes, and a final strike lands directly on the blue light glowing in the forest. The system announces that 100,000 points have been awarded to candidates Min Jae-hyun, Kim Yoo-jung, and Seo In-na. Stepping forward, Kim Yoo-jung excitedly turns around and says, Awesome, we finally hit 1 million points. Jae-hyun replies, All right, that should be enough for now. Kim Yoo-jung turns back to him, puzzled. But why are we leaving the shelter? Min Jae-hyun answers, We don't have a choice. The other cadets are too terrified to even step foot in the nightmare forest right now. Seo In-na chimes in, Jae-hyun is right. If we want to rack up more points, we have to move out. Kim Yoo-jung stretches her tired body and sighs. I guess there's no way around it then. Let's get ready. Turning to chat with Seo In-na, Yoo-jung asks, By the way, what's the highest hunting score ever achieved by a freshman? In-na replies, 1,400,000 points. Watching the two of them talk, Min Jae-hyun thinks, I didn't expect that. Seo In-na is actually quite curious and competitive. Making a mental note of it, Min Jae-hyun smiles and says, All right, let's head out. Suddenly, an icy chill runs down his spine, forcing him to a sudden halt. He whips his head around, staring back at the forest where an ominous light is flickering. He warns, Wait, get ready, they're coming. Before he can even finish his sentence, a devastating slash surges from the woods directly at Min Jae-hyun. Min Jae-hyun swiftly dodges to the side as the strike literally splits the ground in half. Kim Yoo-jung gasps in horror as the shockwave grazes past her. Min Jae-hyun glares toward the origin of the attack, thinking, This technique. It has to be way above C rank. The system flashes 2 consecutive alerts. The connection within the subspace is currently unstable. The restrictions imposed on the candidates will be temporarily lifted. Seo In-na wonders aloud. Could that be? Kim Yoo-jung looks at Jae-hyun in panic, searching his face. Min Jae-hyun, are you okay? How could a freshman? Jae-hyun's gaze turns dead serious. He mutters, I never expected us to meet again like this. Emerging from the dust of the attack is An Ho-yeon. His head is bowed, holding a sword in his left hand and a shield in his right. What is going on? Jae-hyun wonders. An Ho-yeon pants heavily with his head down, looking completely out of it. Jae-hyun thinks, "What's wrong with him? Is he not hearing me?" Seo In-na watches An Ho-yeon with deep concern. She warns, "Watch out. It looks like he's lost his mind. It's like he's possessed by something." Jae-hyun's eyes widen in shock as he stares at An Ho-yeon. He begins to piece together who could be behind this. Of course, it has to be Gu Ja-in. He recalls his past life before regression when a similar tragedy struck. During the Mills Academy Festival, a bloodbath had occurred. What should have been a joyful celebration for the freshmen turned into an absolute disaster. He pictures a cadet holding a blade, eyes rolled back, completely white. The mastermind behind that horror was Gu Ja-in, whose innate ability is brainwashing. That brainwashed cadet had slaughtered countless others, completely unable to control his own actions. When his horrific deeds were brought to light, he was backed into a corner. That massacre was beyond brutal. Gu Ja-in orchestrated that horrific tragedy to distract the world and make his escape. Looking at An Ho-yeon's lifeless, white eyes right now brings those pre-regression memories rushing back. It was a catastrophic day that cost so many young lives, after which Gu Ja-in vanished without a trace. Kim Yoo-jung stands beside him, bracing herself for whatever is about to happen. In his past life, today was the exact day Kim Yoo-jung sacrificed her life to save him, dragging a sword shrouded in an eerie blue light along the ground. An Ho-yeon stands before Jae-hyun, issuing a silent, menacing challenge. Jae-hyun's face darkens as he clicks his tongue. "First, I need to snap him out of this." Suddenly, a system notification pops up in front of him. He stares blankly at the alert. The system reads, "Sub, Quest. Save the cadet controlled by brainwashing magic. A cadet has lost consciousness due to a brainwashing magic curse. Dispel the curse and save the cadet. Difficulty C. Rank. The reward is a blank card, with 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining. There is no penalty for failure." After reading the notification, he wondered, "A blank card? A blank card?" He smiled and walked away, leaving behind In-na and Yoo-jung, who were frantically running after him and shouting, "Min Jae-hyun, I'll help you." Jae-hyun casually replied, "No, I'm fine. You guys should get out of here as fast as possible. And if you can, grab some more points for me while you run." Yoo-jung was utterly baffled and asked, "What?" She then warned Jae-hyun, "Don't you know who that is? That's An Ho-yeon, the martial arts prodigy. How on earth are you planning to defeat him?" Jae-hyun only turned his head and gave her a mysterious smile. "Do you really think I can't?" In-na just stood there, jaw-droppingly shocked as she stared at Jae-hyun. Then, she fell into deep thought, remaining silent. After thinking it over carefully, she replied, "All right, we'll go." Hearing this, Yoo-jung turned around in absolute shock and gasped, "What's wrong with you, In-na? You too?" In-na didn't answer either, only keeping her eyes fixed on Jae-hyun. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung was completely bewildered, holding her head in frustration. Whatever." Yoo-jung turned away, completely giving up. "Fine, we'll go, and we'll try to rake in as many points as possible." Even as she walked away, she couldn't help but show her concern for Jae-hyun. "So, just make sure you don't get hurt." She immediately dragged In-na away, shouting, "We're leaving. Whether you're going to fight him or steal his name tag, just get it over with quickly. Let's go." After watching them run off, Jae-hyun let out a soft sigh and smiled. "Yeah, it won't take too long." At that moment, his mind drifted back to the past. He remembered when Ho-yeon appeared, taking down anyone who got in his way. After crushing his opponents, Ho-yeon had looked at his score in surprise. "So my total is 600,000 points now?" Then, Ho-yeon decided to sit down and rest, thinking to himself, "Somehow, I've managed to survive for 2 days. If I can just hold out for one more day, this game will finally be over." Right then, a system notification popped up, showing the freshman rankings. First place was Min Jae-hyun, with Kim Yoo-jung and Seo In-na tied for second. Fourth place was An Ho-yeon, fifth was Lee Soo-hyuk, and sixth was Cha Do-won. Hugging his shield, An Ho-yeon sighed. "I thought I was doing pretty well, but I guess taking that #1 spot is still out of reach. He really is a total monster." Ho-yeon set his shield aside and muttered in frustration. The top ranker is a magic class user with a penalty, and yet all his teammates are sitting right at the very top of the leaderboard. Recalling the image of Jae-hyun stepping out, enveloped in massive power, Ho-yeon gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with shock and reluctant admiration. "I always knew he was good, but this..." Ho-yeon closed his eyes to calm himself down, then stood back up and said, I have to do even better. He smiled faintly. I still have time. So, suddenly, a screen flickered to life. Gu Ja-in greeted his beloved student. Hello. An Ho-yeon. Startled, he whipped his head around and gasped. Huh? President Gu Ja-in? The man offered. I have a favor to ask of you. Just a small request. Instantly, Ho-yeon's eyes flashed with a violet light, and he dropped all his weapons, looking completely hypnotized. A system warning popped up. Someone has invaded your mind. Ho-yeon froze, his hand clutching his face. Wait, what am I doing here? The system warned again. The player's mind has been manipulated. Ho-yeon's eyes suddenly flew wide open in shock. Inside his mind, Ho-yeon desperately struggled to regain control. Ah, right. This is what I have to do right now. While Ho-yeon waged a fierce battle inside his own body, on the outside, he was relentlessly launching attacks at Jae-hyun. Luckily, Jae-hyun was incredibly agile, effortlessly dodging Ho-yeon's strikes. Right after, Ho-yeon activated his A-rank skill, Ultimate Martial Arts. He lunged straight at Jae-hyun, slashing his blade forward, but Jae-hyun managed to dodge it with a quick tilt of his body. Jae-hyun found it strange. Just a few days ago, he wasn't like this at all. Analyzing Ho-yeon's fighting style and movements, he silently assessed. He's got way more skilled, but it's like he's a completely different person. I barely recognize him. Leaping into the air to dodge another blow, he thought. I'm at a disadvantage when it comes to raw strength. Jae-hyun then slammed his foot onto Ho-yeon's shield, muttering in irritation. What a pain. With a powerful kick, he sent Ho-yeon flying backward, spinning around to create some distance. The system announced that the haste skill was being activated. Once activated, Jae-hyun's speed skyrocketed. He dashed past Ho-yeon like a sudden gust of wind, leaving the guy completely stunned. Jae-hyun was already behind Ho-yeon, glaring at him with a murderous gaze. Before Ho-yeon could even turn his head, Jae-hyun prepared to strike a decisive blow. But unexpectedly, Ho-yeon managed to slip away. Stepping back, Jae-hyun was genuinely surprised that his opponent had escaped, as a thick cloud of dust rose from their intense clash. Jae-hyun was amazed by how Ho-yeon's body reacted instinctively, moving even before his eyes could process the action. Ho-yeon raised his shield, taking a defensive stance. Jae-hyun couldn't help but admire him. His combat instincts are incredible. He then thought to himself, this isn't going to be as easy as I thought. His eyes flashing with intent, he thought, I could just use a special skill to snap him out of it. But the real issue is the bastard watching from the shadows. It's so obvious. He's probably enjoying the show, waiting to see how I'll handle a talented martial artist like An Ho-yeon. Jae-hyun suddenly smirked, a clever plan forming in his mind. If I end this too quickly, it'll be too boring. I'll give him a real show. But of course, everything comes with a price. Behind the monitor, Jung Yi-soo breaks into a cold sweat and gasps. What on earth am I watching? On the screen, Jae-hyun appears wrapped in chains. A combat mage fighting like a martial artist, and actually winning, and against the martial arts genius An Ho-yeon, of all people? Jung Yi-soo clutches her arms, trying to calm herself down. No way, this is impossible. She grips her arms even tighter. How did that guy pull this off? Jung Yi-soo grits her teeth and lowers her head, lost in thought. There is no way a mage could defeat a martial artist so easily. Standing right behind the principal to watch, she knows this is an undeniable reality. I know this firsthand because I'm a mage myself. So how did he? Just then, Gu Ja-in, standing in front of her, mutters, well, isn't this interesting? Meanwhile, over with Jae-hyun and An Ho-yeon, the latter has stabbed his sword into the ground, panting heavily as blood drips down. An Ho-yeon sinks to his knees, leaning on his sword just to stay upright. Jae-hyun stands before him, watching his opponent struggle. I didn't mean to take it this far, Jae-hyun admits. But hey, you're tough, so I knew you could handle it. With a grin, Jae-hyun says, well then. He smiles down at his opponent and activates his active skill, Flashbang. A blinding flash of light erupts, completely whiting out the surveillance monitors. Behind the screens, Gu Ja-in leaps to his feet in shock. Instructor Kim Ji-yeon spins around and snaps at Jung Yi-soo. What is going on? Why did the screens just go completely white? Panicked and flustered, she stammers, well, that's... Suddenly, Gu Ja-in snatches the remote control right out of Kim Ji-yeon's hand. He furiously mashes the buttons on the remote, frantically switching between camera feeds. But every single screen is nothing but pure white. It is a frustrating, blinding void of white. Yet Gu Ja-in keeps aggressively clicking the buttons anyway. Kim Ji-yeon speaks up. I think he used some sort of spell to block our vision. In a fit of rage, Gu Ja-in crushes the remote in his hand. A flashbang. Of course. That's exactly what it is. His voice drops, dripping with pure malice, making Kim Ji-yeon break into a cold sweat. Instructor Kim Ji-yeon. Gu Ja-in turns around with a forced smile, though the bulging veins on his forehead betray his sheer irritation. This student, Min Jae-hyun, have him come to my office the second this event is over. Kim Ji-yeon nervously replies, I apologize, sir, but is it wise to make such a sudden decision? Gu Ja-in steps forward, wearing a terrifyingly cold smile. Instructor Kim, Gu Ja-in says, resting a heavy hand on his shoulder. Kim Ji-yeon breaks into a cold sweat. Why do you think he did it? He continues. Why would Min Jae-hyun use a spell to block our vision when he was clearly about to win? Kim Ji-yeon looks away, too terrified to meet his gaze. Well, that is. Before he can finish, Gu Ja-in grips his shoulder even tighter, cutting him off. Seeing the veins bulging on Gu Ja-in's face and his cold, unblinking stare, Kim knows the man is absolutely furious. Doing that only makes people more curious. Meanwhile, back in the arena, An Ho-yeon grips his sword tightly, a crushing weight pressing down on his entire body. Min Jae-hyun looks down at the defeated An Ho-yeon. A flash of realization crosses his eyes, and he decides to take action. He walks over to An Ho-yeon, who is still kneeling beside his firmly planted sword. Jae-hyun reaches out and gently touches his disheveled white hair, catching Ho-yeon completely off guard. Jae-hyun is trying to save him. Instantly, a thick cloud of dust and smoke swirls around them. He's activating his active skill, absolute calculation. The moment Jae-hyun's hand makes contact, An Ho-yeon's eyes glaze over, as if hypnotized. He's actually lifting the brainwashing effect. Suddenly, An Ho-yeon's eyes snap wide open, clear and conscious once more. An Ho-yeon looks up, his voice filled with confusion. Are you okay? He struggles to push himself up. Yeah, I'm fine. But before he can even stand, he collapses to the ground with a painful groan, clutching his arm. My body. Jae-hyun fills him in on what happened. Sorry about that. You suddenly attacked me out of nowhere, so I had to play a little rough. Ho-yeon looks completely bewildered. I attacked you? Why would I do that? Jae-hyun scratches his head, unsure how to explain it. It was a mind control spell. An Ho-yeon's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Mind control? He tries to piece his memory back together. He can't recall the details, but he remembers hearing a strange voice in his head. He frowns in confusion. But even the most basic mind control spell is at least A rank. I thought the rules said we could only use skills below C rank? Jae-hyun shrugs. I'm not sure. Maybe there was a glitch in the system, or someone's tampering with things. This is definitely highly unusual, and An Ho-yeon's face is clouded with suspicion. Even if the dungeon is glitching, there is no way any student here could pull off a spell of this level. A dark thought suddenly crosses his mind. Full of doubt, he asks, if someone really is behind this, do you have any idea who it is, or why they'd do it? Jae-hyun lets out an amused smirk. But his actual answer is surprisingly casual. Nope. Standing back up, Jae-hyun adds, but if they're powerful enough to pull off a spell like this, they must hold a pretty high-ranking position. But secretly, Jae-hyun already knows the truth. Once you see how the world really works, you'll understand exactly what kind of monster Gu Ja-in is. Just then, a series of system notifications pop up. You have completed the sub-quest. Save the brainwashed student. You have been rewarded with a blank card. Meanwhile, An Ho-yeon is still struggling to even stand up on his own. Ugh, my body is completely trashed. His body is covered in wounds. But looking over at Jae-hyun, he gets even more confused. How does this guy not have a single scratch on him? Ho-yeon feels incredibly frustrated inside. Is this really my limit? Finally managing to pull himself up, he says, I don't even know what to say, except that I'm sorry. Jae-hyun turns around and replies, don't apologize, it's fine. Now that you can move, I'm heading out. Good luck. Suddenly, Ho-yeon throws something toward him, and he quickly catches it. Ah, wait, take this. Opening his palm, he realizes it's the guy's name tag. Jae-hyun looks at him with suspicion and asks, what are you doing? Without a name tag, you're going to be disqualified. But Ho-yeon couldn't care less. It's fine. I might not be as good as you, but I've still got plenty of points. Besides, it turns out he just wants to admit defeat. I lost to you fair and square, so it's only right that you have it. His eyes are shining with a pitiful look. I lost this time, but next time will be different. At the Mimir Academy Festival, I'm going to beat you and take my name tag back. And just like that, he gets eliminated from the game. Right after, a notification pops up announcing that Jae-hyun has received 100,000 points. He stares blankly at the name tag, an item worth a whopping 100,000 points. He holds tightly onto the name tag. Yeah, good luck. In that moment, Jae-hyun recalls memories from his childhood. That guy was always on another level. He possessed the very martial arts talent that Jae-hyun had dreamed of for so long. And now, a genius martial artist has actually recognized him. Jae-hyun suddenly feels his heart swelling with pride. I've been through so much since I was reincarnated, but this feeling is absolutely amazing and thrilling. This is probably just the beginning, huh? He looks down at his sword, dragging along the ground. For the first time, I actually feel like I've improved. It's time to leave my helpless past behind and take steps forward. Because of the expectations from that young martial artist, he has to try even harder. Well then, time to keep moving. The system issues an announcement. The 72-hour rookie hunt has officially ended. Calculating points. You have achieved a record-breaking score. You have achieved 1,030,000 points. Returning to the real world. In an instant, Min Jae-hyun is transported back to his original world. There, the other martial artists are looking pale, completely exhausted from the battle. Everyone is sprawled out on the ground in total fatigue. They had literally just escaped death. Min Jae-hyun thinks back to the score. He just got 1,030,000 points. Not bad, but his casual remark rubs the other players the wrong way, prompting Kim Yoo-jung to snap, "Hey, that's a record-breaking score. Aren't you supposed to be thrilled?" Yoo-jung turns to ask Seo-ina, "Don't you agree?" Meanwhile, Seo-ina is also staring blankly at her own score. Just 1 hour. If we had just one more hour, we could have reached 1,080,000 points. Man, you two are so weird. Ignoring those two, Yoo-jung is still in her own happy world. But seriously, we can live like royalty with this many points. Min Jae-hyun agrees with her. If we multiply the points by 16, that's how much money we'll get. Yoo-jung's eyes instantly light up at the thought of that much cash. In that case, we just made 16,480,001. Seo-ina's jaw drops in utter shock at such a massive amount of money. That much? I got first place, and since you two tied for second with 1,080,000 points, you'll probably get a bonus. Yoo-jung instantly freezes in shock. She frantically grabs him and bombards him with questions. Wait, what? There's a bonus too? Yeah, like 1,000,000 points or something. Now get off me. Min Jae-hyun pushes Yoo-jung's greedy face away. Her eyes are sparkling with pure joy. The two girls grab each other's hands and start dancing around in sheer joy. 1,000,000? Ina, tell me I'm not dreaming. 1,000,000 points? 2,080,000 points. So that's like 248 million won in just 3 days? While they are celebrating, others around them are looking extremely annoyed. Ugh, this is so humiliating. Everyone is staring. It looks like the onlookers are literally wishing bad luck on the three of them. Show-offs. Drop dead. Min Jae-hyun is dying of embarrassment, wishing he could just sink into the ground right then and there with these two. Just then, Kim Se-gi suddenly appears, causing everyone to nervously step aside. He calls out to them, putting an immediate halt to their little celebration. Hello, everyone. With a stern look in his eyes, he announces to the crowd, I am Coach Kim Se-gi. Yoo-jung looks confused. Oh yes, hello coach. He then lowers his voice to speak privately with the three of them. I have something to discuss with the three of you, but not out in the open. Let's head somewhere else, shall we? Jae-hyun looks him dead in the eye and asks, does this conversation have to do with our performance in the event? He nods in confirmation, then turns to lead the way. As they walk, Ina asks, Coach, where are we going? Jae-hyun quickly answers for him, the director's office. He stares at the coach, looking for confirmation, right? Kim Se-gi and Jae-hyun lock eyes in a brief mental showdown, until the coach finally relents and sighs. That's right. Kim Se-gi breaks the news, leaving them slightly bewildered. Min Jae-hyun, Kim Yoo-jung, Seo-ina, Director Gu-ja-in wants to see you. Inside the director's office, Min Jae-hyun sits with his legs crossed, a sharp look in his eyes as he asks, So, where is the director? We came all the way here because he wanted to see us, yet he's nowhere to be found? Coach Kim Se-gi remains completely silent, his expression cold and brooding. Kim Yoo-jung and Seo-ina exchange worried glances, their eyes asking, What's going on here? What is wrong with him? I have no idea. Instructor Kim Seolgi said quietly. You two should just sit down and wait. Kim Yoo-jung and Seo In-ah did as they were told, shyly sitting down. They let out a deep breath, looking as if they had just shed all their tension. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Chairman Gu Ja-in walked in. He said, "Oh, is everyone here already? Sorry, I am a bit late." Kim Yoo-jung and Seo In-ah immediately jumped to their feet when they saw Chairman Gu Ja-in show up in person. "Oh, hello. I am Kim Yoo-jung from the Magic Department, and I am Seo In-ah." Gu Ja-in smiled and replied, "All right, I already know who you two are." Kim Yoo-jung and Seo In-ah. Min Jae-hyun grumbled slightly, saying coldly, "You are really late. I was starting to fall asleep waiting for you." Kim Yoo-jung and Seo In-ah stared at him. Yoo-jung's face went completely pale, unable to believe what Jae-hyun had just said to the chairman. Even instructor Kim Seolgi turned pale, breaking out into a cold sweat from the intense tension. The room fell dead silent, as everyone wondered if Jae-hyun had lost his mind. Although Chairman Gu Ja-in kept a smile on his face, he was absolutely furious, the veins on his forehead bulging. But forcing his anger down, he said calmly, "How embarrassing." Gu Ja-in sat down and continued, "I just needed some time to prepare for our meeting today." Min Jae-hyun replied, "Oh no, we are the ones who should be embarrassed." Sighing in exhaustion, he continued, "We have been running around the subspace for 4 days straight, so we have not even had a chance to shower, and we definitely did not have time to prepare anything either." Hearing Jae-hyun's words, Gu Ja-in gave him a look of pure disdain, but he quickly forced a laugh and said, "I do not mind at all." Min Jae-hyun thought to himself, "He is obviously just playing nice because he still wants to recruit talented cadets." Gu Ja-in clasped his hands together and said, "But I have prepared a highly attractive offer to make it up to you guys." Smiling, he continued, "So do not be too hard on me." He chuckled and added, "First of all, congratulations. You three did incredibly well, securing the top 3 spots in the freshman hunt." Gesturing toward Min Jae-hyun, he said, "And Min Jae-hyun here took first place." Jae-hyun casually replied, "It was all thanks to my teammates. I could not have done it without them." Gu Ja-in thought to himself, so he does not want to show off his talent. Smiling, he continued, "Fair enough, but I watched your performance myself." Gu Ja-in asked, "But did you even try your hardest?" Looking at Jae-hyun, he added, "You easily broke the record with a whopping 1,400,000 points." Clapping in appreciation, he encouraged Jae-hyun, "Incredible. Truly an unbelievable score." Seo In-ah spoke up, "Thank you." But Min Jae-hyun, completely unfazed, cut in coldly, "Can we just get straight to the point?" With a sly grin, Gu Ja-in said, "We, Mills Academy, would like to offer you some very special rewards." Gu Ja-in explained, "First off, you will get to stay in Mills's premium dorms completely free of charge." He moved on to the next benefit, saying, "Second, you will receive exclusive access to all of Mills's facilities." Meanwhile, both Jae-hyun and Yoo-jung barely paid any attention. Gu Ja-in continued with the third privilege. "Third, if your exam results at Mills are unsatisfactory, you will be given a chance to retake them and change your grade." Hearing this, Seo In-ah seemed quite tense. Gu Ja-in smiled and asked, "So, what do you think?" To receive these 3 special rewards, all you have to do is sign an official partnership agreement with Mills. Without hesitation, Min Jae-hyun answered, "I decline." Gu Ja-in froze. Min Jae-hyun added, "It sounds tempting, but we can easily earn those exact same privileges by working hard for just 1 month." Hearing this, Gu Ja-in's expression darkened. Covering his smirking mouth with his hand, Jae-hyun continued, "Above all, Mills always prioritizes skill, so why should I sign a contract and pay a commission fee?" With that, he reached out and took the papers from Gu Ja-in's hand. Jae-hyun said, "Let's see here." He flipped through the pages of the contract and murmured, "After signing with Mills, while working as a raider." "Oh, wow, 5 whole years, and 30% of all earnings go to the school." Jae-hyun spoke up loudly, making Gu Ja-in's face turn as black as charcoal. Min Jae-hyun tossed the papers back onto the table and said, "Chairman Gu Ja-in, this is not a reward for us. This looks a lot more like exploitation." Staring at him with sharp eyes, Jae-hyun added, "Or did I misunderstand something?" Gu Ja-in lowered his head and said, "If that is how you see it, then there is not much I can do. This contract is not mandatory." He said, "I will let the 3 of you decide for yourselves." Kim Yoo-jung and Seo In-ah exchanged glances. Yoo-jung spoke up, "I will decline as well." Seo In-ah added, "Me too." Gu Ja-in kept his head down, but looking closely, he was clearly shaking with rage as the veins on his hands bulged. Gu Ja-in said, "What a shame, a real shame. This was the best offer I could possibly make." Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun noticed Gu Ja-in glaring at him with pure hatred. The chairman said, "I'm afraid you have not thought this through carefully, so I will give you another chance. Min Jae-hyun, you are really not going to change your mind?" Jae-hyun looked at him, completely seeing through Gu Ja-in's schemes. Suddenly, a system notification flashed. Warning: an external force is attempting to invade the user's mind. The passive skill, Hela's Blessing, has automatically activated, neutralizing the abnormal status. Min Jae-hyun thought to himself, "I knew it." He answered Gu Ja-in, "No." Min Jae-hyun thought with amusement, "Yeah, screwing with him is so much fun." Gu Ja-in's face went completely blank. He continued, "Well, we'll be taking our leave then." Right then, the card Hela had given him slowly faded away, and the system announced, "You have acquired the active skill, Brainwash." The system immediately displayed the information for his new skill. Active skill, Brainwash, rank, unique, dominates the will of weaker targets to control them at the user's command. If the target submits and becomes increasingly obedient, the skill evolves into subjugation. Min Jae-hyun stood up and said to Kim Yoo-jung and Seo In-na, "Let's go. We've been stuck in that sub-dimension for 4 days straight, and I'm starving." Kim Yoo-jung hesitantly replied, "All right." Min Jae-hyun turned and walked away. Kim Yoo-jung bowed and said, "See you later." Instructor Kim So-gi, standing by the door, could only close his eyes, his face dark and drenched in sweat from pure tension. Seo In-na said, "Goodbye." Only Kim So-gi and Gu Ja-in were left in the room. Gu Ja-in spoke up, "Mr. Kim So-gi." Kim So-gi nervously replied, "Yes, sir." Gu Ja-in said, "You may leave now." With that, Gu Ja-in was left completely alone. He pondered, that rookie cadet managed to resist a unique skill? Gu Ja-in let out a sinister, almost twisted laugh and muttered, "Min Jae-hyun, you really are interesting." Once outside, Min Jae-hyun asked, "Are you guys doing okay?" Confused, Kim Yoo-jung asked back, "Huh? What do you mean?" He replied, "I mean Gu Ja-in's offer. Both of you turned him down too." Kim Yoo-jung said, "Well, at first I was pretty tempted, but you had a point." She added, "He definitely thought we were naive and tried to sweet-talk us into letting him use us." Seo In-na chimed in, "That contract didn't sound fair at all. I think rejecting it was the right call. Besides, if we get special privileges right from the start, the other cadets won't be too happy about it." She continued, "Even if it takes time, we should earn those privileges ourselves." Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun thought, "She's so full of integrity. She's a completely different person compared to how she was before my regression." He said, "I'm really glad to hear that. To be honest, I wanted both of you to decline." Kim Yoo-jung replied, "But that Gu Ja-in guy, isn't he super creepy?" His face completely scowled the second we said no. Seo In-na agreed. It sent a shiver down my spine too. When that incident happened in the subdimension, both instructor Kim Sok-ji and Academy Director Gu Ja-in didn't say a single word. Hearing Seo In-na's words, Min Jae-hyun silently praised her. Sharp intuition. Seo In-na then asked him, Do you happen to know something about Director Gu Ja-in?" Min Jae-hyun paused, then asked, "What makes you say that?" Seo In-na replied, "Even though you're a new cadet, you're incredibly calm." She recalled Min Jae-hyun's intense attitude toward Gu Ja-in, yet, when facing him directly, he suddenly acted so strangely cold. Kim Yoo-jung chimed in curiously, "Yeah, seriously, Jae-hyun, fill us in." He replied, "Well, I'm not entirely sure myself, so it's hard to explain." Min Jae-hyun added, "But I wanted to tell you both this. Don't trust anyone, not even the director or the instructors." Seo In-na asked, "Does that go for you too?" Min Jae-hyun froze. Suddenly, Kim Yoo-jung, popping up right behind Seo In-na, said, "Yeah, don't trust him either." Kim Yoo-jung warned playfully, "He's got a totally selfish face, and besides, he ditched me in the past." Min Jae-hyun protested, "Hey, why are you bringing that up? That's in the past." Kim Yoo-jung grabbed his head and yelled, "In the past? You jerk. Do you have any idea how much I struggled after you left?" Min Jae-hyun pushed her off, sighing helplessly. "Come on, let's just go home," he said. "Look, the sun is already setting." Kim Yoo-jung replied, "Wow, already? You're right." Seo In-na said, "Well, let's part ways here then." Min Jae-hyun and Seo In-na looked pretty awkward, which surprised Kim Yoo-jung, so she threw her arms around their shoulders, laughing as she said, Well, what's with this romantic atmosphere? Count me in." Min Jae-hyun said helplessly, "Female dorms are on the left, male dorms on the right." Just go back and get some rest. Kim Yoo-jung huffed. I get it. I can walk on my own. Seo In-na waved. We're off then, get some rest. She added, tomorrow is our first day of class. Min Jae-hyun replied. See you tomorrow. Returning to his room, he muttered, it's been a while since I was last here. The musty smell and the creaky floorboards hadn't been fixed in ages. It still carried the gloomy, lingering aura of untalented cadets who had been expelled. Min Jae-hyun lay down on his bed and muttered, it really has been a long time since I came back here. He continued, after tomorrow's class, I need to find another place to live. Experiencing this hellhole once was more than enough. The next morning, Min Jae-hyun was jogging in the park, catching his breath. Min Jae-hyun murmured, that should be enough for a warm-up. He added, time to head back and get ready for my very first class. Inside the academy, Min Jae-hyun, Kim Yoo-jung, and Seo In-na were all gathered. The instructor stepped in and announced, welcome to magic class. I'll be your instructor for Mana Control 1. She introduced herself as Kim Ji-hyun. She expressed her excitement to be teaching them. Min Jae-hyun thought to himself, Instructor Kim Ji-hyun? I've never heard of her before. He reasoned, even with my pre-regression memories, I don't recall this instructor at all. Maybe she quit early on. The students applauded enthusiastically. Min Jae-hyun thought to himself, I know a truth that every awakened person is painfully aware of, and that is how insanely difficult it is to become an instructor at Mills. He recalled that bastard Gu Ja-in. The scumbags who clawed their way to the top despite all odds were just as rotten as Kim Shin, and they would do absolutely anything for whatever bribes Gu Ja-in threw their way. Kim Ji-hyun calmly walked toward the door and said, I'm sure you're all very confused about why we're in a massive facility like this instead of a regular classroom. The reason is simple. As the gates slowly opened, everyone was stunned. She continued, it is to test your mana sensitivity. Whispers broke out all around. What is that? Is that a mana core? Are we actually going in there? No way. Isn't this way too much for our very first class? Min Jae-hyun stared at the mana core and thought to himself, it looks exactly like the one I entered before, but the amount of mana seems a bit lower. Kim Ji-hyun said, attention, please. She explained, what you are looking at right now is a device called the Mana Room. We created it by modifying a standard mana core typically used by major guilds. She added, right now, it is practically impossible for students like you to withstand an actual mana core. That is why we prepared this instead. Kim Ji-hyun explained further. As you can see, this mana room is divided into several chambers. The mana density in the first chamber is similar to the normal atmosphere, but it gets significantly denser as you go deeper. Typically, freshmen can only reach level 3, while graduating seniors can manage level 7 at most. Kim Ji-hyun introduced today's lesson. Today, you will experience firsthand the level of mana density you can actually endure. Seo In-na muttered, can a simple mana room really test our actual limits? Kim Ji-hyun said, everyone, line up and follow me. She added, if you experience any issues, just raise your hand. An assistant instructor will guide you out. Kim Ji-hyun stepped into the first chamber of the mana room and said, now, let the test begin. All the students stepped inside. Kim Ji-hyun observed them and said, it seems no one is having trouble with level 1. Let's move on to the second chamber. Before even fully stepping into the second chamber, many students were already collapsing under the pressure. Moving on to the next level, Kim Ji-hyun said, level 3, let's go. Min Jae-hyun's group remained completely unfazed, though a few others had already raised their hands. Kim Ji-hyun thought to herself. Almost half of them raised their hands. She said aloud, it looks like half of you have already given up. Level 5, level 6. More and more students couldn't take the pressure and raised their hands. The mana grew increasingly dense, and though some students could still endure it, they were struggling to breathe. Kim Yoo-jung asked him, hey, isn't this getting a bit suffocating? He calmly replied, I don't really feel anything. Seo In-na looked at him and thought, Jae-hyun still looks completely fine. Seo In-na told herself she needed to push even harder. Kim Ji-hyun looked at the remaining students and noted there were only 4 left standing. Min Jae-hyun, Kim Yoo-jung, Seo In-na, and Kwon So-yul. They were the top-scoring students from the freshman entrance exam, especially Min Jae-hyun. It made perfect sense why Gu Ja-in had his eye on him and reported on him. Kim Ji-hyun thought to herself, of course, I have no intention of following those kinds of orders. Arriving at the 7th chamber, she said. Level 7. Let's step in. The 4 remaining students now stood before the 8th level. The students watching from outside murmured, "What kind of monsters are they? I thought only seniors could survive level 7. Kim Jae-hyun said, "We are entering level 8. Does anyone have an issue?" Not a single person spoke up, so Kim Jae-hyun began to lead the way inside. The students outside gasped in utter shock. "Look at that. Are they seriously going into level 8? Kim Jae-hyun stepped inside. The moment they entered, Kwon So-yul, Kim Yoo-jong, and Seo In-ah began to look visibly uncomfortable. Min Jae-hyun, however, remained completely unfazed. Kim Jae-hyun watched them and thought. Just then, Kim Yoo-jong and Kwon So-yul couldn't take it anymore and raised their hands. Seo In-ah was drenched in sweat. They had now reached the entrance of the level 9 chamber. Kim Jae-hyun said, "Level 9, let's go." The moment they stepped inside, Seo In-ah hit her limit, her body starting to sway unsteadily. Seeing this, Min Jae-hyun immediately called out, "In-ah." Hearing his voice, Kim Jae-hyun spun around in surprise. Suddenly, she recalled what Gu Ja-in had told her. Remember this, Instructor Kim Jae-hyun. No matter what situation a student finds themselves in, you must never offer help first. A crisis is nothing but a golden opportunity for a student to grow. Gu Ja-in added, "If you rob them of that opportunity, wouldn't that be a tragic shame?" Recalling his words, Kim Jae-hyun thought, "What kind of absolute garbage logic is that?" Min Jae-hyun asked with deep concern, "Are you okay?" She strained to reply, I can still keep going." Min Jae-hyun's figure began to blur in Seo In-ah's fading vision. She desperately thought to herself, "I can't lose. Not here. Until now, everyone around me kept saying we live in a world where only the strong survive. No matter how talented you are, you will eventually crawl at the feet of someone better." Seo In-ah remembered her childhood, recalling when someone had told her that there is no future for the weak and no place in this world that would ever accept her. Seo In-ah muttered to herself, "I failed again this time." As they carried Seo In-ah away, Min Jae-hyun muttered under his breath, "Failed?" before stepping right into the level 10 mana chamber. Kim Yoo-jong called out to Jae-hyun as she rushed after him, thinking, "Level 10? Even at my level, I can barely breathe in there." Worried sick, Kim Yoo-jong asked, "Jae-hyun, are you okay?" He just smirked and replied, "This place is too much for you. You should get out." Kim Yoo-jong insisted, "Fine, let's leave together then. Follow me." But looking at Min Jae-hyun, she thought, he doesn't even look like he is struggling at all. Kim Yoo-jong clapped, amazed that Min Jae-hyun had made it to the level 10 mana room. Yoo Sung-yoon added, "For a raider to reach that level, it means he is capable of climbing even higher. I expect all of you to do your absolute best to keep up." Later, Min Jae-hyun asked, "Seo In-ah, are you doing okay?" She replied, "Yeah, don't worry about me." Kim Yoo-jong chimed in, "It is just typical mana poisoning. Since it is the first day, she probably just overexerted herself." Min Jae-hyun sighed in relief. "That is good. I thought she was seriously hurt." Kim Yoo-jong then turned to him and asked, "What about you? Are you okay? I mean, you look completely fine." He chuckled mockingly and teased, "Yeah, but you should take that towel off your neck. You look like an old man." Furious, Kim Yoo-jong snapped, "What? I was actually worried about you. Is that seriously how you talk to me?" Min Jae-hyun just asked, "Well, what about you?" When he asked if she was okay, she was taken aback. Startled, Kim Yoo-jong quickly replied, "Oh, me? I'm totally fine. You know how tough I am." He muttered, "Good to hear." Looking at Seo In-ah's sweat-drenched face, Min Jae-hyun thought, "I thought she was just being overly competitive, but maybe that is not it." He pondered, "Forced? Yeah, it definitely looks like she is forcing herself. It is a relief she didn't get seriously hurt this time. But if she keeps pushing herself like this, she is going to completely lose control." Min Jae-hyun thought to himself, "Of course, it is not like I want to run her life, but I'm slowly being dragged into the lives of these major players. People like Eun-ho-yeon and Lee Jae-sang. Their futures are bound to change now. And the same goes for her." He glanced over at Kim Yoo-jong. Catching him staring, Kim Yoo-jong flipped her hair and teased with a grin, "What are you staring at? Am I just too pretty to look away?" But Min Jae-hyun just asked, "Are you sure you're okay? You look pretty pale." Seething with anger, Kim Yoo-jong tried to lunge at Min Jae-hyun, but Seo In-ah quickly held her back. He kept thinking, "I have no idea how massive the ripple effect of my actions will be. To stay one step ahead in a world that is constantly changing, I have to be fully prepared. He murmured, I need to move up my schedule a bit. Suddenly, Kim Yoo-jong wrapped her towel tightly around Min Jae-hyun's neck. She snapped, What are you muttering about? I can't understand a word. He thought, wow, her hearing is way too sharp. I definitely can't think out loud around her. Grinning, Min Jae-hyun threw the towel right over Kim Yoo-jong's head. As he pulled it off, he laughed hysterically at her. Kim Yoo-jong's hair was completely ruined, looking like a total bird's nest. Fuming with pure rage, she snarled, You jerk! Gritting her teeth, she screamed, Do you have any idea how long it took me to style my hair this morning? Do you want to die? Min Jae-hyun stammered. Sorry. But honestly, it didn't look like it took that much effort anyway. That set her off even more as she roared, Are you calling me ugly? Crap, I really put my foot in my mouth, he thought, quickly taking off. Kim Yoo-jong chased after him, screaming, Hey, Min Jae-hyun, get back here. Watching them, Seo In-na chewed on her lip and said, I'm the one who is supposed to be going to the infirmary, but it looks like Jae-hyun is about to get hurt way worse. She watched Kim Yoo-jong and Min Jae-hyun with a touch of envy, thinking, Those two are really close, aren't they? Meanwhile, Lee Soo-hyuk glared at Min Jae-hyun being chased. He thought, That bastard. How on earth did he make it to level 10 of the mana chamber? Suddenly, a voice broke his train of thought. Hey, Lee Soo-hyuk, what are you spacing out for? Meanwhile, Jae-hyun was getting absolutely pummeled by Kim Yoo-jong, repeatedly begging for mercy. Lee Soo-hyuk demanded, Kim Min-soo, tell me everything you know about that guy. Right now. Kim Min-soo thought. What, do I look like your servant? But aloud, he asked, Wait, you seriously don't know who he is? Come on, Soo-hyuk, you need to start paying attention to your competition. He is the first mage to ever take first place, Kim Min-soo explained. Lee Soo-hyuk snapped, I already know that. I mean, where did he come from? What is his background? Kim Min-soo just smirked, amused that he was so clueless. Annoyed, Lee Soo-hyuk grumbled, This makes no sense. There is something highly suspicious about that Min Jae-hyun. He is definitely hiding something. Kim Min-soo sighed internally. I'll never get used to his attitude. He told him, Look, he has already proved himself twice. What more do you want? Kim Min-soo added, How could he even cheat anyway? This is Milrez. Lee Soo-hyuk shot back. If he is not cheating, then how the hell is he stronger than me? Kim Min-soo stared blankly, thinking, To be completely honest, I think you would probably lose to Seo In-na or Kim Yoo-jong anyway. Instead, Kim Min-soo shrugged and said, Yeah, Soo-hyuk, stop overthinking it. Honestly, even if you died and regressed, you still wouldn't beat him. But Lee Soo-hyuk had already walked off, completely ignoring him. Kim Min-soo chuckled, shouting, You stubborn bastard. He quickly ran after him, yelling, Hey, Lee Soo-hyuk, wait up. Later that night, Min Jae-hyun made a phone call, saying, Hello, master. Are you calling to check on how the hunt went? Yoo Sung-yoon chuckled on the other end. Yes, hearing it straight from you is always more entertaining. Min Jae-hyun confidently replied, You probably already know the outcome, but I took first place. Hearing this, Yoo Sung-yoon replied with delight, Oh, exactly as I expected. Min Jae-hyun asked, Is Manager Park with you? Yoo Sung-yoon answered, Yes, he is. And he is absolutely thrilled for you, she asked. Since you handed your room over to a new student, you must have made a ton of money, right? She continued. Congratulations, that's a great start. Mills is known for being extremely harsh. Min Jae-hyun, I'm proud of you. He replied, Thank you. I was actually worried I might only get second place. Yoo Sung-yoon said, I get it. Was there anyone else who caught your eye? He asked. Are you looking to recruit them? Yoo Sung-yoon replied, I'm considering it. Of course, if you give me some details, I'll make sure you're well rewarded. He smiled and said, Oh, that's easy. But a reward just for that? Aren't you being a bit too generous? Yoo Sung-yoon said, If I know they'll join us, I'd pay them 10 times what I'm giving you right now. Min Jae-hyun said. In that case, let me tell you. He gave her the names of Seo In-na, Kim Yoo-jung, and An Ho-yeon. He added, Those three are definitely worth considering. He added, And I know one more person who's pretty talented. Would you like to know who? Yoo Sung-yoon smiled and replied, Of course. Ending the conversation, he said, Well, I should get going then. Yoo Sung-yoon said goodbye. Sure, see you later. She then thought about the name Min Jae-hyun had given her, Lee Jae-sang. She had asked him at the time, I know that name. He's the youngest son of the S-rank raider, Lee Jae-shin, right? Min Jae-hyun replied, That's correct. Yoo Sung-yoon said, I heard he's not as talented as his older siblings, so he gets ignored at home. She added, but family is still family. If we recruit him, we might clash with Lee Jae-hyun's guild. She asked him, should we recruit him despite the consequences? He instantly replied, yes. Min Jae-hyun said that Lee Jae-sang would soon become the best alchemist in the world. Thinking about Min Jae-hyun's words, Yoo Sung-yoon smiled. Just then, Park Sung-dae walked in and said, Guildmaster, Miss Baek Ji-hyun is here. She replied, let her in. The door opened, and Baek Ji-hyun walked in. Yoo Sung-yoon looked at Park Sung-dae and sighed. Yoo Sung-yoon smiled warmly and said, you came at just the right time. Baek Ji-hyun replied, for a merchant, time is money. Baek Ji-hyun reached out to shake hands with Yoo Sung-yoon. It's been a while, Guildmaster, Yoo Sung-yoon. Yoo Sung-yoon chuckled and said, I didn't think we were that close. She added, have a seat. Baek Ji-hyun replied, thank you. Yoo Sung-yoon smiled and asked, so, what brings a guildmaster like you to see me? Baek Ji-hyun replied, let me be frank, we aren't close, but I don't mind that. Baek Ji-hyun added that there was no need for beating around the bush. Yoo Sung-yoon asked, then what is your objective? Baek Ji-hyun said, I have my eye on one of your students. How much for him? Yoo Sung-yoon laughed and said, oh, my. The two of them sat in the room, and the atmosphere became quite tense. Yoo Sung-yoon said, that's too bad. We don't view our guild members as commodities. Why don't you try looking somewhere else? Baek Ji-hyun smiled and replied, does he think the same way as you? Yoo Sung-yoon smiled and continued, there are many things in this world that money can't buy. Do you get what I mean? I guess not. The gentle smile on Yoo Sung-yoon's face vanished, and her eyes turned cold and sharp. Baek Ji-hyun looked completely unfazed. She smiled, stood up, and said, well, I didn't expect you to accept the offer anyway. No hard feelings. Baek Ji-hyun added, coming here to talk with you was just basic courtesy. Yoo Sung-yoon replied, well, your basic courtesy was quite rude. Baek Ji-hyun replied, that's a shame. She added, I'll be on my way then. It's getting late, and I'm pretty sure you don't want to talk to me any longer either. Yoo Sung-yoon replied. Fortunately, you're quick to notice. Baek Ji-hyun said, of course, that's just how business owners are. With that, she turned around and left. The next day, during the physical evaluation, the cadets were waiting for their results. Min Jae-hyun looked quite exhausted as the results were loading. He came in second, just 2 points behind An Ho-yeon, which made Min Jae-hyun a bit annoyed. He muttered, it looks like I'm still not good enough to compete with a martial arts genius. Min Jae-hyun thought, of course, second place isn't bad, and there's no need to rush to prove myself right now. But the truth is, that's still not the spot I want right now. An Ho-yeon stood next to him, checking the results. Min Jae-hyun walked away. Seo In-na and Kim Yoo-jung stood there, watching him. Kim Yoo-jung asked, hey, how did you score so high? Min Jae-hyun didn't understand and asked, huh? Kim Yoo-jung said irritably, what do you mean, huh? How can a mage take second place? Especially on a physical test. How is that even possible? Min Jae-hyun explained. Is it that strange? Didn't I start out in the warrior class? Kim Yoo-jung replied, well, yeah. He chuckled, patted Kim Yoo-jung's head, and said, Yoo-jung, don't just focus on magic. Haven't you ever heard that physical strength is the real foundation of power? Kim Yoo-jung lost her temper. She screamed and lunged at Min Jae-hyun, but Seo In-na held her back. One of these days, I'm going to wipe that smug look right off your face. Just you wait. Kim Ji-hyun observed them from a distance and thought, Min Jae-hyun is definitely as dangerous as the principal said. That's not the kind of strength a mage usually possesses. How on earth did he do it? Seo In-na suddenly remembered something and said, I think our next class is going to start soon. As the class began, Kim Ji-yeon, acting as their instructor, said, we will now begin the second physical evaluation. Kim Ji-yeon added, we will start with the magical escape room test. Min Jae-hyun thought to himself, this is the one. Before I regressed, this was the exam most students had to take, their own abilities, and push them to their absolute limits. Kim Seo-gi led them to the testing grounds. He explained that this place was equipped with all the Academy's advanced technology, known as the testing room. He added, all of you must participate in an escape test here. Hearing this, Kim Yoo-jung asked in confusion, an escape test? Kim Seo-gi replied, that's right. The AI combat measurement system behind you will enhance your fighting abilities through virtual reality battles. Min Jae-hyun looked incredibly calm as he thought, yep, they're definitely making things hard on us. Kim Seo-gi added, normally, we would have you analyze the combat situations yourselves while fighting monsters or other entities. But for this physical evaluation, we will only be testing your escape skills. He continued. Of course, you can earn a higher score by defeating the monsters during this test. Min Jae-hyun thought. Exactly. Raiders hunt monsters to gather gear, potions, and items. A raider who can't fight is completely useless. The cadets were handed devices for the test. Holding it in her hand, Kim Yoo-jung wondered, is this a headset? Min Jae-hyun explained. It's a receiver used to support the system in displaying virtual reality during combat. Suddenly, Kim Seogi spoke up. Cadet Min Jae-hyun, you're quite knowledgeable. You're absolutely right. He went on to explain. This device is a receiver used to display virtual reality. It stimulates your brain to make the monsters projected by the system feel incredibly real. By using drones to project 3D images into the air, the monsters will look completely lifelike. The key feature of this device is safety. It replicates the monsters with their full power, but since they're just illusions, there's no risk of actual injury. Of course, the stimulation from the receiver will replicate about half of the damage from the enemies. Essentially, it helps cadets get used to confronting monsters. That way, their survival rate in real dungeons will be much higher. Kim Seogi added. This AI system has levels ranging from 1 to 100, but today, we'll stop at level 10. He continued. You will take the test in groups of 4, and I will call you up now. You'll be tested in the order you're called. Now, let's begin the test, Kim Seogi said. The test started with Group 3. There were 2 students from the warrior martial arts class who greeted them warmly. Great to meet you. And the other 2 from the magic class were Min Jae-hyun and Lee Se-hyuk. Min Jae-hyun thought to himself, talk about a balanced team. Suddenly, Lee Se-hyuk called out to him, asking, Are you Min Jae-hyun? He replied, Yeah. Lee Se-hyuk said, I heard you came out on top in the freshman evaluation a few days ago. Is that right? But with a provocative tone, Lee Se-hyuk continued, I still don't get how someone with a mage class managed to take first place. With a mocking look in his eyes, he said, I'm guessing there must be some kind of special trick. Care to fill me in? Min Jae-hyun replied. What do you think? He continued. And what if I don't have any special trick like you're talking about? Lee Se-hyuk replied. Then I'll just have to beat it out of you, he said. Min Jae-hyun smirked. Why didn't you just say that from the start? He arrogantly added, that you want to fight me. Lee Se-hyuk gave a satisfied smile and replied, I like how quick you are to catch on. Min Jae-hyun scoffed. Why didn't you just say that's what you wanted from the very beginning? He added with a cocky grin. Just admit you want to fight me. Lee Se-hyuk laughed with satisfaction. I love how fast you catch on. Makes me like you already. The 2 students from the martial arts class looked quite worried and whispered to each other, we're on the same team. Why are they acting like this? Is this going to be okay? One of the martial arts students stepped in to play peacemaker. Hey, you 2. But before he could finish his sentence, Kim Seogi called their group. Next up, Group 3, please step forward. Min Jae-hyun stepped up, while Lee Se-hyuk glared at his back with annoyance. He frowned as they got into formation. With Group 3 fully assembled, the system announced the countdown. The virtual room escape skill evaluation will begin in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Skeleton soldiers are spawning. The monsters began to materialize. Lee Se-hyuk thought to himself, I need to fall back immediately, but in a flash, someone dashed forward. Lee Se-hyuk was shocked. That's Min Jae-hyun. The 2 martial arts students were equally stunned, calling out, Jae-hyun, it's too dangerous. Lee Se-hyuk growled. What is that idiot doing? What can a mere mage accomplish by charging straight into a fight like that? But Lee Se-hyuk was instantly dumbfounded. Min Jae-hyun thought to himself, I guess he won't dare provoke me again once I leave him with no other choice. Min Jae-hyun unleashed his power. He thought, I'll just have to show him what I'm truly capable of. Raising his hand, Min Jae-hyun directly attacked the skeleton soldier. A loud boom echoed through the room as Min Jae-hyun's gaze remained calm and razor-sharp. As the monster slowly dissolved, Kim Seogi stood in utter disbelief. The other groups, including Kim Yoo-jung and Seo In-na, watching from the outside, were also left completely stunned. The system announced once more, skeleton soldiers are spawning. Skeleton soldiers are spawning. This time, the frequency of their appearance became even more intense. Looking incredibly fierce, the creatures lunged, but Min Jae-hyun delivered a savage kick right to a skeleton soldier's head. He remains completely calm. Landing softly on his feet, The monster has already been defeated. Min Jae-hyun activates his active skill, Mana Weapon, he thinks to himself as he unleashes the attack. Mana Weapon is a unique skill that very few mages can actually use. A skill that increases physical damage, he thinks. Min Jae-hyun strikes. Normally, a skill like this is completely useless to a mage. But it is different for me, Min Jae-hyun thinks to himself. Meanwhile, Lee So-hyuk cannot believe his eyes. He stammers, "What the hell? This bastard is insane." The two guys from the martial arts class are just as shocked, standing there utterly speechless. They gasp, "No way!" The Room A system blares a continuous announcement. You have completed the Room A Level 1 escape test without any injuries. You have eliminated all enemies. Bonus points have been awarded. Student Min Jae-hyun's contribution rate is 100%. Level 2 begins. The Level 2 opponent is a Draugr, an undead creature known as one of the most terrifying beasts in Norse mythology. Min Jae-hyun does not show a single shred of fear. He smirks at the beast and says, "Long time no see, huh?" A massive chunk of the floor in Room A is completely blown away. The system announces, "You have completed the Room A Level 10 escape test without any injuries. Congratulations on setting a new record." Lee So-hyuk thinks in utter shock. No way. How am I supposed to believe what just happened? Min Jae-hyun looks down at his hand and thinks, not bad. After switching to the techniques Yoo Sung-yoon taught me, my body feels incredibly light. Min Jae-hyun smiles. Pretty satisfying. He recalls when Yoo Sung-yoon was training him, and how she would always get strangely overexcited. Sure, it was a little terrifying, but those lessons were absolutely amazing. Just then, Lee So-hyuk calls out sharply, and Min Jae-hyun turns his head. Lee So-hyuk demands, "How the hell did you do that?" Jae-hyun replies coldly, "You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you?" Lee So-hyuk snaps, "You expect me to actually believe this? A mage charging straight into close combat and wiping out every single enemy on his own?" Lee So-hyuk screams, "That is impossible. You must have cheated." Min Jae-hyun calmly responds, "Either way, I do not have anything to say to you. What you saw is the absolute truth." Lee So-hyuk lets out a sneer. Min Jae-hyun says coldly, "Do not make me repeat myself." Min Jae-hyun continues, "If you do not believe me, why do you not go ahead and test it yourself?" Lee So-hyuk grits his teeth in rage, but there is absolutely nothing he can do. He spits, "You bastard." Suddenly, Kim Seogi asks, "Is there a problem between you two?" Lee So-hyuk curses under his breath. Damn it, he angrily clenches his fists and thinks, if it were not for the instructor. Min Jae-hyun turns his back and walks away. Lee So-hyuk calls out, "Do not go thinking you have won." Min Jae-hyun pauses and replies, "But I definitely did not lose." Lee So-hyuk says, "At the Moret Academy Festival, you and I are going to settle this once and for all. Are you going to wimp out?" Lee So-hyuk grits his teeth in frustration. Min Jae-hyun smirks and replies, "I have other plans." By afternoon, as the sun begins to set, An-hoon lies on his bed, deep in thought. He recalls what Min Jae-hyun said during the test. "No, I have other plans." An-hoon thinks to himself. That guy Jae-hyun sees me as his rival too. He remembers his own words from before, on the day of the Moret Academy Festival. "I will beat you fair and square to reclaim my honor." With a look of deep resolve, An-hoon suddenly sits up. He tells himself, now is not the time to be looking back at the past. I need to get to the training center right away. An-hoon puts on his jacket and leaves the room. I cannot let him down. Night begins to fall over the building. Kim Seogi is walking with someone close behind him. The two of them discuss. "Have you seen the physical test results yet?" "I have, and this year's freshmen are incredibly impressive." The other person adds, "Apparently a new record was also broken. It was the magic class student, Min Jae-hyun, right? How is that even possible?" Kim So-gi thinks, Min Jae-hyun is more than just talented. He thinks of the boy's sheer bravery, charging headfirst into close combat despite being a mage. They arrive at the office. Kim Seogi pushes the door open, revealing Lee Guan-in waiting inside, who says, "Thank you all for your hard work." He smiles and adds, "Now, let me hear the physical test results." He looks at the massive screen in front of them. Hearing director Lee Guan-in's question, instructor Kim Seogi replies seriously. Only 3 students achieved a perfect score. Those are An-hoon, Cha Kwon, and Min Jae-hyun, and among them, Min Jae-hyun's score went far beyond the maximum limit. The man chuckles sinisterly, looking at him. "Thank you, Instructor Kim, you did well." Suddenly, his expression shifts as he glances up at the screen in front of him. On it are a series of photos of Jae-hyun. He intensely studies every single move and action of the boy. Looking at each photo, a creepy, sinister smirk spreads across his face. Lee Gwanin says, "Keep sending me reports on Min Jae-hyun's scores and activities. If he makes any suspicious moves, let me know immediately." Standing behind him, Kim Seogi bows in obedience and replies, "Understood, Director Lee." The man is pleased, a strange look creeping into his eyes. I am quite fortunate to have him to rely on. Instructor Kim adds, "That concludes my report. Please prepare for the meeting with the next instructor." The subordinate nearby replies, "Yes, Director Lee." Meanwhile, the man is still thoroughly enjoying himself as he stares at the screen. With an expectant look, he cracks a mysterious smile. Elsewhere, the Azir system screen slowly flickers to life. It displays, "You have successfully completed the level 27 AR stealth test." Drenched in sweat, Min Jae-hyun gasps for air after finishing the grueling mission. Staring off into the distance, he thinks to himself that with his current abilities, level 27 is his absolute limit. Walking out of there might be a bit tough, but at this level, I can already take down 6 C-rank conquerors, which means I finally reached his level. The next dungeon will likely be the simulated dungeon practice. Min Jae-hyun composes himself, thinking it's best to prepare beforehand. Then, the image of a collapsing dungeon flashes by. That was the dungeon practice accident, one of the most disgraceful tragedies in the history of Mill Academy, a tragedy that cost the lives of hundreds of cadets. Gritting his teeth in painful memory, he mutters that his own team was right at the epicenter of that disaster. Back then, he had screamed in agony while staring at the ruins, only to end up as the sole survivor of his team. They tormented me, constantly asking why I wasn't the one who died. But I couldn't just walk away from Milla's academy. No matter how many hostile glares were thrown his way, Min Jae-hyun had to endure it all, standing completely alone. Then, he remembers his mother's gentle eyes, the one person who truly loved him, and makes a silent promise. "I don't want to disappoint the people who believe in me." His train of thought breaks, and he hangs his head in silence. Snapping back to reality, Min Jae-hyun stares thoughtfully down at the table, examining the items laid out. The shopkeeper suddenly speaks up, "Thank you for coming by. Have a great day." Min Jae-hyun turns and walks away, his mind racing with a single question. Will things be different in this lifetime? Min Jae-hyun looks down, a brief flash of disappointment crossing his face. "I couldn't protect anyone. I just took all the blame. I used to be a pathetic, clueless nobody, but everything is different now." He looks up toward the sky. "But I have no intention of living like that again. I've had enough regrets." A while later, on day 1 at the Simulated Dungeon Academy, the instructor announces, "That's all for today's class." Down in the seats, while he's looking bored, someone calls out to Min Jae-hyun. Kim Yoo-jung waves warmly at him. "Come join us." Min Jae-hyun lets out a sigh. He looks at Yoo-jung and sighs again, but gets up to follow anyway. Meanwhile, Hyonu's childhood best friend was constantly whining. "What are we going to do tomorrow?" "It's our first dungeon training session," Ina chimed in. "I haven't slept a wink since yesterday." Seeing her anxiety, he spoke up. "It's totally normal to feel like that when it's your first time in a dungeon." Yoo-jung smirked and teased. "Oh? Look at you acting like some seasoned expert. So, it's not your first time? Have you actually been inside one before?" Instead of answering, Hyonu joked. "Not really, but I've dealt with a few monsters before, so I know a thing or two. Like the monster sitting right next to me, for instance." There was no way Yoo-jung would let him get away with teasing her. She immediately lunged at him, throwing punches. "You jerk." Ina watched them bicker, without showing any emotion. It seemed like Hyonu genuinely enjoyed getting under her skin. Shaking her head in disbelief, Ina sighed. Then, Hyonu suddenly remembered something and held an item out to Yoo-jung. "If you guys are that worried, take this." The easily swayed girl quickly snatched the item, admiring it gently. "What is this? A magic potion?" Hyonu replied nonchalantly. "I bought it while running some errands." "Don't worry about it, just use it when you need to." Yoo-jung pouted and said reluctantly, "Fine, I'll let you off the hook this time." Meanwhile, Ina looked at him and softly murmured, "Thank you." Hyonu fell silent, lost in thought. Last time, he only survived because of pure luck. But this time, he would have to rely entirely on his own strength. That night at home, preparing for the first day of the simulated dungeon practice, Hyonu focused on controlling his inner energy to regulate his body. A faint, glowing blue energy radiated from his entire body. Deep within, His inner core continuously circulated energy, weaving through every single cell. Hyunwoo knew all too well that warming up before entering a dungeon was absolutely critical. As his body slowly adapted, his mind raced with a crucial thought. No matter how talented a mage might be, if they cast a high-level spell out of nowhere, a mana rebound is completely unavoidable. When mana flows backward during casting, the backlash can cause severe, devastating injuries to the caster. This is a common hazard for mages who overuse high-level magic. Hours slipped by, while Hyunwoo continued his silent meditation. He thought to himself that he would be even more sensitive to mana rebounds. He recalled the chains that overflowed with massive energy. Both the light chains and the sacrificial magic were extremely advanced spells. The realization kept spinning in his mind. If he didn't prepare his body thoroughly, he wouldn't be an exception to the brutal backlash. Besides, who could predict how dangerous today's training session would actually get? Meanwhile, his internal energy continued to circulate rapidly. With that grim thought, Hyunwoo let out a heavy sigh, muttering, "The one who dies could be me." A flash of sorrow crossed his face as he added, "Or it could be my friends." A moment later, he got off the bed. Placing his hand on his lower abdomen, he murmured, "If I gather and store magical energy directly in my core, I can reinforce my body or strengthen my magic at a moment's notice. This is incredibly useful." Hyunwoo's face grew deeply pensive. Right then, the Aesir system popped up, announcing that once the new system is fully operational, time would regress to the period the user desires most. He furrowed his brow in confusion. The period I desire the most? Hyunwoo watched in silence as the system interface began compiling data. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise when a brand new quest appeared. By taking the first step of your decision, you have successfully returned to the period you desired the most. From now on, whenever you encounter a crucial turning point that you regretted in your past life, you have the power to make the same choice as before, or forge a completely different path. This decision could very well send someone to their grave, and the choice is entirely up to you. The difficulty remains unknown, with 2 paths of rewards depending on whether you choose the same or a different outcome than the past. The time remaining is 11 hours and 59 minutes, with the failure penalty currently unknown. Rubbing his chin in frustration, Hyunwoo muttered, "Yet another bizarre twist." He stared intently at the system screen. Lost in thought, Hyunwoo hesitated, unable to make a decision right away. Crawling back onto the bed, he thought seriously. The Nornir system definitely wants me to get stronger because it needs me. But crossing his arms, he stared at it hesitantly, wondering, does it want me to choose a path? What exactly is their ultimate goal? The next day, the cadets gathered at the underground simulated dungeon area of Mus Academy. Instructor John stood on the podium announcing, "We will draw lots to divide you into teams. You will be working together." Upon hearing this, the cadets looked at one another in sheer panic. Hyunwoo agreed with the decision, finding it somewhat logical but not entirely fair. Real monsters would appear, so if a team was lucky enough to have a powerful teammate, they could clear the dungeon with ease. But if not, the lower-ranked students who happened to end up together would have to fight for their lives. At that moment, Instructor John raised her hand, signaling for silence. The cadets below instantly focused their attention on her. Seeing this, John spoke up. "This practical training is one of the key criteria for grading your performance. The dungeon contains only monsters that you are fully capable of defeating, so I expect everyone to give it their absolute best." Hyunwoo knew for a fact that those words were complete lies. Obviously, what she just said was nothing but a sham set up by the academy. According to Instructor Kim, most of the monsters that appear are indeed low-level beasts. However, based on what he had personally experienced in the past, before I regressed, there were actually king-tier monsters mixed into that dungeon. A D-rank king-tier bear king, to be exact. Of course, taking it down wouldn't be hard for him. But thinking about this, he looked over at Yu Jung and Inna, falling deep into thought. He had no intention of doing what Gu Ja-in wanted. Jae-hyun remained quiet for a long time. Besides, during this practical training, Gu Ja-in would expose a small weakness, which could be the perfect opportunity to take him down. Up on the stage, Ji-yeon turned and stepped aside, then said in a serious voice, "All right, we will draw lots first." Her commanding voice rang out again, "When I call your name, step up and draw a lot." The cadets below whispered among themselves. At that moment, Jae-hyun was standing next to Inna. Neither of them spoke, so he broke the awkward silence. "What a relief. I didn't expect to have someone I know on my team," Inna replied with a hint of embarrassment. "Yeah, Jae-hyun fell into thought again. It is a relief to have someone I can comfortably talk to, and I am pretty confident in her abilities. That way, maybe that tragedy won't happen again. Just then, two people approached them. Instinctively, he turned to look, his eyes widening in shock. They were the two cadets who would be on his team. Jina waved warmly at them. I am warrior Kim Jina. Beside her, Songgu chimed in. I am also a warrior. Park Songgu. He finished with a bright grin and asked, You guys are in Team 3 too, right? Looking forward to working with you. But in Jae-hyun's mind, he saw flashes of them fighting the king-tier monster, desperately shouting, Run, quick, we will hold them off. Seeing this, his expression darkened. How could Jae-hyun see that? Because last night, the Aesir system had prompted him to choose a star path. Back then, the screen showed that the choice was in his hands, warning him that his decision could either save someone or send them straight to their grave. Then, the true meaning behind it hit him. Ah, so that is what that choice really meant. A moment later, the four of them gathered at a spot, ready to begin their journey. Jae-hyun was in a really bad mood, keeping his head down and staying silent. Deep down, he knew that the Aesir system had planned this all along, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only sigh in defeat, then shook his hand and said, Nice to meet you. I am Min Jae-hyun, a mage. With that, he looked over at Inna, but Inna had already hidden behind Jae-hyun's back. He continued, This is Seo Inna. She is also a mage, but she is quite shy around strangers, so I will speak for her. Let us work well together. He awkwardly scratched his head and smiled as he replied, That is totally fine. We will get used to each other as we go. Song-gu, the master diplomat, stepped closer to Jina and cheerfully said, Exactly. We do not get awkward easily, so do not worry. Standing nearby, Jae-hyun thought to himself that they were exactly the same as they were before he regressed. As they cheerfully approached him, Jae-hyun let out a helpless sigh, smiled gently at them, and interrupted the conversation. Now that introductions are out of the way, should we discuss our strategy? The two of them immediately replied, Sure, let us pick a leader first. I do not want to do it. What about Jae-hyun though? At that moment, he recalled what the Aesir system had shown him the day before, a brief flash of sorrow appearing in his conflicted eyes. The dungeon was unusually quiet as the four of them huddled together, looking over the plan they had laid out. He said, You guys have to memorize the entire plan. No matter what appears in the dungeon, you cannot back down, especially the vanguard fighter. If they falter, the whole team will be wiped out. Hearing this, the two of them stared at him in disbelief. Song-gu stared anxiously at the strategy map below, falling silent. As expected of the top scorer of the freshman raid, your strategy is absolutely flawless. Jina smiled and chimed in. So there are 6 steps in total, right? I have memorized them all. Next was Inna, me too. Ji-yeon clapped her hands to get their attention, then announced loudly, Discussion time is up. We will begin the dungeon training now. Leaders, please step forward. On Jae-hyun's side, they looked over in surprise when they heard the neighboring team shout, Let us finish discussing. Jae-hyun also looked in that direction with curiosity. It was Yoo Jung's team, and it was obvious that they were not getting along very well. Seeing this, Jae-hyun was secretly pleased. Is An Ho-yeon the leader of Team 4? At least Kim Yoo-jung won't get hurt. When she saw they had gathered, Ji-yeon spoke again. Teams that are ready can proceed to their designated dungeons. She glanced toward Team 4, then Jae-hyun's Team 3, and said, Good luck to everyone. Jae-hyun lowered his head, lost in thought for a second before turning to leave, resolutely saying, All right. He smiled at his teammates. Shall we go? Shortly after, they quickly entered the dungeon. The inside was filled mostly with rocks, with no signs of life anywhere. Yoo Jung's team also followed them into the dungeon. The purple-haired girl nervously looked around. Is this a dungeon? It is so dark and damp, and it smells moldy too. Yoo Jung asked. Kobolds will probably appear here, right? Since it is a mine dungeon. Siho behind her replied. Probably. I heard mine dungeons have tons of ore. Yoo Jung happily snapped her fingers and said, Maybe we can even find diamonds here? Seho sighed helplessly. How is that even possible? Yoo Jung excitedly added, Who knows? It would be great if we do. If we look closely, we might just find some. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Startled, Hojin, who was leading the way, yelled out a warning. Something is coming. Get into position. Hearing this, Yoo Jung gripped her magical weapon tightly. Seho and the purple-haired girl were also incredibly tense. The aggressive kobolds, wielding scythes, bared their teeth and growled in their direction. With everyone in a battle stance, the two sides locked eyes with murderous intent. Ho-jin warned them seriously. They might be weak, but if they swarm us, they'll be hard to handle. With that, he charged straight ahead. Let's end this quickly. Yoo-jung focused her power on her magical artifact. A holy light blasted outward as she activated her active skill, Lightning Burst. In the blink of an eye, a massive explosion of smoke and fire erupted. The scene instantly fell into chaos as several scorched kobolds screamed in agony. Backing up Yoo-jung, rapid sword strikes swept through the enemies. An eerie, spine-chilling sound echoed through the air as if rising straight from hell. Suddenly, Ho-jin caught a movement on his right. It was a surviving kobold, charging straight at him. Elsewhere, the blonde girl was also fighting back with everything she had, shouting, "Hurry!" Yoo-jung focused on casting her spell and yelled, "Haeon's Wind! Activate active skill, Wind Burst!" Suddenly, a violent gale erupted, sweeping up everything in its path. Yoo-jung pointed her artifact toward the kobolds. A torrent of magical energy surged forward, piercing their bodies like arrows and leaving them groaning in pain. A moment later, their bodies littered the ground as thick smoke filled the air. Only then did Ho-jin finally let his guard down slightly, letting out a sigh. "Is anyone hurt?" he asked. The purple-haired girl replied, "I'm fine." Yoo-jung added, "Me too." But nearby, Seho wasn't doing so well. His body seemed to be under the control of something, making him writhe in agony. Seeing this, the others called out in shock, "Hey, Seho!" Yoo-jung rushed over in worry and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why didn't anyone mention kobolds could use poison?" Ho-jin, equally panicked, tried to reassure him, "Just try to stay calm." Unexpectedly, a massive kobold foot stepped closer to them. Yoo-jung looked in that direction in utter terror. "Wait. Look." Her eyes filled with disbelief as she whispered, "It's not poison." Looking at the giant kobold standing nearby, she shook with fear. It's a massive wave of magic power." Ho-jin stammered in shock. Kobold Lord? What is a Kobold Lord doing here?" Elsewhere, the third team was currently making their way deeper inside. Gina, who was walking ahead, turned back to Ji-hoon and said, "Ji-hoon, I knew you were strong, but you're seriously amazing. How many monsters did you take out all by yourself?" He calmly kept walking forward and replied, "It's no big deal. It just happened naturally." Hearing this, Gina laughed. "What do you mean, no big deal? At this rate, we might complete the mission without anyone getting hurt." Ina still hadn't fully blended in with them, silently trailing behind. He turned around, looked at her, and grabbed Ina's hand without hesitation. He smiled gently and asked, "Are you still feeling awkward around everyone?" Ina hesitantly looked away and replied, "Yeah." Ji-hoon thought to himself, "She really is shy," but thinking about it, he realized it made sense. Even before his regression, he had never heard her say more than 3 sentences a day. Suddenly, Seong-woo stopped in his tracks, his eyes freezing in shock. It was probably because of the eerie, hazy sight unfolding in front of them. Ji-hoon scanned their surroundings, thinking to himself, "This place is different from what I remember." At this thought, a sharp look crossed his face as he pieced it together. This must be Guzane's doing. Which means my existence has become a major variable for Guzane. In his mind, the silhouette of the Kobold King had already begun to take shape. It harbored an incredibly mysterious power. Ji-hoon was deep in thought, but he wouldn't be surprised if it showed up. His sharp eyes darted around, searching for any sign of it. "It's here." "Then," he said in a low voice, "something is about to show up. Plan C, we defend first, then counterattack." Hearing this, Gina raised her sword defensively. He warned them again, "Be careful. This one is on a completely different level from anything we've faced before." Seong-woo also warily scanned their surroundings, but he couldn't help but wonder. A stronger monster is going to appear? But I heard only weak monsters spawn here. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying scene unfolded as a loud explosion echoed from ahead. It was the Kobold Lord. It was 3 times larger than a normal kobold. And of course, its power was incomparable. Gina and Seong-woo were completely frozen in shock. A Kobold Lord. Why would a boss monster appear here? Ina was also shocked, briefly thinking of backing down. But then she remembered Ji-hoon's words. Especially the vanguard fighter, if they hesitate, the entire team will get wiped out. Determination flared in her eyes as she activated her magic armor. The other 2 were briefly surprised. Seong-woo frowned, blaming himself. "I let my guard down." Immediately after, he activated his active skill, Taunt. When the kobold attacked, he managed to block it just in time, and yelled out, "Jae-hyun!" Moving as fast as the wind, he quickly dashed to his side, his eyes now filled with nothing but murderous intent and rage. Jae-hyun focused his inner power into his hand, clenching it into a fist, and charged straight at the massive kobold king. Dust and smoke filled the hazy dungeon. Inna couldn't believe her eyes. This power was unbelievable. At this level, how is this possible? But through that thick shroud of smoke, the silhouette of the kobold slowly began to emerge. He was clearly stunned by this. Strangely enough, Jae-hyun then let out an amused smirk, as if he had just found a fascinating new toy. Looking at the slime secreted by the kobold, he thought, and here I was thinking there wouldn't be any wild cards. Then, he noticed its wounds were rapidly healing. It was as if that last blow had only made the kobold lord a whole level stronger. He muttered, to think a kobold lord with healing abilities would actually show up. At that, his face contorted as he glared at it and roared, "Okay, that is just cheating." Just then, the Aesir system screen popped up, finally revealing the mastermind behind the kobold lord. The mastermind has been identified as the Ravens of Odin. You have been assigned a special quest, Raven Hunter. Staring into the hazy shadow ahead, the crimson eyes of a raven, overflowing with dark energy, glared back. The Aesir system flashed again with more details. Special quest, Raven Hunter. Odin's ravens are currently suppressing Aesir alongside you. Eliminate all of Odin's ravens. Target, 5. Difficulty, S. Rank. Quest reward, blank card ×1. Clear reward, level up. Penalty for failure, biting the dust. Back at the command post, Kim Jae-hyun was busy analyzing that mysterious cadet. He was like an enigmatic monster. She fell deep into thought, wondering how a mere mage-class cadet could possibly be this talented. I'm an A-rank mage myself, but I could never pull off what he just did. Kim Jae-hyun was convinced that Team 3 had a very high chance of clearing this practical exam. The door began to swing open. Kim Jae-hyun was surprised, not expecting them to be out already. But what happened next caught her even more off guard, completely changing her expression in an instant. Kim Yoo-jung rushed out frantically, shouting that something terrible had happened, sending instructor Kim Ji-yeon into an immediate panic as she wondered what could have gone wrong with the kids. An Ho-yeon finally spoke up to deliver the grim news. A kobold lord had appeared inside the dungeon. It was absolutely unbelievable. How could a monster like that even appear in a trial dungeon? Everyone immediately rushed to tend to the injured, but luckily they were only suffering from mild mana poisoning. While Kim Ji-yeon was focused on assessing the situation, Kim Yoo-jung called out to ask if there was any sign of Team 3 yet. But it had been a while, and there was still no word from them. The tense atmosphere dragged everyone's spirits down to rock bottom. An Ho-yeon had a gloomy look of utter despair on his face. Those two should have easily completed their objective, yet there was absolutely no news from them. Right at that moment, back at the command post, a phone rang out, piercing through the heavy silence. On one end of the line was Principal Gu Ja-in, and on the other was instructor Kim Ji-yeon. Still unaware of the brewing crisis, he answered the call in a completely relaxed manner. That was when instructor Kim Ji-yeon reported the dire situation. There's a B-rank monster in the practical exam dungeon. Please send the support team immediately. This is an emergency. Hearing this, the principal, who already seemed to have a grasp on the situation, quickly calmed Kim Ji-yeon down, telling her not to worry. He promised to dispatch the support team right away. Yet for some mysterious reason, a sly smirk played on his lips. Hanging up, instructor Kim Ji-yeon couldn't help but feel that something was deeply off about that call. That lingering feeling of his cunning smile made her uneasy. A strange, overwhelming sense of dread began to flood her mind. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, shards of ice crystals kept raining down, relentlessly attacking the group. Team 3 seemed safe for now, but everyone was already panting heavily from exhaustion. Even Park Sung-woo was gasping for air, completely drained of energy. Only Jae-hyun still had the strength to fight. The Grey Wolf suddenly stopped in its tracks as the system warned him that the mastermind had been identified as Odin's raven. Jae-hyun fell deep into thought, never expecting the culprit to be that. Odin's raven was one of the two ravens the god Odin used. One was named Hugin, representing thought and emotion. The other was named Munin, meaning memory, which they used to gather all the world's knowledge to rule the mortal realm. This also meant that the wolf standing before him was acting under Odin's orders. Jae-hyun smirked triumphantly now that he had figured out the core of the problem. After all, that beast was nothing more than a puppet controlled by Odin's raven. The amount of mana he felt was at least B rank, and it could even regenerate. No matter how strong he was, this was definitely not going to be an easy fight. Jae-hyun asked himself if he should just run away this time, but would that even be possible with the current barrier in place? That was what Jae-hyun did most in his past life, acting like a coward, hiding behind excuses of survival to justify his own weakness. But in this current life, he was filled with regret. Even if this second chance at life is granted by some mysterious light, I don't care. Even if this is just an exam, Jae-hyun is determined to fight to the bitter end this time. He then shouted, telling everyone to listen up. First, run out of the dungeon while I hold it off. But you've got to move fast. Hearing his intention to sacrifice himself for their safety, Park Sung-woo couldn't stay quiet and spoke up. Are you out of your mind? How can you possibly handle this alone? The situation didn't allow them to waste another second. They couldn't let their guard down for even a single moment. Just moments ago, the monsters lunged to attack Park Sung-woo, but he blocked them right in their tracks. Seeing Min Jae-hyun's fierce determination, she stood there frozen in shock. Pushing his limits to hold up the barrier, Jae-hyun screamed at the top of his lungs for everyone to get out of there. There was no way he could fight while keeping everyone safe. But just as he warned them, a massive beast loomed right behind him. Luckily, with his lightning-fast reflexes and sharp senses, Jae-hyun whipped around just in time. Out of nowhere, a glowing force field materialized, shielding him from the snow bear's brutal surprise attack. Jae-hyun himself had no idea who just saved his skin from that giant beast. It turned out to be Seo Aina, who had stepped in with her shield just in the nick of time. This time, she was determined to stand her ground and fight by his side instead of running away. Looking at her unwavering gaze, Jae-hyun couldn't help but wonder if this was another wild variable he had accidentally triggered. Moved by her fierce resolve, Jae-hyun agreed to let her stay. He then ordered the others to fall back immediately and report the situation to the instructors. Jae-hyun's urgent, pleading gaze left them with no choice but to comply. Following his orders, they quickly retreated to get help and bring back reinforcements as fast as they could. Just hold on until then. With the other two finally escaping the dungeon, only Jae-hyun and Aina were left to face the danger. Now, it was time to deal with the remaining beasts. Both of them locked eyes on the high-level threat, the massive snow bear. Jae-hyun called out to Aina, ready to back him up. Aina summoned her holy sword and unleashed a devastating slash, obliterating hundreds of monsters in a single blinding flash. Now, it was Jae-hyun's turn to finish off the boss. Charging forward at breakneck speed, he launched a direct assault. But this snow bear was no joke. Its attacks dealt massive damage, requiring Jae-hyun's absolute concentration to dodge. Yet, in the heat of battle, Jae-hyun noticed something incredibly strange about this kobold lord. It was bleeding out, overflowing with an unnatural amount of mana that its body couldn't possibly handle. Some bastard was controlling it from the shadows. They were forcing the beast to absorb mana way past its limit. Was this the work of Odin's crow? You must be having a blast pulling the strings from the shadows, aren't you? Jae-hyun quickly equipped his new gear to boost his stats. With this power-up, he could now trace the flow of the enemy's mana. By tracking the mana flow, Jae-hyun locked onto the puppeteer hiding in the shadows, a smug smirk spreading across his face. Found you. You are dead meat, even if you are hiding behind that giant snow bear. Jae-hyun channeled the massive mana surging inside him, ready to tear the mastermind to shreds. Meanwhile, back at the cathedral, Odin had paid a visit to the saintess. He revealed that a sacred relic had mysteriously vanished from the temple's vault. Its current whereabouts were unknown, but all clues pointed to Earth, likely in the hands of the prophesied enemy. But who could this enemy be? Was it Mimir, that white-haired bastard? Another god spoke up smugly. You are overthinking it. Don't we have a pact with those who oppose the Aesir? Another goddess chimed in. You're being too complacent. Have you forgotten our defeat in the last battle, and the very thing that killed him? Odin then commanded Hugin to go and find out if the prophesied enemy had made contact with the rebels. Out of the darkness, a shadowy figure emerged to receive his master's order. Back at the office, the secretary reported the situation to the principal, confirming that no one had suspected a thing yet. While Jae-hyun was busy fighting off the mastermind's puppet, the principal let out a deep sigh and grinned deviously, calling this a fortunate turn of events. With a malicious smile, he thought to himself, it's a good thing I already anticipated your level of strength. No matter how arrogant you act, you will ultimately fall before me. The old man had orchestrated this entire scheme so flawlessly that not a soul had a clue. Back in the dungeon, Jae-hyun unleashed his ultimate power, summoning massive chains to lash out at Odin's minion. However, the giant snow bear still had plenty of fight left in it, easily blocking his devastating attack. It even managed to retaliate and lunge at him. But right then, Jae-hyun spotted a critical opening. Rolling backward toward Ina, he asked her to buy him a few seconds so he could analyze the beast's attack patterns. Looking at Ina's pale face, it was obvious she had pushed herself past her limit and was completely drained. Yet, she kept her composure and forced herself to cover him. Jae-hyun noticed her weakening state, realizing her mana was starting to backfire on her. Even if he managed to defeat the kobold leader, there was a high chance the mana backfire would end up killing her. It made no sense to him. Why on earth was she risking her life to help him like this? Remembering the lessons from his past, he had sworn to never trust anyone again in this second chance at life. After all, this world was ruthlessly cruel to the weak, but a strong urge pushed him forward. He had to end this fight right now. Power surged through Jae-hyun, absolute determination burning in his eyes. He only had one shot to take this thing down. He had to make it count. Channeling every ounce of his massive mana reserves, he prepared for the final strike. Summoned swords materialized around him, and the pressure of his glowing chains intensified. With a thunderous roar, they launched straight at the kobold. Seo-ah-in was also focusing her power to help him, activating a mana shield to protect him as he charged straight at the beast. Her mana was draining fast, but Seo-ah-in pushed through. Her hands trembled as her power ran dangerously low. That shield of hers was a massive help to Min Jae-hyun. The snow bear kept clawing at him, ignoring the heavy damage it was taking. Min Jae-hyun remembered someone once telling him that there is nothing more painful than dying because you refuse to trust your allies. For once, he decided to put his faith in his teammates and push forward, proving those doubts completely wrong. Min Jae-hyun turned back to check on Seo-ah-in, only to realize he had completely misjudged her. Just how mastered was her skill to pull that off? With her incredible support, he closed the distance to the snow bear in no time. The beast never expected him to get this close, and it was now wide open for a devastating blow right to its massive chest. But the harsh reality was that the beast was too durable, and the strike barely even nudged it. Even after putting every ounce of his strength into the strike, the monster refused to go down. Seo-ah-in watched in sheer panic, unable to believe what was happening right before her eyes. But Min Jae-hyun was the complete opposite. He remained dead, calm, a smirk spreading across his face as if everything was going exactly as planned. Leaping from the cloud of dust, Min Jae-hyun raised his hand. All those hours of training were finally about to pay off in a real fight. It was time to put it to the test. Gripping his sword tight, he charged the giant beast, determined to end this once and for all, with a final blow capitalizing on his last strike. But then, his sword snapped in two. Did he actually pull it off? Seo-ah-in stared anxiously, until a system notification popped up, confirming the mana thread linking the kobold leader and Odin's raven had been severed. Min Jae-hyun had actually done it. He dropped to the ground and made his move. Now, it is your turn. Before him was no longer the mind-controlled bear, but Odin's assassin. The assassin lay defeated on the ground, his cover blown. Min Jae-hyun approached him slowly, demanding to know what Odin was really after. He pinned the assassin down with his foot, threatening him. Looking closely at the thread the raven had carried, Min Jae-hyun noticed something highly unusual. Losing his patience, he crushed the assassin's hand, demanding to know the connection between Odin and Gungnir. But looking into the guy's eyes, Min Jae-hyun realized something bizarre. There was no soul or consciousness in them. Realizing interrogating a mindless puppet was pointless, he let out a sigh and lifted his foot. Standing in front of the dungeon gate, he was about to make his move when Seo-ah-in ran up from behind, shouting his name. Min Jae-hyun spun around, shouting in warning, "Stay back. It's not over yet. The mana backlash is going to hit you." Seo-ah-in froze in her tracks, completely stunned. Suddenly, the toxic mana pooled inside. Min Jae-hyun erupted, tearing through his body, and the impact hit Seo-ah-in even harder. Fortunately, her pure mana kicked in, purging the toxic energy right away. Min Jae-hyun let out a breath of relief, feeling a massive surge in his overall power. The system screen flashed in front of him, announcing he had successfully hunted down his first target in the special Raven Hunt quest. His rewards were 5 stat points, 1 white card, and 1 level up. Looking at the pathetic loot, Min Jae-hyun could not help but feel incredibly disappointed. But there was a much bigger problem. Seo-ah-in was in critical condition. Min Jae-hyun turned to see her collapsed on the cold ground. If she did not get treated immediately, the mana depletion would claim her life. When Seo-ah-in finally opened her eyes, she found herself in a completely different place. Still groggy, she looked over at Min Jae-hyun, who was also yawning and stretching. He asked how she was feeling. Ignoring his question for a moment, she opened her system window. To her utter shock, both her health and mana were fully restored. How is this even possible? I was definitely suffering from a severe mana backlash. She told Min Jae-hyun she was fine and asked how he was doing. Unsurprisingly, he was perfectly fine. Seo-in glanced back at the massive, defeated beast. She was relieved, but couldn't help wondering why Min Jae-hyun hadn't left yet. He explained that he was waiting for her to wake up because he wanted to talk. This only made her more anxious, wondering what it could be. The serious expression on his face as he looked at her did nothing to calm her racing heart. Breaking the heavy silence, Min Jae-hyun suddenly asked, "Hey, do you want to be completely honest with each other?" Seo-in's mind went blank. Her heart skipped a beat, and her face flushed bright red at his sudden question. It seemed she had completely misheard him, thinking he just said, "I want to kiss you." Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the crowd was laying into the other two members of Team 3, demanding to know why only the two of them had made it out. Unable to hold back his anger, Kim Do-young tried to charge at them, but Instructor Kim held him back, saying, "That's enough. I know you're worried about your teammates, but they had to keep their cool, even though everyone was sweating bullets over Jae-hyun and Seo-ina." Meanwhile, An Hyo-yeon was losing his mind, having absolutely no clue how to bring them back. But just in the nick of time, the dungeon gate flashed with a brilliant light, signaling that it had finally opened. Hyo-yeon quickly held back Yoo-jung, who was about to charge toward the gate, because the two of them had actually made it back in one piece. Hearing everyone's frantic voices, Min Jae-hyun finally spoke up. He asked skeptically, "Wait, are you guys seriously arguing over us?" No one could believe their eyes. These two had actually survived and walked right back out. Even Instructor Kim was completely dumbfounded by what she was seeing. The patrol team had just assured her that both of them were definitely dead. After all, that monster was at least a B-rank boss. At that moment, tears streamed down Yoo-jung's face. She threw herself at Seo-ina, overwhelmed with relief that she was alive. Sobbing hysterically, she cried, "The instructor and the patrol guard said you guys were dead. I'm so incredibly happy you're both still alive." She squeezed them so hard they could barely breathe, forcing Ina to choke out. Okay, that is enough. Let us go." Meanwhile, Park Song-hee and Kim Ji-ah were drowning in guilt for abandoning them and running away. Sensing the heavy guilt on their faces, Jae-hyun called out to Park Song-hee and Kim Ji-ah. With a gentle smile, he thanked them for putting their trust in him and Ina. But even with his kind words, the guilt they felt was still eating them alive. So, Jae-hyun stepped in to clear the air and defend them in front of the crowd. He explained that he was the one who ordered them to run and get help from the instructor, so they did absolutely nothing wrong and didn't deserve any blame. Yoo-jung still couldn't wrap her head around it and snapped, "But still, how could you guys just abandon your own teammates like that?" Remembering how things actually went down, Jae-hyun shot back, "You would have done the exact same thing, so cut it out. Not everyone is as reckless as you are, and stop getting worked up on my behalf." Yoo-jung stammered, trying to defend herself by saying she was just angry for Ina's sake. Meanwhile, Instructor Kim silently watched her students from a distance. A wave of unease washed over her face as she locked eyes with Jae-hyun. She couldn't help but wonder, was he really the one who had healed her back in the cave? Flashback to their time in the cave, Jae-hyun tried to clear up the confusion for Ina, saying, "Look, I know you must be incredibly confused right now, but it's really hard for me to explain everything. I just don't want anyone else knowing about this power." But Ina, still blushing and misinterpreting his words, sheepishly asked, "But why do you want to keep it a secret so badly?" Jae-hyun looked at her and asked, "Aren't you even a little curious? Like, why the Kobold Lord suddenly spawned here and targeted the students? It is all because of Gu Jae-hyun. That scumbag views us cadets as nothing more than disposable pawns. He is the complete opposite of the saintly image he puts on for the public and the media. To a guy like him, if a useless cadet dies, he wouldn't even bat an eye." Hearing this, Ina finally connected the dots. That had to be the reason why Jae-hyun was keeping his true power hidden and planning to take him down. Shaken by this dark reality, Ina began to worry about what lay ahead. She looked at him anxiously and asked, "When we went to his office, you warned me about something. You told me not to trust anyone, not even the director or the instructors. Just how much did you already know about him back then?" She pressed him further. "Did you know he was evil from the very beginning? You have been acting like you knew exactly what was going to happen all along. How could you possibly know all of this?" Ina's desperate need for answers put Jae-hyun in an extremely tight spot. He had no idea she would react this intensely. If she dug any deeper, she would be putting herself in grave danger. Worrying for her safety, he hesitated, unsure if he should tell her the truth. Besides, she possessed incredible magic power and a fierce, unshakable mind, meaning memory-erasing spells probably wouldn't even work on her. And honestly, from the very start, that was never a viable option. He couldn't just manipulate his allies like that. Ultimately, Jae-hyun decided to keep his lips sealed. He apologized and refused to say another word. He knew that if he spilled any more secrets, it would only drag Ina into a world of trouble and danger. Snapping back to reality outside the dungeon, Instructor Kim suddenly walked up to him. She bowed deeply, apologizing for failing to rescue her own students from the dungeon, expressing how glad she was that they were safe. But Jae-hyun just gave her a cold brush off, telling her it was fine. It's not like you knew what was in there and sent us in on purpose anyway. With that, he coldly turned on his heel and walked away, leaving the instructor utterly speechless. Only Ina chased after him, refusing to give up as she asked, "So you really can't tell me what's going on? How do we know something like this won't happen again?" But before she could finish her sentence, Jae-hyun cut her off with a cold stare, saying, "I trust you'll keep our promise." He then walked away, leaving her standing there in stunned silence. The quest was officially cleared, but the rewards were about to shift depending on the path chosen. A system notification popped up. "You have made a different choice from your past, and you have received the Golden Apple of Eden." Meanwhile, the devious old principal was absolutely furious. He started barking at his subordinate, Instructor Kim. "You are seriously disappointing me." The instructor, utterly helpless, could only bow his head and apologize. Even though the principal claimed he would let it slide this time, the instructor was sweating bullets, praying for his life, terrified of what the old man might do to him next. With that terrifying, furious glare, he forced him to bow down on the spot and apologize to the old man. After those heart-stopping moments of playing nice with the old man, he swore to himself that he would tame Min Jae-hyun in the next event, no matter what. That old bastard Gin was absolutely furious this time, and he definitely wouldn't let the kid escape next time. After returning to his room, Jae-hyun stepped out of the shower feeling completely refreshed after such a long, exhausting battle. But as he looked down at his dirty cloak from the fight, it instantly brought back memories of how Seo In-ah looked at that moment. Her face kept flashing in his mind, making Jae-hyun sigh as he thought back to the events of his past life. Before he regressed, Kim Yoo-jung had died, and An Ho-yeon hadn't even unlocked half of his true potential. "I need to step in and change the future, but not when it comes to Seo In-ah. She can do just fine without my help." Still, Min Jae-hyun felt like something was off, telling himself to be more careful whenever he was around her. Since he wasn't sure how this would affect the future, he sat on the sofa and started searching for any noteworthy information. He knew he had to figure out the connection between Gwyn and the Aesir gods as soon as possible. That last dungeon was only the beginning. He would definitely cause even more dangerous situations in the future. Those who had appeared so far were just a fraction of Odin's influence. He needed to get a lot stronger to handle whatever was coming his way. Just then, a news report came on the television, talking about other completely unknown types of dungeons. When asked what they were, the expert brought up themed dungeons as an example. Normally, you just need to defeat the boss to clear a dungeon, but themed dungeons are completely different. That got Jae-hyun even more curious. Their most unique feature is that challengers cannot leave until the entire dungeon is completed. Hearing that, Jae-hyun stood up and walked over to a nearby table, staring at the calendar with a smirk, as if he had just figured something out. The expert on television continued, explaining that anyone entering a themed dungeon has to play a specific character inside. They must complete certain quests, just like in a role-playing game, to earn rare items as rewards. The second he heard the word items, Min Jae-hyun rushed over to check his valuable inventory. Inside was what raiders called divine providence. It was the very reason they desperately wanted to clear the dungeon despite its extreme difficulty, making this a golden opportunity for him to find what he needed. The next morning, at Seo In-ah's house, she was sipping a freshly brewed cup of hot tea while gloomily apologizing for making her friend worry. Kim Yoo-jung gave a polite smile and said, "Don't worry about it. I'm just glad you're okay. You know how short-tempered Jae-hyun can be, so I was really worried he'd treat you badly." At the mention of Jae-hyun, Seo In-ah immediately became gloomy and visibly depressed, which Kim Yoo-jung picked up on right away. But Yoo-jung only assumed she was upset because Jae-hyun had treated her poorly, completely unaware of the real reason behind Seo In-ah's sadness. She was actually sad because it seemed like Jae-hyun trusted Kim Yoo-jung more than her. Her mood plummeted as her thoughts swirled in confusion. She thought about how happy she'd be if only he could trust her a little more, her mind completely consumed by thoughts of Min Jae-hyun. That incredibly frustrating feeling only fueled Seo In-ah's determination to get much stronger. Seeing her friend's depressed face and low mood, Kim Yoo-jung felt deeply for her. She slammed her hand on the table, decided to do something, and reached out to In-ah with a bright smile to cheer her up. Let's just forget about him. Instead, let's go grab something delicious to eat. There's a place I've been dying to check out. Though a bit reluctant, Seo In-ah agreed to go with Kim Yoo-jung. With tons of excitement, Kim Yoo-jung was determined to help In-ah clear her mind, brushing off her initial hesitation. And it worked. She successfully brought a bright smile back to In-ah's face. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun was inside his item vault. In his hands was the legendary grade Idun's golden apple, which he had acquired during his last quest. This apple is grown and harvested by the goddess Idun, who is responsible for maintaining the eternal youth and immortality of the gods. It instantly slows down the aging process, boosts recovery, and permanently increases magic affinity. Aging rate decreases by 50%. Recovery rate increases by 50%. Stamina increases by 20%. And mana increases by 20%. This item cannot be traded or sold, and it possesses the extremely rare effects of preventing aging and boosting recovery. It is worth at least millions of dollars, so of course he couldn't just give away such a precious item easily. In any case, he wanted to plan out how to use his loot beforehand. According to his memories of his past life, an A-rank themed dungeon would soon open at the Seoul amusement park. The Thunder Steps dungeon was the exact place where he could obtain the speed-boosting boots of Thor's servant. These boots would significantly boost the agility stat, something that countless top-tier players desperately desired. With these boots, he can perfectly balance his mana and stamina with agility. Right on cue, Min Jae-hyun is about to enjoy this golden apple. He only takes a single bite, but a strange sensation instantly courses down his throat. Jae-hyun expected it to taste absolutely incredible, but after chewing for a while, why does it feel so underwhelming? The taste is completely ordinary, just like any other apple. However, the system still announces that the golden apple of Idun is taking effect. His stamina has permanently increased by 20 points, and his mana has permanently increased by 20 points. His aging rate has decreased by 50, his recovery rate has increased by 50, and his magical talent has been permanently boosted. Although the taste is pretty average, Jae-hyun has to admit that its effects are anything but ordinary. Now, he can move much lighter on his feet, and his physical condition is excellent. Afterward, Jae-hyun pulls out his phone, makes a call, and heads back to the amusement park. The bustling energy of the amusement park makes Jae-hyun feel a bit overwhelmed. Looking at this place again after his regression, it seems a little chaotic, so he heads over to the entrance ticket booth. Upon reaching the ticket collector, Min Jae-hyun flashes his membership card like a business card, introducing himself as a conqueror from the Cheonha Guild. With an intimidating look, he warns them that a themed dungeon is about to open here soon. Meanwhile, outside the academy's lobby, a few students are standing together, discussing something. At the front desk, Kim Ji-yeon asks the receptionist, "Has student Jae-hyun already left?" The receptionist answers, "Yes, he stopped by yesterday and told me he had some business to take care of today. Is there a problem?" Hearing her explanation, Kim Ji-yeon waves her hand. "Oh, no, it's nothing." She wonders to herself. And he is highly skilled, and he recovered incredibly fast from his trauma. The corners of her lips curve up into an admiring smile. It looks like he really has some serious guts. Finally, Instructor Kim asks the receptionist, "If he comes back, could you tell him to see me?" Smiling, the receptionist agrees. "Of course, I will definitely let him know." Kim Ji-yeon turns to leave with a polite nod. "Thank you." She then walks out of the academy building. She makes her way over toward the building complex. In a quiet corner of the academy campus, Kim Ji-yeon stops in front of a grove of tall trees. She glances around to scan her surroundings for a moment, then pulls out an earpiece. Tapping it with 2 fingers, a faint light glows from the device. Kim Ji-yeon looks up and speaks into it. "This is Kim Ji-yeon, Manager Song-chul. Can you hear me?" From the other end, a voice replies, "I'm listening. How is the investigation going?" After looking into it thoroughly, Kim Ji-yeon reports, "I've uncovered the truth. The one behind this is Jin." Staring at his computer screen, the man on the other end mutters thoughtfully, So Kim Seol-jin was the one in charge of the simulated dungeon training? He must be in a tight spot right now. Keep a close eye on both of them, and let me know immediately if you notice anything unusual." On her end, Kim Ji-yeon replies, "Understood. There's one more thing. Song Chul asks, "What is it?" Determination flashing in her eyes. Kim Ji-yeon tells him, "That student, Ji-hoon, whom I mentioned earlier. I think he knows something." The daytime sky is high and clear, dotted with white clouds and golden sunlight. The pathways inside the amusement park are completely deserted, with not a soul in sight. Min Jae-hyun stands on the path, hands shoved in his pockets. Suddenly, an announcement blares over the speakers. "This is an emergency. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. All remaining guests in the park must evacuate immediately." The protagonist glances around and thinks, "That was fast. The Cheonha Guild certainly has massive influence." He pulls out his phone and looks down at the screen. It's starting soon. His gaze remains fixed on his phone, lost in thought. A memory flashes back to when Min Jae-hyun was on the phone, and the person on the other end told him, "All right, if you are that confident, I will let you join our guild." The protagonist smiled and replied, "Thanks." Suddenly, the person added, "But there is one condition." Yoo Chae-young smiled as she spoke into the phone. "Prioritize your safety first if things go south." Min Jae-hyun asked back, "Is that really a condition?" Yoo Chae-young brushed her hand against her teacup. "It's not that I don't trust your abilities," she said, picking up the cup, "but no teacher wants to see their student in danger." On Ji-hoon's end, the warnings echo in his ears. Anything can happen inside a dungeon. Just then, a notification window pops up with dungeon details. Themed dungeon. Ruins of Neverland has appeared. A special item will be awarded upon completing 3 consecutive quests. A special quest has been added. This is a themed dungeon called the Ruins of Neverland. Find 3 quests scattered throughout the dungeon and complete them all. Difficulty, rank A. Reward, Zephyr's Thunderstep skill. 23 hours and 59 minutes remaining. The penalty for failure. Min Jae-hyun looked up, letting out a heavy sigh. This was exactly how he remembered it from his past life. A blurry projection of Yu Seo, the notorious raider of themed dungeons, materialized right in front of him as she spoke with absolute excitement. "So, it was easy for me to see that the Viking theme was where the quest was. That is also how I found the haunted house and the parade." With a confident look in her eyes, she boasted, "And as you know, my cognitive acceleration skill is pretty incredible." Her voice was filled with absolute confidence as she declared, "Nothing is impossible once I put my mind to it." I was actually pretty excited when I heard it was a themed dungeon, but honestly, I was pretty disappointed. Min Jae-hyun looked away, letting out a slow sigh. He recalled Yu Seo, a natural genius with an IQ of 150. She had been far too arrogant and thrilled with her own abilities. She constantly bragged about it, but in the end, she was brutally murdered by those who envied her talent. Because of that, Thialfi's lightning step skill fell into the hands of others. In the end, Min Jae-hyun simply muttered, "It would be much better." The sky above him was perfectly clear at first, but a moment later, a dark void appeared, and the sky began to crack and shatter. The surrounding streets and buildings began to dissolve into thin air. Even the ground beneath Min Jae-hyun's feet started to fade away. The scenery around him completely transformed. He looked up at the sky, watching the entire world distort and spin. If only I were the one to get that skill. A holographic screen slowly materialized before his eyes, showing the word, "Entrance." An information screen popped up. "You have discovered the first of the 3 major quests. Would you like to begin the Viking quest immediately?" Min Jae-hyun smirked at the notification. "All right, time to head in." Suddenly, the entire landscape around him was sucked into a massive white vortex. Then, everything vanished. The system screen notified him that the player was being teleported to the Viking dungeon. Change the ending of the story. Our main character's eyes flashed with determination as the teleportation began. A blinding blue light flashed, and he completely vanished from where he stood. The blue light faded in front of the gate, leaving the area completely deserted. But just then, a woman could be seen approaching from a distance. System alerts continuously rang in Min Jae-hyun's head. Progress, 7%, 20%, 97%, 100%. Character synchronization complete. You are now playing the role of Thialfi, a warrior who survived the Viking raid. The first of the 3 major quests, Thialfi's Hatred, has been added. Min Jae-hyun's eyes slowly fluttered open. The system screen displayed the themed quest, Thialfi's Hatred. The god of thunder, Thor, grew jealous of Thialfi's incredible speed and kidnapped his younger sister, taking Roskva hostage to force Thialfi to serve him. Play as Thialfi, rescue his sister Roskva, and quell his burning hatred. Difficulty, B. Grade. Reward. Active skill. Commander's shout. Failure conditions are as follows. Number 1. Roskva dies. Number 2. Thialfi dies. Penalty for failure. Death. Suddenly, horrific memories began flashing through Min Jae-hyun's mind. He saw a battlefield engulfed in raging flames and thick smoke. Right ahead was the back of a young man, desperately holding a little girl in his arms. Thialfi, one of the servants of the god of thunder, Thor, and the fastest being in the 9 realms. Though born immortal, he grew to despise the Norse gods after losing his entire family to the Vikings. They were brutal zealots who worshipped the Aesir gods. Suddenly, a memory from Min Jae-hyun's childhood flashed before him. In the memory, he was reading a book and asked his mother, "What? Thialfi hates the Norse gods?" That wasn't in the original mythology. Could this be another conflict between the Aesir and the Vanir gods? Slowly, the memory before his eyes faded away. As if someone was approaching, an urgent voice echoed in his ear. "Thialfi, wake up!" Min Jae-hyun snapped his eyes open. He stared blankly ahead, rubbing his head as he looked around to assess the situation. He was on a ship. Crew members were desperately pulling the sail ropes, while on the other side, others were being held hostage. Min Jae-hyun recognized this boat. It was the one he had stolen to set sail in search of Roskva. He turned his gaze to the blue-haired man standing in front of him. This was Frederick, the guy who came up with the idea to steal the ship. He looked at him with concern and asked, "Are you all right?" Min Jae-hyun gave a forced smile and nodded. "Oh, yeah, I." Before he could even finish his sentence, the hull of their ship was violently rammed by another vessel. The impact shook the entire ship violently, causing Min Jae-hyun, Frederick, and the rest of the crew to lose their footing. Dozens of other vessels suddenly emerged, completely surrounding their ship. On one side of the deck, a fierce group of armed men came leaping aboard, looking ready for a fight. Frederick quickly cursed under his breath. "Damn it." Min Jae-hyun frantically analyzed the situation in his head. "I don't know what's happening right now, but I'll have to put my search for Roskva on hold for a second." He turned to Frederick and said, "I'm leaving things here to you." Pushing off the deck with full force, he launched himself high into the air. Behind him, Frederick's voice echoed, "Wait, Thialfi." From one boat to the other, our main lead leaps across the open water, clearing the gap in a single bound. His expression remains completely calm as he flies toward the enemy deck. A split second later, Thialfi lands gracefully on the ship's bow. Standing tall, he looks down at the crew below like an absolute god. One of the crew members, wearing a head bandana, sneers and points a finger right at him. "Haha, did you seriously just jump onto an enemy ship when you should be running for your life?" He continues to mock him, shouting, "You idiot, I will deal with you right now." Min Jae-hyun's face stiffens slightly as he frowns, letting out a silent sigh. But wait, our main lead's eyes lock onto a woman tied to a pillar right behind the pirates. She is completely knocked out, bound tightly to the wooden post. He immediately recognizes the pink hair he saw in his memories, along with those confident, blue-violet eyes. The girl tied up there is a perfect match for the Seo Ah-hyun in his mind. Right then, a system notification pops up, stating that you have found Thialfi's younger sibling, while the pink-haired girl starts a monologue in her head. "I am Seo Ah-hyun. I have a genius intellect, and I am destined to be a great conqueror." Seo Ah-hyun smiles confidently, flipping her hair. "I mean, I really am an incredible person." But suddenly, she pauses, her expression freezing. "Wait, then why the hell am I locked up in here?" Flashback to 3 minutes before the emergency alert popped up. Seo Ah-hyun tells the 2 NPCs in front of her, "I need to use the bathroom," but they hold her back, saying, "You could have just said you did not want to go to the haunted house." Seo Ah-hyun completely breaks down. There was only a 0.6% chance of a dungeon spawning where she was, and the odds of getting trapped in a themed dungeon were a measly 0.003%. "Why is my luck always this bad?" she cries, tears streaming down her face. "Damn it, stop thinking about that." Stealing her resolve, she gets serious. "All right, I have to find a way out of here. I am not dying in this place." With tears still in her eyes, Seo Ah-hyun looks around frantically, thinking that the raid team has to be here by now. "Please, anyone." "Wait, who is that?" Peering around a corner, she spots someone walking ahead. She ducks behind a wall, watching his every move. "Wait, what?" Seo Ah-hyun sizes our main lead up from head to toe, analyzing him. He does not look like he is with the raid team. Who is this guy? Staring intently at Min Jae-hyun, she decides her best bet is to follow him. Back in the present, Seo Ah-hyun is currently role-playing as Roskva. acting unconscious while tied to the ship's mast. Min Jae-hyun frowns as he looks at her, cursing silently. He hangs his head with a deep sigh. We literally issued an evacuation order. Of all the people who could have ended up here, why did it have to be her? Down below, the crew members are already drawing their bows, aiming straight at him. Turn this bastard into a pincushion. A barrage of arrows rains down on Min Jae-hyun, but as he opens his eyes, a protective barrier manifests, wrapping completely around him. Our main lead raises his hand, muttering to himself, "Why am I always surrounded by?" Min Jae-hyun clenches his fist, channeling all his power. With a dangerous gleam in his eyes, he throws a devastating punch forward. Suddenly, a violent gale sweeps across the deck, sending the crew members screaming. Min Jae-hyun's raw power erupts in every direction. He quickly analyzes the situation. No, I need to stay positive. Even if Seo Ah-hyun is a headache, she will still be useful for the raid. Suddenly, a massive figure brandishing a giant axe charges through the white smoke straight at him. The giant swings his axe down, but Min Jae-hyun swiftly dodges to the side with ease. As he dodges, he is still calculating in his head. I cannot just get rid of her, so I might as well put her to good use. Pivoting on his heel, Min Jae-hyun drives a precise, powerful punch right into the giant's face, sending the massive beast crashing to the deck. Even now, our main lead is still thinking about Seo Ah-hyun. First, I have got to deal with this situation. Then I will figure out what to do with her. Witnessing our main lead's terrifying power, the surrounding crew members begin to back away in fear. Min Jae-hyun rolls his neck with his eyes closed, saying indifferently, "I do not have time for this." He glares at them with a cold, threatening look. "Just come at me all at once." After a brief struggle, the ship finally falls silent, and Min Jae-hyun walks over to the pillar. All around him, defeated pirates lie unconscious on the deck. He stops right in front of Seo Ah-hyun. She is still desperately keeping her eyes shut when our main lead's voice rings in her ears. "Is pretending to sleep the best you can do?" Min Jae-hyun stares down at the girl who is clearly faking it. "So, you are supposed to be Roskva?" Seo Ah-hyun's lips twitch. She lets out a click of her tongue, opening her eyes to look at him with a smirk. "Bingo. And I am guessing you are Thialfi." Min Jae-hyun crouches down, bringing his face close to hers with a smile. "Bullseye. But you know what?" Suddenly, he drives a brutal punch straight into the wooden pillar, right next to her head, turning her face completely pale with terror. With a chilling, threatening look, he warns her, "I can read you like an open book, so you had better drop those stupid ideas. Start using your head." Behind her, a smoking, splintered hole gapes in the wooden pillar. Seo Ah-hyun can only gasp in sheer terror, nodding her head frantically. Right after that, a notification window pops up. "You have completed the first quest. Peter Pan's shadow is returning. The rewards are currently being calculated in the misty area of the Neverland theme park, right outside the dungeon gate." Min Hyun and Seo are sitting together at a table. Min Hyun crosses his arms, staring intensely at Seo across from him. Seo can only bow her head in silence, not daring to speak. She silently sizes him up in her mind. He is a mage hunter, but he fights like a warrior around my age. On top of that, his personality is absolute trash. Seo feels completely annoyed, wondering how she even got tangled up with such a weird guy. Who is he anyway? Suddenly, Min Hyun speaks up, making her flinch and snap her head up. "Which skill did you say you could use?" Seo laughs awkwardly and brushes it off. "Oh, right. It helps me use my swordsmanship a lot better." But inside her head, she is plotting. This should trick him. Not many students at the academy know about this stuff. Since he has such a garbage personality, I'll just use him for my own benefit. And then, before she can finish her daydream, Min Hyun sees right through her. That is not all of it. And by the way, I hate liars. Seo still tries to wiggle her way out of it. "I'm not lying. It's a rank D skill called Basic Swordsmanship Review." But Min Hyun does not buy her excuse for a second. Instead, he calmly utters two words. Cognitive acceleration. Seo completely freezes up, totally paralyzed by his words. Min Hyun starts listing the skill's effects. It makes time feel like it is slowing down and speeds up the user's thought process. It is typically used by leaders, and it is also highly effective for analyzing and reading an opponent's mind. He smirks, firing a question back at her. "Am I wrong?" Seo's head is spinning with panic, and she stammers in fear. How? How did you know that?" Min Hyun places his hands on the table and stands up, getting ready to leave. "Either way, I can't take you with me. You were planning to lie to me and use me. He glares at her with a dangerous look in his eyes. I am not that stupid. Se-ah immediately jumps up and runs after him, shouting, Wait! She plays the pity card, blocking his path with teary eyes. I am sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. Please, don't leave me alone. I'll die if you abandon me here. Min Hyun looks down at her. Why should I trust you? Se-ah desperately replies, I'll prove it to you. Instantly, Min Hyun smirks. Oh, really? Then sign a contract. Looking anxious and confused, she looks at him and murmurs, Okay. The sky above is pitch black, and the area is dead silent. Se-ah, sweating profusely, stares at the contract screen. Se-ah cannot harm Min Hyun. Se-ah must obey Min Hyun's commands. Min Hyun will guarantee Se-ah's safety until the Neverland-themed dungeon is cleared. Se-ah must not speak of this contract. She clutches her head and pulls at her hair, completely powerless as she reads the terms, cursing him to high heaven in her mind. Standing nearby, Min Hyun just silently watches her every move. He thinks to himself, subjugation is a form of brainwashing. Through this contract, I'll hold all the cards. In the end, Min Hyun decides this is the best way to utilize her, ensuring she can't betray him, even though she really is quite troublesome. On the other side, Se-ah lets out a miserable sigh and taps the screen. Fine, I'll sign it. The moment she taps it, a glowing golden chain appears, wrapping tightly around her neck. Right above, a matching golden chain also wraps around Min Hyun's hand. A notification pops up, announcing that Se-ah has become his subordinate. The subjugation will not be broken even after the quest is completed, as it is a contract-bound servitude. Min Hyun smiles smugly and asks her, Isn't this a great deal? It's not like I'm mind-controlling you or anything. Se-ah can only glare away in resentment. There is absolutely no way to feel okay when someone literally holds your mind in their hands. Min Hyun turns around, casting a serious glance back at her. Then break the contract. I didn't force you to sign it. I can easily leave you behind. In a split second, Se-ah completely changes her tune, putting on an enthusiastic smile. I'll do whatever you say. Min Hyun sighs, thinking to himself that she is incredibly simple-minded. Meanwhile, in a dark, hellish temple, a wrinkled black hand with sharp claws is gently caressing something. Hera smiles and praises. It seems our little enemy is working quite hard. She grins with amusement, noticing that Se-ah's eyes seem to have gotten sharper. She is currently sitting in the lap of a monster with a white head but black fur. Hera looks up, pretending to cry and whine, Boo-hoo, they will be so angry if I leave right now. What should I do? 4 hairy black animal legs take slow steps toward her, and the creature speaks. Then, Hera, be my eyes. She merely smiles at the newcomer, eventually resting her chin on her hand as she says, I need a little more time until he is ready. Back inside the hazy virtual space of the Neverland theme park, Min Hyun walks ahead with both hands shoved in his pockets. Se-ah silently follows behind him. She finally breaks the silence, asking curiously, So, where are we going now? Min Hyun stops in his tracks and tilts his head slightly to look back at her. The haunted house. We're heading there first. Ah-hyun suddenly flinches in shock. Wait, a haunted house? Min Hyun catches her reaction and asks, What is wrong? Are you scared? She snaps back at him immediately. Do you really think I'm scared of that stuff? Her face is totally pale, but she is still stubbornly trying to act tough. What kind of high schooler gets scared of stuff like that? Our main lead smirks and mocks her. Someone exactly like you. Ah-hyun starts getting defensive. I told you, I am not. She pouts, tears practically welling up in her eyes. Min Hyun shrugs. Well, if you say so. Standing right in front of the haunted house, he gives her a mischievous look and says, Get ready to go in. At this point, Se-ah completely breaks down, her legs turning to jelly. She desperately calls out to him as he prepares to step inside. Wait, I need to take a deep breath. Right then, a notification panel pops up, starting Beta's second mission in the haunted house. Min Hyun and Se-ah are instantly teleported inside the dungeon onto a deserted path. In front of them are old, cracked walls, surrounded by tower-like structures soaring into the sky. The entire house looks like an ancient castle, wrapped in a dark, eerie atmosphere. The notification panel announces, You have entered the haunted house. Escape this place without violating the 3 rules. Some skills will be disabled. Min Hyun looks at the girl next to him and asks, What is your role? Se-ah holds up the camera in her hands. Obviously, I am the camera woman. What about you? Our main lead tilts his head slightly and answers, Looks like I'm a horror streamer. Suddenly, A figure looms right behind them. It has been a long time since we last had guests. The sudden voice from behind startles both of them. Welcome, both of you. Terrified, Min Hyun and Jae-hyun freeze, slowly turning their heads to see who is standing behind them. A silver-haired man with wide, staring eyes is gazing at them. I am Alfred, the butler of this mansion. I serve Countess Laner. I have come to welcome you both, as requested by the Countess. The panel pops up. You have received Beta's second mission. Theme, Laner Mansion. Invited by the owner of the Laner Mansion, but this place is creepy and hides a terrifying secret. Use your camera to expose the secrets of this mansion and escape. Difficulty is A. Reward is the active skill, Illusion. Failure conditions: 1. Failing to escape within the time limit. 2. Failing to uncover the truth behind the mansion. The penalty for failure is death. Outside, withered trees sway in the wind, the surroundings shrouded in a hazy fog. A hand in a white glove grasps the iron bar, pushing the door open. Butler Alfred looks at the two behind him, making a guiding gesture. Please, step inside. Min Hyun quietly observes his surroundings as he follows the butler inside. Jae-hyun, shivering from the chills running down her spine, trails closely behind. Butler Alfred's voice echoes in their ears. The Countess has emphasized that I must treat you both as best as I can. He points toward a nearby hallway. I will show you to the dining room first. Surely, you must be tired after your long journey. Min Hyun glances around, noticing a vase placed on the other side. Hanging from the neck of the white vase is a tag. The writing on the tag says, "For the most beautiful and foolish girl." Our main lead just stares silently at it for a while. Behind him, Jae-hyun suddenly gasps in admiration. What a beautiful painting. Hanging on the nearby wall is a painting of a blonde, blue-eyed little girl wearing a blue dress, hugging a golden dog next to her. Min Hyun asks curiously, "What is this?" Just then, Butler Alfred looks at them and explains, "This is a portrait of my master and her beloved dog." Looking at the little girl in the painting, our main lead guesses she must be 12 or 13 years old. He glances at the butler. She must really cherish her childhood, considering how she put up this portrait here. Butler Alfred looks at the painting and replies, "Of course." Suddenly, he turns to look at them with a creepy expression. She has many happy, dreamlike memories. His gaze sends a shiver down Min Hyun and Jae-hyun's spines. Glaring at them, he says, "Now, please follow me this way." Min Hyun and Jae-hyun say nothing, silently following him deeper inside. As they walk, our main lead is calculating in his head, telling himself to stay alert. He analyzes the situation. The system gave me the background info for the first mission, but not this time. I have to uncover all the secrets myself. Min Hyun then notices Jae-hyun walking beside him. Seeing her trembling with fear, he looks at her and asks, "Are you okay? So you were lying when you said you weren't scared?" Jae-hyun turns to him and argues, "It is just because I am not used to this place yet. If I just stay here a bit longer." Before she can finish her sentence, Butler Alfred stops in his tracks, drawing their attention to him. The three of them step into a room, and the butler announces, "We have arrived." In front of them is a long table decorated with candles and 12 plates of food. Butler Alfred stands behind the door. "This is a feast that Countess Laner has prepared for both of you." Before the door closed, his eyes stared intensely at them. "Please, help yourselves. I will return once you two are finished eating." Right after that, the door slammed shut, echoing loudly behind them. Min Jae-hyun and Jae-hyun stood in silence, staring at the door for a long time. Jae-hyun glanced back slightly. Then, looking at the plate of food on the table, she said, "Eating this stuff is probably a terrible idea." Our main character suggested they look around now that the butler was gone. Jae-hyun stopped him. "Wait." Looking at him, she suggested, "Let's gather some info here before we head out." Then, she closed her eyes and activated her active skill, cognitive acceleration. The acceleration swept over the display table, then the chairs and the dining table. All the gathered information flowed straight into Jae-hyun's head. Opening her eyes as she processed the information, she looked at Min Jae-hyun with excitement. "I've discovered a few things about this mansion." Min Jae-hyun rested his chin on his hand, silently praising her. "Wow, that was fast. I guess it makes sense, since it's an innate skill." He looked at her and asked, "What is it?" Jae-hyun began to explain, "I think the owner of this mansion is a child, about 12 years old." Our main character asked her, "Why do you think so?" She pointed to a chair and analyzed, "The chairs in the lobby are the evidence. Seo Ah-hyun pulled 2 chairs close together to show that the host's chair was much taller than the others. She continued her analysis, meaning the owner must be much smaller than whoever sits in the other chairs. Pointing out other details, she added that all the shelves in the lobby are quite low, and only the lower handles show signs of use. Min Jae-hyun recalled the things he had seen earlier and realized she was right. I see, the furniture really is pretty low. Looking at Seo Ah-hyun, he decided, alright, let's move to another room. Sounds good, she agreed. Seo Ah-hyun then picked up the video camera and examined it. This camera is definitely high-end. Walking over to our main character, she sighed, I wish I could take it with us. But Min Jae-hyun just stood there frozen, not moving an inch. Seo Ah-hyun looked at him, confused. What's wrong? Our main character's face grew serious. This is no time for jokes. Frowning, he stared intensely at the door in front of them. We're locked in. Meanwhile, over at the Neverland amusement park, 2 hours had already passed since the themed dungeon appeared. John Woo was reporting live in front of the camera. According to staff, a hunter from the Manhwa Guild and a high school student named Seo Ah-hyun are currently trapped inside the dungeon. We are all deeply concerned about whether they can make it out safely. Meanwhile, in a corner nearby, one man stood while another was sitting. Jae-ho rubbed his neck, frowning as he cursed. Damn it, we were supposed to get promoted soon. What the hell is this? The blonde man in a coat sitting next to him sighed. Right? Who could have predicted a themed dungeon would pop up in an amusement park? Jae-ho shoved his hands into his pockets, searching for something as he spoke. If the civil evaluation committee fails us because of this, he looked toward the 2 people talking ahead of them and added, then you might get demoted. 2. Even though I got promoted after the goblin incident, that promotion is obviously going to be cancelled now. The blonde man told him, gee, thanks for the positive vibes. But senior, it's over. Jae-ho just frowned, lighting a cigarette. We're going to take the fall for all of this. Just check on the 2 who are inside. He obediently replied, got it. The blonde man started looking at the info tablet in his hand. Displayed on it was the information of our main character, Min Jae-hyun, class, mage, affiliation, Manhwa Guild. The blonde man froze when he saw the info. He thought, it's him? Recalling what he knew, he muttered to himself, I heard he enrolled in the Miletus Academy. Did the Manhwa Guild already scout him? Standing next to him, Jae-ho was so shocked he dropped the cigarette from his mouth. He stared at him and blurted, what? What the hell is this? Are there 3 people in there instead of 2? The blonde man glanced at him and denied it. No, that's not it. He turned his head and smiled. This themed dungeon. Recalling our main character's capability, he confidently said, I think it's going to be cleared. The massive black door was now tightly shut and wouldn't budge. Seeing this, Seo Ah-hyun was so terrified that tears welled up in her eyes. Min Jae-hyun looked at the scene in front of him and thought, it looks like they're choosing to go with the classic routine. He looked at the door handle, which now couldn't be opened, and muttered, how annoying. Seo Ah-hyun began to break down, trembling all over. What if? We're locked in here forever and never get out. Our main character tried to comfort her, calm down. This is a dungeon, so there has to be an exit. Though she was still trembling slightly, she forced a smile. You're right. There's no such thing as an inescapable dungeon. Then, she quickly ran off, saying, I'll look around some more. Min Jae-hyun watched her leave and could only sigh. He tilted his head and examined their surroundings. First, our main character looked at the room's door. The master of this mansion doesn't seem to like us very much. There's no way I can break down even a flimsy door with my current stats. After that, he glanced at Seo Ah-hyun's retreating back, of Seo Ah-hyun. Before my regression, she actually escaped this place on her own, so I assumed the clearance rate for this dungeon was pretty low. Min Jae-hyun tilted his head, analyzing the situation in silence. That meant there had to be another variable at play. Behind him, Seo Ah-hyun suddenly called out, Hey, get over here and look at this. He walked over and asked, What is it? Her face was already pale as she muttered, Something is wrong with this camera. The main character calmly looked through the viewfinder. Thinking she was just getting into character, his entire body froze the moment he peeked inside. He frowned in disbelief at the gruesome sight. On the screen, the body of Alfred, the butler, was lying in a pool of blood right on the dining table, which was completely different from the lavish feast they saw with their own eyes. Seo Ah-hyun asked in terror, Then, the Alfred who guided us here is? Min Jae-hyun, having realized the truth, finished her sentence. A fake. The moment the words left his mouth, a system notification popped up. You have uncovered 70% of the mansion's mystery. This was the first secret of the mansion. The main character glanced at the message and thought, "Is this only the beginning?" Tilting his head closer to the device, he said, "This camera lets us see things the naked eye can't." Seo Ah-hyun turned to him and said, "So that's why I'm the camera operator, and this camera is the key to solving the mystery." Min Jae-hyun smiled and praised her. "Exactly. You're pretty sharp." She beamed, talking to herself. "I guess I am pretty smart." Watching her, the male lead couldn't help but wonder. How on earth did she clear this dungeon before when she's such a scaredy cat? Maybe she only calms down when she has to use her brain. He took the camera from her hand and said, "Now, the real issue is what this camera is showing us." He pointed the camera in another direction. "Even if the Alfred we met is fake, this screen is showing us either the present or the past." Seo Ah-hyun clapped her hands in agreement. That makes sense. By now, she had realized this was a dungeon, and they had to solve the mansion's secrets. A chill ran down Seo Ah-hyun's spine. Since the camera doesn't show the future, that means. She turned to look at Alfred's bloody corpse on the screen. A lavish feast sat on the dining table right now, but a cold corpse had once lain in its place. The past. What the camera was showing them was the past, along with the secrets of this mansion. Delicious-looking plates of food were set on the table, with utensils like knives and forks neatly arranged beside them. Looking at the food, Seo Ah-hyun felt sick to her stomach, tears welling up in her eyes. She pointed at the table and asked, "Then all this food is?" Min Jae-hyun immediately glared at her and cut her off. "It's definitely not meant to be eaten." The image of Alfred's corpse was truly horrific and deeply unsettling. The main character looked at Seo Ah-hyun, lost in thought, before calling out to her. "Hey." Over on the other side, she was still clutching her chest and groaning, "I don't feel so good." The main character tossed the camera back to her. "Hold this." Seo Ah-hyun caught it in a panic. "Whoa, be careful with this thing." Min Jae-hyun glanced around. "I could sense a faint trace of mana, so I knew something was off." "This is all an illusion." An illusion? It was a type of magic that only occasionally showed up in dungeon traps. Deciding to test his theory, the main character reached out and tapped the table. Streams of golden light radiated outward. A system window popped up, reading, "Activating active skill. Absolute calculation." But another message quickly followed. "Skill activation failed. Absolute calculation cannot be used in this location." Min Jae-hyun pulled his hand back and stared at the table. "I see." He rolled his wrist and looked over at Seo Ah-hyun. "What are you doing?" She was kneeling on the floor, peeking under the dining table. "I have a feeling the key to open the door might be down here." After checking, Seo Ah-hyun stood up and brushed the dust off her knees. Through the camera, the only difference is that Alfred is lying on the table instead of the food. She looked at him and deduced. So the key to escape must be right here. Hearing her words, something clicked in Min Jae-hyun's mind, and a smirk played on his lips. In that case, there is a way to break this. The main character's golden eyes flashed. A system message popped up, activating active skill, mana detection. Through his enhanced vision, he spotted something on the table radiating mana. It was a plate of pudding sitting right in front of the head chair. The main character stared at it and smirked. "I knew it. Basically, a magic lock is tied to either a physical object or a magic formula. To break it, you only have two options. First, you can destroy the object itself. Or, second, you can nullify the formula." Min Jae-hyun stared at the plate and said, "The key is probably inside that pudding." Seo Ah-hyun stood frozen, her eyes wide. She frowned as pure terror filled her gaze, her voice trembling as she stammered, In the pudding?" Looking through the camera once more, that exact spot corresponded to Alfred's mangled, horrifying face. Seo Ah-hyun's face went completely pale, sweat dripping down as her vision grew blurry. From across the table, Min Jae-hyun began to tease her. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "No way." Seo Ah-hyun shot back loudly. She rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward. "I'm going to get it." Gritting her teeth, she slowly reached her hand toward the pudding. Terrified, Seo Ah-hyun kept searching, but her reflection on the camera screen showed that her hand was actually rummaging inside Butler Alfred's mouth. Tears welled up in her eyes from sheer terror. Suddenly, her hand brushed against something, sending a shockwave through her entire body. Seo Ah-hyun pulled her hand out, and sure enough, she was holding a key. "Here it is." At that exact moment, a system window popped up. announcing that they had successfully unlocked the second secret of the Flandu mansion. You will receive an additional reward once the dungeon is fully cleared. Somewhere in the dark, the silhouette of a person appeared from behind. A crystal ball sat on the table as a sigh echoed through the room. Oh dear. Inside the glass sphere, it showed Min Jae-hyun and Seo Ah-hyun standing in the dining room. A voice spoke up. It seems our guests didn't enjoy their meal. Butler Alfred's eyes widened in mania. We cannot be poor hosts to our guests. Impossible. Absolutely not. His face grew crazed as he muttered, I, Butler Alfred, will never disappoint the Countess. Finally, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a chilling laughter that sounded like weeping, echoing through the halls. Numerous chandeliers hung from the ceiling as Min Jae-hyun and Seo Ah-hyun walked down the empty hallway. Seo Ah-hyun pointed the camera toward herself, staring intently at the screen. On the screen, a chilling sight was shown. Children's toys scattered all over the floor, with a pool of blood in the corner. Just then, they both stopped dead in their tracks. The two of them stood in front of a bedroom door. Min Jae-hyun speculated, this must be the guest bedroom. Seo Ah-hyun looked ahead and nodded. Right. They said we were guests, so we're supposed to go to the bedroom after dinner. And since there's blood here, we don't really have a choice, do we? The camera panned to a slightly open door, where a large pool of blood was leaking out onto the floor from inside the room. Min Jae-hyun looked inside and made up his mind. Then let's head inside and see if there's anything weird going on. Hearing his words, Seo Ah-hyun panicked. Wait, we actually have to go in? Min Jae-hyun turned to look at her. We need to get out of here. Do you want to stay in this mansion forever? Tears streamed down her face, but she still managed to reply, No, I don't. He warned her. Then keep your pretty mouth shut and pay attention to your surroundings. Be sure to call me if you see anything. Seo Ah-hyun agreed dejectedly. Fine. Min Jae-hyun stepped into the room first. Inside the dark and empty room, he looked around. I'll search around for clues. Suddenly, a white dress fluttered in the wind, sweeping past, right behind Min Jae-hyun. He glanced over his shoulder. The silhouette of a little girl in a blood-stained white dress appeared right behind him. The girl's face was blurry and indistinct. Suddenly, a hand reached out, pointing right behind Min Jae-hyun. Outside, a loud clap of thunder boomed. Out of nowhere, Alfred was already standing right behind him. Inside a pitch-black cellar, only a single, faint orange lamp on the wall cast a dim light. A low groan echoed as a blurry face appeared in front of him. Min Jae-hyun gasped, his eyes flying open as he woke up from unconsciousness. Seo Ah-hyun anxiously leaned in and called out, Hey, wake up. She knelt on the ground, looking down at him. Oh my God, are you okay? Min Jae-hyun rubbed his temple and grunted. My head hurts like crazy. Stop screaming. He glanced around their surroundings and cursed under his breath. Damn it. Looking at the equipment in the cellar, he thought, I knew this was coming, yet I still let myself get caught. Is this a scripted event to progress the dungeon? He pushed himself up against the wall to stand. Seo Ah-hyun spoke from behind him. I used cognitive acceleration to assess our current situation, she explained. Judging by the moss and humidity, it seems we're locked in an underground dungeon. Looking at the objects in the cell, she continued, and there are clear signs of torture here, too. Seo Ah-hyun tilted her head, her brow furrowing with disgust. It's absolutely spine-chilling. Why on earth would they have a torture chamber inside an old mansion anyway? Min Jae-hyun gripped one of the cell's iron bars to test its strength. He waved his hand dismissively. If that's the case, there should be a key nearby. Clenching his hand into a tight fist, he activated his silence skill. Min Jae-hyun threw a devastating punch straight at the iron bars in front of him. The entire cell shook violently, leaving Seo Ah-hyun completely frozen with her jaw on the floor. Cracks began to spiderweb across the ceiling above them, sending dust and debris raining down. Finally, the iron bars holding them captive shattered into tiny pieces. Min Jae-hyun walked ahead to scope out the area, warning her, keep as quiet as possible. Nothing good will come of it if Alfred, whoever that freak is, finds us. Seo Ah-hyun retorted from behind. Oh sure, because destroying that wall was incredibly quiet, wasn't it? Min Jae-hyun turned his head to look at her and snapped, shut up and find a way to get us out of here instead of. Before he could even finish his sentence, a shadow suddenly lunged from behind her. Sensing something was off, Min Jae-hyun whipped his head around. Looking up, a brown-furred creature flew toward them, crashing straight into his arms. Our main lead froze in shock. Looking down at the thing in his arms, he muttered, What on earth is this? He used both hands to lift up the small dog, which was holding a key in its mouth, to get a closer look. A puppy? Behind him, Seo Ah-hyun stood frozen with her mouth slightly open. Then, she screamed at him, "Drop that puppy right now." Min Jae-hyun gave her a puzzled look. He lifted the pup up high, inspected it for a moment, and asked why. Judging by its appearance and manner, it is just a normal puppy. Look, it is holding a key in its mouth, so it must have been locked up down here too. Seo Ah-hyun stared suspiciously at the dog in his hands. There is no way the dungeon would hand us a key this easily. What if this puppy is a trap? Hearing her words, the little golden puppy in our main character's arms began to bristle and growled angrily at her. A bit intimidated by the puppy's attitude, Seo Ah-hyun could only frown and step back. Just then, a status window popped up, notifying them of a new quest. Sub-quest: Flandier's Diary. Enter Countess Flandier's room on the 4th floor of the mansion and read her diary. Difficulty level B. The reward is the reversal of the theme dungeon's skill lock. Failure condition: dying before the time runs out, or failing to complete the quest before the deadline. Time remaining: 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Min Jae-hyun looked at the info and calculated, that is not a bad reward at all. Finally, he smiled and made up his mind. This means there is some kind of connection to the secrets of this mansion. The heavy iron door was quietly pushed open. Carrying the golden puppy, our main lead walked down the hallway with Seo Ah-hyun, keeping a close eye on their surroundings. Min Jae-hyun scanned the area and said, "We made it to the 3rd floor." He set the puppy down on the floor and turned to Seo Ah-hyun. "But now, I have no idea which way we should go." She could only let out a heavy sigh. "Since we don't have the camera anymore, our only option is to search around." Our main lead didn't say a word. This made her call out to him again, "Hey?" But Min Jae-hyun still didn't answer. His eyes widened. Staring blankly ahead, Seo Ah-hyun couldn't understand his behavior. She turned her head to look behind her. "Is something wrong? You are making me nervous." Just as she said that, she saw the shadow of a little girl in a white dress appearing right behind her. Looking closely, the little girl had long, slightly curly blonde hair, but strangely, her face was covered in blood. Min Jae-hyun stepped forward, about to speak to her, when a hand reached out to stop him in his tracks. Seo Ah-hyun looked at him anxiously. "Let it go. We don't have time to talk to a ghost." Still, our main lead brushed her hand aside, stepped forward, and asked, "Why are you still here?" He stared at the figure standing in the distance and continued, "Do you still hold a grudge against this mansion?" The figure of the blonde girl in the white dress shook her head at him. Min Jae-hyun asked again, "So, are you here to help us?" The blonde girl nodded at him. Our main lead asked her once more, "Then, let me ask you one thing. Where is Countess Flandier's room on the 4th floor?" The little girl's blood-covered hand pointed straight ahead. Both our main lead and Seo Ah-hyun followed the girl's hand, looking back behind themselves. "Is she pointing to the end of the hallway over there?" Min Jae-hyun asked, looking at the blonde girl. "All right, thank you." Before leaving, he made a promise to the little girl, "I will help you move on as soon as I get the chance. So please wait for me." He turned to Seo Ah-hyun and said, "Let us go." Even then, she was still looking back behind her. The dark hallway was now empty, and the blonde girl was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, in another part of the Neverland theme park, 2 men sat facing each other across a table. Jello looked at the man sitting opposite him. "The Lotus Guild will take full responsibility for everything related to this theme dungeon." "Is that what you are trying to say?" Park Sung-jae calmly looked at him and replied, "Yes." He began to explain, "You can direct all the heat from the National Conquest Bureau and the public toward the Lotus Guild. But in return, Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon requested that you do not leak any information about Min Jae-hyun." Jello leaned back and pondered for a moment, completely baffled. Why would the Lotus Guild take such a massive risk? All for the sake of just one student? Park Sung-jae lowered his head, avoiding his gaze. "I cannot tell you the reason." Jello stared at him for a long time, trying to read him. Finally, he closed his eyes and massaged his neck. "Well, we have nothing to lose from this deal anyway. So, we will do as you say. But what if he fails to clear the dungeon?" Before he could finish, Park Sung-jae cut him off reassuringly. "Do not worry. If he were the type of person to fail at something like this, the Lotus Guild wouldn't have gone this far for him." Elsewhere, a sharp gleam from a slash flashes in the pitch-black darkness. A suit of iron armor has its head sliced clean off. Sia gapes in utter disbelief. This can't be. Countless headless suits of iron armor lie scattered on the ground. Dazed, she mutters, I thought living armor was a C-rank monster, Min Jae-hyun explains as he walks forward. This is the shortest route, so this is really nothing. The golden pup trots alongside his feet, nose to the ground, sniffing around. As the wooden door creaks open, the three of them look inside. A system notification pops up, announcing they are entering Laner's room. Scattered across the floor near the study desk are numerous teddy bears. Sia gasps. This looks absolutely terrifying. She starts walking toward it. I'll check the desk first. Suddenly, our protagonist stops her by placing a hand on her shoulder. He looks at her and explains. Finding items on a desk is too obvious. Go search the places where you'd least expect a clue. Sia scratches her head and complies. Oh, all right. Min Jae-hyun and the golden pup walk over to the study desk. The little pup is trying its best to scramble up onto the tabletop. He reaches out and picks up a book from the desk. A system screen appears. Unequipable item. Laner's diary. This is the diary of Laner, the mistress of this estate, Countess Laner. Written daily, it holds the terrifying and dark secrets hidden within the Laner mansion. He picks up the diary, a smirk playing on his lips as he thinks, found it. As the pages flip open, the secrets within are finally revealed. May 5th, 1474, my skin is getting paler by the day. The doctors have visited countless times to treat and examine me, but nothing seems to help. Am I going to leave this world right here, without ever getting to see what lies beyond? May 10th, 1474, mother and father said they would buy me the doll I've always wanted. They are the absolute best, and I can't wait for them to return from the city. May 12th, 1474, I received a death notice. My parents were killed in a bandit attack. My tears just won't stop falling. Would they still be alive if I hadn't begged for that doll? May 15th, 1474, the funeral is over. As the last surviving member of the Laner bloodline, I am now the mistress of this mansion, but I don't feel happy at all. I will be all alone, now and forever. June 4th, 1474. A girl was caught. It seems she picked a flower from my garden. She is around my age and looks a lot like my doll. So, I've taken a bit of a liking to her. I'll ask her if she wants to live in this mansion with me. June 20th, 1474. She told me she didn't have a name, so I named her Sally. We play together every single day inside the mansion. I'm so happy to have made a friend. I hope things stay like this forever. July 8th, 1474. Az left without saying a single word. Sally told me he must have been in a rush and headed to the neighboring city. I don't know why, but I feel so anxious. July 10th, 1474. Az is back, but something is off about him. Sally also seems to be hiding something. Something must have happened. October 9th, 1474. I keep hearing screams coming from inside the mansion. The assistant cook, Selena, and my maid, Michelle, keep screaming like their throats are about to rip open. Could this all just be a dream? No, it can't be. This is definitely real. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. What on earth is happening? Sally and Az are knocking on my bedroom door. I'm sure they want to hurt me. What should I do? Finally, the diary snaps shut. A system alert chimes. Restrictions lifted. Skill limitations are no longer in effect. Min Jae-hyun's face darkens. He looks down at the diary in his hands and thinks, I get it now. He realizes Laner was murdered, and this must be the doing of the monster that took over this estate. It's likely a doppelganger. The person standing behind him right now is no longer Sia. Our protagonist glances at the entity behind him. A mushy, loosely swaying head swings back and forth as it speaks. With a grotesque grin, it stares at him and asks, So, this was the work of a doppelganger, wasn't it? It slams the diary onto the desk. To the left, a crowd of figures with the exact same face of the butler, Az, appears. To the right, it's the same multiple entities bearing Az's face. Their crimson eyes glaring intensely. They stand behind the floating, long-headed monster, letting out continuous, spine-chilling chuckles. System notifications pop up one after another. Az's true identity discovered. Subquest. Laner's diary completed. The final notification flashes. You have successfully uncovered all the secrets of the mansion. Escape the mansion safely. Min Jae-hyun and the golden pup now stand on guard, facing them head-on. Grotesque, mushy red fluid begins to surge from the doppelganger's body, whipping toward our protagonist like a lash. Our main character, Min Jae-hyun, quickly grabs the golden puppy and dodges to the side to avoid the attack. The monster's whip strikes empty air, shattering the ground beneath it. Min Jae-hyun braces his feet, sliding backward to regain his balance. Min Jae-hyun stares at the twisted red mass in front of him. You finally decided to show yourself. He sneers. I was getting a bit tired of your fake acting, anyway. The doppelganger monster chuckles, amused by his reaction. You are quite sharp for a human, he calmly replies. It was not that hard. He recalls the moment they first found the golden puppy. He had already noticed its strange behavior while it was disguised as Sia. Min Jae-hyun seems to have completely seen through this faceless doppelganger, whose body resembles a raging red flame. I am just smart, he smirks, turning to look it dead in the eye. Actually, scratch that. Maybe it is just because you are stupid. The monster's slimy body freezes for a second after hearing his words. You! Then flying into a rage, it thrusts its head forward and screeches. How dare you insult me? Inside the pitch-black mansion, the staircase is bathed in a bloody red glow. The dim chandelier on the ceiling sways violently back and forth. Suddenly, every single bulb shatters, showering the area with sharp glass shards. Min Jae-hyun pulls the golden puppy close and leaps to the side to avoid the flying debris. At that exact moment, the slimy monster lunges forward to attack. Min Jae-hyun glances back, immediately activating his magic array. Cradling the puppy, he leans back and unleashes a barrage of chains tipped with sharp blades straight at the beast. The blades tear right through it, leaving massive, gaping holes in its body. The sheer force of the impact pushes him back, but Min Jae-hyun plants a hand on the ground, stabilizing himself for a safe landing. The golden puppy in his arms has already fainted from dizziness. Min Jae-hyun looks up at the ceiling to check on the enemy, a B-class doppelganger. He quickly runs through its details in his mind. It is dangerous because it can mimic the skills and appearance of other creatures. But when it comes to raw, close combat skills, it is closer to a class monster. The doppelganger crawls closer to Min Jae-hyun. I will devour every single bit of your body. Completely unfazed, Min Jae-hyun simply narrows his eyes at the beast, offering no response. Meanwhile, the monster begins to mutter crazily. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Fleshy tentacles erupt from its body, snapping straight toward Min Jae-hyun. But just inches from his face, the tentacles freeze. Min Jae-hyun smirks and asks, how does that feel? The monster is now completely bound by glowing golden chains, with sharp blades slowly driving themselves into its back. Huh? Its entire body is trapped in Min Jae-hyun's magic array. Min Jae-hyun presses on with another question. How does it feel to be toyed with, after playing with others, for so long? The monster looks up, letting out a painful groan as the chains tighten further. And then, boom! A massive explosion rips through the air, accompanied by a blood-curdling shriek. With its body completely torn apart, the monster opens its mouth wide, crying out, I am so jealous. Its eyes wide with madness, it keeps repeating the word over and over again. Memories flash through its mind, the bright, cheerful smile of Countess Laner, and its own blank, empty face as it stared at her. I just wanted to be human, too. With those final words, its entire body explodes, sending thick clouds of dust and smoke into the air. Min Jae-hyun waits patiently with the puppy in his arms for the smoke to clear. He looks down at the little dog and smiles warmly. You did some great barking back there. You really have a natural talent for being a dog. Offended, the puppy barks angrily in protest. Woof, 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 woof. Min Jae-hyun chuckles, giving its head a gentle pat as he walks toward the door. All right, you did a good job, so I will let you off the hook. He places his hand on the door, and it begins to glow with a bright light. Tilting his head slightly, Min Jae-hyun steals one last glance behind him. Standing at the top of the stairs is a little blonde girl wearing a blue dress. It is Duchess Lania. She smiles warmly and waves goodbye to him. Min Jae-hyun smiles back. A blinding beam of light erupts from the doorway. With a soft goodbye, both he and the golden puppy vanish into thin air. System notifications pop up one after another. You have successfully completed the second quest, Laner's Mansion. You have uncovered all hidden scenarios in this quest. A bonus reward will be granted to you. Teleporting back to the real world, they materialize back in the hazy, virtual landscape of Neverland Park. Min Jae-hyun and Sia teleport back to the same spot in the theme park. Sia collapses, completely out of breath. Panting heavily, she wheezes. Huff, puff. Was that supposed to be a parade? I am literally going to die. Storing the small vial back into his inventory, Min Jae-hyun looks at her and says, Exactly. We need to watch our step. We have no idea what is coming next. Suddenly, static crackles through the park's loudspeaker system, followed by a voice. Welcome to Neverland. Right in the center of the gathering crowd, a man holding a microphone addresses everyone. I am Broden, your host. Vibrant, colorful fireworks explode, lighting up the entire night sky. Dancers and musicians immediately begin their performance. Broden announces with pure excitement, "I invite you all to join us to my parade." He dashes over to where our main character and Seo Ah-hyun are standing. "Hello there, Min Jae-hyun, and hello, Seo Ah-hyun. You two have successfully completed 2 missions. Well done." Jae-hyun looks up at him, studying his expression. "I'll cut straight to the chase. What's the final mission?" Bodwin tucks away his microphone and gives a broad, playful smile. "The final mission is a game of tag." Seo Ah-hyun looks completely bewildered, staring at him in confusion. "Tag?" He points to a massive gate behind him. "Exactly. Do you see that gate over there?" Bodwan continues to explain. "You have to escape the monsters pouring out of it and make it to the final destination." Jae-hyun crosses his arms, looking skeptical. "I highly doubt it's that simple." Bodwan claps enthusiastically in admiration. "Oh, you're a sharp one." He gestures toward them. "You're absolutely right. In this game of tag, the strength of the monsters scales based on the number of challengers and their total power level." Jae-hyun frowns, silently assessing the situation. "This is bad." Our protagonist glances around, running the numbers in his head. "With my skill level, the monsters spawned will be far stronger than anything we've faced. Fighting them off while protecting Ah-hyun is going to put us at a major disadvantage." Baudouin addresses them. "First, I'll need to assess your current abilities." He reaches his hand out toward them. "Pardon me." Baudouin bows his head, checking their stats in silence for a long moment, before suddenly clapping and beaming at them. "Congratulations." Both Jae-hyun and Ah-hyun are completely thrown off. "Wait, what?" Baudouin throws his head back and laughs hysterically. My, I've never hosted such high-level challengers before. This is absolutely thrilling." Jae-hyun stares at him in sheer disbelief. "Hold on, that makes no sense." Baudouin's eyes glow a menacing crimson as a smirk creeps onto his face. "In that case, I wish you the best of luck." Up in the sky, a massive hand of pure fire manifests. The blazing hand begins tearing the very fabric of the sky apart. Ah-hyun can only stand there, wide-eyed and paralyzed with fear at the horrifying spectacle. Jae-hyun is equally stunned, gritting his teeth as he watches the heavens being ripped in half. Suddenly, a quest notification pops up. "You have received the final festival quest. Escape Surtur and reach the final destination. Or, defeat him." The rift in the sky stretches wider by the second. Surtur's terrifying face begins to materialize. The system window displays the details of the final festival's main event. "Enjoy the grand finale of Neverland. Final festival. Outrun Surtur to reach the destination or slay him. Difficulty, S+. Reward, Thialfi's swiftness. Failure conditions, death by Surtur, incinerated by Surtur's flames. Party members, 3 out of 3. Hidden quest, slay Surtur and eliminate the hidden threat. Reward, undecided, but potentially grants an extraordinary power-up." Jae-hyun's eyes lock onto the party status. 3 out of 3. He grits his teeth, looking around frantically. "Wait, 3? That's impossible. Something is seriously wrong here." Surtur, engulfed in raging flames, fully manifests and lets out a deafening roar right before them. The entity of Surtur, destined to reduce the world to ashes and engulf everything in a sea of apocalyptic fire. Even before the birth of the first giant, Ymir, the legendary fire sword in his hand burned so hot it could effortlessly turn anything in existence to ash. Jae-hyun grits his teeth and snaps. "Damn it!" He grabs Ah-hyun by the hand and bolts forward. A massive explosion rips through the ground right behind them. Ah-hyun casts a terrified glance backward. How on earth are we supposed to outrun that monster? Jae-hyun drags her along, shouting back, "I'm working on it. If you want to live, shut up and keep running." Another violent blast erupts inside the Neverland park grounds, sending thick plumes of smoke and fire billowing into the sky. High above the chaos, a black cat stands perched on a glowing blue orb, licking its paw. Well, I suppose things got a little out of hand. Hela casually watches the spectacle unfold. "Should I lend them a hand?" A voice echoes from inside the orb. "You're terrible. You don't have the slightest intention of helping them." The figure on the other side chuckles. "Just leave them to their own devices." Hela pats her chest with amusement. "I want to see how he plans on surviving this one." Towering columns of scorching fire erupt everywhere. With just a single swipe of Surtur's fire sword, everything in the vicinity is utterly obliterated. A flying piece of debris grazes Jae-hyun's face, leaving a bloody scratch across his cheek. He glares back at Surtur, quickly assessing the danger. Fighting him head-on is suicide. I have to avoid a clash and make a run for the finish line. Ah-hyun, struggling to keep up behind him, suddenly screams, "Over there!" She spots a signpost and points. "I think that's the way out." Jae-hyun pushes forward even faster, urging her on. "Got it. Hang in there. We're almost there." He immediately activates his active speed-up skill. A sudden burst of brilliant light erupting from behind him as he accelerates. Grabbing Ah-hyun tightly, he leaps forward in massive bounds. Jae-hyun grits his teeth, his mind racing to find a way out as they run. This is a straightforward event. All we need to do is reach the destination. I'll act as the bait and draw the monster's attention. He glances back at the girl running close behind him. I just need to keep him occupied while Ah-hyun makes it across. Meanwhile, Surtur raises his colossal flaming hand, looking around the area. Who dares summon me? Surtur bellows, glaring forward as a massive ball of fire materializes in his palm. Surtur hurls the fireball directly at their backs, triggering a violent explosion that rocks the ground beneath them. Jae-hyun looks back at her in pure desperation. Damn it. Seriously. Snap out of it and listen to me. Panting heavily, Seo Ah-hyun looked up and focused her eyes on him as she ran. Min Jae-hyun glanced toward the Ferris wheel ahead. Should we split up? Run straight for the Ferris wheel. She instantly saw through the main character's plan. Are you going to lure that monster away? In response, he asked her, Would you rather I use you as bait? Min Jae-hyun let go of her hand and yelled, Just run. Seo Ah-hyun did exactly as he said and dashed forward. Right after that, the main character turned around to check behind him. Surtur was looming right over his shoulder, forcing him to turn around and face the beast head-on. Min Jae-hyun looked up and barked at him. Over here, you bastard. Surtur scowled, taken aback by the main character's completely fearless attitude. The beast spewed a torrent of fire right where he was standing, but he swiftly leaped high into the air to dodge it. In 3 quick leaps, Min Jae-hyun landed on top of the clock tower. He looked down at Surtur with utter contempt and mocked him. You expect to catch me with that snail's pace? Surtur was now so enraged that flames spewed from his mouth and both his eyes burned with raging fire. He swung a massive fist, obliterating the tower our main character was standing on. Surtur then cast a brief glance around to check his surroundings. Meanwhile, Seo Ah-hyun was sprinting forward with everything she had, muttering words of encouragement to herself as she ran. I am almost there, just a little further. But suddenly, the entire Ferris wheel blew up right before her eyes. Seo Ah-hyun froze in shock, unable to take another step. Min Jae-hyun was equally stunned, staring wide-eyed at the wreckage. What? A status window popped up. Target destroyed. The quest clear conditions, aside from the hidden quest, have now become impossible to complete. Right in front of Seo Ah-hyun, everything was engulfed in a sea of flames. Surtur let out a booming laugh, mocking the two of them. You pathetic mortals, did you really think you could stand against me? Surtur, huh? The main character lowered his head, clenching both hands into tight fists. He gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Since it has come to this, there is only one way left. He looked up, his golden eyes flashing with deadly intent. I have to kill him. Just then, another fireball came hurtling from a distance. Min Jae-hyun raised his hand to block it, and the fireball shattered. Surtur praised him with amusement. So far, only a handful of people have been able to block my attacks. Impressive. He began to swing his flaming blade, sending a powerful slash flying straight toward the main character. Take this! The main character's golden eyes gleamed as he reached out his hand, starting to channel his power. Over in a corner, Seo Ah-hyun hid behind a pillar to watch the battle unfold. She looked up at them with deep anxiety. Is this really how it ends for us? Seo Ah-hyun gritted her teeth, scanning her eyes frantically around. Think, there has to be something I can do. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun was using a barrier to shield himself from Surtur's incoming stream of fire. Peeking out from behind the pillar in the corner, Seo Ah-hyun called out to catch his attention. Hey! She smiled at him and said excitedly, I figured it out. I know how to beat that giant. The entire Neverland theme park was now completely swallowed by a sea of flames. Min Jae-hyun sprinted at full speed down a path. Surtur scoffed and asked him, You dare run away from me? Meanwhile, Seo Ah-hyun was also running forward with all her might. Running parallel to the main character, she yelled out directions. 5 steps to the left. Hearing her warning, Min Jae-hyun dodged 5 steps to the left. The moment he moved, another fireball slammed into the ground right behind him. Moments earlier, as the two of them discussed their plan, Seo Ah-hyun had pointed out her discovery, a water reservoir. Min Jae-hyun looked a bit dazed, not quite understanding her. A water reservoir? She began to explain. There is an outdoor water reservoir. We need to lure that monster out there, so we can use the water to douse his flames. The main character began to process the information she provided, focusing on things like his head or heart. For sure, even if he is a mythical giant, he is just a clone, not the original. He will die if we strike his weak point. Seo Ah-hyun shared her plan with him. I will use my skill to predict Surtur's moves and guide you. In the meantime, lure him to the water reservoir. Back in the present, Seo Ah-hyun's voice echoed in the main character's ears. 3 steps to the left. Get down. Min Jae-hyun's feet touched the ground as he came to a sudden halt. Surtur looked from behind and saw him standing completely still. He smirked and asked him, Have you given up, human? Min Jae-hyun tilted his head slightly and retorted, Run. He turned to face him head on. Me? Surtur scowled upon hearing his mocking words. I heard you are no match for the Norse gods. The main character continued to provoke him. You are nothing but a gatekeeper. I did not expect you to have the nerve to call me weak. Surtur's entire body began to erupt with blinding rage. What? Min Jae-hyun kept smiling, his mismatched eyes flashing with defiance as he stared at him. What is it? Are you scared of me? A mere human? At this point, Surtur's fury exploded completely as his entire body erupted into blazing flames. You foolish human! The torrent of fire he unleashed was suddenly enveloped from both sides by 2 streams of water appearing out of nowhere. Surtur's face turned into utter shock. No, he couldn't comprehend what was happening because the main character's image right in front of him had completely vanished. The water tank ahead cracked open, and water gushed out furiously. The system notification popped up, announcing the activation of the active skill, Illusion. A flood-like torrent of water was slowly engulfing Surtur's entire body. Min Jae-hyun's voice roared. High above, he held a sword in his hand and lunged straight down at the monster. The main character's blade pierced right through Surtur's heart with absolute precision. Utterly bewildered, the monster stared back at him, unable to accept his defeat. You dirty cheat? Surtur spat. Min Jae-hyun only smirked at him and retorted, So what? A win is a win. The beast's eyes widened in sheer rage. Don't get cocky. He struggled to point a finger at him. I was only fighting you with a mere clone. But once you face my real body, it won't be this easy. With those final words, Surtur's giant body completely vanished before Min Jae-hyun. System windows popped up one after another, announcing the completion of the Festival Dungeon's final quest. You have completed the quest through a hidden path. Bonus rewards are currently being calculated. An unbelievable performance. You have acquired Surtur's unquenchable flame. Shocked, Seo Inna stepped out from behind a corner. Staring at the glowing light ahead, she sighed in awe. It's really over. In the quiet night, a faint blue orb hovered in the sky. On the bridge, a black cat sat motionless, its eyes fixed on the scene below. Swishing her tail, Hela glanced at the orb and smirked. In the end, I guess he didn't need any help after all. He really made his choice. From Hela's perspective, Min Jae-hyun looked completely indifferent, while Seo Inna stood beside him with her hands on her hips, looking smug. Hela furrowed her brows, observing him thoughtfully. That Min Jae-hyun guy is definitely going to be interesting. It seems like he has an insatiable desire to get stronger. Hela cast her eyes down and grinned. Don't you think so? My lord, as the brilliant orb spun, it seemed to convey a message. He is still nothing more than a trivial creature. Hela glanced mischievously at the orb and hummed. And yet, you're the one most curious about what he'll do next. The orb vibrated reluctantly, as if clearing its throat. Hela turned her gaze back to Min Jae-hyun. The Aesir must not discover the existence of this exceptional adversary, even if war is their ultimate destiny. Min Jae-hyun was still carefully scanning his surroundings. It is still far too early, Hela thought, her eyes turning dead serious. Odin, the supreme ruler of the Aesir, is the enemy we must take down. That boy needs to get much stronger. The system screen flashed, showing an equipped item. Hermod's lightning boots, S rank. The boots worn by Hermod, who ascended to the position of the god of light as a mere human. Once equipped, it enhances your strength and agility, and unlocks the active skill, Walk of Light. Effects. 1. Strength increases by 50, agility increases by 15. 2. Active skill, Walk of Light. Active skill details. Skill, Walk of Light, S rank. Temporarily grants the user explosive speed. 1. Agility stat is doubled for 5 minutes. 2. Can be applied to others. Min Jae-hyun stared in awe and let out a chuckle as Hermod's boots glowed with a brilliant light. Even though he already knew about its power, this item was truly remarkable. An S-rank item this powerful was exceptionally rare. He casually glanced over at Seo Inna, who was waiting for him. She quickly hid her hands behind her back, breaking into a nervous sweat. Min Jae-hyun sighed in resignation and lowered his gaze. Is she hiding something? Ah, probably not. He mentally shrugged and gave the command, "Subjugate." Seo Inna froze like a puppet, reaching her hand out toward the floating item. The item I received is the Seal of Jurva. It increases my strength by 50 and grants me the skill, Courage. Min Jae-hyun raised an eyebrow. Courage? Seo Inna's face darkened, a vein popping on her forehead as she gave a forced, trembling smile. It provides complete immunity to panic states while boosting both strength and agility. Behind his back, Seo Inna clutched her head and groaned in frustration. Ugh. He is so incredibly annoying. Min Jae-hyun turned around, rubbing his chin as he pondered. To give Inna resistance to abnormal statuses, cognitive acceleration seems like a much better choice. And now, I can summon her whenever I want. Baudouin suddenly appeared behind him with a bright smile, catching his attention. I take it you're pleased with the reward. He turned around. Yeah, well, I had to go through hell and back for it. Let's get out of here. Baudouin's smile faded as he stepped closer to Min Jae-hyun. With a sudden red flash in his eyes, he placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. You truly are a formidable adversary of destiny. Startled, Min Jae-hyun quickly turned around. Wait. Baudouin merely tipped his hat with a knowing smile, his figure dissolving into the light. Outside the dungeon, an eerie energy lingered in the air as everyone waited in tense anticipation. Suddenly, the dungeon barrier cracked and shattered completely, revealing Neverland right before their eyes. The reporters on site immediately broke into bright smiles, broadcasting live. Look over there, the survivors are finally coming out. With the dungeon barrier completely gone, Neverland returned to its peaceful state. Min Jae-hyun and Seo Inna slowly walked out to the roaring cheers of the crowd. It's two of them. They're safe. Min Jae-hyun looked thoroughly annoyed, while Seo Inna stood frozen in panic, overwhelmed by the swarming crowd and flashing cameras. Ji-yoon pushed her way through the mob, clearing a path. Out of the way, everyone! I have a few urgent matters to discuss with the survivors. But as she looked up, she froze in her tracks. Ah, Min Jae-hyun had vanished without a trace. Seo Inna looked around in sheer panic at his sudden disappearance, leaving the entire crowd in utter chaos. People look around frantically. He's already gone? He was right there just a second ago, wasn't he? Because of that, Seo Ah-hyun became the new target. The flashing camera lights surround her, making her dizzy and break out in a cold sweat. Let's interview someone else instead. The public service team helplessly pushes through to block them. We need to check her condition first. Please, clear the way. GCO crosses his arms, deep in thought, while his colleague looks at the crowd in confusion. Did he go into stealth? How is that even possible? Unless his class is an assassin. Jisok frowns and refutes. No, I don't think so. According to instructor Kim Ji-yeon, Min Jae-hyun is actually a mage. His colleague is taken aback. He's a mage, but he can move like that without even using a stealth skill? Jisok says nonchalantly, a battle mage. His colleague is dumbfounded. Huh? Jisok smirks with amusement. That guy. He is a battle mage. Inside the Yeonhwa Guild headquarters, Yoo Seong-yoon smiles happily at the other end of the line. Great job, you can head back now. She lowers her eyes, replying gently. Yes, we will see each other again soon. Yoo Seong-yoon lowers her phone and hangs up. Holding the device in her hand, she tilts her head to the side and smiles, disappearing after pulling off such a miracle. He is definitely not an ordinary kid. Yoo Seong-yoon spins her chair around to look at the book on her desk. She smiles gently. He will never tell me if I do not ask him first, so I guess we will have to meet up sometime. Millis Academy. Guidance notes. President. The principal of Mills Academy, Gu Ja-in. At Min Jae-hyun's house, he purses his lips, staring at the computer screen. Well, the news is all over the place. Headline, Dungeon Raid, completed with 0 casualties. Headline, Dungeon appeared in the city, cause unknown. Headline, Dungeon survivors returned safely, currently in the recovery stage. Thank goodness, there is not a single article about me. I guess Yeonhwa had a hand in this. Min Jae-hyun lowers his head slightly. A major guild is indeed very powerful. I didn't expect so many people to show up after getting out, but at least I got to see how great Thialfi's Thundersteps really are. Min Jae-hyun recalls the moment he walked out of the dungeon. Twisting his right foot, he realized that just by equipping it, His speed had increased 4 times. In the blink of an eye, he dashed past everyone. I wonder how much faster I could move if I added an acceleration skill. Min Jae-hyun stretches tiredly, but this run wasn't bad at all. He spins his chair to look at the system screen that popped up. Tilting his head, he scrolls through the interface. I've got some unexpected loot. The system window opens. Single-use item, Searcher's Undying Flame. When used, it will reinforce a weapon to its strength capacity limit and imbue it with the flame attribute. Min Jae-hyun clenches his fist, his face darkening as he grits his teeth. With this incident, I realize that I'm still too weak. Lightning crackles around his weapon. I need to be strong enough to crush my enemies without resorting to dirty tricks, strong enough to completely overpower them. A figure lurking in the darkness, so terrifying that others wouldn't dare approach. Min Jae-hyun purses his lips. The faces of the people important to him in this life flash through his mind. I have to leave my weak past behind and protect my family and friends. That's what I need to do. Min Jae-hyun's eyes flash with determination. I must get even stronger, starting right now. In the surveillance room, Principal Gu Ja-in sits before the monitors, his face shrouded in shadow. Then, I'll leave it in your hands. Jung Isu stands quietly. Instructor Jung Isu bows slightly and replies gently, you won't be disappointed. From now on, just as you ordered, I will report every single detail about the student Min Jae-hyun. After that, she leaves the room, leaving him alone. Gu Ja-in's face is cold and rigid, his eyes faintly glowing. Gu Ja-in turns around, bowing his head slightly. One must pull the weeds to keep a garden beautiful. Sitting amidst the surveillance monitors, he raises a hand to stroke his chin. I'm really looking forward to this event. Gu Ja-in narrows his eyes, taking his hand off his chin. I will eliminate all the filth blocking my path. Gu Ja-in glances behind him at the papers scattered on the floor, showing photos of students marked with a red X. In the classroom, Kim Yoo-jung stands with her hands on her hips, looking at Min Jae-hyun in disbelief. Wait, seriously? She raises her voice, clearly displeased. I was wondering why you weren't answering any of my calls or texts. Min Jae-hyun says helplessly, I wasn't ignoring your calls, you know. Seo-ina looks on in confusion as Min Jae-hyun, nursing a headache, apologizes. Kim Yoo-jung is sulking with her arms crossed. So please, don't be mad anymore. Kim Yoo-jung's expression softens as she winks, forgiving him. You do know your mom is worried sick about you, right? She switched to a triumphant smirk, leaving Min Jae-hyun with no choice but to grin and bear it. I already made up an excuse for you, so you better thank me with some delicious food. Seo-ina shyly chimed in at that moment. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Min Jae-hyun tilted his head and replied, I'm fine, don't worry. Kim Yoo-jung complained, you really have the worst luck. God must absolutely hate you or something. Min Jae-hyun broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, God hates me? No, on the contrary, I'm actually blessed. A pair of unfamiliar legs stepped into the room. What's going on here? The newcomer's voice made the three of them turn around. I thought I saw an annoying face. Oh, is it you? Min Jae-hyun looked at him indifferently. Kim Yoo-jung and Seo-ina glanced at him. Lee Soo-hyuk said smugly, if you're planning on messing with someone again, you'd better be prepared. Kim Yoo-jung leaned in and asked Min Jae-hyun, do you know who that is? Min Jae-hyun raised his chin, looking completely clueless. Nope, no idea. Their attitude made Lee Soo-hyuk snap. I am Lee Soo-hyuk. Lee Soo-hyuk. A voice interrupted their conversation, making Lee Soo-hyuk turn his head in embarrassment. Student Lee Soo-hyuk, lower your voice when you're in the classroom. Instructor Jeong Isu slowly walked in with a dark, scowling face. Lee Soo-hyuk turned back to give Min Jae-hyun a warning glare before walking away. Min Jae-hyun could only sigh helplessly. Instructor Jeong Isu stood at the podium and scanned the classroom. She spoke coldly. Nice to meet you all. I am Jeong Isu. From now on, I will be teaching you the course on understanding magic calculations. The students below listened intently. I will do my best to improve your skills. Finally, she stared straight ahead. So, I expect you to do your best as well. Min Jae-hyun rested his arms on his desk, leaning forward to size her up. She looks incredibly young for an instructor. I guess there's no better way to get a ton of experience than by becoming an instructor at Mila's Academy. Jeong Isu raised her hand, and an information board slowly materialized behind her. All right, I will teach you the basic concepts of magic and the calculations that go with it. The board displayed the lesson's contents and diagrams. Jeong Isu looked at the class with a serious expression. How much do you actually know about magic? Lee Soo-hyuk raised his hand with a smirk. Magic requires essential calculations to manipulate mana and create a supernatural phenomenon. Jung Isu responded flatly. That's correct. Magic is the study of manifesting phenomena through precise calculations. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Lee Soo-hyuk crossed his arms and threw a mocking glance at Min Jae-hyun. Teaching assistants carried in stacks of books. I will now distribute these textbooks to each desk in the classroom. These books cover the basic magical calculations for D rank, as well as the structures of higher-level magic. Your goal for this semester is to fully master this book. The students flipped through the pages and began whispering in confusion. What's this? There's nothing here but the cover. Look, the inside is completely blank. Is it a misprint? When the book was placed on Min Jae-hyun's desk, his eyes widened, and a subtle smile spread across his lips. This caught Jung Isu's attention. She addressed the class. Now, let me ask you a question. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun sat there, completely unfazed. Student Min Jae-hyun, her gaze sharpened. Can you tell me what is written in this book? Min Jae-hyun leaned back in his chair, shoved his hands into his pockets, and confidently replied, Ancient Runic, to be exact. Hearing the answer, Lee Soo-hyuk grimaced and gritted his teeth. Jung Isu froze in shock, knowing that this magic book could only be read after solving the calculations. Most new students take at least a week to decipher it, but he solved it on his very first try. He's even better than what Principal Gu described. She spoke in a stern tone. Let me ask you one more thing. Jung Isu's face darkened as she glared intently at Min Jae-hyun. The ancient runes on the cover. Do you know what they mean? Min Jae-hyun cast his eyes down, pursing his lips and gritting his teeth. I don't know if the Nornir system is playing a prank on me, or if this is just my fate with the Aesir. The text on the book glowed with a mysterious golden light. Min Jae-hyun answered in a low, serious voice. The life of Odin and basic runes. Behind him, the imposing figure of Odin materialized. Back in her room, Seo Ah-hyun's scream echoed, I hate this. She sat on her bed, clutching her red, sore spots with tears in her eyes. This is all that bastard's fault. My feet hurt so bad from all that walking. Seo Ah-hyun pulled her legs in close, biting her lip in sheer frustration. I was dragged all over the place just because he suddenly vanished on his own. She recalled the memory of her face cringing as she tried to avoid the camera flashes. I had to answer a mountain of questions about what happened inside the dungeon. Then she remembered cowering under the intense interrogation of the authorities, having to explain everything that happened and declare every single item she had obtained. Before leaving, Min Jae-hyun had simply told her, I need to head out right now, so deal with the reporters on your own, leaving her behind in utter confusion. Huh? All he left her with was a threatening warning. Never mention my skills to anyone. Those words felt like a heavy chain weighing down on her, literally threatening her life. The more Seo Ah-hyun thought about it, the angrier she got. She clenched her fists, biting her lip as tears streamed down her face. She threw herself face down, thrashing her arms and legs against the mattress. Arg! Min Jae-hyun, when are you going to dissolve this master-servant contract? Suddenly, she froze. Wait a minute. Seo Ah-hyun bit her cheek and lifted her head. That's right. I can just go look for him. A bizarre, maniacal laugh echoed all the way outside her house. Meanwhile, back in the library, Min Jae-hyun was engrossed in flipping through pages, thinking, this is way more interesting than I thought. As the magic pattern glows, all the calculation formulas change their properties based on how they are used. For instance, when the light chains appear with different power properties, they can be understood as a combination of mana chains and convex magic. Min Jae-hyun closes the book, deep in thought. Gaining a deep understanding of the basics allows a user to cast a wider range of low-level magic. The image of a swordsman with sword intent and a mage with familiar magic appears, much like how martial artists achieve the title of swordmaster as soon as their basic swordsmanship skills improve. Mages can reach higher levels by gaining a better understanding of these calculation formulas. Snapping out of his thoughts, Min Jae-hyun looks up. Kim Do-young has completely passed out from information overload, while Seo In-na is deeply focused on her book. Min Jae-hyun crosses his arms and glances at Kim Do-young. At least you managed to read the cover. You two are seriously amazing. Kim Do-young looks up gloomily. I feel so depressed. I was the one who taught Min Jae-hyun magic in the first place. Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun lets out a smug smile, making her fume. Well, that is just how it is. You have heard of the student surpassing the master, right? Seo In-na beams and gasps. Oh, I can read it. Kim Do-young snaps out of it and looks up. Huh? Seo In-na happily continues. Look right here, I can finally read the first page. Min Jae-hyun casually replies, "You did it because you worked hard. Congratulations." Min Jae-hyun's casual congratulations make Seo In-na's heart flutter, and her face flushes red as she hides behind her book. Min Jae-hyun gets suspicious. She is acting so different around me. Is it because of the boundary line I drew that day? Kim Do-young slams the table, stands up, and screams, drawing stares from everyone in the library. Ah, why am I the only one who cannot read this? The librarian glares at Min Jae-hyun. He scowls. Hey, don't look at me. It was not my fault. Outside the window, a black crow is watching them. Its glowing red eyes watch intently before it flaps its wings and flies away. Inside, a banner hangs on the wall. Naming contest for the first pharmacy. The prize is a premium medicine box. An Ho-an, Seo In-na, Kim Do-young, and Lee Jae-sang are gathered in the room. Min Jae-hyun purses his lips as he looks at them. They sit around the lab table. This is actually a lot harder than I thought. Seo In-na looks at Kim Do-young and hesitates. Well, that is because there are barely any pharmacies around. What if the business ends up failing? An Ho-an clenches his fists and looks at them. Survival is what matters most to a conqueror, so there is no way our pharmacy business will fail. He continues, "You guys already tried it earlier. What we have here has the power to change everything." Seo In-na and Kim Do-young can only listen in silence. A few days ago, in Min Jae-hyun's room, he held a pen, looked at his notes, and smiled. There, done. The magic theory exam was so easy. Now I won't have to worry about exams for a while. He twirls his pen. Let's see. Now for the rest. Min Jae-hyun gets lost in thought. The television screen flashes current auction information and the value of each item type. Black shadow cores at 170 million, black shadows at 315 million, 31 demon scythes for 3.1 million, and 17 corpse demon swords for 1.7 million. A conqueror is always willing to do whatever it takes to get stronger. Although effort is incredibly important, money is still the absolute key. Min Jae-hyun smirks. Of course, a conqueror's true worth does not depend on money, but as a regressor, there is no way in hell I am letting this opportunity slip by. He lifts his pen once again, writing down, investment business. The image of the talented Lee Jae-sang pops into his head. This is the easiest way to make money for someone who knows the future. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-sang cautiously steals a glance at them. Min Jae-hyun glances at the timid Lee Jae-sang sitting next to him, the very person who will be responsible for half of the global pharmaceutical business in the future. To get rich, I need to get him on my side. Just then, Seo Ah-hyun walks up to the door and throws it open in a rage. Seo Ah-hyun growls as she glares at Min Jae-hyun, startling Lee Jae-sang. Hey, you! At least keep your promise. Min Jae-hyun is taken aback. How did you? Seo Ah-hyun puts her hands on her hips and complains. It is because of that weird skill you used on me. I could not do anything about it. Min Jae-hyun's face contorts as he recalls the details. The user and the subordinate can always track each other's locations, and this effect cannot be dispelled. Seo In-na remains silent, while Kim Do-young gives him a look of pure disgust. Did you seriously blackmail a child like that? Min Jae-hyun's face darkens, and he grinds his teeth as he orders Seo Ah-hyun. Well, since you are already here, sit down. Let me borrow some of that brain power of yours. Seo Ah-hyun's face is covered in question marks. However, it does not take long for her to blend right in with the group, eagerly raising her hand to speak. With an excited look on her face, she pitches her idea. How about Heavenly Demon Pharmacy? That is the title of the strongest in the martial arts world, right? It would be so cool. Min Jae-hyun rubs his temples in sheer exhaustion. Even though she was told to quiet down, Seo Ah-hyun keeps growling under her breath. Next to them, Lee Jae-sang looks downcast after having his suggestion. Jae-sang Pharmacy, rejected. Meanwhile, Seo In-na is still in a daze, unable to accept that her idea, Alice Pharmacy, was shot down. But Alice sounds so cute. Their reputation completely plummets in Min Jae-hyun's eyes, and he clutches his forehead in frustration. They are so useless. Is this a gathering of complete deadbeats? Even dungeon monsters could come up with a better name. Kim Do-young pouts and snaps back. Hey, Min Jae-hyun, why didn't you ask me? His eyes flashed with contempt, expecting absolutely nothing. With your brain, there is no way you came up with a name like that. Never mind, what is your take on this? The Elixir Workshop. It was an idea that actually made Min Jae-hyun get serious. Kim Yoo-jung glanced over, raising her hand. What do you think? An elixir, another name for the Philosopher's Stone. Something that can bring the dead back to life and heal any wound. Lee Jae-sang beamed in agreement. If we use that name, it will help us market a lot of medicines while boosting our brand value at the same time. Min Jae-hyun excitedly shook Kim Yoo-jung by the shoulders. You just saved our lives. She blushed, panicking as she screamed. What is wrong with you all of a sudden? Then Min Jae-hyun stood up. All right. Clenching his hand into a fist, he smiled. The official name of the shop will be the Elixir Workshop. Back in the classroom, Min Jae-hyun's voice echoed in the ancient tongue, the language of magic. He stared ahead indifferently and continued. By analyzing this phrase, we can see that the ancient language is the foundation of magic, and it serves as a medium for algorithmic formulas. Jung Yi-soo looked at Min Jae-hyun and replied, Excellent, student Min Jae-hyun. That is a perfect answer. No Jin-hyuk grit his teeth in frustration. Jung Yi-soo gathered her documents. We will end here for today. Well done, everyone. The students packed up their things and slowly filed out of the classroom. Jung Yi-soo stopped when Min Jae-hyun called out, Instructor Jung Yi-soo. Holding out a book, he said, I have a question about the material I just read. She looked down at the book Min Jae-hyun held out. It was a 4-star magic tome. Jung Yi-soo's face darkened, and she broke into a cold sweat, completely panicked. This is ridiculous. Even the instructors struggle to grasp material at that level. Who on earth is this student, Min Jae-hyun? In the library, Min Jae-hyun slammed the book shut. Damn it, I'm stuck. His face fell as he grimaced. I didn't get anything useful out of asking Jung Yi-soo either. Min Jae-hyun pushed his chair back and stood up. Maybe I should look at this from a basic perspective. He walked past the librarian. She glanced cautiously at Min Jae-hyun, flipping through her notes. Student Min Jae-hyun, 4-star magic tome. In Yoo Sung-yoon's office, the familiar teacup sat on the table. She calmly noted, You arrived here sooner than I expected. Min Jae-hyun looked at her seriously. I wanted to come sooner, but I got held up by exams and other things. Yoo Sung-yoon lifted her teacup. So, she brought the cup to her lips. You want me to help you comprehend a 4-star magic tome? He replied bluntly. Yes. A visual representing the power began to take shape. Creation to bring forth new magic, destruction to eliminate and erase magic, and amplification to reinforce magic. Min Jae-hyun continued. All the algorithmic formulas and theories are at an advanced level, so it is quite difficult for me to figure it out on my own. His eyes flashed with a golden light. Until now, I have always relied on the Eye of Odin, but I need to develop a deeper understanding of magic. Yoo Sung-yoon took a sip of tea. The problem is, she opened her eyes and smiled. I cannot tell you either. Min Jae-hyun was stunned. What? Why is that? She set her teacup down, remaining as calm as ever. Like I said, the concepts in a 4-star magic tome must be grasped on your own, or else it is completely meaningless. Min Jae-hyun listened with a sigh. At the very least, you must achieve that on your own to step into the realm of an A-rank raider. Min Jae-hyun fell silent as he thought of his father, an A-rank raider. Yoo Sung-yoon smiled, her eyes narrowing slightly. But since a student of mine came all this way to ask for my help, she opened her palm, revealing a thin piece of thread. I will at least tell you one fundamental rule. Min Jae-hyun stared blankly at the thread. She smiled and replied, Yes, a rule that will help you learn amplification. What do you say? Do you want to hear it? He stared intently at the thread, reaching out to grasp it. Yes. Min Jae-hyun gripped the thread, a smirk playing on his lips. I will do whatever it takes to become stronger. Inside the simulated combat room, Min Jae-hyun was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Digitized monsters stood before him, but his eyes remained locked on the target as he activated the active skill, Magic Arrow. Magic arrows fired one after another, flying straight toward the monsters. As the arrows struck, some were shattered by the beasts, while others veered off course. Min Jae-hyun clicked his tongue in frustration. Sk. He stared blankly at the system screen. The words from their earlier conversation echoed in his mind. You must only use a single skill repeatedly while wearing this item. The equipped item was Gleipnir, an imitation. It was a replica modeled after the legendary rope that once sealed Fenrir. All stats will be reduced by 50% when it is bound around the user. If the thread is damaged or torn off, stats will return to normal. The thread sat on the table. Min Jae-hyun looked at it and asked, Just one skill? Yoo Sung-yoon pointed her finger. Yes, and you must repeatedly analyze the formulas of that skill. He leaned forward and looked up. What does this training have to do with amplifying power? Yoo Sung-yoon smiled, tilting her head. That is for you to figure out on your own. Let us see. A complex skill will be much harder to amplify. Min Jae-hyun listened quietly. So, let us try it with magic arrow first. The thread glowed with energy. Min Jae-hyun bit his lip and grimaced as his entire body felt heavy and sluggish. The user's stats were temporarily reduced by 50%. He could only grit his teeth and keep his arms steady. This is even worse than I imagined. Stiff as a statue. In the classroom, Kim Yoo-jung stared at him, clearly annoyed. Are you really okay? Min Jae-hyun's eyes were totally blank. Yeah, I think so. Kim Yoo-jung crossed her arms, looking at Min Jae-hyun with a worried frown. I can spot you from 100 meters away. It is all because of the smell from those pain relief patches. Do you even realize you've been in the simulator for an entire week? Seo-ina let out a sigh and patted her chest. Overworking yourself is not good, you know. Min Jae-hyun pushed back his chair and stood up. Thanks for worrying about me. He slung his bag over his shoulder, his dark under-eye circles prominent as he looked at them. But you guys do know we have an exam in 2 days, right? His words hit Kim Yoo-jung right where it hurt. Didn't you say you still haven't finished deciphering it? Seo-ina avoided eye contact. And as for you, I heard you'll have to take remedial classes if you don't pass this test. Kim Yoo-jung panicked, rubbing her hands together to change the subject. Ah, right. Isn't it about time we head to the library? Aha! She grabbed a confused Seo-ina and bolted. Ina, let's go. Jae-hyun, we're leaving. Min Jae-hyun let out a helpless sigh. Back in the training simulator, he sat down, panting heavily. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. You have successfully cleared the level 41 test. System screens popped up one after another. Your understanding of the formula has increased drastically. You have acquired the passive skill, formula comprehension. Skill leveled up. You have learned magic arrow level 2. Min Jae-hyun gritted his teeth and smirked. So now I understand how amplification works in 4-star magic. Amplifying a skill's enhancement, in other words, leveling up an achievement, depends on one's mastery of that specific skill and their understanding of its magical formula. Min Jae-hyun raised his hand and looked at the magical threads. Active skill, magic arrow level 2, E rank. Fires arrows of concentrated mana to attack. It was an incredibly basic offensive magic. He clenched his fist. Is this the peak of a B rank raider, or just the entry level of an A rank raider? Min Jae-hyun pursed his lips as he reminisced. Kim Yoo-jung once told him that he had to figure out the concepts in the 4-star magic book on his own, that there was no other way. Min Jae-hyun smiled as he looked at the thread. At first, I approached everyone just to use them, but now, it really feels like she's the teacher and I'm the student. Inside Chairman Gu Jae-in's private office, a voice came through. Chairman Gu Jae-in, it's instructor Kim So-ki. He looked toward the door and said, Come in. Kim So-ki opened the door and walked inside. Gu Jae-in kept reading his documents, ignoring him completely. Kim So-ki bit his lip, thinking to himself, damn it, my reputation hit rock bottom after that fake dungeon incident. I need to restore my honor. He bowed deeply. The preparations for the Guild Experience event are complete, sir. Gu Jae-in glanced up, staring at Kim So-ki. Earlier than I expected. Nothing went wrong with that thing. Did it? Yes, sir. I can guarantee that. Gu Jae-in leaned back, crossing his fingers with a smirk. Good. Gu Jae-in's eyes turned cold. Everything has a use, even that thing. But for now, it seems completely useless. Kim So-ki broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. Min Jae-hyun scrolled through his phone as he walked, then looked up. Wind whistled through the trees, and his pace slowed as the rustling grew louder and more intense. Min Jae-hyun stopped. He called out, Are you going to show yourselves, or should I come find you? Min Jae-hyun's power radiated in all directions. His energy enveloped the entire area, seeking out those hiding in the shadows, one by one. Some didn't even realize they'd been spotted. Min Jae-hyun smirked. Instantly, one of them lunged straight at Min Jae-hyun. He slid low, spinning around to dodge each incoming strike. Getting closer, Min Jae-hyun dropped low and executed a spinning kick right into his stomach. Min Jae-hyun scoffed. You guys must not have heard the news. Your colleagues from last time were already sent straight to hell. The remaining 2 rushed out. Min Jae-hyun glared at them coldly, clicking his tongue. Another bunch of idiots. They actually dare to make a move on me? Right here on campus. I guess Gu Jae-in has finally made his move. Magic began to manifest beneath Min Jae-hyun's feet. Magic crystals materialized, floating behind his back. Min Jae-hyun glared at them with a deadly serious expression. One thing is for sure, you messed with the wrong guy. Active skill initialized. Magic arrow level 2. Magical arrows shot forward, piercing straight through them. A massive explosion rang out, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. As the dust cleared, Min Jae-hyun stood there in silence. Suddenly, he sensed something, his eyes widening in alarm. A mana barrier snapped open. Min Jae-hyun stared in shock at the sight before him. The figure glided forward, his crow feather coat fluttering. Min Jae-hyun grimaced. "Why are you here?" The man gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. Min Seong-oh casually greeted his son. "It's been a while." He stood there, his empty eyes fixed on Min Jae-hyun. "Long time no see, son." Min Jae-hyun's face darkened as his power erupted. Scarlet beams of light shot out simultaneously, piercing straight toward Min Seong-oh, but he dodged every single one of them. Min Jae-hyun didn't care, continuing his magical onslaught. Scarlet light enveloped the man. Min Seong-oh drew his sword, slicing right through the path of each scarlet beam. Min Jae-hyun's power began to dissipate, forcing him to lean back to dodge an incoming strike. The blade grazed Min Jae-hyun, tearing through his clothes and slicing his flesh. His expression grew tense. I couldn't even see his sword path. Right next to Min Jae-hyun, the ground was gouged deep from the sheer force of the slash. Damn it. Smoke and heat still rise from the crater where the blade just swept. Min Seong-oh stands there. "I've been watching you for a long time, but lately you seem to have quite a temper." Min Jae-hyun glares at Min Seong. "Oh, shut up. I will never call you my father." He just keeps talking. "It looks like my little boy is going through a rebellious phase." Min Jae-hyun cuts him off. "Cut the crap. What are you doing here?" He casually replies. "The reason I am here." Clutching his wound, Min Jae-hyun is filled with doubt. This is so strange. Even if he did gain the power from the prophecy, there has to be some kind of limit to it. Min Seong-oh steps closer. "Let me ask you this, Aesir resistance." The dark power swirling around him intensifies. "Have they contacted you?" Min Jae-hyun is shocked. "What?" Min Seong says calmly. "I see." The tip of his beeping blade approaches again, slashing through the air 2 or 3 times in quick succession. Even though it hasn't even touched Min Jae-hyun yet, the sheer pressure collides with his protective shield, cracking it to pieces before shattering it completely, sending shards flying everywhere. It was just a graze, but the power is absolutely terrifying. The torn fabric of Min Jae-hyun's shirt, where the attack hits, sizzles, still radiating heat. Is this really the power of an A-rank conqueror? Could it be that I'm not the only one hiding my true strength? Min Seong-oh silently observes him. "You've grown much stronger." Min Jae-hyun lets out a forced laugh. How does Min Seong-oh know about the resistance? What on earth is he hiding? "Are you going to kill me?" He slowly replies. "No," but his thoughts become twisted. This enemy is growing stronger at a terrifying speed. At this rate, he could become a major obstacle in the near future. An obstacle to my plans and to the resistance alike. I shall use holy power to suppress this enemy's growth. As the dark aura around Min Seong-oh takes shape, he continues. "So, I will only take your legs." A slash flashes forward, and Min Jae-hyun watches it slowly close in on him. Min Seong-oh's attack is suddenly blocked, forcing him to turn his attention to a third party. A cat appears. Min Seong-oh speaks. "Has the connection between the Aesir and the resistance been severed? Or are you trying to oppose the great Odin yourself?" I have no idea what you're talking about." Min Jae-hyun looks up weakly. "What is this, a talking cat?" The cat jumps down, gradually transforming into Hela. "Get lost. I have some business to discuss with this kid." Min Jae-hyun calculates that the sheer amount of mana radiating from her is already far greater than Min Seong-oh's. What the hell is going on here? Min Seong-oh mutters. "Are you trying to make things even worse?" Hela raises her hand, slicing her right arm. Blood flows out, dripping onto the ground. From where the drops of blood land, demonic hands rise from the ground to attack Min Seong-oh. He raises his sword to block them. She stands amidst the swarm of demonic hands and smiles. "I believe you also know that this is the only choice we have." The demonic energy merges to launch an even bigger attack. He continues to block the strike. The collision of the two massive powers creates a violent vortex. The overflowing energy blows back, affecting Min Jae-hyun. Min Seong-oh says sarcastically, "Must we rely on a mere mortal to end the war of the gods? Has Loki grown that weak?" She smirks. "And you're just a parasite in a mortal body who tried to kill Odin. Both of us are quite the exceptions, aren't we?" Min Seong, oh, sheathes his sword. I shall leave for now. He looks at her casually. But if you interfere in my business again, I guarantee you will face punishment under the Aesir Treaty. She stands her ground. Do as you wish, but if you dare to get in my way. A demonic hand shoots toward Min Seong-o's face, its sharp claws grazing his neck. Remember, I can take your head whenever I want. The treaty only applies to the Aesir and the resistance. Hela continues. There is no law stopping me from slaughtering Odin's crow. Min Seong-o glares at her before turning around and vanishing. She turns around. Hello, Min Jae-hyun. She smiles brightly. Nice to meet you. I am an avatar of hell. Min Jae-hyun looks up as she says, Your observer. Memories of his past training flash by, and also the guide who will lead you through the trials. Hel bows, lifting her skirt to greet Min Jae-hyun. In his room, Min Jae-hyun is lifting his shirt, revealing his six-pack abs. A faint light gleams from his wound. He winces in pain. Sitting across from him, Hela speaks up. If you have any questions, just ask. I'll answer them if I can. She sits on a floating blue orb, flashing a mysterious smile. Min Jae-hyun hesitates before asking, Min Seong-o, who is he really? Hela immediately leaps down from the floating orb. She says, Min Seong-o is not your real father. His real name is Hugin. Hela says seriously, he is one of Odin's crows. As Hela speaks, an image of an expressionless Min Seong-o appears, surrounded by a flock of swirling crows. Hela continues, Hugin is a mythical beast capable of controlling and guiding human minds. He borrowed memory manipulation powers from another crow, Moonin, to pull this off. He has been lingering around you, masquerading as your father, all to keep tabs on the great adversary of the prophecy. Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun is completely stunned, freezing in place for 5 seconds. He asks again, He's not my real father? Raising her left hand, Hela says, It might be easier if I just show you. With that, she snaps her fingers. Min Jae-hyun stood frozen, a sudden gust of wind brushing past his face. A system chime echoed, signaling that his memories were being restored. After a brief flicker of static, a voice suddenly echoed in Jae-hyun's mind. His eyes widened. He stared intently at the scene unfolding before him. Was this his childhood home? The image shifting into view was a room. He saw something stir, and the static returned. A voice cut through the air. I don't even know why I bothered bringing someone like you into this world. He watched as his younger self huddled on the floor, curled up at the feet of a man, hands clutching his head as he sobbed uncontrollably. The man continued, You think anything is going to change just because you unlocked your mana? It was Min Seong-o, his face cold and completely devoid of emotion. In the depths of Jae-hyun's mind, it all came back. Right, his father had hated the fact that he awakened. A vision of his younger self flickered in his consciousness. From the very day he unlocked his mana, every single day was filled with beatings and verbal abuse. The system glitched again, and a woman's voice cried out, Stop it! The figure appearing before him was his mother. She had shielded him with her own body from Min Seong-o. With tears streaming down her face, she sobbed, Why are you hitting him? Jae-hyun stood back, watching the memory of his younger self, hiding behind his mother, trembling in fear. The system flickered once more, producing sounds that he couldn't quite make out. He felt the world around him shaking violently, his vision darkening with confusion. A door appeared before him, swinging wide open. A gust of wind rushed past his face. As darkness swallowed everything, he heard a soft voice whisper, It's okay now, Jae-hyun. Within the shadows, the image of an incense burner with rising smoke appeared. He saw his younger self hugging his mother tightly. He couldn't stop crying. The same gentle voice spoke again, Everything is going to be all right. His mother held him close, her own eyes filled with tears. Jae-hyun just stood there silently, his eyes clouded with confusion as he gazed at the scene. There, right before him, was a memorial portrait of a man, set amidst a funeral with thick smoke from incense coils. He couldn't make out the man's face clearly. The harder he tried to look, the more he felt like he couldn't breathe. Standing before that portrait, Jae-hyun's hands clenched into fists. It wasn't because of the thick incense smoke. His eyes were no longer filled with simple confusion. They had turned into a hollow, haunting fear. He felt as if he had forgotten something that was never meant to be forgotten. The thought weighed heavy, mingling with the smoke of the funeral. A long-lost memory suddenly surfaced. A man was holding out an ice cream cone toward him. It was his father, smiling warmly and brightly. Younger Jae-hyun took the ice cream. His mother scolded the man, I told you not to give him sweets. His father scratched his head sheepishly and said, But he really wanted some. The image of Jung Jae-hyun's innocent smile, along with his father giving him a piggyback ride while walking with his mother. It was such a happy family. Those beautiful memories faded away, lost in the drifting smoke. On the day of the funeral, a single tear fell. Jae-hyun approached his father's portrait in a daze, murmuring to himself, "Why? Why am I?" The tears wouldn't stop falling, as if every drop carried an indescribable pain. The moment his hand touched his father's portrait, he was pulled back to the present. His tear-filled eyes remained heavy with sorrow. The system notified him that all support data had been recovered. Back in the room, Hella was already waiting there. Jae-hyun collapsed, feeling utterly helpless. Hella spoke, "You have finally been freed from those suppressed memories." Jae-hyun dug his fingers into the floor, his tears falling uncontrollably as he muttered, "Why? Why would he do that?" Hella looked at him and replied, "Because you were born with the fate of being the great enemy." Jae-hyun pushed himself up, resting his arms on his knees. He asked, "The great enemy? Is this all because of some prophecy?" He gritted his teeth. "What are those things anyway? Why does it have to make my life so miserable?" Hella remained silent for a moment after hearing his outburst. She raised her hands, creating a golden orb in the center. Between her palms, she said, "1,000 years ago, the first apocalypse occurred." Hella floated into the air, spreading her arms to form a circle in front of her, with 8 golden orbs circling one larger one at the center. She began her tale, explaining how it all started. From the golden orbs, images of the past began to emerge. Visions of gods split into 2 factions fighting one another, while below on the ground, defeated soldiers lay scattered. The apocalypse, the twilight of the gods, and the end of the story, total genocide. Between her palms, Hella manifested various orbs of light. She told him how the resistance alliance against the Aesir clan had tried to fight back in this war of extermination, but they were defeated by the Aesir clan and their army, led by Odin. Immediately after, an image of the god Odin appeared, with his fellow gods standing behind him. Hela continued. After the war, Odin agreed to let the surviving gods and giants who had been taken prisoner live, on the condition of a binding covenant. The covenant appears, and its contents read as follows. This is the proof certifying that the resistance alliance against the Aesir gods was defeated during the apocalypse. From this moment on, the resistance alliance against the Aesir gods cannot harm any of them in any way, and they must obey the absolute word of the supreme Odin. Hela speaks up, explaining that this very covenant solidified Odin's power. Sitting on her floating blue sphere with one leg pulled up to her chest, Hela continues her tale as vivid images of the past unfold, with her every word. Living creatures across all the realms suffered under their tyrannical rule, crying out in utter despair. Min Jae-hyun listens in silence, as Hela recounts the past, his face darkening and his eyes turning blank. Hela continues. However, the 3 Norn sisters made a prophecy. A brilliant, blinding image of the 3 Norn sisters appears. The prophecy stated that 10,000 years after the second genocide occurs, the blonde sister among the Norns raises her hand, murmuring the final words of the prophecy. The weakest of all creatures will overthrow Odin and Asgard, ushering in a brand new world. Back in the present room where the 2 are standing, Hela says, and the great enemy of that prophecy is you, Min Jae-hyun. Yes, you are our only hope. Min Jae-hyun looks up at Hela, his gaze instantly hardening into a sharp glare. He stares at Hela on her floating blue sphere and asks, So, you want to use me to kill Odin? With an ice-cold expression, Min Jae-hyun asks if that is her ultimate plan. Hela buries her face closer to her knees and quietly replies, that is correct. Min Jae-hyun continues to press. Then what is Odin's plan? What does he even stand to gain from all of this? Before he can even finish, Hela suddenly sits up and cuts him off, the absolute peak of the 9 realms. Min Jae-hyun struggles to stand steady as the ground begins to rumble and the very air shifts. In other words, Odin wants to grasp the 9 realms in his palm. A dark and menacing image of Odin appears, his hand reaching out to tightly grasp the massive trunk of the world tree in front of him. Hela speaks again, right here, right now. Sensing something terrible, Min Jae-hyun's face pales, and sweat begins to bead on his forehead as intense anxiety grips him. Narrowing her cat-like eyes, Hela says, and that includes Midgard, the realm of humans, which is our Earth. As the image of Earth flashes before Min Jae-hyun's eyes, the scene transitions to a luxurious and majestic castle filled with a solemn atmosphere. Standing and looking toward the entrance, Odin says, how incredibly annoying, to have to worry about such lowly creatures all because of some prophecy. Standing in the corner, a figure speaks to Odin. He is merely a human. He is absolutely nothing compared to us. As a thick mist drifts around the castle, the figure continues, "If the seed is destroyed, a great tree can never grow." Odin turns to him and says, "The resistance against the Aesir is relentless. We cannot afford to show any weakness before such an important event." Odin sternly commands, "Heimdall, I am granting you temporary authority. I trust you understand what needs to be done, right?" Hearing this, Heimdall smirks with absolute delight. His face beams with confidence as he replies, "Of course. It has been a very long time since I last left Asgard." Back at the gym, a heavy dumbbell is slammed back into its rack with a loud clang. Clad in a tight black workout suit that highlights his muscular physique, Min Jae-hyun sits there panting heavily after an intense workout. He looks down, lost in thought as he recalls yesterday's conversation with Hela. He had asked Hela, who was sitting on her floating blue sphere, the peak of the 9 realms. Hela answered, "That is correct." Looking up, she added, "That is Odin's ultimate goal. The realms he has already conquered are Vanaheim, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, and Muspelheim." As she spoke, the image of a massive ancient tree appeared. Min Jae-hyun asked in confusion, "And he wants to conquer the remaining realms through a second apocalypse?" Hela closed her eyes and replied, "Yes, exactly." Crossing his arms with a puzzled look, Min Jae-hyun wondered, "Then why hasn't he eliminated me yet?" Upon hearing this, Hela leaps down from her floating sphere. She says, "That is due to the power of the prophecy." Hela's entire body slowly begins to float as a brilliant white light envelops her. She explains that it is a force even the gods themselves cannot resist. Startled, Min Jae-hyun asks, "Even the gods can't resist it?" Hela answers, "Exactly. You are currently being protected by that very power. However, no power lasts forever. Once the second apocalypse draws near, all boundaries will vanish." Floating closer, Hela reaches out and places her hand on Min Jae-hyun's chest. She warns, "And when that happens, the power protecting you will disappear with it. You will be obliterated by the Norse gods." As her hand rests on his chest, a soft glow radiates around them. She speaks words that pierce straight to his core. "Actually, that is not entirely correct. I think it is more accurate to say you have already been logged out once." Min Jae-hyun shudders as an image of his heavily wounded past self appears right behind him. Realizing the truth, Min Jae-hyun smirks and thinks, "Now I get it. My death before the regression was all part of Odin's plan." As he thinks this, an image of his pre-regression self appears, showing a deep, jagged scar across his face. "They've been playing with me from the very beginning. They slaughtered my family, manipulated my memories, and turned my life into a living hell." Min-hun gritted his teeth, his mind consumed by pure rage. Hela pulled her hand back and asked him, "Do you crave revenge?" The entire room fell, dead silent as Min-hun remained tight-lipped. Hela lowered her voice, pressing him further. "Do you want to avenge your family and protect what matters to you?" Suddenly, glowing yellow system windows popped up, surrounding Min-hun and Hela. She stood right in the center, crackling with orange lightning. She spoke, "I am the guide of the 5 great trials, O prophesied great enemy." Hela extended her hand toward Min-hun and said, "I will give you a chance." Her entire body began to glow as she continued, "A chance to obtain the strength needed to slay Odin." Right then, a system notification flashed before him. Main quest, Godslayer. The player was born to be the ultimate enemy of Odin and Asgard. Acquire the power to resist the divine pressure of the Norse throne, allowing you to stop Odin from fulfilling his dark ambitions. Hela's trials completed. 1 out of 1. S. Rank trials. 0 out of 1. Difficulty, unknown. Reward, blessing to resist the power of the god Odin. Hela said, "Become strong." Min-hun's face turned completely serious. Hela emphasized, "Before the end draws near." Cut to a room where Anhun stood up, stretching his muscular arms. He walked over to his gym bag, scratching his head as he sighed. "Man, these special training sessions are making me so sore. Maybe I should ask Senior Risa for some recovery medicine." Slumping into a chair, Anhun rummaged through his bag, deep in thought. "Thanks to those brutal training sessions, I managed to unlock an F-rank skill." He pulled a water bottle from his bag, thinking, "But my body is still struggling to handle it." He went silent, his face filled with worry as he pictured Min-hun's sorrowful expression. He thought, "Min-hun's level is already way higher than mine. I've got a long way to go if I want to beat him at the Mulet Academy Festival." Anhun let out a heavy sigh and chuckled dryly. He suddenly stood up, clenching his fist to pump himself up. "All right, time to train some more." Suddenly, An announcement blared from the speaker, making An-hoon jump and whip his head around. Attention student An-hoon. Principal Gu-min wishes to see you. Please report to the principal's office. The announcement echoed through the room. An-hoon looked up, completely stunned. The principal? He muttered. Meanwhile, just outside the principal's office, the man's voice could be heard saying, "Don't worry about it." Inside, Principal Gu-min was talking on the phone, a dangerous look washing over his face. He sneered. Once we weed out the low-ranking students, the funding will naturally flow to the top performers. A smug, sinister grin spread across his face as he talked. He said, "I'm sure you can handle the rest, since you are a member of parliament." The man on the other end, spinning in his office chair, replied, "Things got way out of hand at the simulation dungeon. There was nothing I could do. The National Bureau of Discipline will be moving in soon." Hearing this, Principal Gu-min clicked his tongue, his expression darkening. He thought, he just doesn't get it. Is it already time to dispose of him? After a brief silence, the principal replied, "They're just the government's lapdogs, and I've already made the necessary preparations." The man on the other end gasped, stammering, "Preparations?" Principal Gu-min's true monstrous nature showed on his incredibly twisted face. He replied flatly, "During the guild trials we're hosting in a few days." The image of a mysterious door appeared on screen. Sweat dripped down the politician's anxious face as he stammered, "I will make sure everything is taken care of without us getting our hands dirty." Principal Gu-min grinned. "You catch on quick. So, what do you think of that plan?" The man hesitated for a moment before responding, "Fine. I'll make sure the government's funding is transferred to Mulet as we previously agreed. But right now, I want to discuss the details of the plan." The voice on the phone continued. Principal Gu-min let out a smug grin. "Of course, whatever you wish." Outside, An-hoon's hand froze right before the doorknob as those final words reached his ears. Stunned as if struck by lightning, he froze, his mind reeling from what he had just overheard. He thought, what is the meaning of this? Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun's previous words flashed through his mind. He had mentioned that something must have gone wrong in the dark space, or that someone had rigged it. Realizing the truth, An-hoon spiraled into sheer panic. Terror filled his eyes as he clutched his head in disbelief. Dark thoughts raced through his mind. "I get it now. I finally know who invaded my mind during the entrance trial." His eyes went completely dead as the image of Principal Gu-min's wicked, satisfied smile burned into his mind. The face of the culprit flashed through his mind, the very bastard who caused the incident at the mock dungeon. An-hoon grit his teeth, his blood boiling with rage. Walking up to the door, he grabbed the handle. He shut his furious eyes, pausing for a moment to force himself to calm down. No, he thought, acting recklessly right now is too dangerous. Lowering his head, An-hoon let out a heavy, solemn sigh. This is something I have to deal with on my own. Once he finally regained his composure, An-hoon called out into the room. "Principal, it's An-hoon." Inside, Principal Gu immediately told him to come in. Taking one last breath to steel his nerves, he pushed the door open and stepped inside, thinking to himself that he desperately needed to find someone he could actually trust. Meanwhile, in a classroom, Kim Yoo-jung was hyper-focused on her assignment, while Seo-in-ah was busy dozing off at her desk. No-hui was also in class, while Min Jae-hyun sat lost in thought, spinning a pen between his fingers as his mind raced with endless questions. He recalled his conversation with Hela, when she warned him that by now, Odin would already know he had contacted the Norse resistance, which meant Ragnarok was going to happen much sooner than they had anticipated, something Hela had warned him about, with sheer dread in her voice. Snapping back to reality, Miss Eun-soo slammed her textbook shut and announced, "All right, that wraps up today's lesson." Speaking into the microphone with a stern expression, Miss Yu added, "I have a quick message for our sleeping student. It is time to wake up." Her words startled Seo-in-ah, who woke up in a panic after being called out. Instantly, the classroom erupted into whispers about an upcoming announcement. Min Jae-hyun thought to himself, "I guess it's time for the next big event." Miss Eun-soo then announced, "As you all know, the Guild Challenge will be starting in just a few days." She continued, "This event is a prime opportunity for you to witness firsthand how professional raid guilds operate and hunt down monsters. It has been specially arranged for you all by our very own Principal Gu-min." Min Jae-hyun listened closely, keeping a completely straight face, though inside, he was secretly smirking. "Before my regression, I had ended up in some bottom-tier E-rank guild, forced to patiently sit on their moldy benches. But even then, I managed to scrape together some valuable experience before moving on. He let out a sigh, full of quiet confidence. Well, with my achievements now, I can practically go anywhere I want. I suppose the Poseidon Guild is my best bet. An image of a sleek, state-of-the-art skyscraper flashed in his mind as he thought, I want to see the very guild that was ranked #1 in Korea before I regressed. Miss Yoon-soo then announced that a select few students had made it onto the priority list. Being on this list means you'll receive direct guidance from them, with a high chance of joining their guild in the future. The guilds will be prioritizing cadets they see as their future core members. A visual of 3 cadets walking toward the welcoming arms of a top guild played out in his mind. But wait, that's impossible, right? Min Jae-hyun wore a subtle, guarded smirk. Miss Yoon-soo continued, Cadets Min Jae-hyun, Seo In-ah, Kim Yoo-jung, and 3 others have been scouted by the Lotus Guild, and Cadet No-hui has been chosen by the Poseidon Guild. Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun and No-hui locked eyes and clicked their tongues, both clearly unsatisfied with the outcome. Kim Yoo-jung jumped right out of her seat, her cheeks blushing red with pure excitement. What? The Lotus Guild? Sitting right next to her, Seo In-ah winced, covering her ears from the sheer volume of Yoo-jung's squeal. Min Jae-hyun got goosebumps as he recalled what Sung-yoon had told him that for a guild, spotting a cadet's hidden potential is everything. Min Jae-hyun muttered to himself. So that's why she asked who the most skilled cadet was. He ran through the 4 names in his head. Kim Yoo-jung, Seo In-ah, An Ho-yeon, and Lee Jae-sang. Miss Yoon-soo's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. Please submit your final decisions to me before midnight tonight. That is all. The classroom instantly erupted into excited chatter. Overjoyed, Kim Yoo-jung threw her arms around Seo In-ah, crying tears of absolute happiness. I'm actually going to meet Guildmaster Sung-yoon. This is like a dream. Her dramatic outburst left Seo In-ah looking completely bewildered. Min Jae-hyun let out a soft chuckle at the sight. He pushed his chair back, stood up, and thought, An Ho-yeon must have been summoned as well. Suddenly, Seo In-ah, Kim Yoo-jung, and Min Jae-hyun were all startled as their phones buzzed with a message alert at the exact same second. All 3 pulled out their phones. Kim Yoo-jung frowned. What's this? Why did we all get a text at the exact same time? Staring at her screen, Kim Yoo-jung read the notification aloud. It was an urgent text from An Ho-yeon. The message read, I need to see you guys immediately. Get to Senior Jae-sang's workshop right now. Before long, all 5 of them, Seo In-ah, Kim Yoo-jung, Min Jae-hyun, An Ho-yeon, and Lee Jae-sang, were gathered anxiously around a round table. Leaning over the table, Kim Yoo-jung asked, So, what you're saying is, Principal Gu Ja-in is trying to get rid of the lower-ranked cadets during this guild event, just to benefit the reawakened ones? Her eyes went wide, struggling to process the horrifying news. With a grim expression, An Ho-yeon replied, Yeah, exactly. Lee Jae-sang was visibly terrified, chewing on his fingernails in sheer panic. He muttered, His dirty work gets covered up every single year. Shaken by the revelation, Seo In-ah chimed in, her face pale with shock. This is crossing the line. How can anyone treat human lives like disposable toys? Throughout all of this, Min Jae-hyun sat in dead silence, his arms crossed as he took in every single detail. Pondering the guild experience event, Min Jae-hyun's eyes darkened. It was shaping up to be even more terrifying than he had expected. In his past life, he recalled only hearing that a few cadets had died in a tragic accident. Min Jae-hyun turned to look at An Ho-jeon as he spoke up, saying, We're the only ones who know about this, which means we're also the only ones who can stop it, An Ho-jeon added, his expression dead serious. Min Jae-hyun just sat there in silence, arms crossed. Since he couldn't jump to conclusions, he decided to stay quiet for now. His gaze softened slightly. If we make one wrong move, we could all lose our lives, An Ho-jeon said, his voice trembling as he clenched his fists tight. Please. I can't just stand by and pretend I don't know anything while everyone else's lives are on the line. Min Jae-hyun closed his eyes and clicked his tongue, thinking that wanting to help others was certainly a noble mindset, but there's a very fine line between bravery and pure recklessness. Kim Do-jung grimaced in frustration. Then, she suddenly stood up, slammed her hands on the table, and yelled, Is this really the time to hesitate? Other cadets' lives are in danger here. Her face was filled with intense anxiety as she spoke. Lee Ki-sang raised his hand in agreement. He chimed in. I agree. This whole thing is terrifying, but if there's anything I can do, count me in. Seo In-ah couldn't just sit back either. She voiced her agreement, saying, If we can actually prevent this, I don't want to just sit here doing nothing. Taken aback by how united everyone was, Min Jae-hyun lowered his head, a faint but highly thrilled smile playing on his lips. Right. These guys were all raiders. Raiders who hunt down treasures and monsters while doing everything they can to protect others. The figures of the 5 of them, Seo In-ah, Kim Do-jung, Min Jae-hyun, An Ho-jun, and Lee Ki-sung shone with a bright, heroic aura. Suddenly, a system notification chimed, announcing that main quest, Turning Point 2, had been added. The system went on to detail the main quest, Turning Point 2, Stop Gu Jae-in's greedy scheme and rescue the cadets. Difficulty, A+. Reward, 1 sealed spellbook card. Failure condition, cadet casualties. The AES resistance is watching to see what you decide. Min Jae-hyun placed his hands on the table and stood up straight. Then let's make a plan, he said. An Ho-jun, Lee Ki-sang, Seo In-ah, and Kim Do-jung all looked at Min Jae-hyun, warm smiles spreading across their faces. Clenching his fist as he stared ahead, Min Jae-hyun let out a dangerous smirk and declared, "A plan to take down that bastard Gu Jae-in." Cutting back to the classroom from earlier, Instructor Do Yoon-soo's face had gone completely pale as she stammered, You've already mastered the 4-star spellbook? Do you honestly expect me to believe that? There's no way that's possible." Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun looked incredibly cool. He shot her a sharp, piercing glare and asked, "And why not?" Do Yoon-soo fell completely silent, her mind spinning in absolute panic. Amidst her chaotic thoughts, she couldn't help but think, this cadet is terrifying. There's definitely something wrong with him. The academy president had planned to use him as a mere pawn. Her thoughts raced like a sharp blade slicing straight through the chessboard, cutting the sacrifice pawn clean in half. But Min Jae-hyun wasn't someone who could be manipulated so easily. Min Jae-hyun stood boldly right in front of Do Yoon-soo. In a highly provocative tone, he said, You look awfully upset. As the instructor who taught me all this, shouldn't you be happy instead? Unless..." While he kept speaking, Do Yoon-soo gritted her teeth in sheer rage. But Min Jae-hyun maintained his victorious expression, his cold, piercing eyes delivering the rest of his sentence. "Unless you plan on seizing all of this just to hand it over to that bastard Gu Jae-in again?" Hit right where it hurt. Do Yoon-soo gasped in shock. Trembling with rage, she shrieked, "H, how do you know about that?" Min Jae-hyun reached out and grabbed Do Yoon-soo's head, completely ignoring her furious protests. "Actually, there are a few things I need to ask you," he said. Suddenly, a wave of purple energy enveloped his entire body, reflecting a deep purple glow in his eyes. Min Jae-hyun whispered, "Care to listen?" Instantly, Do Yoon-soo's eyes went completely hollow, and all the color drained from her face as if her very life force had been sucked out. A system notification rang out, confirming that the active skill, Brainwash, was taking over the target's mind. After successfully brainwashing Do Yoon-soo, Min Jae-hyun pulled his hand back, thinking, "Just as I thought, I'm much stronger than her now." Min Jae-hyun immediately smirked as he looked at Do Yoon-soo's lifeless, blank face. He thought to himself, the most effective way to win a war like this is to take control from the inside. He then took a step closer to Do Yoon-soo. He raised his index finger, tilted his head, and said, "Instructor Do Yoon-soo, for the next few days, you'll be my teammate." Do Yoon-soo blankly repeated his words in a daze. Min Jae-hyun replied, "Yes. Finally, we can have a real conversation." Placing his hand on her shoulder, his handsome, cold face exuded an intense authority as he issued his command to Do Yoon-soo. He asked, "Now, why don't you tell me all about the dirty schemes Gu Jae-in has planned for this upcoming guild experience?" Scene changes to 3 days after that conversation, and the day of the guild experience had finally arrived. With sparkling eyes and her cheeks flushed red with excitement, Kim Yoo-jung's voice trembled as she said, I. Then, she let out a loud scream. "I'm actually touring the Yeonhwa Guild headquarters." In the courtyard of the Yeonhwa Guild headquarters, all 4 of them, Kim Yoo-jung, Seo In-ah, Min Jae-hyun, and An Ho-yan, were finally gathered. Suddenly, a voice rang out to welcome the cadets. All 4 of them turned around to see a man in an elegant black suit bowing politely. He introduced himself. "I am Manager Park Sung-jae of the Yeonhwa Guild. I'll be your guide for today's experience tour." Straightening up, he turned to lead the way, looking back at Jae-hyun's group as he said, "Now, please follow me this way." Kim Yoo-jung and An Ho-yan replied in unison, "Yes, sir." With that, Min Jae-hyun's group was guided through the guild headquarters. They visited the tech room, presentation room, training facility, and several other areas. Finally, Park Sung-jae stopped in front of a certain room. Pointing to the door, he said, "And finally, this is our last stop." Park Sung-jae then gently opened the door. A woman was already waiting inside, standing right across from Jae-hyun's group. She exuded an incredibly elegant and refined aura. Exuding pure class, her hair was styled in a chic bun, adorned with a beautiful orchid. She introduced herself with a warm smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Yoo Sung-yoon, the guildmaster of the Yeonhwa Guild." The scene then cuts to them sitting around a table with tea and desserts. Gently brushing her hair back, Yoo Sung-yoon said, "Please, make yourselves comfortable." After everyone took their seats, Kim Yoo-jung sat right next to Seo In-na. She couldn't stop trembling, which left In-na utterly confused. Suddenly, Kim Yoo-jung sprang to her feet, holding a piece of paper tightly with both hands. She thrust it forward with her head bowed, stammering with a trembling voice. I finally get to see you this close. I'm such a huge fan of yours. Please, could you give me your autograph?" This brought a warm, happy smile to Yoo Sung-yoon's face. As she signed her name for Kim Yoo-jung, Yoo Sung-yoon smiled and said, "Thank you. It's passionate fans like you who keep me going." Sitting there, Jae-hyun resignedly thought, "Oh, right. She's a total fangirl for Sung-yoon, haha." Having received her idol's autograph, Kim Yoo-jung hugged the signed paper tightly and fell backward in sheer bliss. Yoo Sung-yoon then turned to Min Jae-hyun. She asked, "You've really made a lot of friends, haven't you?" Jae-hyun waved his hands modestly. "Oh, it's nothing, really," An Ho-yeon asked in surprise. He asked Jae-hyun, "Wait, you two know each other?" Yoo Sung-yoon gently rested her hand on her cheek, closed her eyes with a happy smile, and said, "Of course we do. He is my disciple after all." Although she was lost in pure bliss, Kim Yoo-jung snapped out of it the moment she heard that. She jumped up and shrieked, "Disciple?" Everyone in the room, aside from Yoo Sung-yoon herself, was utterly shocked by this revelation. A short while later, the teacups sat quietly on the table. Yoo Sung-yoon spoke up, "I've actually heard quite a lot about all of you from Min Jae-hyun." She looked at the four of them, who were listening intently. "And the reason I asked you here today is because of him as well." Yoo Sung-yoon cast her eyes downward, her voice turning solemn. "Honestly, the Yeonhwa Guild and a few others are already aware of Gu Jae-in's corrupt deeds, but we just haven't been able to take action yet. It's all because of the immense power he wields." An image of Gu Jae-in flashed in crimson red against a pitch-black background. Behind him was a wall painted with cobras, symbolizing his insidious and dangerous nature. Just then, Jae-hyun spoke up. "On top of that, his ultimate goal is still unclear. It seems he might even possess the ability to open up dungeons on his own." Yoo Sung-yoon calmly replied, "Most of his skills are kept strictly classified, so even I don't know much about them. Because of that, we need to draw up a meticulous plan." Manager Park then spoke up. "This screen displays the active mana fields. It shows the mana density around the guilds participating in this joint training event." Having said that, he reached his hand out toward the table. A blue light projected from his fingertips onto the table, instantly generating a satellite-like holographic display. The hologram floated up right before their eyes, revealing two areas marked with flashing red circles. Manager Park Sung-jae pointed to them. "It seems mana is heavily concentrated in these spots compared to other areas." He paused, his voice turning grave as he continued. "If a dungeon does manifest, there's a very high probability it will happen at one of these two locations." Yoo Sung-yoon turned her gaze toward Manager Park. She spoke, "Understood. I will dispatch some of our Yeonhwa Guild members to secure these areas. That way, if anything goes wrong, we can evacuate everyone immediately and clear the surrounding area." Jae-hyun cleared his throat, resting his chin on his hand as he spoke. "That's a solid plan. But knowing Gu Jae-in, he's bound to have thought of a meticulous counterplan of his own." He looked up at Yoo Sung-yoon. He continued, "He'll likely act even more aggressively if he realizes the Yeonhwa Guild is getting involved in this." "Curious." Sung-yoon probed him. She asked, "Do you have a plan in mind?" After a brief silence, Jae-hyun spoke with absolute confidence. "Yes, I do." He looked up, interlocking his fingers with a confident look. "Those cadets. We'll rescue them ourselves." In a dark, eerie hallway, slow footsteps echoed. A group of 8 cadets followed a young manager, heading deeper inside. Ju Seong-chan smirked, thinking to himself, "Those pieces of trash. They all used to look down on me, thinking I had no talent. But things are different now. He gloated in his mind. The reason the president personally handpicked me for this is because of his trust in my abilities. I've finally seen my potential to become a conqueror. Among that group of 8 students, besides Seong-chan, there was Park Seong-woo, Kim Jina, and a purple-haired girl. The purple-haired girl timidly tapped Seong-chan on the shoulder, telling him to hold on a second. He stopped, turned to her, and asked, "What is it?" Her face was filled with deep anxiety. She scanned her surroundings warily and said, "Doesn't this place seem a bit strange?" Not quite catching her drift, Seong-chan asked her to clarify. That was when the purple-haired girl began to explain. "Well, you see, a Conqueror's Guild is supposed to be packed with equipment, but doesn't this place look like it's been abandoned for ages?" Looking around at the broken glass covered in spiderwebs, she added, "It's just like some haunted, abandoned building." Hearing her words, it was like a light bulb finally went off in Seong-chan's head. He was shocked to realize that their surroundings really did look exactly like that. Old, dusty cardboard boxes were stacked high on top of each other. He frantically looked around, searching for anything to ease his growing anxiety. But everywhere he looked, there was nothing but thick dust and cobwebs. Park Seong-woo and the other students seemed to have noticed this bizarre anomaly as well. Everyone began to panic. The young manager leading the way suddenly halted and said, "We have arrived." Kim Jina gasped, clutching her chest at the sight unfolding right before her eyes. The body of that young manager was bursting into flames, revealing the face of a man beneath the disguise. She screamed out, "Instructor Kim Sok-ji!" Hearing her scream, he turned back with a freezing cold glare. He looked down at his own hands, a sinister smirk spreading across his face. He muttered, "I didn't expect the skill to wear off so quickly." Turning around, he faced the group of students and threw his hands up in a mocking welcome, saying, "Well, it can't be helped." Even though it's a bit early, before he could even finish his sentence, he clenched his fist tightly. A purple magic circle instantly flared up on the floor beneath the 8 students, conjuring a violent gust of wind around them. Kim Sok-ji began to bid them farewell. "This is where we say goodbye, my dear students." The circle flashed brilliantly, shaking the ground as a dark, ominous purple smoke enveloped the 8 students. We need to run." Seong-chan shielded his face with his hands, his eyes wide with utter terror and panic. Instructor Kim Seoki's expression darkened as he uttered a series of cruel, barbaric words. "This is your final lesson, kids. But who knows if any of you will actually make it out of that hell alive." With cold, piercing eyes, he let out a chilling, sadistic laugh that would make anyone's skin crawl. The scene shifts to An Ho-yeon, who is staring intently at his phone, lost in thought. All 4 of them, Kim Yoo-jung, Seo Ina, Min Jae-hyun, and An Ho-yeon, are standing in front of a building. Looking up at it, An Ho-yeon said, "According to the map, this should be the place." The phone in his hand chimed with a notification, "You have arrived." Kim Yoo-jung asked in confusion, "Where on earth are we? This looks more like a run-down, abandoned building than a guild." Seo Ina stared at her old phone screen in confusion. "Ho-yeon, you sure we got the right place?" Yoo-jung, still skeptical, kept insisting on checking it again. Min Jae-hyun stood a short distance away with his arms crossed, watching the 3 of them bicker, like a young dad keeping an eye on his kids. Glancing toward the nearby forest, Min Jae-hyun's voice echoed in his mind, asking the person on the other side, "Did you follow us here too?" Hiding behind a massive tree in the woods, a man replied via telepathy, "Of course I did. Don't worry." It was none other than manager Park Sung-jae. Curious, he asked Min Jae-hyun, "By the way, Jae-hyun, how did you learn telepathy?" Keeping his eyes on the other 3, Jae-hyun heard manager Park's question in his mind, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He replied, "I just read a few magic textbooks." Hearing that, manager Park couldn't help but chuckle. He replied, "You make it sound so easy, but tapping into someone's mind and weaving your thoughts into communication magic is no simple feat. You're really something else." Looking at the 3 in front of him, Jae-hyun felt a sudden warmth radiating from them, causing a soft smile to slip onto his face. He communicated back to manager Park, "I'm counting on you to step in if things go south." Manager Park nodded. "Of course." The scene shifts back to the office of the Yeonhwa Guildmaster, Yoo Sung-yoon, who is holding a teacup. She remarked, "Min Jae-hyun actually had the nerve to borrow my personal manager. What a cheeky brat." Hana was also in the room. She spoke up, replying to Yoo Sung-yoon, "I just hope he's actually useful to them. He can be so spaced out sometimes." Yoo Sung-yoon burst out laughing at Hana's comment. She set her teacup down on the table and said, "He is your older brother, you know." Be a little nicer to him. You two are always at each other's throats. Reaching out, Yoo Sung-yoon was about to lift her teacup for another sip when she suddenly froze, staring at it suspiciously. The tea inside was trembling slightly, forming a small vortex. Sensing the disturbance, Yoo Sung-yoon muttered to herself, "Where is this dark energy coming from? Is it nearby?" The moment she felt it, she whipped her head toward the large window behind her, staring out into the distance with deep worry. Remembering a few days ago, Min Jae-hyun had mentioned that the guild Gu Ja-in joined for the dungeon raid was none other than Kane. Yoo Sung-yoon questioned, "Kane? From what I know, that is a guild founded by Gu Ja-in himself." Min Jae-hyun nodded. "That is right." Yoo Sung-yoon placed her hand on her chin, lost in thought. "But that is strange. Kane is a guild located right in the middle of Seoul, pretty close to Lotus." A map pops up on the screen, showing 2 red dots marking Kane and Lotus. Yoo Sung-yoon closes her eyes, deeply pondering this situation. She says, "Causing such a massive incident so openly. That is not like Gu Ja-in at all." Min Jae-hyun immediately replies, recalling the moment he brainwashed and controlled Jong Yi-soo. He says confidently, "I am pretty sure the source of this information is someone currently working with him. He is planning something big." Back to the present, Yoo Sung-yoon stares out the window, her eyes filled with anxiety. She calls out to Hannah, "Han, have you looked into the guild Gu Ja-in established?" Han replies, "Yes, Kane is actually a ghost guild." Hearing this, Yoo Sung-yoon quickly turns around and asks, "A ghost guild?" Han continues, "As you know, some guilds are involved in tax evasion or other corrupt activities, and they do not keep any records of their operations." An image of a massive hand grabbing a giant building and placing it on top of a thick stack of cash illustrates the meaning behind Han words. Han goes on, "It seems Gu Ja-in created his guild for that exact purpose." Yoo Sung-yoon closes her eyes and hangs her head, sighing. Min Jae-hyun was right. Slowly opening her eyes, her gaze is deep and filled with heavy thoughts. Gu Ja-in, what on earth is he planning? She suddenly stands up, walks away from her desk, and turns to Hannah. "Hannah, please get my gear ready. We do not know what is going to happen next." Hannah bows respectfully and replies, "Understood." Yoo Sung-yoon walks forward briskly, thinking to herself that she must prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario. Brushing her hair aside, her earring glows with a faint light. With an unusually serious expression, she thinks, "But I hope everything turns out fine." Cut to the area where Min Jae-hyun group was standing earlier. After weighing their options, the group decides to open the door and enter this bizarre guild anyway. The group of 4, dressed in mysterious black uniforms, looks incredibly cool. Together, they step inside. Kim Yoo-jung looks around nervously and asks, "Are you sure this is the place?" At that moment, she still thinks this is just an abandoned building. Min Jae-hyun turns back to Yoo-jung and replies, "Yeah, this is exactly where that rotten, damn magical energy is coming from." He flashes a smirk and stares straight into the darkness ahead. Kim Yoo-jung exhales a breath and says, "Well then, let us go." The 3 of them, including Kim Yoo-jung and Seo Ina, follow behind Min Jae-hyun. The deeper they go, the more anxious Min Jae-hyun becomes. It is completely obvious on his face. He thinks, this magic feels incredibly unsettling. Maybe I should get them out of here and handle this with the manager. Sensing something is off, Min Jae-hyun stops, causing the others to halt as well. Seizing the opportunity, a faint trail of purple magic creeps toward them. Seo Ina says, "I can feel the remnants of magic." A massive amount of magical residue still lingers all around where the group is standing. Min Jae-hyun kneels down to examine it closely, saying, "Yeah, it looks like a high-level magic circle was activated here. There should still be traces of the spell array." Suddenly, his eyes narrow in panic. He can clearly feel an incredibly powerful magic rapidly approaching them. Min Jae-hyun springs to his feet, and the rest of the group also seems to sense this bizarre anomaly. Min Jae-hyun instantly turns around and screams, "Everyone, get out of here, right now." The moment the words leave his mouth, a purple magic circle erupts right beneath their feet. An Ho-yeon stammers, shaking in pure panic. I cannot move." A haunting, eerie voice echoes, "Welcome, you fools. Welcome to the kingdom of the Dark Elves, Svartalfheim." The entire group, Kim Yoo-jung, Min Jae-hyun, An Ho-yeon, and Seo Ina, look around in terror, desperately trying to find the source of that bone-chilling voice. Every single one of them is completely trapped by that purple magic. Just then, the system flashes an emergency alert, teleporting players to Svartalfheim. This dungeon is too dangerous for the player's levels. Emergency notification. The system's red alert keeps blinking relentlessly. Exit the dungeon immediately. Exit the dungeon immediately. The scene shifts to a dark castle surrounded by sharp, thorny fences, with only the dim glow of 3 flickering candles lighting the outside. At the highest point of the area, a figure sits arrogantly on a throne. With only a few weak rays of light shining on him, he mutters, "New prey?" Saying this, a twisted smirk spreads across his bizarre face. He commands, "Rise." Glowing figures slowly begin to emerge from the ground, obeying his command. He raises a skeletal, clawed hand, ordering the creatures to rise up. His appearance is grotesque, with 2 long horns on his head, elongated ears stretching outward, and long flowing hair. He cackles with delight, revealing a terrifying mouth packed with razor-sharp teeth. He says, "It is time to feast." Svartalfheim, a realm shrouded in darkness, is the home of the sinister Dark Elves. Min Jae-hyun and his friends step into the gloomy, dark cavern. Suddenly, Jae-hyun clicks his tongue in frustration and mutters, "Damn it." Yu Jung looks on, filled with anxiety. Looking around, he asked, "Is this Svartalfheim?" Jae-hyun walked forward, deep in thought. Legend had it that the Dark Elves of Norse mythology possessed power rivaling the gods themselves. Of course, their power must have weakened now that this place has turned into a dungeon. Jae-hyun gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, "Gu-min. So that bastard actually plans to get rid of the students here." An Ho-yeon looked around warily. Can the headmaster, Gu-min, really use high-level teleportation magic like this? Just what is his true identity? Hearing that, Jae-hyun thought, An Ho-yeon is absolutely right. Gu-min is just a human. How could a mere mortal interfere with the teleportation system of the 9 realms? Jae-hyun rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. There must be some massive force backing him. Then he said to the group, "This situation doesn't look very promising, does it?" Suddenly, someone walked up and agreed, "Yeah, it doesn't." It was Park Sung-jae. Seeing him, Ina and Yu Jung were shocked. Their eyes went wide as they cried out in unison, Mr. Sung-jae." They quickly rushed over to Sung-jae. Ho-yoon asked, "What are you doing here?" Sung-jae pointed toward Jae-hyun and replied, "Min Jae-hyun asked me to come. Just in case something went wrong and we needed a witness, I came here instead." Yu Jung let out a huge sigh of relief. I'm so glad. I honestly thought we were all going to die here." He replied, "Don't get your hopes up. The situation isn't going to get any better just because I'm here." Hearing this, Yu Jung stuttered in confusion. Why? Sung-jae's face grew serious as he explained, "This is Svartalfheim, the realm of the Dark Elves. Even an A-rank raider would struggle to survive here." Sung-jae warned them, "If we let our guard down for even a second, we will all die." His words felt like a grim warning, making the atmosphere grow even heavier and more terrifying. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun remained on high alert. He looked around, thinking, he is right. There is no easy way to clear this dungeon. Looking at the glowing quartz crystals illuminating the path ahead, he walked forward with his arms crossed. Suddenly, Jae-hyun thought to himself, "But that only applies to this timeline. I read through countless raid guides before my regression." Ahead of him, his 3 friends were standing hesitantly, too terrified to take another step. Stepping up from behind, Jae-hyun reassured them, "Don't worry, we're going to get out of here in one piece. I promise you that." Sung-jae followed closely behind. Jae-hyun clenched his fists with determination and said, "All right, let's go find the other survivors." Meanwhile, in another room, the headmaster and An Ho-yeon's father were having tea together. An Seg-yu tapped his fingers on the table and said, "This is a serious breach of our agreement, don't you think?" With a stern expression, An Seg-yu stared at Gu-min and added, "I distinctly remember you promising to make Ho-yeon much stronger." Gu-min remained completely unfazed. "Haha, Mr. An, there's no need to worry. He will easily take first place in the upcoming event." Staring at the headmaster, Ho-yeon's father thought, "He is as cunning as a snake." Out loud, he asked, "By the way, who was the student who took first place in the freshman hunt? How on earth did my Ho-yeon lose to a student from the magic class?" Gu-min took a slow sip of his tea and said, "Well, you watched the broadcast, didn't you?" He set the cup down and continued, "Min Jae-hyun. He is a genius born with a magic adaptability rate of 97%. Hearing this, Ho-yeon's father was stunned. He stammered in utter disbelief. A magic adaptability rate of 97%? Headmaster Gu Ja-in just watched him silently. Then, looking down at his teacup, he casually changed the subject. Oh, it has already gone cold. Gu Ja-in continued. Should I order another cup? But Ho-yeon's father was no longer paying attention. He thought to himself, some nobody I've never even heard of. Se-gyu stood up to take his leave. No need. I should get going. With that, Se-gyu turned and walked out. Gu Ja-in stared at his departing back and thought, Se-gyu used to be a high-ranking military officer. He crossed his arms, assessing the man. He has excellent connections with the central government, which makes him highly valuable to me. But Gu Ja-in continued to ponder. Then again, there is no reason for me to meddle in his affairs. Satisfied with his thoughts, a smirk played on Gu Ja-in's lips. He murmured, I do not play games that I know I will lose. Meanwhile, deep inside Svartalfheim, Jae-hyun's group was navigating the terrain with extreme caution. They stayed close together so no one would get separated. Ina raised her arm and said, It is way too dark in here. I will cast a light spell. Suddenly, Jae-hyun stepped in to stop her. Wait, this will work much better. He stretched out his arm, and a tiny spark of light materialized before floating up into the air. A system notification popped up. Active skill activated. Level 3 light orb. Powerful rays of light dispel the darkness of the night. A flood of light shot toward the ceiling of the cave, completely illuminating the entire area. Yu Jung looked up in awe. Is that really a light orb? Jae-hyun replied. Yeah, I upgraded it from rank D. Ina was completely stunned. But upgrading skills is only possible once you become an A-rank raider. As for Ho-jae, he stared up at those glowing orbs, thinking, no way. Has Hee-won really gotten this strong already? The rest of the group was also frozen in place, completely mesmerized by the lights. Seeing that no one was moving, Hee-won turned around and asked, What are you guys doing? Aren't we moving out? That's when Park Sung-dae snapped out of it and said, Oh, right. He then turned around to usher the other three, saying, Let's move. Ho-jae quickly replied, Ah, yes sir. Even though he is the senior here, Park Sung-dae couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Could this really be possible? I've trained countless rookie conquerors, but I've never seen anything like this before. Staring at Hee-won's back, he couldn't even begin to imagine how much stronger this kid could actually get. They continued deeper into the dungeon, but the eerie scenery remained unchanged. Suddenly, manager Park Sung-dae came to a halt and suggested the group take a quick break. He said, All right, let's take a quick breather and recover our energy. We've been walking for quite a while now. Hearing this, Hee-won deactivated his skill, causing the light surrounding them to fade away. Yu Jung asked in confusion, Hey, why did you turn off the light barrier? Hee-won explained, The dark elves are used to the dark. They can easily destroy our light sources, so we need to get used to the darkness as soon as possible. Yu Jung nodded and replied, Well, if you say so, good thing we brought some potions. I was starting to feel a bit suffocated from all this mana pressure. An Ho-jun agreed, holding up a potion bottle. I'm really glad I asked Hee-won to prepare these in advance. In-na quietly muttered, Thanks. After taking their recovery potions, Ho-jun mentioned that any remaining survivors must be somewhere along this path. That gave Hee-won an idea. I have a plan, he said. He closed his eyes, and a massive surge of energy erupted around him, instantly lighting up the entire area. He then pointed and said, The center path leads directly to the boss room, and the other path was where the ambush happened. Suddenly, Hee-won's eyes snapped open as a glowing arrow shot straight toward In-na, catching her completely off guard. But Hee-won reacted instantly. He coolly stepped in front of her and caught the arrow with his bare hand. The system notification popped up as he activated his absolute calculation skill, and the arrow in his hand slowly disintegrated into nothingness. Seeing this, Yu Jung and An Ho-jun immediately went on high alert. Sensing the danger, Park Sung-dae yelled a warning. Everyone, stay focused. Out of the shadows, a mysterious figure emerged, wielding a glowing spear. An Ho-jun and the rest of the group quickly huddled close together, keeping their guards up. Hee-won muttered under his breath, Dark elves. Just as another arrow came flying at them, Hee-won dashed forward and snatched it out of the air, crushing it into glowing fragments that faded away. In-na stared at him in disbelief, while Ho-jun quickly spun around, scanning the surroundings. Park Sung-dae already knew they were surrounded. Yu Jung braced herself, drawing her staff as she concentrated her mana. Kim Yu Jung cast her magic field. The system screen blinked, confirming the activation of the magic field skill. Na immediately followed up with her own spell, and the system notified that the slow skill had been successfully cast. The debuffs took effect on the Dark Elves, and Na chanted her ultimate skill, "O sacred shining holy sword." Blinding beams of light rained down on the Dark Elves. Meanwhile, Ho-jun closely watched their movements before unleashing his ultimate martial arts skill. A massive barrier materialized right in front of them, completely blocking the elves' incoming attacks. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Ho-jun moved in. At that exact moment, Park Sung-dae lunged forward, closing the distance with his dagger drawn. He slashed at them, but the Dark Elves managed to parry his attacks. They were actually fast enough to keep up with Park Sung-dae's speed. Hee-won smirked and said, "Let me get in on this." He unleashed a blinding flash of light that forced the Dark Elves to squint and cover their eyes in pain. Summoning the glowing orbs behind him, Hee-won thought, "My attribute is the direct counter to theirs." The system announced the activation of the light chain skill. Dozens of glowing chains erupted from the magic circles, binding the Dark Elves tightly. In an instant, the monsters were completely vaporized, and their weapons dissolved into thin air. Hee-won casually shoved his hands into his pockets, thinking, according to the Svartalfheim walkthrough, the Dark Elves' weapons and armor are made of pure magic. As he walked forward with his head down, deep in thought, one of his eyes suddenly flared with a bright light. He was confident he could completely obliterate them using his absolute calculation skill. The remaining Dark Elves, lurking in the shadows, saw him and nervously backed away, prompting Hee-won to call out to his team, "Listen up, everyone. Kim Yu-jung, Na, use only fire magic from now on." Yu-jung turned to him and replied, "Huh? Fine. I don't really get why, but okay." While Na simply gave a cold, "Understood." A barrage of glowing attacks from the Dark Elves surged toward Hee-won, but he remained completely unfazed, calmly saying, "Ho-jun, you're up." Lowering his head, Hee-won raised his arm to block the incoming strike, his expression blank as he spoke. "Use your taunt skill to funnel their movements." Ho-jun, who was currently trading blows with a Dark Elf, yelled back, "On it." With a sharp glare, Ho-jun activated his awakening skill. The moment the skill hit, the Dark Elves suddenly froze in their tracks. At that moment, Hee-won looked over at Park Sung-dae and yelled, "Manager Park, take out the immobilized ones. They must be under the effect of the taunt skill." Sung-dae picked up his weapon and said, "All right, let's do this." He followed Hee-won's instructions, but wondered to himself, does this guy actually know something about Dark Elves? Then, a system notification popped up, activating level 50, one stealth skill. The user's presence will be completely hidden. Seeing this, the Dark Elves gasped in shock, but by then, it was already too late. A blade was already slicing toward them, attacking them all at once. Sung-dae unleashed incredibly fast slashes at the Dark Elves, leaving them no time to react. Meanwhile, Hee-won stood by, only barking orders without making a single move yet. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, drawing his fist back as his hand glowed bright red, activating his fire attack skill. Hee-won slid his foot back to build up momentum. Then, moving faster than light, Hee-won lunged at the Dark Elves and blasted them with a powerful strike. Unable to react in time, they were blown straight into the wall. At the same moment, a system notification flashed. "You have defeated a Dark Elf." The remaining Dark Elves lost their nerve, anxiously backing away to take a defensive stance. Now it was Yu-jung's turn. Raising her staff, she channeled the Eternal Flame to activate her fireball skill. She fired it off, aiming to incinerate all the Dark Elves in front of her. Sensing the danger, the Dark Elves scrambled to dodge. A massive explosion erupted ahead, the flames engulfing everything. For a moment, there was complete silence from the Dark Elves, but suddenly, using some mysterious power, they managed to survive the blast and rush toward Yu-jung's group. Na quickly moved to fight back. She raised her hand, and countless arrows materialized behind her, soaring into the air. Na activated her fire arrows, sending them piercing straight through the chests of the Dark Elves. One of them shrieked in panic. "How the hell do these humans know our weakness?" Right after that, a sword coated in thick magic surged toward the Dark Elves. Sensing danger, one of them broke into a cold sweat and started to look back. But before it could even turn its head, Ho-jun materialized out of nowhere, driving his blade into its chest. Glaring back at Ho-jun with pure rage, the Dark Elf snarled, "You're just a bunch of low-life humans, how dare you?" Before it could finish, a chain crackling with lightning whipped forward and pierced its throat. Ho-jun took the opportunity to fall back into a defensive stance, while Na and Yu-jung stood alert, closely scanning the battlefield. Gasping for air, Ho-jun asked, Is it over? Behind him, Sung-dae replied, Looks like it. Hee-won walked up from behind and said, Let's keep moving. We don't have much time. Inna asked, Is the path on the left the right way? Hee-won cut her off as he approached. Not quite, but I can feel the presence of the survivors. Hee-won stared into the deep, pitch-black cave, warning everyone. If we're too late, his eyes turned dead serious as he continued. Something terrible might happen to them first. Meanwhile, in another room, an angry shout echoed, How could you screw up this badly? Kim Se-gi could only bow his head in apology. I'm so sorry, sir. I never expected an outsider to break into the guild building. Slamming his fist onto the desk in a fury, Gu Jae-in roared. Do you honestly think that's a valid excuse? Se-gi tried to pacify him with a forced smile. Sir, please, there's no need to worry. Civilians dying from random gate openings happens all the time. We can easily cover this up. Unable to tolerate his incompetence, Gu Jae-in barked. Shut up, terrified. Se-gi didn't dare say another word. Instantly, Gu Jae-in exerted a massive pressure on his body, forcing him to his knees as blood coughed out of his mouth. Turning away, Gu Jae-in muttered, Teleportation magic doesn't work on people without mana. That means someone knew about the loophole and used it to sneak inside. Still on his knees, Kim Se-gi stammered in terror. I'm so sorry, sir. Gu Jae-in coldly warned him, everything had better go smoothly. If even a single student makes it out alive. He stared at Kim Se-gi, who was bleeding from his nose and mouth, and glared at him with pure murderous intent, saying, I believe you know exactly what the consequences will be. Instructor Kim Se-gi. Meanwhile, Sung-yoon was with her secretary, Park Hana. Hana turned to her and asked, Are you sure you'll be all right? Sung-yoon looked back and replied, This is an emergency. It's much quieter if I go alone. Then she thought to herself, with that much power and such an ominous amount of mana, it must be at least an S-class spell. The kids and Sung-dae are in grave danger. Noticing her earring, Sung-yoon thought, It hasn't reacted yet, which means no one has died. But if I'm too late, the consequences will be irreversible. As Sung-yoon and Hana walked out, Sung-yoon knew she had to hurry. Approaching the motorcycle waiting out front, she said, If I'm not back by tomorrow morning, contact the association to request immediate backup and gather all the security footage from the surrounding area. Hana nodded and replied, Got it. Having settled everything, Sung-yoon put on her helmet and got on her bike with peace of mind. Before she left, Hana called out, President, I know you're worried about Sung-dae, but please be careful. Sung-yoon gave Hana a warm look and replied, Don't worry. Then, she revved the engine and sped off. Rushing down the road, Sung-yoon thought to herself that if Gu Jae-in dared to touch even a single hair on their heads, she would never forgive him. I am definitely not going to forgive him. Just then, a faint voice echoed through the domain once more. Only a few students from the group had escaped capture. The two remaining friends tried to comfort each other, whispering to hold on just a little longer, even though they were already running on empty. We have to keep going. They dragged themselves forward, but suddenly, she tripped over a rock. Supporting each other, they tried to press on, but she ended up collapsing to the ground. Overwhelmed by despair, they could only let out exhausted sighs. Tears streaming down her face, the purple-haired girl reached out her hand and pleaded, No, please, we have to get out of here. As her tears dripped onto the dirt, she couldn't help but blame herself for being so utterly helpless. If only I wasn't so useless, none of this would have happened. In her moment of despair, she felt a sudden touch from behind. Someone was placing a hand on her shoulder. She spun around to see who it was. And to her relief, it was none other than Min Jae-hyun and his group. He reassured her, saying, You did great. Leave the rest to us. Hearing this, the purple-haired girl still couldn't hold back her overwhelming emotions. Staring at Min Jae-hyun and the others, her eyes slowly widened, and finally, unable to hold on any longer, both of them collapsed to the ground. Shortly after, someone approached them, right there in the same territory. The two students were quickly treated by a healer and given potions. Confused, he asked where they were, only to learn that this was Van Tame, more specifically, the territory of the Dark Elves. Min Jae-hyun gestured toward his four companions and introduced them, saying, They are my teammates. They came to help me rescue you guys. Hearing this, the purple-haired girl finally understood and muttered, Oh, I see. Slipping his hands into his pockets, Min Jae-hyun asked what had happened. With trembling voices, they began to explain, The others, they have all been captured. They were taken to the Cane Guild. Damn it! Exhausted, the purple-haired girl continued. Right after we fell down here, we were ambushed by them. Fear washed over them as they recalled the terrifying event. Everyone else was dragged away, but we managed to stay out of their sight and escape. Still caught in her panic, she added, but we couldn't handle the mana overload. With that, both students fell silent. Min Jae-hyun looked at them, realizing she probably blamed herself for being a coward. He knew she would have preferred to die fighting alongside her friends. But no, that would just be foolish pride. Facing an opponent so far out of their league meant they never stood a chance against those savage beasts. Min Jae-hyun crossed his arms, thinking that fighting a losing battle only worked in the movies. He let out a soft sigh, blinked, and comforted them, saying, "It is not your fault they got captured." He suddenly narrowed his eyes, his tone turning serious. "So tell us, where did they take them?" Song-chan looked visibly anxious, while Min Jae-hyun, losing his patience, snapped, "Or would you rather just leave them there to die?" Seeing Min Jae-hyun's fierce determination, the purple-haired girl finally decided to reveal everything. "There is a king who controls the Dark Elves," she began. Everyone else was taken straight to him. Min Jae-hyun stroked his chin, thinking, "So that must be the path to the boss." "One more thing," Min Jae-hyun asked. "Who sent you here?" The boy cried out, "It was Instructor Kim So-hee. He is the one who dragged us here." His eyes burned with pure resentment. Back in the domain, the six of them discussed their next move. After a brief silence, Min Jae-hyun made his decision. "You guys wait here." But Yu Jung suddenly yelled, "What are you talking about? Where do you think you are going?" "I can feel the Dark Elves' presence coming from that direction. That is definitely the path leading to them. Their life force is fading fast, and I need to rescue them as quickly as possible." "Naturally," she objected. "Are you out of your mind? Going alone is suicide. You will get yourself killed." "Min Jae-hyun, I get how you feel, but we really should work together on this." However, unlike the girls, Ho Jun had a completely different take. He agreed with Min Jae-hyun, saying, "All right, I am with you on this." Hearing this, Yu Jung yelled in frustration. "Hey, Ho Jun," Min Jae-hyun explained. "None of you are strong enough to take on a dark elf in a one-on-one fight yet. Besides, someone needs to protect the injured." His voice grew cold. "So right now, this is our best option." Yu Jung still protested. "But if you go, you might." She paused, thinking for a moment, before sighing. "Do you have any better ideas?" Sung Jae also agreed with Min Jae-hyun. "All right, but if things get too dangerous, you turn back immediately." "Deal?" Min Jae-hyun smiled. "Got it. I am leaving my friends in your hands then." Do-hoon chimed in. "Don't worry about my friend anymore, just go." He placed his hand over his chest, filled with hope. "I'll protect them with everything I've got." Smiling at everyone, our main character turned his back and confidently said, "All right, I'll be right back." As they watched his back disappear into the darkness, the purple-haired girl spoke up. "Will he be okay?" Sungdae frowned slightly and replied, "Yeah, he's incredibly strong." Meanwhile, Dayun's tears streamed down her face from anxiety. She looked around at everyone with a hint of sadness. The two girls held hands to comfort each other. Yes, he was going to be fine. Her teammate turned to look at Dayun. Dayun smiled and said, "For now, let's just do whatever we can." A few hours passed. By this time, the group of six who stayed behind began to feel something sinister approaching. Everyone looked terrified. Sungdae silently signaled that the enemy was drawing near. Before they could even draw their swords, Sungdae's arm was suddenly severed from his body. At that moment, he didn't even realize what had just happened. Our MC's friend screamed in terror, "Mr. Sungdae." Then, a mysterious voice scoffed. And here I was, wondering where these pesky flies came from. Everyone stared at the mysterious figure, their eyes filled with absolute terror. Standing right before them was a dark elf. He sneered. "So, this is where the humans are hiding." Meanwhile, our main character had just discovered a massive, mysterious gate. He thought to himself, "Something might happen while I'm away. I need to wrap things up here as fast as possible." He pushed the door open, stepping inside the boss's chamber. A voice echoed, "You've finally arrived." It bared its razor-sharp fangs in a twisted smile and said, "I heard I'd be having some guests. So, I've prepared something very special." Min Jae-hyun asked coldly, "Like what?" Before he could say anything else, his earring suddenly glowed. This meant the manager's presence was rapidly fading. Before Ji-hoon could even react, the door slammed shut behind him. "What do you think? Do you like it?" The Monster King went on and on. "There's no escape for you, but there is one way out. And that's if you can actually survive this place." Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun grit his teeth in pure rage. He realized the others were in danger. Min Jae-hyun clenched his fists, determination burning in his mind. I have to save them, but what can I do? He recalled Do-hoon's promise to protect everyone and decided he had to trust them. Ji-hoon's eyes flashed with resolve. This was his only choice. Gloating, the Monster King asked, "So, what are you going to do now?" Flames erupted around the beast as it sneered. "You should know this." The fire began to surround him as well. Hearing its next words, Min Jae-hyun froze in shock. "Every single one of you is going to die here." Streaks of blood stained the cold ground. The armed dark elves stood gloating in front of An Do-hoon's group. In the center, Park Sung-dae lay collapsed on the ground, severely wounded by a dark elf's blade. Seeing this, An Do-hoon rushed over to support Park Sung-dae, screaming in panic. "Manager!" An Do-hoon stared at the shoulder wound Park Sung-dae was clutching, his face twisted in dread. "This is bad. Is it poison?" Park Sung-dae's condition was critical, and he was struggling to breathe. His face turned pale and contorted in agony as cold sweat poured down. They knew exactly what the weakness of an assassin-class hunter was. One of the dark elves sheathed his weapon and sneered. "Now that I've taken care of the most annoying one," his eyes glinted with malice. Armed and grinning with sadistic joy, he lunged forward. He mocked, "Only the weaklings are left." An Do-hoon bit his lip, absolute dread written all over his face. Breaking into a cold sweat, he thought, "I knew it." He was just waiting for Ji-hoon to leave. Sienna stepped up behind An Do-hoon and said, "Since the manager is down, our leader must have realized it by now." In a flashback, Da-yoon handed Ji-hoon something and said, "Take this." Ji-hoon reached out to take it. Looking at it, he asked, "What is this?" Da-yoon closed her eyes and replied, "It's Yadi's earring." It was a simply designed yet striking piece of jewelry. Si-yoon continued to explain, "I'll be notified if you're in danger, and I can rush to your side instantly in an emergency." Understanding, Ji-hoon nodded, clutched the earring, and said, "All right, see you." Back in the present, with the earring on, Min Jae-hyun raised his hand and unleashed a brilliant flame skill. His attack quickly engulfed the dark elves. His gaze turned cold and emotionless. He leaped back, watching the massive explosion trigger right before him. The blast was blinding, sending thick black smoke billowing up. Min Jae-hyun walked through the raging flames, his expression and eyes completely devoid of any remaining humanity. His expression turned terrifyingly cold and expressionless. Weapon in hand, the dark elf soldiers rushed forward with sinister sneers. One of them licked his lips with a deeply twisted expression. Still completely expressionless, Min Jae-hyun spoke coldly. "You will spit out every single thing you just ate." Meanwhile, memories flash before his eyes, but there is no time. "If only I had 10 more minutes." Standing nearby, An Ho-yoon looked on with concern, as Min Jae-hyun rested his chin in his hand, lost in deep thought. An Ho-yeon spoke up, snapping Min Jae-hyun out of his thoughts. "Is 10 minutes all you need?" Min Jae-hyun seemed taken aback by the question. A vision of An Ho-yeon flashed by, wearing a gentle smile, yet filled with absolute determination, the face of a madman. "You have accepted your own decisions." Then came visions of Min Seong-oh, followed by a rush of memories of his loved ones and those who mattered to him, sharing moments of both joy and sorrow. "I saw this look countless times in my past life. I cannot trust those eyes." Min Jae-hyun lowered his head, hiding his eyes. An Ho-yoon stepped closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Go," An Ho-yeon said, looking at him with absolute trust. "Kill the king and save everyone. I will handle things here." Back in the present, Kim Yoo-jung let out a heavy sigh. Phew! Immediately after, she thrust her hands forward, unleashing a surge of brilliant blue energy. Meanwhile, Seo In-na also drew her weapon, her mana shaping into sword-like energy, constructs that hovered all around her. The man and woman who had just been saved also readied their weapons, bracing for battle. The young man holding the sword lowered his head slightly and spoke, "I would be too ashamed to face the others if we ran away now." The dark elf soldier sneered at them with pure contempt. "How pathetic to see you struggle like this, but it is all in vain." With that, he suddenly leaped high into the air and lunged downward, roaring, "You will all become part of the grand feast offered to our king." Down below, An Ho-yeon stood ready with his sword and shield, braced to take the dark elf soldier's attack head on. He charged forward. Seo In-na watched, a flash of anxiety crossing her face at the sheer speed of the dark elf soldier. "He is too fast." But An Ho-yeon remained unfazed, pouring all his concentration into what lay ahead. The dark elf's weapon lunged forward like a shooting arrow. The dark elf lunged to impale An Ho-yeon, but An Ho-yeon calmly blocked the strike with his shield and easily stepped aside. Surprised that his attack was countered so effortlessly, the elf gasped, "Oh!" An Ho-yeon deflected and dodged a second strike from the dark elf, his face completely devoid of fear. Gripping his sword tightly, the Aesir system flashed a notification. Surreal martial arts skill activated. Instantly delivering a powerful counterattack, An Ho-yeon swung his sword, slashing directly at the dark elf. However, the elf was one step ahead, leaping back to evade the blow. Retracting to join the others, he smirked. "Well, I suppose you are not entirely useless." An Ho-yeon immediately sensed a clear difference between this opponent and the other dark elves. They are much stronger than the dark elves we have faced before. Keeping his distance, An Ho-yeon faced him and asked, "What are you?" The dark elf twirled his weapon, pivoting his stance, then raised his blade high. "I am the captain of the royal guard, guardian of the dark elf king, and bearer of royal blood." Kim Yoo-jung tightened her grip on her weapon as dread crept into her mind. A royal dark elf. They must be even more powerful than A-rank monsters. An Ho-yeon lowered his head, his hair draping over his eyes to conceal his emotions. He recalled the memory of Min Jae-hyun from before. "Out of pure respect, I could never forget the first time I met you, when you stepped forward to protect me. I remember my past self, a weak, fragile kid, much like the one I am looking at now. That was the moment Min Jae-hyun appeared to shield him. The embodiment of everything beautiful about being a raider that I had long forgotten." He recalled reaching his hand out, wanting to grasp onto something, carving his own path without ever caring about the gossip and criticism of others. That was the dream I wanted to see. An Ho-yeon raised his sword before him. Though his hair partially veiled his face, his eyes burned with fierce determination. "I cannot die in a place like this." The image of Min Jae-hyun's back flickered in his mind, along with a firm resolve. "I must catch up to you, no matter what it takes." An Ho-yeon unbuckled the straps of the shield on his arm and tossed it aside without hesitation. The shield landed with a heavy thud on the cold ground, right in front of the others. Both Seo In-na and Kim Yoo-jung stared in utter bewilderment at An Ho-yeon's actions. Realizing what he was doing, Kim Yoo-jung reached out frantically, her face pale with panic. "An Ho-yeon, what on earth are you planning to do?" Her gaze froze. Kim Yoo-jung could only stand there helplessly, watching An Ho-yeon walk forward completely unguarded without his shield. An Ho-yeon's footsteps abruptly stopped. Holding his sword, he stood straight and tall. A faint blue aura of power gently envelops him as he closes his eyes with a soft chuckle. "I should have done this from the very beginning." He remembers what Min Jae-hyun once said, "A raider has more than just one heart." And Hyo-jun opens his eyes and focuses his energy, feeling the surge of power coming from the heart inside his body. That power begins to grow exponentially. Eventually, his energy condenses into a massive force, like a core of energy humming inside his body, lowering his center of gravity, and Hyo-jun tightly grips his sword with both hands and holds it out in front of him, channeling absolute focus. Two massive streams of power erupt, completely enveloping his body. The leader of the Dark Elves flinches in shock at the sheer pressure. The immense power unleashes a brilliant blue light, reducing An Hyo-jun's figure to a mere silhouette. The Dark Elf leader gasps, "What on earth is this mana?" The pressure hits the Dark Elf leader directly, leaving him completely paralyzed as he takes the full force of the blow. And Hyo-jun moves gracefully amidst the overwhelming energy, sword in hand. He remains silent and expressionless, his gray eyes now glowing a brilliant blue. This only makes him look far more menacing. The massive torrent of energy completely wraps around his body. With a cold expression, his long hair partially veils his icy blue eyes, and Hyo-jun firmly raises his sword in front of his face. The Dark Elf leader flinches, growing hesitant. This energy is rising to an insane level. The light shines blindingly bright, leaving only An Ho-jun's blurry silhouette visible. Dark Kale gasps, "What kind of mana is this?" Strands of raw power lock onto Kale and charge straight at him. He can only stand there, completely helpless, as wave after wave of energy violently batters his body. The sheer force of the impact leaves him completely frozen in shock. Dark Kale can barely believe his own eyes. He demands, "How could you possibly possess such power?" Meanwhile, An Hyo-jun remains expressionless, looking almost dazed upon closer inspection. A system notification pops up. Active skill, Spirit Sword Unity, has been activated. He tightly presses his lips together. Blood slowly trickles down from the corner of his mouth. In deep discomfort, cold sweat pours down his face as his eyebrows knit together. Unable to bear the strain any longer, and Hyo-jun keeps a firm grip on his sword, but his entire body slumps forward as his vision goes dark. A fresh gush of blood coughs up from his mouth. Standing nearby, Sena screams in sheer terror, "No, stop this right now." Despite the agonizing pain, and Hyo-jun forces himself to endure, refusing to let go of his sword. System warnings begin flashing relentlessly. The skill level exceeds the user's capacity. All mana pathways are currently operating in reverse. Warning: deactivate the skill immediately. If you ignore this warning, you will die in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Dark Kael seems to realize that his chance has finally come. He orders his soldiers to charge, demanding they bring him back alive, even if they have to chop off his limbs to do it. And Hyo-jun shifts his stance, switching his sword to a single-handed grip, letting his head hang low as he exhales a long, heavy breath. An even more terrifying surge of power is unleashed, massive enough to pulverize absolutely everything in its path. Slumped over, his long hair masks his expression, but his teeth are clenched tight as blood drips from both sides of his mouth. It is glaringly obvious that he is in excruciating pain after that last attack. He thinks back to the grueling days when he was drenched in sweat during training. During training, I successfully acquired an S-rank skill, but my body still isn't strong enough to handle it. He visualizes a warrior in his rawest state, holding a sword while mana bursts forth with every swing of spirit sword unity. Wherever the blade swings, the mana follows. Once you reach the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship, he envisions the warrior holding the sword in front of his face as mana envelops his entire body, identical to the technique Hyo-jun just performed. With a sharp glare, Hyo-jun dodges to the side and then charges at the Dark Elves like a raging hurricane. Lightning fast, he takes down the Dark Elves one by one in the blink of an eye, his body and sword moving as one. Right after, Hyo-jun unleashes a heavy strike, his terrifying gaze locked onto Dark Kael, giving him no room to counter as he is forced into a purely defensive stance. Frowning slightly, Hyo-jun thinks to himself, this guy calls himself Kael, right? All of his follow-up strikes are blocked. He reminds himself, I can't defeat him with this unstable, newly awakened power. All I can do right now is buy some time. He swings his sword down, but Kael anticipates the move and easily parries it. But even so, if what I'm doing can still make a difference. The next second, Kael delivers a brutal blow with his sword, right to Hyo-jun's abdomen, blasting him backward, and Hyo-jun is sent flying back a great distance from Kael's heavy strike. As a wide gap opens between them, Kael leaps into the air and lunges forward, charging straight at him. Seeing this, Hyo-jun immediately reads his next move. He swiftly blocks Dark Kael's strike, thinking to himself, if I'm truly a raider. The two blades clash violently, their opposing forces generating a blinding flash of light as Dark Kael parries the blow. Hyo-jun's enemy sneered at him with utter contempt, saying, watching you struggle like this is so amusing. Did you really think I wouldn't notice your current state? Ignoring the mockery, Hyo-jun braced himself, determined to keep his promise. The two clashed, and the sheer force of the impact forced them both a step back. A long streak of blood, belonging to who knows which one of them, splattered across the ground. Hyo-jun reassured himself. Cold sweat dripped down his face, and though exhaustion weighed heavily on him, his eyes blazed with unwavering resolve. It had to be him, and no one else. Hyo-jun lifted one foot, digging the other deep into the dirt to keep himself from being pushed back too far. He looked up, his gaze softening as a faint smirk played on his lips. You will never understand. Pivoting on his heel, Hyo-jun reminded himself of why he was doing all this. He raised his sword to eye level, gripping it tightly with both hands as his eyes locked onto his target. A massive wave of mana erupted from him. Hyo-jun lowered his stance, pointed his blade directly at the Dark Fiend, and lunged forward at blinding speed. The razor-sharp, gleaming blade sliced through the air. The Dark Fiend didn't show even a shred of fear as the boy rushed toward him. Instead, he let out a mocking laugh. Hyo-jun closed the distance in an instant, but his opponent effortlessly slipped to the side. The Dark Fiend's blade lunged forward, nearly piercing Hyo-jun. But the boy's reflexes kicked in. He parried the incoming strikes and instantly leaped back to create distance. Seeing Hyo-jun retreat, the Dark Fiend sneered in disdain. Pathetic trash. Hyo-jun quickly steadied himself, raising his sword to prepare for another attack. Moving like the wind, he dashed forward so fast that his very shadow seemed to vanish. Hyojun leaped into the air, raising his sword to strike down at the dark fiend from above. The strike carried immense power, but the fiend blocked it effortlessly with just a single hand. He looked up, a twisted, sadistic grin on his face. Hyojun slashed down and quickly leaped aside, leaving the dark fiend behind him. Suddenly, a strange surge of mana raced through his body. Hyojun froze, his eyes widening in shock as he realized something was terribly wrong. He slammed his sword into the ground to support himself before collapsing to his knees. Hyojun gritted his teeth in agony, bowing his head as sweat poured down his face like rain. The system repeatedly flashed, warning alerts that the user's body was suffering critical damage, urging him to deactivate the skill immediately. All of his muscles were completely paralyzed, and his mana pathways were severely blocked. A deadly attack came hurtling toward Hyojun from behind. Despite the agonizing pain, his instincts flared, sensing the imminent danger. Sensing that Hyojun was in a vulnerable state, the dark fiend seized the opportunity and lunged in for the kill. Hyojun stared at the fiend's smug, confident face. The attack was so massive, radiating a blinding light that completely obscured everything but its terrifying energy. Cracks spread across the cliffside as debris rained down. Just in time, Hyojun raised his sword to block the dark fiend's crushing blow. But with his body already pushed far past its limits, the impact blasted him backward, slamming him violently into the cliff and shattering the stone behind him. Hyojun bowed his head, biting his lower lip until it bled, his eyes filled with frustration as his body began to fail him. Even though he knew he had reached his absolute limit, he tightened his grip on his sword. Hyojun channeled every last drop of his mana, focusing it entirely into one final, decisive strike. This was his last stand. His eyes widened, staring straight ahead, filled with raw, burning determination. With a fierce roar, he swung his sword with all his might, unleashing a strike so cataclysmic it felt like divine wrath raining down from the heavens. The strike triggered a massive explosion, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that completely obscured the battlefield. The dark elf froze, blood coughing up from his mouth and dripping onto the dirt below. Hyojun froze, his pupils shrinking in horror as he realized something was terribly wrong. As it turned out, his devastating attack hadn't hit the dark fiend at all. The coward had dragged another dark elf to use as a human shield, hiding safely behind him. The dying dark elf choked out in agony, Commander. Yet, the dark fiend remained completely unfazed. He didn't feel a shred of guilt for sacrificing his comrade, treating it as if it were simply the soldier's duty. Don't worry, Kim Do-young. The dark elf's body gradually dissolved in his hands, revealing Hyojun's battered body. He tossed out words that sounded like praise, but they were entirely hollow. You actually proved quite useful. Meanwhile, Hyojun couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed, coughing up even more blood. What a coward. Before he could even finish his sentence, the dark fiend thrust his blade straight through the center of Hyojun's body, blood splattering along the blade. Taking the devastating blow, Hyojun nearly lost consciousness, while the fiend let out a sadistic, vile laugh. This time, Hyojun's sword finally slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. Watching the horror unfold from afar, Kim Do-young clasped his hands over his mouth in sheer terror. The dark fiend's blade drove deep into Hyojun's body, but the boy had already lost consciousness. Kim Do-young screamed, "Hyojun!" The surrounding air grew increasingly heavy from the violent tremors. The stone pillars and walls are cracking more and more. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun is still using his mind to control the chains, tearing apart the swarm of monsters trying to close in. He glances over at them in a corner of the cave, where iron cages are holding the trapped victims. The atmosphere is incredibly grim. Blood is dripping from the cages. Over by Hyojun, he manages a smile. Only 10 minutes? Just go. Defeat the boss and save the others. I will handle everything here. Min Jae-hyun's eyes suddenly light up as he realizes something. From behind, a shadow is charging straight at him with a razor-sharp spear. Die. Min Jae-hyun channels his strength, igniting a blazing fire in his hands. He spins around, hurling a spear right at the monster charging at him. Min Jae-hyun throws a devastating punch, blasting pure energy straight into the monster's head, burning it to ashes. His eyes glow intensely as a sinister laugh echoes through the darkness. Ha ha ha. In the distance, the Monster King laughs loudly from his cold stone throne. You idiot. Do you really think you can win against numbers like this? All around Min Jae-hyun, flames continue to rage amidst thousands of monsters. Right in the center, Min Jae-hyun looks up with supreme arrogance. Why not? The Monster King sneers. For a worthless human, you sure are arrogant. You useless bastard. His words carry a heavy, crushing pressure that bears down on Min Hyun-woo, but he just indifferently scratches his head. Useless, huh? Min Hyun-woo's gaze remains cold. Ever since I was a kid, I have heard that word so many times. The gravity suddenly grows heavy, and the lesser monsters begin to tremble in fear. Even the Monster King feels an overwhelming pressure. Min Hyun-woo unleashes a massive surge of power, causing the ground beneath him to cave in. He glares directly at the Monster King. I am absolutely sick of that word. The Monster King's jaw drops in utter shock at the sheer energy radiating from Min Hyun-woo. What are you all doing? Kill him now. Shaking off their fear, the lesser monsters instantly charge straight at Min Hyun-woo. Min Hyun-woo takes a breath and activates his active skill, Hellfire Chains. Hundreds of long, blazing chains whip around Min Hyun-woo with massive energy. The monsters rushing toward him suddenly freeze in their tracks. But before they can even react, countless fiery chains shoot directly toward them. Hundreds of chains radiating extreme heat continue to swirl, tearing through the surrounding horde. Min Hyun-woo leaps into the air, manipulating the chains to decapitate any monster blocking his path. He charges straight ahead, the monsters constantly disintegrating before the energy-infused chains. Boulders inside the cave explode one after another, shaking the cavern as thick smoke and dust fill the air. Smirking, his cold face shows no mercy as he says, I have been wanting to test this new skill for a long time. Thanks to you giving me the perfect opportunity, I am actually quite grateful. Min Hyun-woo's freezing gaze locks onto the Monster King. From his throne, the Monster King stands and watches his minions screaming in agony as they burn in Min Hyun-woo's raging flames. Murderous intent flares in the Monster King's eyes. You bastard! After what you have done, do you really think I will let you leave this place alive? The Monster King points a finger at Min Hyun-woo from his throne. Min Hyun-woo's eyes go cold and lifeless as he looks toward the iron cages holding the prisoners. The captives. The grim atmosphere. The blood splattered everywhere. They have already stopped breathing. Min Hyun-woo calmly steps over the corpses of the lesser monsters. His eyes glow with the chilling wrath of a man consumed by vengeance. Are you seriously asking me that? He mutters, advancing toward the Monster King. The Monster King begins to back away in fear, thinking to himself, no way. How can a mere human possess this kind of power? A savage aura erupts around Min Hyun-woo, making him look like a monster far beyond the Monster King's league. Fear completely consumes the Monster King's mind. I can't beat him. Then, he blusters, you will regret this. Gritting his teeth, the Monster King points at Min Hyun-woo. Even if you destroy me here, the other 7 kings will surely. Before he can finish his sentence, Min Hyun-woo's eyes turn ice cold. Bursting forward with incredible speed, he charges straight at the Monster King and throws a devastating punch right to his face. The explosive energy sends the Monster King flying out of sight. Slowly walking forward, he says, do you really think I care? Min Hyun-woo stands in the center, leaning forward from the sheer force of his punch. If they are pissed off, tell them to come find me. Min Hyun-woo stands there, his eyes frozen with murderous intent. Meanwhile, over by An Hyo-jun, a blood-soaked sword paints a tragic scene. An Hyo-jun has been impaled by the demon, blood spraying everywhere, his lifeless eyes filled with pure terror. I couldn't do anything. She stares helplessly at An Hyo-jun lying motionless on the ground. No, I couldn't even process what was happening before my friend went down. In-ah watches in agony as An Hyo-jun lies in a pool of blood, her eyes filled with complete despair. Is it just because I am too weak? Memories of their past flash through her mind as she painfully realizes she is about to lose another friend. The demon turns around. Now, only this little brat is left. As the demon advances toward In-ah, she freezes in terror, completely paralyzed by fear. The demon reaches out, grabbing her by the throat and lifting her into the air. He smirks and says, you will make a fine dessert. Suddenly, a voice cries out, In-ah. Choking and losing breath, she looks at An Hyo-jun and forces herself to think, I cannot lose here. A sudden burst of explosive energy forces the monster to look over. Just as Kim Yoo-jung steps in, she witnesses a terrifying aura radiating from Yoo Sung-yoon, who is steadily marching toward the demon. Shocked, he gasps, what the hell is this insane mana? Yoo Sung-yoon continues to advance, her mere presence exerting a terrifying pressure. Did you hurt them? Yoo Sung-yoon's glowing aura intensifies as she warns, you'd better think very carefully about your answer. Because if you did, the light surrounding Yoo Sung-yoon flares up, sending a cold sweat running down everyone's neck. Everyone is left speechless. even the demon itself. Radiating a brilliant light that seems to pierce through the soul, Yoo Sung-yoon looks like a goddess descending upon the world. When she opens her eyes and finishes her sentence, "You're dead." Right then, her hair begins to flow beautifully. Yoo Sung-yoon's entire appearance has transformed, and she's now clad in a brand new set of armor. Clinging to consciousness, An Ho-yeon looks up at her with blurry eyes. Completely exhausted, he finally blacks out. Stepping forward with an icy expression, Yoo Sung-yoon demands, "I'll ask you one more time." The dark fiend flinches. Did she really manage to protect all of them with just a single move? With an expressionless face, she asks, "Did you do this to them?" But the dark fiend remains silent. She scowls, sweat pouring down her face. On the ground, An Ho-yeon lies pale and motionless, his blood soaking the dirt beneath him. Everyone looks at him with deep concern. The dark fiend smirks, thinking to herself, "Judging by her sheer mana, there's no way I can beat her in a straight fight, but if I take those guys as hostages, I might actually have a shot." Slipping into a combat stance, she boldly sneers, "That's right, they are my masterpieces." Yoo Sung-yoon just stares back at her with absolute indifference. "Is that so?" she murmurs calmly. She begins to cast her magic, and a brilliant, glowing aura starts to envelop her. I never wanted to get involved with a monster. Right then, a system notification pops up, showing the activation of her active skill. Sacrifice. Seo In-ah instantly feels a wave of relief wash over her body, leaving Kim Yoo-jung completely stunned. It turns out Yoo Sung-yoon had just cast a mass healing spell. Healing multiple targets at once costs a portion of her own life force. Yet she merely looks back at them with a completely emotionless gaze. The dark fiend is caught completely off guard, thinking, how on earth did she heal them so quickly? What kind of monster is she? Even from a distance, Yoo Sung-yoon's body radiates a warm, glowing light. A true healer never abandons those in pain, not even their enemies. As she takes a step toward her, the terrified fiend stammers, Wait. For the first time, a smile creeps onto Yoo Sung-yoon's face, but it's twisted and deeply unsettling. I really don't like it when people touch what's mine. In her final moments, the dark fiend can only watch Yoo Sung-yoon's approaching figure. With a sudden, blindingly fast swing of her hand, the attack is over before anyone can even register it. The dark fiend is sent flying back. Kim Yoo-jung's eyes widen in sheer shock as the monster's upper torso instantly disintegrates into ash and dust. Amazed, she mutters to herself, "That wasn't even a skill." Yoo Jung-un was completely calm. A faint smile played on Kim Yoo-jung's lips. She was only releasing her mana, but the sheer force of it was still terrifying. Yoo Jung-un walked over to Park Seung-dae and carefully helped him up. "I need to check on these two first." With an expressionless face, she began casting her healing magic on him. A stream of energy slowly emanated from her hands. It was then absorbed by Park Seung-dae. Sena walked up and asked, "Is he going to be okay?" Yoo Jung-un quickly replied, "He is now," but unlike Park Seung-dae, An Ho-jun's face was contorted in pain. Ho-jun's condition was critical, so she poured even more healing magic into him. The system chimed in, notifying her that the target's injuries were extremely severe and would take a long time to heal. Since the treatment drained a massive amount of mana, sweat began to bead on Yoo Jung-un's forehead, her face tight with worry. She could see every blood vessel inside An Ho-jun's body. He had completely pushed himself past his limits by using power his body couldn't handle. His energy pathways were a tangled mess, and his mana-conducting nerves were severely damaged. She sighed inwardly. If I had been even a second late, he would never have been able to use mana again. Just then, the system notified her once more. Target healing complete. Your vitality has been permanently reduced by 2%. Hearing this, An Ho-jun's expression finally seemed to soften. His breathing became steady. Yoo Jung-un finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, this skill really drains everything out of me. If it weren't for Min Jae-hyun, I would have kicked the bucket a long time ago. Kim Yoo-jung anxiously walked over and asked, "Is An Ho-jun going to be all right?" She smiled and replied, "Of course he is. It'll take a few days for him to wake up, but don't worry." Hearing that, she let out a relieved sigh. Then, Yoo Jung-yoon asked, "By the way, where is Min Jae-hyun?" Upon hearing her question, everyone avoided her gaze, falling into an awkward silence. Finally, one of them spoke up. Min Jae-hyun went to the boss's room all by himself. Yoo Jung-yoon looked at him and said, "I see." Then, a mysterious smile appeared on her lips. She slowly stood up and said, "He'll be fine, don't worry." Kim Yoo-jung asked in confusion, "But he went there all alone to assassinate the boss. How can you be so sure he'll be okay?" She cut her off, her face brightening as she said, "He doesn't die that easily, trust me." The Dark Elves unleashed their magic to attack. Elsewhere, Min Hyun's magical energy cloaked his entire body. Kainan was battered so hard he was coughing up blood. "They are no match for him," Min Hyun said coldly. "If you're angry, don't come looking for me yourself." His lips curled into a smirk. "Of course, that's assuming you can even make it out of here alive first." The area had become a complete mess, with rubble scattered everywhere. Kanan collapsed onto the ground, struggling to stay upright. Blood kept dripping from his nose and mouth. "Damn it!" Min Hyun stood there, looking down at him with cold eyes. How could a dark elf king like me lose to a bunch of mere humans? Refusing to accept defeat, he forced himself back up. "No, now is not the time for pride. I have to warn the others about this." Suddenly, he spun around, leaped into the air, and bolted. Out of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best one, huh? What a total coward. Suddenly, a hand reached out right in front of Kainan's face. His eyes widened in shock. Min Hyun had already cut him off, wielding a terrifying chain. Controlling the chains, he bound him tightly and slammed him onto the ground. Glaring with terrifying eyes, he asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Pinned to the ground, Kainan could do nothing but accept his grim fate. But then, he spoke up. "You think I'm going to die here alone?" Suddenly, a freezing blue aura erupted as he roared, "I'm taking you to hell with me." Everything around them began to freeze. It was a secret technique passed down only to the Dark Elf King. The entire cavern was now covered in a deep, icy blue. This technique was known as Frozen Earth. Even in this state, Kanan kept talking big. "Now it's your turn to tremble in fear. I'll show you what true death feels like." But Min Hyun just smirked, cutting him off mid-sentence. What a pleasant surprise. Confused by his reaction, the boss thought to himself, "Is he laughing?" Min Hyun pulled out a card and said with amusement, "You used that at the perfect moment. I didn't think I'd actually have to use this here." A system window popped up. "A new skill can be acquired. Would you like to store Frozen Earth into a blank card?" His answer, of course, was already decided. Add. Once confirmed, the system began recording, storing S-rank skill, Frozen Earth, into a blank card. One of Min Hyun's eyes gleamed brightly. The system prompt flashed once more. Activating active skill. Absolute calculation. Neutralizing Frozen Earth. Kanan's ultimate trump card had been stolen. As the ice began to crack and shatter, he gasped in shock. How? How is this possible? Min Hyun's face grew terrifyingly cold, dripping with murderous intent. Pressing his hand onto the boss's head, he muttered, "Haven't you ever heard the saying, 'Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles'?" It seemed he really hadn't, as he just stared back blankly like an idiot. His head slowly caught fire, engulfed in the crimson flames of Min Hyun's attack. The boy looked at the scene before him without a shred of emotion. The system announced, "You have defeated the Dark Elf King, Kanan, and achieved a legendary feat." His body slowly began to turn to ash. He watched indifferently as the boss dissolved. The system notifications kept rolling in. "You have acquired the title, Dark Elf King Slayer, the Dark Spirit," he coldly said. "You should have known we are on completely different levels, didn't you?" Kainan's head burned to a crisp, turning to ashes, while the system constantly chimed with notifications of a massive achievement. Min Hyun stared blankly at the flames. System notification. "You have acquired the title, Vanquisher of the Dark Spirit King." By now, the temperature had soared to thousands of degrees. Only Kanan's feet remained of his body, and they too were about to fade away. The system popped up again. "You have received Dark Spirit King Essence. You have received Dark Spirit King's Thorn Armor. You have completed the second milestone quest." Min Hyun immediately turned and walked away with a grim expression. The system kept alerting him. "You have received a blank card. You have received Sealed Magic Rune. You have received an active skill, Magic Tool Materialization." He bolted across the ground, driven by a terrible gut feeling. He suddenly stopped dead in his tracks in front of an iron cage. With a surge of strength, Min Hyun easily bent the iron bars out of shape. Inside, Jung Gu-min and Park Song-gu were lying unconscious. He gently laid down the pale-faced Park Song-gu. After checking on him for a moment, he thought to himself, "He's still breathing." He stared intently at the boy, but then turned his gaze toward the outside. In another iron cage, Several people seemed to have already lost their lives, lying completely motionless. Min Hyun bit his lip tightly at the sight. He began casting healing magic, activating the active skill, Sacrificial Heal, on the selected target. A brilliant light burst from the palm of his hand. Suddenly, another hand gently rested on the back of his. Min Hyun looked up in surprise, only to see Yu Jung. He was caught off guard. Casting her eyes down, the instructor said softly, "Being a healer is a cruel job." As they joined forces, the healing magic grew stronger and stronger. A healer is happiest when they don't have to heal anyone in their party. She then turned to look at him warmly, equally relieved and glad to save a teammate on the brink of death. Hearing her words, Min Hyun fell silent and focused on the healing. With their hands pressed together, the light flared up more intensely than ever. Meanwhile, in another location, a man slammed his hand onto his steering wheel in pure rage. A curse echoed from inside the car. Damn it, it was Kim Seogi, his face twisted in absolute fury, dripping with sweat, and his brow furrowed so deeply they almost met. Who the hell was it? He slammed his hand on the steering wheel once more, cursing. Damn it. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was so red it looked ready to combust. Damn it. Damn it. Kim Seogi just sat there helplessly. But then, his eyes flashed, and a sinister, unreadable smirk crept onto his face. Even if you survive and make it out of there, it's completely useless. Meanwhile, the setting sun cast long, dramatic shadows over the towering skyscrapers. You are all going to end up dead in agony. Suddenly, right outside his window, Min Hyun appeared, his eyes gleaming like a wild beast. Kim Seogi looked up in utter confusion. Before he could even react, Min Hyun shattered the car window and grabbed him by the throat. With a terrifying look on his face and a voice dripping with hatred, he growled. So it was you, huh? You piece of garbage. About 1 hour earlier, at the entrance of the Gain Guild, everyone had gathered. A young man bowed deeply to Park Young-dae and Yu Jung-un. We want to thank you for everything you did for us today, instructors. Yu Jung-un teased with a smile. If you're really that grateful, you should join my squad later, right? Hearing this, Kim Do-jung's eyes lit up, and he eagerly cheered. If that's an option, I'll sign up right now. Standing next to them, Min Hyun chimed in sarcastically. Man, you really need to learn how to read the room and act serious in a moment like this. Before he could even finish his sentence, she kicked him right in the kneecap. Watching him collapse in pain, she finally felt satisfied and said, I told you, you're not allowed to open your mouth for the rest of the day. Min Hyun winced, thinking to himself, wait, her strength stat isn't even that high, so why does her kick hurt so damn much? Suddenly, Kim Do-jung muttered, I was just worried about you. Min Hyun could only offer a helpless, strained smile. Yu Jung-yoon tried her best to hold back her laughter and turned her head away. Min Hyun stood up and scratched his head. Hearing the sound of an engine, Yu Jung-yoon remarked, Ah, they must be here. A car sped toward them, screeching to a halt. A girl stepped out in a frantic rush. It was Hana. Guild leader, she called out, running over to Yu Jung-yoon. Are you okay? I rushed here because I couldn't reach you for hours. She quickly replied, I'm sorry, I'll explain everything later. Then, turning to the others, she said, Please head back to the guild and take the injured and the kids with you first. Park Hana asked, confused. What about you? She smiled and replied, I still have some unfinished business. She then gestured toward Min Hyun behind her. And so does he. Park Hana could only sigh. All right then. She walked back to the car, opened the door, and called out, Let's go, Manager Park sung. He startled. Oh, right, Min Hyun asked curiously. By the way, what happened to your arm? He evasively replied, Please don't mention my arm, I'm begging you. Min Hyun noticed his suspicious behavior as he used telepathy. Are you seriously using telepathy already? Is that even safe? It drains a ton of mana, you know. With a terrified look, he shook his head violently. Of course it's not fine, he worriedly muttered. If my sister finds out, it'll be a complete nightmare. Meanwhile, Hana got into the car and called out, If you're just gonna stand there like an idiot, I'll assume you're planning to walk back. Park Yoo-jung quickly ran over, calling out, all right, I'm on my way. She didn't forget to say goodbye to Yu Sung-yoon, waving, See you later, sis. Smiling, she said, Take care of the kids for me, okay? She stood side by side with Min Jae-hyun, watching the car fade into the distance. He suddenly spoke up. You felt it too, right? Her face instantly turned serious as she replied, Yes. Down on the street, mysterious dark energy began to swirl, carrying a heavy gloom and a gaze filled with pure malice and disgust. Meanwhile, back with Kim Se-gi, he had just been thrown out of his car. Panting heavily, he looked up in absolute terror, muttering, "Damn it. How could they have dodged that?" It turned out that besides Jae-hyun, Yoo Sung-yoon was there too. Instructor Kim Se-gi, "I don't understand why you're showing up here." Sweating buckets, he wondered how on earth Yoo Sung-yoon had found out. Suddenly, Kim Se-gi jumped up and charged straight at them. He began channeling a skill, a glowing orb of light materializing in his palm. "Damn it. Do you really think I'm just going to roll over and run?" Right then, even more glowing orbs began to materialize and float all around him. He gloated to himself, thinking, "Director Gu gave me this magic artifact. I wasn't supposed to use it like this. But this is an absolute emergency." In the blink of an eye, the glowing spheres converged. Kim Se-gi vanished into thin air, instantly teleporting right behind Yoo Sung-yoon. She calmly turned around, effortlessly dodging his knife strike. Frowning, he spun back to look at her. Yoo Sung-yoon said slowly, "So, that magic tool allows you to teleport? Honestly, it's not even that impressive. It only teleports you a few dozen meters away. Even if you had used it to run just now, it wouldn't have done you any good." Meanwhile, in another room, Gu Ja-in quietly watched with Kim Se-gi's file sitting on his desk. Yoo Sung-yoon began channeling her magic, asking, "Why did you deliberately try to assassinate the cadets?" She demanded, "Who's pulling your strings?" Suddenly, sparks of lightning began to crackle across his body. "Do you seriously think I'm going to tell you?" Another sphere materialized, but this time, it was crackling with lightning. After all, mages are usually at a disadvantage in close combat. Yoo Sung-yoon's glowing aura grew incredibly intense. It looked like she recognized exactly what he was trying to do. "Oh, is that a mana compression device? What a shame." Gu Ja-in, who had been watching everything through the security feed, stood up from his chair. He muttered coldly, "This pawn has outlived his usefulness." Kim Se-gi flinched as he took in Yoo Sung-yoon's terrifying presence, her glowing aura completely enveloping her body. With a relaxed smile, she said, "Do you honestly think you can beat me with that toy?" At that exact moment, Gu Ja-in turned and walked out of his office. Seeing this, sweat poured down Kim Se-gi's face as he realized something was terribly wrong, stammering, "What?" Jae-hyun watched with his arms crossed, thinking, "I knew it." He recalled the crest he had encountered before, realizing that was why he hadn't detected the seal until now. But then, she spoke up, "How foolish." Unlike Kim Se-gi, Yoo Sung-yoon was now radiant, glowing as bright as the sun itself. "I don't care if you confess who's pulling your strings or not," she said coldly. "I already know it's Gu Ja-in. I never actually expected you to answer my question." Hearing those words, his face went completely pale, and cracks began to spiderweb across his purple orb. Kim Se-gi desperately recalled Gu Ja-in's warning, "A mana device will easily shatter if it's flooded with mana way past its limits." Meanwhile, his resume lay crumpled inside a trash can. At that moment, the brilliant light radiating from Yoo Sung-yoon's body transformed into arcs of violent lightning. "This is where you die." A massive vortex of energy swirled into the sky like a raging tornado. Her blazing aura loomed directly over his head. All he could do was stare up in sheer helplessness. The entire city lit up under the sheer force of Yoo Sung-yoon's strike. Kim Se-gi's eyes widened in agonizing pain as the devastating energy consumed him. His entire body was incinerated in an instant. Witnessing this, Jae-hyun was completely stunned. Staring at her calm expression, he thought, "That magic." The active skill, Divine Thunder, was triggered as crackling bolts of lightning grew blindingly bright with overwhelming, immense power. It is an A-rank lightning attribute magic. Its power depends on the amount of mana the caster channels alongside their light chains. But this power was on a completely different level. Kim Se-gi's mana compression device fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. As for him, he had already turned to ash and vanished. On the reflective surface of the shattered sphere, the shadow of Yoo Sung-yoon could be seen as she bent down to pick it up. Inside a simply yet elegantly decorated room, a young woman lay comfortably on a sofa, hugging a pillow. It was Seo In-ah, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She couldn't stop replaying Jae-hyun's cool, badass image in her head, remembering how she had stood there wide-eyed and completely dazed. The more she thought about it, the shyer she got. Jae-hyun protected me. She cast her eyes down and thought, her mind completely filled with his image. Jae-hyun can calculate and reverse magic in the blink of an eye. She told herself she still had a long way to go and needed to work much harder. She buried her face back into the pillow with a sweet smile, whispering, "I'll make sure to thank him later." Meanwhile, elsewhere, The bustling city outside was reflected on the glass windows of a high-rise building. Reporters had completely surrounded the building. Does Mila's Academy have any official statement regarding this issue? We need a statement from Principal Gu Ja-in. Gu Ja-in stood watching as a massive crowd gathered outside the academy. Gu Ja-in sat at his desk, with his head hung low. The academy's reputation is currently in a severe freefall, a woman reported. Word on the street is that you created the Demon Association just to weed out the students. Furious, he slammed his fist on the desk, unable to listen to any more of this. He gritted his teeth, the veins on his neck bulging. His brow furrowed deeply. Looking at his shattered laptop, Gu Ja-in wondered to himself, "How the hell did this happen?" The woman asked calmly. "Director, the reporters are waiting right outside the academy, and the investors have been calling non-stop. What should we do?" He massaged his temples and shot back. "What do you mean? What should we do?" He roared in anger. "Lock down the academy and tell them there will be no interviews. None." Instantly, the woman bowed her head and replied, "Yes, sir, I understand." She quickly left the room. Gu Ja-in gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. He never expected anyone to find out about this. Someone saw right through my plan. There is a traitor in Mills. All of our critical files have been leaked. He suspected one person after another. Kim Se-hee is already dead, so there is no way he could have leaked the information. Gu Ja-in noticed the phone on his desk and picked it up. His face twisted with a calculating look. Smirking, he muttered, "That is right. Blood demands blood." He dialed a number. "It is me, Gu Ja-in. I want the media to bury this. I will pay whatever it takes." "Right, thank you." Meanwhile, back at the academy campus, gentle sunlight washed over the grounds as students strolled down the hallways, and Ho-yeon was walking slowly, when a hand stealthily reached out from behind him. It was Jae-hyun. He nudged Ho-yeon on the shoulder, startling him. "Hey, that actually looks pretty good on you." And Ho-yeon smiled. "Oh, is that you? Jae-hyun, you scared me." As they walked, Ho-yeon scratched his head and said, "Thanks to you and your representative, I would not have survived without the two of you." They continued their slow stroll. Min Jae-hyun glanced at him, then asked curiously, "Why did you do it?" Hearing this, and Ho-yeon's eyes widened in surprise. He awkwardly scratched his cheek, stammering. Seeing this, Jae-hyun smiled and said, "That is it. Keep that same energy and just keep moving forward." Ho-yeon looked completely baffled, his face blank. "Huh?" Shoving his hands into his pockets, Jae-hyun continued, "You can figure out the why later. For now, just do what you want to do. Honestly, you would probably do it anyway, even if I did not say anything." Finally, Min Jae-hyun patted Ho-yeon's shoulder and turned to leave. "All right, I am off. Class is about to start." Ho-yeon remained silent, quietly watching Jae-hyun's back as he walked away. Suddenly, Jae-hyun paused and spoke up. "Oh, by the way," he stopped and pointed at him. "You should take better care of yourself. Other people are really worried about you." This time, Jae-hyun actually walked away, and Ho-yeon lowered his eyes in silence. He clenched his hand into a tight fist as a faint smile touched his lips. "What I want to do, huh?" He looked out through the glass window where the sunlight streamed in, and for a brief moment, Ho-yeon's eyes lit up with determination. Inside a pristine, all-white house, the system interface flashed open, displaying a title item, Slayer of the Dark Elf King, Grade A, an honorable title awarded to the one who slew the Dark Elf King. It grants magical power plus 30, and increases damage by 10% when facing dark attribute monsters. Equipping this title will draw the wrath of all dark elves, making the player their prime target. Min Jae-hyun rubbed his chin, talking to himself, "Grade A with a huge boost to magic. Plus, it increases my power against dark attribute monsters. Are title items always this crazy?" He ruffled his hair in frustration. He had been so busy lately. Dealing with the aftermath of the Cane Guild incident kept me from checking this sooner. Man, if only I had looked at this earlier. He swiped the system screen, and a series of notifications popped up. Material item, Dark Elf King's Essence, Grade A+, a mana essence found inside the body of Kainan, the 8th Dark Elf King. If prepared properly, it can become an incredibly potent medicine. The strength stat will increase permanently by 10 to 77 upon use. Equipment item, Dark Elf King's Spalders, Grade S, Kainan's top quality gear, Strength plus 25, Magic plus 25, and Vitality plus 1,500. Min Jae-hyun marveled. "This is amazing. I will never run low on strength or magic again. I should save this essence for Jae-sang." He could already picture his face. eyes wide with excitement. He is going to lose his mind. The guy always loves experimenting with new materials. Then, he noticed there was still one more thing left on the system interface. This was the final piece. The system screen displayed an active skill, Magic Artifact Materialization, Level 1. A skill that allows the user to materialize equipment mid-battle by utilizing magical power. The higher the skill level, the stronger the summoned magic artifact. Magic artifacts created with this skill will vanish once the maintained magical power runs out. The stats and rank of the materialized artifact are completely random. Currently, the lowest rank available is D. If an item's rank is too high, it will scale down to match the user's current level. Min Jae-hyun was caught off guard. He sprang to his feet, a trace of anxiety on his face as he muttered, "I can literally materialize magic artifacts whenever I want, like mid-battle weapons?" He immediately began channeling a fiery red magic. The magic gradually reshaped itself until a small, glowing hot dagger materialized in his hand. The system notified him, "You have successfully created an equipment item." Min Jae-hyun could not believe his eyes. Smirking, he thought, "This is absolutely insane." Hands on his hips, he stared down at the weapon in his grasp. This thing, a thrilled grin spread across his face. It is seriously awesome. Looking at the item in his hand, he thought to himself, "It is not about the rank or the item I chose. The real value of this skill lies somewhere else entirely. I can already think of a few things to do with this, but honestly, the biggest perk is the insane amount of cash it could bring in on the black market. On the black market, a single C-rank armor goes for 10 million won. Min-hyun spun the dagger, thinking, so that means with every turn, I can create armor of that exact same value. Suddenly, black stripes patterned across the blade. His eyes went wide in surprise. What in the world is this? The system pinged, and at that very moment, a laurel wreath materialized. The equipped item, Mistletoe, is reacting. You have acquired a new passive skill, Mecha Genius. The black striped dagger now looked incredibly solid and indestructible. Min-hyun stared at the blinding light radiating from it. A system notification popped up. From now on, every single item you craft will automatically be upgraded by 1 rank. Stunned by the news, he muttered, "This is absolutely insane." Min-hyun gripped his weapon, a smirk spreading across his face. "Now I finally get it." He thought back to his arm-strengthening skill and remembered his utter confusion when the system warned him about the Mistletoe equipment, stating that he could only access a fraction of its power because he had not met all the requirements yet. Realizing something, he quickly channeled more mana into it. "I was always wondering why this bracelet was classified as a weapon. Well, maybe this is why." This time, instead of just 1, 3 daggers materialized in front of him. Min-hyun smirked, whispering to himself, "Hey, if success is literally handed to me on a silver platter like this, who am I to complain? Time to grind and test this out right now." The next morning on campus, everyone was buried in their textbooks. West Academy had always been notoriously brutal, basically known as the graveyard, where students' dreams of passing went to die. And that was all thanks to the cutthroat competition and the insanely high difficulty of the upcoming exams. The exams were usually split into 2 parts, theory and practical. Just looking at the students taking their tests, you could feel the stress in the air. The theoretical exam was written, while the practical test required them to brew potions and raid a dungeon. To make things even more stressful, the entire exam was going to be broadcast live on national television. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Hyo-jun." A hand aggressively shook him. It was Do-young, snapping at him. "If you do not want me to kick your butt, you better wake up right now." Hyo-jun sat up sleepily, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Ha ha, my bad. I fell asleep in the middle of studying." She shrieked in anger. "Oh, really?" She kept nagging him, completely unaware that someone at the desk behind them was trying to hide behind a textbook. "Do you even realize how few days we have left before midterms? If you fail again, you are going to be so traumatized by books that reading just 1 line will make your head spin." Hiding back there was Ina, looking incredibly embarrassed. Min-hyun watched the whole drama unfold with a helpless smile. Holding a massive ruler with an irritated look on her face, Do-young sighed to herself. "This is hopeless. These two are absolutely terrible at theory." She recalled how they had begged her for help. Sure, she had agreed to tutor them, since making them stronger would benefit her too. But looking at Hyo-jun, who was holding his head and crying inside, he thought, "Yep, my life is officially over." Ina did not look any better, wearing an expression that said she was ready to pass out. See you at the remedial classes, buddy. Slam! Do-young brought her pointer stick crashing down on the desk, making both of them jump. With a terrifying look on her face, she snapped, "Are you two done talking nonsense? Sit up straight." Min Hyun crossed his arms, staying quiet. The next two subjects were wavelength comprehension and raider mindset. Staring up at the ceiling, he let out a heavy sigh of sheer boredom. A few days later, beneath a bright blue sky, thick clouds began to roll in. Students were strolling around the campus, chatting. One of them asked about the recent exam. "Yo, how did you guys do on the test?" "Ugh, do not even bring it up. It was brutally hard." Suddenly, another guy shouted, "Hey, look over there." A school uniform skirt fluttered in the wind, paired with long black socks. It was In-ah, her long hair blowing gently in the breeze. She looked absolutely stunning. The crowd started whispering, "Oh, wow, is that really her?" The top scorer from the rookie hunt, Do-young and Min Hyun, approached from down the path, and Do-young waved, shouting, "In-ah." Seeing them, the onlookers began to chatter, "Look, it is Min Hyun and Do-young." The news said they both placed first in the rookie hunt. Everyone was in awe. Birds of a feather really do flock together, huh? Wait, is not An Hyo-jun in their group too? Min Hyun caught snippets of their conversation. They are all absolute geniuses. I bet they ace the exams easily. Man, I am so jealous. They could probably pass with their eyes closed. Min Hyun could only sigh helplessly, thinking, you guys talking like that is giving me so much pressure. Then again, he thought, it is still way better than having a bunch of haters. Right then, Do-young threw her arms around In-ah. She tilted her head and asked, In-ah, how did the exams go? At the question, the poor girl looked like her soul had left her body. Do-young could only offer a helpless smile. She patted her shoulder, comforting her. Oh well, the two of us did our absolute best, right? Min Hyun chimed in. The problem is not us. The real issue is that In-ah and Hyo-jun just were not built for studying. In-ah got annoyed, seeing the two of them whispering. She puffed out her cheeks and pouted. Hey, you two. I can hear every single word, you know. Do-young quickly scolded her. Well, you need to study harder. Grab a book whenever you get a free moment. Go. She stood speechless, unable to say another word, and stormed off in a huff. Some guy watched them with a judgmental look in his eyes. Frowning, he muttered, arrogant bastards. Even his friend next to him felt completely helpless hearing him talk. This time, I'm definitely going to beat that guy. His friend scratched his head, thinking to himself that this dude was letting his delusions get the best of him again. Hopefully, he won't end up in another fight with An Ho-yeon. Meanwhile, in a dark, gloomy lab, someone was brewing a mysterious concoction. Now, if I just pour this bottle in, the liquid in the flask began to change color and bubble up. Suddenly, a massive explosion went off. Min Jae-hyun and Lee Jae-sang burst out laughing when they saw Kim Yoo-jong with her messy, wild hair. He pointed at his own creation, which didn't look much better than hers. He proudly boasted, "Look at that. Yours is way worse than mine." He turned to Lee Jae-sang and asked, "Am I right, Jae-sang?" When put on the spot, he began to stammer. "Huh? Oh yeah." He awkwardly scratched his cheek. The other two had no idea what he was trying to say. Actually, if things keep going like this, both of you are going to fail this class. Hearing this, Kim Yoo-jong asked in confusion, "What?" Lee Jae-sang didn't want to say it at all, but the harsh truth had to be told. His words pierced through them like an arrow. You two seriously have zero talent for alchemy. He ran a hand through his hair, thinking, damn it, I've practiced so much. I have to avoid failing at all costs. Lee Jae-sang scratched his head and sighed. I'm sorry, but this is just too difficult. Min Jae-hyun asked curiously, hey man, is there really no way to help us pass this class? Resting his chin on his hand, he replied, well, there is a way, if you two use a special item. The two of them looked at each other in unison. A special item? Meanwhile, the stairwells in the school corridors were completely silent. Suddenly, footsteps echoed. A blonde girl was sitting with her legs crossed, studying a map, while the classroom door behind her remained tightly shut. Those feet slowly climbed the stairs. Lee Jae-sang explained, they're a type of monster called moon fireflies. He was referring to a tiny, glowing, insect-like creature. They only live in pristine, unpolluted environments. They're so rare that, on average, fewer than 100 of them are sold on the black market each year. If you grind their outer shells into powder, you can maximize the effectiveness of any potion. It turned out that the person wandering the hallways all this time was Min Jae-hyun. He stopped next to the blonde girl and asked, "You're Kwan, So-yul, right? He tilted his head and smiled. Long time no see. Kwon So-yul shut her book and looked up. What's this? She looked extremely annoyed. Min Jae-hyun and Kim Yoo-jong? What are you two doing here? Kwon So-yul stared intensely at them. What? She tried to recall her past. It seemed like there had been a clash between them before. Feeling a bit displeased, she asked, Min Jae-hyun and Kim Yoo-jong? What brings you two here anyway? Min Jae-hyun placed his hand on the desk and said, I have a favor to ask. She crossed her arms and got straight to the point. I'm not doing anything for you. Get lost. He smirked. You're rejecting me without even hearing my request? Kwon So-yul frowned. All you can offer me is a few points, right? Who do you think I am? However, his next words made her eyes widen in shock. Cold hard cash. And of course, we can write up a contract. Even Kim Yoo-jong was shocked by the figure he brought up. 30 million. Suddenly, her face darkened, and she looked up with a bitter, displeased scowl. She spoke slowly. For that amount of money. But then, Kwon So-yul did a complete 180-degree turn, excitedly replying, Of course I'll do it. The two of them seemed to have anticipated this reaction. It worked, she said curiously. All right, let's hear it. In Muju, Jeollabuk-do, near Mount Deogyu, the 4 members of Milla's academy ventured deep into the mountains. Kim Yoo-jong walked ahead in high spirits. Wow, the air is so fresh. Min Jae-hyun sighed helplessly. Are you here on vacation? She snapped back. Mind your own business. Lee Jae-sang and Kwon So-yul both sighed. They're so alike, aren't they? Rewinding to 1 hour ago, after hearing them out, Kwon So-yul stroked her chin and replied, Well, that sounds feasible. She then added, But even with my tracking skills, I still need a lead to find anything. Do you have a plan? Min Jae-hyun smiled and replied, I'll bring a brilliant alchemist along, so you don't have to worry about that. Just as she was curiously asking who it was, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside, catching their attention. It turned out to be Lee Jae-sung. He seemed to be in a rush, with a tense expression on his face. Seeing another person show up, Kwon So-yul asked in confusion, Lee Jae-sang? He's the brilliant alchemist you were talking about? Min Jae-hyun was surprised. You know him? Of course, we were on the same team during the first freshman hunt. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-sang awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. Kwon So-yul was still a bit surprised. But an alchemist? I didn't see that coming. I thought you were just desperately trying to get into the martial arts class. Lee Jae-sang scratched his cheek sheepishly. I was pretty clueless back then. By this time, Min Jae-hyun and Kim Yoo-jong had already walked ahead and called back, Senior, we have to get moving. She chuckled and said, Well, you look a lot different than you did back then. You seem pretty happy now. Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly ran to catch up, calling out, Wait for me! Moonlight fireflies. They might be monsters, but they're the natural kind you actually find in the real world. Lee Jae-sang brushed his hand against a bush, noting how thick the undergrowth was. Looking around, he said, There are plenty of theories about why monsters hunt in packs and where they choose to live, but most people agree on one thing. After the outbreak, the manna in the air and soil mutated normal plants and animals into actual monsters. He smiled, turning back to face Min-hoon. Which is exactly why I thought this spot was our best bet. Everyone looked up at the night sky. Well, I guess this really is the perfect spot to find fireflies. Kwon Se-yoon chimed in. But you have to admit, this forest is massive. It's not going to be easy to just stumble upon them. Kim Do-jung hesitated, but Lee Jae-sang was already deep in search mode, reassuring her that it would be fine. Min-hoon recalled, He actually told me he loved bugs right before we went through the portal. Hearing this made her skin crawl. Wait, he actually likes bugs. Suddenly, Lee Jae-sang cheered with pure excitement. Standing right under a massive tree, he shouted, Found them! A thick, glowing yellow residue was smeared on the trunk, a clear sign of moonlight fireflies. Min-hoon and Kwon Se-yoon locked eyes and nodded in unison. She stepped forward and touched the glowing slime. All right, my turn to work. The exact spot she touched began to glow intensely. Suddenly, the world around them seemed to warp. A system notification flashed, activating her active skill, Inspector. A vibrant wave of blue light surged forward, snaking through the dense forest and weaving past wild beasts. The system chimed, confirming it had picked up the trail and was now guiding them directly to the moonlight fireflies. Kwon Se-yoon let go of the tree, with the blue light still swirling around her fingertips. All right, this path should lead us straight to them. I think I found something, Kim Do-jung squealed. Oh wow, really? Jae-sang quickly shushed her. Shh, keep it down, or you'll scare them away. She instantly slapped her hands over her mouth. Sorry. By now, night had fully fallen, and they had ventured deep into the woods. Suddenly, the group ground to a halt. Min-hyun frowned, looking around. What's going on? There's no way we're on the right track. This place looks way too dark and creepy. Kim Do-jung shivered, scanning their surroundings. Yeah, this feels totally wrong. I'm getting goosebumps. But Kwon Se-yoon insisted. My skill led us exactly here. It doesn't lie. Jae-sang kept a cautious eye out, while Min-hyun muttered, Still, something is seriously off about this place. Suddenly, he gasped and looked up. Right ahead of them was a cascading waterfall, and incredibly, it was glowing with brilliant light. Kim Do-jung's jaw dropped at the breathtaking sight. Hundreds of moonlight fireflies had gathered right there. Lee Jae-sang's eyes lit up with sheer joy. Those are the moonlight fireflies. Kim Do-jung stared, completely speechless, while Min-hyun tried to stay calm. Aren't they way bigger than normal fireflies? The glowing creatures swarmed above them, each one boasting a massive, intimidating size. He reminded himself that, at the end of the day, these things were still monsters. They zipped through the air, leaving trails of light behind them. They're too fast, he thought, starting to channel his mana. I need to restrict their movements first. The system screen materialized before him. Activating active skill, gravity. He focused his power directly onto the swarming pests. Their speed dropped slightly, but not by much. Kwon Se-yoon grimaced. These things are way tougher than your average bugs. She looked over at him. Ji-hoon, can you crank up the pressure? He replied. No. I'm not proficient enough to boost the skill's power yet. Jae-sang panicked. Wait, what if they slip away? Min-hyun smirked. Not a chance. We're catching every single one. I'm not letting even one get away. Pumping more mana into his hands, he began shaping it into a massive net. Strands of brilliant light anchored themselves to the surrounding trees and bushes. In an instant, the entire clearing was locked down like a giant cage. Kwon Se-yoon gasped. Wait, is this? The trapped fireflies began to cluster together, illuminated by a deep, pulsing blue mana field. Min-hyun yelled, What are you guys waiting for? Bag 'em! Kwon Se-yoon stared in disbelief, a bead of sweat rolling down her cheek. A mana barrier? Wow, this is actually working like a charm. Surrounded by a swarm of glowing bugs, she looked at him with a grin. Did you seriously just trap them in a mana barrier? Man, I knew you were an absolute beast. Min-hyun urged them again. Hurry up, catch them already. The moonlight fireflies were desperately crawling up the solid mana barrier, trying to find a way out. Jae-sang cheered. This is incredible. I would have never thought of doing this. Watching him run off with sheer excitement, Kim Do-jung's face went completely pale. No, I can't do this. I absolutely loathe bugs. Min-hyun gave her a firm push from behind. This is no time to whine. Get in there and help. Groaning in protest, she reluctantly stepped forward, crying out, Ugh, I seriously don't want to do this. Jae-sang channeled his mana into a container. The moment he popped it open, a powerful vacuum force began sucking the moonlight fireflies right inside. Kwon Se-yoon quickly followed suit. She glanced around at her teammates, her mind racing. Is there really any other academy student who could pull off something of this caliber? Even the best third years wouldn't stand a chance. Where on earth did this guy come from? Min-hyun noticed someone staring intensely at him, but before he could think, a sudden shriek startled Kwon Se-yoon. Hey, don't touch that! It was Kim Do-jung, frantically flailing as the moonlight fireflies swarmed her. Ugh, it's so sticky. Min-hyun couldn't help but chuckle at her dramatic screaming. A little while later, back at Jae-sang's shop, a disgusting, terrifyingly colored slime was oozing out of a container. Kim Do-jung and Min-hyun stared at the jar in pure horror. Jae-sang, An-sol, and Se-oh-in were there as well. Kim Do-jung finally spoke up, with Min-hyun chiming in at the exact same moment. Jae-hyun also picked up a small jar and added the substance to it. Instantly, the jar began to glow, and the liquid inside started turning from cloudy to clear, growing lighter in color. Witnessing this, An Ho-yeon was stunned. What is that? Se-oh-in replied, I'm not sure. Could it be? Lee Jae-sang crossed his arms with a smile and said, I worked really hard to make this, you know. It's filtering right now. Closing his eyes, he added, the purity has to be at least. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stared in absolute shock at the sight before him. The liquid inside the jar had turned a vibrant, bright red. The two of them cheered, It's done. Min Jae-hyun turned around excitedly and said, Wow, Jae-sang, you're so fast. He and Jae-hyun started dancing around, cheering, "I did it. I actually did it." Meanwhile, An Ho-yeon and Seo In-na stared intently at the jar. "Is that really all it takes? That's amazing." Meanwhile, Lee Jae-sang let out a helpless laugh, thinking, "Oh no, Jae-hyun's purity is only 51%, and Yoo-jung's is 47%. Is this really going to be okay?" A few days later in the lecture hall, Kim Yoo-jung and Min Jae-hyun sat in their seats, their faces completely pale and gloomy. An Ho-yeon laughed and said, "You two really have zero talent for this." His words hit them right where it hurt, feeling like an arrow piercing their chests. "I thought you were drawing a monster summoning circle, not mixing up a pot of ingredients." Kim Yoo-jung could only laugh through her pain. Yoo-jung had top-tier ingredients, but I still ended up in 42nd place. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun ranked 31st, An Ho-yeon came in second, and of course, Seo In-na took first place. An Ho-yeon tried to cheer them up. "Well, we all had to get Jae-sang's help anyway. You guys did great." Hearing that only made Min Jae-hyun more irritated. "Are you seriously trying to comfort us right now?" Panicked by Jae-hyun's reaction, Ho-yeon quickly changed the subject. "Oh, look at the time. I've got to get to class," and rushed out the door. "Bye-bye." Min Jae-hyun rubbed the back of his neck and let out a sigh, thinking, "I still have a few more exams left. This isn't over yet." Full of fighting spirit, Kim Yoo-jung stood up abruptly and declared, "I'll make up for this score with the other exams." Jae-hyun glanced at her and warned, "The mock exams are going to be extremely difficult." He recalled everything he had gone through. From the rookie hunt to the simulated dungeon test, it combined everything they had learned so far, making it incredibly tough. He crossed his arms, looking out the window, thinking, and that's not all. His eyes grew serious as he pondered. There was one more factor that made things even harder. He watched the other students chatting in the classroom. It was the team matchmaking system. Suddenly, Seo In-na asked Yoo-jung, "What's your value?" She replied, "I'm worth 14 points. I have to plan carefully to get into a good team. It's so tough." Each student was assigned a point value based on their current performance. They had to form a team of 4 without their combined points exceeding 50. An Ho-yeon was worth 17 points, Seo In-na was 15, and Kim Yoo-jung was 14. Lowering his head, he thought, "I didn't expect my value to be this high. In my past life, it was only 6. Min Jae-hyun recalled how thrilled he had been back then to join a good team, but that happiness didn't last long. He had to face everyone's judgmental stares, and the final outcome had been disastrous. He pursed his lips, determination burning in his eyes. This team-making system is absolute garbage. The top-ranked students get to pick the lowest-ranked ones? What right do they have to do that? As he sat there all by himself, someone suddenly approached him. "Hey there." Min Jae-hyun gave him a cold glance, his eyes widening with suspicion as his fist clenched tightly. "You're Min Jae-hyun, right?" He remembered the competition in his past life. This guy had utterly looked down on him, telling him that low-rankers should learn to stay in their place. Yet here he was, actively trying to play nice with the genius who topped the rookie hunt and dominated the simulated dungeon test. In his past life, he had sneered at Min Jae-hyun, asking how a low-ranker like him dared to act so arrogant, telling him to know his place. Back then, he had openly scoffed at Min Jae-hyun. But now, he was wearing a friendly smile, saying, "Nice to meet you, I'm Chu Han-sung." Min Jae-hyun responded coldly. "So what?" Han-sung thought to himself. Why the heck is he so terrifying? But he forced a smile and said, "Look, I'll just get straight to the point. How about we team up?" he continued. "My point value is actually much lower than my actual skill level." Jae-hyun listened calmly as the guy went on. "You're worth 20 points, so finding teammates must be pretty tough, right? Let me help you out." Min Jae-hyun stood up, thinking to himself that people like this exist everywhere, absolute trash, who kiss up to the strong and trample on the weak. His sudden response caught Han-sung completely off guard. "That's too bad." He flatly refused. "I have no interest in teaming up with you." He probably didn't even realize just how terrifying his expression looked right now. "Why don't you go find someone else?" Cold sweat broke out on Chu Han-sung's face as he stuttered in fear. "Wait, did you even hear what I just said? My value is low, but my skills are top tier." Jae-hyun immediately cut him off. "I heard you. But what does that have to do with me?" His next words left Han-sung completely speechless. "I can clear this test easily on my own. Besides, you're of no use to me. You're just too weak." Han-sung glared in sheer frustration as Min Jae-hyun turned his back on him. "What did you say?" Suddenly, Jae-hyun paused, a smile playing on his lips as he called out, "So, have you guys considered my offer?" A voice called back, Of course we have. Chu Han-sung grit his teeth in absolute fury. The ones speaking were Park Sung-woo and Kim Jia. We're both in, Park Sung-woo replied with a grin. We're ready whenever you are. Chu Han-sung grit his teeth, glaring at the two of them. He remembered them clearly. They were the very cowards who had abandoned Min Jae-hyun in the simulated dungeon to save their own skins. Min Jae-hyun put his hands on his hips and smiled. That's great. I was actually worried you guys might turn me down. He glanced over to check Chu Han-sung's reaction, who was standing there, practically shaking with resentment. Han-sung was furious. How could Jae-hyun choose those useless cowards over him? Wearing a dark, menacing scowl, he stormed off, his eyes burning with pure hatred. You're going to regret this, Min Jae-hyun. Meanwhile, at a local coffee shop, an unfinished glass of orange juice sat on the table. Min Jae-hyun was sitting right across from Park Seong-woo and Kim Jina, and she was the first to speak. Jae-hyun, are you sure you want to choose us? Back in the mock dungeon, we were completely useless to you. We even ran away and left you behind. Jae-hyun listened in silence. Park Seong-woo looked just as uneasy, chiming in. You already know what happened with Gu Ja-in. We were basically kicked out because we weren't good enough. Jae-hyun offered a reassuring smile and said, Don't worry about it. He clasped his hands together and calmly replied, I have no intention of teaming up with losers. And that is not something I would lie about. Hearing this, the two exchanged glances. Jae-hyun picked up his glass and took a sip. The evaluations for Kim Jina and Park Seong-woo were lower than their actual abilities, simply because they prioritized a safe retreat in the mock dungeon. These two were the real catch, not someone like Chu Han-sung. Park Seong-woo spoke up shyly. All right then, Kim Jina asked out of curiosity, but who was the last member? Jae-hyun finally remembered and looked up. Oh, I haven't told you guys yet, have I? She should have been here by now. Just then, the cafe door swung open, and a voice rang out. Huh? Why are you hanging out with these two? The two widened their eyes in surprise. Jae-hyun smirked and said, So you finally made it. The newcomer was none other than Kim Yoo-jung. She recalled how angry she had been in the past, while Park Seong-woo and Kim Jina stood there looking incredibly guilty. She snapped, Did you really call me all the way here just to team up with these two? Meanwhile, in the control room of Mills Academy, someone was standing and watching the security cameras. A flood of news headlines popped up, showing that Mills Academy's reputation was under serious threat. At risk of losing its title as South Korea's top academy, the cadet incident puts Gu Ja-in under heavy fire. Seeing this, the man grit his teeth in absolute rage, then slammed his fist directly into the screen, shattering it to pieces. Damn it! As the shattered glass rained down on the floor, he roared in fury. You bastards! His eyes were completely bloodshot as he spat. I poured a fortune into their pockets, and they still write these garbage articles? Gu Ja-in clenched his fists tightly. He slowly stood up, trying to regain his composure. Lost in thought, he muttered. The media has turned its back on me. But Gu Ja-in's fury was still burning, his face twisted in a scowl. How could the great Gu Ja-in be treated like this? He thought of Yoo Sung-yoon. Only one organization could have pulled this off, the Lotus Guild. He walked over to the glass window and looked down, his face as dark as pitch. Yoo Sung-yoon, I know that bitch is behind all of this. He pressed his hand against the glass and muttered, I have no choice. I'll have to swallow my pride for now. He clenched his fists once more, even if it meant taking a hit. Gu Ja-in's face looked incredibly tense. Once the public calms down, I will return to my original plan. It's all for Northern Europe. Back at the cafe, Kim Yoo-jung sat with her arms crossed, looking incredibly serious. Being stared at like that made Kim Jina and Park Seong-woo feel highly uncomfortable and awkward. She looked over at Jae-hyun and said, Even if I let this slide, are you really okay with this? Jae-hyun stayed silent for a moment before looking up and saying, I know you two must feel terrible, even though Ina and I were the ones who told you to run. His eyes filled with determination as he continued, But I need you to understand that it was the best option we had. Kim Yoo-jung lost her temper slightly, but as Jae-hyun calmly stared back at her in silence, she could only sigh, Fine, I'll trust you. Still, she asked curiously, But what is your real reason for choosing them? You could easily get a perfect score all on your own. Jae-hyun smiled faintly, thinking to himself that she was exceptionally sharp. There were two criteria for picking teammates for this exam. First, they had to absolutely despise Gu Ja-in. Second, they had to keep everything that happened in the dungeon a secret, Jae-hyun explained. The reason is, I have a plan to use this exam to completely ruin Gu Ja-in. Kim Yoo-jung's eyes widened in utter shock. Huh? Even the other two couldn't keep their cool. Kim Jina stared in disbelief, breaking into a cold sweat as she thought, is he seriously planning on doing that? Jae-hyun, however, wore an amused smile as he calculated his next move. Gu-jain, let's see if your connections can bail you out this time. On the day of the practical exam, all the students had gathered. Just then, a voice echoed through the room. Hello, everyone. It turned out to be Park Ha-jun standing up to speak. I am Park Ha-jun. I will be in charge of the second part of this practical exam. Jae-hyun silently sized up Park Ha-jun, thinking, yet another one of Gu-jain's lackeys. Makes sense, since he is the new right-hand man brought in to replace Kim So-gi. He wasted no time and continued. To make sure we don't keep you waiting, this practical exam will be broadcast live, nationwide. It seemed the entire nation was highly invested in this exam. With hundreds of millions of eyes watching their every move during the second part, it was the perfect opportunity for the cadets to showcase their skills to the entire world. But it also meant they would have to perform under the intense scrutiny of the entire country. Park Ha-jun offered some encouragement with a cold expression. So do your best. I wish you all the best of luck. Just then, a brilliant blue light enveloped the entire auditorium. In an instant, Kim Yoo-jung grew incredibly tense. Park Seong-woo remained calm, while Kim Jina stood ready. A smirk played on Min Jae-hyun's lips as he spoke. Well, a four-man team like this looks like it has a lot of potential. Let's get into the fight. The view ahead of them was filled with active volcanoes, spewing out molten lava non-stop. A faint blue light flashed, transporting the students of Moret Academy. Just as Jae-hyun stepped out, a system notification popped up. User has been transferred to the magma plains. He stepped onto the scorching ground. The system announced, Team D, Min Jae-hyun. Leader, Kim Do-yoon, Kim Jina, Park Seong-woo. The four-man squad moved down and scanned their surroundings. Their mission was clear. Clear every stage of the dungeon and return with the boss's core. As Min Jae-hyun looked around, the system chimed in again. First floor quest. Eliminate all monsters on this floor and locate the stairs to the second floor. Kim Jina and Park Seong-woo were still staring in awe. He muttered, Man, it's seriously hot in here. Jae-hyun quickly replied, Yeah, I think this dungeon was modeled after that place. With lava still bubbling all around, Kim Do-yoon fanned himself to cool down. Must be. I mean, look at those pillars of fire everywhere. He immediately opened the system panel. First, let's scout out the dungeon. Several areas on his screen were highlighted in circles. We need to gather as much info as we can to prepare for any surprises. Plus, there's an item I need to grab. Kim Jina asked curiously. What kind of item? Kim Do-yoon answered for him. We're looking for frost bloom, she added. Staying in this heat for too long will exhaust us, and it's really dangerous too. Park Seong-woo scratched his head and smiled in admiration. Wow, you two really know your stuff. That's awesome. Jae-hyun closed his panel and replied modestly, It's just the basics. After all, a raider's top priority is always survival. He immediately activated his active skill, mana detection, sending a pulse of light radiating through the area. The light spread across the scorching mountains, scanning the volcanic range until it finally pinpointed the location of the frost blooms. Jae-hyun smiled. Found them. Surprised by his speed, Kim Do-yoon gasped. Wait, seriously? Turning to her, he said, Let's move. We don't have much time. Tucked away in a small valley, patches of frost blooms were growing. Kim Jina said in awe. So this is frost bloom. Jae-hyun began harvesting them, saying, Gather as many as you can and keep them in your inventory. Seong-woo, didn't you say you aced your alchemy class? Seong-woo, who was busy picking frost blooms, replied shyly, Oh, I did all right. He asked again, Can I leave the potion crafting to you then? The boy quickly agreed. Sure, you got it. Jae-hyun thought to himself as a system screen popped up, warning him that viewers would be joining the stream soon and to watch his words. He kept scanning his surroundings carefully. Right on cue, a camera drone drifted in, broadcasting everything live. Everything they did was being watched. The students had to put on a good show for viewers worldwide. In other words, they were basically streamers now. And everyone seemed pretty excited about the broadcast. They had to keep the audience entertained, especially since households everywhere were tuning in to watch the battle. Jae-hyun wasn't a fan of the setup, but he had to admit it had its perks. But cutting his thoughts short, he called out, 4 monsters are heading our way. Kim Jina instantly went on high alert, and the rest of the team got into their battle stances. Kim Do-yoon gave a firm nod. Jae-hyun signaled them to deploy Formation B. The three of them immediately drew their weapons and took their positions exactly as planned. That's when several round-bodied monsters made entirely of lava crawled toward them. Park Seong-woo pulled out his sword and shield. The system announced the activation of his active skill, Taunt. Jae-hyun warned, "Keep your distance and be careful. They'll explode if they touch you." As the monsters crept closer, Kim Do-yoon conjured a water arrow and cried out, "Water spirit." As they drew closer, she glanced at Jae-hyun, waiting for his call. He replied, "Not yet." The monsters were now only a few meters away, but everyone held their ground, sticking to the plan. The system popped up. Channel created. Viewers are entering. Right away, a floating screen appeared with chat comments rolling in. "Is this the stream for the rookie's first hunt?" "Yeah, I just saw the notification on the main page." Sensing the perfect moment, Jae-hyun shouted, "Now." The system notified, "Active skill, water arrow, activated." The moment the words left his mouth, a sharp water arrow shot forward, piercing straight through the monster. The water carved a massive, gaping hole right through its molten body. At the same time, Kim Jina lunged forward, unleashing 3 powerful blasts of wind to strike them down. Jae-hyun analyzed the battlefield. He knew there was no better place to utilize the frost bloom than right here. With the camera drone hovering overhead, he suddenly glanced up, smirked, and raised his hand, channeling his ice magic. Frost began to coat the volcanic rocks, but he knew better than to rush the climax. He maintained a confident smile, waiting for the perfect moment. The system chimed, "Active skill, glacial rain, activated." Hundreds of razor-sharp shards of ice rained down like a sudden downpour. With anticipation burning in his eyes, Min Jae-hyun knew it was time for the grand finale. Instantly, a blinding explosion of light erupted. Even through the LED screen, it is obvious how incredibly destructive that attack was. The crowd starts to whisper in awe at the spectacular sight. Seriously? No way. Isn't he just a rookie? How can he be this strong? This is insane. Is there a glitch in the system or something? This is an A-rank skill, after all. Min Jae-hyun's face grows serious as he stands motionless in the swirling smoke. But this is only the beginning. His eyes are cold, mirroring his icy skill. He remembers Gu Jae-in, knowing these very spectators will become the perfect weapon to bring Gu Jae-in down. Inside an office, a television screen is broadcasting the Mills Academy battle live. The room is buzzing with excitement. Is this for real? No way. What kind of new student can pull off an A-rank skill? You would have to be at least a 3rd year to even try that. A voice muttered, "Min Jae-hyun." It turned out the speaker was none other than Jel. The kid didn't even break a sweat casting A-rank magic. The screen showed the boy looking completely calm. Jel muttered to himself. Based on what Agent Kim Ji-yeon said, he doesn't get along with Gu Ja-in either. He continued his monologue. Plus, Lotus has his back. A smirk played on Jel's lips. If I play my cards right with this kid, I can expose Gu Jae-in. He snapped a toothpick in half. Now, Min Jae-hyun. He clenched his fist, a look of sheer determination on his face. Show me what you can do from here on out. Shards of ice rain down like a sudden shower. Min Jae-hyun smiles in satisfaction as a brilliant explosion of light bursts forth. The other 3 stare in utter disbelief, their jaws dropping. Those fearsome lava monsters have been completely chopped to pieces. Kim Yoo-jung, who is far too used to his antics by now, says casually, "Honestly, I am not even surprised anymore. When did he even learn that?" Seo-in-ah wipes a bead of sweat from her forehead. "Is it just me? Or is it getting insanely hot in here?" Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun starts to move. He tells the group, "I think we have cleared them all out. We should probably drink our heat resistance potions now." Kim Yoo-jung agrees. "Totally. It is burning up in here." She turns to Seo-in-ah and says, "Let's find a spot that is a bit cooler." Seo-in-ah nods. Park Seong-woo looks around, muttering, "A cooler spot, huh?" He points to a flat rock in the distance. "How about over there?" There seems to be less energy radiating from that spot. Min Jae-hyun crosses his arms and agrees. "You have a point." He then pulls out a small cube-shaped device and smiles. "Well then, shall we pitch our tent?" Elsewhere, Seo-in-ah pulls out a weapon no larger than a chopstick and swings it forward, unleashing a barrage of arrows at the approaching monsters. The attack immediately pierces multiple holes right through their bodies. She retracts her weapon, staring at them with a serious expression. Right on cue, An Ho-yeon charges forward with his sword drawn. Drawing his sword back, he prepares to strike and delivers a clean, decisive slash right through the monster. In an instant, The beasts are completely obliterated. He asks casually, "Is that it?" Seo-in calmly replies, "Yeah. Honestly, isn't this dungeon a bit too easy?" He snorts. "I was thinking the same thing. These monsters are weaker than expected. This is way easier than the simulator." Hearing their conversation, the other two teammates behind them begin to tremble. Breaking out in a cold sweat, the boy thinks to himself, "What on earth are they talking about? One wrong move, and we could get wiped out." On top of that, he is fighting lava slimes in close combat without taking a single scratch. Ho-yan adds, "I bet Jae-hyun has already cleared out his area." Seo-in urges, "Yeah, let's pick up the pace." The other two teammates can only exchange puzzled looks. If even those two are saying that, just how ridiculously strong is Min Jae-hyun? The landscape ahead looks like a flowing river of molten lava, with a large white tent pitched in the middle of it. The four of them sit huddled together, boiling a pot of their heat resistance potion. Park Seung-woo speaks up, "I think it will take about 1 hour for the potion to finish brewing." Min Jae-hyun replies, "That is fine, that should be plenty of time." Park Seung-woo smiles and adds, "I'll try to get it done as quickly as possible." Kim Yoo-jung sighs. This mock dungeon really does feel like a real one. Seeing this, Min Jae-hyun grins playfully, teasing Kim Yoo-jung by hinting, "Maybe someone wants him to hurry up?" Startled, she jumps to her feet and protests, "Hey, I did not mean it like that." Seeing them bicker like children, Seo-in laughs. "You two really are close." Meanwhile, the two of them just keep arguing back and forth. "You are making me look like the bad guy here. Alright, I'm sorry, okay?" Blushing slightly, Kim Yoo-jung mumbles, "Not really." Min Jae-hyun scratches his messy hair with a smile, thinking to himself that they must have realized what happened in the simulator dungeon was not their fault. He recalls her face, terrified to the point of sobbing, when fear had completely overwhelmed her senses and paralyzed her thoughts. Suddenly, he raises his hand and calls out, "Alright guys, quiet down for a second, and focus on me." He says calmly, "I want to go over our next move." With that, the white tent flap is pulled open. Min Jae-hyun steps outside, with Kim Yoo-jung following close behind. "Are you sure this is actually going to work?" she asks. He smirks and replies, "Of course it is." Right then, a flight cam approaches. He looks up at the screen displaying 12:04 and silently calculates that now is the perfect time to make a scene. Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun casts a spell, causing a glowing crest of magic runes to circle around him and expand to cover every corner of the area. In an instant, the surrounding mountains are completely engulfed by Min Jae-hyun's magic. A system notification pops up, warning that the connection to the unstable pocket plane has been disrupted, and the voice chat restriction has been lifted. The live stream comments immediately start rolling in. "Wow, is he really doing this again? He is summoning 500 of his boys. I thought he was about to sweep the entire place, but why are there only 2 of them? Where are the other 2? They're probably dead." Min Jae-hyun looked up at the screen and replied, "So don't you worry." On the other side, viewers were buzzing. "Wait, I think I can hear his voice." "Me too. What's going on here?" Kim Yoo-jung pursed her lips. "Wait, I thought we weren't supposed to hear the students talk? Is it like this for the other streamers too?" "No, it's just this guy." He stayed calm, thinking to himself that he had already expected this reaction. A smirk played on his lips as he continued, "I messed with the structure of the planes of trials a bit. Nice to meet everyone." Meanwhile, in another room, a man was watching him closely. "Now, let's start the real stream." Park Ha-jun muttered in confusion. "What is the point of this live stream?" His smile turned sinister, making him look exactly like a villain. "I mean, it wouldn't be fun if you couldn't hear my voice, right?" Park Ha-jun asked, his anxiety rising. "Principal Gu Ja-in, are you sure you're all right?" Gu Ja-in tried his best to put on a brave face and replied, "I'm fine." His face contorted as he added, "I just have a slight headache." He couldn't believe what was happening, thinking to himself, "This is impossible." He wondered, did he really just hack into the structure of the planes of trials? That zone was created by countless mages, including myself and the Academy's top instructors. Gu Ja-in's face froze in utter disbelief. How on earth did he manage to break into it? Park Ha-jun spoke up, "Principal Gu Ja-in, I think we need to punish Min Jae-hyun." But before he could even finish his sentence, Gu Ja-in cut him off. "I'd love to, but I can't." He looked at Park Ha-jun with an incredibly warm expression, adding, "There is no rule covering a situation like this." Yet, his voice carried a chilling undertone. After all, who would have ever thought a mere student could rewrite the structure of the planes of trials? A place that was meticulously built by dozens of elite academy mages. Hearing this, Park Ha-jun bit his lip, filled with anxiety. Gu Jae-in continued, "But don't worry. A student of this academy is strictly forbidden from leaking sensitive information to the public. The non-disclosure agreement is still very much in effect. If he breaks that rule, he will be expelled immediately." He looked down as he spoke. The moment that kid signed that agreement, he was completely trapped. But suddenly, a loud sound startled him. "Our dear Principal Gu Jae-in." Oh yes, a lot of people are quite curious about him, aren't they? Min Jae-hyun's face suddenly flashed on the screen. Well, you guys already know how it goes. The same thing happened with that incident and the cover-up. See, there are so many things being hidden from us. Hearing this, Gu Jae-in broke into a cold sweat from sheer tension. Then, Min Jae-hyun's voice rang out again. "Am I worried about getting expelled, you ask?" He looked incredibly relaxed. "You don't need to worry about that at all." Suddenly, his eyes turned sharp and intense. "Should I tell you who our principal loves the most?" His smile grew even more twisted, his face filled with excitement. He only cares about the strong who are still alive. By now, the massive LED screen was displaying nothing but Min Jae-hyun's face. Power and strength, that is the absolute law here at Millis Academy. With the camera tracking his every move, he looked straight into the lens and boldly asked, "Do you guys really think Principal Gu Jae-in would dare to expel me?" On the other side of the monitor, Gu Jae-in watched in silence. Then, like a madman, he burst into a hysterical laugh. With bloodshot eyes, he muttered, "That's right. Min Jae-hyun has been this way from the very beginning. How did I not realize this until now?" He suddenly called out, startling his subordinate. "Instructor Park, Ha-jun." "Yes, sir." Gu Ja-in dug his nails into the desk. "The moment this exam is over, expel Min Jae-hyun immediately." Park Ha-jun listened intently, hanging on to every word. "And once the media coverage dies down, hire at least 2 veteran A-rank hunters. We are going to get rid of Min Jae-hyun for good." Park Ha-jun bowed deeply to accept the order. "Understood, sir." Gu Ja-in leaned forward on the desk, lowering his head in deep thought. "Min Jae-hyun." He glared at the screen, his eyes burning with pure hatred. "I will make you pay for this." Min Jae-hyun smiled casually and said, "I mean, if he expels me when my grades are this good, it just proves he's a liar who doesn't keep his word. Would a prestigious principal really do something so pathetic?" On the other side of the screen, a guy with glasses was typing away, commenting, "El Mao, he doesn't give a single crap." Even an office worker joined in, furiously typing, "If a student is speaking out like this, there's definitely something shady going on." No wonder Min Jae-hyun is so pissed off. Everyone seemed completely hooked on the drama, finding it highly believable. Honestly, Gu Jae-in has been accused of so much, yet he never gets investigated. Min Jae-hyun smirked at the camera, thoroughly enjoying his quiet victory. The media has completely turned against Gu Jae-in now. "Did you really think you could cover it up this time too, old man?" Just a moment ago, inside the tent, Min Jae-hyun was discussing strategy, explaining, "I'm going to modify the formula of the pocket dimension." Park Seung-woo looked puzzled. "The formula of the pocket dimension?" Min Jae-hyun clarified. "The first step of our plan is to completely ruin Gu Jae-in's reputation in public. We can win the viewers over by giving them exactly what they want to see." Kim Yoo-jung asked hesitantly, "But are you absolutely sure this is going to be okay? What if he tries something desperate?" Min Jae-hyun stood up to reassure her, "Don't you worry." He smirked and added, "We have the audience on our side. Besides, there's absolutely no rule that forbids us from tweaking a pocket dimensions formula." Gu Jae-in probably never expected him to think this many steps ahead. Cutting back to the present, Min Jae-hyun announced with excitement, "Now, let's officially begin our real dungeon raid livestream." He spread his arms wide and shouted, "This is a special event we've prepared just for you, so make sure to sit back and enjoy." While Kim Yoo-jung looked on with worry, comments began to flood the chat. The comments are still rolling in. "He's doing awesome. Now that's a professional streamer for you. Man, this is about to get really interesting." She softly called out. "Jae-hyun," she whispered. "I'm kind of scared of these people. I can't believe even a tiny whisper like this got picked up." Everyone immediately started commenting, startling her. "Wait, is that Kim Yoo-jung? I heard she's a super talented mage, but she doesn't look the part at all." Things quickly started getting chaotic. "Hey, get away from Jae-hyun. I heard they were on the same team during the rookie hunt. Man, she took down those bad guys so fast earlier." Kim Yoo-jung was so nervous, she felt dizzy, her cheeks turning bright red. Suddenly, the system screen shut off, and she sighed. "I'm fragile, you know. This is such a pain." Jae-hyun replied, "Just bear with it for a bit. We have to push through for the plan, she said dejectedly. Yeah, I know, but he avoided her gaze, secretly thinking that he knew exactly how she felt. He had also stood before a screen, taking that kind of criticism. I wanted to die countless times because of those online haters. He pursed his lips and turned to leave. Let's go, Jae-hyun urged. We still have work to do. Sizzling lava continued to flow at extreme temperatures as the two walked toward a lava waterfall. The viewers wondered, wait, where are they going? I thought they cleared out all the monsters. Wait, is there something over there? A lava kept pouring down, radiating an intense, scorching heat. Jae-hyun spoke up. We have some business to take care of here. He smiled and added, we're going to show you guys something really cool. We're going to find the hidden area of this subspace. The viewers started getting hyped. Just seeing your face tells me this is going to be good. A hidden area? Why would there be a hidden area there? He continued. All right, let's get started. Kim Yoo-jung nodded in agreement. She pulled out her staff and activated her active skill. Swap, active skill, activate. At the same time, Jae-hyun cast his magic, activating the active skill, gravity. The wind began to howl, and a bright blue light flared up. His eyes were filled with determination as he thought to himself, now, it's time to show them how a returner conquers a dungeon. Behind Miles Academy, a woman was speaking into her headset. Yes, it was Kim Jae-hyun. I'll contact Min Jae-hyun right after the evaluation is over. She hesitated. But are you sure about this? The Manhwa Guild is backing Jae-hyun. The person on the other end of the line was the department head. He spoke up. That's exactly the point. Kim Jae-hyun listened closely. That's why you need to contact him as soon as possible to bring him over to our side. He stared at Jae-hyun's picture on his phone. Then, we'll let him set the terms. Understood, she replied. She adjusted her headset and turned to walk away, thinking that if the Raider Management Bureau could recruit him, it would be a massive win in the long run. The problem is, Kim Jae-hyun stared off into the distance. That Gu-jane guy is after him too. She pursed her lips and walked forward confidently. I need to assess the situation first. Jae-hyun stepped onto the scorching ground, crouching down to look cool, before suddenly wrapping his arm around Kim Yoo-jung's waist. He casually said, let's go. Her face flushed bright red with embarrassment. Wait. Hold on. He picked her up and leaped into the air. And out of sheer terror, she clung tightly to Jae-hyun's neck. The chat exploded with comments. Laugh my ass off. I thought this was going to be a romantic moment. But this looks more like a wrestling match. Seeing Kim Yoo-jung closing her eyes in sheer terror made them even more hyped. Look at that headlock. Put her in the MMA championship already. The two continued to move near the lava waterfall. The viewers wondered, but why are they jumping? Jae-hyun's feet landed on a faint beam of light. Seeing this, the chat was flooded with question marks. Wait, did he just stand in midair? Kim Yoo-jung cried out in excitement. Jae-hyun, you were right. There really is a hidden foothold here. He warned her, hold on tight and start chanting. Don't mess up the timing. She sighed, got it. Just don't drop me. If you let go, I'm dead meat. The two kept jumping higher, with beams of light appearing everywhere for Min Jae-hyun to step on. He thought to himself, I really respect whoever originally found this hidden area. Even though this dungeon is state-sponsored, Gu-jane still hid it here. He really didn't want the students to get their hands on it. The scenery up here was a barren mountain. Suddenly, a flash of light dashed past, revealing Min Jae-hyun and Kim Yoo-jung. The two landed on the mountain peak, looking down at a valley flooded with lava. She asked curiously, is that the item you were talking about? A glint of light flashed in the middle of the lava. Looking closely, there were several glowing gems. Jae-hyun calmly replied, yeah. He smiled and added, those stones are the key to conquering this dungeon. On the other side, witnessing this scene, Gu-jane was sweating bullets and panting in sheer panic. Suddenly, a pillar of light flared up, and Jae-hyun leaped down from it. He stepped down the pillar, one step at a time. Jae-hyun had successfully made it back outside. Gu-jane was utterly flabbergasted. Outside, the spectators immediately started commenting, whoa, what on earth is this? How could he possibly know the locations of those footholds when they're completely invisible? Did Gu-jane really design this for the students to discover on their own? Gu-jane was now in a complete panic, his mouth agape as he drenched in sweat, left absolutely speechless. A treasure trove of rare items suddenly materialized right in front of Hoon. He let out a gasp of pure excitement. Damn, I knew this item was here ever since the map was created, Hyun said with a grin, casually stuffing his hands into his pockets. But he never imagined it would be hidden this well. Glancing in another direction, he thought, well, it's not like it matters. I already know the location of every single thing in this dungeon anyway. A cluster of ice crystals suddenly appeared, triggering the ice rain skill. As those icy droplets pelted the boiling lava, the scorching heat died down, making it much safer. Hyun called out, "Everyone in the back is good to go. Let's start heading down." With that, Hyun volunteered to jump first, sliding down a long path with absolute ease. Walking over to the glowing gems, Hyun scooped a few of them up and asked the viewers, "Hey everyone, do you have any idea what this is?" The chat immediately blew up. "What is that? A magic prop? Do you seriously not know?" "Nope, I'm not telling you just yet." Another curious viewer chimed in. "Come on, what is it? What could it be?" Looking at the system screen, Hyun replied, "This is the essence of fire." Raising his hand to show off the glowing gems, he added, "I guess I got pretty lucky, huh?" Then, Hyun's face turned serious. "There will be many more key items that are absolutely essential to clearing this dungeon," he said. The system screen popped up, showing the details of the item he just acquired. It was a single-use consumable called the B-rank Essence of Fire. It drastically multiplies the user's fire resistance for a short period of time. Fire resistance will increase by 300% upon consumption, and the effect cannot be triggered a second time. After reading the description, Hyun began to think. Creating an environment as close to a real dungeon as possible, and then motivating the students with a worthy reward. That's the real reason they hid these puzzle pieces. But this is something ordinary students would never stand a chance of finding. Seeing this, viewers outside started commenting, "I've seen those in the store before, but they go for 30,000 to 40,000 each." Another viewer chimed in, "Holy crap, the Magic Academy is absolutely filthy rich. Haha, they actually invested over 10 million for each team just for a midterm exam? Someone else just couldn't believe anyone would actually manage to find an item hidden in a place like this." Hyun only raised his head, wearing a cunning smirk. Turning back to the group, he said, "All right, let's get moving. We already got what we came for." Hyun thought to himself, "Well, that's one checked off the list. Gu-in, I wonder what kind of look you have on your face right now." At that moment, Gu-in was grinding his teeth in pure rage, while Hyun smugly covered his smirking face with his hand. "I really hope you don't get satisfied with just this. After all, I still have plenty of gifts left to give you." On the very first night of the midterm exam's second practical round, inside a tent, Hyun and his team are resting. Yoo-jung slumped her shoulders, holding up a bowl of liquid as she whined, "This is way too bitter." Hyun looked at Yoo-jung with a serious face and said, "I know it tastes awful, but you have to drink it, because it'll make clearing this dungeon much easier." Clutching the bowl, Yoo-jung frowned. I know, but it's just so hard to swallow this stuff." Ho-jun gestured helplessly with a forced smile. "You know what they say, right? Anything that's good for your body is bound to taste bitter." Looking down at the bowl, Yoo-jung hesitated, steeling herself. She finally gulped it down with all her might and grumbled, "Whatever, fine." Right after drinking it, Yoo-jung collapsed and fainted right on the spot. Turning to Ho-jun, Hyun demanded, "Did you just poison her or something?" A panicked Ho-jun stuttered, No way, that's impossible." With a serious look, Hyun said, "Well, we're almost done with the first floor anyway. We just need to find the path to the second floor, so let's wrap up our preparations quickly." Meanwhile, in the academy's control room, a man stood watching the monitors when a voice suddenly spoke up, causing him to look back. "How are things looking right now?" Instructor Park Ha-jun turned around as she stepped inside. He spoke up, Instructor Kim Jae-hyun. Smirking, he asked, "Haha, I'm the one managing this place, so what brings you all the way here?" He flashed a polite smile and asked, "Don't you trust me to handle this job by myself?" Kim Jae-hyun smiled and replied, "Who knows? Maybe I don't." Hearing that, Park Ha-jun's face fell, and he frowned in silence. Kim Jae-hyun looked at him and thought to herself, "What a fool." She thought back to Instructor Seo-gi. With Seo-gi gone, the authority over the second practical round should have been entirely hers. Park Ha-jun had simply played his dirty tricks to snatch that power right out of her hands. While she was lost in thought, Park Ha-jun spoke up. "You know, we were both hired as colleagues, but I ended up one step ahead of you. Sorry about that." Hearing this, Kim Jae-hyun just stared at him in cold silence. She then turned away and coldly shot him down. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't care less. With a tight smile, Park Ha-jun asked, "What do you mean by that?" He gestured with his arm and said, "Anyone would be green with envy over this position of mine. Come on, be honest." Kim Ji-yeon didn't say a single word, completely ignoring his comment. This irritated Park Ha-jun to no end, making him grit his teeth and scowl. Clenching his fists, he did his best to put up with her. Then, Hargan regained his composure, swallowing his anger, thinking that Kim Yu-won was now earning respect from Zeus for the chairman's seat. "Yolche might have been better than me 2 years ago, but that's not the case anymore." Suddenly, Yolche spoke up, "Hey, Guide Hargan?" Coldly turning around, she said, "Let me tell you just one thing." An expressionless face was revealed. "You'd better take a close look at the rope you're holding on to, just to make sure it isn't rotten." Hearing Yolche throw shade at him, he frowned, glaring at her in annoyance. Then, Yolche smiled and walked away. "Well, see you around." With that, Yolche left him standing there as she casually walked out the door. Once she was gone, Hargan clicked his tongue. He muttered, "Damn it, she's still as arrogant as ever." Hargan lowered his head, lost in thought. Chairman Zeus will soon restore his reputation. Then, he thought of Kim Yu-won's group, realizing this obstacle before him was absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, over on Kim Yu-won's team, the system notified, "You've entered the second floor." The mission of the second floor is to hunt down high-level monsters on the second floor and find the hidden treasure. You'll automatically be transported to the third floor once you complete the mission. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Heimdall, reaching out his arm, asking, "What do you think? Do I still look like someone from a lower dimension now?" he coldly asked. "Are you talking about that powerful enemy?" Heimdall frowned, holding his head and saying, "Tesk, you're so boring, always in such a rush." Then, in a flash, Heimdall vanished from the spot. He reappeared right behind the person, saying, "He's just a mere mortal. It won't take us long to get rid of him." Then, as Heimdall walked away, he muttered, "But what happens after we get rid of him? After that?" Suddenly, a surge of power erupted. Heimdall put on a serious face, turning around with a wary glance. He reached out his hand and said, "I'll be stuck in the Bifrost Bridge as a damn gatekeeper once again. Do you understand? I'll handle that powerful enemy myself, so you don't need to worry about it. You're nothing but a seed born of evil." Hearing this, he gradually dissolved into black shadows, and from there, crows flew out. "How foolish," he muttered, his eyes narrowing slightly. Both gods and humans alike. A pair of wings sprouted from his back as he recalled the silhouette of someone. That person also had black wings, just like him. Staring blankly at the sky, he thought, "That's right, nothing will change, and we'll never be able to change that." Then he turned away, saying, "I'll show you that it's absolutely true soon." He stood there, looking down at the crystal-clear lake beneath his feet. In Muspelheim, flames engulfed the entire area, the dazzling, crimson light blinding to the eyes. It consumed and incinerated everything. It was like a deadly cage with no way out. At the same time, the system announced, "You've advanced to the second floor. Second floor quest. Hunt the high-tier monsters on the second floor and find the hidden treasure. You'll automatically ascend to the third floor once you complete the quest." At this moment, Kim Yu-won, Park Sung-woo, Kim Do-yoon, and Kim Ji-ah stepped in, silently gazing at the sea of fire before them. Kim Ji-ah squinted one eye, raising her hand to shield her face from the scorching heat radiating from the flames. She asked curiously, "This place is even hotter than the first floor. I wonder what this level has in store." Hearing Ji-ah's words, Kim Do-yoon rested her hand on her chin in deep thought. The quest is a pain, too. She recalled their recent battle with the monsters, remembering how she had to leap into the air just to land the finishing blow on them. She thought to herself, the first floor's quest was to kill all the monsters to reach the second floor, so let's see what the second floor is all about. Kim Yu-won glanced over at his 3 teammates who were huddled together, discussing eagerly. His face was completely calm, showing none of the worry or exhaustion the others had. He thought to himself, "I already know the way." But he looked back ahead, his expression blank, as he drifted into his memories. 1 hour ago, Kim Yu-won had acted as if he accidentally stumbled upon the entrance to an underground cave, leaving Kim Do-yoon, Kim Ji-ah, and Park Sung-woo staring in utter amazement. Their jaws dropped in shock. He stepped inside and said, "The path inside this cave is incredibly deep, endless, and pitch black. It's as if there's no way out, with some unpredictable danger lurking in the dark." The deeper they went, the clearer the surroundings became. The pale red stone slabs also came into sharp focus. Kim Ji-ah looked around, amazed by the sheer scale of the cave. I never expected there to be a staircase leading to the second floor in a place like this. Park Sung-woo looked over at Kim Do-yoon, scratching his head. I was wondering why there didn't seem to be any path forward. The path down was buried under the sand. Kim Do-yoon put her hands on her hips and agreed. Finding the path to the next floor in a dungeon like this is pretty tough. She fell into deep thought, looking away and biting her lip slightly as she pondered. Kim Do-yoon directed her gaze toward Kim Yoo-won, wondering, how did he find it so easily? She kept staring at him, thinking, has he been here before or something? Resting her chin on her hand, she was lost in thought, staring endlessly at Kim Yoo-won. Suddenly, she noticed something crawling all over the wall beside them. Kim Do-yoon's face turned pale, and her jaw dropped in terror as she took a closer look at whatever it was. It looked just like a giant, long centipede with way too many legs. She screamed at the top of her lungs in sheer terror, instantly jumping and clinging onto Kim Ji-na, catching her completely off guard. Park Sung-woo stared speechlessly at the creature that had terrified Yoo Jung. Min Jae-hyun didn't even pay attention to the situation at first, keeping his focus on his work. But then, he finally noticed the commotion his teammates were making. The viewer comments also started pouring in. The first anonymous viewer wrote, "That scared the life out of me." The second teased, "Are you afraid of bugs or something? Man, she has got some powerful lungs." Another anonymous viewer chimed in, "I am laughing my head off." But what Jae-hyun was actually interested in was that hideous little creature. "Ah, there you are," he muttered. Channeling a tiny bit of his magic, he created a small green orb and trapped the centipede inside. A third anonymous viewer requested, "I need a jump scare warning for stuff like this." Seeing him smile as he kept the centipede, the viewers were quite amused. The first anonymous viewer commented, "Well, it is kind of cute though." The second anonymous viewer wondered, what is he catching that thing for anyway? Min Jae-hyun patiently answered their question. "I am keeping this because it might come in handy later." He then turned to his teammates. Suddenly, glowing, fiery red gems materialized in Min Jae-hyun's hands. He handed them over, catching his teammates completely off guard as he said, "There are a few things we need to prepare before we move on." Kim Yoo-jung was still pale from the scare earlier. Looking absolutely petrified at the tiny orbs in Jae-hyun's hand, she asked, "Do we really have to eat these?" Park Sung-woo also looked terrified, recalling how a circus performer had once rolled his eyes back while swallowing a blazing ball of fire. "I used to be in a circus that did fire-eating acts," he shuddered. Kim Ji-na stared at the fiery gems, gulping in sheer anxiety and silently begging for mercy. Min Jae-hyun looked at the two of them and flashed a bright, mischievous grin. "Oh, come on, don't look so miserable." Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun's eyes widened, and his face turned as pale and terrifying as a vengeful ghost. He threatened them, "Eat them, while I am still being nice." All three of them turned pale with dread, reluctantly staring at the glowing orbs in his hands. Park Sung-woo bit his lip, trying his best to hold back a gag. Fighting back their disgust, they reluctantly muttered, "Yes, boss." Past the massive boulders, a towering stone pillar glowed with lava-like fiery red energy, stretching all the way from the ground to the cave ceiling. The dungeon was divided into 3 floors. The further they went, the more intense the heat and blazing steam became, with boiling lava bubbling up everywhere. It was hot enough to incinerate anything that touched or came near it. The final boss awaited them on the bottom floor, and it was a massive, terrifying black dragon. As he walked, Min Jae-hyun thought to himself, "Since I am already here, I should take care of everything I can." He suddenly stopped in his tracks, but before doing that, he checked his system interface and said, "We need to locate the boss first, so we can clear this second floor." Pointing upward, Min Jae-hyun smiled and asked the viewers, "Hey, I actually know where a treasure might be hidden around here. Are you guys curious?" Hearing this, the stream chat instantly blew up. Anonymous 13 commented, "Haha, who in their right mind would say no to treasure?" Anonymous 100 was thrilled. "Whoa, treasure." Meanwhile, Anonymous 9 piped up to show off. "I already know they are usually hidden behind towers or at the bottom of wells." Hearing their reactions, Min Jae-hyun smiled and calculated in his head. Perfect. They are taking the bait. Leaking a tiny detail like this was the best way to grab the viewer's attention. His eyes grew sharp. After all, his real motive was completely different. One of the treasures hidden in this dungeon, Min Jae-hyun pointed as he gave a hint, is. He paused before continuing, the fire salamander. It is a colossal creature with bright red skin covered in yellow, eye-like patterns and a ridiculously long tongue. Jae-hyun explained excitedly, These things love collecting shiny objects, especially stuff like crowns. Because of that habit, you can usually find some pretty useful items hidden in their nests. His reveal successfully hooked the viewer's interest. Anonymous 3 laughed. Aha! Anonymous 1 quickly chimed in. Seriously? I had no idea. Anonymous 9 added, I just looked it up, and apparently fire salamanders are extremely greedy. They will hoard all kinds of items for themselves. I have no idea how he knows these items are hidden in a fire salamander's nest, though. Min Jae-hyun raised his hand to answer. I did my homework. Then, he fell deep into thought. The hidden treasure on the second floor was actually a replica of Balmung. Balmung is a legendary sword featured in the Nibelungenlied epic from around the 1200s in Germany. It is famously known as a dragon-slaying sword. A single lethal strike from this sword to the dragon's back, right near its neck, is enough to end the beast's life instantly. And just like in the legends, it is an item of overwhelming and destructive power. The original sword was owned by a German hunter named Balak. Resting his chin on his hand, Min Jae-hyun calculated, if the original is an S-rank item, even a replica should be pretty sweet. Kim Ji-na asked curiously. But wait, what's the fire salamander's weakness? Kim Yoo-jung turned around and answered immediately, catching Gina's full attention. The fire salamander's outer hide is incredibly tough, so dealing any real damage to it is going to be really hard. An image of the massive, chubby fire salamander appeared, lying in a heap while breathing fire, looking absolutely terrifying. Yoo-jung continued to explain. But their underbelly isn't nearly as tough, so if we focus all our attacks on their bellies, taking them down will be a piece of cake. In the past, other warriors and mages teamed up and used this exact strategy to defeat them. The most common way is to finish them off using ice magic. Kim Ji-na stared at Kim Yoo-jung, her eyes filled with pure admiration. Whoa, you know a lot. What did you get on the written exam anyway? Kim Yoo-jung acts humble and adds that, either way, the best time to strike is right after they eat, since their movements will be pretty slow. Min Jae-hyun chimes in. She is absolutely right. So we'd better prepare as thoroughly as possible before we head out. He tilts his head with a smirk, thinking how perfect it would be if they could find some hidden treasure too. Scalding hot, bright red lava flows everywhere. Even the rocks here are burning up, scorched and cracked by the intense heat. Min Jae-hyun's team is making their way through this treacherous area, while Kim Yoo-jung checks the system information. Park Seong-gu wipes the sweat from his cheek and grunts exhaustedly. Man, this place is way hotter than the other zones. If I did not have a fire attribute, I would seriously be struggling right now. Leading the way, Min Jae-hyun raises his hand, signaling the team to halt. He glances around, secretly planning to make his move here. He tells the team, hold on, I can feel mana around here. At this point, the viewers start speculating. Anonymous 2 chimes in first. Oh, I think I know what item he is going to get this time. Anonymous 23 agrees. Yeah, I would bet on that too. Anonymous 55 realizes. Oh, that one? Min Jae-hyun slowly paces across the fiery red ground. As he steps into an area littered with rusty old swords stabbed into the ground, the chat keeps buzzing. Anonymous 93 still seems completely lost. What the hell are you guys even talking about? Anonymous 52 notices. Oh, that sword? The old-looking ones stuck in the rocks? Kim Yoo-jung frowns, scanning the area. Hey, these swords cannot be the hidden treasure, right? There are just way too many of them. Kim Ji-na looks stunned. Yeah. They look like unregistered items. Park Seong-gu wipes his sweat and continues investigating. Min Jae-hyun carefully examines the swords and notes. Dozens of swords stuck in the stone. This is the major hidden treasure of the second floor, though Gu Ja-in probably messed everything up so the students would not be able to find it. One of his eyes glows a brilliant gold as he sneers inwardly, wondering how that guy's pathetic tricks could ever fool him. The system announces that the active skill scout has been activated. The swords begin to glow as he scans for unregistered items. Seeing Min Jae-hyun standing frozen in place, the viewers start getting anxious. Anonymous 23 asks, what is he even doing? Anonymous 77 is also curious, why is Min Jae-hyun channeling mana into his eyes? Anonymous 1 snaps back, can you guys just shut up for a second? Anonymous 3 chimes in, I just realized we got baited. Right then, Min Jae-hyun smiles, found it. He has finally found the sword he was looking for. It shines much brighter than the others, looking larger and radiating massive energy. Min Jae-hyun casually walks over, grabs the hilt, and pulls it straight out, leaving a deep fissure in the ground. The system immediately displays the gear details. Defiled Balmung, an A-rank replica of the beloved sword of Dragon Slayer Siegfried. The sealed effect increases strength by 70 and agility by 30. The S-rank Dragon Slayer passive skill currently cannot be activated because it has been defiled. The passive skill is called S-rank Dragon Slayer, which boosts the user's physical damage when fighting dragons. The viewers resume their commentary. Anonymous 1 asks, "Wait, how did he even know that was a hidden treasure?" Anonymous 6 types out, "I am sure he has his ways." Anonymous 10 says skeptically, "Where is this blind faith even coming from?" Anonymous 91 wonders, "What kind of way?" Min Jae-hyun swings the sword confidently, "Do not worry, I have a plan." He acts mysterious. "It would not be any fun if I told you guys everything right away, now would it?" He frowns as he stares at the pitch-black blade. Of course, this replica can only be used here, and if you do not meet the requirements, it is basically garbage. He ponders, "But to me, it is worth more than anything." Min Jae-hyun figures he can actually smuggle this thing out of here. The group continues along the path. Kim Yoo-jung turns around and says, "I think it should be somewhere nearby." Min Jae-hyun nods, staring down into the deep cavern. "Exactly, but we need to wait a bit longer. The flame salamander lord only eats once a day at dinner." Looking down at the lava flow inside the cave, Kim Yoo-jung asks skeptically. Min Jae-hyun turns his head to listen as she asks, "Are you sure this will not just waste our time? Flame salamanders have a really sharp sense of smell, so we might get ambushed if we just linger around here." Min Jae-hyun walks on, speaking calmly. "Exactly. And that is why we need to avoid that." Kim Yoo-jung wonders, "But how?" Suddenly, her face goes pale as she spots something. It turns out to be the centipede she ran into when they first entered the cave. Holding the blue sphere containing the centipede, Min Jae-hyun grins. "We will be using this." He holds out the blue sphere, and a terrified Kim Yoo-jung backs away, trying to keep her distance from the insect. Min Jae-hyun grabs her by the wrist. "Where do you think you are going? You are the most important person here, you know." Sweating bullets, Kim Yoo-jung reluctantly stays. Tears well up in her eyes as she stares blankly, totally taken aback and unable to believe what she just heard from Jae-hyun. "Me?" Min Jae-hyun explains clearly, laying everything out for his teammates to understand. When Kim Yoo-jung shrieked in terror after spotting the wriggling creature, that centipede we caught at the entrance caught Min Jae-hyun's attention, and he immediately recognized it as a bomb centipede. That was why he quickly trapped it inside his magic circle, totally fascinated by the little creature. This centipede is pretty special. It might look tiny, but the moment it senses danger, it secretes a strange liquid. That fluid is infamous for a stench, so foul it will literally bring tears to your eyes. Meanwhile, the group silently watched the fire salamander. It was looking around, moving slowly as if searching for prey. And honestly, with its body engulfed in flames, it did not look like an easy target at all. Min Yoon explained a bit more about that creepy, wriggling centipede, calling it the secret weapon for their hunt. Hiding behind some massive boulders, Park Sung-gu and Kim Jina whispered, "It is here." They kept a close eye on the situation. Looking a bit tense, Kim Do-young gripped her magic staff tightly, standing her ground as the massive beast crawled closer. Her face darkened. She whipped her head around, glaring daggers at Min Hyun as she gritted her teeth, warning him, "You promised me." It looked like Kim Do-young acting as bait came with a heavy price. Min Hyun offered a reassuring smile to calm her down. He crossed his arms, responding casually, "Haha, of course, who do you think I am?" But deep down, his heart sank. Behind that cheerful smile, his inner self was screaming, "I am so dead." Meanwhile, Kim Do-young went completely pale, sweating bullets and holding back tears. She stared ahead with wide eyes, whispering, "Wait, what? No way." Do-young threw her head back, whining dramatically. She wanted to quit right then and there, crying, "I hate bugs. No way, not centipedes. I absolutely despise them." Min Hyun sighed, completely speechless at her reaction. He leaned in close to her ear to offer a little bribe. "I have an item that Master Dongwoon absolutely loves. Finish this mission, and it is yours." Hearing that, Do-young's expression instantly flipped to pure, veins-popping determination. Min Hyun could only laugh awkwardly, racking his brain for a way to back up his bluff. Looking away, he thought, "Shoot, I was just going to give her some random junk." Sweat started dripping down his face, "But she will literally murder me if she finds out. I have to find something real." Meanwhile, in the chat, Anonymous 1 had a question. "Is this actually going to work?" Anonymous 61 nodded in agreement, commenting, It actually sounds like a solid plan. Who knows? It might just work. Min Jae-hyun smiled and reassured them. Relax. There is nothing to worry about. We have a wind magic specialist right here. After all, Kim Do-young stood tall, raising her staff in front of her. Her dead serious expression shut everyone up instantly. She slammed the end of her staff into the ground to anchor herself, bracing for the impact. Channeling her energy, she focused her power into the blue sphere containing the glowing centipede. Suddenly, a bright yellow streak appeared on the ground. It drifted smoothly through the air. Standing perfectly still, Do-young watched as a long swirling stream of light rose from the faint haze. It turned out to be the centipede's foul stench. She had filtered it out and channeled it directly toward the fire salamander. The chat was absolutely losing its mind. Anonymous One commented in surprise, "No way. She can actually control smells? And redirecting them like that? What kind of crazy skill is that?" Anonymous 2, unfazed, calmly replied, "That is only possible for those who have absolute control over their mana." Anonymous 81 was deeply impressed. Seriously impressive. But Anonymous 15 chimed in. "I have never felt bad for a monster before, but man, that is a dirty trick." Anonymous 18 jokingly whined, "Humans are so cruel." By now, the fire salamander was starting to catch a whiff of the strange breeze drifting its way. It raised its head to sniff the air. Flame still flickering on its back, it tried to investigate. But the second the scent hit its nose, the beast froze in absolute shock. Tears welled up in its eyes as it stood there completely dazed, with absolutely no clue what was happening. Suddenly, it let out an ear-piercing shriek. Its agonizing cry echoed throughout the entire cave, causing rocks and lava to crumble and crash down everywhere. The whole place felt like it was about to cave in. Park Sung-gu gave a tense smile as he glanced at the fire salamander. Well, looks like it worked. He could hardly believe his eyes. Wait, is that thing actually gagging? Kim Jina watched in silence, covering her mouth in disbelief. Her face was filled with sheer horror. Completely losing control, the fire salamander violently thrashed its tail. Wherever its tail slammed, rocks shattered, shaking the entire cavern. Tears and drool sprayed everywhere as the beast squeezed its eyes shut in pure agony. It threw its mouth open, screaming in misery. As its massive body thrashed wildly, Min Jae-hyun seized his chance. He slid forward, keeping his balance and staying highly alert, even though the beast was completely disoriented. Min Jae-hyun called out to his team, "Everyone ready? You know the drill." Park Sung-gu and Kim Jina slid down right behind him. They nodded in unison. Park Sung-gu replied calmly, "We will hold here, and move the second you give the word." Min Jae-hyun looked back with a nod. "All right." He whipped back around, locking his cold gaze onto the target, ready to strike. Shards of ice began materializing around his hands. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Active skill, Ice Spear Level 2, activated. Min Jae-hyun widened his stance, anchoring his feet as the ice shards coalesced into a massive, razor-sharp spear. He crouched low to gather momentum, and right after that, Min Jae hurled the weapon in his hand at the fire salamander with lightning speed and deadly precision. The spear pierced straight into its back, making it shriek in agonizing pain. Its body hunched over in agony, its mouth wide open from the sheer pain. When it finally managed to close its mouth, tears streamed down like a river, its tongue lolling out as it whimpered in absolute misery. Min Jae leapt down into the cave, landing lightly on one foot. His palm was already primed to cast ice magic, his eyes locked onto his target with razor-sharp focus. The furious fire salamander, its watery eyes wide with rage, breathed out fire as if wanting to eat him alive. Min Jae calculated his moves carefully as he closed the distance. All right, now I just have to wait for the exact moment it breathes fire. Lunging low, he gripped the sword known as the Balmung replica, leaning forward as he prepared to strike. Min Jae smirked as he realized his chance had come. This was it. Gathering momentum, he hurled the sword forward with terrifying speed and precision. With a loud shout, he sent the sword tearing through the air, hurtling straight toward the fire salamander. It had just opened its mouth, but before it could do a thing, it took the flying sword straight down its throat. The fire salamander's eyes went wide, utterly stunned by this sudden move. Kim Yoo-jung watched with her arms crossed, pouting in disapproval and muttering under her breath, "What a show-off." Anonymous 2 was completely baffled, and so were the others, still reeling from Taewoo's death. Anonymous 10 asked, "What is he even doing?" The fire salamander was still crying, shaking its head in utter discomfort. Anonymous 20 mocked, "He's hosting a lizard mukbang stream." "Aha," Anonymous 12 asked curiously, So is that what they usually eat? Min Jae looked at the system screen and told the viewers, this is only the beginning. Smirking, he raised a single finger mysteriously, telling everyone to just sit back and watch. On a screen not far away, this exact scene was playing out. The sword was lodged deep in the salamander's throat. Stunned, Guanin slammed both hands on the table, his eyes wide and mouth agape in disbelief. His eyes bulged as sweat broke out all over his face. He wondered in a panic. There is no way a rookie trainee could know about this weakness. I intentionally left it out of the curriculum. Just then, the fire salamander started to turn and move, slowly shifting its body toward Min Jae. Suddenly, it lunged forward at high speed, making Min Jae shout immediately. Now, the fire salamander gathered its breath and unleashed a massive blast of fire forward, strong enough to blow away everything and melt any object in its path. Hearing the command, Park Sung-woo and Kim Ji-na stepped forward, raising their shields to block the attack. Along with the blasted flames, Min Jae's sword was spat back out, burning as it fell to the ground. As he bent down to pick up the hilt of the sword, the viewers were once again filled with confusion. Anonymous 65 didn't understand what was going on. Anonymous 20 was spamming, huh? While Anonymous 2 noticed something different about the sword. Why is that thing glowing? Min Jae smiled in satisfaction, looking at the gleaming, glowing sword in his hand. He admired it for a moment. Anonymous 35 couldn't help but ask, can someone please explain what's going on here? Min Jae was in no rush to reveal the secret. He drove the sword into the ground and tapped the system screen. A notification popped up. Equipped item. Corrupted Balmung. An A-rank replica of the Dragon Slayer Siegfried's sword. Effect 1. Strength increased by 70. Agility increased by 30. S-rank passive skill, Dragon Slayer obtained. Corrupted item has been purified. Min Jae looked at the notification and smirked. Now, let's see how the viewers react. The chat was about to explode, their hype off the charts. Anonymous 41 kept shouting, "Whoa, Balmung." Anonymous 61 asked skeptically, "Is this for real? Why would that sword show up here?" Anonymous 95 was stunned. "Isn't that the sword owned by Beck from Germany?" Anonymous 76 gasped, "Just a replica is already this powerful? That's insane." Min Jae chuckled at their reactions. "Just as I thought," he muttered as he gripped the hilt of the sword embedded in the ground, explaining, "Inside the salamander's core lies a purifying power, which can be used to cleanse corrupted items." Min Jae looked at the fire salamander's resentful glare and continued, "However, the purifying flame only works while the monster is still alive. So, pulling this off is actually quite difficult." Clenching his fist and holding it out, he thought to himself, "But with my ability to manifest cooperative magic, a trick like this is a breeze." Anonymous 7 commented, "This guy's a rookie, but he acts like he has a ton of experience. Ha ha." Min Jae began dragging his sword forward. Anonymous 39 gasped, "Whoa, it actually worked." Anonymous 75 remarked, "I thought he was a rookie, but he seriously looks more like a pro." The chat was buzzing with excitement. Anonymous 9 wondered, "Why is a mage wielding a sword?" Anonymous 35 noted, "There are 2 warriors standing right in front of him. I bet he's going to give the sword to them. Or maybe not?" Anonymous 516 chimed in, "About to say he should give it to one of them. Is that him?" Min Jae-hyun charges onto the front line, majestically wrapped in raging flames. Anonymous 1 comments, "Be careful out there. Is he going for the magic warrior path?" Ha ha ha. The fire salamander cranes its neck, flicking its tongue as it keeps a close eye on him. One of Min Jae-hyun's eyes flashes with a sharp golden light, but it's already too late, and a flood of system alerts starts popping up. The passive skill, Haste, is supporting your movement. The passive skill, Nimble Movement, is supporting your movement. Activating the active skill, Gale. Instantly, his movement speed skyrockets far beyond normal. Min Jae-hyun darts toward his target like a bullet, swinging his sword with absolute determination. Did you really think you could escape? The fire salamander bares its claws, digging its powerful legs into the ground to brace itself. Min Jae-hyun unleashes a sharp, horizontal slash, striking the fire salamander right in the leg. He flips gracefully through the air, executing the move with absolute precision. As he lands, he drives his sword into the ground to keep himself from sliding too far. This allows him to pull off a smooth, soft landing. Regaining his footing the very next second, another system alert rings out. Activating the active skill, Ice Domain. Instantly, massive, razor-sharp pillars of ice erupt right before his eyes. The fire salamander scrambles to dodge the ice, but with one leg already out of commission, it fails to keep its balance and wobbles to the side. Park Sung-woo yells out, "Its underbelly is wide open." Min Jae-hyun immediately seizes the chance, leaping high into the air to deliver a devastating strike straight down at the beast. The blade pierces right into its underbelly, bursting with a blinding light. Kim Daeok-sung lets out a deep sigh of relief, while Park Sung-woo and Kim Ji-na finally let their guards down, feeling completely safe again. Min Jae-hyun stands proudly atop the dead fire salamander. Witnessing this, Anonymous, one can't help but gasp, "What on earth did I just witness?" Right after, Anonymous 21 comments, "Oh my god." Min Jae-hyun lets out a satisfied, relieved smile. It seems everything has finally paid off, living up to all his expectations. Anonymous 8 writes, "It's not just his class path anymore. Being a magic warrior is his very nature." Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a figure is hunched over, typing furiously on a keyboard. She curls her legs up on the chair, munching on potato chips. And, "Uploaded," she says, mid-chew. Seo Ah-hyun wonders why he made her do something so tedious. The post she just made is titled, "Must Read, The Real Identity of Rookie Min Jae-hyun." She nods to herself, but then again, getting this much attention is pretty nice. The post reads, "Hello, I am a big fan of Raiders. Cadet Min Jae-hyun is currently putting on an impressive show in the second round of the midterm exams, so I took the opportunity to dig a little deeper into this mysterious figure. Check out the articles below. Link number 1. A themed dungeon appeared at Neverland. Just 2 high school cadets successfully cleared it, causing a massive stir. During the recent incident, only 2 cadets managed to conquer the themed dungeon, taking the public by storm. One of those cadets is none other than the rising star, Min Jae-hyun, and the other is Seo Ah-hyun, a pretty and clever girl. Besides the images in this article, there's another photo. Can you tell who that is? That's right. It's Min Jae-hyun. Meanwhile, students begin gathering around computers to look at the post. Many people used to think Min Jae-hyun was only good at editing photos and videos. Even students holding their phones are drawn to the post. I wanted to keep this to myself after hearing a few things from those involved in the Neverland incident, but I felt like I had to share this after watching the live broadcast of the midterm exams, which is why I'm writing this. Now, I have to get back to watching the live stream, so I won't be replying to any more comments. As her computer screen glows in the dark, Yoo Sung-yoon smiles while reading through the lines. Resting her cheek on her hand, she says, "So this is why you made that proposal to me? You're quite the trickster, aren't you?" Yoo Sung-yoon recalls how Min Jae-hyun approached her with absolute confidence a while ago, saying, "Something very interesting is going to happen during the midterm broadcast." Back then, Yoo Sung-yoon had weighed the options carefully before replying, "This involves the entire guild. The risk is just too high." Min Jae-hyun listened in silence. After a brief pause, he smiled and replied, "Then how about this? Just keep an eye on what I've planned, and once you feel it's worth getting involved, you can make your decision then. What do you say?" Hearing Min Jae-hyun speak with such conviction, Yoo Sung-yoon let out a soft laugh and crossed her arms, looking quite pleased. Snapping out of her memories, Yoo Sung-yoon slowly stands up and mutters, "Getting involved? So this is why he was so confident I wouldn't refuse him?" She calls out to the man standing near the door, Sung Jae. Hearing her voice, he turns around immediately and replies, "Yes?" Yoo Sung-yoon stands by her desk, looking at him as she orders, "Get in touch with the reporters." Park Sung-jae asks with a hint of concern, "Right now?" Yoo Sung-yoon closes her eyes and gives a gentle smile. "I think Gu Jae-in is about to go down." A split second later, her eyes snap open, sparkling with anticipation and excitement. She continues, "That is, if everything goes according to Jae-hyun's plan." Meanwhile, Seo Ah-hyun checks the view count on her post. Watching the views skyrocket, she says with a satisfied smirk, "Hee hee, awesome. The views are shooting up like crazy." Seo In-na munches on some potato chips, playfully swinging her legs back and forth in her chair. Leaning back, she ponders for a moment and mutters to herself, "Well, going viral is great and all, but why on earth did he make me do this?" Before the second round started, Seo In-na and Min Jae-hyun were hanging out together. While she was slumped over the desk, lazily flipping through a book, he was sitting calmly with his legs crossed, deeply focused on his reading. Curious, Seo In-na pipes up, "Hey, what are you working on?" Hearing her voice, Min Jae-hyun shifts his attention. He slowly pulls his eyes away from the page and casts a casual glance her way. Then, Min Jae-hyun gently closes the book. Raising the book with his right hand while resting his left on the table, He smiles faintly and says, "Just planning how to deal with that bastard, Jin." Seo In-na listens intently. Resting her cheek on one hand, she waves the other in confusion and presses him. "Wait, what kind of plan?" Pushing himself up from the desk, Min Jae-hyun says, "You'll see. I'm a bit busy right now, so I can't explain everything to you just yet." Hearing this, Seo In-na sits straight up, completely stunned that he'd leave her hanging like that. Her face drops in utter disappointment. Snapping back to the present, Seo In-na throws her head back, closes her eyes, and lets out a long sigh. Pouting in frustration, she grumbles, "He's just making me more curious. It's so annoying. If he wanted my help, the least he could do was explain things a little." Suddenly, some new messages pop up on her computer screen, catching her attention. She quickly leans in to get a closer look. It's a comment from Anonymous 31 that reads, "Is that really Seo In-na? I don't even know what she looks like, but she was incredibly sharp during that interview." Smirking, she quickly taps away on her keyboard, replying to the anonymous user, "Actually, I've seen her in real life before. She's like a literal goddess, and she's even prettier, up close." After posting her reply and reading it over, Seo In-na grins with pride. "Hee hee, exactly." But then, she suddenly freezes, her brow furrowing as she immediately regrets it. "Ugh, I really shouldn't have commented. I should have just let them talk among themselves." Sighing in frustration, she gets up and walks away. "Sigh, I'm gonna go grab some more snacks." Meanwhile, back with Min Jae-hyun's party, they're still on the second floor, surrounded by blazing volcanic mountains that show no signs of cooling down. Min Jae-hyun steps forward, grabs his sword, and plunges it into the fire salamander, slicing open its belly to search for something. Suddenly, his hand grips something. A bright smile breaks across his face as he cheers. "Found it!" Leaning in with curiosity, Kim Yoo-jung peers over and asks, "What is that?" Min Jae-hyun turns his head to look at her. Holding up a small, shimmering ring, he replies, "The Ring of Superpower." Instantly, the system screen flashes. Item name, Incomplete Ring of Superpower. Rank B to A. Its effect, temporarily amplifies mana to boost magic, allowing the user to learn the active skill, Overload. However, the current rank is low due to a lack of superpower stones. And because the item is incomplete, the stats for Overload remain unstable. Right after that, another notification pops up. Active skill, Overload. Rank A effect. Amplifies mana to boost magic power by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. However, due to the missing superpower stone, you will be unable to use any mana for 5 minutes after the skill ends. Min Jae-hyun stares at the ring, lost in thought. This is the very item the Academy prepared as a reward for the midterm exam. Even though it's incomplete without the superpower stone, it's still an incredibly useful piece of gear. To keep things fair, Min Jae-hyun turns to his teammates and says, "But since there's only one ring, how about we play rock, paper, scissors to decide who gets to keep it?" Hearing this, Kim Ji-na quickly waves her hands. "No way, the person who did the most work should take it." Park Sung-guk nods in agreement. "Exactly, there's no way we could just take it after all you did." Crossing her arms, Kim Yoo-jung adds, "You carried us through all the fights. Just buy us a nice meal once we get out of here, and we'll call it even." Smiling warmly, Min Jae-hyun slips the ring onto his finger and says, "Well, if you guys insist." Just then, a blue light envelops them as a system notification flashes, immediately drawing everyone's attention. "You have received the reward, teleporting party members to the next floor." Min Jae-hyun calmly takes one last look around the second floor before the system alerts them that they have arrived on the third floor. Next, a system warning appears. The protective barrier will lower in 1 minute, and the boss fight will begin. Please prepare. All 4 of them stand before the towering barrier, staring into the distance. Clenching her fist, Kim Yoo-jung gently taps the barrier. To her surprise, it feels just like thin glass, as if it could shatter at any moment. Suddenly, a massive shadow falls over Kim Yoo-jung, prompting her to stop tapping and look up in curiosity. A colossal, flaming stone fist, made of pure lava, slams violently into the barrier, cracking it instantly. Terrified, Kim Yoo-jung turns pale and quickly stumbles backward. Her eyes widen in sheer terror, and she's left completely speechless as she gets a clear look at the monstrous entity looming before them. In stark contrast, Min Jae-hyun remains completely unfazed, his composure unbroken as he watches the chaos unfold. Kim Ji-na and Park Song-gu also turned pale with fear, instinctively backing away as their mouths hung open in utter shock, staring up at the giant beast. As Kim Do-young was backing up, she suddenly lost her footing and slipped backward, falling flat on the ground in panic, her limbs trembling so hard she couldn't even stand. Her face frozen in sheer terror. Right in front of Kim Do-young, just past the barrier, was a colossal stone monster, with glowing, fiery red cracks covering its entire body, glaring straight down at them. Standing at its feet, Kim Do-young looked completely insignificant, like a tiny speck, compared to its massive size. Min Jae-hyun remained completely unfazed. He turned to Kim Do-young and asked her what was wrong, and trying to play it cool, she forced out, "Oh, well, the barrier seems pretty solid." Park Song-gu anxiously chimed in, "Yeah, seriously." Kim Jina walked over and asked, "Ji-hyun, do you have a plan?" Min Jae-hyun glanced over at her, then calmly looked around at everyone and replied, "Nope." Hearing this, Kim Do-young couldn't believe her ears and scrambled to her feet, yelling, "What?" Min Jae-hyun shoved one hand into his pocket and smiled with absolute confidence. "We don't need a plan," he continued, "because I'm taking this thing on by myself." Right then, countless cracks began to spread across the barrier. It seemed like it couldn't hold up any longer. The system alert flashed, announcing that the boss monster, the lava golem, had appeared. The monster looked incredibly massive and terrifying. Anonymous 9 asked in confusion and worry, "What on earth is he doing?" Anonymous 10 chimed in with some logic. "Isn't it basic common sense to gather info on the enemy while holding your formation? What are the other members even supposed to do if he just goes solo?" Anonymous 22 immediately shot back. "He obviously knows what he's doing, so you guys should stop backseat driving and shut up." Min Jae-hyun stared intently at the monster, carefully weighing his options. Every year is different, but this is the exact place where 70% of the cadets fail the exam. The monsters change every year, but they're always B rank or C rank threats. Min Jae-hyun stood in silence for a moment, watching the barrier on the verge of shattering. The moment the barrier shattered, the system displayed the quest: defeat the golem and retrieve its mana core. The massive, ferocious beast let out a roar so powerful it blew away the remaining shards of the shield. Min Jae-hyun's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings. He figured they must have cleared out the area to make it easier for the viewers to watch. Min Jae-hyun looked around once more. There wasn't a single obstacle in sight. No large boulders, no signs of life, just a searing, smoky heat rising from the ground. The ground was a scorched, desolate red, looking as if nothing had ever lived there. Min Jae-hyun thought to himself that this place was incredibly barren and wide open, but he pumped himself up, his senses sharp and fully prepared for battle anyway. In the blink of an eye, Min Jae-hyun launched himself high into the air, leaving a deep crater in the ground from his leap, sending clouds of dust billowing. Seeing this, the monster roared, opening its mouth in wild excitement as it waited for him. Calm as ever, Min Jae-hyun pulled his fist back, channeling his energy until a pale blue light enveloped his hand and charged straight at the monster. Shocked by his sudden move, Kim Jina turned pale and screamed, "Ji-hyun, don't, it's too dangerous." Park Song-gu was just as startled and terrified, reaching out his hand and yelling, "Wait!" Just then, Kim Do-young spoke up to reassure them, making both of them turn around in confusion. She said, "Don't worry, he'll be fine." Park Song-gu blinked, completely lost, and asked, "Wait, what?" Kim Do-young crossed her arms, her expression serious as she explained, "That guy is insanely strong. A monster of this level is nothing to him." At that exact moment, Min Jae-hyun and the beast clashed, the golem throwing a massive punch of its own. As their fists collided, a massive shockwave exploded outward, threatening to blow everything away. Even though Min Jae-hyun looked tiny compared to the stone giant, he wasn't pushed back at all. In fact, he seemed to be holding his own, matching its power perfectly. The moment their fists clashed, they backed off, both pulling their arms back to ready their next strikes. Min Jae-hyun suspended himself in midair, showing absolutely no signs of backing down. Kim Jina bit her lip, watching silently. She was incredibly worried inside a lava golem was at least B rank, which meant this would be a tough fight for him. But Kim Do-young had to have a good reason to trust him this much. The massive monster gathered its strength, pulling its arm back to throw another devastating punch. With a sharp glare, Min Jae-hyun saw right through its intentions. He didn't panic for a second. The golem launched another overwhelming, powerful strike. But Min Jae-hyun easily blocked the blow by manifesting a protective barrier around himself. Shards of rock exploded in all directions. Min Jae-hyun lowered his center of gravity, landing gracefully on his feet, alert and ready to strike back. The system displayed a notification, activating skill, Gale level 4. He calmly stared ahead, determined to end things with this next move. The system screen read, activating skill, Frost. Instantly, Min Jae-hyun stomped the ground, sending a path of sharp, towering ice jaggedly surging toward the monster. The massive, freezing block of ice made the golem hesitate for a moment, flinching back. It smashed its massive fist directly into the oncoming ice block. The impact sent tremors through the entire area. Having smashed the tip of the ice, it let out a deafening roar. The massive monster pulls its hand back. Min Jae-hyun stands perfectly still, watching closely as the system alerts him that the mana detection skill has been activated. Min Jae-hyun keeps his eyes wide and sharp, on high alert, refusing to let his guard down for even a single second. The moment the stone monster's massive arm crashes down toward him, Min Jae-hyun effortlessly leaps aside, easily dodging the blow. Gathering all its power into its other fist, the beast prepares to strike again. It unleashes a lightning-fast blow with devastating force right at Min Jae-hyun, but he simply ducks, dodging it with ease. The viewers are absolutely stunned and filled with admiration. Anonymous 3 praises him in total awe. Wow, he's dodging every single attack like he already knew they were coming. Min Jae-hyun leaps backward to create some distance. He casually slips one hand into his pocket, completely fearless. Anonymous 8 gasps in disbelief. Where on earth did this player even come from? Anonymous 31 is still a bit skeptical, asking, but can he really defeat that monster all by himself? Anonymous 99 chimes in. I'm not sure, but I bet. He thinks to himself, this lava golem is extremely durable and packs a heavy punch, but there's still a way to take it down. Suddenly, a long magical chain shoots out from Min Jae-hyun's palm. The system instantly alerts him, activating the bind skill. The chains rapidly spread out, and in the blink of an eye, they bind the monster's limbs so tightly that it can't move a single muscle. The system displays the next alert, activating the ice rain skill. Min Jae-hyun stares coldly at the beast. Small fragments of ice begin to form around his hand. In an instant, a barrage of ice shards, ranging from tiny to massive, rains down on the monster all at once. The beast tries to shrink back to avoid the onslaught, but the chains hold it firmly in place. Min Jae-hyun continues to watch silently, analyzing the situation. The bind skill only holds it for a brief moment, but by the time the chains shatter, countless sharp icicles have already pierced deep into the monster's body. This makes it incredibly hard for the beast to move. With every step it takes, chunks of ice break off, but several shards remain deeply embedded in its joints. Min Jae-hyun casually keeps one hand in his pocket, while a stream of magical water swirls around his other hand, his face filled with complete confidence. Min Jae-hyun smirks and says, "That's more than enough." The system screen flashes, activating the water bullet skill. Immediately, the swirling water shoots away from his hand, transforming into rapid-fire magical bullets. The bullets strike every inch of the monster's body, arms, and legs, leaving it with absolutely no time to react. The blasts of water douse the monster's body, completely extinguishing its flames and turning its glowing body dark and cold. Finally, the monster shatters into countless stone fragments that rain down to the ground, filling the entire area with a massive cloud of dust. The system displays a congratulatory message. You have successfully defeated the dungeon boss. Min Jae-hyun slowly walks over to the pile of rubble, standing before it to admire his handiwork. He turns his head back, smiling as he spreads his arms to the side, telling the viewers, "We won." The audience is left utterly speechless. Anonymous 51 asks, "Was that really a boss fight?" Anonymous 5 sighs. Those poor cadets are about to be compared to this guy. Kim Jina and Park Sung-woo stare at Min Jae-hyun, with wide, shocked eyes, completely speechless and lost for words. Kim Yoo-jong frowns slightly and mutters, "What an absolute lunatic." She casts her eyes down, lost in thought. Every single time we meet, he gets so much stronger. It feels like he's drifting further and further out of my reach. Kim Yoo-jong stares at his back. She feels as if he is wrapped in a brilliant light and power, so dazzling and distant that she could never hope to catch up. Following that, the system announces the completion of the dungeon. You have cleared all floors and obtained the golem's mana core. Min Jae-hyun doesn't seem very thrilled. He still can't afford to relax or let his guard down for even a single second. He knows the real test is far from over. Meanwhile, in a quiet, peaceful modern city, buildings stand tall side by side. Lush green trees line the streets, perfectly manicured. Min Jae-hyun mutters to himself, "There's still one more thing I need to do." He reminds himself of his goal, firmly declaring, "Gu Jae-in is going down today." With that settled, the system asks Min Jae-hyun, "Do you wish to return to reality?" He flatly replies, "No." Anonymous 10 is completely baffled by his answer. The system asks for confirmation. Do you wish to decline teleportation back to reality? Without a moment's hesitation, Min Jae-hyun replies, yes. Anonymous 56 asks, why isn't he going back? Anonymous 49 is just as curious, wondering, is there something else left for him to do there? Min Jae-hyun stares directly into the camera. He asks, are you guys disappointed that the fight ended so quickly? Min Jae-hyun smirks, reaching out with an invitation. Well, the real show is about to begin. Somewhere far away, a massive and deadly fire dragon lies in wait. The ferocious beast slumbers, baring its razor-sharp fangs. Min Jae-hyun continues addressing the audience. I'm gearing up to fight a hidden boss. With that, Min Jae-hyun's entire group begins walking down a stone pathway. The path cuts right through a boiling lake of lava, with intense heat that feels like it could swallow them whole. Min Jae-hyun and his teammates move forward. Upon arriving, the team suddenly stops in their tracks, staring at the path ahead. Anonymous 78 wonders what they are doing here. Anonymous 4 replies curiously, I want to know too. Min-hyun turns around to face everyone, smiling as he says, I can feel a massive amount of mana here. Min-hyun looks at Kim Ji-na and Park Sang-woo with eyes full of anticipation and trust, but they all quickly look away. Looking left and right, they hurriedly shift their gazes elsewhere. Park Sang-woo scratches his head while Kim Do-young rubs her cheek, both looking incredibly hesitant and reluctant. Min-hyun pouts, his face darkening as he glares at them. Kim Do-young, looking uneasy and not much better, questions him, hey, are you sure we'll be fine? Min-hyun squints his eyes with a bright, gentle, yet slightly threatening smile, and replies, don't worry. His next words make all three of them pale, their spirits instantly sinking. Min-hyun says, no matter how painful it gets, it won't kill you. Hearing this, Park Sang-woo shuts his eyes and doesn't dare to utter a word. Kim Ji-na tries to laugh, but tears are already streaming down her face. Kim Do-young grimaces and shuts her eyes in silence. All three of them groan to themselves. Yeah, we teamed up with the wrong guy. Suddenly, a flickering blue orb of light illuminates the entire cave, making every rock and detail of the surroundings look incredibly sharp and vivid. Min-hyun recalls the blue fireball back to his hand. Staring straight ahead, a slight smirk plays on his lips as he says, here it is. The group freezes in their tracks, their eyes collectively following the direction of Min-hyun's gaze, while the flame in his hand goes out, turning into a wisp of blue smoke that rises, disperses, and melts into the air. Suddenly, a system notification rings out. You have discovered a hidden floor that presents a special challenge. Kim Ji-na and Kim Do-young both open their eyes wide, staring at their surroundings in disbelief. None of them can hide the absolute shock and awe in their eyes as they look off into the distance. Whoa. The system displays the quest for Min-hyun, defeat the hidden boss on this hidden floor, and return to reality. Hearing this, he shows little interest, staring coldly off into the distance. Min-hyun casts his eyes down, deep in thought. Normal students wouldn't even detect the existence of a hidden floor. Min-hyun sweeps his gaze across the surroundings. His eyes land on a small rock shaped like a chopped-down tree stump. It sits all alone on the desolate stone ground, as if harboring some bizarre secret. Min-hyun continues to ponder the hidden floor. Even if they were lucky enough to stumble upon it, there is no way they could make it all the way here. He figures that Woo Jin knew this, which is why he placed a hidden floor here. Min-hyun suddenly leans down, his gaze locking onto one spot as a smirk plays on his lips. But I'm different, he thinks. I know every single hidden detail about this dungeon. Woo Jin, I bet you're absolutely shocked right now. Min-hyun turns around, pointing his index finger behind him as he announces with a cheerful grin, guys, don't you think something amazing is waiting for us here? Hearing his cryptic words, the stream viewers immediately go wild. Anonymous 3 asks in wonder, how on earth did he find this place? A new anonymous user, trying to process the shock, says, I can't believe my eyes. What kind of monster is he? Anonymous 91 immediately makes a comparison. Meanwhile, the others are still struggling on the second floor. Min-hyun glances away, seemingly not caring about any of this at all. And as expected, everything is completely under his control. He thinks, I already know how to summon the hidden boss, but I should at least pretend to search around a bit, right? Just as Min-hyun is debating his next move, Kim Do-young speaks up, breaking the long silence. She spots something unusual and stares intently at it, asking, what is that? Min-hyun immediately shifts his attention. Kim Ji-na and Park Sang-woo also look down. Kim Ji-na asks in disbelief, is this? Staring at the stump-like object, she gasps in surprise. An altar? She looks at the small round hole on its surface, glancing around suspiciously. Park Sang-woo agrees. Yeah. Suddenly, all three of them turn to look at Min Hyun at once, waiting for him to explain what is going on. Min Hyun grins smugly, showing his teeth as he says, "Come on, think. You guys really have no clue?" Kim Do-young suddenly has an epiphany and blurts out, "Ah, I get it." That pattern. Before she can even finish, Min Hyun reveals a blood-red orb in his palm. It is covered in cracks, looking like parched, dry earth. Kim Do-young quickly shifts her gaze to him. Brimming with confidence, Min Hyun presents the orb and says, "A golem core. Looks like this is the answer, doesn't it?" Kim Do-young frowns slightly, quite annoyed by Min Hyun's sudden interruption. She replies with a touch of irritation, "Yeah, otherwise there's no way it would fit so perfectly." That's exactly what I was about to say. Min Hyun steps forward, bringing the orb close to the circular hole in the center of the strange stone. He says decisively, "Then let's put it right here." The other three watch his movements without blinking, silently observing his every move. Min Hyun slowly drops the golem core into the circular hole, and it fits perfectly. The moment the core makes contact with the center of the stone, a strange resonant sound echoes through the air. A blindingly bright light bursts from the very bottom of the core. It illuminates the entire area, painting the surroundings in an eerie red glow. Instantly, beams of light trace along the cracks spreading from the core, enveloping Min Jae-hyun's group in a brilliant golden barrier. The group stands frozen in place. Min Jae-hyun suddenly spins around and yells with a dead serious look on his face, "Get back, now!" Right where the golem cores merged, a massive dragon made of pure fire emerges. Its colossal wings spread wide, looking as if they could swallow the entire sky. The wind whipped up by its wings threatens to blow everything away. Then, out of the raging inferno, a pair of fierce, menacing eyes glare at them. The beast looks ready to tear everyone to shreds. Just then, a system notification pops up. The hidden boss of the pocket dimension, the blood dragon, has appeared. Survive alongside your team, defeat the enemy, and claim the dragon's heart. If successful, you will obtain special rewards. The dragon's entire body is cloaked in a deadly, all-consuming fire, and its razor-sharp wings burn with a dangerous intensity. The beast bares its razor-sharp, dripping fangs, letting out a low, menacing growl. It holds its head high, spreading its wings amidst the sea of flames, letting out a long, deafening roar to assert its absolute dominance. The viewers are completely caught off guard by this. Anonymous, one gasps in shock. "What on earth is that?" Anonymous. 81 is just as stunned. "What the hell? Is that a real dragon?" Even veteran raiders struggle to deal with monsters like that. Anonymous 4 asks in disbelief, "How is this even possible? Who the hell put something like this in a pocket dimension?" Another anonymous viewer fumes. "Seriously, who designed this? What kind of ridiculous setup is this?" Seeing the viewers descend into utter chaos, Min Jae-hyun smirks. He thinks to himself, "Perfect. This panic is exactly what I wanted." This is a bit tricky since absolute calculation won't work against a dragon's physical attacks. But I can still handle this easily on my own. Sensing the imminent danger, Kim Jin-ah is overcome with terror. Her face, along with Park Sung-woo's, turns pale as a ghost, their mouths hanging wide open in sheer shock. Both of them scream in unison, "Damn it! What is going on?" Kim Yoo-jung stares at them blankly, opening her mouth to speak but finding herself completely speechless. Kim Yoo-jung lets out a heavy sigh and mutters to herself, "Their acting is terrible. Did they seriously never lie to their parents about needing textbook money when they were kids?" Kim Yoo-jung wide-eyes the scene and quickly gets into character. Pretending to panic, she turns pale and screams, "Everyone, fall back." Min Jae-hyun watches her performance with a calm expression, thinking to himself, "Wow, she's actually not bad. I had no idea she was such a good actress." With that, he gets into a low stance, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he decides to join the act. Suddenly, a massive wave of power erupts from Min Jae-hyun. By now, the dragon is absolutely furious, sparks flying from its eyes and maw, as another system notification chimes. The pocket dimension's connection is unstable. The blood dragon is enraged. Meanwhile, back at the command center, Gu Ja-in stands in front of his monitors, watching it all unfold. His screen shows a terrifying close-up of the dragon's face. His eyes widen in sheer horror and disbelief. "I just wanted this year's exam to go smoothly. How on earth did this happen? I was supposed to redirect the media's attention somewhere else." He grinds his teeth in sheer frustration. Gu Ja-in roars, causing the assistant standing nearby to flinch, too terrified to speak. Fuming with rage, he mutters, "Min Jae-hyun, this has to be his doing. He messed with the system again." The assistant nervously tries to reassure him. "But sir, this is an entire pocket dimension. There's no way a mere student could pull that off." Gu Jae-in glares back at him and barks, "Then how else do you explain this?" Gu Jae-in hangs his head, his eyes bulging as cold sweat pours down his face. Clenching his teeth, he seethes, "It has to be him." The assistant gulps, swallowing his fear as he calculates his next move. "If I help Principal Gu Jae-in out of this jam, my promotion is as good as guaranteed." He steps forward confidently, placing a hand over his chest as he boldly declares, "Don't worry, Principal. The worst-case scenario won't happen." Without even turning around, Gu Jae-in mutters cryptically, "Actually, it's a good thing he did." The assistant blinks, completely lost. "Huh?" He turns around with a dark, furious expression, trying his best to sound calm. If Min Jae-hyun's goal is just to grab the item, then this shouldn't be too big of an issue. Gu Jae-in watches the monitor as the dragon flies high, breathing out a torrent of fire. He continues, "Just let him have it. It's far better than letting Miles Academy's reputation take a hit." He stares blankly at the screen, thinking, exactly. If he clears this hidden dungeon, it might help take some of the heat off me. Gu Jae-in watches the battle unfold, noting the dragon's deadly claws as the area is engulfed in flickering flames. He continues to ponder, there is only one thing left to worry about. If he's the one who enraged the dragon, the consequences could be catastrophic. Trying to calm himself down, Gu Jae-in forces a smile and says, "But for now, the only thing we can do is pray that Min Jae-hyun actually manages to slay the blood dragon." All the color drains from Gu Jae-in's face as he stares ahead, completely paralyzed with fear. Stunned silence. Right now, Min Jae-hyun is holding a severely injured Kim Yoo-jung on the ground. He calls out in a panic, "Kim Yoo-jung, wake up!" Kim Yoo-jung winces, barely able to open her eyes. Min Jae-hyun turns to the other two and says, "Jina, Songwoo, I'm leaving Kim Yoo-jung in your hands." The two of them quickly reply, "Oh, okay." Seeing this, Gu Jae-in's eyes widen, bloodshot with rage. Kim Yoo-jung forces her eyes open. Blood drips from her mouth and her face is pale, but she still manages to say, "I'm okay." The other three rush over to support her, saying with deep concern, "No way, with an injury that bad, there is no way you should be moving." Park Song-woo nods in agreement. "She is bleeding way too much. I think the instance's defense system is broken. We need to get out of here right now." Gu Jae-in's face grows darker by the second. Cold sweat pours down his face as sheer panic sets in. Everything is going completely off script. What is this feeling? Am I being played? Meanwhile, the public chat is going wild. Anonymous 91 suddenly asks, "Wait, what? I thought they were in an instance, so she shouldn't be able to get hurt, right? But she is literally bleeding." Anonymous 7 chimed in. "I noticed earlier that the connection to the instance was unstable. Is that why?" Anonymous 2 nervously adds, "This is looking really bad. The HP bar above her head has completely vanished." On the system screen, the four names, Min Jae-hyun, Kim Jina, Kim Yoo-jung, and Park Song-woo flicker and begin to fade away. Anonymous 68 gasps. Does that mean they could actually die? Next to Gu Jae-in, his assistant asks in a panic, "Sir, what do we do now?" He gritted his teeth, growling every single syllable. Min Jae-hyun. With bloodshot eyes full of rage, he slams his fist onto the desk and roars, "How dare that little bastard!" Right then, the system screen slowly starts to restore. Min Jae-hyun watches the situation unfold with satisfaction, thinking to himself, how does it feel to be manipulated and slandered in front of the media, just like you used to do to others? The viewer's outrage and indignation quickly boil over. Anonymous 91 snaps. Every other part of the instance is completely fine. Only this area is glitched out. How on earth is Gu Jae-in running this academy? They continue to vent, or was this intentional? Min Jae-hyun badmouthed him, so maybe he got pissed and did this on purpose. Anonymous 37 chimes in, how many times has this happened already? How can they call themselves a school when they keep driving their students to their deaths? This isn't an academy, it's straight up hell. Min Jae-hyun glances to his side and whispers cautiously to Kim Yoo-jung, "Hey, you okay? You didn't actually get hit, did you?" Kim Yoo-jung continues to play the part. Bowing her head, she peeks open one eye, smirks, and whispers back, "Of course not. Am I really that good of an actress?" Hearing her confirmation, Min Jae-hyun breathes a sigh of relief. A faint smile crosses his face as he clutches his side, thinking, No viewer would ever suspect that Kim Yoo-jung redirected the dragon's attack and used fake blood to stage her injuries. Man, even I'm surprised by how good her acting is. Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun casts his eyes down, his mood dropping as a strange emotion wells up from deep within. She acted it out too well. His mind is flooded with memories of Kim Yoo-jung's death in his past life. Back then, she had also lain in his arms, blood dripping from her mouth as she desperately struggled to hold on. Her eyes had slowly lost their light, and just like that, Kim Yoo-jung stopped breathing. Her hand slipped away, leaving her frail, lifeless body limp in his arms, with crimson blood staining everything around them. Back then, Min Jae-hyun could only weep as he stared at her cold, lifeless body. He had been so utterly terrified and heartbroken that he couldn't even form words. Kim Yoo-jung's next words instantly snapped Min Jae-hyun back to reality. Maybe I should have gone to acting school. Being a hunter is such a waste of my gorgeous face. Korea has officially lost a rising star. Her cheerful tone catches Min Jae-hyun completely off guard, leaving him standing there in stunned silence, looking down without knowing how to respond. He closes his eyes and purses his lips, trying to suppress a grin. Stop making me laugh. I'm supposed to be looking devastated here. Kim Yoo-jung's face drops as she glares daggers at him, snapping, "What are you talking about? What's so funny about that?" Pushing himself up from his knees, Min Jae-hyun stands tall and chuckles softly. "Never mind, I'll take care of the dragon. Just make sure the other two don't get hurt." Caught off guard, Kim Yoo-jung protests. "Hey, I'm supposed to be critically injured right now." Min Jae-hyun looks up again, facing down the furious, fire-breathing dragon. He thinks to himself that he could easily wipe it out. But where is the fun in that? The fire dragon tilts its head back and raises a massive claw, preparing its next move. It slams its claws into the rocky ground beneath, shattering the earth and sending jagged boulders flying straight at Min Jae-hyun at terrifying speed. However, Min Jae-hyun pivots on his heel, effortlessly dodging the onslaught. Meanwhile, the ground near his feet begins to erupt, threatening to incinerate everything in sight. The system announces the activation of his active skill, Mana Weapon. A brilliant shroud of light instantly wraps around him. Min Jae-hyun crouches low and alerts his teammates. Just focus on defense. He plants his front foot firmly and readies his back foot for a dash. Reaching behind him, he pulls something from his golden inventory slot. Min Jae-hyun grips the hilt of a sword protruding from the system window. With absolute composure, he draws the sword in one swift, fluid motion. The chat is stunned, with Anonymous 4 gasping, "Wait, what? Isn't that the sword he just acquired earlier?" Anonymous 91 worries, pleading, "Oh no. Awesome, with that sword, he might actually have a chance. Please, you have to win." Min-hyun channeled his power to coat the sword, gripping the hilt tightly with both hands and bringing it up in front of his face. He stared straight ahead with eyes full of fierce determination. "Those items are the only things keeping you alive, you miserable lizard." The dragon reared its neck back and opened its mouth wide. It unleashed a relentless torrent of fire, turning the entire area into a raging sea of flames. Min-hyun raised his hand in front of his chest, shielding himself with a swirling torrent of magic. He showed no fear or hesitation in the face of the colossal dragon's power. Staring straight ahead, his left pupil suddenly flared a brilliant gold, radiating an overwhelming, dangerous pressure. The system continuously chimed, activating the special effect of the replica Balmung and triggering the passive skill, Dragon Slayer. Gripping the massive sword, Min-hyun poured all his physical strength and magic power into his legs, charging forward without a moment's hesitation. The system screen flashed, showing that all attacks against dragon-type monsters had been boosted by 300%. Min-hyun gripped his sword tightly and delivered a swift, precise forward slash. The arc of his blade unleashed a shockwave of energy that rippled in all directions. The sword sliced clean into the dragon's body, making it shriek in agonizing pain. Without skipping a beat, Min-hyun stood right beside the thrashing beast and unleashed yet another devastating slash. Out of its mind with pain, the dragon thrashed its tail wildly. The massive tail swept across the area, crushing everything in its path and hurtling toward Park Song-gyu, who was braced in a defensive stance. He gasped, raising his sword and shield, ready for the impact. He quickly raised his shield to block the blow. As the dragon's tail slammed into his shield, Park Song-gyu grimaced, struggling to hold his ground as the force pushed him back. He grimaced, feeling the overwhelming weight of the attack. Meanwhile, Min-hyun stood motionless amidst the rising dust. He lowered his sword to his side, calmly calculating his next move. There were 2 targets to hit. He recalled a conversation he had not too long ago with An Ho-jun and the rest of the group. An Ho-jun slowly lowered the book in his hands onto the table. He looked at everyone and asked in confusion, "Why in the world is a dragon's weakness a mole on its heel?" Hearing this, Inna looked up from her book and turned her attention to An Ho-jun. Frowning, she agreed, "That is really bizarre." But right then, a girl with glasses and short blonde hair rushed over. With a staff in one hand, she used her other hand to smack An Ho-jun hard on the head, sending him doubling over in pain. Inna flinched and quickly went back to staring at her book. The short-haired girl scolded him, "Is this really the time to be questioning what's weird and what's not? Stop slacking off and start memorizing." At the time, Min Jae-hyun had just stood in the corner, watching them and smiling. He let out a sigh, completely speechless at her antics. To think an idiot like her would actually say something so sensible. Shaking off the memory, Min Jae-hyun swung his sword back, bracing himself for the fight. In the blink of an eye, he leaned forward, building up momentum, and lunged straight toward the dragon. Right now, the beast was furiously gathering fire in its maw, preparing to strike. Its entire body was enveloped in a scorching, brilliant red glow. Min Jae-hyun approached it with absolute calm. Taking a deep breath, he leapt straight down into the dragon's lair. Even though the intense heat and flames consumed the entire cavern, he successfully landed right in the center of the fiery vortex, right next to the dragon. Bracing one hand on the ground, Min Jae-hyun swung his blade in a powerful frontal slash across the dragon's chest, forcing the beast to throw its head back and howl in pain. Min Jae-hyun smirked, whispering to himself that he would be the one to bring about its end. Just then, the ring on his sword-wielding hand began to glow. A series of system notifications popped up, announcing the activation of the overload skill, which boosted all of the user's skills by 1.5 times. Springing back up, Min Jae-hyun seized the opportunity and charged forward, his eyes locked onto his target. The system announced the activation of the active skill, Frozen Earth. Instantly, the entire surrounding area froze solid. Behind Min Jae-hyun, a bizarre, horned, blindfolded ice demon materialized. A freezing chill surged outward in all directions, instantly crystallizing everything in its path. Min Jae-hyun stood right in the center of the magic circle, as the ice kept rapidly spreading from his feet, completely blanketing the entire area in no time. Massive icicles and sharp frost pillars sprouted everywhere, clinging to every surface. Player 3 gasped in absolute disbelief, his voice shaking. "What? What kind of skill was that?" Player 54 muttered, "I have never seen an A-rank skill like that in my life." Player 67's eyes widened. "Wait, really? Are you saying he's an S-rank?" Min Jae-hyun focused on controlling the radiant energy emanating from his ring. His left eye, still glowing a brilliant gold, stood out starkly against the cold, frozen landscape. He panted heavily, exhausted and shivering from the biting cold. Min Jae-hyun let out a breath of relief as he looked up at the dragon, now completely encased in a massive block of solid ice. He smiled with pure relief. "It's over." The dragon was completely motionless, frozen solid within the thick layer of ice. Its eyes rolled back and its jaw hung wide open. Kim Ji-na and Park Sung-gyu stared with their mouths agape, unable to believe their own eyes. The system pinged, "Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the hidden boss, the Red Dragon. You have received a special reward." Min Jae-hyun hung his head, leaning on his sword for support while covering his mouth. He thought to himself, "Oh man, Min Jae-hyun." Jae-hyun couldn't hide his grin, smirking triumphantly. He hoped Gu Jian would appreciate this little gift of his. Elsewhere, inside an office lined with towering bookshelves, the air suddenly grew incredibly tense as phones rang off the hook. Gu Jian picked up, desperately trying to explain, "Director, please." "No, this wasn't my doing at all. What do you mean? Are you saying I caused this on purpose?" Gu Jian clutched his head in agony, his face pale with despair as he screamed to defend himself. "No, it wasn't me." The entire room was suffocating with tension. He slammed his hand hard on the desk, his face pale with sheer terror. He stared down at his desk in utter panic. "Damn it, nobody believes me. This is bad, really bad." Something like this had never happened before. He turned to his assistant standing behind him. "Instructor Park, Ha-jun, did you block all the reporters and journalists?" The man quickly paid attention. Terrified and trembling, he replied with a pale face. "Not yet, sir. I've contacted every single reporter we have ties with, but they rejected my offer, saying they can't trust Mills Academy anymore. I think someone beat us to the trunch." Gu Jiayin spun around, glaring at him with wild eyes. Without a shred of mercy, he slapped the assistant hard across the face. His expression was terrifying. Caught completely off guard, the assistant was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall. Gu Jiayin ground his teeth, spitting out the name, Min Jae-hyun. Picturing Jae-hyun's face, he began to speculate. There is no way that Brat could do this alone. He must have a backer. Someone is definitely helping him behind the scenes. Who would dare? Gu Jiayin gasped in sudden realization, terror gripping him. Wait, could it be? Just then, someone burst into the room, gasping for breath. President Gu Jiayin, we have an emergency. Hearing this, sweat poured down his face in sheer anxiety. The messenger was pale and trembling. He held out a document and said, "The Lotus Guild just released this data." Gu Jiayin snatched the file from his hands. The messenger added, "Their representative, Yu Sung-yoon, personally sent it out." Gu Jiayin's eyes widened as he stared in utter disbelief at the document in his hands. Printed on the cover page were just a few chilling lines. Official disciplinary actions for Mills Academy and the imprisonment of Gu Jiayin. His face went completely pale as he frantically flipped through the pages. These records had been meticulously compiled by Yu Sung-yoon. She had drafted every word with extreme care at her desk. The incident during the second phase of Mills Academy's midterm exam was a severe offense. Simply put, he had placed the students in a life-threatening situation. When finalizing the document, Yu Sung-yoon had stamped it with official seals. The next lines made Gu Jiayin freeze, his brow furrowing as he trembled. President Gu Jiayin has failed the public once again following the guild experience incident. Meanwhile, a crowd was already marching toward Gu Jiayin's office as he kept reading. He failed to keep his promise and placed his students on the brink of death, all while bribing high-ranking politicians for personal gain. For violating 17 Raider-related laws, I hereby order the immediate arrest of Gu Jiayin. The credibility of this document is guaranteed by the Lotus Guild and Guildmaster Yu. Gu Jiayin's hand clenched the paper so hard it began to crumple. Staring at the report, he screamed in absolute rage. Damn it. The Lotus Guild has absolutely no right to interfere in this. Only the headquarters of the National Raider Association can. Gu Jiayin suddenly trailed off, his voice catching in his throat. His expression went blank as he stared like a madman into space. Gu Jiayin's eyes darted down to the next lines of the document. The organizations in agreement with the disciplinary actions against Mills Academy and Gu Jiayin include 4 major guilds and 29 other guilds. Right there, in black and white, was the final blow. The management of the National Raider Association has approved this document, meaning any attempt to revoke the arrest warrant is completely null and void. It felt like a bucket of ice-cold water had been dumped over Gu Jiayin's head. He was speechless, unable to process it. Even the Raider Association? Did she arrange all of this from the very beginning? But with everything exposed like this, Gu Jiayin froze in utter panic. Could there be a mole inside? Suddenly, the doors were kicked wide open as a group of people stormed into his office. Marching aggressively toward him, they announced, "President Gu Jiayin, we are under orders to arrest you for bribery and violations of Raider laws." The color drained from his face. His eyes bulged out, and his lips were tightly sealed, completely paralyzed with fear. Out on the street, a crowd of reporters was broadcasting live, firing questions at the returning students who had just completed their mission. One of them called out, "This is Park Dong-soo from NBC. Could you give us a few words regarding this incident?" Right in the middle of the swarm of reporters, Min Jae-hyun was supporting Kim Yoo-jung as they made their way through, with Kim Ji-na and Bong-gu keeping close behind them. The reporters shoved forward, creating a chaotic and deafening scene. "This is John Young-chan from EBS. Is it true that you have received priority negotiations from the Lotus Guild?" Min Jae-hyun walked away with a satisfied smile. It seemed she had handled everything perfectly. Suddenly, a reporter lunged forward, shoving a voice recorder right in Min Jae-hyun's face, forcing him to look over. The reporter shouted, "Please, just give us a statement. During the live stream, you openly opposed the principal. Did you have prior knowledge about the arrest warrant?" Without waiting for the reporter to ask anything else, Min Jae-hyun replied, "Due to the Academy's non-disclosure agreement, I can't say much." But the reporter looked up, his face full of anticipation, hoping he would drop a major scoop. Min Jae-hyun glanced at him and continued, "This is already the 3rd time." Still supporting Kim Yoo-jung, he looked straight at the reporters in front of him and firmly declared, "I do not want to see any more students or any of my friends die." His words threw the crowd of reporters into an absolute frenzy. They began whispering and exchanging shocked glances. Refusing to let Min Jae-hyun leave, the reporters swarmed him again, badgering him with questions to his clear annoyance. Wait, you said this is the third time. When were the first two? Was it during the previous guild experience program? Please, just say a few words. Min Jae-hyun lowered his gaze and replied coldly, My friend is hurt. Please get out of our way. Hearing his tone, the reporters reluctantly backed away, not daring to press any further. Min Jae-hyun helped Kim Yoo-jung walk straight toward a nearby ambulance under the watchful eyes of the massive crowd. A smirk played on his lips as he thought to himself, the Lotus Guild promised to help cover the medical treatment, but if they get any closer, everyone will realize she isn't actually hurt at all. Min Jae-hyun suddenly remembered something. He turned back to the nosy crowd and called out, Oh, and make sure you write this down. He gave them a knowing look and said cryptically, Today's incident was definitely not an accident. Min Jae-hyun's parting words left the reporters completely speechless, their faces filled with utter confusion as they watched him go. Suddenly, someone yelled, Look, it's Gu Ja-in. Right then, he was being led out in handcuffs, escorted by two officers under the prying eyes of the curious onlookers. Suddenly, an egg flew through the air, splattering right on Gu Ja-in's head. He froze, completely silent. The outraged citizens around them screamed, Teach that scumbag a lesson. More and more eggs rained down, showering Gu Ja-in in humiliation. By now, Gu Ja-in was too out of it to care about the insults or the public humiliation. Dazed and broken, he could only stumble forward alongside his captors. Out on the busy streets, an angry mob had gathered. They screamed curses at their former leader, raising their fists and clutching trash, ready to pelt him. They chanted for Gu Ja-in to step down, and others quickly joined in, roaring, Resign, resign. In unison, they hurled trash and eggs at him, shouting in pure outrage, Resign. He was completely covered from head to toe in egg yolk and garbage, but the crowd didn't stop, continuing to chant and pelt him with rotten eggs. Watching the furious crowd scream at Gu Ja-in, Min Jae-hyun stood a short distance away, thinking to himself, I wonder if Gu Ja-in thinks this is all just a stroke of bad luck. He stood by the ambulance and turned back to admire his handiwork. Looking at the pathetic mess of a man, he felt incredibly satisfied. Of course, none of this was a coincidence. He covered his mouth to hide his sinister smirk. Inside that very ambulance, Guildmaster Yoo Sung-yoon, Park Sung-woo, Kim Ji-na, and Min Jae-hyun all hung their heads in silence, looking sadly at the supposedly injured Kim Yoo-jung lying on the gurney. Suddenly, Kim Yoo-jung burst into a wave of excited laughter. Ha ha ha. Her booming laughter echoed so loudly, it felt like the entire ambulance was rocking back and forth. Kim Yoo-jung sat up and looked at Min Jae-hyun with a playful smirk. Hey, Min Jae-hyun, your acting is seriously terrible, Min Jae-hyun replied. Was it really that obvious? He scratched his head, genuinely taking her critique to heart. Kim Yoo-jung quickly checked on him. Are you okay though? Seeing this, the others in the ambulance burst into warm laughter. Guildmaster Yoo Sung-yoon smiled warmly at Min Jae-hyun. This guild experience incident turned into a huge mess. What on earth were you thinking? She added, if anything had gone wrong, you would have had to take the fall for it. Hearing this, Kim Yoo-jung also looked at Min Jae-hyun, curious to hear his answer. He clenched his fist and explained, This guild training really taught me a lesson. He went on to share what he had gained from the whole ordeal. My own safety matters, but the absolute priority is saving other people's lives. Park Sung-woo and Kim Ji-na listened warmly as he slowly opened up. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun kept his head down, pursing his lips in deep thought. Of course, I totally made that up. Gu Ja-in will return one day. After all, he has connections to the Norse gods. Kim Yoo-jung chuckled mischievously, calling him out. What's this? You never say stuff like that. Did you eat something bad today? Hearing her words, Min Jae-hyun panicked slightly and quickly snapped at his friend. Shut up. Will you? Yoo Sung-yoon noticed his grumpy reaction and smiled. In some ways, he really is still just a kid. She didn't press any further for his real reasons, simply looking at his glasses and smiling to herself. Deep down, he's still just a kid. She decided not to pry any further into what was actually worrying him. She's clearly trying to hide something by changing the subject. There's going to be a press conference in 3 days. Her eyes flutter open with a sinister grin as she slides a finger across her throat, emphasizing every single word. That is where we'll end Gudane. Meanwhile, inside an office at the National Conquest Bureau, a group of people is buzzing with gossip. Jel pumps his fist in excitement upon receiving the news. So, This is how Gu-dain finally meets his end. Turning to his subordinate, he frowns and asks, Kim John, what's going on? The subordinate immediately reports, she'll be back as soon as possible, sir. Hearing this, Jel is highly satisfied. Everything is going smoothly. He recalls a past phone conversation he had with someone. Do you want me to make preparations to arrest Gu-dain beforehand? A man's voice crackles through the phone. Yes, exactly. We'll handle the rest of the paperwork. Jel narrows his eyes in skepticism. Right, but what about the matter I asked you? Catching his drift, the man on the other end replies, I'll try to secure a position for you. Having secured the assurance, Jel happily replies, all right. Hanging up, he places his phone back on the desk and lets out a long sigh. Phew. He scowls as he stares at the information displayed on the computer screen in front of him. The screen reads, My Lad Academy Principal, Gu-dain, corrupt and neglectful of Academy facilities. 3 days later, at the official press conference of the Jeonha Guild, a massive crowd gathers, buzzing with anticipation about the upcoming announcement. Min Jae-hyun peers out from an adjacent room, watching the press conference scene unfold. Dressed in a sharp suit, he looks back as someone approaches and asks, Are you nervous? Guild President Do-eun walks in. As always, she remains gentle and composed. Turning to the guild president, Min Jae-hyun replies, It's just that I don't really like crowded places. With that, he lets out a sigh of relief. One thing down. He stares at his large hand. From now on, my lad is basically in the palm of my hand. He clenches his fist with determination, symbolizing his complete control over the academy. Reflecting on his deal with Jel, he can't help but marvel. Besides, now that I'm working with the Conquest Bureau, nothing can stand in my way. Cutting through his thoughts, Do-eun walks over, pats his shoulder, and says, It's time. Let's go. She walks toward the door, turning her head to signal him to follow. Inside the packed hall, the audience is murmuring excitedly about the upcoming announcement. Suddenly, someone gasps and points toward the entrance, shouting, There they are. Every eye in the crowd darts to the door as Jo Seung-eun, Jel, and Min Jae-hyun step into the hall. Camera shutters click and blinding flashes burst continuously. Jel is clearly out of his comfort zone. He frowns, shielding his eyes from the lenses. Jo Seung-eun takes her seat at the main table, adjusting the microphone in front of her. She greets the crowd, Hello, and thank you all for attending the joint official press conference of the Jeonha Guild and the Conquest Bureau. I am Jo Seung-eun, the representative of the Jeonha Guild. Beside her, Jel introduces himself, and I am Manager Song Jel of the Conquest Bureau. Min Jae-hyun nods to the crowd. I am Min Jae-hyun. The reporters in the front row continuously raise their cameras, desperately capturing every single angle of the three. One reporter is sweating with anticipation, thinking, This is my shot to break the story on the priority negotiations between the Lotus Guild and Min Jae-hyun. I cannot blow this. Another reporter, drenched in sweat, snaps photos of the panel. A student who can wield both A-grade and S-grade skills is enough to make global headlines. Plus, the rumors that Jo Seung-eun personally trained him. If only I can verify that. Min Jae-hyun frowns, feeling uncomfortable under the collective gaze. Absolutely everyone is staring at him. Next to him, Jo Seung-eun kicks off the session. We will now open the floor to questions. Please raise your hand and follow the directions of Manager Park Sung. A female reporter raises her hand and asks, Is it true that Gu-dain intentionally murdered a student and covered it up as an accident? Jo Seung-eun nods in confirmation. Yes, that is correct. We have gathered comprehensive evidence of his crimes. Hearing her response, Min Jae-hyun smiles, deeply satisfied with the outcome of his scheming. We brainwashed Professor Du On-gu and used her to get our hands on the files we needed for this. There was no way he could have predicted this. He recalls the image of the professor, blankly responding to his words without a shred of suspicion. Jo Seung-eun continues where she left off. Furthermore, this is not the first time Gu-dain has broken the law. He has committed similar offenses countless times before. It is as if she is unveiling a massive dark web of corruption surrounding the entire academy. A massive sum of money was funneled into My Lad Academy. We suspect there are other hidden activities yet to be uncovered, and our investigation is actively ongoing. A man raises his hand and inquires, Who else is tied to Gu-dain's embezzlement? Jo Seung-eun calmly replies, That is currently under investigation. After that, a barrage of questions pours in from the reporters, and Jo Seung-eun patiently answers them one by one. After answering a few more questions, she spoke up. We will only be taking questions regarding the incident from here on out. Does anyone have anything else? Just then, a reporter raised their hand to ask, Is Min Jae-hyun your student? Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun let out a knowing smile. Facing the crowded hall of reporters, he admitted it directly. That's correct. Once they heard his confirmation, the room erupted in absolute shock. They looked at one another, murmuring in disbelief. Min Jae-hyun looked straight at the crowd and added, I wouldn't be where I am today without her guidance. This left another reporter thoroughly puzzled. Min Jae-hyun, we haven't seen a single article about you before this. Have you been hiding your talents all along? Min Jae-hyun calmly replied, I just didn't want the attention. The reporter pressed on. And when did you sign with the Jeonha Guild? Just a few months ago. I got pretty lucky, Min Jae-hyun humbly answered. After that, a barrage of questions from the press followed. How did you train? What's your family background? Are you dating anyone? Camera flashes went off continuously as the reporters scrambled to capture every single precious moment. Though he kept a polite smile on his face, Min Jae-hyun couldn't help but frown from the discomfort of the relentless, blinding flashes. He tried to steady his mind, telling himself not to get overwhelmed, knowing the media would only be watching him even closer from now on. Noticing his discomfort, Do-eun stepped in to calm the chaotic crowd of reporters. Please, refrain from throwing too many questions at Jae-hyun. He's still recovering from the shock of the incident. She then turned to Min Jae-hyun with a gentle smile and gave him a reassuring nod. Min Jae-hyun got the message, nodding back to thank her for helping him out of that tight spot. A few days later, in another grand hall at the Magic Academy, a massive banner was put up to announce the purpose of the gathering, the inauguration ceremony of the acting principal. Kim Do-young walked in, letting out a frustrated sigh. She frowned and couldn't stop complaining. So much has been happening lately. Her friends walking beside her agreed, and An-ho chimed in, well, at least we all made it out in one piece, haha. Walking right next to them, Seina puffed out her cheeks and grumbled, if any of you had gotten hurt, I seriously would have lost my mind. Min Jae-hyun spoke up, warning his friends. Just to be sure. You guys do know this isn't over yet, right? Seina nodded in agreement. Yeah. Gu Dae-in won't be taken down that easily. Kim Do-young then casually replied to the two of them. We need to use this time to get stronger. I heard both the Jeonha Guild and the Subjugation Bureau are going to support you. An-ho clenched his fist with determination. I'm going to get stronger too, he declared. When I was training at the guild, it really hit me how weak I still am. The others looked at him, nodding in agreement. Seina added, me too. Kim Do-young agreed, turning her eyes to the person next to her. She thought to herself, I might not be able to catch up to him just yet, but I am not about to give up. She stared at Min Jae-hyun, her resolve hardening to push her limits and grow stronger. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun was lost in thought. It was great that they wanted to get stronger, but he had no intention of letting them drag themselves deeper into this. Thinking of the powerful figures sitting on their high thrones, his resolve solidified. This is my battle. It felt as if he were standing before a massive staircase, preparing to climb up and face those ultimate beings. Just like his friends, he silently vowed to give it his all. I need to get even stronger if I want to stand a chance against the Norse gods. He clenched his fists, tension building as he thought of his deep-seated obsession. Entering the hall, all the spotlights were directed at a single spot, highlighting the figure standing at the podium, preparing to deliver a speech. The students gasped in sheer shock when they saw who it was. Whispers immediately broke out across the crowd as everyone began voicing their doubts. Kim Do-young stared at the podium in disbelief. What in the world? Why is the professor standing up there? Beside her, Min Jae-hyun remained completely calm, acting as if it were only natural. After all, that was just who she was. Hearing this, Kim Do-young looked at him in confusion. What are you talking about? He smirked, letting out a subtle, knowing smile. Professor Kim Ji-won. He stared at Kim Ji-won on the stage, completely certain that she was indeed the new principal. Keeping his eyes on the woman at the podium, Min Jae-hyun declared once more, Professor Kim Ji-won. She is our new principal. Min Jae-hyun wore a knowing smirk as he spoke. Seina and Kim Do-young were left speechless, their jaws dropping as they stared at Kim Ji-won. An Ji-hoon was equally stunned. He stared at the podium, lost in deep thought. Still in disbelief, Kim Do-young gasped, What? No way, she is way too young. Beside her, An-ho looked puzzled and asked, Wait, who even is she? Min Jae-hyun followed his gaze and replied, She's the new instructor for the Subjugation Bureau's Magic Espionage class. He went on to explain Kim Ji-won's background to his friends. Just a short while back, Min Jae-hyun, Ji-ho, and Ju Sung-eun had gathered at the national headquarters of the Subjugation Bureau. Ju Sung-eun looked at Ji-ho and asked, Who are you planning to appoint as the new principal? Ji-ho let out a sly, mysterious grin. He gave the guildmaster a vague, elusive answer. Don't worry, I've got it all figured out. Everything is under control, Ji-ho said, turning to his subordinate. Bring her in. Min Jae-hyun and Ju Sung-un also followed them inside. Following his gaze toward the door, someone opened it and stepped into the office where the three were talking. Min Jae-hyun stared at the newcomer in absolute shock, as if he couldn't believe the person they were just talking about was actually her. He stammered in disbelief as a young woman walked in. Professor Kim Ji? Among the students, some stood frozen in shock, while others began whispering endlessly. Min Jae-hyun crossed his arms, lost in thought. He realized that if she took over, there would definitely be some backlash. Looking at Kim Ji as she prepared to speak at the podium, he figured if she was willing to handle this, it would actually make things much easier for him. Ho-jin walked over to Min Jae-hyun and asked in disbelief, "She is the principal at just 20 years old? That is insane." Min Jae-hyun replied, listing the professors at the academy. "Every other professor needs to be expelled. She is the only one who has nothing to hide, and since she is from the bureau, she is way more trustworthy." Up at the podium, Kim Ji adjusted her microphone. Standing before the students, Kim Ji greeted them. "Hello, everyone." She continued her introduction. "I am Kim Ji. I will be serving as your temporary principal. I still have a lot to learn, but I promise to do my absolute best." In a small room somewhere, the lively, cheerful voices of young friends echoed. The karaoke screen lit up with a score of 89. Sitting in the middle of the lively room, Min Jae-hyun's face darkened, completely baffled by what was happening. He glared at his friends, who were having the absolute time of their lives. Kim Do, young, mic in hand, looked at the scoreboard and groaned. "Ah, man, that close." She then happily handed the microphone over to Ho-jin so he could take the next song. Slumped in a corner, Min Jae-hyun sighed miserably. "I really thought I was finally going to get some rest." A few hours prior, someone was shouting angrily outside his room, "Hey, open up right now." Inside, he irritatedly adjusted his clothes. "Hold on, I'm changing." He grabbed the doorknob, getting ready to unlock it. Standing outside were Ho-jin, Se-in, and Kim Do-young. With her hands on her hips, Kim Do-young demanded, "Did you forget you promised we would go to karaoke once exams were over?" Min Jae-hyun scratched his head and mumbled, "Oh yeah, I really wanted to forget about that." Ho-jin pointed toward the street excitedly. "We booked a room at the best karaoke spot in this area. Let's go." Beside him, Se-in nodded in agreement. Min Jae-hyun scratched his head reluctantly. "Huh? Right now?" Snapping back to reality, he sat helplessly in the middle of the room. Meanwhile, his friends were living it up, singing and cheering along to the music. On the other hand, Min Jae-hyun was miserable, breaking into a cold sweat because he absolutely hated these places. This was exactly how he got dragged here. Ho-jin stared at the score and groaned. 75 points? Oh, come on, I sang my heart out. He stood up abruptly, grabbed the microphone, and decided to show off his singing skills. "Since I'm already here, I might as well give it my all." He took a deep breath and brought the mic to his mouth, preparing to sing. Min Jae-hyun sang each note with dead seriousness, but his voice sounded like a demonic screech echoing straight from hell. "Tonight, if you are willing, my heart." His three friends stared in horror, completely speechless. Their ears were being absolutely tortured. His singing echoed through the walls, and people outside couldn't take it either, yelling in frustration, "Ah, save me! Who is terrorizing my ears?" Someone else chimed in, completely traumatized. "People who sing like that should be banned from every karaoke bar on the planet." Se-in sighed. "So, Jae-hyun is human after all." Ho-jin scratched his cheek and agreed, "Yeah, no one is perfect. I guess God is fair after all." Min Jae-hyun finally struggled through to the end of the song. Even the karaoke machine seemed speechless at his god-awful voice. It flashed a score of 10 points as a pity prize. His friends finally let out a sigh of relief, glad they were no longer being dragged down to hell by his voice. Ho-jin patted his chest, trying to steady his breathing. "I am never, ever inviting Jae-hyun to karaoke again." Kim Do-young's hair was completely disheveled from the ordeal. Exhausted, she muttered to herself, "I am never letting him hold a microphone again." Having finished torturing everyone, Min Jae-hyun turned around and asked, "Who's next?" Se-in raised her hand to show it was her turn. Hearing that, he handed the microphone to her. "Here you go." As her hand brushed against Min Jae-hyun's, Se-in blushed furiously and froze, letting go of the microphone. But Min Jae-hyun quickly snatched it right before it hit the floor. Completely clueless, he asked gently, "Si-in, are you okay? You're never this clumsy." He took her hand and carefully placed the microphone in her palm. The close contact made Si-in blush even harder, leaving her completely flustered and speechless. Seeing her silence, Min Jae-hyun asked once more, "What's the matter?" Si-in quickly replied, "Oh, no, I'm totally fine, thanks." As the next song began to load on the screen, Si-in squeezed the microphone, incredibly nervous. "I'm really shy, so don't expect too much, okay?" Kim Do-young grinned and pointed at Min Jae-hyun to reassure her. "No matter what you sing, it will definitely sound better than Min Jae-hyun." Hearing that, Min Jae-hyun glared at her, clearly unamused. He angrily shot back at her. "You're totally exaggerating. I'm actually pretty decent." Kim Yoo-jung questioned him back in sheer disbelief. "What? Since when did you get so full of yourself?" An-hoon chimed in, agreeing, "Seriously, I can't believe you actually just said that." Seo-inna could only watch their bickering with a shy smile. Min Jae-hyun turned his gaze towards Seo-inna, suddenly curious about her singing voice. He wondered, how does she sound when she sings? Even if she's not that great, I'll still cheer and clap for her. Meanwhile, Seo-inna took a deep breath, mentally preparing herself to showcase her talent. Gripping the microphone tightly, she started singing the very first notes. As the music took over, her shyness instantly melted away, replaced by absolute confidence, as she let her voice soar. Hearing Seo-inna's singing, Min Jae-hyun was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. What in the world? How is she this good? Under the bright golden sunlight of an empty city street, a young man with long white hair moved with extreme caution. He wore a black cap, doing his best to conceal his face. Up on the rooftop of a nearby high-rise, a black cat was silently tracking his every move. Sensing someone staring intensely at him, the white-haired youth suddenly whipped his head around, looking straight in the direction of the cat. But there was nothing left on the rooftop of that tall building. The mysterious figure had completely vanished. He narrowed his eyes dangerously, staring at the spot for a long moment, before brushing it off and turning to continue on his way. He walked with calm, measured steps, heading deep into a deserted area. Stopping at an abandoned construction site with not a single soul in sight, the white-haired man finally called out to whoever had been tailing him. "You've got some nerve, tailing the great Heimdall." He let out a loud, thrilled laugh and shouted, "Stop hiding in the shadows and show yourself." A cat's paw slowly materialized as the black cat began to transform. Hela emerged in a blinding flash of golden light. "Tailing you? Don't be so dramatic." She offered a warm, gentle smile as she looked at him. "I just came to say hello." "So, how has your trip been?" Naturally, Heimdall didn't buy her excuse for a second. He frowned. But then a realization seemed to dawn on him. And he gasped. "Looks like you Norse gods have really outdone yourselves this time, haven't you?" Hela replied sarcastically. "Oh, please, we could never compare to the grand level of Odin and the other Norse gods." Heimdall let out a sinister, mocking laugh. Was Hela really still clinging to such foolish hope in him? He knew all too well about the prophecy naming Min Jae-hyun as the savior god, prompting him to scoff. The great enemy of prophecy is going to show up and save you all like some kind of hero? Hela replied with a knowing, cryptic smile. "Who knows?" Hearing her response, Heimdall facepalmed and burst into a loud, mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha!" He didn't believe a word of it. He looked up at her, utterly unconvinced. A mere nobody taking down all the Norse gods? In her dreams. With that, he started walking. As he approached Hela, she reached out her hand to block his path. Heimdall scowled, his voice dropping into a dark threat. "Get out of my way!" Hela closed her eyes, refusing to budge. "If you are planning to confront the great enemy of the prophecy, then I cannot let you pass." Heimdall gritted his teeth, glaring down at the petite woman before him. "Do you have a death wish?" Hela once again made her intentions clear. "Besides, you can't even use your divine powers here, which gives me the upper hand." Her hands began to move. Preparing to cast her magic against the towering man, Heimdall didn't even view her as a threat. He sneered in contempt. If you're trying to kill me, you'd better be ready to lose your own life." Hela laughed and shot back. "Oh, that's not my job. Right now, my only task is, well, to stall you for a bit." Meanwhile, back at the karaoke bar, Seo-inna was fully lost in her performance, her voice sounding absolutely angelic, like something sent straight from heaven. Min Jae-hyun stood frozen in awe, completely captivated by her singing. The song quickly came to an end, and Seo-inna stopped, nervously clutching the microphone. Blushing furiously, she shyly turned to her friends and asked, "How? How was that? Kim Yoo-jung was practically bursting with excitement and screamed in praise. Oh my gosh, I had no idea you could sing like that. Are you secretly a professional singer? Hoon agreed, his jaw dropping in sheer amazement at her performance. So you've been hiding this crazy talent from us all this time? Min Jae-hyun couldn't help but ask, equally amazed. Inna, have you ever taken voice lessons before? Showered with all these compliments, Seo Inna felt like she was floating on cloud nine. She absent-mindedly replied, Huh? Never. Everyone in the room immediately screamed in utter disbelief. What? Their collective shouts were so loud that they echoed right out of the room and down the karaoke hallway. Kim Yoo-jung just couldn't believe it, absolutely stunned by Seo Inna's raw, natural talent. To sing that well without a single lesson was mind-blowing. It's no exaggeration to say you're a total genius. Hearing this, Seo Inna's face flushed even redder. She tilted her head, hesitantly asking them once more. Seriously, guys, was it really not that bad? All three of them instantly chimed in, reassuring her about her incredible voice. Of course it wasn't. If that was bad, we'd start walking on our hands. Kim Yoo-jung enthusiastically grabbed the microphone and made a suggestion. Hey Inna, can you sing this one? It's my absolute favorite. Hoon eagerly jumped in too, wanting her to keep the concert going with a few more tracks. Then you have to sing my request next. The sudden flood of song requests left Seo Inna totally overwhelmed. She didn't even have time to process their excitement, but a warm blush crept onto her face as she felt incredibly happy. She beamed a radiant, joyful smile at her friends. Thank you, everyone. This is actually only the second time in my life I've sung for anyone. Min Jae-hyun was a bit dazed, just looking at her smile, while An Ah-hyun and Kim Yoo-jung quickly walked over to Seo In-ah. They kept showering her with compliments and begging her to sing a few more songs. Min Jae-hyun looked up, thinking to himself, this is so peaceful. A relaxed smile spread across his face as he enjoyed the happy moment with his friends. Taking some time to just relax like this really wasn't a bad idea. A few days later, back in Seoul, at Min Jae-hyun's apartment, bright golden sunlight was shining down on the high-rise buildings. Min Jae-hyun slid a gift bag over to his mother. I got you a little something, Mom. Jae-hyun's mother looked at the gift bag in surprise. Gently reaching out, she took the package and happily started to unwrap her son's gift. I wonder what is inside. She looked in surprise at the carefully wrapped item, which turned out to be a bank book inside a small pouch. She was completely stunned to see it was a bank book. Min Jae-hyun smiled and explained the gift in detail. Yes, Mom, it is my allowance. Looking at the bank book in her hands, she couldn't help but feel incredibly proud of him. Her son had truly grown up. At his age, most kids are only focused on hanging out and having fun, yet here he was, thinking of his mother. With that thought, she flipped the book open, only to freeze in sheer shock at the numbers written inside. Seeing such a massive amount, she asked her son in disbelief. Jae-hyun, did you really earn all this money yourself? Min Jae-hyun nodded. Yes, Mom, it is all yours. He smiled warmly, finally feeling relieved to get off his chest what he had been holding back for so long. Looking at his kind mother, he thought about how he had just wanted to hug her and tell her that he had finally made it. But before this, he had been far too busy to properly take care of her. He clenched his fists, filled with determination as he remembered the day he first returned to the past. Facing the system once again, he knew he had changed so many things since his regression, and his main goal was always to protect his family and friends. At the same time, the image of his mortal enemy flashed in his mind, fueling his resolve to destroy Odin and put an end to all this misery. I will not let him take away everything I hold dear. Snapping out of his thoughts, Min Jae-hyun stood up to comfort his mother. You do not have to worry about money anymore, Mom. Hearing this, she stood up abruptly and rushed over to Min Jae-hyun. She wrapped him in a tight hug, catching him completely off guard. Whispering softly in his ear, she said, You must have gone through so much, haven't you? Min Jae-hyun froze. His eyes widened at her words, and they began to well up with tears, deeply moved by his mother's warmth and understanding. Wrapped in the warm embrace of his mother, he finally let his guard down and whispered, Yeah. Jae-hyun's mother comforted him gently, softly patting his back. I know, sweetie. I know everything. Enveloped in her gentle warmth, Min Jae-hyun's usual tough exterior completely melted away as he leaned vulnerably against his mother's shoulder. He bit his lip, trying to hold himself together, but the tears just kept streaming down his face. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from outside the apartment. The noise immediately caught their attention. His mother looked toward the door in surprise, while Min Jae-hyun quickly wiped away his tears. I will go see who is out there. He hurried over to open the door. Who is it? He gasped in surprise at the person standing on his doorstep. Seo In-ah had shown up completely unannounced, leaving him utterly speechless. Her face flushed a bright red, and she quickly looked away to avoid his gaze. Hello? He was completely stunned, standing frozen in place by her sudden appearance. A voice spoke up, voicing his exact thoughts. How on earth did Seo In-ah find out where I live? Kim Yoo-jung suddenly popped out of nowhere, leaning on Seo In-ah's shoulder. You were thinking exactly that, weren't you? Min Jae-hyun looked at his two friends in disbelief. He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, what are you two doing here anyway? Kim Yoo-jung stood up straight and said excitedly, oh, my family is throwing a backyard barbecue, so we came to invite you. Min Jae-hyun clicked his tongue as it suddenly clicked. Ah, your parents are coming back today, right? I totally forgot. Kim Yoo-jung nodded enthusiastically. Yep, and since you have helped us out so much, my mom insisted that I absolutely had to invite you. Min Jae-hyun nodded, teasing her. Well, that makes sense. You really are dead weight, after all. Hearing this, Kim Yoo-jung was not pleased at all and snapped back. If I am dead weight, then what does that make you? Min Jae-hyun replied completely unfazed. Obviously not. Seo In-ah stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do as she watched them bicker like cats and dogs. Min Jae-hyun rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. It is already that time of the year, huh? So much has happened since we first enrolled. Back at Miles Academy 2 months ago, when she still hadn't received his answer, Kim Yoo-jung couldn't help but ask him again. Are you coming? My parents are really looking forward to seeing you. Min Jae-hyun nodded, accepting her invitation. All right, I will be there. Hearing that, Kim Yoo-jung beamed with excitement and satisfaction. Great. Then I will see you at 6 in the evening. Having sorted out the details, Min Jae-hyun turned to head back inside. Sounds good? See you then. But Seo In-ah, noticing that his sleeve was a bit damp, called out to him. Hey, Jae-hyun, have you been crying? Min Jae-hyun quickly hid his sleeve, frantically trying to come up with an excuse. No, of course not. I was just washing the dishes, and some water splashed onto my sleeve. Hearing his response, she hesitated. Is that so? But it seemed like this reason didn't convince Seo In-ah at all. Both of them fell silent, with nothing more to say, left with no other choice. Min Jae-hyun had to speak up to break this awkward silence. See you later, Seo In-ah replied. Yeah. With that, she and Kim Yoo-jung left together. Min Jae-hyun looked down at his sleeve and couldn't help but sigh. Seo In-ah. Her observation skills are incredibly sharp. Sometime later, in a massive, luxuriously decorated house, Min Jae-hyun walked in, looking around the place. Everything in this house was bright and dazzling. Exactly what you'd expect from a loaded family like Kim Yoo-jung's. They really are loaded. In the living room, seeing him walk in, Seo In-ah politely stood up to greet him. Ah, you're here. Min Jae-hyun walked over to her, a bit puzzled. Hey, I've been wondering, what are you doing here? Did Kim Yoo-jung drag you here? He asked, looking at Seo In-ah. She clenched her hands, replying awkwardly, because I have nowhere else to go. Realizing he had asked something he shouldn't have, Min Jae-hyun quickly tried to comfort her. Ah, I'm sorry. Looking at the sad young girl, he suddenly remembered. That's right. Seo In-ah didn't have a family anymore. Nearby, Kim Yoo-jung called out loudly to her dad, Dad, bring the meat over here. Min Jae-hyun looked at her and smiled. So that's why Kim Yoo-jung brought her here. Well, when it really matters, she can be quite thoughtful. From behind, someone walked up to greet them, catching Min Jae-hyun's attention. Oh, long time no see, Jae-hyun. Kim Yoo-jung's dad approached him. From the kitchen, her mother also poked her head out, completely excited. What? He's here? Min Jae-hyun politely bowed to greet them. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Kim. Kim Yoo-jung's parents warmly replied. Welcome, kiddo. He looked at the two familiar faces. Even before his regression, when he lost his mother first, they had always treated him so well. Suddenly, Kim Yoo-jung's dad lunged forward and put him in a rough headlock, catching Min Jae-hyun completely off guard. He laughed heartily. Bwahaha, look at you, kid. You've gotten a lot taller. Min Jae-hyun couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Is this family just naturally violent? Releasing Min Jae-hyun, he asked with concern. Is Yoo-jung still bullying you? You used to come crying to me every time she beat you up. He gave him a playful nudge. Min Jae-hyun laughed awkwardly in embarrassment. Haha, that was a long time ago. Suddenly, a foot stomped hard on his foot, making him scream in pain. Arg! Kim Yoo-jung snapped angrily. Dad, if you have time to gossip, how about helping me out a bit? Her dad scratched his head, breaking into a sweat at his daughter's scolding. All right, all right. He couldn't help but grumble about his daughter's rather aggressive temper. If she keeps acting like this, how is she ever going to get a boyfriend? Kim Yoo-jung scowled, sighed, and turned away. But her dad wasn't done yet. He nudged Min Jae-hyun, suggesting, "What do you think, Jae-hyun? Care to volunteer as her boyfriend?" Hearing this, Kim Yoo-jung suddenly froze, her face turning bright red. Beside her, Seo In-ah also grew incredibly tense, anxiously awaiting his answer. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun just cluelessly pointed at himself, completely stunned. Huh? Me? At that moment, Min Jae-hyun blurted out in confusion. Huh? Hearing her dad's suggestion, Kim Yoo-jung was incredibly embarrassed. She blushed deeply and stared at Min Jae-hyun, utterly dazed. Seo In-ah was also extremely anxious, sweating nervously as she waited for Min Jae-hyun's response. Meanwhile, he pointed at himself in shock, asking in confusion, "Wait, me?" Not stopping there, Kim Yoo-jung's dad kept rambling on about his daughter's good qualities. Yoo-jung is a bit stubborn, but she's really kind-hearted and smart. Hearing this, Kim Yoo-jung couldn't help but fume, forcing a smile to hold back her anger so she wouldn't explode right then and there. With a dark, scowling face, she pinched her father's arm and hissed, "Dad, stop messing around. If you're so free, go do some chores." She then redirected her wrath, glaring over at Min Jae-hyun. "And you too, Min Jae-hyun." With that, she spun around and walked off in a huff. Kim Yoo-jung's dad broke into a cold sweat, tears of pain welling up in the corners of his eyes. Geez, she's terrifying. Watching this unfold, Min Jae-hyun couldn't help but feel helpless, letting out a forced, awkward laugh. Haha. Out in the yard, the tables and chairs were all set up for a cozy gathering. The table was piled high with a wide variety of delicious-looking dishes. Looking at the spread on the table, Min Jae-hyun couldn't help but marvel at the cooking skills of Kim Yoo-jung's parents. "Your cooking is seriously amazing, sir." Holding a pair of tongs, Kim Yoo-jung's dad waved his hand dismissively, as if it was no big deal. "It's nothing, really. I used to be a professional chef, haha." Seo In-ah took a bite and was absolutely blown away. The flavor of the food was truly incredible. Picking up a piece of meat to eat, Kim Yoo-jung couldn't help but feel a bit sad that some of their close friends couldn't make it. "I wish Ho and big brother Dae-sang were here too, and your mom as well." Min Jae-hyun replied, "They're all busy. We couldn't help it. We'll all hang out next time." Seo In-ah nodded in agreement. "Yeah." Suddenly, Kim Yoo-jung's dad spoke up. "But, Dae-hyun, I was actually really surprised." Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun paused and looked at him. "Oh?" He was about to sit down to enjoy the food he just prepared, not forgetting to express his gratitude to Min Jae-hyun. "Thanks for helping Yoo-jung out with her midterm exam." Min Jae-hyun felt a bit embarrassed and humbly replied, "Oh, it was really nothing." He broke out in a cold sweat, quickly avoiding his gaze. It was all just an act, but he couldn't help feeling incredibly guilty. As she was happily eating her food, Kim Do-young noticed his awkwardness. She flashed a bright smile, giving him a peace sign. Seeing that expression of hers made him feel a bit relieved. Min Jae-hyun let out a sigh of relief and smiled back at her. Kim Do-young's mother beamed at him with joy. "I'm so glad to see you doing so well, dear." "Honestly, Dae-hyun, I was really surprised when you said you were going to join the magic class. I can't help but wonder if you did it just to stay close to Do-young. But hey, even if that's not the reason, thank you so much." Seo-in watched Min Jae-hyun tensely. She also wanted to know why on earth he had made that choice. Kim Do-young's mother continued to shower him with praise. "By the way, you're getting more handsome by the day." She was clearly hinting at playing matchmaker between him and her daughter. "I only wish our daughter could bring home a boyfriend like you to meet us." Kim Do-young turned beet red, looking utterly annoyed at her parents. "Mom, seriously, what is wrong with you two? Just eat your food, it's getting cold." Seo-in looked troubled. She stopped eating and set her chopsticks down on the table. Sitting across from her, Min Jae-hyun noticed her unusual behavior. Seo-in remained completely silent, looking deeply anxious about something. Min Jae-hyun asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is everything okay?" Snapping out of her thoughts as if startled, she quickly replied, "Oh, it's nothing." Min Jae-hyun stared at her, puzzled. Just a moment ago, she looked so upset, but now she was calmly accepting the food Kim Do-young put on her plate, acting as if nothing had happened. He brushed the thought aside, figuring he must have just misread the situation. Inside a neat and tidy house, a man was screaming in a fit of rage. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" The man bellowed at the young man. "What? You saved those dying students just because you felt sorry for them?" He heartlessly spat. You idiot. Hoon's face darkened. He didn't say a word, just standing there silently, taking the brunt of his father's fury. Elgu's veins bulged with pure rage. I was almost dragged away, just like Gu-dain. And it's all because of you, my so-called precious son. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, his eyes widening in fury as he barked. What a disappointment. Hoon opened his mouth, trying to explain. Father. But Elgu didn't want to hear a single word and roared. Shut up. Refusing to back down, he pointed a finger at Hoon and shouted, Hoon, you must become the absolute best conqueror in Korea. Elgu scowled, spitting out every single word. Everyone must kneel at your feet, as he jabbed his finger toward Hoon. He warned, by any means necessary, you have to take down that Min Jae-hyun. Hoon's face went completely dark, as he silently endured the oppressive demands. Refusing to stay quiet any longer, he finally spoke up to stop his father. Stop it. Unable to believe his ears, Elgu stared at him in utter shock. Hoon furrowed his brows, completely serious. He had lost count of how many times he had tried to talk sense into him, but it was always like talking to a brick wall. You always told me I had to step on others to climb to the top. He couldn't help but feel like he was being dragged up by the hands of those who resented him. All just to satisfy the wishes of the father he once deeply respected. He turned around, looking back at his friends who were happily waiting for him. They always had bright smiles on their faces whenever they were together. Hoon clenched his fists, determined to finally follow his own path. Staring straight at Elgu, he made his desires crystal clear. I don't want to live my life the way you want me to. This is my life. His eyes were filled with an unwavering resolve, showing that absolutely nothing could shake his determination now. Infuriated, Elgu aggressively grabbed him by the shoulder. Do you even know what you're saying right now? Uncomfortable, Hoon slapped his hand away, leaving Elgu frozen in disbelief. Furrowing his brows, he stared straight at his father and spoke from the bottom of his heart without holding back. Live your own life, father, and live it honestly. With that, he turned on his heel and walked out without a second thought, ignoring his father's furious shouting behind him. Hoon, get back here right now. Hoon left everything behind and walked out of the living room, leaving Elgu standing all alone in the middle of the massive, empty house. He was absolutely determined to live a life true to himself, refusing to be forced into anyone else's mold. I don't want to use dirty tricks to beat Min Jae-hyun, he thought. Entering his room with absolute confidence in his future growth, he resolved, I'll compete with him fair and square. Meanwhile, in another house, there was no emotional coldness between family members. Instead, it was filled with the warmth of people who genuinely cared for one another. After their delicious, joyful dinner, Min Jae-hyun, Se-in, and Kim Do-young gathered in the living room to chat. Min Jae-hyun looked at Kim Do-young and said admiringly, Your parents are so sweet together. Glancing at the clock, which showed it was almost midnight, he couldn't help but admire their close relationship. Going on a movie date in the middle of the night, Kim Do-young let out a helpless chuckle and agreed, Yeah, they've been married forever, but they still act like newlyweds. Deciding not to overstay his welcome at Kim Do-young's house, Min Jae-hyun quickly stood up and said, I think I should get going. Looking at her friend, Kim Do-young asked in surprise. Right now? Min Jae-hyun gave her a puzzled look. What do you mean? It's already midnight. Kim Do-young nonchalantly replied, Since when were you so afraid of staying out late? Come on, stay and play a bit longer. Hearing this, he looks at her, lost in thought. Min Jae-hyun turns his head away, awkwardly scratching his head in embarrassment. If I stay, my mom's going to kill me. Kim Yoo-jung looks confused, asking blankly, Why? He looks up at the clock and replies, I don't think they'd like me staying out late when they aren't home. I bet I'll get a massive lecture the second I walk in. Kim Yoo-jung shrugs, replying without a second thought. It's fine, as long as you don't do anything bad. Right, Inna? She calls out, hoping to get her friend's backup. But Co Inna seems completely spaced out, her mind wandering somewhere far away. Snapping out of it when Kim Yoo-jung mentions her name, she replies flusteredly, Oh, yeah, right. Even though both girls want him to stay longer, Min Jae-hyun just crosses his arms and replies coldly, Fine, but I'm leaving at exactly midnight. Hearing that, Kim Yoo-jung pouts, glaring at her childhood friend in annoyance. Why are you being so cold? Inna is still here, you know. Min Jae-hyun snaps back, Zip it. Listening to them bicker, Seo Inna falls into a deep silence, clearly lost in thought. Seo Inna hesitantly shifts her gaze to the two of them, asking nervously, There's actually something I've been really curious about. Can I ask you guys a question? Min Jae-hyun gives a nod of approval, while Kim Yoo-jung smiles brightly and says, "Sure, what's on your mind? Shoot." She asks bluntly, "Are you two dating?" Hearing this, both of them instantly freeze. Min Jae-hyun breaks into a cold sweat, looking at Seo-in, who seems dead serious about wanting an answer. He waves his hand dismissively to shut down her wild theory while facepalming in utter disbelief. Whoa. Hold on. How on earth did you even come up with that? Kim Yoo-jung's face turns beet red as if she just got hit where it hurts. Flustered, she quickly denies it. Me? With him? No way. Not in a million years. Seo-in watches them desperately backpedal and stammers. It's just, you two seem so close. Even your parents are close. Min Jae-hyun and Kim Yoo-jung look at each other in confusion, blurting out in unison. Who? Us. Kim Yoo-jung turns back to Seo-in to set the record straight once more. Yeah, sure. We get along fine. But we're strictly just friends, nothing more. Hearing their denial, Seo-in's shoulders drop as she lets out a silent sigh of relief. She quickly looks away, feeling a bit embarrassed. I see. I'm so sorry for asking such a weird question. Min Jae-hyun checks his phone. Oh, it's past midnight. Standing up to head home, he says, "All right. I'm off." Kim Yoo-jung waves him off with mock disgust, completely different from how welcoming she was earlier. Seo-in softly says, "Goodbye." He politely turns back and replies, "See you later. Text me if anything comes up." The night is late, and without a single star or moon in the sky, the atmosphere is incredibly gloomy. Leaving Kim Yoo-jung's house, Min Jae-hyun walks alone down the dark, deserted street. Suddenly, a figure descends slowly behind him, surrounded by a radiant, glowing aura that illuminates the night. Min Jae-hyun turns around, his face instantly souring at the sight of the uninvited guest. "What do you want?" "It's pretty late." Hella steps closer, studying his face with suspicion. "You don't look surprised at all. Did you know I was coming?" Facing her, he explains, "The last time we met, I felt an overwhelming wave of mana that no human could ever possess. I had a feeling you'd show up again." Hella's face still bears the wounds from her clash with Heimdall. She gets straight to the point. "Then, I'll make this quick." Min Jae-hyun listens intently, bracing himself for her words. "Jae-hyun, you have to complete the second trial as fast as possible. We're running out of time. Odin has already made his move. Somewhere far beyond the human realm, massive gears grind against one another, letting out an ear-piercing metallic screech. The beings known as gods sit majestically upon their grand thrones, bathed in a blinding, divine light. Seated at the head of the chamber, Odin frowns in annoyance. How troublesome. He glares at the other gods. Still no word from Heimdall? An orange-haired god scoffs, completely dismissive of the idea that anyone could ever threaten their rule. "Father, you're worrying over nothing. The prophecy might have warned us about him, but at the end of the day, he's just a pathetic human. What can a mere insect actually do against us?" An older god nods in agreement. "Indeed, we may not have our full power in the human realm, but we are still gods. Humanity stands absolutely zero chance against us." His mind drifts to a certain prisoner who is currently enduring endless torture in a dark, forgotten abyss, bound and heavily guarded by a monstrous, bloodthirsty serpent that constantly drools to devour him whole. The old god chuckles dryly. "Well, except for that pathetic bastard who is currently rotting away in our deepest dungeons, of course." Odin remains unconvinced, reminding them of the absolute truth of destiny. The prophecies have never been wrong. Nearby, a golden-haired god silently scowls, keeping his thoughts to himself. A purple-haired goddess tilts her head, resting her chin on her hand as she looks at Odin lazily. "Do you honestly believe a mere human is a threat to you, Odin? The supreme king of gods? You're overthinking this, my love." She purrs, pressing her point. Odin dismisses her teasing with a stern glare, firmly rejecting their naive assumptions. Humans are creatures that never stop learning and evolving. I have seen what they are truly capable of. Knowledge is sometimes given to the weak, not the strong. Odin recalled the time someone had injured his eye. Touching his empty eye socket, he couldn't help but feel even more resolute in his decision. We still haven't been able to kill our main enemy. The power of the prophecy can only protect him for another 10 years at most. But we shouldn't rule out the possibility that he might become even more powerful during that time. He carefully analyzed the situation in front of the other gods. The elderly god from earlier seemed to understand his intention and spoke up. "Is that why you sent Heimdall there? He is just strong enough to break that human and stop our greatest enemy." The purple-haired goddess stroked her chin in agreement. "That is correct." And then, thinking of Min Jae-hyun, she couldn't help but marvel. The power of the prophecy protecting our greatest enemy is bound to weaken. The goddess stood up and walked over to Odin. Maybe we won't even have to wait 10 years. We will soon be able to end him with our own hands. She stepped closer to Odin and gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Odin carefully instructed the other gods that every plan must be flawless. He once again reminded them of how dangerous this enemy is, saying that no prophecy has ever foretold that they could escape their own destiny. The other gods agreed in unison, saying everything would be done according to Odin's will. Meanwhile, back with Min Jae-hyun, the late-night air in Korea was a bit chilly. Facing Hela, Min Jae-hyun got straight to the point. So, the power protecting me from Norse territory, the power of that prophecy is fading. He thoughtfully stroked his chin, deeply processing the information he had just received. Is that what you mean? Hela nodded in confirmation and said, Exactly. Puzzled, Min Jae-hyun asked her, How could that be? He recalled his past life with deep suspicion. In my past life, when I was 27, that person, no, Hugin, plotted to have Jung Gu-min kill me. He was stunned as he remembered the exact moment he was finished off by Jung Gu-min's magic. He couldn't help but ask, then why is the power protecting me in this life weakening when it should be keeping me safe so I do not get killed like that again? Hela calmly replied, The reason is simple. She then went on to explain everything she knew. Sending you back in time took way too much of the prophecy's power. Looking at the mysterious energy constantly swirling around and protecting him, Hela continued, Even for gods, traveling back to the past is strictly taboo. Honestly, I am surprised the power of the prophecy has even lasted this long. She clasped her hands together as if in prayer. I really wonder who had to pay the price for all of this. From somewhere in the distance, strange sounds and ancient runes began to echo. Min Jae-hyun frowned in discomfort as the sound started getting to him. Ugh, what is this? I am hearing those weird noises again. Clutching his head in pain, he said, I get it. There is not much time left. I need to pass the second trial to become stronger. Hela smiled with satisfaction. You catch on fast. She gestured for him to follow her, adding, Let's go somewhere else to finish our conversation. She went on to explain what they had to do next. We can talk about the trial you are about to take, and the enemy you will soon have to face. In the living room of the familiar house, everything was neatly arranged. Min Jae-hyun frowned, looking visibly worried as he mentioned the name of the person who was about to target him, Heimdall. He pictured the god in his mind, the pale-skinned god who can see the near future and carries a giant horn, right? Hela nodded in confirmation, genuinely surprised by his accurate description. Yes, do you know him? Min Jae-hyun let out a heavy sigh. I have done my research on the gods. After all, Odin is my enemy. Hela couldn't help but praise him, very impressive. He looked at Hela with doubt. But if he is already in Midgard, will I even have enough time to complete this trial? Resting her chin on her hand, Hela smiled calmly. Don't worry, I have bought you some time. Somewhere, Heimdall was trapped by surges of dark magic, completely furious. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, How dare she trap me, the great Heimdall, in a place like this? He screamed in absolute rage, struggling frantically to break free. Do not think you can keep me locked up in a pathetic prison like this. From the darkness, he screamed in pure fury. Thinking about her handiwork, Hela mused. I had to use quite a bit of my power for that. Wasting no more time, Min Jae-hyun got to the point. So, where will this trial take place? Hela glanced at the television. There it is. A breaking news report suddenly flashed on the screen. On the screen, a crowd of people was surrounding an elite figure. What a pity. The 11th Great Ruins raid has ended in another failure. Balak from the European Association will be participating in this upcoming raid. Although this event brings a lot of hope, the first trial, called the Proof of Qualification, has once again, it couldn't be cleared. The association has also admitted they aren't confident about their next attempt. As the news report continues to detail the grim situation, on the screen, a fierce-looking red-haired man appears, ready for battle. But let's put that news report aside for a moment. Jae-hyun looks over the details about the trial in Iceland, the heart of Norse mythology, where the secrets of the giants' ancient ruins are hidden. She paints a vivid picture of a breathtaking land blanketed in ice and snow, illuminated by the colorful northern lights. Jae-hyun quietly repeats the location. Iceland, huh? Hela chimes in. Those ruins were made just for you, you know. It's a place meticulously designed to groom you into someone who can defeat Odin once again. Catching the key phrase, Jae-hyun asks suspiciously, What do you mean, once again? But she seems reluctant to answer. She tilts her head, pretending to be clueless. How strange. Hella quickly brushes it off as a slip of the tongue. Why on earth did I say that? Confused, Jae-hyun replies. If you don't even know, how should I? But before his mind can wander any further, Hella quickly steers him back to the main topic. Anyway, if you can't pass the proof of worthiness, you won't even be able to set foot inside. He questions her words. The proof of worthiness? Or is it more like an acknowledgement? Exactly. And you're the only one who can actually pull it off. Once you clear it, the path to the Great Ruins will open right up for you. Meanwhile, in another location, Balak stares at the news report broadcasting about him. The initial trials, known as the proof of worthiness, have once again proven impossible to clear. The association has also expressed a complete lack of confidence in any future attempts. The more he watches, the more furious he gets at the commentary about his performance. Balak slams his hand on the desk, cracking the wood. Damn it, what kind of ruins are these if even we can't get inside? He whips around, shouting in rage. Camilla, are you absolutely sure the mages researched this place thoroughly? A girl clad in a vibrant red cloak steps into the room. It's Camilla, and she calmly tries to soothe him. I told you before, don't be so distrustful of others and stop being so obsessed with winning. She scratches her head with an innocent shrug. There's only one great ruins in the entire world, and honestly, I want to conquer it too. Balak lowers his head in frustration. If he wants to get inside, he has to prove his worth. But unable to contain his frustration for long, he bursts out shouting again. But how the hell do we even prove it? Standing beside him and watching his dramatic mood swings, Camilla can't help but laugh. I don't know, maybe there's a key? Hearing this, Balak's face darkens with pure rage as she hits a sore spot, and he glares right at her. Sensing the tense, dark aura filling the room, Camilla tries to ease the tension. I was just kidding, don't look at me like that. A few days later, at a bustling airport teeming with people, Jae-hyun is ready to set off for his trial. Before departing for the ancient ruins in Iceland, he sits down on a waiting bench, pulls down his mask, and talks to someone on the phone. Please let my friends know and keep them updated for me. I don't want them worrying about me. He can't help but sigh at how fast everything happened. The preparations had to be rushed. First, I used mana stones to max out my weapon, and now my level is over 30. Hearing his flight announcement, he stands up and blends into the crowd. Yes, thank you, Director Kim Ji-hyun. After wrapping up the call, he hangs up. Jae-hyun glances down at the tiny black cat tucked inside his hood. Shall we go, Hella? On a nearby news screen, Balak flashes on the air once again. He confidently declares that the European Raider Association will conquer the ruins in Iceland no matter what, and they won't let anyone get in their way. Looking at his upcoming opponent, Jae-hyun feels a surge of excitement. The ruins guarded by Balak. This will be my first time fighting an S-rank raider. Staring at his weapon glowing with a faint blue magic, he can't help but marvel. So that's the real dragon-slaying sword, Balmung. Hella fixes her eyes on the big screen, calculating. Now, we can get close enough to observe our greatest enemy. Let's see if your choice was the right one, Loki. With that, the two board the plane, ready to face a brand new challenge. Once the war ended, nothing remained but ruins, and thousands of mysterious tombs suddenly began appearing all over the world. The ancient, dark landscape reveals a pathway leading to a towering spire in the distance. As the raiders excavate the site, a beam of light shines down from above, casting a mysterious, sacred glow over the area. It turns out this is where the ancient relics are hidden. The two stand face to face, tension building to an absolute boiling point. This is a golden opportunity to get items far superior to those found in standard dungeons, making the rivalry among the raiders gathered here incredibly intense. The friction is so severe that local governments have had to step in. Meanwhile, Hella exudes an unusually mystical vibe. She says to Jae-hyun, that necklace on your wrist is the very proof I hid within the ruins. Her posture and distant gaze convey a deep sense of contemplation, and perhaps even doubt about everything that's unfolding. Hella continued, you don't think this is all just a coincidence, do you? Out of nowhere, you're the one chosen by Gu Ja-in. Min Jae-hyun's eyes showed deep focus mixed with some contemplation, while Hella seemed calm, almost indifferent. She said, like us standing in front of a ruin that's being raided, right? He recalled that moment when Hana and Min Jae-hyun, pale-faced with eyes wide with fear, cried out in pure anxiety. She must be talking about those glowing spots back then, a structure resembling a glowing mountain, with lights floating everywhere. Min Jae-hyun seemed lost in thought. Looking back, the root of everything was indeed that strange light. Min Jae-hyun smiled as he looked at Hella. Seeing him like that, Hella asked with a skeptical look, Why are you looking at me like that? Min Jae-hyun laughed and casually replied. It's nothing, Min Jae-hyun continued. For a long time I've been wondering, those ruins were made by the giants, right? Hela replied. Yes, 10,000 years ago. Their guardians and adversaries built them to prepare for the great enemy of prophecy, and for the countless humans who would stand against Odin's army. Min Jae-hyun turned to Hela and replied, Ah, so that's why the ruins are filled with riddles. In myths, giants are depicted as highly wise beings. Word has it they were confident even when standing before the Norse gods. Min Jae-hyun's eyes grew solemn as he spoke. Of course, their end wasn't quite so glorious. Min Jae-hyun casually crossed his legs and said, We're almost there. I'm actually getting a bit excited. Before coming, I booked a room at an expensive hotel, probably the best place around here. Hela suddenly blurted out, Either way, this is only your second experiment. Min Jae-hyun replied calmly, I haven't slacked off at all. And above all, I've prepared everything I possibly could. Placing his hand on his chest, Min Jae-hyun said in a serious tone, Let's check if the Nornir system's translation feature is working properly. I've got everything ready and brought some top-tier items, too. Before setting off, Min Jae-hyun had upgraded a dark ore in the palm of his hand. Upgrade item, rank, a dark ore. An upgrading mineral that increases dark gear by 1 rank. You can use the dark ore to upgrade your dark armor. A bright smile spread across Min Jae-hyun's face, showing his deep satisfaction and pride, as he said, Ever since I defeated the Dark Shadow and obtained the dark armor. With a gleam of pure joy and a slight, toothy grin, he continued, I worked my butt off to get my hands on this. Claws as sharp as daggers tightly held the dark ore, using it to upgrade the dark armor. The dark armor, upgraded by 1 rank to rank A dark armor. A purple and red light flared up, enveloping his hand. His grip was firm and steady, showing absolute concentration and the ironclad resolve of its wielder. Min Jae-hyun activated his passive skill, Armor Crafting Genius. The dark armor ranked up to rank S. Min Jae-hyun's brilliant orange eyes went wide, reflecting a mix of shock and awe, displaying hellish armor info. Equipped item, rank, S hellish armor, armor forged from the fires of hell. First effect, physical and magic resistance, is 350. Second effect, level 3 active skill, stealth, passive skill, rank, a dark synchronization. This skill syncs the user with dark energy to create afterimages that can dodge enemy attacks. First, there is a 20% chance to dodge enemy attacks. Second, a one-time 100% chance to dodge, though it does not work against light attribute attacks. Hela's eyes narrowed, her sharp gaze flashing with clear annoyance as she said, Well, we had to play dirty too. A heavy silence filled the air, with only a gentle breeze blowing through, carrying the chill of the night. Min Jae-hyun said, You mean the key? We didn't have time to try anything else. A few hours later, Min Jae-hyun and Hela finally arrived. Standing in front of the hotel entrance, Min Jae-hyun said, We're here. He then stepped right inside. This was a special hotel that only allowed awakened guests. The receptionist handed Min Jae-hyun his room key. Of course, even without that rule, a single night here cost 50,000, and nobody really wanted to spend the night right next to the ruins anyway. Just as he approached the main entrance, Min Jae-hyun suddenly spotted someone ahead. If there were any exceptions to the guest rule, it would only be archaeologists. A platinum-haired man in dark armor, with metallic details on the shoulders, a stern, cold expression, and a large scar across his face, accompanied by a girl with vibrant red hair. The two quickly brushed past Min Jae-hyun. They were likely members of the European Association, currently aiming to conquer the colossal ruins. Min Jae-hyun stole a glance, keeping a calm face as he thought, I didn't expect to run into them so soon. Suddenly, the man blurted out, You. Min Jae-hyun froze. Shadows fell over the man's face, revealing only glowing red eyes filled with intense rage, as he demanded, What the hell are you? His face darkened completely. Turns out, he was Balak, the true master of the dragon-slaying holy sword, Balmung, and the president of the European Raid Association. Min Jae-hyun turned his head with a smile, calmly asking, Is there a problem? The red-haired girl beside him gasped anxiously, Wait! The air felt frozen, thick with tension. The tension is suffocating. Min Jae-hyun and Balak's eyes lock onto each other like two predators staring each other down, ready to pounce at any second. Balak's eyes narrow, and with a dead-serious look, he asks, How old are you? A chilling aura of bloodlust radiates from him, like a predator cornering its prey. Where are you from? Min Jae-hyun's fiery orange eyes burn bright, ready to explode into a violent rage at any moment. She shouts, "Balak." Her frantic face shows she is about to lose her cool as she snaps, "Watch your attitude." She quickly steps between them, pushing them apart. Glaring at Balak, she adds, "What do you think you're doing?" Immediately after, she quickly ushers Min Jae-hyun away, saying, sorry about that. You go on ahead." With anxiety still written all over her face, she adds, "He's a bit of a jerk, you see. That's why his wife left him." Balak's face contorts with anger, his eyebrows knitting together as he tries to suppress his rising fury. "That's enough nonsense, Camilla." As Min Jae-hyun walks away, Camilla waves cheerfully and says, "I apologize on his behalf. Sorry about that. Bye-bye." Balak stands there, helpless to do anything. Camilla lets out a sigh of relief, her brow furrowing as she tries to hold back her anger. "Balak, I told you to be careful." Her sharp, piercing gaze conveys her deep irritation and dissatisfaction as she continues. "What if the association's reputation is ruined because of you? How will you make up for that? I know you're feeling sensitive because of our last failure, but don't take your anger out on a kid." Balak's gaze turns solemn as he replies, "No, that's not it." Balak recalls the moment he walked past Min Jae-hyun. That kid didn't make a single sound when he walked. With a dark expression and a firm gaze at Camilla, he shares his thoughts. He knows how to hide his presence at will. At Milla's academy, a voice screams from the principal's office. What? Maybe the problem started with Kim Yoo-jung. Although An Ho-yeon and Seo-in-ah try to hide it, the worry and anxiety are still plain to see on their faces. Kim Yoo-jung shows it the most. Her eyes are wide, her mouth agape, and her face is twisted with extreme fear and worry. Looking incredibly tense, she screams, "Going abroad? Good grief." Kim Yoo-jung tries her best to maintain a calm facade, but traces of anxiety are still clearly visible on her face. Where has he even been these past few days? Kim Yoo-jung's expression isn't as dramatic now, but her features are still slightly tense as she continues. First, he randomly went to the amusement park and got caught up in an accident, and now he's going abroad? Just as Kim Yoo-jung finishes speaking, An Ho-yeon smiles, trying to keep his composure, but he hasn't fully relaxed. A hint of hard-to-hide worry still lingers. Well, Jae-hyun really does have a knack for getting into trouble. His calm exterior is just a thin mask hiding the anxiety still simmering inside. I think it's the same this time around. Kim Yoo-jung immediately replies, "No way. He's not the type to go looking for trouble." Seo-in-ah seems to have calmed down. With her head slightly lowered, she remains silent, seemingly lost in her own unspoken thoughts. At the giant ruins of Iceland, two solemn figures stand guard in the freezing cold. The exhaustion etched onto their faces is not just physical, but a weariness that drains them to their very core. Suddenly, they spot someone approaching from a distance, a tall figure shrouded in heavy, concealing clothes, walking through the blinding snowstorm that obscures everything. It creates a cold, mysterious scene, as if hiding something behind that thick coat. Suddenly, the guard yells, "Who is it? Show your face!" These ruins are under the jurisdiction of the European Raider Association. Beneath the dark hood, only a fraction of his face is visible, but it's enough to show a smirk that is both mocking and dangerous. "Ah, you won't let me in? I'm getting really tired of this." He hastily screams, "An intruder." Shh. Before he can even finish, a large hand in a black glove with red trim forcefully clamps over his mouth, radiating a cold, domineering pressure. Activating the active skill, Brainwash. In absolute terror, his eyes widen and his mouth hangs open before he suddenly freezes. The brainwashing skill seems to have succeeded. The mask slowly fades away, and the one who brainwashed him is none other than Min Jae-hyun. Looking at the guard, he smiles and says, "Sorry about that. I feel like a criminal, but I have no choice." Back in the dead silent room, Hella and Min Jae-hyun are lost in thought, neither saying a word. A few seconds later, Hella speaks up first. The condition to enter the giant ruins is, first of all, the Nornir system. Min Jae-hyun sighs, turning to ask, "First of all, so there's a second condition? I hope there isn't a third one." Hella frowns slightly and says, "Don't interrupt me." She raises her hand, looking slightly anxious as she hesitates before continuing, "There are only two conditions. The second is that your strength and agility stats must be over 150. Hearing this, he flinches in sheer surprise. She continues talking passionately, paying little attention to his expression. To put it simply, it's equivalent to an S rank. He lowers his head, a wave of unease washing over him as he remains silent. After finishing her long explanation, she turns to look at him, Sensing a bad omen, she forced a smile and stammered, "Don't tell me you're going to give me a forced smile and awkwardly say I still haven't reached S rank?" Like a bolt of lightning, the realization hit her, and she rushed forward in panic, crying out, "No way! I saw you defeat Cert all on your own." Deep down, she was practically screaming curses. He looked at her, his expression suddenly growing dead serious. Min Jae-hyun tilted his head slightly to look at Hela, and like a villain going dark, he unleashed a heavy wave of killing intent. "Oh, so this is your third form?" The moment he said that, she froze. Instead of answering him, Hela awkwardly changed the subject to something completely unrelated. "For now, we need to find a way to meet the second condition." Min Jae-hyun lowered his voice and said, "There is a way." He recalled completing the second quest at Flandiar's mansion, and how the system sent a notification right as the quest ended. "You have completed the hidden scenario of this quest and will receive an additional reward." He pulled out the key, held it up, and continued, "I got this from Flandiar's mansion. I've never used it because I never needed to." Right after he spoke, the system popped up. Unidentified item, A rank cursed key. The old, rusty key had completely lost its original appearance to corrosion. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and the system popped up again with a notification. Activating his scouting skill, Min Jae-hyun gripped the key tightly and focused. Instantly, more useful information appeared on the screen. Special item, A rank key of Loki. Can open any door or chest. Made by a blind idiot who wanted to steal the item hidden in a treasure chest. The idiot received shame, and the friend received a gift. Cooldown is 2 hours. This was indeed extremely useful information. He finally knew the true secret of this key. Hela stared in disbelief, wondering, "How did you get this?" The scene shifted. Min Jae-hyun stood before a door, surrounded by pitch-black darkness and howling winds. "How strange," Min Jae-hyun frowned slightly before smirking. "It's as if someone anticipated all of this and prepared it just for me." Hela, nestled inside his hood, watched intently. He slowly inserted the key into the keyhole. The moment the key went in, it was quickly sucked all the way inside, immediately throwing open the gate to the Great Ruins. A brilliant light burst from inside the gate, completely enveloping the area. Min Jae-hyun stood before the wide-open gate and said, "Now then." He paused for a few seconds, as both he and Hela stared intently at the card in his hand. He suddenly flashed a sinister smile. "I guess this blank card will be useful soon enough." But despite his words, Min Jae-hyun was deep in thought. Co Ina's cognitive acceleration and Kwon Soo-yul's scouting. Both are incredibly useful skills, but it feels like I'd lose something if I used the blank card. Besides, if I copy the skills of those around me, people will start getting suspicious. Part of him wanted to use it, but he was still hesitant. But he quickly went back to his usual smirking self. If they're going to hand me a blank card, they should at least give me some skill to copy." Hela, perched on his shoulder, looked utterly disgusted by that obnoxious smirk. The two of them headed inside. The long hallway was incredibly damp and gloomy, lit only by rows of torches. Not only that, it was dead silent inside, so quiet that he could hear every single one of his footsteps. When they finally reached the end of the path, he and Hela looked up. From above, a man's booming voice echoed, "Are you the great adversary of the prophecy?" The speaker possessed a massive body and was sitting majestically on a stone throne. He paused for a few seconds before suddenly continuing, "I am Smear, guardian of the Great Ruins by order of my father, Hrungnir." Not only was he giant, but his face was also incredibly terrifying, featuring 3 strange eyes. Min Jae-hyun stood there, listening with a cold, expressionless face. But Hela had a different reaction. She perked up as if realizing something and quickly jumped down to the ground. Seeing her, he was about to say hell, but before he could finish, Hela instantly transformed from a black cat into a young woman. Stunned, he gasped, "You are her incarnation." Hearing that, Hela replied immediately, "Yes, my name is Hela, and I am in charge of guiding the great adversary through the 5 trials." Smear suddenly fell silent, looking deeply troubled. Hela stepped forward and looked up, raising her voice. "Smear, the power of the prophecy protecting the great adversary is fading. We must prepare so the great adversary can take the second trial as soon as possible." Before she could even finish, Smear cut her off and flatly replied, "I refuse." Completely caught off guard, her face turned pale, and her eyes widened in shock. "What? Why?" With a look of sadness mixed with disappointment, he answered, "You should know that the way the great adversary opened those doors was cheating." Hearing this, Min Jae-hyun remained silent, his expression darkening into an annoyed scowl. Smear locked his gaze directly on him and continued, "In your current state, you cannot pass the second trial. I've already liberated you. Just come back when you're stronger." Hela suddenly shouted in agitation, "We don't have any time left. Once the power of the prophecy runs out, the Norse gods will make their move again." He closed his eyes, sighed, and shook his head. "Rules are rules, incarnation of Hela. I cannot make any exceptions." Thinking of his homeland, Smear spoke with grim pessimism. "Jotunheim, the very land I wish to protect, is already reduced to ashes. We giants have no home left to return to." He spoke in a voice filled with utter despair, his face darkening with gloom. It was already too late anyway. What difference does a little more time make now? Hearing this, Hela was completely stunned and felt deep pity for him. Standing still, she lowered her voice and said hesitantly, "Smear, you've completely given up hope." Min Jae-hyun, who had been silent for a long time, couldn't take this nonsense any longer. He finally snapped, "What the hell is going on here?" Hela, who was anxiously looking at Smear, gasped and whipped her head around at his words. With a terrifying glare, he looked up, his voice dripping with pure fury as he growled, "Are you guys messing with me?" Smear's blood boiled at his insolence, and he growled back, "How dare you?" Not backing down for a second, Min Jae-hyun completely ignored him and cut him off. "Listen to me very carefully. I am not a charity." With that, he marched straight towards Smear. With each step, a terrifying aura radiated from him. "I am not some toy you can play with whenever you want and throw away when you get bored." Hela watched from the side, a wave of anxiety washing over her as brilliantly glowing, razor-sharp chains materialized continuously behind him. Jae-hyun's face darkened as he continued, "The only reason I ever let you control what I do." He paused for a brief second before ruthlessly launching the chains directly at Smear. At that exact moment, a system notification flashed, activating the level 5 active skill, Chains of Light. The chains slammed into Smear, unleashing a series of deafening, earth-shaking crashes. Having delivered that warning shot, Min Jae-hyun said coldly, "Is because I saw some use in you. So," he pointed his finger directly at Smear's face, frowning as he made a stern demand, "I need you to start acting like it." Meanwhile, outside the great ruins, the sky shone as brilliantly as the Milky Way as fierce winds howled endlessly. Balak's face twisted in anger. "Are you telling me no one has ever made it this far?" The two sentinels flinched in terror. One of them, an elderly man, stammered, "Yes, no one has passed through here." But Balak remained highly skeptical. He shoved the other sentinel aside, scowling. "That is impossible. Someone is inside. I will go see for myself." He was absolutely certain someone was in there, the conviction ringing loud and clear in his mind. And he had a very good reason to be so sure. The mysterious energy he had just felt was something that only surfaced when a great relic was being opened. Balak fell deep into thought, his expression incredibly tense. "I've never successfully entered the Great Ruins myself. I cannot let someone else beat me to it. If the gates are open, I should definitely be able to get in." But the moment he stepped in front of the gates, a booming voice echoed from within. "You are not worthy." He was so enraged that the veins on his face bulged. Those words stabbed straight through his chest like a dagger. Meanwhile, in Camilla's bedroom, her phone kept ringing off the hook, piercing through her deep sleep. She groggily reached over to grab the phone from her nightstand. Camilla answered, struggling to keep her eyes open as she mumbled, "Balak, why are you calling me this late?" Balak's voice was frantic on the other end. "We have an intruder. Someone actually entered the Great Ruins." Hearing this, Camilla instantly snapped awake and replied, "I am on my way." Back inside the ruins, the conflict was escalating rapidly, and Hela felt things slipping entirely out of her control. Panicked and flustered, she cried, "What on earth are you doing?" Smear blocked the chains of light with his bare hands, his remaining patience finally wearing thin. Raging with fury, he slammed his hand down on the armrest of his throne and stood up. Every single step of the massive giant sent deep cracks splintering across the stone floor. Smear roared, "Foolish human!" Furious, he marched toward Min Jae-hyun, ready to tear him apart. Inside the giant ruins, the crackling sound of Min Jae-hyun's chains of light echoed through the air. Stunned by Jae-hyun's sheer recklessness, Hela asked in sheer terror, "What are you doing?" Smear's rage boiled over. You utter fool." Standing right before Jae-hyun with overwhelming bloodlust, Smear bellowed, "How dare a mere human like you think you can stand against me?" He unleashed a mighty roar, summoning a violent tempest that sent dust and debris flying toward Jae-hyun and Hela. She stood frozen in place, staring up at Smear with wide, terrified eyes. Jae-hyun simply looked up at Smear, wearing an incredibly smug smirk as he taunted, "Is that really all you've got to say? Because honestly, I've heard that exact line way too many times already." In this desperate situation, he quickly weighed his options. If he gave up on this trial and retreated, he would only end up dying against Heimdall later anyway. Either way, he would be dead. In that case, there was only one choice left. Meanwhile, Smear glared down at him with intense, murderous intent. Since there was no turning back now, Jae-hyun calmly met Smear's gaze, fully prepared to throw everything he had at the giant. "I refuse to die and regret again, not like the life I had before I regressed." Smear's 3 eyes flared up like headlights, and he slammed his palms together as if preparing to unleash a massive spell. In a booming, solemn voice, he declared, "Challenger, I will no longer show you any mercy." At that exact moment, a spatial rift tore open above Min Jae-hyun's head, and a massive spear emerged from the void. The spear plummeted instantly, stopping just 1 centimeter above his head. A fraction of a second later, and he would have been history. But in the blink of an eye, his own eyes flared as he activated his absolute calculation skill. The spear shattered into a million tiny fragments, dissolving into nothingness right before Smear's shocked eyes. Before the giant could even process what happened, Jae-hyun activated his active skill, Tempest. He lunged forward with full force, aiming a powerful fist directly at the target zone on Smear's chest. That was when Smear realized that the boy was targeting his very heart. Smear couldn't believe his eyes. Was this challenger actually planning to defeat him and clear this trial? Gritting his teeth in fury, Smear roared, "Do you have any idea what kind of monstrous entities you'll have to face in the future?" He thrust his massive hands forward, unleashing a blinding light. Jae-hyun immediately leapt back to dodge the deadly blast. The moment Jae-hyun opened his eyes, Smear's hand was already clawing toward him. The giant questioned him, "Why on earth do you push yourself to this extreme?" But Jae-hyun was too busy feeling the overwhelming pressure, which felt exactly like his battle against Heimdall. It was clear proof that this opponent was someone he couldn't normally defeat. Yet, Jae-hyun refused to back down. Summoning his light chains, he gripped them tightly and charged forward with absolute determination. His divine eye blazed as he braced himself for a grueling, long-drawn-out battle. He had no intention of just sitting around and waiting for death. The intense battle raged on, and before long, fatigue began to take its toll on Jae-hyun. He was gasping for air, but at this point, absolutely nothing was going to stop him. He quickly activated his glacial earth skill. The soul of a dark elf, bound tightly in chains, materialized as a massive wall of ice rapidly surged toward Smear's feet. In utter shock, Smear exclaimed, "Isn't that the secret art of the Dark Elves? I have no idea how you managed to learn it, but your execution still has a glaring weakness." With that, Smear delivered a devastating punch right into the center of the ice wall, shattering it into countless sharp shards that flew in all directions. Even after unleashing such a powerful skill, was there really no opening? But Jae-hyun just smirked coldly. "You did exactly what I expected you to do. Are you always this predictable?" Flames erupted from his hands as he activated his Tier 5 Fire Strike and Tier 5 Mana Burst skills. The shattered ice fragments clinging to the ceiling began to fall, hovering in mid-air before plummeting down, while massive fireballs spiraled around Jae-hyun. He manipulated the fireballs, driving the ice shards straight at Smear and forcing the giant to raise his arms in defense. Seizing the moment, he activated his Tier 3 Invisibility skill, fading into the rising steam and vanishing completely. Smear scoffed. "Do you really think such cheap tricks will work on me?" With a powerful stomp of his foot, he sent a massive shockwave through the ground, blowing away the thick veil of steam. But as the steam cleared, Smear realized to his shock that Jae-hyun was nowhere to be found. The battlefield was littered with scattered ice blocks and jagged iron spikes protruding from the ground, left behind by their chaotic clash. Smear looked around in confusion, unaware that Hela had transformed into a black cat and was hiding behind one of the spikes. The giant took slow, deliberate steps, carefully scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a tiny footprint appeared on the ground, and something launched itself into the air, catching Smear completely off guard. It was Jae-hyun. He had been lying in wait for Smear to get close, and now he lunged forward, swinging his sword down with a fierce slash. Meanwhile, in Yoo Sung-yoon's office, Baek Ji-hyun asked, "That boy, Min Jae-hyun, he's your apprentice, isn't he?" Yoo Sung-yoon calmly took a sip of her tea and replied, "That's right. I take it you saw his interview?" Baek Ji-hyun didn't beat around the bush. "Let's get straight to the point. I'm here because of Jae-hyun." Anyone would expect Sung-yoon to be intimidated by Ji-hyun's overbearing presence, but she simply maintained a polite smile and replied, "Having the eye to recognize talent is a merchant's greatest asset. That's what you once told me." Ji-hyun, is there really any need to repeat such pointless talk? Ji-hyun had already anticipated that Sung-yoon wouldn't easily let go of someone as exceptionally talented as Jae-hyun, so she immediately laid out her offer. "Oh, there's no need to be so hostile. I'm more than willing to pay a very generous price for him." Her expression darkening, Sung-yoon closed her eyes and replied coldly, "Jae-hyun is not an object you can buy." Ji-hyun cut her off, the fang of Nidhogg. "What if I offer you that?" Sung-yoon instantly knew exactly what she was talking about. The fang of Nidhogg. "I heard an administrator had acquired it, but I never imagined you would offer an S-rank item for this deal. Do you really want Jae-hyun that badly?" With a sudden gravity in her voice, Sung-yoon muttered, "I see this is no joke." And Ji-hyun wasn't kidding either, keeping her gaze deadpan and completely direct. He replied, "We have never, and will never, make a joke out of our clients." Yoo Sung-yoon's face darkened as she replied, "If Yeonhwa refuses, are you planning to use this to control Jae-hyun directly?" Baek Ji-hyun's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. "Yoo Sung-yoon, you could definitely make it as a businesswoman. You've got a pretty sharp eye, don't you?" Our beautiful guildmaster kept her subtle smile as she asked, "And if Lotus collapses, do you still plan to lure Jae-hyun away?" In terms of sheer presence, Baek Ji-hyun was holding her own against Yoo Sung-yoon. Baek Ji-hyun's eyes lit up with a dangerous gleam. With a faint smile, she shot back, "Guildmaster Yoo Sung-yoon, you really are a talented businesswoman." Baek Ji-hyun looked up at Yoo Sung-yoon. "You certainly know how to read the room." Yoo Sung-yoon replied with a genuine smile, "You'd better go after Jae-hyun instead." Baek Ji-hyun's harsh tone softened. "We actually prefer settling things peacefully." With that, she extended her hand. "So, I'll be waiting for your decision." Realizing Yoo Sung-yoon had no intention of shaking hands, Baek Ji-hyun awkwardly pulled her hand back. Turning to leave, she said, "Excuse me, I have things to attend to." Left all alone in the room, Yoo Sung-yoon stood in silence. Once Baek Ji-hyun was gone, Yoo Sung-yoon let out a mocking laugh. Rumor had it that she was planning to poach their guild members. The more she spoke, the darker Yoo Sung-yoon's face became. Back with Min Jae-hyun, Sertra watched in utter shock as Jae-hyun's sword came hurtling straight toward him. His blade slammed directly into Sertra's neck. Jae-hyun had poured a massive amount of power into this strike, but against Sertra, it was like throwing an egg at a rock. His body felt like it was made of reinforced concrete, leaving nothing but a tiny scratch. Min Jae-hyun landed in front of Sert, looking like nothing more than a tiny ant standing before a colossal elephant. Sertra brushed his hand over the nick on his neck, thinking with disappointment, "Is this the path you have chosen? The great enemy, Odin, is incredibly powerful, and so are the other gods of Aesir. No matter how hard you try, nothing will ever come of your efforts." Jae-hyun stared back at him with a serious expression. Sertra looked at Min Jae-hyun with eyes full of agony. "Do you honestly still believe you can move forward?" Min Jae-hyun fired back instantly. "It is a hell of a lot better than just sitting around doing nothing." At that exact moment, Jae-hyun activated 3 skills in a row. He used the active skill Magic Artifact Manifestation to create a mana sword, then triggered the passive skill Armorsmithing Genius, raising the grade of the created item by 1 level. Sertra pleaded desperately, his eyes filled with anguish. "You know absolutely nothing, great enemy." Placing his hand on his chest, he said, "What you are doing is utterly meaningless. Do you understand that?" Jae-hyun met Sertra's gaze with unwavering determination. Jae-hyun spoke up, "I'm the only one who decides if my actions have meaning." These words from Jae-hyun caught Sert completely off guard. He recalled a distant memory. Back then, his father grabbed him by the shoulders and said, "You are the only one who decides your own worth." Even though he was just a child at the time, that moment had remained deeply engraved in his mind. While Sert was still lost in his memories, Min Jae-hyun saw his chance and launched a surprise attack. He unleashed a devastating blow at Sert, but the giant remained standing, asking calmly, "Can you take responsibility for the words you just spoke?" Suddenly, Jae-hyun found himself unable to move. Both he and his attack were crushed under an invisible pressure radiating from Sert. Jae-hyun panicked. "I can't move." Serter continued to tower over him, asking once more, "I ask you again, can you take responsibility for what you just said?" The moment he finished speaking, Min Jae-hyun could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure, and blood spewed from his mouth. "Is there really no other way?" he thought. "What am I supposed to do here? Think. How do I defeat this monster? How do I take him down? Just as he was desperately trying to come up with a plan, the crushing pressure vanished. Surtur looked down at him and said, "You said you are the only one who can decide the meaning of your actions. However, only those with true power have the right to do that." Crossing his arms, he continued, "I will give you one chance." Surtur looked at Jae-hyun resolutely. "If you can prove your worth, I will let you pass." Hela was quite surprised by Surtur's words. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Jae-hyun replied, "Prove myself? Then let's make a deal." Hela glanced at Jae-hyun, while Surt listened intently to what he had to say. Jae-hyun finished his thought. "I will take your strongest attack head on, just once." Smiling confidently, Jae-hyun asked, "What do you say?" Both Surtur and Hela were taken aback by Jae-hyun's sudden decision. Hela quickly rushed over to stop him. "What are you talking about? He is overflowing with divine power." "In your current state, you Surtre cut her off." "Very well." With that, he raised his hand to prepare his strike. He summoned his weapon, a massive spear that rose from the ground, and stood tall right in front of him. "I, Surt, shall be the judge." Gripping the spear, he spun it around and asked, "Do you truly have the power to decide the meaning of your own actions? And are you someone who can defy destiny?" Hela screamed with all her might, "Stop this right now. If you do this, our last ray of hope will be gone." But Surtur paid her no mind, roaring at the top of his lungs, "Take this." He hurled the spear straight at Min Jae-hyun. The weapon flew with the speed of light, and a blinding radiance filled the entire space. In the end, all Seo-min-ah saw in front of her was a massive, gaping hole, and Dae-hyun was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, the air went eerily quiet, unharmed. In a shocking twist, Min Jae-hyun is still alive. He speaks up, asking, "Is that enough?" A layer of dark energy surrounds him, acting as a protective shield. The system announces the activation of his passive skill, Dark Shadow Fusion. From this point on, the skill will have a 20% chance of triggering. Smear stares at Jae-hyun in utter shock, completely speechless. Jae-hyun glances back at him. Seeing that the young man is completely unharmed, Smear smiles and begins to clap. The massive wall behind him begins to shift, opening up a passageway. He says, "Go on. This place was made for you." Min Jae-hyun gives Smear a faint smile and asks, "Are you sure?" Smear replies, "A coincidence can happen twice, but more than 3 times is impossible. Now, go." With those final words from Smear, Min Jae-hyun walks through the doorway. He leaves Hela behind, staring in absolute awe at what a strange human he is. Inside the pitch-black room, Min Jae-hyun stands frozen before a massive gate. Looking inside, it is dark as night. Crossing his arms, Smear explains to Min Jae-hyun, "There are 3 trials of wisdom waiting for you in there." Min Jae-hyun calmly replies, "I understand." Smear narrows his eyes, looking down, and asks in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid?" Without a moment of hesitation, Jae-hyun walks straight inside and replies, "I am." Watching Min Jae-hyun walk away, Smear mutters, "Is that so?" In the quiet space, he pauses for a brief moment before whispering, "Then that is good." Smear's expression darkens slightly. He glances to the side and continues, "My job ends here. As for the rest." His eyes follow the backs of the two as he mutters, "It is all up to you." Walking deep into the abyss, the surroundings are so quiet that the only sound is the echoing of his and Hela's footsteps. Min Jae-hyun maintains his cold, calm expression as he leads the way, with Hela following close behind. After walking for a while, she finally asks with a tense expression, "Hey, how could you even do something like that?" Min Jae-hyun answers in a low voice, "Who knows?" He hesitates for a second before adding, "I am not really sure myself." She silently stares at him, not saying another word. In her mind, Hela recalls the moment she asks Smear, "Smear, have you really given up?" She thinks back and tells herself, "Yes, he had." She pauses, reflecting on the moment Min Jae-hyun stepped through that gate, and thinks, but Min Jae-hyun changed him. The atmosphere falls back into silence, with only a few torches along the walls lighting up their path. They keep walking until they reach a dead end, causing both of them to stop and stare blankly ahead. Right in front of them, 2 girls speak in perfect unison, "Welcome, the great enemy of the prophecy." Looking down at the dazed Min Jae-hyun and Hela, the 2 girls introduce themselves. "We are the Norns. We have been tasked with guarding the first trial of wisdom, and we have been waiting for you." Hearing this, Hela turns and whispers to him, "Jae-hyun, from this point on, I cannot interfere. You must be careful." Min Jae-hyun glances at her and replies, "Got it." He stares at the twins and thinks to himself, "That is a pity. But whatever, After all, this is the second trial I have to face. The twins flash a creepy, sinister smile at the same time and speak in unison. One of us is an angel, and the other is a demon. Their voices shift unpredictably as they continue. The angel only tells the truth, while the demon only lies. Finally, they each state their case. One of us is the gate that leads to heaven, where the angels reside. Hearing the sisters ramble on makes him highly annoyed, his expression darkening with boredom. As soon as one finishes, the other pipes up, and the other is the gate that leads to hell, where the demons live. Hela catches his expression and asks in confusion, "What is with that face? Are you actually disappointed?" Min Jae-hyun lowers his head slightly, looking at her with a sigh. "Well, it is just that this is not what I was expecting." Just as he finishes his sentence, one of the twins says in a low voice, "No matter which gate you choose, you will still be guided to the second stage of the trial." She slowly emphasizes every single word. "But if you choose the gate to hell, the undead will continuously block your path." She conjures up a horrifying image of starving, screaming undead. Min Jae-hyun barely reacts, silently listening to what they have to say. She smirks and continues. "From this point on, we will allow you to ask only one question, so make good use of this opportunity." Hearing this, he is in no rush to speak, staring at the twins while figuring out how to find the right path with just one question. This is a famous riddle. Even so, something still feels off, causing him to hesitate slightly. But placing his hand on his chin, he pauses for a moment before thinking to himself, "No matter which gate I choose, I can still proceed to the next round anyway." Pondering for a moment, Min Jae-hyun seems to realize something and chuckles softly. "Interesting." With that thought, he extends his hand forward and says, "I will ask." One of the girls giggles and says, "There is no need to rush. You still have plenty of time to think." Min Jae-hyun steps straight toward them with absolute confidence. "No, I don't need to think." Seeing his overwhelming confidence, the girl sitting next to her doesn't stop him but asks, "Then who among us do you want to ask?" Without a single moment of hesitation, Min Jae-hyun points his finger straight at her. Then he asks, "Which realm does your gate lead to?" Hearing this, she immediately stands up, while the other girl remains seated, a tiny smirk creeping onto her face, as if she is quietly celebrating. She slowly walks past him, step by step, stopping in front of a gate. She turns back to face him and says, "The gate behind me." Although Min Jae-hyun acts completely confident, his mind is racing. The riddle is called Angels and Demons. Staring at the gate, he thinks to himself, "Man, this one is pretty famous. It probably goes by a few different names," which means the solution is actually quite common. He begins to map out the logic in his head. If you ask where they live, the angel will point toward heaven. He also considers the second scenario. If you ask the demon, it will also point toward heaven. Seeing him lost in thought, the girl asks, "Is this the gate you choose?" She sounds pretty smug. Min Jae-hyun smiles, making it look like he is going to agree, but then he flatly replies, "No." He turns to look at the girl sitting on the bench over there, and smirks. "I will go through that gate." She freezes, completely caught off guard. He speaks up again, "Can you open it for me?" Hearing his bizarre decision, Hela gasps in total shock. "What?" A moment later, under a dark, gloomy sky in a desolate wasteland, it turns out Min Jae-hyun really did choose the demon gate. He and Hela walk slowly, one after the other. Hela is visibly annoyed and utterly confused. She glares at him and snaps, "Are you out of your mind? Why would you do that? What did you go into the demon gate for?" Unlike Hela, Min Jae-hyun looks completely relaxed. He chuckles. "Haven't you ever heard the saying that when you are young, no challenge is too big?" His smug, annoying grin only makes her more furious. She tells him to stop talking nonsense. He strolls casually, thinking to himself, "Of course, no sane person would willingly choose the harder path, but I am not most people." He calmly remarks, "They said the undead would try to stop me." Hela breaks into a cold sweat, frowning in disbelief. But before he can even finish his sentence, they both freeze. Right before their eyes, a decayed hand bursts from the ground, accompanied by an eerie, scratching sound. Immediately, hundreds of hideous undead crawl out from their graves, their ferocious growls shaking the entire area. You would think Min Jae-hyun would be terrified, but instead, a calm smile spreads across his face. He quickly activates his sacrifice skill, and pure white, angelic wings burst from his back. Standing there with those glowing white wings, he completely illuminates the dark sky around them. Min Jae-hyun rapidly chains his skills together, tearing through the undead across the battlefield. Next, he converts his sacrifice skill into a defensive barrier, and finally, triggers his active skill, Judgment of Light. The rapid succession of skills unleashes a blinding torrent of light, catching the undead completely off guard as they shriek in agony. After wiping out the entire horde, system notifications flood his vision. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Min Jae-hyun is absolutely thrilled with the results. Looking at the massive amount of experience points he just racked up, a satisfied grin spreads across his face. Now this is what I call heaven. Hela rolls her eyes at his dramatic behavior. She cannot help but mutter, "You absolute demon of a human. He is definitely a monster." Meanwhile, outside the gate, the twins are sitting and talking. One of them smirks and says, "He made the absolute dumbest decision." The other replies, "And also the smartest." They stare at the wide-open gate with gentle smiles. Suddenly, they turn their heads back and speak in perfect unison. But the prophecy was clear. The surrounding area is dead silent, when suddenly, a portal begins to open. As the portal widens, nothing but pure darkness is visible. Then, a figure suddenly steps out from within. Min Jae-hyun strolls out cheerfully, sighing, "Aw man, it is over already?" It is so rare to get a sweet farming spot like that. In stark contrast to his carefree attitude, Hela is clearly annoyed by his joking. She snaps, "Would you focus for a second? The trial is not over yet." The moment they step out, the portal behind them begins to distort. It gradually shrinks, and then completely vanishes. Hearing the sound, Min Jae-hyun and Hela quickly turn around to look. Seeing the portal gone, he immediately scans their surroundings. The place is dark, dusty, and filled with rubble and debris. In the center of the floor lies a magic circle, and a highly complex one at that. After studying it closely, Min Jae-hyun's expression turns serious. He mutters to himself, "So we probably have to clear some conditions to escape this place and complete the trial." Suddenly, a man's deep, booming voice echoes out of nowhere. "That is correct. O great enemy of the prophecy." Hearing this, they both look around frantically, trying to pinpoint where the voice is coming from. Seeing no one, Min Jae-hyun calls out, "Are you the gatekeeper of the level 2 trial?" Suddenly, a blinding flash of white light appears. As it spoke, what a terrible name. Hearing the voice and spotting the glowing orb floating high above at the same time, they both looked up. Seeing they remained silent without making a sound, he continued, "But it was true." Hela listened quietly, focusing on the voice, and couldn't help but find it somewhat familiar. This voice. Before she could even finish her sentence, Min Jae-hyun interrupted. "Do you recognize whose voice that is?" Hela seemed to realize something, her expression shifting instantly as she blurted out in shock, "Why are you here?" As soon as the words left her mouth, he cut in, "Hold on, at least let me introduce myself first." He paused for a moment before introducing himself. "I am Mimir, the creator of the Norn system," he spoke, addressing Min Jae-hyun directly as the one who had orchestrated his entire destiny. Min Jae-hyun was utterly shocked to hear that someone had laid out his destiny from the very beginning. He stood there dazed, his mind racing. Orchestrated his destiny? He recalled how it all began, with those constant system notifications. "A new operating system has been successfully downloaded. Do you wish to activate it?" In that memory, as his heavy eyelids fluttered open as if giving consent, the system popped up once more. Activating new operating system, the Norn system. He froze, his face darkening. After a long while, Jae-hyun's demeanor shifted as he looked up, his eyes completely hollow. He stammered, "Can you explain this in more detail?" He answered immediately, "Just like I said." He began to reminisce about the past as he spoke. "A long, long time ago, Loki came to me. He wanted me to show him how to help the prophesied great enemy grow stronger, and how to evade Odin's watchful eyes." Mimir paused for a moment and said, "The answer to that was the Norn system." Min Jae-hyun lowered his head, asking in a low voice, "You were the one who created the Norn system?" Then he suddenly looked up, staring intently at him. "Then why didn't you just explain your plan from the very beginning?" Without a second thought, he replied, "Because of the covenant with the Norse gods, just reaching you under normal circumstances was already incredibly difficult. The Norse god system you used, no, to be precise, the system used by all awakened users is actually holding everyone back." Hela frowned slightly, her face filled with curiosity. "Mimir, I've never heard of you being the gatekeeper for the second stage of the trial," he replied, his voice turning somber. "You know as well as I do, Hela, things aren't looking good right now. If the collapse happens sooner than expected, then..." As he hesitated, she cut in. If that's the case, there's no guarantee the great enemy will even survive. Min Jae-hyun grumbled dejectedly. My life is literally on the line here, and you're talking about it like it's nothing. Mimir brushed it off. Either way, my reason for stepping in is simple. The glowing orb grew larger and shone even brighter. He slowly drifted directly in front of Min Jae-hyun and declared, to test if you are truly worthy. Min Jae-hyun's expression darkened, a spark of fire igniting in his eyes. Smirking at the sheer absurdity of it, he spat back. You haven't said a single word to me all this time, and now you suddenly want to test me? Hearing his reaction, the entity hesitated before explaining, there are too many eyes and ears out there. The only reason we can even speak like this right now is because we're inside the ancient ruins. The watchful eyes and ears he was referring to was none other than Odin. Min Jae-hyun began to understand, so the Norse gods can't spy on us in here, giving us complete freedom inside these ruins. As if reading his mind, Mimir burst into laughter and replied, exactly, you're pretty sharp. Looking up with an annoyed expression, he said, I have a question. He didn't hesitate, ask away. Feeling a sense of injustice, he muttered, if destiny already chose me to be the great enemy, then my personal feelings shouldn't even matter. So why did you even bother asking how I felt about being chosen as the great enemy? Standing nearby, Hela couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. His eyes grew heavy as he remembered those dark times. And to make things worse, you chose the exact moment I was at my absolute lowest, clinging to life on the brink of death. Why did it have to be like that? Meanwhile, in a different setting, oh, come on! Kim Yoo-jung slumped over her desk, whining in frustration. What is he even doing going abroad? Who knows? He won't even reply to my messages. Her friend sitting next to her just nodded in agreement. Yeah. An Ho-yeon smiled warmly. He'll come back when he's ready. He always does. Seo Inna, looking up from her book, added, but seriously, why did he go abroad in the first place? Kim Yoo-jung let out a heavy sigh. Who knows? He left without saying a single word. An Ho-yeon quickly changed the subject, smiling as he looked at her. We should figure out what we're doing with our group first. He turned to Kim Yoo-jung. I'm really hoping all of us can be in the same group. Hearing this, Seo Inna sat quietly beside them and smiled softly. An Ho-yeon chuckled warmly as well. She had a smile on her face, but deep down in her eyes, you could tell she wasn't happy at all. She quietly replied, yeah. Seo Ah-hyun frowned slightly, her expression shifting as if she'd just realized something, and she suddenly blurted out, ah, I get it now. She then brought up the time they were in the lab with Jae-song. I was wondering why Jae-sang kept rambling on about those potion bottles and using them for bribes. He looked so goofy back then, just staring at the potions and smiling while muttering to himself, this much should be plenty. Kim Do-young sighed and said, that's because those are the perks Jae-hyun gets for being the top student in class, right? But are you sure you just want to lie there? She sighed deeply and sat up, her face filled with worry. Whatever, I just want to be with Jae-hyun. Before anyone could even say a word, she got self-conscious, blushed hard, and jumped right up. With her face red as a tomato, she stuttered out of sheer embarrassment, I mean. Who else would even put up with a guy like him? She was breaking out in a sweat as she spoke. Ah-hyun frowned as she thought about it, her face turning dark as she muttered, tell me about it. Back then, he was a completely different person. An Ho-do gave a blank look and said, I only wanted to go along because we're friends, guys. There's really nothing else to it. He spoke with pure excitement in his voice. We're going to get more funding. Then he started rambling about all the awesome perks, like getting to use a much bigger room. Kim Do-young turned to Ah-hyun and asked curiously, you're not even a student here yet, so how do you know so much about this? Ah-hyun was just like a kid getting praised made her super excited. Well, I'm going to study here soon, so of course I looked into it. But then, that guy suddenly burst out laughing. Yeah, but what if you end up failing the entrance exam? Hearing that, she froze in absolute shock. Kim Do-young looked over at Ah-hyun, who now had a dark, gloomy aura hanging over her. Looking at her like that, getting so incredibly depressed over a single comment, Do-young couldn't help but find her adorable. Kim Do-young turned to An Ho-do and snapped, you're seriously so mean. The smile wiped off his face instantly as he awkwardly muttered, oh. Meanwhile, Ina had been sitting in total silence, looking gloomy this whole time. I just hope he comes back soon. Seeing Ina so down, Kim Do-young softened her voice and agreed. Yeah, me too. Cutting back to the other scene, the question was raised once more. Why are you asking for my opinion? Hearing this, Mimir fell silent, not knowing how to respond. After a brief, hesitant silence, he finally spoke, because we don't want to leave the fate of the world in the hands of someone who can't even overcome their own destiny. Jae-hyun lowered his head, his eyes hidden behind his bangs. In a low voice, he muttered, "Destiny." He immediately replied, "Exactly. Back then, I was simply giving you an opportunity." Indeed, right when he first entered, a few lines of system text had popped up before him. Once the new system was fully activated, the player would regress back to the exact moment they wanted to return to the most. Back then, pushed to his absolute limit and covered in blood, he had simply smirked and agreed. Helping him recall that moment, he continued, "You chose to change your destiny, and that is why you are standing here today." He stood there frozen, taking in every word. But suddenly, Jae-hyun's expression completely flipped. His eyes flared a deep crimson red, and his face turned absolutely terrifying. "Why make it sound so complicated? His voice suddenly shifted. The dark, menacing words he muttered made it crystal clear. He hated his old man so much, he just wanted him dead and buried. Seeing his sheer determination, he replied, "If that is your goal, then we will respect it. A goal is a goal, regardless of whether it's noble or not." As soon as he finished speaking, Jae-hyun calmly asked, "I still have a lot of questions, but I doubt you're allowed to answer them all right now." He didn't even bother to deny it, replying, "Unfortunately, that's true. But there is one thing I can tell you." He slowly floated closer and whispered, "If you can clear this next trial, I will give you a hint about the ultimate truth." Jae-hyun didn't hesitate to agree. "Sounds like a deal. Then please, explain the second part of the trial." At his request, Mimir quickly replied, "Do you see all these things surrounding you?" Jae-hyun glanced around the room, taking in all the random items scattered about. He began giving specific instructions. "All you have to do is choose one of these items and place it on the altar as an offering." Raising his voice, he emphasized, "But remember, there are two things you must keep in mind." Floating high above, his voice echoed through the chamber. "First, never forget that the ultimate goal is to obtain wisdom. Second, you have only one single chance. There are no do-overs, so etch that into your mind." Hearing this, Jae-hyun felt the tension rising. He scanned the entire room carefully, thinking to himself, "Am I supposed to see right through all of this clutter?" Seeing his reaction, Mimir couldn't help but chuckle. "I knew you'd look like that." Jae-hyun looked up with a frown and said, "I really don't like people reading my mind." The giant laughed out loud. "Haha, my bad. To make it up to you, I'll give you 2 hints for the trial." Mimir paused for a moment before continuing. "First, you already possess the wisdom that is to be obtained from this altar." Recalling the moment Jae-hyun first stepped inside, he continued, "And the second hint, point number 2, is that you arrived here 2 days earlier than we planned, and today is Monday." He asked in utter confusion, "What do you mean?" But the man didn't answer. Instead, he just spoke cryptically, "That's it. Now, show me your wisdom." "Oh, and there is one more thing I forgot to mention." Mimir spoke in a bone-chilling voice that sent shivers down his spine. "If you fail this trial, you will die right here." Min Jae-hyun was absolutely furious, his face darkening with pure rage. "Since I know you can read minds, let me give you something to read." "You are a real bastard, Mimir." On the contrary, after hearing the insults, he burst out laughing, "Haha, hearing humans curse really is music to my ears." Standing nearby like a third wheel, Hella had no idea what the two of them were even talking about. Ending their little chat, he materialized an hourglass and said, "You have 1 hour, and I've already given you all the clues. It's my call, so I'll be waiting for your answer." Min Jae-hyun stood dazed, staring at the hourglass as he lost himself in thought. Every passing second was clearly shown by the hourglass floating in the air. The atmosphere became eerily silent. Min Jae-hyun was completely still, lost in deep thought. He began to piece together the clues he was given. "I already have the wisdom. What does Mimir's clue about Wednesday have to do with this trial?" Min Jae-hyun felt like he was rushing things too much. He needed to calm down and think. He closed his eyes tightly to help himself focus, retracing how everything had started. The hourglass kept ticking away, yet Min Jae-hyun stood completely still, staring at it in silence. Without moving an inch, his eyes narrowed slightly, looking a bit hazy. Deep in thought, he muttered to himself, "Let's try a few other ways." He closed his eyes once more, standing perfectly still, focusing his mind to connect with his surroundings. At that moment, a system notification popped up. Mana detection skill activated. A surge of energy spread across the room, but it had little to no effect on the surroundings. Hearing only faint rustling sounds around him, Min Jae-hyun let out a sigh. Nothing special. Did this skill fail too? Having tried so many things with no results, he was starting to feel a bit discouraged. But fate wasn't about to let him quit. He calmed himself down, telling himself, "Get it together. I can't back down now." With that thought, he turned and paced around. Crossing his arms, he utilized his wisdom and thought back to Mimir's words about Wednesday. In the terrifying silence, only the light radiating from the hourglass illuminated his anxious, deep-in-thought face. With the hourglass already more than half empty, he stopped and looked up at the time ticking away. Min Jae-hyun let out a sigh and thought, there is only one possibility left. He walked over to the spear on the table, leaned down, and picked it up. With bloodshot eyes and a terrifying look on his face, he stared intensely at the spear, thinking about what Mimir expected of him. Time was finally up, and the hourglass vanished. In its place, a system notification appeared, asking, "What sacrifice do you wish to offer?" Min Jae-hyun stepped closer, staring with a straight face. Without a second thought, he replied, "I will sacrifice myself." The system repeatedly updated to confirm, "You only have one chance left. Is this your choice?" You would think he'd be anxious, but he showed no fear at all. Instead, he looked completely confident as he answered, "Yes." The ritual began the moment he answered. The magic circle drawn on the floor activated, glowing with a brilliant crimson light. Objects nearby began to float in mid-air, while he stood motionless, still holding the spear. The magic circle on the floor slowly began to crack into pieces. Once the magic circle shattered completely, a dark abyss, sparkling like a galaxy, appeared right beneath him. Mimir's words echoed like a prophecy. He relaxed his body, letting the abyss pull him in, his mind racing. That's right, the great enemy in the prophecy. First, the wisdom refers to the knowledge found on the internet. Min Jae-hyun recalled that moment. I obtained it after retrieving Odin's lost eye. In other words, it represents the knowledge of the runes. Having successfully figured out Mimir's first clue, he thought deep in his subconscious. Next is Wednesday. His entire body sank into the deep abyss, but his mind remained sharp. These were critical clues because the origin of Wednesday is Woden's Day, and more importantly, Woden is another name for Odin. He also knew what Odin did back then. Odin sacrificed himself to gain knowledge of life and the afterlife. The loud cawing of crows, the image of a spear piercing a body, and a corpse hanging upside down from a tree branch flashed vividly in his mind. If it is connected to this trial, then there is only one fitting sacrifice. Coincidentally, Min Jae-hyun was also hanging upside down just like that. Being the chosen one, he realized with absolute certainty, that sacrifice is myself. With that thought, he immediately glared at Mimir, who read his mind and praised him in admiration. Impressive. A young man carrying the weight of destiny. He instantly appeared right in front of Min Jae-hyun and continued, "But do you know the true meaning of the choice you just made?" Without a moment's hesitation, he looked straight at him, smiling as he asked, "Are you talking about how Odin hung upside down on Yggdrasil, stabbed by a spear for 9 days straight?" Min Jae-hyun paused, flipping the spear in his hand to point the sharp tip at himself. He raised it high, his expression colder and more terrifying than ever before. Staring intently at him, he continued, "To get what you desire, you must be willing to risk your life to get what you want." Before finishing his sentence, Min Jae-hyun stopped and stripped off his armor. Watching from a distance, Hela's face filled with sheer panic. Seeing him take off his armor and raise the spear with both hands, she screamed in terror. "Wait a minute. What on earth are you doing?" Min Jae-hyun gripped the spear tightly. "Mimir, this is what you wanted to confirm, isn't it?" With those words, he drove the spear straight through his stomach. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as his pupils shrank. In that moment, it was as if he had become a completely different person. "Is this it?" he screamed, his face contorting in agonizing pain. Offering oneself as a sacrifice meant facing death, and what lay ahead would be many times more painful than this. Despite the excruciating pain, he still managed to look at him and smirk. Time is incredibly precious. I should have wrapped this up sooner. Just then, the system announced the activation of the relic materialization skill. No sooner had the notification popped up than another spear suddenly materialized. Unable to control his own body, Min Jae-hyun instinctively grabbed the new spear. Hela screamed from afar. She could see him, but she couldn't get close, and he couldn't hear a single word she was saying. All she could do was watch, screaming in hopeless desperation, "Stop!" I said stop. Having been stabbed by the spear twice, Min Jae-hyun's face grew pale and dark, his eyes dull and hollow, each breath becoming a struggle. But it didn't seem to end there. Yet another spear appeared, forcing his arm to grab it. Just as he was about to stab himself again, Mimir roared, "Enough! Let this be the end," and returned to the room. Min Jae-hyun lay unconscious there for a long time. Once he woke up, he raised his hand to look at it. He stared at his hand, his face blank, with confusion. As he stood there dazed, Mimir spoke up. "You really have changed a lot, to the point where you don't even need my advice anymore." Without saying a word, he touched his stomach and thought, "The wound is completely gone." In a deep voice, he announced, "The test ends here, and you've shown me far more than I expected." Hesitating for a moment, he continued, "So, it's my turn to keep my promise, isn't it?" Min Jae-hyun sat on the ground with a smug grin. "I've been waiting for this day for a very long time." Looking up at him, he thought, "Finally, I have a chance to uncover the truth the gods have been hiding." Reading his mind again, Mimir said, "I will give you 3 words. Together, they will form a sentence that will guide you to the truth." Annoyed by the riddle, he asked, "Why do you always have to speak in riddles?" "With no other choice," he replied. "I do this to evade the gaze of the Norse gods. Bear with me." Listening to their conversation, Hela frowned in exasperation. Mimir suddenly turned to Hela and said, "Oh, and Hela, even you don't know about this." Startled, she looked at him with growing curiosity. "Even I don't know?" The light surrounding him seemed to spread further, hinting at a long hidden clue. The glowing light began to form faint words. After a few seconds, the clues became crystal clear. They read, "Conqueror, I, and shine." Min Jae-hyun stared at the words, his face blank with confusion. "Conqueror, I, and shine." There's way too little information to figure out what they mean. Reading his mind, Mimir said, "I'll give you one last piece of advice." In a low whisper, he added, "Look closely at the system again and again. You will surely find the truth." He listened, but gave no reaction. With his part done, he offered a final farewell. "Well then, until we meet again, I wish you the best of luck." She stood up, watching him without a word. Once he vanished, she turned her gaze to Min Jae-hyun. She saw him sitting there completely still, seemingly lost in deep, grim thought, his face serious and focused. At first glance, those 3 words seemed to refer to him. Conqueror was his job. He constantly turned the clues over in his head. Eye as in Odin's lost eye, and shine as in his present being much brighter than his past. He was comparing his miserable past to his current life. Everything felt much more vibrant than back when he was clueless and died, serving as a human shield for others. Suddenly, he paused for a few seconds, his eyes darkening. Why shine? And why should he doubt the system? Hela stood there, watching him. Right after that, she reached out and touched his back. When he turned to look, she smiled and said, "I'll also think about what they mean, and about what Mimir said. Let's go." Jae-hyun now stood before yet another gate. Smear suddenly appeared behind him and said in a booming voice, "Challenger, you have passed all the trials. The final trial awaits you." His expression remained unchanged, completely free of worry or fear. Staring at the massive mirror, he asked, "Is this large mirror the final test?" To which Smear replied, "Yes." He then began to explain the mirror. This is the Mirror of Erd, the first of the 3 Norns. It is an artifact that reflects the past. Lowering his voice, Smear slowly said, "You will witness the memories of the Jotun. Watch them, and when you return, let me know the answer you have found. Once you do, you will pass the trial." Min Jae-hyun turned around and asked, "Is there a specific answer you want?" Smear smiled faintly and shook his head. "No. No matter what your answer is, I have no right to judge. Find your own answer. That is your final challenge." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Touch the mirror whenever you are ready." Without hesitation, Jae-hyun placed his hand on it. Seeing this, Smear delivered his final words. "The past will unfold before your eyes." The moment he touched it, the mirror flashed brightly, and a faint silhouette appeared inside. His eyes widened in shock. The figure in the mirror was a red-haired girl, her eyes covered by a white bandage. She whispered, "At last," placing her hand over his as she continued, "You have finally made it here." Min Jae-hyun froze, completely speechless. Sensing his silence, she spoke again, "I've been waiting for you for a very long time." Noticing his lack of response, she repeated, "I have always been waiting for you." Utterly stunned, Jae-hyun stammered, You. Seeing his reaction, the girl requested, "Call my name once more." Dazed, his lips parted as he muttered, "Erd." The girl smiled, a brilliant aura radiating behind her. She cheered with joy. That's right. I am Erd. Erd intertwined her fingers with Min Jae-hyun's. This was a fateful encounter and an inevitable reunion. She squeezed his hand tightly, placing her other hand over her chest. Her expression turned sorrowful as she said, I have waited so long for you. She desperately clung to this shattered past. Hearing this, his eyes widened. In that instant, not only she but his entire body began to glow with a brilliant light. Turning around, she said, This is a fragment of the past that an ancient entity wished for you to see. Let me guide you through the first piece. The scene shifts to another location, a desolate place covered in endless rocks. In the distance, massive stone pillars soared into the sky. Right at the corner of one giant rock, a portal lay open. Jae-hyun looked around, completely lost and confused. From behind him, Hela appeared and said, This is Jotunheim, the land of the giants. She slowly walked toward him as she spoke. Jae-hyun, did you meet Erd? She looked tense. Bowing his head, he muttered, I'm not sure. Just as he finished speaking, Erd appeared. Standing still, she said, The past we need to witness isn't in your mind. It's right before your eyes. She gently turned her head toward him. You may watch. They weren't far apart. So even though she spoke softly, he could hear her clearly, though he was powerless to change anything. Fragment by fragment, the memories began to resurface. This story has already ended. It is nothing more than an echo of the past left for you by Hrungnir, who was once a great Jotun. Saying this, she walked straight toward him. Min Jae-hyun took a startled step back. Erd glided past him and said, That's why you must listen. Stopping, she reached her hand forward and added, to the story he wanted to tell. The old man standing before them was indeed Hrungnir, his expression filled with sorrow. Smear, what do you think makes a good king? At this time, Smear was still just a young boy. Looking up at his father, he thought for a moment before replying, Someone strong. They must be strong enough to protect others. Hearing his son's answer, he nodded slightly. Indeed, that is an important trait, but… Hrungnir placed a hand on his son's shoulder, patting it gently. A good king should know how to share and care for others, while also fully understanding his own shortcomings. I hope you will become such a Jotun one day. Even though Smear was still young, he fully understood his father's words. Avoiding his father's gaze, he hesitated. But Smear seemed to carry a deep insecurity. I'm weak, and I'm afraid of so many things. And I'm even terrified of Thor's hammer. Jae-hyun and Hela watched intently from a distance, their eyes glued to the scene. Dejected, he whispered, How could someone like me ever be worthy of being a king? I just don't get it. Seeing his son so plagued by self-doubt, he became incredibly worried. Smear, don't judge your own worth so easily. The boy's eyes welled up with tears of sadness. Offering a warm, loving smile, he comforted him. The only person who gets to decide your worth is you. Hearing this, Jae-hyun and Hela looked at each other in utter shock. Hela whispered in realization, So, this is why Smear opened up to you. Suddenly, a loud shout bursts from outside. Something is terribly wrong. Hrungnir and Smear turn around in shock to find a soldier gasping for breath, desperately reporting that enemy warriors are invading too. His face pales at the news. Smear turns to his father with pure panic in his eyes, but his father remains calm, reassuring him in a low, steady voice. Don't worry. Hrungnir grabs his massive stone weapon, determination burning in his eyes, as he declares, I, Hrungnir, will do whatever it takes to protect our people. Standing beside Min Jae-hyun, Erd lets out a heavy sigh and says, That was a dark era in our history. She reaches out, and glowing fragments begin to swirl around them, but their suffering didn't end there. This is the second fragment. Min Jae-hyun stays silent, his mood growing heavy as the glowing shards hover right before his eyes. He closes his eyes tightly, and the scenery shifts once more. A moment later, he slowly opens them again. The land is the same, but the massive stone structures around him are completely destroyed, with roaring fires blazing everywhere. The metallic stench of blood hits him instantly. Min Jae-hyun's eyes widen in sheer horror at the sight. What on earth? Thunder and lightning roar violently across the sky. Tens of thousands of bodies are piled high like mountains. Everywhere I look, my vision is filled with nothing but corpses and pools of blood. Hela hesitates, her voice dropping low. This is the final battle, Ragnarok, she says, sadness washing over her face, right before the covenant was made. Erd stands silently beside Hela as she speaks. Hela looks up at the man standing atop the peak and adds, "And that man is the god of thunder, Thor. He stands tall, trampling over the lifeless bodies of the fallen. Covered in blood, with a cold, ruthless expression, he wears a deeply satisfied smirk. Looking up at the gloomy, gray sky, Min Jae-hyun thinks to himself as thunderous lightning echoes across the vast realm of the gods. He looks at the devastating weapon in Thor's hand, then down at the symbolic hammer in his own. Bowing his head, Min Jae-hyun thinks, he is strong, way too strong for me right now. Even if I reach S rank, there is no way I could stand against a monster like him. He turns and asks Hela, what do I have to do to get that strong? Hela frowns and answers, complete the 5 great trials. They will guide you in the right direction. Thor scoffs with a mocking smirk. I've always despised giants. Yet here they are, still refusing to give up, still trying to fight. His expression turns fierce, scowling as he says, fine. I suppose I should show some respect to such honorable warriors. Mocking a polite gesture, he shouts out his challenge, hear me, king of the giants. If you fight me one-on-one, I will spare the rest of your kind from this slaughter. He laughs mockingly. Do you accept? Hrungnir glares at the mocking god, then looks at his slaughtered people. Seeing them die so senselessly fills his heart with overwhelming rage. Despite his burning fury, he forces down his anger and calmly asks, so, you will spare my people at the cost of my head? Thor glares back and answers bluntly, that's right, I swear it on my name. Hrungnir slams his weapon hard into the ground, places his hands on his waist, and says with firm resolve, fine. He looks over at his young son lying nearby, drawing strength from the boy. Hearing the giant accept, Thor bursts into a smug, triumphant laugh. Summoning a massive bolt of lightning, he shouts, I will see you then. Watching him vanish into the lightning storm, Hrungnir mutters with fierce determination, I won't go down that easily. With a heavy heart, Min Jae-hyun watches him disappear. The sky returns to normal, but the copper stench of hundreds of corpses still hangs thick in the air. Staring at the grim scene, Urd speaks up, Thor's change of heart and Hrungnir's sacrifice. She pauses for a few seconds, stepping closer to him before continuing. The war between Jotunheim and Asgard ended with Asgard's absolute victory. He stays completely silent. She looks toward the mountain of corpses, a flicker of pity in her eyes. Now, only one fragment of the past remains. Standing before this devastating scene, he is completely at a loss for words. Hrungnir reaches out to touch his weapon, the wounds covering his hands and legs already bandaged up. Closing his eyes, he focuses on channeling magic into his weapon. Behind him, Smear watches through tears, begging him, Father, please don't go, it's a trap. No matter how desperately his son begs, Hrungnir's resolve does not waver. I know, but I must go. His voice is heavy with sorrow, and tears stream down his face as he speaks. Smear continues to sob, asking, why do you have to do this? He steps closer, desperately clutching onto his father. You are the only family I have left, but his pleas seem to have no effect on his father's decision. Hela steps forward calmly and says, this is Asgard. Min Jae-hyun walks right behind her, scanning his surroundings carefully. As they walk, Hela continues, the realm where the Aesir gods reside. Hela keeps explaining, and Odin, the one you must kill. Standing up, Hrungnir turns to his weeping son and asks, Smear, do you remember what I told you before? He looks at the boy, gently comforting him. It is going to be okay. I know you will do just fine without me. Hearing those words, the boy broke down, sobbing even louder as he stammered. But he offered a gentle smile and continued, someday, the great enemy from the prophecy will come to find you. Sniffling, he asked in confusion, a prophecy? A great enemy? Bending down slightly to pat his head, he replied, yes, your greatest enemy will arrive. So, my son, Min Jae-hyun and Hela, were completely stunned watching this conversation unfold. Standing up, he turned around, weapon in hand. Walking straight toward the portal without hesitation, he added, please, guard my grave, the great ruin. Hearing his father's final plea, Smear could no longer hold back his tears and sobbed uncontrollably. Those words triggered a flood of questions in Min Jae-hyun's mind. Could these ruins be memorials for the fallen giants? He frowned, deep in thought. It was a symbol of a future filled with hope. Just before stepping through, Hrungnir suddenly spoke. The great enemy of the prophecy. Startled by his voice, Jae-hyun quickly turned to look. Hrungnir continued, I know you are watching these memories. Please, help my son, Smear. His voice was desperate, filled with plea. He froze in shock, Just then, appeared in the distance. She walked up to him and softly said, "He is preparing for his final moments." Hrungnir arrived at the designated spot, standing right behind Thor. Sensing his arrival, Thor glanced back immediately. Turning fully around, he sneered, "There you are." Watched them, her voice dropping as she murmured, "All for the sake of the son, who will be left all alone." She paused, staring at his sorrowful face, which was heavy with worry, yet holding on to the final hope that would be born in the future. Turned to Min Jae-hyun and continued explaining. Hearing this, he was completely taken aback. Thor let out an arrogant, excited laugh and barked, "Shall we begin?" "I have been dying to fight you from the very start." Hrungnir calmly replied, "Are you satisfied now?" Thor's face darkened at the question, and he coldly spat back, "No." Thor unleashed a crimson orb, instantly turning the clear blue sky into a blood-red haze. To make matters worse, deafening thunder roared as massive bolts of lightning tore through the sky. On his command, a lightning bolt struck Thor's hammer directly, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Hrungnir instantly raised his weapon to shield himself. As the smoke cleared, Thor's entire body radiated a dark, sinister energy. He smirked triumphantly and added, "I won't be satisfied until I win by tearing you apart." With that, he slammed his hammer violently onto the ground. Lightning struck with the impact, shattering the earth beneath them. As the lightning surged forward, Hrungnir was forced back, step by step. He retreated, keeping his weapon raised to block the onslaught, but a bolt from above suddenly struck him directly. Hrungnir quickly raised his massive weapon to block it, but it wasn't over. Another bolt struck him right in the back, bringing him to his knees. He gasped for air, exhausted, and struggled to speak. "Why? Why are you doing all of this?" Thor stared blankly, a bit confused by the question. "What do you mean?" Hrungnir lowered his head, his voice deep and heavy as he asked him, "Why would you slaughter countless innocent lives just to satisfy your own selfish desires?" Thor sighed, reaching up to scratch his head. "Ah, so that's what you mean?" Making no effort to hide it, he replied bluntly, "Everything is the will of the greatest god of them all, Odin." Hearing his response, Hrungnir fell silent, his face tightening with grim frustration. Thor's smirk vanished as he frowned and looked down, saying, "I don't care about the reason, because I don't have one." Resting his hammer on the ground, he stared straight at him. "All I care about is fighting strong opponents. Now, let me ask you a question." He looked at him, completely baffled. Frowning, he asked, "Why did you agree to this fight knowing damn well that you would die?" To Thor's surprise, Hrungnir let out a soft chuckle. He slammed his giant weapon into the ground, stood tall, stared him dead in the eyes, and calmly replied, "Because I have something to protect." Thor fired back, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You still have something to protect? Most of your kind have already turned to dust, you know." Before he could finish, Hrungnir cut him off. "They still exist." With eyes filled with deep sorrow, he added, "One day, Asgard will fall." Thor's brow furrowed in anger. The prophecy of the three Norn sisters. "You actually still believe in that nonsense?" Losing all patience, he sighed in annoyance. "How boring. Enough of this useless chatter." Thor spun his hammer 180 degrees. His eyes flashed as dark, crackling lightning swirled around him. Looking at him coldly, he said, "I am sending you to join your dead kind." Watching from the sidelines, Min Jae-hyun and Hela stared at the scene, their brows furrowed in tense silence. Jae-hyun's heart burned with rage at Thor's sheer cruelty, yet he was forced to stand by, completely powerless to intervene. Hrungnir's massive silhouette stood firm against the terrifying storm of lightning. Right before stepping across the threshold of life and death, he whispered under his breath, "Great enemy, can you hear me?" Startled, Min Jae-hyun snapped his head up to look at him. Seeing his reaction, he continued, "If you do what you must, never forget what I'm about to say." Looking off into the distance, he solemnly reminds him, "On the path you must choose, there is only one thing you need to remember. You must have an unwavering will." Hearing his words, Min Jae-hyun quietly lowers his head in silence. He clenches his fists, reflecting on the path he has to take. Meanwhile, Thor swings his hammer with one hand and charges forward with blinding speed. Thor's eyes flash with murderous rage. As Hrungnir raises his weapon to block the devastating blow, he screams out to Smear, desperately apologizing to his son. Thor unleashes a devastating torrent of lightning, hurling his hammer straight at Hrungnir's weapon. As massive as Hrungnir's weapon is, it is simply no match for Mjolnir. The violent impact sends cracks spiderwebbing through his weapon, Despite his desperate struggle to hold on, it completely shatters into pieces. The moment his weapon breaks, a brutal bolt of lightning crashes down, instantly taking his head. Watching this horrific scene unfold from the sidelines, Smear screams out in pure agony, crying for his father. Blood splatters all the way to Min Jae-hyun's feet. Staring at the horrific sight, Jae-hyun's face darkens. He can't help but feel how pathetic this is. What a terrible, anticlimactic ending. With that, he draws a card. Hella turns to look at him in shock. Honestly, standing by and doing absolutely nothing has finally pushed him past his limit. I think the only way I'm going to feel better is if I take this Thor bastard down at least once. Determination burns in his eyes as he watches Thor's hammer fly back to its master. Thor casually reaches out to catch it. Having just decapitated Hrungnir, Thor's face remains cold and completely emotionless. A dark, oppressive aura radiates from him as lightning crackles violently around his body. Min Jae-hyun glares at him before turning to Hella. You feel the same way, don't you? The moment he speaks, a system notification pops up. You can use a blank card. Thor stands there holding his iron hammer, his face shrouded in shadow as his eyes glow a menacing red, surrounded by a terrifying energy. But standing right across from him is a mysterious, unidentified figure holding a glowing card. And depicted on that card is none other than Thor himself. Just then, the system flashes another alert. You can use a blank card. Meanwhile, Odin is lying face down on the ground, buried under a pile of debris. Thor stands over him with hands on his hips, looking down at Odin with sheer arrogance. But as he takes in the pathetic sight, he scowls in annoyance and looks away. Stalking over to where Odin lies, Thor begins brutally kicking his limp body. As he kicks him, a strange stone rolls out from Odin's clothes. Spotting it, Thor seems to realize something, and his eyes instantly widen in shock. A split second later, the stone begins to glow violently. Covered in strange glowing runes, it suddenly detonates. From the heart of the explosion, an arm reaches out, covered in glowing, mysterious symbols. That arm belongs to Odin. The same Odin, who was just lying beaten on the ground, is now sitting up with his eyes closed, chanting a powerful spell. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Thor is absolutely furious. Baring his teeth in a blind rage, he snarls, "A cheap trick like this?" Taking a step forward, a blinding light erupts around him, surrounded by those same glowing runes from before. Suddenly, the mysterious runes pull in the surrounding debris, fusing them together into a massive boulder. Hovering above is a mysterious, dark shadow. With a grim expression, Thor takes heavy, ominous steps, clutching his hammer as he stands before the gathering mass of stone. He glares at it, his eyes narrowing as a thought crosses his mind. A counterattack, triggered by your own death. Impressive. He tightly grips his hammer, which is now blazing with roaring flames, but the very next second, Thor's entire body is engulfed in fire. Yet, from the heart of the raging flames, his booming voice echoes, "A weak trick like this isn't enough to kill me." The scene shifts, and we see a floating system notification in Jae-hyun's hands. Instantly, a warning flashes across the screen. Warning. The target skill level is too high for the user's current level. The replication skill cannot be fully utilized until your level is higher. Cutting back to Thor, a sinister, dark energy radiates intensely all around him. His face shrouded in shadow, Thor slowly steps forward. But mid-stride, he senses something rapidly approaching and quickly darts his eyes toward the source. Sure enough, a stray rock comes flying right at him, but Thor is one step ahead, swinging his hammer to pulverize the rock instantly. But it is a trap. The rock was just a decoy to mask a deadly bullet speeding right behind it. It all happens so fast that Thor can only stare in sheer shock. The bullet pierces straight through the center of Thor's forehead. Blood sprays everywhere as he is thrown violently backward. Sensing a disturbance, the god of destiny's glowing golden eye begins shedding a strange gold-like dust. Thor, having taken a fatal shot, falls flat on his back. But before his back can even hit the ground, Thor snaps right back up. He stands there, completely dazed, with blood streaming down his face from the gruesome wound. Suddenly, the bullet lodged inside his head begins to glow, reversing out of his skull. Completely unfazed and fully healed, Thor begins walking again as if nothing happened. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly stops. Right then, Thor was completely exhausted, drenched in sweat. Blood kept gushing from the wound caused by that stone fragment earlier. Thor thought to himself, "Is this what you were after?" Then, he used his bare hands to gouge the stone shard right out of his head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. From the very beginning, huh? Once he managed to rip the stone out, Thor spoke up again. An item to suppress my power. I take back what I said earlier. This is actually getting fun. Despite digging into his own skull with brute force, the stone remained completely intact, fused right into the center of Thor's forehead. This made him smirk as he muttered, "You really are interesting." Watching this unfold through the mirror, a young girl with 2 small horns began to weep. Sobbing, "We had no idea if the great rival would actually show up, and even if they did, we didn't know what kind of person they would be. If my father's sacrifice was all for nothing, what am I supposed to do?" While the horned girl wept, Jae-hyun stood in the corner in complete silence, not saying a single word. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He raised his hand, summoning a strange card that flew straight up and hovered right in front of him. A notification popped up on the card. "Would you like to copy the passive skill, Power of the Thunder God, onto the blank card?" Seeing this, Hela gasped. How is this even possible? Can a blank card really be used on someone inside a memory? The orange-haired girl in white standing nearby chimed in. If this were just an illusion, it would indeed be impossible. She gently took Jae-hyun's hand and continued, "But like I said, this is a fragment of the past left behind for future generations." Hela looked up at her, confused. "Which means?" The orange-haired girl smiled softly. Hrungnir's sacrifice was not in vain. Hearing those words, Jae-hyun, who had his back turned, felt tears welling up in his eyes and quietly wiped them away. The scene shifts to the blank card as a new notification appears. The passive skill, Power of the Thunder God, has been successfully copied. Displaying skill details. The card displays the following information. Name, Power of the Thunder God. Grade, Mythic. Description, allows the user to control the lightning of the Thunder God, Thor. It dramatically boosts the power and damage of all lightning-type skills. 1. The damage of all lightning attribute skills is increased by 300%. 2. The effectiveness of all lightning attribute skills is increased by 50%. 3. This skill can be manually toggled on and off. Warning. The skill rank is too high for the user. It cannot be sustained. Activation will result in permanent damage to the user's body. Reading the warning on the card, Hela asked with concern, "Are you sure about this?" She stared at Jae-hyun with a tense expression. "At your current level, there's no way your body can handle that kind of power." Instead of getting discouraged, Jae-hyun turned to her with a confident smile. "Then I'll just have to get strong enough to use it. Besides, you're going to help me get there anyway, right?" Hearing his reply, Hela mumbled reluctantly. "Yeah, I guess so." The orange-haired girl, who had been watching everything from a distance, looked on. She smiled softly before speaking up, startling both Hela and Jae-hyun. "Our time is up. It's time to say goodbye." As she spoke, her body began to fade into the air. Jae-hyun quickly turned to face her. "Wait, I still can't get used to this." The orange-haired girl tilted her head. "Did I forget something?" She continued. "Trying to understand it right now is pointless. You must look forward. Oh, great rival. Step over this shattered past and build a brand new future." With those final words, the orange-haired girl slowly faded away. Placing her hands over her chest, she closed her eyes. "I will pray for you from within this shattered past. There is no place for me in your destiny." Jae-hyun didn't seem to fully understand her words, standing there in blank silence. Yet, even in her final moments, she still wanted to leave him with one last message. "I pray that your journey is filled with blessings." A warm, glowing aura enveloped her figure as she smiled and whispered, "I truly hope so." The light radiated outward, scattering glowing, leaf-like particles into the air. The blinding light forced Jae-hyun to shield his eyes. Her voice echoed one last time, "May your journey be blessed." And with that, she vanished entirely. Once the blinding light faded, Jae-hyun slowly opened his eyes. Standing right in front of him was a shattered mirror. Hela appeared right behind him, asking quietly, "Are you back?" He gently pressed his hand against the cracked glass. Jae-hyun stared at it solemnly and murmured, "Yeah." Seeing him like this, Hela remained silent, a look of guilt washing over her face. Hrungnir crossed his arms and spoke. "This is your final trial. I have only one question for you. Are you ready?" Jae-hyun remained silent. Suddenly, Hrungnir dropped down to one knee and continued, "Oh, destined rival of the prophecy." His voice grew heavy with a solemn intensity. "Are you prepared to abandon your current path, even if it means losing the thing you hold most precious?" Hearing this, Jae-hyun looked up at him. A flood of thoughts rushed through his mind. Images of his family, his comrades, and even the mysterious woman he had just met flashed before his eyes. After a moment, Jae-hyun spoke with absolute resolve, leaving Hela with no choice but to stand aside and listen. No, I'm sure I might fall, and it will hurt. I know I'll be filled with despair, but I will pick myself up again. Seeing Jae-hyun's determination, the giant was reminded of his own past self. He, too, had once been just like him. Min Jae-hyun offered a faint smile and continued, I will always stand back up and keep moving forward. Hearing those words, Hrungnir smiled with deep satisfaction. He looked directly at Jae-hyun and replied, I see. As the two listened intently, he said, You have passed the trial. Adversary of prophecy. You have proven yourself worthy of this challenge. The moment those words left his mouth, an orange system window popped up right in front of Jae-hyun. A barrage of system notifications appeared. You have cleared all trials. You have leveled up 4 times. You have earned the title, Conqueror of the Second Trial. Another message popped up. You have received a gift from Hrungnir. With that final notification, the system window vanished. Resting a hand on his hip, Min Jae-hyun muttered, Well, looks like I got a ton of stuff. Just then, Hrungnir's voice echoed, I assume you two are leaving now? Hearing this, Jae-hyun replied, Yeah, we're pretty much done here anyway. Pulling his cloak over his shoulders, Min Jae-hyun suddenly remembered something and said, Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. Hrungnir looked at him, confused. What is it? Jae-hyun walked past him before answering. He said he's sorry. That's what your son wanted me to convey. Hearing this, Hrungnir's face filled with shock. With that, Jae-hyun turned back to bid him farewell one last time. I'm off then. Hrungnir remained frozen in place, just staring at him. Then, the giant turned away with a soft smile and muttered to himself, I never once hated anything you did. Unaware of this, Jae-hyun simply kept walking his path. Outside, the winter snow blanketed the ground in pure white before a building where a massive crowd stood waiting. Peering through a small crack in the door, a quiet voice muttered, Damn it. As Min Jae-hyun and Hela watched them, he wondered if there were really that many of them. She chimed in, Good grief, they're all pretty strong. Slipping out of here isn't going to be easy. Min Jae-hyun scanned the scene, his mind racing. It was so annoying to have to act like some petty thief, but considering everything that had happened to him, he could see why the association felt that way. After all, the European alliance had poured a massive fortune into raiding this place. He began assessing his own situation. With his current skills, taking on 2 S-rank raiders at the same time was simply impossible. Then, as if a plan had just hit him, he stood up and turned to Hela. I'll buy us some time. You handle the rest, okay? She agreed without a second thought. All right, distract them when I give the signal. Min Jae-hyun pulled his hood up and gave her a nod. He confidently pushed the door wide open. The crowd outside instantly noticed the door moving, and he stepped out in his cloak. Seeing this, someone shouted, Hold it right there! But another man shoved him aside, barking, Out of my way! Amidst the bitter winter chill, the man stood right across from him. Balak took slow, deliberate steps toward Jae-hyun, his gaze terrifyingly intense. You. Did you clear it? Min Jae-hyun sneered and retorted. And what if I did? Before he could even finish his sentence, a blade was pointed right at his throat. He held the sword to Jae-hyun's neck with an expressionless face, his eyes sharp with suspicion. Looking toward the gate, he realized he could no longer feel any magic leaking from it. The boy had actually cleared it. Balak gritted his teeth in sheer disbelief. How did he do it? Min Jae-hyun calmly stared at the tip of the blade, evaluating it in his mind. This was a replica of the Dragon Slayer Balmung, but it was still a genuine S-rank artifact. A smirk played on his lips at the thought. Min Jae-hyun finally spoke up. This place was only meant for me from the start. No matter how many times you try, you'll only end up failing. His words instantly provoked the man, who flared up in anger. Are you saying we're inferior to you? Jae-hyun replied indifferently. Who knows? You're the one who said you couldn't even step foot inside. Gently nudging the sword tip away with his hand, he added. And that's because you're simply unworthy. Hearing this, Balak boiled over with rage. You little! Pulling his sword back, he spat. I was planning to recruit you at first, but I've changed my mind. I won't kill you though. There's still plenty of information I can squeeze out of you. He remained completely unbothered, his mind filled with pure disdain. Getting provoked that easily? He was exactly like the rumors said. He subtly tried to manifest something in his hand, testing to see if it would work. Still, it was thanks to him that he could get what he wanted so easily. Egged on by his words, the man lunged forward. Do you think I'm just going to stand here and watch you play your little games? Jae-hyun didn't bother to answer. He swung his sword down at Jae-hyun, but Min Jae-hyun blocked the strike with another blade. The sight of that weapon left Balak utterly speechless. What on earth? A system notification appeared before Jae-hyun's eyes. Equipped item. Dragon Slayer Balmung, S rank. Effects. Strength plus 100. Agility plus 50. Passive skill. Dragon Slayer, S rank. While Balak gasped in absolute shock. Huh, how is this possible? Jae-hyun sneered and retorted. There's no rule saying two Balmungs can't exist in this world, is there? Balak and Min Jae-hyun gripped their long swords tightly and charged at each other, their eyes radiating intense, bloodthirsty intent. Balak swung his sword with blinding speed, but Jae-hyun effortlessly dodged his attacks. Jae-hyun smirked, a subtle, contemptuous grin playing on his lips. Channeling power into his legs, he activated his skill. Sparks flared from Jae-hyun's feet. He chanted the spell, activating his active skill. Steps of light. Balak unleashed a flurry of strikes, but Jae-hyun slipped past every single one with ease. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Jae-hyun smirked and taunted. You're a lot slower than I thought, Balak. Balak's eyes flared crimson with pure rage. He gritted his teeth, let out a slow breath, and locked eyes with Jae-hyun, his mind racing. Even among S-rank raiders, very few could dodge his swordplay. On the other side, Jae-hyun wasn't about to back down either. He stared right back at Balak, that faint, mocking smile never leaving his lips. Balak couldn't stop questioning the identity of the young man standing before him. Who on earth was this guy? Meanwhile, the spectators watching the battle were on the edge of their seats, their faces filled with a mix of shock and awe. Suddenly, the figure of a girl flying on a magical staff soared past, catching everyone's attention. She called out, Balak! Hearing someone call his name, Balak looked over toward the sound. Camilla slowly touched down and yelled, Watch out! With a dead serious look on her face, she voiced her concerns. That sword not only looks incredibly familiar, but the magic radiating from it is just like your Balmung. Still locked in combat, Balak listened intently to her every word. Hearing Camilla's warning, Balak glared at Jae-hyun with bloodlust, his voice freezing cold. That only makes me more curious about you. Then, he threatened him. I won't kill you, but your limbs. Before he could finish his sentence, Jae-hyun cut him off. Whoa, hold on, don't say stuff like that, it's giving me trauma. Balak didn't seem to understand what he meant, looking utterly bewildered as he mumbled. What? Standing tall and proud, Jae-hyun scoffed. Are you dumb? I'm telling you to shut your mouth. Then he continued. I read an article saying you recently got a divorce. Was that because of the girl in the black cloak over there? Hearing Jae-hyun's words, Balak's face went completely dark, leaving him totally speechless. Outside the fight, Camilla couldn't take it anymore. Annoyed, she snapped, Hey, that's crossing the line. Then she shouted, The real reason Balak's wife divorced him is because of his awful personality, and the fact that he's incredibly boring. Furious that his secret had been blurted out, Balak yelled, confronting Camilla. Whose side are you even on, Camilla? Just then, Jae-hyun's voice cut in, interrupting their bickering. All right. That's enough. We can finish this chat in the interrogation room. Hiding behind Jae-hyun's leg, Hella spoke directly into his mind. I'm ready, you should wrap this up. But he apologized to her, saying, Sorry, but you'll have to wait a bit. Hella glared at Jae-hyun in frustration and helplessness, only able to mutter in her head, You. Jae-hyun tightened his grip on his sword, activated its power, and said with excitement, It's not every day I get to clash with an S-rank raider like this. The system's voice chimed in, Activating active skill. Overdrive. Suddenly, an intricately carved silver ring, with a small black diamond set in the center, materialized in the air. At the same time, the system displayed the description of the item, Incomplete Ring of Transcendence, Tier 3. Momentarily amplifies mana to boost magic power. The user obtains the active skill Overdrive, which is restricted due to the lack of a Transcendent Stone. The Overdrive state is unstable due to the item's incomplete condition. Jae-hyun immediately attached the ring to the bottom of his sword hilt. Once again, a system notification popped up. The skill's power has been temporarily increased. A warning message flashed on the screen. Warning. You will be unable to use mana for a certain period after using this skill. Outside, Camilla seemed to sense the danger as well. Her eyes filled with fear as a thought flashed through her mind. His magical power suddenly changed. She screamed a warning, Balak, get back! Yet, Balak ignored her words and charged forward with burning rage. This immediately ticked her off, making her yell, You idiot! That's exactly why your wife dumped you. The system popped up again. Activating active skill, magic barrier. Jae-hyun's eye widened as he focused on his target. Meanwhile, Balak conjured a protective shield to defend against Jae-hyun's oncoming strike. He thought his shield would be indestructible, but it shattered into tiny fragments a moment later. Standing outside, Camilla couldn't believe her eyes. She gasped in shock. No way! Jae-hyun stood tall and imposing before everyone. In his mind, slow-motion scenes of a brutal battlefield, played-out bodies piled up and scattered everywhere, yet a towering, blurred figure still stood proudly among them. According to Hrungnir's memories, they were ridiculously strong. A thought ran through his head. And in my opinion, the same goes for Heimdall. As the thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but picture Heimdall, with his striking blonde hair and massive, muscular build. He muttered to himself, there is only one way for me to get stronger in such a short amount of time. With that thought, he locked his eyes dead on Balak. Balak glared right back, his eyes blood red and filled with enough rage to rip him to shreds. Without a single word, they both lunged forward, trading deadly blows. Deep down, Jae-hyun was still fueled by that same burning desire to clash with even stronger opponents. Every clash echoed like thunder, sending snow and ice flying in all directions. Camilla couldn't even make out what was happening in the middle of the chaos. Suddenly, Balak's massive frame was sent flying out of the snowstorm and high into the air. Shocked by the sight, Camilla screamed Balak's name in sheer panic and threw her hands forward to cast a spell. Fortunately, Camilla's magic wrapped around Balak just in time, allowing him to touch down safely. Camilla rushed over to where Balak lay, the spectators trailing close behind. As she ran, she cried out in sheer disbelief. How is this even possible? She stared at the blood dripping from Balak's mouth as he lay completely motionless on the freezing snow. Camilla collapsed onto the icy ground, her eyes wide and her mouth hanging open, utterly speechless at what she was witnessing. Her mind was in complete chaos. She couldn't wrap her head around the fact that this guy had beaten the leader of the Guild Alliance to a pulp. Biting her lower lip, she made a quiet vow. She couldn't just let a monster like him roam free. Jae-hyun, wrapped in his dark cloak, quietly turned to leave, but Camilla spotted him. Seething with anger, she barked, "Where do you think you're going?" She swung her staff to cast a massive magic circle. Right then, the system flashed a notification. Active skill, Hellfire, has been activated. Active skill, Wind Chaser, has been activated. Jae-hyun immediately felt Camilla's overwhelming energy. He spun around to see a massive, terrifying sphere of destructive power hurtling straight toward him. With danger staring him in the face, he couldn't do anything but click his tongue in frustration. A warning from the system flashed once again. You cannot use mana for a set period due to the limitations of the active skill, super speed. Jae-hyun cursed under his breath. Damn it! Just then, a cloud of black smoke materialized into two arms, wrapping around his body. Hela, who had been hiding behind him all this time, sent a thought straight to his mind. That is enough. Camilla's attack exploded with a deafening blast. But her face twisted in frustration as she realized, he vanished before my attack could even touch him. Gritting her teeth, she spat out, "Damn it, how on earth is he so fast?" She decided she had to track him down and couldn't let him escape, but by then, Balak had regained consciousness. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he gasped, "No, Camilla, let him go." Highly annoyed by his words, she snapped back, "What? What do you mean, let him go?" Balak firmly repeated, "I said, let him go." Staring blankly into space, he continued, "Going after him is too dangerous. We'll head back to headquarters first and discuss this." Camilla hesitated, wanting to double-check. "Are you sure about this? You absolutely despise contacting headquarters. Why now? Is he really that strong?" Balak answered flatly, "Yes." Camilla stared at him with deep concern and said, "You're acting so unlike yourself. Did something happen? Did they ask you to return?" Hearing this, Balak grit his teeth so hard they began to bleed from pure rage. Letting out a heavy sigh, he swallowed his pride and admitted to Camilla, He spared my life on purpose." Camilla stood there, frozen in shock with her jaw dropped. Balak added, "So don't bother sending anyone to look for him." Giving in, Camilla replied, "Fine, I'll contact headquarters about him." Balak muttered, "Thanks. I'm going to go rest." Despite his calm words, a fierce look of resentment burned in his eyes. He swore to himself, "I don't know who the hell you are, but we will cross paths again, and next time, I won't lose to you." Meanwhile, Hela playfully scolded him, "Sai, you really are something else." Jae-hyun just chuckled and said, Haha, all right. Let's just head back home. The next day at the airport, Jae-hyun strolled through the terminal, typing out a quick text. I just landed. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Jae-hyun wondered, Ina? What could she possibly want? He picked up and asked, Hey, what's up? Placing the phone to his ear, he said, Hello? Before gently asking, Is everything okay? A sweet voice answered on the other end. Jae-hyun, have you decided which club you're going to join yet? The question made him pause for a moment. Yeah, I guess it's about that time. There's only about 1 month left, right? Jae-hyun then explained that these clubs were a core policy implemented across all Raider academies nationwide. Simply put, they functioned just like school clubs, but specifically tailored for Raiders. From what he knew, it was typically the second and third year students who would form these clubs and invite first-year students to join. He went on to explain that these clubs usually take on requests from public organizations, with the academy taking a commission. Through this, the students get a chance to earn some money and build valuable connections. With all those benefits in mind, he figured it was the perfect way to get some party experience before officially joining a guild. Min Jae-hyun lowered his eyes in thought, realizing it actually made a lot of sense. But then, he remembered the dark side of it. Honestly, it is only worth it if you can get into an influential guild. Otherwise, you are just wasting your time. Glancing up, he recalled his past life before he regressed. Back then, he had joined a low-rank party and ended up being treated like nothing more than a slave. Just thinking about it brought back a wave of bitter frustration. Since the academy rules stated you could only join one party, he had absolutely no choice but to drag himself into that nightmare. Snapping out of his memories, a mischievous idea popped into his head. He wanted to tease the person on the other end of the line. Sure, he was planning to join their party anyway, but giving in too easily? Where is the fun in that? With a smirk, he spoke into the phone. I don't know yet. I will probably just look for a party that actually fits me. On the other end, Sena spoke up hesitantly. Well, we were actually just talking about forming a party together. Everyone around her held their breath, hanging on his every word as she nervously asked, Do you want to join us? Min Hyun's response immediately killed the mood, leaving them in dead silence. Actually, I think I'd rather choose my own. Hearing no reply, he looked down at his screen, wondering, Wait, did I actually hurt her feelings? But then, a deafening shout blasted through the speaker. Hey, Min Hyun! Kim Do-young snatched the phone from Sena and yelled, Are you seriously planning to go off on your own? What? Are you just gonna abandon us like that? Min Hyun winced, covering his ear in sheer exhaustion. No, and besides, it's not like I ever promised we'd form a party together anyway. Kim Do-young instantly cut him off, raising his voice. Once a teammate, always a teammate. Switching the phone to his other hand, Min Hyun teased him. Look, if you just want to piggyback on my first-class privileges, just say so. Do-young's tough act crumbled as he stuttered. Who would want that? Wait, the others have something to say to you. Min Hyun smiled as he heard a flustered voice on the other end. I never said that. There's no way I can convince him. Then, An Woo-hyun reluctantly took the phone, stuttering, Hey, hello? Before he could even say another word, Min Hyun cut straight to the point. Look, I don't mind joining your party. An Woo-hyun gasped in pure disbelief. Really? Slipping his hand into his pocket, Min Hyun shook his head in amusement. Man, this guy is way too naive. He seriously needs to watch out for voice phishing scams. Then, he spoke back into the receiver, but under one condition. An Woo-hyun immediately tried to play the friendship card. Come on, Min Hyun, we're friends here. Don't be like that. But Min Hyun shut him down instantly. Agree, or the deal is off. Suddenly, another voice snatched the phone. Exactly. Even between friends, business is business. Listening to the sheer confidence blasting through the speaker, Kim Do-young and Seo Ah-hyun rolled their eyes. See? I'm always right. The voice bragged. A moment later, Min Hyun realized he had finally arrived at his destination. Lowering his phone, he said, I'll let you guys know the condition later. I have to head into the gate now. All right, see you back at the academy. Once he hung up, Hila poked her head out from the hood of his jacket. He glanced down as she asked, Are you finally done with your call? Min Hyun remained silent, lost in thought. If they were already forming parties, it meant a major event was just around the corner. Accessing his memories from his past life, he began to piece it together. The outdoor training camp was scheduled right around the party registration period. And the location? Remembering the sheer devastation of that place, he muttered, the quarantine zone in Daegu. A massive, imposing barrier wall loomed in his mind. The Mila S Academy was built right inside a small section of this restricted zone, meaning hordes of deadly monsters still roamed just outside the school grounds. And it was there that Mila S Academy held its annual outdoor training camps, with the secret goal of thinning out as many monsters as they possibly could. Suddenly, a portal rippled open, and Min Jae-hyun stepped out back into the real world. He gave a brief nod to the guide standing nearby before leaving the portal chamber to take a walk through the bustling city. After a while, he returned to his hotel, politely nodding to the receptionist on his way in. Sinking heavily into a chair after a refreshing shower and a change of clothes, Min Jae-hyun let out a long, exhausted sigh. Man, I was only out for a bit, but it feels like I've been walking for a century. Approaching him from behind, Hella chimed in. Well, that makes sense. You've been through a lifetime of chaos today. With that, she scrambled down the back of the sofa and hopped onto the cushion. Landing gracefully, she sat down next to him and suggested, "So, why don't we take a look at our reward?" But mid-sentence, Hella froze, her hair standing completely on end as she sensed an ominous presence. Seeing her sudden reaction, Min Jae-hyun frowned in confusion. "Hey, what's wrong?" Hella slowly uttered his name, Min Jae-hyun. Recalling the intense moment she took on her human form, she asked, "Do you remember when I bought time for you back then?" Hearing those words, his expression immediately darkened with worry. "Wait, what are you trying to say?" Hella's voice trembled with absolute dread. "Hido." As the sky outside turned a blood-red hue, her panicked voice echoed. He broke free. High above the swarming monsters, the sky suddenly fractured. A massive, powerful hand tore through the crack, and a battered figure desperately dragged itself out of the spatial rift. Once he broke completely free from the rift, his body plummeted toward the earth. A colossal dragon watched in silence as the figure hurtled downward. The moment Hido crashed into the ground, a violent shockwave erupted, sending a massive cloud of dust and debris billowing into the air. As the dust settled, he ripped off the black layer covering his body and cursed, "Damn it!" Gritting his teeth in frustration, Heimdall could not believe a mere clone had pushed him this far. Now, wearing a fresh set of clothes, he looked around to assess the area, thinking, "It is completely abandoned. Is she trying to help the humans avoid me?" He placed his hand on his forehead, let out a deep sigh, and wiped his face to reveal a terrifying, murderous glare. "How dare you disturb me?" Right then, a powerful flapping of wings echoed from the sky. Heimdall stood perfectly still amidst the ruined wasteland. His image was fully captured in a pair of dangerous eyes as the creature instantly surged toward him. Massive, powerful legs slammed onto the ground, and a giant dragon with bloodshot eyes appeared behind Heimdall. Yet, he did not even budge. The dragon looked at him, confused by his lack of movement, but it did not care for long. Baring its razor-sharp teeth, it opened its massive jaws wide, aiming straight for Heimdall, who simply furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Suddenly, he let out an amused hum. "Ah, I get it now." Meanwhile, his head was already right inside the dragon's sharp jaws. Without showing any sign of launching an attack, Heimdall suddenly clenched his fist. A hole blasted right through the dragon's head. Smiling with delight, he thought, "I have an idea." Shreds of dragon skin slowly fell behind Heimdall. He happily cheered, "Let's play." Blood began to spray into the air from the dragon's neck, matching his voice filled with anticipation. "I am looking forward to meeting you so much, the great archenemy of the prophecy." The blood splattering over his body only made his smile look more sinister. Heimdall arrogantly declared, "I will eliminate you myself." Somewhere else, Hella's cute little ears twitched. She gasped in confusion. "That is weird. Why did Heimdall go there?" Min Jae-hyun frowned, asking seriously, "Where did he go?" Hella turned her head and replied, "Near Mills Academy, which is a restricted area." Seeing his tense face, she guessed. "It looks like you know why?" Min Jae-hyun slowly uttered each word. "That is where Mills Academy is planning to go for their camping trip." Hella lowered her head slightly, looking at him with worry. "I think I know what he wants." Remembering those menacing eyes of his, she revealed that Heimdall has the ability to see who his future enemies will be, so he wants to go there to see who it is. Min Jae-hyun said guiltily, "It seems my friends have been dragged into this mess because of me." Seeing him like that, Hella called out, "Jae-hyun." But he suddenly snapped back to his usual self and relaxed, saying, "Well, I expected this." Hella watched in surprise as Min Jae-hyun stood up and took a step forward, his face dead serious with calculation. "I need to prepare as much as possible to face him." With that thought, He opened the system window to review his status. I hope Hrungnir prepared something good for me. Right after, a notification popped up on the system screen. Upon opening Hrungnir's gift, a potion bottle appeared. The system continued. You have acquired the consumable item, Giant's Essence Blood. A hand gently reached out to catch the bottle of essence blood, and its information window popped up. Consumable item, Giant's Essence Blood, S+ rank. The blood of a giant that holds both wisdom and strength. Upon consumption, strength and intelligence stats will increase. Both strength and intelligence stats will be increased by 30. Cannot be used unless the minimum requirements are met. Minimum requirement. Both strength and intelligence stats must be over 150. Min Jae-hyun held the bottle of essence blood and analyzed it. This item is the reason I need to get an S rank on the test. Either way, to get an S rank on the test, both of my stats need to be over 150. Suddenly, the system flared up again, notifying him that he had received a passive skill, Hrungnir's Wrath. The description of the new skill immediately appeared before his eyes. His eyes widened in shock as they reflected the skill window. A series of detailed descriptions about the skill filled the screen. Passive skill, Hrungnir's Wrath, X rank. All damage dealt to Norse gods and Valkyries is doubled. Hela jumped off the sofa and eagerly walked over to ask, "What do you think?" She spoke with immense pride. "That is why I told you to hurry up and complete the second trial." Min Jae-hyun fell silent for a moment before flashing a handsome smile and replying, "I know." Then he reached out and patted her head as a reward, saying, "It's a good thing I got those minor goals out of the way quickly." Caught off guard by the head pat, Hela cried out, "Wait." Her hair stood on end as she leaped backward and yelled, "What do you think you're doing?" Then she suddenly went quiet and looked up. In her eyes, Min Jae-hyun was smiling softly, looking incredibly handsome. Instantly, a warm light enveloped her as Hela transformed into her human form. Reassuring him, she said, "Don't worry." She stood in front of him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She asserted confidently to him, "I know exactly how to help you." The following afternoon, deep inside a certain forest, black lightning crackled along with ear-splitting explosions. Those powerful bolts of lightning were erupting from a young man, who was none other than Min Jae-hyun. Blood was trickling from the corners of his eyes and nose. The discharging lightning gradually weakened until it finally vanished. Min Jae-hyun stood up straight, brushing back his hair as he sighed wearily. That was not easy at all. Hela sat on a nearby branch, watching him as she chimed in. Of course, she gently flicked her tail, letting out a soft trail of blue smoke. "The skill you got is mythic grade. S rank and special ranks are absolutely nothing compared to it." The blue smoke drifted gently over the flames. Min Jae-hyun glanced at the smoke as it extinguished the small fires he had caused. Hela gave him a serious warning. "If you don't level up and get strong enough, you'll completely tear your own body apart by using this skill." Hearing this, he lowered his eyes, lost in thought. He remembered the skill he had just acquired and began plotting his next move. A mythic skill from the Great Ruins. I need to figure out how to use it as fast as possible. A short while later, deep in the city, a familiar figure was strolling casually down the street. Min Jae-hyun brought up his system interface, racking his brain for ways to level up. Suddenly, the system issued a special quest, Crow Hunt. Eliminate all of Odin's crows attacking you and the resistance fighting the Norse gods. The target was 1 out of 5, with an S-rank difficulty. The one-time clearance reward was a death prevention card +1. Completing the quest would also grant a rank up. Looking at the screen, he sighed to himself. This is the only option I have right now, but it's useless. I just don't have enough time. Hela popped out of his hoodie, staring as he mumbled to himself about permanent body damage. Min Jae-hyun imagined himself looking like an angel, wondering if he could actually accept making that kind of sacrifice. But even then, that wouldn't solve the root of the problem. Just as he and Hela were discussing if there was any other way, a car pulled up from behind. Let me think. Suddenly, a loud honk cut through the air, making Hela's folded ears instantly perk up. Both of them glanced over at the vehicle. Hela chimed in, "Looks like you have a guest." Clearly annoyed, Min Jae-hyun muttered, "Oh, really? Let's see who it is." His words seemed to target a shadow lurking nearby. Was this actually a friendly visit, or did they have other motives? The car window slowly rolled down, and the girl inside spoke up. "Well, aren't you looking cool?" She turned to him with an amused smile and said, "What a coincidence to run into you here, Min Jae-hyun." He narrowed his eyes at her, thinking, "This is Baek Ji-yeon, the leader of the Curator Guild." Flashy smile plastered on her face, she asked, "So, I heard you signed with the Lotus Guild." Are they treating you well? I think I know exactly why she's here, Jae-hyun thought. Forcing a polite smile, he replied, Nice to meet you. Baek Ji-yeon smirked as he asked, But aren't you supposed to be incredibly busy? How does someone like you just happen to run into me here? She tilted her head with a charming grin. Then let's just call it destiny. Hearing that, Min Jae-hyun instantly went silent. Hella looked back and forth between them in a panic, whispering the last word, destiny. Jae-hyun gave a cold, dry laugh. That happens to be my absolute least favorite word. He leaned in closer, his gaze turning icy as his smile faded. Tell me, have you been digging around behind my back? Baek Ji-yeon was taken aback, while Hella desperately looked for an exit. Yeah. This looks like a personal matter. I'm staying out of it. In a flash, she dissolved into blue smoke, leaving him with a quick, I'm going to find somewhere else to hang out. The city sky turned a deep, dusky pink as the sun began to set. Behind a nearby red brick wall, the figure lurking in the shadows stood revealed as Park Sung-gae. He raised his phone, reporting to the person on the other end, guild leader, curator, has made contact with Jae-hyun, but suddenly, Min Jae-hyun shot a piercing, icy glare right in his direction. Feeling the chill of that stare, Park Sung-jae flinched in absolute panic. He stammered into the phone, I think Jae-hyun already knows I'm tailing him. As night fell, the scene shifted to a completely different location. Jae-hyun casually asked the woman sitting across from him, So, what's the real reason you wanted to meet up? Baek Ji-yeon smirked, clearly amused. Straight to the point, huh? I like that about you. Cutting straight to the chase, she looked him dead in the eye and declared, We want to recruit you. Completely unfazed, he calmly replied, I already have a guild. You're well aware of that, aren't you? Out of nowhere, Baek Ji-yeon dropped a bombshell offer. I'll give you the Fang of Nidhogg. Min Jae-hyun froze in shock. His mind raced. The Fang of Nidhogg? Is she talking about the actual weapon I'm thinking of? He pictured that legendary dagger. Why on earth would she offer him a priceless S-rank item like that? Meanwhile, inside Hell's temple, Hell, resting against her giant wolf companion, looked down at the figure approaching. So, you finally showed up. Aren't you worried you'll regret this? The one stepping forward was none other than Hella. She offered a soft smile and nodded respectfully. With utmost respect, she spoke to the deity before her. Hell, please lend me your strength. Sitting atop her massive wolf high above, Hell looked down and said casually, So, you've finally come crawling to me. Hella tilted her head up. Hell, she pleaded with deep reverence, please grant me the power of the underworld. Hell smirked with amusement. You already know the stakes, don't you? You are merely a fragment of me. There is a massive difference between having a piece and wielding the full power. Even if I do share my power with you, Hella cut in without hesitation. I know, there's a chance my body won't handle it, and I'll die. It happens immediately upon using it, right? She pressed her hands to her chest, knowing full well what it took for a normal body to hold the power of a god. This means I won't have a future left, even if I survive after using your power. Hearing this, Hera asked in wonder, Then why? But Hella immediately cut her off with a calm declaration, because that was your plan from the very beginning. She then began to reminisce about everything. I am the guide of the 5 great trials, the compass pointing the way forward for challengers. She smirked slightly, ready for whatever lay ahead. Everything I have has been prepared for him, and the prophecy was already set in motion the moment this quest began. Hera looked at her in dismay. That's no reason to sacrifice yourself. Down below, Hella revealed that there was actually another reason. She spoke each word slowly. Then, with an intrigued smile, she said, I'm just curious. What will come of a human's struggle when they're crushed by utter despair? How will Jae-hyun keep pushing forward? And what will happen to him next? Hera calmly questioned her. Even if you're no longer a part of that story? Hella replied with determination. Yes. Upon hearing this, she fell silent for a brief moment. Finally, she could only sigh and yield. It seems you've made up your mind. Right after, Hera raised her hand, manifesting her power. Very well, I will grant you a portion of my power. The swirling energy enveloped Hella as she spoke. No matter which path you choose, Hera smiled gently, her eyes filled with warmth as she said, I hope you find lasting happiness. Hella was slightly taken aback, her mouth parting in surprise, before she let out a bright, joyful smile. Back in the city, a faint sound echoed through the air. As it turned out, Park Yong was still standing there, monitoring the situation and reporting back to his contact. From what I can tell, it looks like Guildmaster Baek Ji-hyun is trying to win over Jae-hyun. He peeked inside, his eyes filled with anxiety and doubt. And Jae-hyun won't be that easy to convince, right? On the other end of the line, a hand tapped lightly on the table as a voice replied, "That's probably something money can't buy." The person speaking was none other than Jo Sung-eun. She sighed helplessly and said, "Perhaps it's not me, but Miss Baek Jae-hyun, who recognizes Jae-hyun's immense potential even more." Park Yong hesitantly asked, "Guildmaster, are you just going to let this happen?" Standing in the middle of the street, he tried his best to persuade her. "I might be overstepping here, but Jae-hyun has the potential to become the brightest star in history." As he urged her to protect Jae-hyun at all costs, a sudden chuckle cut him off. Jo Sung-eun smirked and said, "My, you've really changed a lot, haven't you?" "Have I ever?" Her expression turned dead serious and chilling. "But seriously, have I ever let anyone steal what's mine?" Inside the building, an expectant voice broke the silence. "So, what do you say?" "Jae-hyun," she remarked playfully. "I think we'd make a great team." Baek Jae-hyun looked at him with a seductive gaze and teased, "Don't you think so too?" Jae-hyun forced a dry laugh, dodging her advances. "Going this hard on our very first meeting, aren't you moving a bit too fast?" Baek Jae-hyun closed her eyes and let out a soft chuckle. "Do you know how negotiations work? The very fact that you're still sitting here means the deal has already begun." He didn't answer, simply shrugging to gesture for her to go on. Baek Jae-hyun continued, "All right, since we both have something to gain from this meeting." He instantly cut her off. "It's best if we just get straight to the point, don't you think?" With that, she ordered her subordinate behind her, "Bring it out." "Yes, ma'am." Jae-hyun glanced over, his attention drawn to the steady approach of footsteps. The case containing Nidhogg's fang was placed on the table. He admired it with keen interest, letting out a soft hum. Staring at the dagger, he quietly evaluated it. Nidhogg's fang. "In my past life, this weapon was the second most expensive item on the Raiders exchange, right after the Dragonslayer sword." Jae-hyun chuckled to himself, "which means it's an absolute masterpiece." He looked at the woman sitting across from him, wondering how on earth she had managed to get her hands on a treasure that money couldn't buy. Letting out a questioning hum, he asked her, "Looks pretty expensive. Why are you showing this to me?" Baek Jae-hyun sat up straight and replied, "I don't really care for men who keep too many secrets." She locked eyes with him, her gaze sharp and demanding, "Why don't we lay our cards on the table?" Jae-hyun casually agreed, "Works for me." Instantly, the atmosphere around him shifted. His eyes flashed with a dangerous spark as he asked in a low voice, "So, what is it that you want?" Feeling the sudden pressure, Baek Jae-hyun tensed up, a cold sweat breaking out. How does a mere cadet possess this much mana? She bit her lower lip, panic rising inside her. If he loses control, as if reading her mind, he gritted out, cutting her off, "I won't lose control. That's what you were thinking, wasn't it?" Hearing his words, Baek Jae-hyun's eyes widened in sheer shock. Jae-hyun continued, "It seems your usual charm." Having returned to his usual handsome, mocking self, he scoffed. "The one you always use doesn't work on someone like me, does it?" After a moment of silence, one of them broke the ice. To sum it up, Baek Jae-hyun's subordinate glanced at her as she listened to Jae-hyun's question. "You want me to join the Curator Guild?" He glanced at the box next to him and asked, "And for that, you're giving me the S-rank artifact, Nidhogg's fang?" Baek Jae-hyun's expression turned serious, and she answered carefully, "Yeah, that's right. You won't get this kind of treatment anywhere else." Hearing her answer, he rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "Obviously, where else would you find a guild offering such a crazy deal to a 17-year-old? But then, Min Jae-hyun suddenly wondered, "But that's strange." He began voicing his doubts. "From what I know, the Creator Guild is actively recruiting combat-focused people. Did your policy change?" "Why recruit someone young like me?" Baek Jae-hyun finally answered. "I'm the one who decides what the Creator Guild does. Let's put that aside for now." Min Jae-hyun kept pressing. "So, am I the first person you want to recruit?" She calmly confirmed. "That's right." He crossed his arms in thought, realizing there was more to this story. Finally, Baek Jae-hyun helplessly facepalmed and confessed, "Fine, I admit it." She began listing the advantages of recruiting a student directly from Yeonhwa's grasp. She thought back on everything and continued, "And considering your value, since you performed incredibly well on the academy tests, even catching the attention of the National Conquest Bureau headquarters," Baek Jae-hyun declared with a look of determination, "Therefore, to secure you, I'm willing to offer a highly valuable item like Nidhogg's fang." At this, Min Jae-hyun rested his chin on his hand, staring down at the fang in deep thought. She lowered her head slightly, her heart filled with anxiety mixed with anticipation. It seems you're the type of person who easily changes his mind, Jae-hyun. Hearing her say that about him, he laughed playfully. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Baek Ji-hyun confidently retorted. If it's an S-rank artifact, I think that's more than enough to make you change your mind. Plus, all the profits from any guild business using your image will go entirely to you. We're only interested in your potential. Min Jae-hyun chuckled softly. Well, let's see. Looking at the fang in the box, he muttered. If it's the weapon I'm going to use. He brought his hand close to the box and asked hesitantly, it should be fine if I try touching it once, right? Right at that moment, the system flashed a notification. Do you want to activate the active skill? Magic Artifact Manifestation? Min Jae-hyun lowered his head slightly, the corners of his mouth curving up with amusement. Let's do this then. Inside the cube-shaped prism box, a purple energy like a blazing flame burned intensely. After all, it's the weapon I'm going to use. With an excited look on his face, Min Jae-hyun reached his hand forward, wanting to touch the box. So, letting me touch it once should be fine, right? The system popped up a confirmation prompt. Do you want to activate the active skill, Magic Artifact Manifestation? Baek Ji-hyun reached out to touch the box. Her fair, slender hand with neatly trimmed, red-painted nails looked even more beautiful. Well, fine, you're valuable enough for me to allow that. Baek Ji-hyun stood before the box containing the power and said clearly, I allow it. Baek Ji-hyun sat on the sofa, her head slightly lowered, staring in one direction. Behind her, Kang Ju-yeon bowed low, her hands neatly placed behind her back. With an expressionless face, she carried the box in her hands. Power radiated strongly from the box, enveloping the entire space. Nidhogg's fang inside the box radiated an increasingly terrifying power, overwhelming everything around it. Min Jae-hyun was not surprised at all, watching with a faint smile on his lips. He reached his hand forward, touching Nidhogg's fang inside the box. So this is... Min Jae-hyun could not take his eyes off the item in his hands. Its power continued to radiate intensely. Nidhogg's fang. He lifted the item. The fang had been crafted into a dagger, with a pitch-black hilt and a brilliant blade made of Nidhogg's fang. Min Jae-hyun looked down slightly, his long hair falling over his eyes and obscuring his expression. Only a faint smile could be seen on his face as he sat across from Baek Ji-hyun, holding Nidhogg's fang. Min Jae-hyun stood up and politely declined. I don't think this weapon fits my fighting style, but thank you for the offer. He turned and walked away, leaving Baek Ji-hyun completely dumbfounded on the sofa. Goodbye. With a frozen expression, Baek Ji-hyun asked him, Are you saying you don't like it? Min Jae-hyun shoved his hands in his pockets, leaning back as he replied casually, No, it's just not my style. Baek Ji-hyun's face flushed red with anger, and she jumped up, raising her voice. Who on earth cares about their fighting style when it's an S-rank artifact? Baek Ji-hyun's face contorted in anger, beads of sweat forming on her forehead from sheer fury. Do you realize how rare this opportunity is? You can't buy this with money. Facing Baek Ji-hyun's rage, Min Jae-hyun didn't care in the slightest, coolly replying, I have nothing left to say. Regaining his friendly demeanor, he turned and smiled cheerfully. Can I go now? Saying this, he shoved his hands back in his pockets and walked away, leaving behind Baek Ji-hyun, whose face was dark with a profound sense of humiliation. After Min Jae-hyun left, the door closed, and a weary Baek Ji-hyun put her hand to her forehead. She slumped back onto the sofa behind her. Kang Ju-yeon approached and asked in concern, Are you all right? Baek Ji-hyun turned her head to the side, her hand still resting on her forehead, recalling Min Jae-hyun's cold expression and gaze from earlier. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it? He's a lot like that guild leader of his. She clenched her fists and slammed them down. Baek Ji-hyun sat up straight, hands still tightly clenched, her face contorted with irritation and eyes filled with pure resentment. I'll make them regret this. Night fell. Inside his bedroom, Min Jae-hyun sat cross-legged on the bed and pulled out an item. His eyes were glued to the object in his hand. The Nornir system popped up, activating the active skill, Magic Artifact Manifestation. Right after, another notification appeared, saying, You have obtained Nidhogg's fang. He lifted the item in his hand, admiring it with fascination. I didn't expect to get it this early. The massive monster, its body covered in snake-like scales, had its mouth slightly agape, revealing a powerful jaw and razor-sharp fangs. Atop its head were two horns curving downward. Nidhogg, the name of the largest and most dangerous poison dragon in legend. It lived in Lake Horvergelmir, hidden deep within Niflheim. Legend has it that it constantly gnawed on the roots of Yggdrasil that spread to the lake. Min Jae-hyun recalled Baek Ji-hyun's arrogant posture, legs crossed with her hands resting on her thighs. I didn't expect her to let me touch that sword back then. He flopped onto the bed, basking in the small victory. Wow. From the start, she never imagined I could replicate that weapon. But a moment later, his expression turned serious. Everything is so different from before. I need to be more calculating and careful. The image of a muscular body with intricate patterns running down both arms and long white hair reaching all the way to his hips, with a massive sword strapped to his waist, flashed through his mind. Heimdall, I wonder how strong he is, probably close to Thor's level. Min Jae-hyun rested an arm over his forehead, covering half of his face. He couldn't help but sigh. Right after, he nudged his arm up slightly, revealing a cold, sharp gaze. Things are definitely getting interesting. He sat up, his expression cold and contemplative. A battle against a god could get pretty wild and difficult under his current circumstances. Min Jae-hyun clenched his fist. I'm also curious to see how I measure up against them. The image of a girl with long, flowing orange hair, her beautiful face half covered by a blindfold, reaching her hand forward, flashed across his mind. The goddess of destiny, Erd, showed me through that mirror. Can I, along with my future self bound by chains, really change that fate? Mills Academy. In a massive conference room with a large screen, the presidents of the 3 major clubs sat around the table, their expressions extremely tense. A girl with shoulder-length hair walked in from outside and couldn't help but gasp. Whoa, she thought to herself with a bit of hesitation. Every top student at Mills Academy has their own distinct aura. If I didn't know any better, I'd think they were veteran raiders. Then, as if something piqued her curiosity, she frowned in deep thought. She looked at the young man with jet black hair, his calm face slightly bowed. These were the presidents of the major clubs. A girl with waist-length blonde hair had a slightly gloomy expression. Another young man with platinum blonde hair and a fierce face was frowning in annoyance. And a beautiful purple-haired girl with a very pleasant expression was also in the room. The girl couldn't help but wonder, are they really all here to recruit just one person? Resting his hands neatly clasped on the table, someone spoke up. We are taking Min Jae-hyun. As soon as those words were said, the young man with jet black hair immediately shot back. You should give up. At a glance, the girl recognized him as Jung Hyun, the president of the Academy's #1 club, Ryu. The blonde girl glared back, refusing to back down. No, this time it is our turn. She crossed her arms, speaking with dissatisfaction. You guys took the best student last year, so I can't just give up on Min Jae-hyun this time. She then raised her hand in irritation. Isn't there a rule that raiders, mages, and martial artists shouldn't interfere in each other's affairs? You should back off, Sung-yoon. The short-haired girl raised her camera to take a photo, capturing her excited face, her eyes shining as if she had just spotted her idol. Han Ji-an, the president of the Sung-yoon Club, which was named after Yoo Sung-yoon. This was a club for mages founded by Yoo Sung-yoon. The young man's voice boomed, startling the blonde girl. Shut the hell up, all of you. The young man crossed his arms, his face still scowling as he jerked his chin in question. A magic club? Haven't you been listening to the news? He is a battle mage, so why on earth is a magic club trying to recruit him? Seeing the young man, the girl's eyes sparkled even more as her cheeks flushed red. Even Kang Ju-hyup, who brought his club, Aran, to the #2 rank, was absolutely admirable. Jung Hyun remained calm, raising his hand to make a point. That's exactly my point. Min Jae-hyun is the perfect fit for our club. Kang Ju-hyup crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair in frustration. This is complete trash. Han Ji-an pointed to one eye, closing one and keeping the other open as she made a proposal. Then let's play fair. Let Min Jae-hyun choose whichever club he wants. He'll just apply to whatever club he likes on his own. Kang Do-hyuk scoffed with a look of disgust, leaning one hand on the table. He pointed his other hand straight at Han Jina and criticized her. Ha! You make it sound so easy. The real problem is, you're just too stupid. Did you seriously forget why we're studying here? Hearing those words, Han Jina couldn't help but get furious. Her face flushed red as she lunged forward and barked. What? Stupid? A muscle brain like you has no right to say that. A short-haired girl stood nearby, watching the intense argument between Han Jina and Kang Do-hyuk. It was a heated debate where absolutely no one was willing to back down. Do you want to die? Like I'm scared of you. The girl bowed her head slightly, a subtle smile creeping onto her lips as her eyes shone with pure excitement. It was all to recruit a single cadet, Min Jae-hyun. These academy clubs were highly valued and heavily funded by major outside guilds. Many guilds kept a close eye on them and their club members. Among them, Yoo Sung-yoon and Baek Ji-hoon were two of the most prominent figures. To secure these high-performing cadets, the guilds constantly poured resources into the clubs they sponsored. The two sides shook hands as if sealing a deal. Because of this, the club presidents had always managed to maintain a delicate balance of power. Even though things had always remained balanced in the past, everything changed with the sudden arrival of Min Jae-hyun. This made him highly dangerous in the eyes of every guild, as he had the potential to completely shatter the balance they had worked so hard to preserve. Min Jae-hyun cut an imposing figure, his cold face and sharp gaze radiating an aura of danger. The short-haired girl watched with sheer admiration and excitement, thinking, "This is incredible." Meanwhile, the tension between Kang Do-hyuk and Han Ji-na showed no signs of cooling down. She couldn't help but wonder, just how powerful is he to have everyone's eyes locked onto him? The purple-haired girl, who had been dead silent until now, finally stood up and spoke. "Then how about this?" Her voice immediately captured everyone's attention. Annoyed, Kang Do-hyuk turned around and asked, "What?" The purple-haired girl held one hand behind her back, gesturing forward with the other as she began to lay out her proposal. "We will make our proposals to Min Jae-hyun, and if he accepts, we'll notify everyone else." Baek Ji-hoon, Han Ji-na, and Kang Do-hyuk were all left speechless, their eyes instantly shifting toward her. But the club that recruits Min Jae-hyun cannot recruit his friends. The purple-haired girl continued. Furthermore, they must also forfeit at least 2 other major events. Seeing the purple-haired girl, the short-haired girl became even more thrilled. With a flushed face, she raised her camera and started snapping photos rapidly. As the president of the Tri-Blade Club, Chae Ji-yoon ran the least-known club, yet she had single-handedly built and expanded it all on her own. Kang Do-hyuk finally relaxed his tense expression, resting his chin on his hand. "That actually sounds reasonable." Kang Do-hyuk pulled his chair back, preparing to sit. "It only makes sense that the club recruiting him should face some restrictions." "I agree," Han Ji-na chimed in. "Me too." Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Chae Ji-yoon wrapped things up with a final suggestion. "Let's end today's meeting here then." The purple-haired girl looked at Chae Ji-yoon with deep admiration, amazed by how she had effortlessly gotten everyone on board. "Amazing. This is going to make a sensational article." Outside the apartment building, a few windows remained lit under a night sky twinkling with stars. And what gorgeous clouds. Min Jae-hyun held his phone to his ear. "Wait. What?" On the other end, Seo In-ah listened to him with a gloomy expression. "Where did you say you wanted to go with me?" Min Jae-hyun kept the phone to his ear, his eyes darting slightly to the side. It seemed he was in the middle of a phone call. As it turned out, the person on the other end, speaking with Jae-hyun, was none other than Seo In-ah. She listened in silence as Jae-hyun asked again, "Where do you want us to go?" At that moment, Seo In-ah was sitting on her bed. She had hesitated for a while before finally gathering the courage to call him. Flustered, In-ah asked, "Would you like to go to the National Raider Festival with me?" Caught off guard by her sudden invitation, Jae-hyun asked skeptically, "Why the sudden invitation?" Seeing his reaction, Seo In-ah quickly explained, "Oh, well, I just heard there's a lot to see there, and apparently, it's a place every raider should visit at least once in their life." And the one who had fed her that information was none other than Kim Yoo-jung. In-ah added, "At least, that's what Yoo-jung told me." Hearing that, Jae-hyun chuckled and replied, "Ah, typical. She absolutely loves festivals and things like that, so she's probably just exaggerating." He then stood up cheerfully. As he spoke, Jae-hyun was already looking through his closet, trying to find a nice outfit for his date with In-ah. "Is anyone else going?" he asked. Seo In-ah fell silent at his question, her face showing a hint of embarrassment. In-ah hesitated before replying, "Well, they're all busy." Hearing her answer, Jae-hyun didn't press any further and simply said, "All right, let's go together then." Deep down, he realized that the black market was about to start popping up around this time, so going there wasn't a bad idea at all. Based on what happened before his regression, he might even be able to find a trump card to defeat Heimdall there. After pondering for a moment, Jae-hyun asked, "So, when do you want to go?" Seo In-ah's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. She replied, "In 2 days, on April 25th. Let's meet at 9 in the morning at the festival park." Having said her piece, she quietly let out a sigh of relief that she hadn't stuttered. Jae-hyun glanced at the calendar and immediately agreed. "Sure, I'm free then." He added, "Besides, taking a break once in a while is good for you. It sounds like it's going to be fun." Seo-na quickly chimed in. Yeah, I think so too. Right after that, Jae-hyun suddenly realized he had forgotten something. He quickly said goodbye to Inna. Oh, I forgot something at the academy, so I have to hang up now. See ya, he said. Jae-hyun hung up and headed toward the front door. As for Inna, she still couldn't believe that phone call was real. Thinking back to that moment made Inna even more flustered. I think it'll be a lot of fun too, she said. By the time he reached the academy, the sky had already grown dark. Not a single soul was on the path leading there. Jae-hyun walked down the hallway, holding a thick stack of documents in his hands. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar blonde figure. Jae-hyun spoke up, startling her. What are you doing here? Isn't this the guys' floor? Are you planning to turn into a guy? It turned out that figure was none other than Kim Yoo-jung. Getting caught by him made her blush with embarrassment. Yoo-jung turned around, looking like she was about to scold him. You jerk, she said. But then she quickly changed the subject. I just have something to ask you, which is why I came here. Hearing this, Jae-hyun asked, Huh? You want to ask me something? I bet it has nothing to do with studying. Yoo-jung immediately denied it. No, it's not that. You know, the festival, she said. Then she hesitated before continuing. The National Virtual Raid Festival. Stopping right there. The author doesn't let us know what Yoo-jung said next. Instead, we're skipped right to the day of the festival. It was a beautiful day with warm sunlight. Everyone at the festival was laughing and chatting happily together. Seo In-na had arrived, wearing an incredibly beautiful dress that brought out her lovely charm. With no sign of Jae-hyun anywhere, In-na wondered, did I get here too early? Then, a familiar voice rang out. Huh? It turned out Min Jae-hyun had arrived. He looked incredibly dashing in a black suit, with his flawless, handsome face. You're really early. As he spoke, Jae-hyun raised his hand in greeting. A shy In-na raised her hand too, waving back in response. He walked up to In-na and said, I planned to get here early to look around, but you beat me to it. In-na gestured behind her. He invited her inside, saying, let's go in together. Then Jae-hyun led the way, while Seo In-na stood behind, staring at his back. She covered her face in embarrassment, her cheeks turning bright red, but then, a voice suddenly echoed from nearby, as it seemed some people had recognized them. Hey, look over there, isn't that Min Jae-hyun? A pink-haired girl said. Hearing this, her friend looked in that direction too. The whispers kept spreading. Yeah, totally. He looks even better in person, someone remarked. Not stopping there, they turned their attention to gossiping about Seo In-na. Isn't that Seo In-na? Someone else said. But she didn't seem comfortable with all the attention, even if they meant no harm. In-na's face flashed with a hint of anxiety. They look even better than on YouTube. So people like them actually come to places like this? They chattered, even though they were just giving compliments and making normal conversation to Seo In-na. Those people felt like dark shadows, staring at her endlessly and whispering criticisms. She was so anxious she couldn't even move. Seeing her state, Jae-hyun was like a beam of light, saving Seo In-na from the dark. He grabbed her hand. Then, Jae-hyun pulled her away from the overwhelming fear. Let's walk a bit faster, Jae-hyun said. Being pulled along by him, In-na didn't resist at all. She looked at him with a gaze full of complex emotions. A moment later, once they reached a safe spot, Jae-hyun finally asked, How did you have the guts to invite me to a place like this? When you have a fear of crowds? In-na apologized immediately. I'm sorry, I guess I'm just still not used to it, she explained. Hearing this, he didn't say anything more and switched the topic. Let's grab some breakfast together. Have you eaten yet? There are lots of great places to eat around here, including that toast place you like. In-na thought to herself. He knows my favorite toast place? Without even giving her a chance to answer, he said, Let's go. Then he reached out his hand, inviting In-na to take it. Seeing this, she was caught off guard by his sudden gesture. It was a peaceful, slightly romantic scene of a blossoming young love starting to grow between the two of them. Surely they would share some happy moments together after that. Going back to that night when he ran into Kim Yoo-jung. Still at the academy, Yoo-jung's voice rang out. You jerk, I only came here because I wanted to ask you something, she said. Huh? You want to ask me something? I bet it has nothing to do with studying, Jae-hyun replied, and Yoo-jung responded, No, it's not that. You know, the festival. The National Virtual Raid Festival. Hearing Yoo-jung mention this suddenly reminded him of what In-na had said before, that everyone was busy. Realizing that In-na had lied just so the two of them could hang out alone caught him a bit by surprise. Then Yoo-jung continued, You're just going to laze around at home all week anyway, so I thought it'd be great if you went, to get a change of scenery. She hadn't stated her real intentions yet, but Jae-hyun could easily read between the lines. He gently placed his hand on her head and cut her off. "Sorry, I already have plans." Jae-hyun then promised. "Maybe next time." Yoo-jung fell silent. He looked at her and continued, "We can go together next time, on a beautiful day under the bright golden sun." Rows of cherry blossoms in full bloom added to their fun outing. Seo In-na excitedly pointed out all the new things at the festival. Min Jae-hyun was just as happy, following her gaze. An excited vendor, showing off a mindless toy trending among young people. Seo In-na holds it hesitantly, having absolutely no idea how to use it. Min Jae-hyun is completely speechless looking at that ugly thing. The two of them stroll through the street stalls, enjoying delicious sandwiches together. Seo In-na giggles and points at the corner of his mouth, highly amused by the food still stuck on his face. But then, out of nowhere, it starts pouring, completely ruining their fun day out. Heavy rain washes over the modern city as the sky turns dark and gloomy. Feeling a bit down, Seo In-na sits alone, sheltering from the rain at a bus stop. Coming out of a nearby shop, Min Jae-hyun opens his umbrella and heads toward her. He sighs at the rain that ruined their fun, murmuring to himself that this is exactly why he never trusts the weather forecast. Looking up at him, Seo In-na softly agrees. Yeah. Sensing her disappointment that their date is getting cut short, Min Jae-hyun gets lost in thought. He looks around, trying to find a place where they can hang out. Seo In-na watches him in confusion, staying quiet as she looks around. Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun spots the perfect place to keep their date going. He points to a shop nearby and asks, "Do you want to go take some pictures?" The sudden suggestion catches Seo In-na completely off guard. Her face turns beet red in embarrassment as she stammers. "Huh?" Seeing her adorable reaction, Jae-hyun gets just as flustered. He scratches his cheek, trying to find an excuse. "Well, I'm not really sure either. But I heard that when you're out, taking photos is just what people do. So, I mean, if you don't want to, we can go somewhere else." In-na quickly grabs his sleeve, just as he starts looking away. She shakes her head to show that she actually does want to go. Min Jae-hyun is taken aback by her sudden boldness, and her face blushes even redder. Realizing she let her emotions get the best of her, she quickly lets go of his sleeve, completely flustered and embarrassed. She's so flustered she can barely form a sentence. "Oh, I'm sorry, I meant." Blushing furiously, Seo In-na avoids his gaze as she mumbles, "Let's take some photos together." The two of them quickly step inside the photo booth shop. Min Jae-hyun holds his umbrella, looking for a stand to put it in. A man with bright red hair walks up and greets them warmly. "Welcome." He smiles brightly, raising his hands in a friendly gesture. "What a cute couple we have here." Min Jae-hyun looks at the man's face, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, and thinks, he looks so familiar. He nods and says, "We'd like to take some photos." Following behind him with a red face, Seo In-na can't help but think, do we really look that much like a couple to other people? The employee excitedly points to a closet filled with adorable items. "You can pick out any accessories you want right here. Have fun." Seo In-na looks at the cute props with pure excitement. She happily picks up a bunny ear headband and shows it to Min Jae-hyun. "Jae-hyun, look, they even have bunny ears." Staring at the cute headband, Min Jae-hyun immediately recoils. "Are you serious? You really want us to wear those?" Seo In-na holds up two cute headbands, one with bunny ears and one with cat ears, leaving Min Jae-hyun feeling highly suspicious. "Why did you grab two?" Seeing his reaction, Seo In-na looks slightly disappointed. "You don't like them?" Not wanting to ruin her mood, Min Jae-hyun gives in and puts on the headband so they can take photos together. Soon, the pictures are printed. In the first few shots, they both look incredibly awkward and stiff, but as they get used to the camera, they slowly start to loosen up and feel more comfortable. Min Jae-hyun even guides Seo In-na on how to make the classic couple heart sign. But to their surprise, the final shot they were so excited for turns out completely black. Staring at the empty photo, Min Jae-hyun frowns in disappointment and says, "Excuse me, one of these pictures seems to have glitched." The red-haired employee quickly scratches his head, apologizing with an awkward laugh. "Ah, yes. I did tell the staff to fix the machine, but they must have forgotten. I'm so sorry about that. We won't charge you for that one." Hearing his kind gesture, Min Jae-hyun answers generously, "Huh? It's fine. I can still pay for it." The employee chuckles, giving them a sly, unexpected response. "Well, look at it this way. It's a blank space where the two of you can write your own future." Hearing those words, Seo In-na blushes, her heart fluttering with a touch of hope. The future. Could Jae-hyun really be part of her future? Min Jae-hyun let out a sigh, thinking to himself, talk about optimistic. But the future. But before his thoughts can wander any further, the employee suddenly cuts him off. Can only exist if you can protect your present. He extends his hand toward Min Jae-hyun with an ominous vibe, his eyes carrying a deep, hidden meaning. He flashes a mysterious smile. After paying, the two walk out of the photo booth. Outside, the rain has finally stopped. Min Jae-hyun frowns, looking back at the shop, still deeply bothered by the guy's words. What was that all about? He takes another hard look at the mysterious shop before quickly turning around. He's definitely suspicious, but I didn't feel a shred of magic from him. Ever since they stepped outside, Seo-in has been staring blankly at the photos in her hands, completely silent. She bites her lip, looking like she's lost in deep thought over something important. Her eyes grow heavy with worry. Seeing Min Jae-hyun's back as he's about to walk ahead, Seo-in calls out, Jae-hyun! Hearing her voice, Min Jae-hyun turns around in confusion. Seo-in hesitates for a moment, then slowly says, I lied to you. Standing right in front of Min Jae-hyun, she directly comes clean. Min Jae-hyun is completely stunned and asks, wait, what? In-ah tightly clutches the photo in her hand, forcing herself to be strong and finally spill the truth. With her head hung low in guilt, In-ah hesitantly confesses, I didn't ask anyone else about this trip. Jae-hyun stares at her, utterly shocked. In-ah continues, I was being selfish. Filled with self-blame, she doesn't even dare to look him in the eye as she pours her heart out, because I just wanted to spend some alone time with you. Hearing her deepest feelings laid bare, Min Jae-hyun is completely frozen in shock, but then his expression darkens. He can't help but think back to the painful things he had to face in the past. He starts to remember the image of, he remembered his first encounter with Hell's shadow, thinking back to how he had single-handedly defeated that massive, powerful, dark figure. He recalled the words of the powerful, two-horned, three-eyed man from before, and remembered how intensely he had fought against Balak. He also remembered the moment he and Hela entered the Great Ruins, ultimately earning the recognition of that giant. And most of all, he thought of the tears of hope the guild leader had shed for him. Weighed down by the heavy responsibilities on his shoulders and the powerful enemies constantly watching his every move, he hung his head, unable to face Seo-in's feelings for him. Clenching his teeth, he forced out a cold response. I'm glad you had a great time. Seo-in stared at him in disbelief upon hearing his reply. She looked like she wanted to say something else, but the words wouldn't come out. Flustered and confused, she quickly turned her face away. Seo-in raised her eyebrows, her eyes suddenly filled with deep sorrow. She looked utterly disappointed. She took a deep breath to gather her courage, determined not to make a fool of herself in front of the guy she liked. Blushing, she looked up at Min Jae-hyun and hesitated. There's something I need to tell you. But before she could finish, a massive explosion erupted right behind them, freezing Seo-in in her tracks. She whipped her head around, looking at the nearby explosion in panic, while Min Jae-hyun tensed up, staring at the incident with a deep frown. Nearby, a loudspeaker blared urgently, addressing all the visitors attending the National Hunter Festival. This is an emergency. A dungeon break has occurred. Right next to where Min Jae-hyun and Seo-in stood, two hunters rushed toward the blast site, gripping their weapons tightly, ready for a fight. The speaker kept blaring the emergency warning, urging everyone to evacuate to a safe zone immediately. Flames from the explosion were quickly spreading across the festival grounds, filling the air with thick smoke and dust. The crowd that had been happily enjoying themselves just moments ago was now in a complete panic, scrambling to find an escape route. The hunters on duty were just as urgent, quickly directing people towards safety. Innocent civilians ran for their lives from the spreading fire, screaming in terror as the flames closed in. The hunters frantically guided the crowd out of danger, shouting, "This way!" Min Jae-hyun stared at the roaring flames in shock. Wait. This mana level. It's not coming from a dungeon. A sinister red aura hung in the air around him. Worst of all, this mana carried a sickening stench, just like blood. As he watched the ominous magic creeping closer, his tension spiked. Cold sweat dripped down Min Jae-hyun's face as he tried to piece it together. But why? He locked his eyes on a striking red-haired hunter who was busy directing the panicking crowd. I'm sure you all know by now, but we need to run. The guy from the photo booth earlier. Since when was he a hunter? Min Jae-hyun's eyes widened. With a sly smirk, the man pointed in a direction that seemed questionable, shouting, "It's dangerous, this way!" Seo-in frowned, deeply worried about the threat, and rushed over to urge Min Jae-hyun. Something really dangerous is happening. We have to get out of here. She was terrified, but Min Jae-hyun didn't agree. He rejected her suggestion, a powerful golden mana exploding from his body as he glared intently at his target. Detecting mana, brimming with intense energy, he firmly warned Seo In-ah, "If we go that way, we're dead." He glared in anger as his bright golden mana stretched toward the man across from him. He stared at the red-haired guy, who was now radiating a bizarre, ominous magic, and felt a wave of fury. That bastard. Min Jae-hyun scowled in anger, pointing in a direction and telling Seo In-ah with absolute certainty, "If we stay here, we are the ones in danger. No one else." His blazing golden mana surged toward the suspicious figure, while the red-haired man began radiating an eerie, purple magic. Min Jae-hyun declared once more, "This is all his doing." Sensing Jae-hyun's gaze, the red-haired man let out a wild, satisfied laugh. "Ha-ha." The former photo booth employee laughed like a lunatic, staring at Min Jae-hyun with deep amusement at how cautious he was. "How fascinating," he praised, his eyes wide with astonishment. "You noticed much sooner than I expected. Is it because you're the great enemy of the gods?" Hearing him mention a secret known to so few, Min Jae-hyun tensed up. Realizing this man was likely sent by his enemies, he quickly shouted to Seo In-ah, "Run, now." Seo In-ah didn't seem to catch his words. Confused, she asked, "What? Jae-hyun?" He whipped around and screamed urgently, "Hurry, run!" But before he could even finish, the red-haired man made his move. Like a gust of wind, he materialized right in front of Seo In-ah, wearing a sinister grin. Stunned, she stared at him, completely paralyzed. Before she could even process what was happening, the red-haired man drew his fist back, preparing to strike her down. Seo In-ah watched in absolute terror as his fist lunged toward her face like a speeding arrow. Boom! A massive explosion suddenly goes off, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Moments later, the thick dust and smoke from the blast slowly begin to clear. The red-haired guy stares in shock at the person standing right in front of him. A strong, firm hand is gripping his arm tightly. Seo In-ah looks at the two of them in utter shock, completely confused about what on earth is happening right in front of her eyes. Min Jae-hyun tightens his grip and glares at the stranger with a deep frown. "Who the hell are you?" The red-haired guy is genuinely surprised, realizing his opponent's speed is far faster than he anticipated. He sneers, looking down on Min Jae-hyun with absolute disdain. "So you're the enemy of the Norse gods? You really don't look like someone carrying such a heavy burden." Min Jae-hyun is pissed at the deflective answer. He glares at him with pure rage as a heavy, golden, magical aura flares up around his body, radiating pure pressure. Gritting his teeth, he demands once more, "I am asking you for the last time, who are you?" As he channels his magic, a brilliant blue aura erupts around him. Sensing the danger, the red-haired guy quickly backs away to gain some distance. He lands gracefully nearby and begins to introduce himself. "I am one of the 5 ravens of Odin, the ruler of the Norse." Letting out a sinister laugh, he's fully confident he can take Min Jae-hyun down. "I don't even have a name yet, but once I present you to His Majesty, he will surely grant me one." Hearing him mention the supreme god's ravens, Min Jae-hyun's face darkens. A familiar, loathsome face instantly flashes through his mind. He clenches his fists in pure rage. He remembers the despicable face of a young man who could transform into a raven, a bastard who had sown deep seeds of hatred in Min Jae-hyun's past. Recalling what that other raven did to him, Min Jae-hyun's eyes burn with fury, looking ready to rip this guy to shreds right then and there. "Cursed creatures like you are all just like that miserable bastard." Sensing his sudden surge of volatile emotions, Seo In-ah steps closer, her voice filled with worry. Jae-hyun turns to her and warns, "Running away isn't an option right now. Stay behind me." Seo In-ah nods quickly, keeping her head low. "Okay." Watching this play out, the red-haired guy grins with twisted excitement. "Oh ho, she must be pretty important to you, huh?" Sensing the guy is plotting something sinister against Seo In-ah, Min Jae-hyun's brow furrows as he growls a warning. "So what if she is?" The red-haired guy takes a brutal combat stance, unleashing a dark purple magic that surges like a chaotic tempest straight from hell. "I am going to plunge you into absolute despair. I'll tear her into 100 pieces." At this blatant provocation, Min Jae-hyun's expression goes cold. He channels his own magic, ready to clash. "Try me, you bastard." Golden magical energy pools in his hands as a system notification flashes. Active skill, item creation, has been activated. Closing his eyes to steady his breathing and focus his mana, he whispers, "No matter what you try." He snaps his eyes open, glaring at his opponent with unwavering resolve. Drawing his massive blade, Min Jae-hyun points it directly at the red-haired bastard and declares, "The only one getting torn to shreds today is you." A system notification chimes. Dragon Slayer blade has been successfully crafted. Without wasting another second, he charges forward like a gale force wind. Undeterred and fully confident in his own raw power, the red-haired guy lunges forward to meet the clash. Min Jae-hyun grips his blade with both hands, preparing to swing. He moves with such blinding speed that a mini-cyclone kicks up around his body. The red-haired guy cocks his fist back, waiting for the perfect split second to strike. Coated in a surge of powerful blue magic, Min Jae-hyun's blade slashes down toward his opponent. Seeing the deadly blade hurtling towards him, the red-haired guy doesn't panic at all. Instead, he grins with manic excitement. "Not bad, but you'll need more than that." He throws a devastating punch straight at him, but Min Jae-hyun quickly raises his blade to block the crushing blow. The shockwave and dust from the collision blast back towards Seo-ina, making her gasp in shock. What on earth is this? Cold sweat drips down her face as she watches the chaotic scene unfold. Who is this guy? And why did he call Jae-hyun by such a bizarre title? She recalls the crazed excitement on the red-haired man's face as he looked at Min Jae-hyun. "Who are you, really?" Shaking her head to clear her racing thoughts, she tells herself. "Now is not the time to overthink. I have to do everything I can to help him." Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun tightly grips his blade, his body tense with adrenaline. He winds up his sword, preparing to unleash a massive, full-powered slash. The red-haired guy doesn't back down. Thrilled to have finally found a worthy opponent, he pulls out a glowing crimson chain, ready for the clash. Min Jae-hyun delivers a fierce slash, but the red-haired guy calmly tenses his glowing red chain to parry the devastating strike. Keeping his blade locked against the chain, Min Jae-hyun growls, testing him. "What is your relationship with Hugin?" The red-haired guy doesn't answer. Instead, his body begins to shift and dissolve into a thick, eerie fog. To think you're still curious about that at a life-or-death moment like this. Reverting to his true form, he morphs into a terrifying, human-bodied monster with a hideous crow's head. He and I are Odin's most infamous black ravens. Just like Munin, Min Jae-hyun listens with a furrowed brow, silently gauging the truth behind the creature's words. The monster continues boasting about Hugin, claiming he also wields the divine power of the supreme Norse god. Min Jae-hyun points his blade straight at the crow-headed monster in front of him. "How pathetic. I see right through you now. A powerful creature, yet nothing but a disposable pawn used to keep me in check." He pursed his lips, completely baffled by his question. "Why on earth would you do that?" The pitch-black crowman enthusiastically answered him, "Because that is what the ancient prophecy decreed. It is the supreme prophecy of the gods, and absolutely nothing can change it." Min Jae-hyun wasn't about to accept this answer. Gritting his teeth, he barked, "Bullshit!" Unleashing his magic in tandem with his rising fury. He couldn't believe it. Was all of this really just because of some baseless prophecy? His face darkening, Min Jae-hyun slammed his blade straight into the ground. His magical energy surged outward, cold enough to freeze everything in its path, as he roared in anger, "Is that the only reason you came looking for me?" A system notification flashed, activating his active skill, Frozen Earth. Massive shards of ice shot up one after another to attack the crowman, but he easily slipped away from the icy assault. Catching the guy off guard, Min Jae-hyun lunged forward. He swung his blade at the crowman, but the enemy's reflexes were lightning fast, and he used his chains to block the strike. Loosening the grip on his chains, the crowman once again declared that the Norse god's prophecies are never wrong. With that, he whipped the heavy chain straight at Min Jae-hyun. The chain moved with deadly flexibility. Gritting his teeth, Min Jae-hyun used his blade to block, but the sheer force of the impact nearly knocked him off balance. Seeing things turn south for Min Jae-hyun, Seo-ina couldn't help but panic. "He's too strong. I don't think he's someone we can easily beat." She watched the fierce clash between the two men, her heart filled with anxiety. The crowman relentlessly lashed his chains at Min Jae-hyun, who could barely hold his ground, desperately using his blade to block the fierce onslaught. Even though she hated to admit it, she had to face reality with her current abilities. She was completely powerless to help Jae-hyun. Seo-ina tightly gripped a mysterious blue orb in her hand and threw it toward Min Jae-hyun, shouting to get his attention. "Jae-hyun, catch!" Hearing Seo-ina's voice, Min Jae-hyun turned his head in shock. "Ina, what is this?" He caught the orb she threw, completely stunned. What was this? Feeling the energy radiating from it, he realized it was a mana transfer stone, an item that allows the user to channel their magic to whoever holds it. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Min Jae-hyun grit his teeth and looked over at Seol-ina. Standing behind him, Seol-ina tirelessly channeled her mana into the orb in her hands. This immediately brought back memories of how she used to look, an utterly exhausted Seol-ina looking back at him. Back then, she had used this exact same method to transfer her magic to him. His hand still tightly gripped the blue orb as he stood there dazed, lost in the memory of that familiar scene. Min Jae-hyun broke into a cold sweat, looking back in shock. Seol-ina furrowed her brows, completely focused on pouring all of her magic into the blue orb in her hand. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but remember the Seol-ina of the past, completely drained and exhausted after pouring out too much magic. Back then, he could only watch helplessly as she collapsed. And now, just like in the past, she was pushing herself to the limit to transfer her magic to him. Min Jae-hyun held the orb, completely frozen, unable to snap out of the memories flooding his mind. He lowered his head, a wave of sadness washing over him as those grim memories replayed. Clutching the orb tightly, he spoke in a quiet, hesitant voice. "Thank you." Snapping back to reality, he faced the powerful crow-headed monster standing before him. "I can't let myself get flustered. That's exactly what he wants." Calming his mind, he carefully sized up his opponent. "Just like always, I need to stay calm to figure out the best countermeasure. What is his weakness? How do I get out of this dangerous situation?" The crowman lunged forward, fiercely whipping his chain toward him. Seeing the sharp tip of the chain hurtling toward him, Min Jae-hyun's heart raced. He had to make a move, fast. From behind him, a golden point emerged. Min Jae-hyun pointed directly at the crowman, sending countless golden chains crackling with lightning surging toward him. The enemy calmly pulled a small dagger from his sleeve. With lightning speed, he sliced through each of Min Jae-hyun's golden chains. Then, he shot his own black chain straight toward him. Stepping onto his own chain, the crowman closed the distance. He raised his dagger high, preparing to plunge it straight into him. Min Jae-hyun didn't panic, calmly assessing the situation. An opponent who uses a dagger and chains. Even if there's a gap in our magic power. Behind him, Seol-ina pushed through her fatigue, continuously pouring her magic into the blue orb. Min Jae-hyun carefully planned his counterattack. "But I can still keep my distance from him. If I make a single mistake, I'll be in serious trouble, and it'll be impossible to regain the upper hand." Mimicking the crowman, Min Jae-hyun stepped onto his own golden chain. Propelled forward by the golden chain, he gripped his blade tightly and charged directly at the crowman. Leaping into the air, he swung his blade down from above. Not one to be outdone, the crowman charged right back, lunging forward to stab him. Feeling the dagger slice into his arm, Min Jae-hyun grit his teeth as tension filled the air. The system popped up again. Activating active skill, sacrifice. Instantly, the blood from his wound evaporated, leaving no trace behind. He frowned in frustration. "He's too fast. Even with light step activated, I can barely keep up with him." After clashing for what felt like ages, the crow couldn't help but marvel at Min Jae-hyun's raw strength. "I heard you were tough, but it looks like I still underestimated you." He bent down to pick up his dropped dagger, muttering, "Lord Odin was right." Covering one eye, the crow stared at Min Jae-hyun and declared, "You truly possess the power to challenge the gods themselves." Min Jae-hyun didn't seem surprised at all. He calmly shrugged off the praise, replying, "Thanks for the compliment." His effortless cool completely caught the crow off guard. "Your composure is quite surprising." Leaning forward, he sneered at Min Jae-hyun's seemingly impossible goal. "Are you actually suggesting that you're going to kill me right here?" Min Jae-hyun pumped himself up against this high-tier opponent, thinking, "Stay focused. Right now, the Norse gods can't touch me." He raised his massive blade high, ancient runes swirling all around his body. "With the power of the prophecy protecting me, taking him down with this weapon is definitely within reach." With fierce determination, Min Jae-hyun charged straight at the crow. The crow just scoffed, relaxing his grip and lazily holding up his dagger to block. "You really think a basic attack like that is going to land on me?" He secretly calculated that wielding such a massive blade would only make his opponent's strike slower. Ignoring the mockery completely, Min Jae-hyun leaped high into the air to build up momentum for his strike. Swinging his blade overhead, he prepared to bring it crashing down on the crow. Underestimating his opponent, the crow casually raised his chains to block the blow. Midair, Min Jae-hyun suddenly switched hands on his hilt. Spinning his body, he slashed at the crow from the exact opposite direction. Caught completely off guard, the crow took the full force of Min Jae-hyun's strike. Seeing his trick pay off, Min Jae-hyun let out a mocking smirk. Sorry, but you're not as good as you think you are. Reeling from the full-force blow, the crow gasped in sheer agony. The impact sent him stumbling back several steps, and he hurriedly raised his arm to shield his face from the rising dust. Trembling from the shock, the crow clutched his head in intense pain, his breathing ragged and heavy. The lens of his mask shattered, exposing a glowing, blood-red eye. Shocked beyond belief, he sputtered, "How? How did you?" Losing his mind with rage, he lunged at Min Jae-hyun. "How dare a mere human do this to me?" But Min Jae-hyun calmly raised his blade, effortlessly blocking the incoming dagger. Watching their weapons clash, Min Jae-hyun couldn't help but mock him. "Seems like your intel on me is pretty outdated." Slipping behind him in a flash, a system notification popped up, stating that the active skill, magic artifact materialization, had been deactivated. He quickly swiped through his system interface to reactivate the magic artifact materialization skill. A second later, the system flashed a success message. Nidhogg's Fang had been successfully created. From the system light, Min Jae-hyun drew a mysterious, glowing purple dagger. He turned his head and gave the crow a cold, piercing glare. Honestly, I didn't want to start things off with a weapon this powerful. The dagger in his hand vibrated, constantly radiating an eerie, mysterious purple mana. Staring at Min Jae-hyun's new weapon, the crow froze in disbelief, shouting, "What? My intel said nothing about him using a dagger." Feeling the dense mana wrapping around the blade, he shuddered at its overwhelming, suffocating aura. Gripping the dagger tight, Min Jae-hyun calmly assessed the situation. "Look at him. Is he actually scared?" The crow was so paralyzed with fear that he even let his black chains slip from his grasp. Seeing such a priceless look on his opponent's face, Min Jae-hyun couldn't help but chuckle. Did he really think everything would go exactly according to his little plan? From behind him, Min Jae-hyun summoned his golden chains, sending them whipping straight toward the crow. Unable to react in time, the crow watched in sheer panic as Min Jae-hyun's golden chains tightly bound his arms. Without wasting a single second, Min Jae-hyun lunged forward to strike the immobilized crow. Trapped by the golden chains, the crow took the devastating slash of the dagger head-on, screaming in agonizing pain. Arg! At that moment, the system chimed again, announcing that the effect of Nidhogg's Fang had been triggered, dealing poison damage that would stack over time. Seeing the notification, he tightened his grip on the weapon. Min Jae-hyun grinned, thrilled by the weapon's incredible performance. "This is even better than I expected. No wonder it's an S-tier artifact." Furious at being wounded, the crow snapped the golden chains in a fit of rage, roaring in utter frustration. "How dare you use the power of the bastard I despise most with a weapon of that caliber?" Glaring like a wild beast, the crow snapped his head back toward Min Jae-hyun. He whipped his black chains violently at the boy, but Min Jae-hyun casually deflected the heavy weapon. Frowning, he quickly closed the distance to deliver a direct slash, but this time, the crow managed to nimbly dodge the attack. Not giving him a moment to breathe, Min Jae-hyun summoned his golden chains once more, sending them aggressively charging toward his target. The crow managed to keep his cool, using his own chains to block and deflect every single strike. But even though he successfully avoided all of Min Jae-hyun's attacks, the effort had drained a massive amount of his energy. On top of that, his previous wounds made him stagger, leaving him gasping for air. Seeing this, Min Jae-hyun smirked triumphantly. "Looks like the poison is starting to slow you down, huh?" He raised his dagger into a combat stance, not missing the chance to taunt his opponent. "So, the tables have turned, huh?" Seeing the odds stacked against him, the crow bastard couldn't hide his rage. He snarled, "Damn it. If it's come to this, for the sake of Northern Europe, I have no choice but to do this." Min Jae-hyun smirked as he looked at his struggling opponent. "You can't kill me now, can you?" The beast lunged past Min Jae-hyun, scoffing, "Since when did I say I wanted to kill you?" Jae-hyun was stunned by his sudden move. He turned his head in pure panic, realizing he couldn't react in time as the crow charged straight at Seo In-ah, who was right behind him. Seo In-ah watched in shock as the powerful enemy rushed her. She quickly channeled her magic, raising a barrier to block his incoming attack. But to the crow, her barrier was nothing more than thin glass. He shattered it effortlessly and lunged right at her. Facing someone leagues above her strength, In-ah was frozen in shock, completely bewildered by his bizarre behavior. The crow grabbed her tightly, clearly intending to detonate himself and drag her to the afterlife with him. Sensing the extreme danger, Jae-hyun grit his teeth in panic. He threw his dagger at the crow and screamed to warn Seo In-ah. "Get down now." Terrified, Seo In-ah stared at the crow, completely paralyzed, not knowing what to do. Jae-hyun grit his teeth in frustration, throwing his weapon forward. Get down. Seo In-ah looked at him, her eyes wide with shock. The weapon hit its mark and exploded into a thick cloud of purple smoke. A system notification popped up. You have slain a crow of Odin. Special quest progress, 2 out of 5. You have leveled up. Standing before the heavy smoke, Jae-hyun stumbled, unable to keep his balance. He was clearly exhausted, gasping heavily for breath. Damn it, he thought. Seo In-ah screamed his name and rushed toward him. Although he could hear her voice, he was completely drained from burning through too much mana. He collapsed just as In-ah reached him. She quickly caught Jae-hyun as they both fell to the ground. Jae-hyun, she whispered his name once more. She bit her lip and hung her head. Once again. She blamed herself, feeling completely useless yet again. In their past battles, even when facing a giant bear, Min Jae-hyun had always been there to protect her. Thinking back to how she was then compared to now, she felt deeply saddened by her own helplessness. Once again, I'm just standing here, completely helpless against the power of the gods. Holding Jae-hyun close, her heart heavy with sorrow. Rewind to a few hours before the incident at Yoo-jung's apartment building. She let out a heavy sigh, pacing around her room in her pajamas, muttering to herself, I built up all that courage to invite him, and he just tells me he's busy? Her face was flushed red with embarrassment, but she was still incredibly frustrated. Kim Yoo-jung punched her pillow to vent her anger. She grumbled, if I knew it'd go like this, I would have just gone with In-ah. After letting out all her anger, she sank onto the bed, exhausted and pouting. Min Jae-hyun, you brainless, insensitive jerk. Grabbing her phone, she decided to text In-ah and invite her to the raid festival instead. An instant reply popped up, getting Yoo-jung all excited. Let's see. But her expression completely dropped when she read In-ah's text. In-ah wrote, sorry. I can't make it. I'm actually out right now. I'm so sorry. Reading the message, Yoo-jung froze, silently brushing her hair back. She wondered, why is she suddenly out? She usually just stays cooped up in her room. Yoo-jung let out a long, heavy sigh. She reassured herself. Well, I guess everyone has times when they're busy. With that thought, Yoo-jung texted back. No worries. Let's hit up the Ani food court next time. I heard there's a really good bakery there. In-ah replied immediately. Sure, let's go tomorrow. Reading the message while resting her chin on her hand, Yoo-jung's suspicion flared up. Wait, why does this feel so fishy? Both of them barely ever go out, and yet they're both suddenly busy at the exact same time. No way. A sudden realization hit Yoo-jung like a bolt of lightning. Her eyes widened and her jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. Wait, could they be at the festival together? Cold sweat rolled down her face, and Yoo-jung cleared her throat with a deeply annoyed look. She started recalling every single moment between In-ah and Jae-hyun, searching for any clues to prove her theory right. Like those times when In-ah would space out just staring at Jae-hyun, or when she would nervously grab a book off the table to cover her face the moment he looked her way. And of course, the way her face would flush bright red whenever she stood shyly in front of him. Snapping back to reality, Kim Yoo-jung shook her head. No, there's no way. She slumped onto the bed, completely exhausted but still deeply frustrated. With a sigh, she muttered, please let this not be real. Cutting back to where Seo In-ah was holding Min Jae-hyun. He was still unconscious, his head resting on her shoulder. Seo In-ah sat there in complete silence. She wanted to keep things quiet so he could rest, but she also needed a moment of peace for herself. Seo In-ah's mind drifted back to their time in the simulated dungeon, battling that dog-headed beast. Min Jae-hyun had been in grave danger back then too, and yet she hadn't been able to do a single thing to help him. Lost in a spiral of regrets and constantly blaming herself, her face was filled with sorrow, and her eyes looked completely lifeless. Looking down at Min Jae-hyun resting on her shoulder, she realized that once again, he had to protect her. Clenching her fists, she desperately tried to suppress the anger she felt toward herself. She could not stop beating herself up, devastated that she was still completely useless to him. It felt like she was spiraling into a deep, dark hole of her own making. Glancing at Jae-hyun lying beside her, she comforted herself with the thought that at least this time, he was not seriously hurt. Thinking back to the masked man Jae-hyun had just defeated, she could not help but wonder, who on earth was he? And why did he do this? Jae-hyun seemed to know him. What is more, she remembered the magic the masked man used. She had definitely seen it somewhere before. The magic he used was identical to what happened back then. Could there be a connection between that incident and this one? Sena gazed at him affectionately and reached out to gently stroke his hair, shifting her weight slightly as she did. With a tired groan, Min Jae-hyun slowly opened his eyes and sat up, quickly pulling away from Sina. As Jae-hyun looked directly into her eyes, Sina flinched, her face flushing a deep crimson from sheer embarrassment. Their faces were so incredibly close. Honestly, if it were me, this would easily be the most romantic scene of the year. But of course, we are talking about that clueless idiot Min Jae-hyun, who has absolutely no idea how to enjoy the moment. He offered a faint smile and thanked her half-heartedly, saying, "Have you been by my side this whole time? Thanks, I appreciate it." Embarrassed, Sina averted her gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. "Oh, of course," she stammered. "It is the least I could do." After that pointless exchange, what should have been a romantic moment between a couple turned into the most awkward, cringe-worthy silence imaginable. A heavy silence fell over them, contrasting sharply with the stunning, galaxy-like colors painted across the night sky. You would think the atmosphere between them would match the beautiful sky. But nope. Min Jae-hyun looked down and whispered, "Sena, actually, I knew what you wanted to say back then." Sena hung on his every word. Clenching her hand over her chest, her heart pounded violently. Min Jae-hyun fell silent, looking away as he tried to gather his composure, preparing to say what he knew had to be said. Finally, he placed his hand over Sina's. With an incredibly serious expression, he said, "What I'm about to say might make you uncomfortable. I hope you do not overthink it, but please just hear me out. There is something. A responsibility I have to fulfill." He hesitated as he got to the point. "You understand why I am telling you this, right?" Sena seemed to understand exactly where he was going with this. Gently placing her index finger over his lips, she cut him off. "Come on, everyone has their own secrets." Sena hung her head, letting her hair fall and cover half of her face. "Can we just not talk about this?" she whispered helplessly. Jae-hyun too sensed that something was off with Sena. He softly called her name, both of them still sitting right where they were. Clutching her arms tightly, Sena said, "I am sorry. I am just not ready to hear it yet. No matter what your answer is, please do not say it right now." Her words, heavy with endless sorrow, seemed to drift away with the gentle breeze rustling through the trees. As she spoke, tears began to stream silently down her face. Unable to hold back her emotions anymore, she spoke from the bottom of her heart. "I will wait until you have done what you need to do." Deep down, she thought, "I knew it all along." Looking up with tears streaming down her face, Sena managed to force a painful smile. "Can you just tell me your answer when you are ready?" she asked. All Min Jae-hyun could do was look down, consumed by guilt. He gently tucked her hair behind her ear and wiped away her tears. As a soft breeze swept past, a stifling, suffocating silence settled over them once more. Even while training, Jae-hyun could not shake the memory of last night. He was completely tearing himself apart over it. Why? Why did I do that to her? The image of Sena's tear-stained face, trying so hard to smile through the pain, filled him with overwhelming guilt. Why could he not just give her a straight answer? He knew exactly how Sena felt about him, so why on earth did he act like such a jerk? Looking back at his behavior yesterday, he seriously wanted to punch himself in the face. The more Min Jae-hyun overthought, the more it ate away at him. Giving her false hope was only going to hurt her more. He landed gracefully on one foot. Suddenly, a screaming monster brandishing a club charged straight at Jae-hyun. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was engulfed in a thick cloud of dust. As the beast swung its club down, Jae-hyun leaped high into the air. Levitating above, he unleashed rings of static electricity from his hands. From within those glowing rings, heavy chains shot out, relentlessly striking down the horde of monsters. In a flash, Jae-hyun pivoted and delivered a direct, devastating blow. Instantly, the system window popped up. Quest progress updated. You have leveled up. Channeling all his power into his fist, Jae-hyun aimed straight at the barrier in front of him and unleashed an explosive punch. The system notified him again. You can now feel the surrounding barrier enhancing your defense. Jae-hyun's powerful strike completely shattered the barrier, leaving nothing behind but a faint, dissipating cloud of white smoke. He muttered to himself that he could indeed feel the defensive barrier forming around him. Staring at it for a moment, he muttered to himself, unable to figure out how it worked. Sensing Hella's presence right next to him, he whipped his head around. Hella closed her eyes and answered Min Jae-hyun's earlier question. "Well, of course you can't know everything just yet." Hella stepped closer to Jae-hyun and said, "But soon, you will understand everything." Standing right in front of Jae-hyun, Hella looked up at him, her voice filled with absolute trust. "If anyone can do this, it's you." Ji-hyun let out a dry laugh and teased her. Huh? Why are you suddenly talking nonsense? You sound like you're about to leave or something. Crossing his arms, Ji-hyun showed off his usual confidence. He said, vague words like that don't work on me. Probably used to this by now. Hella sighed and gave a half-hearted reply. Oh, is that so? After a brief silence, Hella's cat-like eyes sparkled, and she offered a peaceful smile. Hella was secretly hoping that, in the future, her existence wouldn't matter to Ji-hyun anymore. Only then could he truly awaken his full power. The scene shifts to a busy university campus, with plenty of students walking around. Ji-hyun was walking onto campus when someone suddenly blocked his path and asked, "You're Ji-hyun, right?" Looking puzzled, Ji-hyun asked, "Who are you?" The guy blocking his path was dressed entirely in black, looking incredibly cool as a breeze blew past him. He introduced himself. "I'm Dong-hyun, a third-year student. I'm the leader of the Guardian Guild." Ji-hyun stared at the guy in front of him, recalling that he had heard of this guild before. Every member of the Guardian Guild looked incredibly badass, dressed in black from head to toe. This was the strongest warrior guild in the academy, and even its regular members were incredibly strong. But Ji-hyun thought to himself, compared to Norse warriors, they're still way too weak. Dong-hyun extended his hand, offering an invitation. "I'm here to invite you to join the Guardian Guild." Out of nowhere, Hana rushed over and screamed, "Stop right there! Who gave you permission to recruit members here?" Stopping in front of a completely stunned Ji-hyun and Dong-hyun, she pointed at Ji-hyun and announced, "Ji-hyun is joining the Sungun Guild." Before Ji-hyun and Dong-hyun could even process their shock, a bulky guy with pink hair walked up to them. "Oh, by the way, that blonde girl, Ji-ah, was gasping for air, completely exhausted from all the running." Kang Do-hyop spoke up. "Cut the crap, you two." He pointed his thumb at himself, scowling with a deeply annoyed look on his face. "He's joining our Gajagam Guild." Ji-hyun looked over his shoulder, extremely annoyed that he was being stared at and whispered about by so many people. He spoke up to warn them. "Seniors, please control yourselves. Everyone is watching." He then glanced at them and continued, "And besides, Before he could finish, a pink-haired girl in the crowd spoke up. "Do you have a moment to spare?" Leaving everyone around them stunned, she introduced herself. "I'm Cha Ji-sun from the Three Eyes Guild." Hearing that, Ji-hyun looked over at Cha Ji-sun. He froze in shock for 5 seconds. He wondered who she was. He felt like he had heard of this guild during his past life as a conqueror. Over on the other side, Hana and Kang Do-hyop were still arguing fiercely, while only Dong-hyun calmly stood by, watching everything unfold. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Cha Ji-sun faced Ji-hyun and said, "I didn't come here to recruit you. I just wanted to say hello." Still annoyed by the crowd, Ji-hyun looked around and replied, "You should probably come find me when it's less crowded." Ji-hyun was too distracted by the crowd to notice Cha Ji-sun's behavior. She whispered, "If I don't say it now, it's going to get dangerous." Cha Ji-sun's expression suddenly shifted, looking incredibly sinister and malicious. Ignoring Hana, who was sulking in a corner, Kang Do-hyop stood in the middle of the crowd and shouted angrily, "Whatever. Let me make this clear. Ji-hyun is joining Gajagam." "Excuse me, senior," Ji-hyun spoke up. "I need to clear something up." He seemed to stand out from the crowd as he boldly declared, "I have no intention of joining any guild." Kang Do-hyop, Hana, and Cha Ji-sun were completely stunned by Ji-hyun's sudden declaration. Dong-hyun stepped forward and asked, "Then what do you plan to do? I know you're Dong-un's student, but a conqueror who doesn't join a guild will have to start from the bottom with low-level missions." Ji-hyun calmly smiled and replied, "I never said I'd continue my career as a conqueror without a guild." A muscular hand suddenly grabbed Ji-hyun's collar aggressively. Kang Do-hyop scowled in frustration and asked angrily, "Then what exactly is that supposed to mean, kid? Explain yourself right now." Ji-hyun looked down, not even bothering to care, and said, "You'd better take your hand off me." Ji-hyun looked up with eyes filled with bloodlust, his words sounding like a direct challenge. "I'm saying this for your own safety." Despite his anger, Kang Do-hyop shivered at Ji-hyun's sudden display of power. He quickly pulled his hand back, not daring to utter another word. "Whatever." Min Jae-hyun sighed, brushing off the spot on his shirt where he'd just been grabbed. He then declared, "I'll just start my own guild." Min Jae-hyun's declaration threw the entire crowd into a frenzy once again. They all knew Jae-hyun was arrogant, but none of the three, from Hania and Do-hyuk to Dong-hyun, ever expected him to make such a bold claim here. They were completely frozen in shock. Cha Ye-run stood at a distance, watching the scene unfold. She let out a faint smile, radiating an incredibly mysterious aura. The scene shifts to a small meeting room, where Kang Do-hyuk, Hanya, and Shan are gathered. Kang Do-hyuk slammed his hand on the table in a rage, yelling, "Is that kid out of his mind? No matter how you look at it, what that brat said makes absolutely no sense." Kang Do-hyuk clutched his head in frustration, completely unable to comprehend why a mere first-year student would want to start his own guild. Hanya glanced over at him and snapped at him to keep his voice down. Dong-hyun rested his chin on his hand and mused, "I don't get it either. A freshman wanting to start a guild of his own?" Glancing at the raging Kang Do-hyuk, he continued, "The academy doesn't have any rules forbidding it, but it's practically impossible for a first year." Hanya and Do-hyuk locked their eyes on Dong-hyun, hanging onto his every word. This requires specialized knowledge, completing numerous other quests, and most importantly, Hanya cut in, thinking aloud, that person would have to handle everything on their own, without any help from upperclassmen or professors. Dong-hyun nodded in agreement. Exactly. But our biggest concern right now is what he actually said. There's a real chance he might actually pull it off and form his own guild. Kang Do-hyuk, being the hothead he is, yelled out again while repeatedly pounding on the table. "What do you mean by that? You just said it was impossible." Dong-hyun glared at Do-hyuk and asked, "What's the absolute most critical thing needed to start a guild?" Hanya rested her cheek on her hand, her eyes darting as she pondered before replying, "First off, it's having influence over the various factions in the academy. It's incredibly hard to get close to the kids from wealthy and powerful families here. Not to mention, those with exceptional abilities in the academy are even harder to win over." Dong-hyun clasped his hands together and went on. "But that might not apply to him. Just think about Min-hyun's inner circle. They're all outstanding and highly reputable individuals. An-hoon's gentle image appeared. He's a master who jodi elixirs. Next came the image of senior Ye-sang, a formidable warrior. Then Selena's radiant image showed up, even as team support. She's top tier. The energetic Kim Do-young also appeared. Listening to Dong-hyun's analysis, Hanya broke out in a cold sweat from sheer anxiety. Dong-hyun nodded, saying, "That's exactly why he never needed us from the start." Kang Do-hyuk clawed at his hair again, grimacing, "Damn it, we're in for a massive headache soon." Dong-hyun tapped his finger on the table and said, "Min-hyun, we need to completely change how we view him and his allies in this academy." The image of Min-hyun and his comrades flashed brightly in Dong-hyun's mind. Dong-hyun spoke with absolute seriousness. He has the power to shift the balance of power among the academy's guilds. Closing his eyes and lowering his head, he continued, "The other guilds had better find a way to survive and grow. If necessary, the Guardian Guild will support everyone." Kang Do-hyuk glared at Dong-hyun in disbelief, questioning, "Do the guilds really have to worry this much over just one newcomer?" Dong-hyun stood up abruptly, looking straight at Kang Do-hyuk, and asked, "Hey Kang Do-hyuk, could you beat Min-hyun in a one-on-one fight?" Kang Do-hyuk went silent, his eyes burning with rage, knowing full well he couldn't answer that question. Dong-hyun then walked out of the room. As he walked away, he called back so the two behind him could hear, "Our guild's doors are always open. We'll be waiting for your decision." After Dong-hyun left, Hanya pulled her chair back and stood up, letting out a tired sigh. Kang Do-hyuk followed shortly after, taking heavy, anxious steps as he walked out. He recalled the cold glare Min-hyun had given him, warning him right after being grabbed by the collar. Dong-hyun's face hardened as he thought, "Real monsters have finally shown up at this academy." Dong-hyun walked on, a million thoughts racing through his mind. He muttered to himself, "He's the second monster I need to watch out for," right after Cha Ye-run. In a certain room, the group was sitting around a circular table, including Min-hyun, Selena, Ryu Seo-jun, Ye-sang, An-hoon, and Kim Do-young. Kim Do-young suddenly shrieked, looking over at Jae-un. She was in absolute panic, shouting, "Start our own guild?" Min-hyun raised his hand to cut off any objection she was about to make. He calmly roared. An-hoon looked just as bewildered as Kim Do-young. He stammered in confusion, "No, wait. Even so, aren't we still just first years?" An-hoon tilted his head and continued, "If the other guilds feel threatened, we're going to be in deep trouble." Ye-sang agreed, clenching his fists and leaning forward as he spoke. "Yeah, he's right. The last thing I want is to go to war with the other guilds in this academy." Kwon Se-yul crossed her arms and glared at Jae-hyun in annoyance. "I thought you called me out for something actually important, but it's just for this?" Kwon Se-yul tilted her head, probing for answers. "So, what about the reward?" Min Jae-hyun turned his head toward Kwon Se-yul and stayed silent. Honestly, he just had no idea what to say, so he pretended to ignore her. Trying to dodge the question, he muttered. We just need to get strong enough to stand up to the other guilds. His blatant evasion left Kwon Seo-yul completely dumbfounded. Soon, all 5 of them were staring directly at Min Jae-hyun. He claimed that things turning out this way was only natural. Propping his chin on his hand, Min Jae-hyun averted his eyes. He reasoned that starting their own guild was far better than simply joining an existing one. That was when Seo In-na finally spoke up. I'm fine with whatever you decide. Lee Ye-sang also shyly added, if Jae-hyun thinks so, then I don't have any objections either. Meanwhile, Kwon Seo-yul was staring daggers at Min Jae-hyun. Annoyed that her previous question had been completely ignored, Kwon Seo-yul pressed further. And then what? How are you going to pay everyone? She pinched her 2 fingers together, making the universal gesture for cash. Seo In-na rolled her eyes at her and continued, without guild points or rewards, are we all just supposed to starve? Min Jae-hyun let out a soft sigh and flashed a gentle smile. Behind him, an imaginary mountain of falling gold coins began to pile up. He explained, I have the reward points given to the top student, not to mention the items I got from the guild and the quests I completed. As he spoke, the image of Guildmaster Yu Jung crossed his mind, along with all the gear he had obtained from the guild. Min Jae-hyun confidently continued, plus, with my other sources of income, I have at least a few million points saved up. So, you don't have to worry about your pay at all. Kwon Se-yul grimaced and clicked her tongue, muttering, you psycho. In stark contrast to Se-yul, Kim Yoo-jung looked at him with sheer admiration and gasped, are you seriously that rich? But you never buy us any food. The room suddenly fell dead silent, freezing the atmosphere for a few seconds. Out of nowhere, a voice piped up, in that case, let's throw a party today, causing both Yoo-jung and Jae-hyun to snap their heads around in surprise. Min Jae-hyun asked in confusion, what are you even doing here? Sia sat cross-legged on the chair, stretching and letting out a big yawn. She scratched her head, squinted one eye, clicked her tongue and said, I just want to join the guild, that's all. That's fine, right? Besides, I'm enrolling at meals next year anyway. Stepping closer to Min Jae-hyun, she looked at him and continued, because of your skills, I can't even act freely anymore. Suddenly, Min Jae-hyun's eyes flashed crimson as if sparks of lightning were dancing inside them. The system notified of manipulation, and Sia's demeanor instantly shifted. She cheered with excitement. This place is going to be so much fun because everyone here is an idiot. Immediately after, she slapped her hand over her mouth, her face turning pale and blue as she realized she had just been manipulated by Jae-hyun. Kwon Seo-yul let out a heavy sigh. Lee Ye-sang was so hurt he actually started to tear up. Meanwhile, An Ho-yeon calmly turned to her and said, I can't believe that's what you think of us. The sharp-tongued red-haired girl, Sia, turned her gaze towards Seo In-na, who was now so emotionally wounded she couldn't even form coherent words. Seeing her like that brought An Ho-yeon to tears of utter helplessness. Sia whipped around to glare at Jae-hyun in frustration. He, on the other hand, was completely relaxed, thoroughly enjoying his little prank. How mean. Then, Min Jae-hyun stood up and placed his hands on the table, saying, calling your seniors idiots isn't very nice, you know. Glancing toward Kim Yoo-jung and An Ho-yeon, he continued, anyway, our situation isn't actually that bad. Jae-hyun walked up behind Ho-yeon and placed a hand on his shoulder, leaving him completely baffled. Min Jae-hyun began to heap praise. Everyone, including our senior here, has incredibly unique talents. Then, he leaned his face close to Ho-yeon's with a sly grin, flashing a big thumbs up right in front of his nose. Jae-hyun explained, if we can grow this guild, we'll be able to break through the limits we're currently facing. Those words sent a shiver down Ho-yeon's spine. He turned around, staring intently at Jae-hyun to see if he was actually being serious. Jae-hyun just stood there, still holding up his thumbs up. In Ho-yeon's eyes, Min Jae-hyun was now shining like a brilliant star. He cried out, I dedicate my absolute loyalty to this guild. As Jae-hyun smirked triumphantly, Seo In-na sat quietly, watching the two of them. Her expression softened as she thought to herself, this time, I will protect Jae-hyun with my own hands. I absolutely will. Sensing something, Jae-hyun turned to look at Seo In-na. She was smiling down at her clenched fist, whispering with determination, yes, I'll do my absolute best to contribute to the guild. While An Ho-yeon was still daydreaming about his new shining star, Kim Yoo-jung silently mouthed to Kwon Seo-yul, something is seriously wrong here, right? Catching the signal, Kwon Seo-yul mouthed back, whenever Jae-hyun smiles like that, I get a bad feeling that something terrible is about to happen. Kim Yoo-jung nodded her head in frantic agreement. Min Jae-hyun shifted his glowing red eyes toward them, asking in a chilling, creepy tone, "Huh? What did you two just say?" That terrifying look scared the absolute wits out of Yoo-jung and Se-yul, their faces turning completely pale. Terrified out of her mind, Yoo-jung immediately shook her head in panic. Returning to his normal expression, Min Jae-hyun crossed his arms and said, "Of course, to get stronger, we'll need to train incredibly hard." But everyone kept their eyes glued to Jae-hyun, listening intently. He assured them that since everything was already planned out, they didn't need to worry too much about it. "I'll help everyone during training as well as in real combat." And so, Min Jae-hyun suddenly looked up with a wicked smirk. He asked in a threatening voice, "You guys are going to join my guild, right?" The scene cuts to the MT Academy gym. Inside, the training room is packed with all kinds of equipment, as Min Jae-hyun's words echo in the background. The MT Academy gym has tons of training equipment and valuable artifacts. Beautiful artifacts are displayed inside the gym. That voice echoes again, saying, "However, only the top students and their families are allowed in. At the very least, only the president of the highest-ranked school guild can enter this place." Sweat dripped heavily down Seo-run's face. She gritted her teeth, her body completely exhausted, her head spinning, and gasping for air. But with her adorably sassy mouth, she didn't forget to curse. "Damn it!" Next to her, Seo-hyun was also exhausted, feeling half dead. She whimpered, "I seriously want to party and relax." A figure approached. Seo-run scowled and glanced over. It turned out to be Jae-sang. He gently handed Seo-run a blue bottle, saying, "Here, some recovery potions for you two." In another part of the gym, An Jian and Ji-hoon were also taking a break. An Ho-jun leaned back, his face full of exhaustion as he said, "My muscles feel like they're being ripped apart. Let's call it a day early." Min Jae-hyun closed his eyes and cut him off. Actually, muscles only grow when they're torn. He silently walked over to Jae-sang, took a recovery potion, and held the bottle in his hand. He flashed that savage smile again and turned to speak to everyone, leaving Jae-sang completely speechless. He said, thoroughly enjoying himself as he held 2 potion bottles in his hands, "Don't waste a single drop. Drink up." Seo-run jumped up, pointing accusingly at Jae-sang. "Jae-sang, you traitor." Jae-sang immediately hid behind Ji-hoon, who was still smiling happily, and said, trembling, "Sorry, but I don't really like fighting." Closing his eyes to calm down, Ji-hoon held up 2 fingers to encourage her. "Why are you blaming Jae-sang? We only have 2 sets left anyway." After taking the potion, everyone's energy seemed to return. An Ho-jun focused and pushed himself even harder. Ji-hoon thought to himself, even though it looks like an ordinary gym, this place is actually very special. Kim Do-jung looked completely exhausted, but she still had to keep training. Ji-hoon continued to think, this place can increase gravity to train strength and endurance, as well as boost the students' physical stats. In that high-energy atmosphere, Min Jae-hyun crossed his arms and looked at everyone. He thought, to make that happen, the equipment here has been adjusted to have gravity several times stronger than the outside world. Seo-ina was still training with all her might. Her face was soaked in sweat, but she was determined to keep pumping weights even though she was completely out of breath. Min Jae-hyun turned to look at Seo-ina, who was giving it her all. He stared for a long time without saying a word. Ji-hoon recalled the image of Oda. He was always on high alert because an incident like last time could happen at any moment. He still vividly remembered the look of panic on Seo-ina's face back then, and there was only one way to prevent it. He stood there silently, deep in thought. Ji-hoon's hand clenched into a fist unconsciously. My friends need to get stronger fast, so they won't become a liability in an emergency and can escape the battlefield safely. That is the absolute priority they must achieve right now. Min Jae-hyun thought seriously about why he was forcing everyone to train like this. At the headquarters of the Yonha Conqueror Guild, Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon flashed a warm smile. Min Jae-hyun smiled back. But why did it feel so incredibly forced? The two just stared at each other for a long time. Realizing he wasn't going to say anything, Yu Sung-yoon broke the silence. Yu Sung-yoon gently asked Min Jae-hyun, "Do you want to transfer to another guild?" But looking at her eyes, there was definitely a deep disappointment hidden inside. Startled, he looked up at Yu Sung-yoon. Ji-hoon wondered, "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Seeing his clueless expression made Sung-yoon burst out laughing. She politely covered her mouth to hide her smile and said, "I know the people from Giganto approached you." Then, her gaze turned sharp and cold. As she spoke, an image of a weapon called Nidhogg's Fang, enveloped in a purple glow, appeared behind Ji-hoon's clueless and innocent-looking face. meaning they even offered Nidhogg's fang as a reward. Min Jae-hyun closed his eyes in frustration and let out a sigh. But immediately after, he opened his eyes and his entire expression changed, showing a playful glint in his eyes and a smirk. He smugly admitted, "You caught me," he continued. "If I really wanted to transfer to another guild, would you even let me go?" Yoo Sung-yoon chuckled at his question. She replied, "Haha, of course not." With the image of Giganto's guild leader flashing in her mind, Yoo Sung-yoon's smile remained, but her words turned venomous. Especially not to the Giganto guild. Min Jae-hyun snorted, tilting his head helplessly. "Then why did you even ask?" Yoo Sung-yoon leaned in close, then stood up and walked toward the seated Ji-hoon. Looking down at Min Jae-hyun with a resolute gaze, she said, "I called you here to make one thing absolutely clear. I will never let anyone take you away from me." Wearing a cold smile, Yoo Sung-yoon said, "I am not some fool who would just hand my precious student over to a rival." She slowly reached her hand toward Jae-hyun's face, gently squeezing his chin between two fingers, taking him completely by surprise. With that same sharp glare, Yoo Sung-yoon added, "Besides, you have absolutely no reason to give up your current position anyway." Jae-hyun calmly tossed another question her way. "Even if they offer one of the rarest artifacts in the entire world?" Slipping back into her usual gentle demeanor, Yoo Sung-yoon smiled so warmly, her eyes squinted as she said, "Yes, even then. Instead, if you make a reasonable request, I will do everything in my power to make it happen." Not a bad deal, is it? Prying his jaw free from her grip, Jae-hyun leaned back in his chair with a tired sigh and said, "Yeah, you're right. I really have no intention of leaving anyway. If you are here, why would I go anywhere else?" Yoo Sung-yoon closed her eyes and nodded with a smirk. "What a sweet lie. You almost had me believing it for a second." Jae-hyun grinned back at her, saying, "What a shame." The two of them just sat there, exchanging smiles. They really were on the exact same wavelength. As Jae-hyun looked at Yoo Sung-yoon with a warm gaze, a specific name suddenly crossed his mind, Heimdall. Jae-hyun shifted his gaze as a chilling image of Heimdall's bloodthirsty eyes flashed before him. He knew the man would likely target him during the upcoming practical training. Jae-hyun's expression darkened at the thought of Heimdall. He quietly warned himself that he had to be ready for any situation. Fast forward to departure day. All the cadets from Millie's academy are heading together toward the massive blue portal standing before them. Jae-hyun's entire team is already gathered, getting ready to board their bus. Jae-hyun steps on first, and the rest of the crew follows him inside. Soon, the bus starts driving out of the town. Sitting on the bus, Jae-hyun looks back at his teammates and says, "Let's all do our absolute best out there." An Hoyeon is sitting right behind him. Kim Yoo-jung and Seo Ina are sitting across the aisle, with a shivering Lee Jae-sang right behind them. Sitting in the very back seat is Kwon Soo-yul. Hoyeon turns to face the group and says, "This event marks the official beginning of our guild." He adds with pure excitement, "So of course we're going to crush it." Meanwhile, Kwon Soo-yul gets so annoyed that she smacks Jae-sang right on the head to snap him out of his trembling fit. Lee Jae-sang rubs his head from the smack and whines, "But seriously, it is kind of terrifying. Everything is for real from here on out." Jae-hyun turns to look at the teary-eyed Lee Jae-sang and says, "You are right. From now on, we will be fighting real battles against actual monsters." He tilts his head, adding, "Even if there are other conquerors clearing out some of the beasts in the area, it does not mean this training exercise is going to be safe." Kim Yoo-jung leans over the back of her seat to talk to Lee Jae-sang. "Hey, the more you overthink it, the harder it is going to get. Just try to relax a bit, because we will need to stay sharp the entire time we are out there anyway." Lee Jae-sang closes his eyes and hangs his head, sighing in defeat. "Yeah, okay, I will try." Just then, Seo Ina turns to Jae-hyun and says, "Hey Jae-hyun, there is something I have been meaning to ask." When Jae-hyun looks at her, Seo Ina continues, "Why did you name our group 9? Kim Yoo-jung leans forward, popping her head up next to Seo Ina's. "Oh, she is totally right. I was wondering about that too. 9 is just a number, isn't it?" "Yeah, that is right," Jae-hyun answers. Seo Ina pushes further. "Is there some kind of special reason why you chose that specific number?" Jae-hyun leans back against his seat and says, "Well, I guess." He pauses for a brief second before continuing. "More accurately, I actually do not like that number at all. In Norse mythology, the number 9 holds a highly symbolic meaning. It is represented by a massive, ancient world tree surrounded by 9 powerful, glowing realms. And then there is the legend of Thor being poisoned by the venom of Jormungandr, a massive serpent roaring with open jaws. A faint, shadowy figure takes stumbling steps, That is Thor, who collapses dead after taking exactly 9 steps. That is one of the main reasons, matching the image of the giant, blood-soaked serpent. Jae-hyun sits in silence, reflecting on how the number 9 constantly haunts his thoughts. Kim Yoo-jung and Seo-ina simply watch him quietly, sensing his deep mood. He contemplates that number, knowing it represents some deeply significant connections. He lets out a soft chuckle and says in a lighter tone, "So yeah, I do not like it. And that is exactly why I chose it." He crosses his arms and leans back, while the 2 girls opposite him listen with intense curiosity. Kim Yoo-jung and Seo-ina exchange confused glances. Suddenly, Jae-hyun shifts his gaze over to Seo-ina. After staring for a moment, he looks back forward. He remains lost in thought, his eyes softening with a hint of sadness. He thinks to himself, "There are things I can never afford to forget, but when I am around you guys, it sometimes makes it so hard to focus on my true purpose in this war." Outside, the sky suddenly shifts to a vibrant shade of pink as an unfamiliar city street appears before them. Jae-hyun speaks up, "We are here. This is the entrance to Daegu, the quarantine city where our training is going to take place." The bus grinds to a halt. Jae-hyun stands up and calls out to the group, "All right guys, it is not going to be a walk in the park from here on out." With a dead serious look, he adds, "Everyone stay on high alert." The group steps off the bus and walks straight into the eerie city under that bizarre pink sky. Tension hangs heavy on everyone's faces. In this place, one wrong move means you do not make it out alive. Just ahead, deep in Daegu, perched high atop a skyscraper, bathed in the pink glow of the twilight sky, Heimdall sat, casually dangling his legs over the edge of the roof. Hugin, one of Odin's ravens, spoke up after sensing something strange. Another raven had completely vanished. A smirk spread across Heimdall's face, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Now that's what I call an interesting opponent," he muttered. The host stepped onto the stage to kick off the show. "Hello, and welcome to World Raider Events." Pointing excitedly behind her, she continued, "Today, we're going to talk about the mysterious item drop that occurred at the Great Ruins in Iceland just a few days ago, and we've invited 2 special guests to shed some light on this mysterious occurrence." Valak just stood there, indifferently folding his arms. Meanwhile, Camila gave a warm, friendly wave to the camera. Valak, an S-rank raider representing the European Union, and Camila, the world's very first S-rank mage, and a fellow member of the EU. With the introductions out of the way, the host offered a bright smile. "It's an honor to have you both here." Camila kindly replied, "Thank you, the pleasure is ours." Only Valak remained visibly annoyed, refusing to say a single word. Noticing this, Camila nudged him with her elbow and whispered, "Pull yourself together. We're here representing the European Union, you know." Valak reluctantly glanced over, but then he just clicked his tongue in frustration. Both the host and the crew were staring back at them with completely blank expressions. "Look at their eyes," Valak muttered, his face darkening. "Do they look like they respect the Union? Not even close." Camila quickly cut him off. "They're suspicious, right? I know." Lowering her eyes, she tried to reason with him. "But you know, playing tough right now isn't going to help." Valak glared at the host, quietly assessing the situation. They suspected the European Union of hoarding the ruins items. In a way, he could see why they'd think that. The reason was simple. At the time of the incident, the European Union had complete control over the Great Ruins. Then, the thought of Jae-hyun suddenly crossed Valak's mind, sending a brief shiver down his spine. "Damn it," Valak cursed silently. The host moved on to the main topic. "The subject we'll be discussing with you today is none other than the recent item drop at the Great Ruins in Iceland." Though she kept a smile plastered on her face, there was something deeply unsettling about her expression. There has been massive controversy surrounding the event. Hearing this, Valak's body went stiff, the veins on his neck bulging with suppressed rage. Standing beside him, Camila lightly tapped his foot to warn him. Valak only shot her a cold, sharp glare in return. In the end, he just let out a heavy sigh, allowing Camila to breathe a small sigh of relief. The host got straight to the point. Why was the Great Ruins left unprotected, even with 2 S-rank raiders on site? Her tone was accusatory, demanding to know why the European Union's so-called strongest force hadn't secured the ruins first. She then put on a feigned air of embarrassment and casually added, "These are the main questions our viewers have been asking. Would you care to share your thoughts on this?" Camila looked down, her voice soft as she replied, "We're sorry, but our abilities fell short. Unfortunately, that's all we can say on the matter." The host gave a polite, strained smile and pressed further. Even leading nations like the United States and Japan famous for producing elite raiders, have openly criticized the European Union's failure. After securing the rights to explore the Great Ruins, you boldly guaranteed success. What on earth went so wrong to make it all fall apart like this? Camila was completely at a loss for words, and both she and Valak fell into a heavy silence. Then, Valak let out a sharp sigh and asked, "Surely you've heard about the intruder inside the Great Ruins?" The host's eyes lit up instantly. Of course, he appeared out of nowhere, easily bypassed the trial of qualification that the Union struggled with, declared the ruins conquered, and then vanished, correct? A complete stranger who emerged from the ruins, nicknamed the Black Cloak. And the European Union claims this man in a black cloak suddenly showed up and conquered the ruins. The host suddenly sighed, looking disappointed. But the public wants hard facts, not vague excuses. Valak grit his teeth, his eyes flaring with anger. With a voice dripping with icy malice, he demanded, "Are you accusing us of lying?" Terrified by his outburst, Camila quickly turned to try and calm him down. But Valak completely ignored her. Spotting a nearby camera, he marched right up to it, his voice low and threatening. "Listen to me and remember this well. That black cloak guy is a monster." Grabbing the camera, Valak shoved his face right into the lens, growling, "He is so overwhelmingly powerful that even if Camila and I teamed up, we wouldn't stand a chance." He then spat out with absolute certainty, "Do we regret it? No, absolutely not. If the US or Japan had been there, the exact same thing would have happened to them." Valak warned grimly, "Before you start tearing us apart for our failure, you'd better start fearing him." Beside him, Camila could only clutch her head in sheer embarrassment. Finally, Valak pointed a finger directly into the lens, delivering one final promise. "Because he will definitely show up again." Cutting to the area where Muse Academy has gathered, the instructor speaks up in a loud, commanding voice. "This event will have a massive impact on your future lives." At Muse Academy, he begins explaining that the outdoor camp will be a week-long event. Jae-hyun and his teammates listen closely. You must move together with the members of your respective circles. Each student is quickly handed a box. Each circle will only receive a survival kit and nothing else. This place is crawling with danger from countless types of monsters. To survive, you must take the initiative and use the knowledge you learned at the academy to hunt monsters. The instructor carefully adds another warning. However, for safety reasons, you must not venture beyond a 50-kilometer radius. From this headquarters, violating this rule will result in immediate disqualification. He then begins outlining their mission. By the end of the week, you have two main objectives. The first and most important thing the instructor mentions is survival. He seriously emphasizes this point. Even though this is just the edge of the front line, it is still extremely dangerous for trainees like you. The objective is that if you survive here, it will prove you have what it takes to become outstanding raiders. The instructor continues, "Second, teamwork is a crucial factor in this mission. Within the time limit, cooperate to hunt as many monsters as possible, and finally, collect their coins. But more bonus points come with greater danger. Naturally, higher-grade monsters will yield more bonus points. Be careful, absolutely careful, to avoid getting injured in the process." One male student anxiously asks, "What should we do in an emergency?" The instructor reassures him, "Don't worry. Above the buildings, instructors will be stationed and visible almost the entire time." He adds, "If a dangerous situation arises, do not hesitate to contact the instructors immediately." Finally, the instructor emphasizes, "I will repeat it once more. Your safety is the most important thing." He then wraps things up. If there are no more questions, the briefing for the outdoor camp ends here. The instructor doesn't forget to say one last thing: "Good luck, everyone." Jae-hyun remains fully focused, listening to every word. Right after that, Jae-hyun's group quickly gathers together. The four of them, Jae-sang, So-yoon, Ho-jun, and Yoo-jung, all look completely astonished. They stare at the rings in their hands with confusion, while only Se-won remains expressionless. Jae-hyun also looks at his ring with satisfaction. "This item is the crest of unity," he excitedly thinks to himself. "I can't believe I got an item like this. What a stroke of luck, this will be the key to the outdoor camp." Then, he speaks up. "All right," Jae-hyun says with a mysterious smile, gesturing, "Let's proceed as planned." On top of a building, a figure suddenly appears, silently watching Jae-hyun's group. Woo-jin watches the group intently, quietly muttering to himself, "It has begun." Jae-hyun carefully briefs his 5 teammates for a while, after which the group immediately heads out to scout the surrounding area. Not long after, they find a building to shelter in. Jae-hyun turns to reassure everyone. "At least we found a good base, so we're good." Jae-sang happily exclaims. Awesome! In a place like this, we can even avoid high-level winged monsters. Not a bad start. So-yoon, however, can't hide the annoyance on her face. But I feel like there are going to be bugs here. This atmosphere is so unpleasant. Hearing this, Jae-sang hesitantly defends the bugs. Don't hate bugs so much. So-yoon angrily fires back. Shut up. Bugs are evil. Fuming with rage, she snaps. You want to say that again? Jae-sang quickly hides behind Jae-yoon in fear. Jae-yoon lets out a sigh, reminding them both. All right, enough fooling around. Stay alert from now on. Yoo-jung turns and chimes in. Well, even if we have a shelter above, this is still a lockdown city. Jae-yoon pauses in deep thought. A lockdown city, this place was once attacked by a swarm of monsters. The streets are ruined and desolate. Territories devastated by monster invasions are defined by humanity as locked down cities. In South Korea, areas like Daegu in Gyeongbuk and most of the southern islands have become lockdown zones. Because of this, trainees are brought here for outdoor training to learn how to truly survive like real raiders. So-in speaks up in agreement. Jae-hyun is right. From now on, we have no choice but to face reality. Yoo-jung closes her eyes and begins daydreaming. I hope we can rack up a mountain of points this time too. That way, I can buy tons of ice cream and visit all the restaurants I've never been to. She then hesitatingly glances over. Signaling Jae-hyun with her eyes, she says, Oh, speaking of which, I heard there are a lot of new restaurants in the southern district of the academy. After the outdoor camp is over, let's go together. But she is met only with silence and Jae-hyun's blank stare. Yoo-jung clicks her tongue in annoyance. Jae-hyun falls back into deep thought. Points? He suddenly recalls people like Hana or Do-hoo. To others, this might seem like a regular event. But we are clearly among the top ranks of the rookies. Besides, even compared to the established circles, we aren't lagging behind. Thinking up to this point. At this point, Jae-hyun's eyes grew sharp with caution. The image of Heimdall flashed through his mind. But the absolute most dangerous threat in this event was Heimdall. Just the thought of his existence forced Jae-hyun to keep his guard up. Don't forget, he'll find a way to get to us. Ina quickly noticed Jae-hyun zoning out and asked with concern. Jae-hyun, are you okay? Snapping out of it, Jae-hyun mumbled, Oh yeah, it's nothing. Jae-sang noticed his off behavior too and asked, What is it? Why are you acting so weird? Is something wrong? Jae-hyun feigned ignorance. Huh? No, why do you ask? Jae-sang looked back and forth between them awkwardly. Nothing. You just look really tense, like you two got into a fight or something. He smirked curiously. Did something happen over the weekend? Hearing that, In-ah's eyes dimmed. She couldn't help but recall the creepy figure wearing a crow mask, holding a heavy chain. It felt as if those chains were wrapping tightly around her, trapping her. In-ah remained silent, lost in her thoughts. Suddenly, So-yul cut in. Wait, someone is heading our way. Hearing that, the group of five immediately tensed up and looked over. Jae-hyun immediately recognized the uninvited guests. Our haters are here. I guess this has to do with you, Senior So-yul. So-yul nodded. Yep. Crossing her arms in annoyance, she glared at Jae-hyun. More importantly, you're the one who said you'd take responsibility for me. You better be ready to back up your words. Hearing those words, Seo Ina and Yoo-jung froze. Their minds raced in utter confusion. Take responsibility? What on earth is she talking about? At the same exact time, both of them slowly turned their heads to glare at Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun avoided their gazes and signaled, Get ready to fight. A group of people suddenly marched up to them. Seeing their hostile expressions, Jae-hyun instantly recognized the emblem of the seed circle. He calmly thought to himself, So, they've finally shown up. Just a while ago, Jae-hyun had met with So-yul, who was still a member of the seed circle back then. So what you're saying is, So-yul had asked skeptically, I should leave the seed circle and join some rookie circle run by a guy named Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun had smiled cheerfully. Exactly. You catch on, quick. So-yul scoffed and questioned him. Look, I admit you're not like the others, but you need to consider my position here. She added nonchalantly, You might not care, but I'm actually pretty satisfied with seed. We have plenty of members, and I can earn way more points here than in some brand new circle. Jae-hyun smirked playfully. Senior, you're only seeing a fraction of the bigger picture. So-yul rolled her eyes. Oh please, are you trying to lecture your senior again? Jae-hyun's eyes turned serious. Tell me, do you honestly believe the members of SEED are your actual teammates? Caught off guard, So-yul hesitated. Well, I guess they're more like business partners. Jae-hyun pulled out a glowing orb and calmly replied, I don't think they even see you that way. So-yul stared at the glowing orb, puzzled. A memory crystal? A projection from the crystal showed two guys gossiping. To be honest, she's nothing but an errand girl we use for scouting. She can't even fight properly. What kind of hunter is she anyway? She's just an assistant to make me look good, a little trophy. A sleazy grin spread across the blonde guy's face. She's pretty hot though. Maybe I'll hit on her. Who knows? I might get lucky. The black-haired guy cut in shamelessly. Screw you, I called dibs first. Back off if you value your life. Watching this, So-yul's face twisted with pure rage. She clenched her teeth. Those disgusting scumbags. Without hesitating, So-yul looked up and said coldly, Fine. I've heard enough. She looked Jae-hyun dead in the eye. How much are you paying me? Jae-hyun smirked triumphantly. That depends on how well you perform. Back to the present. The thugs from the seed circle had finally cornered them. The leader stepped forward, glaring at Jae-hyun. Did you really think you could poach one of our members and get away with it tangent-free? Jae-hyun cast a quick glance at So-yul. The seed circle, the group senior So-yul used to belong to. Jae-hyun glared back at the aggressive crowd, thinking, and the bastards who tried to use her. Jae-hyun scoffed, mockingly reminding them, Did you guys already forget how badly you got trashed during the rookie hunt? Flustered, the leader quickly tried to defend himself. That was just because I let my guard down. He then gestured to the crowd of thugs behind him. Do you seriously think you can take on all of us? Jae-hyun smirked. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I've never been a solo player. With a wave of his hand, a sphere of golden lightning crackled to life. Let's get one thing straight. Before the leader could even react, the lightning bolt zipped right past his face. Jae-hyun smiled, knowing he had the upper hand, with his reliable teammates backing him up. Even if all of you gang up on me, you don't stand a chance. The thugs froze in their tracks, exchanging uneasy glances. Sparks of lightning still crackled around Jae-hyun's fingers. He glanced back at So-yul. Kwon So-yul, a top-tier scout with incredible potential. Her eyes held a truly unique and powerful ability. Facing the hostile crowd, Jae-hyun smiled. Securing someone with such a rare skill, taking on a small risk like this, is a steal. A thrill of excitement rushed through him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. He smirked, taunting the hesitant crowd. Well, are you guys going to make a move or what? The leader's face went completely pale. He frantically tried to calm his racing heart, telling himself it was just a fluke. Yeah, that's right. No matter how strong they think they are, they're still just rookies, right? Jae-hyun just stared at him with complete indifference. Losing his mind with rage, the captain pointed at them and ordered his men to kill. Brandishing their weapons, the entire group charged straight at Min Jae-hyun. His expression remained cold and unbothered. A notification popped up, activating his skill, Invincible. The charging crowd was suddenly brought to a grinding halt. With his defense boosted by 1.5 times, Ho-yeon easily blocked them all. Jae-hyun scoffed sarcastically, You actually think you can touch me? Two other guys prepared to combine their magic for a coordinated attack. Reacting instantly, Yoo-jung rushed forward and activated her air shield skill, yelling, Don't forget about me. Instantly, a solid barrier manifested around the group, blocking both physical and magical attacks. Jae-hyun smiled in approval. Not bad. All that hard training I put these kids through is finally paying off. Watching Ho-yeon and Yoo-jung work in perfect harmony, he was secretly impressed. They had finally mastered wide-area defense magic. Their growth rate was absolutely insane. Seeing this, the enemies immediately panicked. What the hell? You bastards! None of our attacks are doing anything. By now, the captain was in a state of utter panic. This is impossible. Fear and doubt began to spread among the others, with one muttering, I knew this would happen. Damn it. Are you seriously out of your mind, picking a fight with Jeonha's direct disciple? As a powerful surge of magic radiated from Seo Inna, the enemy's panic turned into pure terror. Even if they're just a bunch of rookies, Seo Inna calmly asked, Should we wipe them out? Glancing at her with satisfaction, a second later, they transformed into a barrage of razor-sharp swords that surged forward. The members of Circle Seed turned tail and ran for their lives, but with the magic swords raining down like a devastating storm, escape was out of the question. One guy made the mistake of looking back, only to have a sword pierce straight through him. Seeing this, the captain didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. But suddenly, a dark blue slime bubbled up from the floor. The moment his foot touched it, he lost his footing and crashed hard to the ground. Damn it! What is duh? He shrieked in terror. Jae-hyun's impressed voice drifted over. Oh, that's incredibly effective. They can't even budge. Jae-sang eagerly explained. I mixed slime fluid with paralyzing mushroom spores to make this. I knew the effects would be amazing. Enraged, the captain spat out insults, calling Jae-sang a stuttering little punk. Hey, Jae-hyun's voice suddenly dropped. The captain went pale as he looked up, only to hear Jae-hyun's cold warning. Watch your mouth. Still thrashing uselessly in the sticky goo, the captain panicked. Why can't I break free? I dumped a mountain of stat points into strength. Jae-hyun stepped forward and planted his boot firmly on the captain's chest, sneering, Don't you realize there are far more painful ways to die than this? He stomped down with brutal force, sending the captain into agonizing screams. The remaining lackeys looked back, paralyzed with fear. Jae-hyun issued a cold command. I'll let the rest of you crawl away. Leave this guy behind. With that, he cast a chilling look down at the captain. After all, this bastard is the ringleader. The captain desperately tried to plead with his men. Wait, don't believe him. Listen to me. But his squad turned their backs on him without hesitation. Are you insane? Why the hell should we listen to you? They even began to insult him, yelling, You idiot! I knew we'd end up in this mess because of you. You should have known when to back off. Do you have any idea how big of a deal it is to miss a Mills event? The captain reached out in vain, stammering, No, please. As his squad scrambled to escape, Jae-hyun turned to So-yul and asked, What should we do with him, senior? Well, for starters, we're definitely kicking him out of the event, he added nonchalantly. Disgust painted all over her face. So-yul muttered, What a piece of trash. The captain tried to play the victim, crying out, So-yul, listen to me. I only ended up like this because of you. So-yul instantly shut him down. Cut the disgusting act. You're the one who called me trash, who can only do exploration. She pointed her blade at him, spitting out, Just die. Panic-stricken, the captain shrieked, Oh shit, and was immediately subjected to a ruthless, relentless barrage of slashes from So-yul. Shortly after, the instructor arrived at the scene. Staring at the carnage, he asked, Did you really take all of them down by yourself? Strewn across the ground were the battered, broken bodies of the enemy guild. The instructor thought to himself, Circle Seed might not be a top-tier guild, but they're a major group that consistently performs at an upper-middle level. He looked back at Jae-hyun's small squad in sheer disbelief. And you wiped them out with a tiny team like this? Jae-hyun replied indifferently, As long as they're still breathing, it's fine. These guys are too rotten to finish off in one go anyway. The instructor felt a shiver run down his spine. This kid is a total monster. He quickly turned to make his exit. All right, I'm heading out. I just hope you guys don't end up clashing with the upperclassmen. Understood. Jae-hyun then glanced over at a figure hiding behind a nearby pillar. So, why did you decide to help us? Lee Soo-hyuk stepped out, meeting his gaze coldly. He warned him seriously. Everyone in there is aiming for your head. Jae-hyun shrugged casually. I know, but they're all just a bunch of idiots anyway. Lee Soo-hyuk hesitated for a moment before replying, Fair enough then. Internally, he questioned why he had even bothered taking Jae-hyun's side in the first place. Seeing Lee Soo-hyuk turning to leave, Jae-hyun called out with a friendly wave. Hey, where are you off to? If you're planning on wandering around without a circle, you might want to seriously reconsider. He froze for a second, then awkwardly went along with it. All right, fine. I guess I'll hang around for a bit and see. Jae-hyun calmly sized him up. Well, this is a surprise. I didn't expect you to actually help me. Honestly, I figured you'd just try to pick a fight. Lee Jae-sang snapped back in irritation. Hey, I can hear everything you're saying. Seo Ina and the other two turned their heads at the same time, thinking, Oh, so that guy is Lee Jae-sang. Wait, who's Jae-sang again? Annoyed. Lee Jae-sang clenched his fists tightly. Are you serious? You jerks should at least remember my name by now. Just a moment ago, the members of the Seed Circle had gathered for a meeting. Suddenly, Lee Jae-sang leaped to his feet and protested, I object to this. Senior, what on earth are you talking about? All of us teaming up just to crush Jae-hyun? The captain frowned and sneered. What's the matter? Are you saying you can't handle it? Lee Jae-sang fired back without hesitation. If you want it done, do it yourself, Senior Sung-ho. Just because she got a better offer doesn't mean we should make a big deal out of it. The captain glared at him, clearly annoyed. Does that even matter, Jae-sang? Lee Jae-sang looked at him with suspicion. What do you mean by that? The captain narrowed his eyes with a sly look. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? He then patted Lee Jae-sang on the shoulder and gave an arrogant reply. I really like juniors who know how to listen. Lee Jae-sang lost his temper and shouted back, Since when did MS Academy turn into some dirty political arena? Or crushing someone just because you don't like them? Have you completely lost your mind? Right then and there, he decided he couldn't stand being in a place like this any longer. Back to the present, Lee Jae-sang suddenly blurted out, "Forget it. I changed my mind. I'm getting out of here. You guys probably have things to talk about in private anyway." Jae-hyun nodded in agreement and said, "Yeah, that actually sounds more like you." Before walking away, Lee Jae-sang didn't forget to glare and threaten him. "Next time we cross paths, I'm going to wipe that smug face off your head. Just you wait." Thinking back, Lee Jae-sang used to be incredibly arrogant. "So, you actually want to challenge me? Well, at least you got straight to the point." Jae-hyun couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. Seriously, how did that jerk end up changing so much? He smiled, turning back to look at his team. "All right, everyone's ready and waiting. So let's get down to business, shall we?" Soyul looked at him, completely baffled. "We literally just finished setting up camp and survived a fight, and now you want to jump straight into work?" But Jae-hyun wasn't having it, and shut her down. "With great money comes great responsibility. Haven't you ever heard of that?" Soyul frowned, glaring at Jae-hyun with absolute irritation. She hesitated before asking, "Just how much are you paying anyway?" There was a very specific reason why MS Academy was established in the ruined city of Daegu. First and foremost, it was to reclaim the sealed-off city. Daegu was the very first city in the world where a gate popped open, letting monsters run wild in the streets. It was the first region to fall into ruin after Drasen appeared. Jae-hyun figured that MS Academy's outdoor training was actually a preparation phase to eventually rebuild the area. He fell silent, recalling the stories he had heard about how absolutely terrifying the Daegu Gate disaster really was. His own mother had been right there when it happened. They said the survival rate was under 3%, and it would have been a total wipeout if the First Awakened hadn't stepped up. Suddenly, Hoyeon's voice snapped Jae-hyun back to reality. Seo-ina repeated her words. "Dinner is ready, you know." Jae-hyun stammered in reply. "Oh, right, I'm coming." Seo-ina looked at him with concern. "You seem to have a lot on your mind. Is it because of that unique skill you talked about?" Jae-hyun replied softly, "Yeah, something like that." Back then, Hela had made it crystal clear that in his current state, there was absolutely no way he could defeat Heimdall. She pointed out that his only hope was to break through his limits and awaken a unique skill, just like how Seo-ina had summoned those magical blades. She explained that a unique skill, at its core, is something that responds to the user's sheer willpower. Jae-hyun asked in confusion, "Willpower?" Hela quickly warned him, "Yes. So from this moment on, Jae-hyun, you must constantly think about it. What is it that you truly, deeply desire?" She pressed further. "What are you seeking, and why do you even need this power?" Jae-hyun stared silently at his open palm, then slowly but firmly clenched it into a tight fist. Jae-hyun asked, "Curious. By the way, how did you understand all of that so easily?" Seo-ina gave a straightforward answer. "I don't really know, but Jae-hyun, I honestly believe you can do it." Hearing her words, Jae-hyun finally relaxed. "Thanks. You even brought all of this up just to help me out." He smiled at Seo-ina and promised, "I'll give it everything I've got." Seo-ina broke into a warm, comfortable laugh. Suddenly, a massive worm bristling with terrifying teeth erupted from the ground. Reacting instantly, Soyul swung her sword with a fierce slash. She warily watched the ground, muttering, "These worms are a real pain. You never know where they're going to pop out from next." Soyul glanced up in annoyance at a claw that was about to come down on her head. "But honestly, I still find those harpies way more annoying." Soyul spun on her heel, throwing a dagger that took the monster down instantly. She grumbled, "Seriously, those winged bastards are the absolute worst." Meanwhile, Yu-jung was busy rummaging around for something, muttering in confusion, "Man, this place is completely different from inside MS Academy." Looming right in front of them was an eerie, pitch-black gate. The entire group stood frozen, staring warily at the ominous portal. Seo-ina shivered as she felt the air. The density of mana here is on a whole different level. Her face grew pale with panic. This goes way beyond the 10th floor of the mana testing room. Jae-hyun stepped forward, confirming her fears. "Exactly. They say that once a zone becomes fully materialized, everything from the ground up changes completely. In simple terms, this materialization happens when a massive wave of monsters overflows from a gate, completely conquering and occupying the surrounding territory. When that happens, the dark energy contaminates everything, and far more dangerous monsters begin to spawn." Hearing about the field, Soyul stared ahead thoughtfully, before cluelessly asking, Wait, what is that again? Jae-sang laughed, totally calling her out. Soyul, you really didn't pay attention in class, did you? Soyul, who had an incredibly short fuse, immediately snapped and threatened Jae-sang. You want to end up dead right here, don't you, you little punk? Jae-hyun quickly stepped in to explain, saying that, simply put, it happens when mana overflows into a territory, making it completely uninhabitable for humans. He went into more detail, explaining that while it might be normal for raiders like them, even a tiny bit of exposure to magic could be extremely dangerous for ordinary people. With that, Jae-hyun gave a cautious warning, telling everyone to stay on their guard since anything could happen at any moment, no matter where they were. The 4 members of Seo Ina's group immediately tensed up, while Soyul cautiously glanced at them. She skeptically asked Jae-hyun, "Are you seriously thinking about hunting that monster?" Jae-hyun replied with absolute resolve. "Of course, but let's just focus on scouting first. That was our agreement, right?" Soyul bluntly reminded him. "If anything goes wrong, promise you'll let me escape. I do not want to die young. Got it?" Jae-hyun gave her a reassuring smile in response, but Soyul's face twisted in annoyance. She snapped, "Hey, can we move a little faster?" Hojun replied in confusion. "Ah, right," Seo Ina, remaining indifferent as always, muttered, "I'll be there soon." Meanwhile, Do-young looked annoyed, muttering, "Ugh, so pushy." Soyul frustratedly clawed at her hair, muttering, "Damn it." Jae-hyun turned around, confused. "What did you say?" He casually reminded her that they were sitting on a pile of money, and it was all hazard pay. Jae-hyun calmly added, "If we don't succeed, we'll search for it ourselves, even if it takes some time." Soyul suddenly did a complete 180, saying, "Of course, boss." Looking at the revived scenery, Do-young gasped, "Honestly, this is amazing. To think this region has been restored to this extent." She tilted her head, curiously mentioning a certain person. "It's all thanks to him, right?" Hearing this, Seo Ina asked in confusion, "Huh? Who?" Soyul burst out laughing at Ina's confusion. "Are you just like me?" She seemed quite amused to find someone else who didn't care about studying. "I love how you just don't care about school. Let's be friends, Ina." Meanwhile, Hojun immediately double-checked some information with Do-young about a certain person. "The person you're talking about, you mean Yuan, right?" She gave a gentle nod. "Yep, that's him." Hearing that, Seo Ina remembered something. "Oh, I've heard of him too. They say he was extraordinary," Jae-sang added in awe. "Even my dad said he couldn't beat Yuan." Jae-hyun muttered, "Yuan." Amidst the blazing ruins of Daegu, the endless screams of the people echoed through the destroyed city. Surrounded by endless flames, the monsters engaged in a brutal slaughter. Without mercy, humans were crushed like ants. During the tragedy, tens of thousands of Daegu citizens were killed, injured, or forced to flee. On the brink of despair, a human with extraordinary power suddenly appeared before humanity. The first known awakened. Jae-hyun fell silent, reflecting on the fact that he had suddenly vanished. Do-young turned her gaze to her friend. "Yeah, well, you chose the same path as him, so it's only natural that you're carrying a heavy burden." She stretched as she continued. "He vanished so suddenly that there are even rumors he got killed by monsters or something." Jae-hyun grew thoughtful, the first person to use the power of the Norse system. At this point, it was hard not to wonder who Yuan really was. Squinting at the ruins, he wondered why he was the first to use this power. He frowned, wondering if it was just a coincidence, but he quickly shook the thoughts off, telling himself now wasn't the time. Hojun nodded slightly, saying, "We need to focus on surviving first." He continued, "After all, even with the instructors around, this place is still incredibly dangerous." Soyul pulled the person next to her close, her face tense as she barked, "Make sure you hold on tight over there." Jae-sang panicked, stammering, "Sorry." A moment later, Seo Ina opened the door and walked in with a calm expression. "I'm back," she announced, confirming that the monsters were harpies and goblins. Jae-hyun nodded, just like Soyul said, "She's always spot on." Soyul boasted, "Well, obviously, if I were wrong, would she even have made it back here alive?" Jae-hyun tilted his head mockingly. "Oh, is that so?" Furious, she barked, "Why, you little..." He then asked if she didn't want to take the credit, to which she lazily sighed. "Is there anything else you need, master?" He was caught off guard. "I didn't think you'd go that far just for money." "Impressive," Jae-sang chuckled. "Soyul has been like this since the day I met her," Jae-sang added. Soyul gritted her teeth in anger. "The only master I have is the one who pays me, and that's definitely not you." She pointedly glared at Jae-sang, snapping, "Got it?" His voice trembled as he nodded. Jae-hyun then suddenly remembered something. By the way, Ho-jun, where is Kim Do-young? Ho-jun frowned in confusion. I don't know. She said she had to get something ready, and then just vanished. Jae-hyun thought to himself, surprised, that's weird. She's not the type to slack off. Just then, Kim Do-young burst in holding a giant pot. I'm back, everyone, she cheered. Jae-hyun asked her, Kim Do-young, what on earth are you doing? Everyone else trembled in sheer shock at the sight. She giggled, wiping her sweat. Prepping this was exhausting. But see, without me, how would you guys even eat? I can handle it. Everyone is in utter shock, swallowing hard. Is that supposed to be food? Kim Yoo-jung looks incredibly smug. Exactly. I added a special sauce to the worms you guys caught earlier. Min Hyun steps back, deeply suspicious. You seriously want us to eat this? Yoo-jung pouts her cheeks. Of course. I worked really hard to make this, you know. Min Hyun pauses to think, then looks over at his teammates. Feeding this to Hendo would probably kill him instantly. He sighs and shakes his head. Yeah, I'm definitely overthinking things. Meanwhile, in Yoon's office, his secretary asks him in a serious tone, So, when do you plan for us to make our next move? Lifting his teacup, he looks out the window. I suppose it is about time we got back into action. The changemakers have been very active lately, the secretary remarks. Even though they are just baby birds learning to fly, they are already proving that the prophecy is not meaningless. She gently reminds him, Your power is needed now. Thinking of the enemy, he wonders, now that Hendo has made his move, I wonder if I really need to get involved. He ponders with a heavy gaze, but if it comes down to it, I will. Just then, Yoon's face flashes on the television screen. Where exactly is Yoon, humanity's first awakened and our beacon of hope? The broadcast questions. Where could he have vanished to? The reporter then theorizes, if he is still alive, even just helping us clear the ever-increasing high-rank gates would be incredibly helpful. Hearing that peculiar name, Yoon mumbles, the Changemakers, huh? He looks up with an intrigued expression. Sounds interesting. Meanwhile, Min Hyun warns, if you want to live, do not mess with that food. Yoo-jung snaps in annoyance. Hey, my cooking is really not that bad. She immediately whirls around to Ji-sang. Right? Trembling with fear, he replies, I think I'd rather agree with Dae-hyun on this one. Hoon chuckles nervously along with him. Haha, suddenly I'm not so hungry anymore. Hearing this, she immediately corners him. The guy who usually orders 2 portions back at the academy is not hungry? He quickly defends himself. Well, hey. Everyone has days like that. Her hope shatters and she whines. You guys are so mean. Instantly, she turns her teary, puppy dog eyes towards So-hyun. They are all ganging up on me, right, sis? Before she can even reply, the girl eagerly presses her. You will eat the dish I worked so hard to make, right? Facing those expectant eyes, So-hyun just can't say no. She hesitates. It is just food. Why is everyone overreacting? Kwon So-hyun, who is far softer than she looks, takes a bite. Suddenly remembering something, she turns to Min Hyun. By the way, did something happen between you and Ina? She points out. It is so obvious. Things are not like they usually are. She then advises, I don't know what is going on, but try not to be too hard on everyone. He nods. Yeah, I guess so. He then teases her. But hearing that from you, senior, is kind of ironic. He explains, that is probably why you always look so clueless. Annoyed, So-hyun snaps. Excuse me? But he just keeps going. I am saying we should head out soon. It is getting late. You haven't forgotten, have you? He brings up catching that guy. Hearing this, she quickly replies, Yeah, I know. Then, sheepishly scratching her head, she makes a small request. But before we go, can we wait until my stomach settles down a bit? Min Hyun breaks into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, maybe we should test if Yoo-jung's food is poisonous to monsters. Watching So-hyun clutch her stomach and gag, he hesitates. Looks like it will take some time for her to recover. Suddenly, a massive roar echoes through the air. Min Hyun whips his head around in shock. Hearing that screech, he urges his senior to move immediately. He confirms, they are here. At that moment, he announces, Formation A, B rank, harpy monsters are approaching. Min Hyun orders, Ji-sang, set up the paralyzing lightning trap. Hoon, take the front line. I'll provide backup from behind. What about Ina? Just then, Seon chimes in. We are launching an all-out attack, right? He nods. Min Hyun continues his commands. Move fast, everyone. Secure the base. Hoon sighs. I can't believe an entire flock of harpies is swarming us. They usually don't act in groups like this. Yu-jung wonders, yeah, at most they only travel in groups of 4. Something is definitely off. Hoon is startled by her words. Something off? Min Hyun immediately confirms. Yes. A monster with overwhelming magical power is leading the nearby hordes, so they are likely acting under orders. So-hyun gasps, You mean, a harpy queen? Min Hyun mutters. She is probably somewhere nearby. So-hyun hesitates, her eyes wide with shock. I never expected her to be this close. He reassures her, well, she is a boss we had to deal with sooner or later anyway. We just need to speed up our plan. Discussing the strategy, he adds. First, we will clear out the monsters on the outside, while you guys hold this position until we get back. Senior So-hyun has a unique skill, so tracking won't be an issue. Besides, she can easily handle these monsters, so there's no need to worry. Hearing this, Hoon asks, wouldn't it be better if we all went together? Worried about potential dangers, he wonders, what if there are more threats? But Min Hyun cuts him off. No. If everyone tags along, you're more likely to get hurt, and that would just give me more to worry about. It is not that I do not trust you guys, it is just that you need to stay here, Jae-hyun explained. Then continued, even the instructors cannot guarantee they can handle all the monsters. Hearing his explanation, In-na agreed. I will do as you say. Even though Yu-jung did not want to, she agreed to compromise, saying, I do not like this, but I do not want to hold you back. Jae-sang anxiously bustled around, shoving items into Jae-hyun's hands. Take this, and this, and this too. As they parted ways, Jae-hyun promised, I will be back, while reminding them to keep this place safe. Ho-yoon replied seriously, leave this place to us. Yu-jung instructed, if anything happens, use the badge to contact us. Hearing everyone's concern, Jae-hyun was surprised. Why is everyone suddenly so worried about me? There is no need for that. Right after that, he immediately activated his active skill, lightning chains. If there is not a 100% chance of success, I would not have even started. Jae-hyun followed So-yul up the stairs. She turned her head and said, those kids are truly amazing. Even during Miles's intense competition, I could see why they fight so hard. He silently followed her, recalling the moment the whole team fought against those monsters. So-yul grit her teeth in frustration, then suddenly glanced over at Jae-hyun. Ho-yeon called out, let me go first. You two focus on casting your spells. In-na replied, understood. Yu-jung added, got it. All 3 of them focused on the monsters flying in the sky. Ho-yeon drew his weapon, looking at them with fierce determination. Suddenly, one of the monsters lunged at him, but he blocked it with his shield. With just a single strike, Ho-yeon sliced his opponent in half. With his elite martial arts and highly refined swordsmanship, Ho-yeon had definitely reached A rank, and the other kids were no different. The system announced the activation of the active skill, Torrent. Yu-jung focused on casting her magic. The attack power of all party members increased by 1.3 times. The blue monster targeted her as its prey. She paid it no mind, focusing instead on the magic circle on the ground and activating her active skill, Wind Cutter. Instantly, a tornado-like magical gust struck the blue monster head-on. Jae-hyun stood watching, analyzing her progress. Kim Yu-jung's casting speed has also increased. She has already surpassed B rank. He shifted his gaze, landing finally on Seo In-na. The system announced the activation of the active skill, Sword of Alfheim. Seo In-na closed her eyes to focus, then slowly opened them. With just a single strike, she wiped out almost all the flying monsters in the sky. Jae-hyun let out a satisfied sigh, commenting that she was a natural-born monster. The blue monster roared in agony after being hit. Only a natural talent could explain her devastating firepower. Back to the present, Jae-hyun shrugged and let out a sigh of relief. Naturally, I am still number 1. Seeing his smug attitude, So-yul immediately shot back. You know you are really annoying sometimes, right? That is why everyone hates you. Jae-hyun quickly countered. How is that my problem? If they do not like it, they should go ahead and take first place themselves. So-yul was completely speechless at his response. These geniuses are really something. The word genius made him pause in deep thought. In his past life, he had never once heard that word used to describe him. He recalled his past life. Are you guys telling me to be a meat shield? Hey, front row. Hold your shields properly and stay put. Everyone was always criticizing him. Why can you not understand? Even if you die, you must hold that position. Jae-hyun had felt completely isolated. Now, he praised So-yul instead. But you did a great job, and we are about to find the location. though the absolute best part is eating Kim Yoo-jung's food. So-yul looked disgusted and asked, "Is it really that delicious?" Jae-hyun continued, "Well, at least nobody passed out." He then warned her, "From now on, you have to be careful, even when breathing, you could die from just a light tap." So-yul retorted with a weary expression, "If you think you cannot handle it, you better run fast. I am far too young to die here." The two of them started bickering again. "I am a year younger than you, so make sure you use your skills properly. Why do you have zero respect for your senior? I call you senior every single day." Finally unable to take it anymore, So-yul snapped at him to shut up. Jae-hyun's thoughts wandered on. "I do not know, but I will find a way." Outside the building, a horde of monsters had already gathered. Meanwhile, So-yul stood with her arms crossed, as if waiting for something. But in any case, Jae-hyun was not the type of person to shrink back from danger. The system announced a boss encounter, Harpy Queen, in Zone 1 of the sealed city. Hearing this notification, So-yul's jaw dropped in shock, but he merely flashed a sinister smile. Suddenly, a bizarre purple smoke drifted by, and a monster appeared right along with it. She materialized in front of Jae-hyun and So-yul. He grinned widely as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, while So-yul looked quite surprised. An A-rank boss, but if we take it down, we will finally be able to obtain that artifact, right? Jae-hyun's smile grew increasingly sinister. Why is this so easy? So-yul kept watching from behind to see what he would do next. Noticing the bizarre expression on his face, she wondered, is Jae-hyun actually going crazy? The system announced the activation of the active skill, Artifact Materialization. He reached out his hand, crafting the S-rank artifact, Nidhogg's Fang. Seeing this, So-yul was completely astounded, thinking, "What on earth is this, right?" Min Jae-hyun grips his weapon with absolute confidence. "Wait, isn't that the legendary item that just sold at auction for an astronomical price?" Suddenly, the monster's feet touch the ground. Without a single word, it launches an attack, firing 3 razor-sharp feathers straight at him. The attack is so sudden that Seo-yoon doesn't even have time to dodge and is forced to scramble backward. Seeing this, Jae-hyun snaps, "I told you to stay put and keep quiet." But Seo-yoon refuses to listen and fires back. "You're the one making all the noise." The monster lets out a blood-curdling screech. Jae-hyun plants his foot back, preparing to spring forward. With determination burning in his eyes, he quickly calculates. Realistically, it might be weaker than him, but it's still extremely dangerous. Suddenly, the beast takes flight, exactly as he predicted. And heading in this direction is all part of his plan. Jae-hyun quickly dodges the strike, but the real issue is the terrifying surge of energy it's now unleashing right at him. It's stronger than it was before my reincarnation, but instead of backing down, Jae-hyun is thrilled now. He can finally see the difference. The monster flips mid-air, raining down a barrage of feathers, as 2 mysterious glowing eyes suddenly appear in the sky. A series of massive explosions erupt, likely Jae-hyun's doing. He stares at the beast and can't help but marvel. It really is stronger than I remember. Before his reincarnation, an A+ rank monster was never this powerful. Jae-hyun draws his weapon. But so what? He slams his foot down to build momentum. A split second later, he leaps into the air, delivering a clean slash straight through one of the monster's wings. This means he's directly involved in this. Right after landing the blow, Jae-hyun quickly whips his head around to look. Despite being hit, the beast pours all its remaining strength into charging at him. In the back of his mind, it's as if he is issuing a silent challenge to Heimdall. Stop hiding and playing games. It would be much better if you just showed yourself. As his thoughts fade, Jae-hyun slices clean through the monster. A moment later, peace returns to the city. Crows glide past a distant castle, where Hugin stands atop the roof, observing everything below. Just as I suspected. Glancing at the crow resting on his shoulder, he adds, "So, it has begun to draw near." Then, his thoughts drift to his partner, Heimdall. I wonder if he can actually handle this properly. Suddenly, Hugin closes his eyes. A second later, he snaps them open with a cold, piercing glare, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only the faint echo of his thoughts. Not that it's any of my business anyway. Just then, a system notification pops up. You have successfully defeated the Harpy Queen, the boss of Area 1 in the blocked city. Please claim your reward from the Harpy Queen's lair. Jae-hyun smiles with satisfaction. At last, he has obtained the wings of the storm. Suddenly, he turns around, utterly confused. Jae-hyun asks Seo-yoon, "Why aren't you following me?" She replies, "Yoo-jung was right." Her voice is slow and deliberate. "You really are a complete psychopath, aren't you?" Hearing this, he still has no idea what she's talking about. But moments later, a devious smirk creeps onto Jae-hyun's face. He's finally found it. Right now, he and Seyoon are standing in front of something incredible. The system displays the equipment details for the Wings of the Storm. Holding the item, Jae-hyun can't contain his excitement. Excellent. The skills and stat boosts are solid. Of course, the active skill is the real prize here. The system continues to report. Active skill, aerial leap, creates a barrier of wind in mid-air that you can step on to jump. Jae-hyun smiles to himself, remembering that before his regression, a hunter who acquired these wings saw their rank skyrocket overnight. Of course, it won't be that easy for anyone else this time, because I'm here. Suddenly, Seyoon looks over to the side and asks, "Wait, what is that?" Equally confused, Jae-hyun looks in the same direction. His eyes land on a pair of gloves discarded on the ground. They're combat gloves. Looking closer, it seems like an item someone dropped. The moment Jae-hyun approaches, it emits a strange, mystical glow. A system prompt appears. You have obtained the primal gauntlets. Updating information on the first awakened one within the Nornir system. Cutting to another location, Yoo-jung wearily wipes the sweat from her forehead. She looks around and sighs. "So, I guess we're finally done with this place?" Ho-yeon cheerfully chimed in. "We practically set a new record. Man, we're seriously strong, aren't we?" Yoo-jung smirks with pride. "Well, obviously, with me on the team, that's the bare minimum." Back on his side, Jae-hyun is lost in thought after receiving the new item, the primal gauntlets, and the update regarding the first awakened one in the Nornir system. If we're talking about the hunter, with the title of the first awakened, then there is only one person like that in the entire world. Just one. The world's very first awakened, and the ultimate hero of South Korea. But why is the Nornir system updating information about him? With that in mind, he suspects there is a direct connection between the first awakened and the system. Yoo-jung, who is standing nearby, hears this and is about to ask something, but Jae-hyun only responds with a warm, affectionate gaze. He reaches out and pats her head, which only annoys her. "Hey, no touching my head." Even so, Jae-hyun remains deep in thought. I need to find out why his gloves were left behind. I've got a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, he notices the girl in front of him. Jae-hyun walks over to Seina and says, "Sorry for making you stand guard even though you're exhausted." She turns around and replies, "It's fine. I'll do whatever I can to help. Besides, you had your own things to take care of." Suddenly, Yoo-jung's loud scream draws their attention. "Oh no, we're screwed." Seina quickly asks, "Yoo-jung, what's wrong?" Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed, "I forgot my purification necklace." "Oh no. This is bad." But the very next second, Ji-yoon held that exact necklace right in front of her face. "Hey," Yoo-jung crossed her arms and demanded, "How did you know I forgot it? You're creeping me out." He shot back, "It's not like you just started forgetting things yesterday. Even your mom asked me to look after you, you know?" Hearing this, Yoo-jung blushed and turned away, too embarrassed to look him in the eye. "Excuse me, but isn't mom going a bit too far? Does she really have that little faith in her own daughter?" Ji-yoon immediately threw cold water on her complaints, saying, "Yeah, she really can't trust you." The onlookers burst into laughter, making Yoo-jung snap in embarrassment. "Who said you guys could laugh?" Even Seon let out a rare smile. Ji-yoon sighed and shook his head. Honestly, he nagged her. "Kim Yoo-jung, it's time to grow up. Stop forgetting your stuff." But she just scoffed in annoyance. "Stop nagging me already." Seeing them act like this, the others stared in shock. Without wasting any time, one of them asked bluntly, "Come on, tell the truth. You two are dating, aren't you?" Hearing that, both of them instantly denied it. "No, we're not. Do you want to die?" Suddenly, a hand gently tapped Ji-yoon on the shoulder from behind. He turned around, looking completely confused. Seon stood there with a dark expression, giving a cold warning. "They already said no, so you'd better drop it." Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Valhalla. Valhalla, also known as the Hall of the Slain or the Home of the Glad, is a colossal palace owned by the Norse gods. Raising a golden goblet, a man couldn't help but exclaim, "How refreshing." Our war preparations are going smoothly. Besides, Heimdall has already gone to handle the game changer in the prophecy. Heimdall might be hot-headed, but dealing with a mere human should be child's play for him. He boasted loudly, claiming that this time, the Norse gods would become the ultimate rulers of the 9 realms. Even our great Odin will be pleased. Just then, a man sitting opposite him scoffed mockingly. Look at this irresponsible fool throwing a party while Odin is away. He asked bluntly, Thor, does the weight of Ragnarok mean absolutely nothing to you? Thor let out a mocking laugh. What are you talking about? And Tyr, you're in no position to lecture me. His voice turned threatening. How dare you speak to me like that when your right arm was bitten off by Fenrir? Unfazed, Tyr closed his eyes and replied, Thanks for your concern. At least I'm not walking around with a piece of a whetstone stuck in my forehead, taken from some disgusting giant. You dare talk so big while wielding Mjolnir? If I were you, I'd end my own life and bury that weapon with me. Unable to take Tyr's insults any longer, Thor gritted his teeth in fury, his entire body radiating a deadly, murderous aura. Do you want to find out who's stronger right here, right now? Tyr remained silent, refusing to answer. The tension in the room grew suffocatingly thick. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. Enough, a helmeted figure warned them. Do you both want to get suspended? Frigg chimed in. Either way, Valhalla's power has weakened quite a bit. It seems the collection of souls isn't going very well. That's because Ragnarok is making everything much more chaotic. This is clearly Odin's fault. How impudent of you to speak of the Lord of Asgard like that. The speaker scoffed back. I have no intention of sucking up to Odin. He might be powerful, but in my eyes, he's nothing but trash. Unable to listen to any more of this, Frigg snapped, How dare you? But before she could finish, the speaker cut her off. Surely you haven't forgotten what Odin did to me, have you? Feeling the overwhelming bloodlust, Frigg didn't dare say another word. Finally, she spoke up. I want to use this opportunity to make an announcement. The preparations for the second end are complete. The Einherjar, the souls of the fallen warriors who are willing to fight for Asgard, have been fully gathered. The scene shifts to Jae-hyun standing on the rooftop of a building. He was still deeply troubled by what had happened earlier. Since Heimdall is involved in this quest, it means he'll show himself soon. We can't delay awakening our unique skills any longer. He recalled an earlier conversation with Yunwoo. She had said, Jae-hyun, you're really ambitious, aren't you? You're already strong enough. Unable to comprehend his drive, she questioned him further. And yet, you still want to get your hands on a unique skill too. Jae-hyun waved his hand with a soft laugh. Anyway, even if the Creator Guild comes looking for you, he paused, suddenly feeling uneasy, and asked, Right? Yunwoo hesitated for a moment before replying, To be honest, my case won't be of much help. It was a sudden awakening. Just as the monster was about to grab the child, her hand desperately reached out to save them, but she was too late. The child passed away right in Sung-yoon's arms. Her voice was heavy with guilt, saying, I couldn't save them. I'm an awakened, but I'm just too weak. But don't you think the world is incredibly cruel? Right after that child died, I unlocked a new skill. A skill called sacrifice. Sacrifice? The monsters were instantly vaporized by her brilliant light. The child in her arms also dissolved into white dust and drifted away. Sung-yoon had wept bitterly back then. Now, back in reality, her voice is still filled with that endless self-blame. The dead don't come back. I've told you this before, right? A healer remembers the ones they couldn't save far more than the ones they did. Suddenly, Sung-yoon pushed herself up. Jae-hyun, you said you wanted to unlock your unique skill as fast as possible, right? Her voice grew quieter. As for how to do it, even I can't give you an exact answer. Sung-yoon gently placed her hand on his shoulder. But Jae-hyun, she reassured him, you don't need to rush. I don't want you, Jae-hyun, to lose something precious just to awaken your unique skill. Now, back in reality, those thoughts still lingered in his mind. She said she didn't know, but maybe things were different for Inna. He called out softly, Inna, could you tell me? In his mind, he made up his mind that he had to ask. Jae-hyun cut straight to the chase, asking her about the reason she awakened her unique skill. He silently told himself that he needed to do the same before losing someone precious to him. Hearing his question, Seo Inna's eyes grew sorrowful. Jae-hyun, she clenched her fists. I awakened through the death of my family. To be exact, I let them die. And honestly, I still think their deaths were a good thing. Inna began to recount her story. My parents passed away suddenly when I was 5. At the time, I was too young to understand what was happening. But even back then, I knew one thing for sure. I would never see my parents again. I was completely alone. Afterward, my grandmother and I moved in with my aunt. Even without my parents, I didn't feel lonely. Even when my aunt mistreated me, I still had my grandmother. She was my only family, the only one I could rely on. But that happiness was nothing but a fleeting dream. Just then, Inna cracked the door open and called out, Grandma? Inside, her grandmother was talking to someone, saying, "I don't have much time left." It quickly turned into a never-ending nightmare. She was pleading with the aunt. "Even after I'm gone, please take good care of Inna." Meanwhile, the aunt clutched an envelope, a sinister smirk on her face. Of course, even as a child, I could feel it. My only family, the only person I had left, was about to leave me. The young Inna just stood there, staring into the lit room. Remembering her childhood, that was the moment her world turned dark. Inna had never been very talkative, but she completely locked her heart away. By her third year of high school, she could do nothing but hang her head and endure constant abuse every single day. Raiders make a ton of money these days, don't they? Your teacher called me. Ha, even a dung beetle knows how to scrape by. They said you actually have talent. Can you believe that? She kept throwing harsh words at her. Do you have any idea how much it cost to raise you? I'm sure you know how to show some gratitude and pay me back. Got it? Seo Inna could only reply weakly, "Auntie," but she scoffed with utter disdain. Since you're terrible at studying, if you want to keep a roof over your head, your only choice is to become a raider. It was absolutely sickening and loathsome. Her eyes were filled with deep exhaustion and emptiness. They had already stolen her parents' insurance money, and yet they still wanted to exploit Inna. She clenched her fists, scoffing bitterly at herself. What a joke. My parents are gone, and they treat me and my grandmother, who is still alive, like we're nothing but a burden. But the most sickening part was that she couldn't even say a word. While the girl next to her scrambled to defend herself, Sena handed over a small envelope. After that, she applied to the Subjugator Academy. According to her teacher, Sena had a high chance of awakening. She asked her seriously, "Are you sure about this? Even if you have a high potential to awaken, and awakeners are treated very well, the magic world isn't what you think. I don't want you getting involved in dangerous things. Sena, this could literally get you killed." But Sena remained determined and softly replied, "I'll be fine, ma'am." That evening, when her grandmother saw her coming home looking exhausted, she called out to Sena in worry. Unable to hide the anxiety on her face, she asked, "Are you really going to do this?" Hearing that, Sena could only stand there in silence. Becoming some kind of subjugator? She thought bitterly. In the end, you're going to leave me too, Grandma. So why can't I bring myself to hate you? Now, tears streamed down Sena's face. If you hadn't given that money to Auntie, would my life have been any different? No, what's meant to happen will happen, she sobbed. Is this what they call fate? Something we must accept, no matter how hard we struggle against it. Something unavoidable. It's fine. She clenched her fists, trying to sound calm. I really am okay. Then her grandmother hugged Sena, gently comforting her. If you don't want to do this, you don't have to. Wrapped in her grandmother's warm embrace and sincere words, Sena wept silently. Her grandmother just didn't want to see her granddaughter get hurt. After shifting her path to become a subjugator, her entire life changed. Sena learned how to manipulate mana, how to exterminate magic beasts, and how to survive through disasters. Her cold personality actually turned out to be a major asset. Just as Sena was getting used to this new life, an unavoidable tragedy struck. Sena stared at the scene before her, paralyzed with shock. Her grandmother had passed away, and the time she had to say goodbye was far too short. Sena couldn't stop blaming herself. If only she had received proper treatment, she wouldn't have died. Her face darkened, her eyes filled with despair. The doctor's words were a massive shock. Throughout the funeral, Sena was tormented by a single question. Did her grandmother intentionally refuse treatment and give up on life? Her heart was heavy with endless thoughts. Which meant, Sena's eyes widened as she realized something. Even her grandmother had abandoned her. Tears streaming down her face, she unconsciously whispered, "Grandma." Nothing made sense anymore. It was simply that one was dead and the other was still alive. "I want to see you too, Grandma," she cried out in despair. "This is just too hard." Sena kept wiping her tears, looking incredibly lonely. "What about me? Why did you do this?" she questioned herself. "Because I'm an idiot who couldn't even study properly." Huddling with her knees to her chest in a dark corner, Sena sobbed. "You should have taken me with you, Grandma." Meanwhile, her aunt informed her in a malicious tone, "The sponsorship contract is finalized. The training guild has decided to take you in." Sena stood in dead silence as she listened to the voice on the phone. "So get over here and sign it." She gripped her phone and bit her lip, nearly driven mad. The moment the woman stopped talking, Sena felt as though the final piece of her life was slipping away. Sena screamed, "How could you make that decision for me? It's my life." She laughed bitterly at the absurdity of it all. Yet her aunt continued to spit harsh words. "You should be grateful you weren't sold off. In that exact moment, Sena decided to run away, ignoring the voice still screaming through the phone. Hey, why aren't you answering me? She had waited until early morning to sneak back and grab her things. But what met her eyes was that very house engulfed in a massive blaze. Her aunt's house was swallowed by a sea of fire, and monsters were pouring out of the gate. Suddenly, a voice called out, startling her. Sina, trapped under the rubble, her aunt frantically pleaded. Save me, you're an awakener. You can do something about this, right? Hurry up. In that split second, only one thought crossed Sina's mind. She stared down at her with pure resentment, her heart hardening. Why should I save you? You took everything from me. You stole absolutely everything. I'm not saving you. After everything that happened, Jae-hyun came to comfort Sena. Her eyes widened as she heard his gentle words. Sena, if it's too hard, you don't have to force yourself. One evening at sunset, when there wasn't a soul around outside, Da-young walked up to a tent. Pulling the fabric aside, she asked Min Jae-hyun, what took you so long? But standing right in front of Da-young was someone wrapped in an incredibly eerie, dark, purple energy. Panic immediately set in. This wasn't Min Jae-hyun. Da-young clenched her fists, her gaze sharp. Then, this magic energy? Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. It felt just like a monster's. Right behind Da-young, they had arrived as well. Hyun-do crossed his arms and spoke. Are you guys allies of the one bringing about this change? Hearing this, Jae-sang's eyes widened in utter shock. Ji-sun's face darkened as she grit her teeth in extreme tension. Ho-young glared sideways with pure disgust. Da-young panicked instantly. What on earth are you talking about? On the other side, the eerie energy grew incredibly dense. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke rose into the air, making them scream in terror. Floating slowly into the air, he demands, answer me when I ask you. She glances down at the ring in her hand. Jae-hyun, get back here right now. There's an enemy with a massive amount of mana. It feels like a total monster. By now, he had already stepped right in front of Kwon Soo-yul. Before she could even react, he grabbed her by the throat and hoisted her straight off the ground. Using cheap tricks like that, a dark purple sphere materialized in Heimdall's palm. All of you are going to die right here. With a look of sheer madness on his face, he roared, are you the one bringing about this change? You finally arrived, but that's not going to happen. Right after that, the system's voice rang out, activating active skill, absolute calculation. Jae-hyun muttered quietly, did you really think I'd just stand by and watch? Watching from a distance, the teachers had already cleared out all the monsters in the event area. Lowering his binoculars, he grumbled in annoyance. Why on earth were we assigned to this spot anyway? The instructor replied, we have to put in this hard work so we can screen and sort out the kids with real talent. Hearing that, the teacher scoffed with disgust. No way. If we keep babying them like this, they'll just grow up to be arrogant brats. Suddenly, something caught his attention. At that moment, an eerie, dark purple vortex opened up in the sky. Both of them instantly tensed up at the sight. The teacher muttered in confusion, is that the sound of a horn? Unbeknownst to him, a monster was lurking right behind his back, jaws wide open and ready to swallow its prey. In the blink of an eye, it savagely bit the teacher's head off. Witnessing this horrific sight, the instructor's eyes widened in sheer terror. What the hell is going on? Before he could even process it, a sharp claw lunged at the instructor, who was clutching his walkie-talkie. It pierced straight through his chest. Clinging to his last shred of consciousness, the instructor squeezed the walkie-talkie tightly. From the other end, a voice asked, what's the status? Despite the excruciating pain, he squeezed out a desperate scream. Danger code 11. Out of control. Everyone run. The moment those words left his mouth, the monster lifted the instructor into the air, and the walkie-talkie slipped from his hand. Bloodshot eyes glared defiantly at the beast. And it wasn't just that one. A horde of other terrifying monsters followed close behind. Meanwhile, over on Heimdall's side, he stared wide-eyed at him. Jae-hyun stood his ground, closely watching Heimdall's every move. Only then did the man callously drop her to the ground. You! Suddenly, a powerful surge of aura enveloped Heimdall, his eyes glowing intensely. Despite being surrounded by that overwhelming energy, Jae-hyun remained completely calm. Heimdall stared deep into Jae-hyun's glowing golden eye. How can this be? He shrieked in absolute madness. You possess his eye. Gently touching the eye, radiating energy, he thought to himself, he must be talking about Odin's lost eye. Drawing the sword from his waist, Heimdall sneered. Now I understand how you got so strong, so fast. He swung his sword with force, adding, "A mere human could never grow at such an impossible rate." Over here, neither he nor Seo-ina showed a shred of panic. With a sharp gaze, he provoked him. "If it bothers you so much, come and take it." Rubbing her throat, she tried to stop him. "Jae-hyun, even you can't face someone like him alone." "Is he even human?" Kwon Soo-yeol shouted at the top of his lungs. "Run!" But Jae-hyun paid no attention, replying, "This is my fight." At those words, Yoo Jung's eyes widened in panic. She raised her voice. "What do you mean by that? We're a team." Even so, Jae-hyun's voice remained cold. "I won't say it twice. Get out of here." Hearing this, Heimdall sneered mockingly. "Oh, so you want to protect your little friends?" Unsheathing his sword, Heimdall roared, "While I, Heimdall, am standing right here?" With a massive swing, he unleashed a slash that shattered the ground, making the entire building feel like it was about to collapse. Just then, the system's voice rang out. "Activating active skill, Tempest Wind." A powerful aura erupted around him instantly. The wind was so violent that it swept them up into the air, sending them crashing painfully back down to the ground. Before them was a thick, blinding cloud of smoke. Jae-hyun stood facing him, ready to charge into battle. Her face turned pale with deep worry in her eyes, but despite the warnings ringing in his ears, he didn't care at all. "Min Jae-hyun, what do you think you're doing?" Without looking back, Jae-hyun simply muttered, "If I don't do this, we'll all die." Seo-ina tried to hold onto the panicked Yoo Jung's shoulder, calmly saying, "He's right. We stand absolutely no chance against someone that powerful." But Yoo Jung was still hysterical, crying out, "What are you talking about? That's exactly why we need to help him." But Seo-ina cut her off. "No," she said with absolute certainty. "I know for a fact Jae-hyun can handle this." Seo-ina then turned to instruct the others, "So let's head to the entrance and brief the instructors on what's happening. We'll only get in his way." Yoo Jung grit her teeth in frustration. "Damn it!" Before running off, she screamed, "You'd better stay alive." Just before running off, she yelled at the top of her lungs, "Jae-hyun, don't you dare lose." He glanced sideways at them as they ran off. Jae-hyun couldn't help but wonder, did Seo-ina actually convince them? Then, a sphere of energy and shards of ice materialized in his hand. "All right, now." At that moment, the system chimed in, activating active skill. Frozen Earth. Underneath Jae-hyun's feet, the ground began to freeze over. Heimdall smirked arrogantly. "Frozen Earth?" he thought to himself in pure disdain. "It is a solid skill, but it takes dozens of seconds to cast." Hendo watched him casting and sneered. "Do you really think you can hold me back for that long?" Jae-hyun replied coldly. "It is not impossible." In his mind, he calculated that this was the very strategy he had planned ever since his first fight against Hendo. Pointing his finger at Jae-hyun, he spat, "Fine, if you think you can stop me, then give it a shot." Then, Hendo swung his sword, sending a sudden wave of anxiety washing over Jae-hyun. "If I fail, everyone who escaped will be trapped in this disaster." Staring down the massive explosion Hendo created, he resolved to stop him at all costs. The system announced, "Active skill activated, magic item, materialization." Gripping the sword in his hand, he thought, "I will." As he swung, the orb of electricity in his palm grew larger. "I will use everything I have got." The system chimed, successfully created the Dragon Slayer sword. Balmung. Activating active skill. Chains of condemnation. A long chain wrapped around Ji-hun, and he shot it straight ahead. The sharp tips of the chain slammed into the ice one by one, while the other two ends anchored themselves firmly. Then, he yanked the chains, triggering a massive explosion. Jae-hyun struggled to stand his ground, gripping the chains tightly. His boots skidded hard against the ice as two massive auras collided violently. With a decisive motion, he whipped the chains upward, summoning a raging hurricane along with it. Right before Hendo's eyes, the entire building seemed to shatter. His eyes widened in sheer terror as he roared, "You filthy human, how dare you!" As the thick smoke slowly cleared, he murmured, "I told you so." The system announced the activation of his active skill. At that exact moment, he lunged down toward Hendo with his sword, his face filled with determination as he shouted, "I can stop you!" Right now, Do-hyup could also feel the earthquake, and everyone shifted their focus to rescuing the students. They began giving first aid to those who had collapsed. "We cannot waste any more time. Too many instructors and students are already injured." Amid the chaos, the principal looked visibly stressed. A massive monster outbreak like this was something this city had never experienced before. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "And of all days, it had to happen during our outdoor training session." The principal was determined that they had to find a way to handle this at all costs. Suddenly, someone called out loudly, "Principal, let us help." It turned out to be Jae-hyun. The principal immediately replied, "All right. But try to avoid direct combat as much as possible. After all, you are still students." Kang Do-hyuk piped up, "Bong Garam will help too." The girl next to him added, "Seon-woo and I will take care of the wounded." Seeing the students step up to help, she said softly, "Thank you, everyone. Let us do our best to save as many people as we can." The principal stared ahead anxiously. If she had the students focus on support, she calculated in her mind and gathered the instructors to fight and hold back the monsters. Then, as two magic orbs materialized in her hands, she thought, "Then we will have a chance to win." Suddenly, something made her freeze. Her eyes widened in sheer panic. "What is going on? I cannot gather mana?" Her face turned pale. "What?" she gasped as she stared at the notification. Connection to the user has been temporarily disconnected. At the same time, two other instructors screamed, "Principal, I cannot use mana either. My skills won't activate." The principal thought to herself, "What on earth is happening? The system has never glitched before, so why now of all times, in the middle of a disaster?" She spun around and raised her voice. "Can anyone still use their skills?" They just looked at each other and cast their eyes down in disappointment. Just then, a voice rang out, "I think I can." Jae-hyun calmly raised his hand to let her know. Seeing this, Do-hyuk and the girl also spoke up. "My skills are working just fine. Mine too." This only shocked the principal even more. "This makes no sense. Only the students can still use mana." She then looked around frantically, as if searching for something. Another student raised their hand high to report. On the other side, an instructor was desperately trying to treat the wounded. The principal muttered. It was hard to make sense of this situation, but she quickly pulled herself together and firmly announced, "We are changing the plan. Students, take the lead. We will support you to the absolute best of our abilities." Jae-hyun and Do-hyuk chimed in unison. "Understood." She immediately began giving orders. "Everyone, move to the containment zone of Sector 3. That area is in the most critical condition." Without wasting a single second, they bolted. As they ran, he said, "Kang Do-hyuk, cover the right side." That order clearly annoyed him as he snapped back. "Stop ordering me around." Jae-hyun then turned to Han-yi and said, "Han-yi, focus on healing from the rear." Han-yi replied, "Got it." Then he spun around, shouting, "Everyone, listen up." Standing in the middle of the ruined city, with a black hole hovering above, Jae-hyun announced, "Sector 3 has a relatively narrow entrance." He continued, "As long as we hold our ground, we can defend it without too much trouble." Towering above them, a massive skeletal monster clung to the buildings. Jae-hyun thought in disbelief, but with this kind of pressure, do we really have to fight that thing? Just then, the system alerted. "You have encountered the boss of the city's Sector 3. The bone dragon's silhouette made his eyes widen in pure terror. Jae-hyun stared at its skeletal body. "This is going to be incredibly tough. They were running for their lives right now." Jae-sang asked, trembling. "No way. We're not going to die, right?" Ho-yeon couldn't help but let out a curse. "Damn it." Meanwhile, Yoo-jung sat on the ground, hugging her knees with a worried look. Suddenly, the ring in her hand started to glow. Not only that, but the rings on the index fingers of Seo-ina, Jae-sang, and Sung-yoon did the exact same thing. Yoo-jung listened intently to every word of the scheduled message that had just arrived. She stared closely at the ring. "I'm fine, don't worry. I have a favor to ask you guys." It was definitely Jae-hyun's voice. "The regional boss is currently attacking the city. Please help the citizens. I'll meet up with you all soon." Hearing this, she smiled with relief. "That's definitely Jae-hyun," Sung-yoon said in a calm voice. "So, it's decided then? Let's move. We have to do whatever we can." They picked up their pace toward the sunlight, as if they had found a ray of hope. "Yeah, let's go." Yoo-jung told herself, "Jae-hyun will be fine." Meanwhile, Jae-hyun was still locked in a fierce battle with Heimdall, rushing toward him like a whirlwind. Seeing this, Heimdall only sneered. So, the reputation of Odin's successor isn't just for show. Then, a dangerous look flashed in his eyes. "But you are definitely going to fail." Heimdall leaped into the air as two energies, one blue and one white, prepared to clash head-on. Swinging his sword, he yelled, "I will test you myself." Even so, Jae-hyun quickly managed to dodge the attack. As Jae-hyun brought his sword down, Heimdall blocked it with his own blade. With a powerful parry, Heimdall sent Jae-hyun flying back. You're going to regret this. But unexpectedly, a second later, Jae-hyun appeared right in front of him. Heimdall glared, throwing a taunt. Your test scores have been pretty terrible lately. At that moment, the system announced, passive skill activated. Intermediate greatsword mastery. Active skill activated. Spinning slash. Immediately, the two clashing forces ground against each other violently, generating a blinding light. After trading blows for a while, Heimdall thought to himself, for a human, he's actually not bad. Heimdall's lips twitched slightly, but a split second later, he charged with his sword, shouting, "You're only capable of this much." Jae-hyun used his blade to block the tip of Heimdall's sword. Then, he let out a sly smirk as his blade suddenly began to glow blindingly. At this sight, Heimdall's pupils dilated in utter shock. Jae-hyun swung his arm to dodge his opponent's strike. Then, a system notification rang out. Active skill activated. Weapon creation. The ordinary short sword slowly began to transform in Jae-hyun's hand. Heimdall watched this happen in absolute shock. The system chimed in again, successfully crafted Nidhogg's fang. He spun the weapon in his hand, his eyes sharp as he prepared to strike. The system continued. Active skill activated. Dagger. In a split second, Jae-hyun moved like lightning, leaving countless deep slashes across Heimdall's body. The rapid dagger strikes repeatedly slashed Heimdall's body, forcing a painful scream from his throat. System notification, enemy poisoned, stack 1. Enemy poisoned, stack 2. Enemy poisoned, stack 3. Enemy poisoned, stack 4. Enemy poisoned, stack 5. Finally, Heimdall roared, struggling with all his might to break free. Once he broke free, he snarled, "How dare you use such underhanded tricks?" But Jae-hyun just kept his head down, remaining mysteriously silent. He turned his head slightly and let out a scoffing sigh. Staring at Heimdall's battered state, Jae-hyun taunted, "I wonder who looks more pathetic now." While Heimdall was lost in thought, he reasoned, "Normally, I should recover from this kind of poison instantly, no matter what tricks you pull." Then Heimdall smirked slyly once more. "I only exist to destroy my enemies. Perhaps I've underestimated you. Shall we start over?" He opened his hand, revealing a powerful crest that could temporarily override the Norse god system. Heimdall calculated in his head, controlling the power of all the instructors and the academy. The authority I received from Odin has its limits. As images of the others standing amidst control panels appeared, he thought, I figured that if I just shut down the Norse god system and blocked the instructors, then, clenching his fist tightly, with a sharp glare, he continued, it would be easy to handle them. Now, Heimdall's expression was visibly tense, but he glared at Jae-hyun with a hint of caution. "I have no choice but to admit it now," he silently marveled. "With his current strength, that guy is a monster I can't beat." Meanwhile, Jae-hyun gripped the dagger tightly, his mind flashing back to the past. The skills he learned from Ho-yeon before entering the training camp were dagger and spinning slash. Back then, the two of them were like a pair of tigers clashing in battle. His gaze carried a mysterious, unreadable look. "If I trigger them using the S-class weapon, Nidhogg's fang." Jae-hyun glanced over at Heimdall, who was wiping blood from his lip, and thought, even Heimdall won't last long. Heimdall smirked with genuine amusement. "You really are interesting." Reaching behind his back, he pulled out a curved object, saying, "I don't understand why Asgard considers you such a threat." Heimdall held the horn in his hand, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "But at least, you're worthy of this." Seeing the item in his hand, Jae-hyun's eyes widened in sheer horror. In Heimdall's grasp was the intricately carved Gjallarhorn. Smirking, he wondered what that could be. Without wasting a single second, Jae-hyun bolted straight toward him. "I don't know what kind of ability that is, but I have a really bad feeling about it." Gripping his dagger tightly, he lunged forward at breakneck speed. Jae-hyun put everything he had into his attack, determined not to give his opponent a single chance to react. But Heimdall was one step ahead, swiftly raising the horn to his lips. "Consider this an honor." Heimdall stared at the horn in his hand with a look of pure madness. "You are about to hear the sound of Gjallarhorn." With a single blow, he unleashed a massive shockwave of sound, completely blocking Jae-hyun in his tracks. Tortured by the agonizing noise, he still forced himself to push forward. But when the pain became too much to bear, Jae-hyun leaped backward, desperately covering his ears. What is this?" He groaned in pain, clutching his ears. "Just hearing it is draining all my strength." Right then, the system alerts began to blare continuously. Warning: Gjallarhorn has been activated by the item's effect. Physical capabilities have been reduced by 50%. Jae-hyun stared in absolute horror at the notification. The item's hidden effect was to whip all nearby monsters into a violent frenzy. Suddenly, sharp-fanged beasts lunged out from the shadows, growling hungrily. Before long, an endless swarm of monsters began surrounding them both. Gritting his teeth, he glared at his surroundings. What the hell is going on? Watching Jae-hyun writhe in agony, he grinned with sadistic pleasure. Well, unlike Tyr, I don't actually control these beasts. As he spoke, a sinister smirk distorted his face, and a crackling sphere of lightning materialized in his palm. But this is my ultimate move. Struggling to open his eyes, he thought. If this is magic. Just then, the system chimed again. Activating active skill. Absolute calculation. Jae-hyun's eyes widened in shock as another alert popped up. User rank does not meet the requirements. Resistance to the item has failed. Glancing back at the massive beast closing in on him, he gripped his dagger, keeping one hand pressed against his ear. Damn it! Meanwhile, the magic sphere in Heimdall's hand grew larger and larger. Before Jae-hyun could even register what was happening, a devastating blast struck him, sending him flying. He let out a painful roar under the sheer pressure of that power. The corners of Heimdall's mouth curled up even higher. This is my signature technique. Reversal magic. Clutching his chest, Jae-hyun struggled to keep his footing as the villain sneered. You won't die, but you will suffer excruciating pain. Drenched in sweat, he forced his head up. Damn it. Looking up, he saw Heimdall's face twisted with pure, greedy ambition. I'll make sure you rot away in the darkest dungeons of Asgard for the rest of your days. As soon as he finished speaking, another blast erupted, filling the air with thick, purplish-black smoke. Jae-hyun might have committed many sins, Hela said softly. Stepping in front of him to block the path, she added, but it is far too early to drag him down to hell. Heimdall gasped in shock at Hela's sudden arrival. You! Right then, she conjured a protective barrier, keeping both him and the monsters at bay. Suddenly, Hela's eyes, with their deep black sclera and glowing gold irises, snapped open wide. Looking at the barrier surrounding him, Jae-hyun asked in confusion, Hela, what is this? She didn't answer. Her gaze locked onto the growing cracks running down her own arms. She knew deep down, she couldn't hold out much longer. Heimdall scoffed, surprised by her state. I was wondering which pathetic hole you were hiding in, and yet, here you are, finally showing your face. He knitted his brows, analyzing her, but, recognizing the trace of a certain figure in that energy, he realized. You've forced yourself to channel the divine power of hell. But Hela ignored him, entirely focused on unleashing her divine power as violent bolts of lightning began to crackle around her. Condensing the raw lightning into her palms, she channeled the overwhelming energy to form a massive sphere of pure power. Realizing she was about to strike, Jae-hyun cried out in panic. No, Hela, stop. Deep down, he knew that if Heimdall was telling the truth and she was actually using her divine power, it would surely cost Hela her life. Ignoring his desperate plea, she stepped forward and unleashed the massive sphere of energy. The destructive beams shot straight toward him. Heimdall agilely dodged every single blast, but as the onslaught continued, panic began to set in. That power is way beyond what your body can handle. Are you really planning to throw your life away? Watching her prepare for another strike, Heimdall growled in sheer disbelief. Just what on earth are you fighting for? Do you honestly believe an enemy can save the Nine Realms? But having placed all her faith in Jae-hyun, she didn't hesitate for a second as she launched her final attack. I don't just believe, I know. Bombarding him with relentless energy blasts, Hela declared that she would kill Odin and bring an end to this apocalypse. Refusing to back down, Heimdall roared in outrage. This is absolute blasphemy. Gripping his sword with all his might, he lunged straight at her. Glaring at him with intense hostility, while channeling her divine power, Hela spoke with chilling coldness. Let's end this. At her command, a colossal serpent, made of pure spiritual energy, materialized right behind Heimdall. Opening its massive maw, it lunged to swallow him whole. Jae-hyun cried out in desperate panic. Stop, don't do this. Meanwhile, Heimdall glanced back, his face twisting with rage. Damn it! With a final snap of its jaws, the serpent swallowed him whole. On the other side, the maddened beasts growled furiously as they lunged forward. Suddenly, the bone dragon unleashed a devastating blast of energy directly at the crowd. Without giving them a moment to breathe, the dragon charged up another spiritual strike. As the deadly surge of energy hurtled straight toward Jae-hyun, he readied himself to draw his sword. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his blade. Jae-hyun pointed his sword forward, clashing head-on with the bone dragon's devastating attack. The two forces of spiritual energy clash violently, sending a massive shockwave ripping through the area. Not far away, the captain desperately struggles to hold off the monsters. But when the bone dragon's devastating attack crashes down, it sweeps away several beasts in an instant. Do-hyun leaps forward, using his blade to block the bone dragon's raw spiritual blast. Meanwhile, the wounded captain is quickly receiving treatment from Hania's healing magic. "Are you okay? Just lie still." Sienna watches the chaotic battle, her heart racing with sheer panic. "We're all going to die." The captain suddenly realizes something and screams in shock. "A bone dragon. Wait, isn't this supposed to be just a standard outdoor training camp?" Haya looks anxiously at the two of them before turning to Ji-sang and shouting, "What are we supposed to do?" "We can't hold them off much longer," he replies, completely focused on fighting back the monsters. "There's no way out, and we can't even get a signal to the outside world." Yu Wu warns in frustration as he continuously slashes at the beasts. "What the hell is going on all of a sudden? My mana is already at its absolute limit." At that moment, Ji-sang desperately prays, "If only we had a few more capable fighters on our side, things wouldn't be this bad." Just then, a voice calls out, "We'll help." He looks back in surprise to see Yu Jung's group charging in with their weapons drawn. He looks at them in disbelief, calling out, "Ho-yoon? Q-hwan?" Ho-yoon calmly replies, "Let us lend you a hand." But Ji-sang isn't so sure. This battle is far too dangerous for rookies. "The bone dragon is an A+ rank beast," he warns sternly. "If you guys get involved." Before Ji-sang can even finish, a monster lunges at them. Turning around, he realizes this fight is about to get incredibly tough. In that split second, Ho-yoon activates his active skill, Pure White Sword, unleashing a massive surge of spiritual energy. He swiftly glides past him, charging straight at the beast. "We know," Ho-yoon says coolly, executing a few swift slashes that shred the monster into 100 pieces. With the job done, he sheathes his sword. Leaving the monster to burn to ashes behind him, he declares with absolute confidence, "But don't worry about us." Ji-sang can only watch in dumbfounded silence as Yu Jung walks past him. Without a moment's hesitation, the group charges forward to attack the horde. As Sienna rushes into the fray, she makes sure to remind them, "We came here to keep a promise." "A promise?" he mutters, confused. That's when Yu Jung looks back with a bright, radiant smile and calls out, "Jae-hyun, we promised Dae-hyun we'd help everyone. Don't worry, we won't get in your way." Hearing Yu Jung's response, Ji-sang completely freezes in shock. He just stares wide-eyed at the battlefield, where the massive bone dragon and a horde of hideous monsters await. Providing backup from behind Ho-yoon, she calmly reassures him, "Don't worry." With those words, Yu Jung immediately activates her active skill, Overflow, and Mana Sanctuary, condensing her power into small, glowing orbs. She then releases her magic, firing blades of energy straight into the horde. Seizing the opportunity, Ho-yoon immediately activates his two sword skills, Alheim's Swordsmanship and White Blade in the Flowers, to launch a fierce assault. Meanwhile, Ji-sang is left utterly dumbfounded in the back. What on earth is this? But seeing how their devastating attacks have completely overwhelmed the enemies, he quickly snaps out of it and joins the fight. Fighting alongside them, Ji-sang's perspective completely shifts. "I thought Jae-hyun was the only monster here." But watching them relentlessly tear through the beasts, he realizes these guys are just as insanely powerful. Watching Yu Jung stand so calmly inside her magic circle, Ji-sang finally understands that Jae-hyun would never put his comrades in actual danger. A monster roars right in Ho-yoon's face, raising its massive axe high into the air. Just as it swings down, he quickly blocks the strike with his shield. On the other side, Ji-sang dashes forward, surrounded by phantom sword shadows. He leaps high into the air, aiming his spear straight at the monster's head, while Ho-yoon quickly rushes in with his blade to back him up. Ji-sang effortlessly dodges the beast's counterattack before thrusting his spear forward, while Ho-yoon grits his teeth and brings his blade down with a heavy slash. With both the bone dragon and the monsters finally defeated, he thinks to himself, "If I hadn't fought alongside these kids, this battle would have been so much harder." Once the battle is over, the captain stammers to Ji-sang, Thank you, you saved my life." He replies casually, "Don't worry about it." Meanwhile, Seo-yoon ignores their exchange, staring off into the distance. After weighing her options, she turns to Ji-sang and says, "The entrance is this way. Follow me." He sincerely replies, "Thank you, Senior Seo-yoon." Yu Jung silently watches the group walk away, Regaining her composure, she speaks up cheerfully. We need to hurry. Right then, the bone dragon rises once more, its roar echoing through the area. Yu Jung quickly urges everyone. They're fighting the boss monster over there. Right, Sienna agrees. Ho Yoon remarks with a grin. Everyone has really gotten a lot stronger. This is no time to lose focus. He and Yu Seob immediately charge ahead. We'll target its legs to stop it from moving. While we do that, aim for its mana core and finish off that bone dragon. Yu Jung gets the signal and quickly commands, got it. After casting a debuff on the bone dragon, she rushes in. Got it. With a few quick leaps, she lands right in front of the beast. Raising her staff, Yu Sung-eun begins to channel her skill, sending waves of raw energy crashing down onto the bone dragon's body. Seeing this, Yu Wook refuses to be outdone. Damn it! At this rate, those freshmen are going to steal all the spotlight. Standing beside him, Jae-sang bluntly points out the obvious. There is no helping it. You see it too, don't you? In-Ah's destructive power is way stronger than ours. Refusing to accept this, Yu Wook shoulders his sword and charges forward. Damn it! Fine. He activates his Gale skill, unleashing a flurry of devastating attacks. The violent winds tear away pieces of the bone dragon's massive body. Floating high up in the air, he surveys the battlefield, just as he expected. Seeing the beast still resisting, Jae-sang knows this is an incredibly powerful attack that completely disregards defense. He quickly activates Death Pierce, hurling his weapon straight into the bone dragon's body. Seeing the strike land, Jae-sang immediately turns to urge the others on. Feeling the damage, the bone dragon quickly unleashes its spiritual energy to launch a counterattack. In response, Yu Sung-eun activates Absolute Blade, condensing her power into a sphere, while Seo In-Ah unleashes the Alfheim sword, summoning a barrage of phantom blades. Finally, Hojin activates White Flower Sword, unleashing a razor-sharp slash. The barrage of attacks slams directly into the bone dragon, making it howl in agony as the core inside its body begins to crack. The cracks rapidly worsen, and unable to bear the pain, the bone dragon lets out a desperate, final roar. On another battlefield, after devouring Heimdall, the giant serpent glides over to Hela. Cracks begin to spread across her face as well. Looking into the distance, she feels more relieved than ever. It's over. My mission is finally complete. But suddenly, the serpent's eyes widen as its stomach begins to swell unnaturally. Hearing the serpent's agonizing shrieks, Hela quickly rushes over, a terrible feeling washing over her. A cold, sharp gaze peers out from the ripped-open stomach. Incredibly, Heimdall violently tears his way out of the beast. Did you really think an attack like that could kill me? With its life completely snuffed out, the giant serpent crashes heavily onto the ground. Gripping his sword, he charges straight at her. Unable to accept reality, Hela stares ahead in utter shock. That's impossible. You should be dead. Completely oblivious to the incoming blade, she stands frozen, prompting Jae-hyun to scream a warning, Hela, but it is too late. Heimdall delivers a brutal strike. Unable to dodge, she takes the blow head-on, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Still in disbelief, Hela gasps, You should only be able to use 30% of your power here. He smirks triumphantly, confirming her words. That's right, that restriction is real. But then, Heimdall reveals a shocking secret. But you are not the only one who can use divine power. Pinned by his sword, Hela can only curse at him in frustration. You bastard. Now, even as her body slowly disintegrates, she calmly says, You fool. The outcome has already been decided. Her faith remains as unstoppable as a rising tide. No matter how hard you struggle, you cannot change a thing, so just die. As the words leave her lips, Heimdall yanks his sword back, sending her collapsing forward. Seeing her covered in blood, Jae-hyun collapses. Now, he can only watch helplessly as her life slowly fades away. He desperately gets back up, rushing toward her. Hela! Seeing this, Heimdall looks down on Jae-hyun with even more contempt, sneering. How foolish! Heimdall slowly blows his horn, the sound splitting Jae-hyun's head with agonizing pain. Clutching his head, he falls into complete disarray. He helplessly reaches his hand out toward Hela. Once again, I failed to protect them. Drained of all strength, Jae-hyun collapses onto the ground. To change destiny, I have tried everything. But right now, there is only despair. I cannot lose my comrades again and repeat the mistakes of the past. I refuse to accept this kind of ending. Jae-hyun's vision begins to blur. What do I even have left? Suddenly, a memory of a rooftop conversation flashes back. He says, My master, and even you, Ina. Looking at her cold, expressionless face, he adds, everyone only awakens after losing something precious. But remembering everyone, Jae-hyun still refuses to accept defeat. If loss is the key to awakening, remembering this, he clenches his fist tightly. If that is the case, then maybe I should. Before he can finish, Ina, with tears welling in her eyes, cuts him off. No, Jae-hyun, she softly asks, do you have any idea how I felt back then? The scene shifts to a woman pinned under heavy furniture, screaming as raging flames engulf her. Help me. You aren't awakened. Can't you do something? Ina just stands there, watching coldly. She turns to leave, ignoring the woman's desperate screams. Hey, where do you think you are going? Get back here right now. At that moment, Ina realized what she truly needed to protect. She walks away without looking back, completely ignoring her agonizing shrieks. For Seo Ina, it was definitely not her parents, her grandmother, or her aunt. Desperate to save her own life, the woman begs, I am sorry. She tries to cling to her just to save her own skin. I've been a bit too hard on you lately, haven't I? But I always knew our sweet Seo Ina would come to my rescue. She had to play the family card to hold on, whining about how they're family after all. But she had no idea a beast was creeping up behind her. But Seo Ina already knew. She instantly activated her skill, the Sword of Alfheim. A barrage of sword illusions shot out, slicing the beast to pieces. Suddenly, she felt something touch her face. She grinned excitedly and said, That's it, you're finally helping me. But as she looked up at the surrounding beasts, Seo Ina just stood there coldly, watching as the monsters slowly devoured her. Gritting her teeth in rage, she spat, Seriously! Shaking with absolute fury, she screamed, You useless brat! And just like that, the beast swallowed her whole. Seo Ina glanced back coldly before turning around to leave. She indifferently muttered, That was me. Listening to her story, Jae-hyun remained silent as she recalled the moment Sung-yoon awakened her powers and described how it went down. I suspect guild leader Sung-yoon went through the same thing. Didn't she awaken only after losing what mattered most to her? It happened because she lost something precious the moment she realized her desires didn't match this harsh reality. With that, Seo Ina gently reassured him. But Jae-hyun, I don't think you need to overthink this, because out of everyone I know, you have the strongest will. He stood there dazed, letting Seo Ina's words sink in. Back in the present, Jae-hyun finally snapped out of his trance. He instantly unleashed the latent power within him, his indomitable will. Meanwhile, Heimdall watched this massive surge of mana with deep suspicion. What is this? Where is this mana coming from? He struggled in rage against the overwhelming power exploding from Jae-hyun. What the hell is going on? How can a mere human be this strong? Desperate, he quickly gathered his own mana to push back. By now, Jae-hyun had completely regained his composure. He stood straight up, slowly lifting his head. There was no longer a shred of hesitation in Jae-hyun's eyes, only a display of extraordinary power. I won't lose anyone precious to me ever again. Just then, the robotic voice of the system chimed, announcing that the quest was complete. Unlocking unique skill. Odin's missing eye has responded to your will. You have acquired the skill, Divine Plunder. The energy condensed into a single glowing orb. He calmly called her name, Hela. She struggled to open her eyes and look at Jae-hyun. Exuding an imposing aura, he spoke firmly, I still need you for this fight. The system then announced that the user had successfully become the first to achieve divinity. Overwhelmed with emotion, a single tear fell from Hela's eye. The system window popped up, showing the details of the Divine Plunder skill. The skill allowed him to seize divinity and convert it into his own power. Witnessing this incredible force, Heimdall was utterly baffled. So what if it's some unique skill you just awakened? Refusing to back down, he immediately drew upon every ounce of his power. Unleashing a torrent of mana, he yelled in anger, The one who brought about this change will never be able to control this power. Divine Plunder belongs to the traitor of Asgard. Watching the mana radiating from Jae-hyun, Heimdall spat in disgust. That is not something a pathetic mortal, without even a shred of divinity, can hope to wield. Hearing this, Jae-hyun questioned him about the traitor of Asgard. Heimdall's gaze shifted directly to Hela, the daughter of Loki. Staring down at her as she lay collapsed in a pool of blood, Heimdall explained the traitor's identity, the one who had once led the faction opposing the Aesir. Now understanding the connection, Jae-hyun realized, so this was his power. He raised his hand, preparing to cast Divine Plunder. Seeing this, Heimdall raised his sword with a smug grin. I know exactly what you're planning. But as Heimdall unleashed a strike, he sneered arrogantly. Divine Plunder only works on lesser gods. It has absolutely no effect on me. But Jae-hyun disagreed completely. Sorry, but you've got it all wrong. With that, he braced himself and leaped high into the air. Activating his airwalk skill, Jae-hyun flipped through the air, angled his body, and boldly declared, "The one I'm gonna plunder right now is you." Hearing this, Heimdall panicked, unable to believe his eyes. Yet, the person he actually rushed toward was Hela. He quickly pulled her up and called out, "Hela!" Just like that, his divine power surged directly into her body. Despite the excruciating pain, Hela gritted her teeth to endure the influx of divine energy. Clenching her teeth, she thought to herself, how did he even think of this so quickly? Looking at Jae-hyun's dead serious expression, Hela was suddenly reminded of someone, Loki. Recalling Loki's smirk, she had no choice but to admit, "You were right." In that moment, Hela's mind became clearer than ever before. All this time, I thought gods were just born great. But now, she finally understood the truth. That wasn't the case at all. As she felt her wounds healing, Hela realized that there was someone right here who had truly achieved divinity. He had overcome a fragile human body to attain godhood and forge a legend. Seeing Jae-hyun's fierce determination, she remembered how he used to blame himself for being unable to awaken. Now, Hela closed her eyes and thought, but that wasn't true at all. She felt the immense energy flowing through her as the healing finished. It turned out that from the very beginning, Jae-hyun was the one chosen by him. With absolute resolve, Jae-hyun stepped back into the battle. Clenching his fists in determination, a colossal wave of energy erupted from his entire body. Jae-hyun unleashed a barrage of skills with the Thunder God's lightning chains, wildly whipping the mana-infused chains all around him. Let's begin. Heimdall froze in sheer disbelief, stammering, "What?" Ji-yoon's eyes flared with cold, killing intent as he quietly activated his skill. In an instant, a torrent of chains charged with the Thunder God's power hurtled toward him. Heimdall frantically slashed at the incoming chains, but it was useless. Yet the relentless chains kept closing in, attacking him from all angles. Desperately trying to sever them, he muttered in utter panic, "This is impossible." Right then, a shocking realization hit Heimdall. This was Thor's lightning. How on earth was this even possible? He stared at the oncoming chains in complete disbelief. Why does the variable have a power like this? Heimdall quickly spun out of the way, dodging the chains. Terrified, he began to retreat, planning his next move. First, he needed to dodge and find a way to close the distance on that variable. But out of nowhere, Ji-yoon's fist crashed right into his face. The brutal impact sent him flying backward. Heimdall rolled across the dirt before scrambling back to his feet, screaming in sheer fury. But Ji-yoon only calmly observed, "So this is what divinity feels like." Without hesitation, he drew his windcutter sword. "Now, this battle is entirely in my favor." Watching him struggle to stay upright, he casually said, "I can kill you." Then Ji-yoon glared, threatening Heimdall. "But you can't kill me." Unable to swallow his anger, he gritted his teeth. His mind flashed back to when he attacked Hela. Blocking Hela's clone earlier nearly drained all my divinity, and I can't even use my magic anymore. Grimacing, he gritted his teeth and resolved, "I am Heimdall." With that, he launched himself into the air. Belittling Ji-yoon as a mere human, he charged without hesitation, shouting, "Don't you dare look down on me." However, Ji-yoon casually unleashed his iron chains. Dodging the links, Heimdall burst into a maniacal laugh. He charged forward arrogantly, thinking that even if his opponent was the variable, he was still just a mortal. Heimdall brought down a crushing blow, convinced there was no way a human could freely wield divinity. But Ji-yoon coldly muttered, "I've been waiting for this." Suddenly, he sensed something was terribly wrong when a magic circle materialized in the sky, raining down a barrage of chains. The chains slithered around, wrapping tightly around Heimdall's body before binding his legs fast. Just like that, his limbs were completely pinned. He let out a helpless, agonizing scream, muttering to himself in despair as Ji-yoon slowly walked toward him. He spat out in frustration, "Damn it," before snarling, "You son of a bitch." But the moment those words left his mouth, Ji-yoon's blade slashed right through him. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji-yoon brought down one final strike. Heimdall was decapitated, meeting his end right then and there. High above, Hugin watched the scene unfold, scoffing in utter disgust. What an idiot. I should have never trusted him. Looking down at the mess, Hugin sighed. The plan has been completely ruined. I need to report this to Odin. His eyes suddenly flashed with light. To think that Heimdall, the so-called guardian of Asgard, would actually lose to a mere human. Recalling Ji-yoon's figure, Hugin realized in dazed disbelief that the man was growing stronger and faster than anyone could have ever predicted. Sending his ravens to deliver the message, he muttered. Since he also obtained holy power, his growth is only a matter of time, but no matter. Hugin extended his hand, channeling dark energy as he dissolved into a flock of ravens and flew off. Back on the battlefield, Jae-hyun stood over Heimdall. Refusing to accept his defeat, Heimdall gritted his teeth and struggled to prop his body up. Jae-hyun smirked, mocking him. "You look pathetic," he spat back in rage. "You bastard. I was just caught off guard this time. Next time we meet, I will personally lock you away in the deep dungeons of Asgard." Unwilling to listen to any more of his trash talk, Jae-hyun stomped down on his head, snapping, "Shut up." With a dark, menacing look, his voice grew cold. "You're way too loud." This was only about 30% of Heimdall's true power, and the fallen god refused to show any submission. "Even if you won this round, it changes nothing. I'll soon be forcibly summoned back to Asgard anyway." Even as he was being crushed under Ji-un's boot, he sneered calmly. "Ragnarok will proceed exactly as planned." Ji-un remained completely unfazed, responding coldly, "I don't care whether there's a change or not, nor do I care if a war breaks out." With a terrifying, intense glare, he declared, "I will make sure to slaughter every single one of you." Yet, Heimdall only let out a mocking laugh. "You know absolutely nothing." With smug confidence, he dropped a piece of information that shook Ji-un to his core. "The monsters, the path you walk as a conqueror. Do you honestly think those were blessings bestowed upon humanity?" Stunned, he demanded sharply, "What do you mean?" Seeing his reaction, Heimdall gleefully mocked him. "Watch out for those closest to you. Question every little detail," he continued, dealing a heavy mental blow to Ji-un. "Because once you reach the very end, you'll finally understand just how sickening betrayal truly feels." Against the backdrop of the ruined city, Heimdall sneered one last time, and that is when you will realize just how deep the scars of trust run. With heavy footsteps, Ji-un looked down only to see Heimdall's lingering energy slowly fading away. Standing tall, he tried to compose himself, murmuring, "Well, at least one obstacle is out of the way." By then, Hela had regained consciousness and was slowly sitting up. Noticing this, Ji-un walked over to her. He checked on her with concern, asking, "Are you all right?" She replied calmly, "My body's deterioration has finally stopped." Hela expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." Ji-un simply turned around to leave. "That's good." Before walking away, he tossed back, "I have things to take care of. We'll talk later." These words left Hela completely speechless. Then, Jae-hyun walked up to Heimdall's lifeless body. He immediately unleashed his power, and a brilliant golden light enveloped him. Just like that, Jae-hyun activated his divine plunder skill, targeting the shattered remnants of Heimdall's divinity to absorb them. The user's divinity has increased. His sacred power flared up, beginning to strip away the god's strength. Once it was done, he smirked. There might still be some divinity left in the body he abandoned. I knew I was right. Highly satisfied, Jae-hyun prepared to move to the next location. All right, let's keep going. Behind him, Hela could only seethe in frustration, completely powerless to stop him. The scene shifts to a lavish palace. Inside, Heimdall stood below, waiting to face his punishment. He bowed his head in shame. How humiliating. I let my guard down and failed to eliminate the variable. The silver-haired old man casually replied, I know. The old man looked down at him with pure disdain. I saw everything. Heimdall seethed, gritting his teeth in frustration. Hildskaf is Odin's throne, granting him the power to observe all of the 9 realms. It is a legendary artifact. Looking at the glowing throne, Heimdall couldn't help but feel incredibly bitter. Damn it, he cursed silently, gritting his teeth in pure rage. He clenched his fists, wondering in anger why the variable had to awaken his unique skill at that exact moment. His eyes widened as he screamed in frustration inside his head. On top of that battle cost me half of my divinity. Damn it. Only then did the old man slowly speak. We will prevent our destruction. Sitting high above, the old man commanded him, from now on, assist Freya in raising the undead. The old man then added, as for the variable, I will have someone else deal with him. Unwilling to accept this, Heimdall spoke up in a panic, only to be met with the old man's cold, contemptuous gaze. Exuding an overwhelming, majestic aura, the old man completely suppressed him. Do you dare to defy my orders now? Heimdall quickly bowed his head, begging for mercy. Forgive me, my lord. Annoyed, the old man barked, then get out of my sight. The moment Heimdall left, the old man called out, "Hugin!" He immediately appeared by his side, replying, "Yes, my lord." The old man reminded him that the war would begin soon. Then, wearing a cunning, smug smile, he said, "I'm sure you've already noticed." The old man excitedly mentioned something like a necessary ingredient. As he unleashed his power, the heavy footsteps of the undead echoed, marching forward to feed the Einherjar. And as those undead soldiers approached, the old man pointed out that they were the very ingredient they needed. Jae-hyun carried a thick stack of books in his arms and slammed it onto the table. He immediately frowned, muttering, "How long is it going to take to read through all of this?" He fell back into deep thought. Heimdall's words kept echoing in his mind. "Beware of those closest to you. Stay alert, even to the smallest things." The bastard had burst into a mocking laugh, because once you reach the very end, you will realize just how sickening the taste of betrayal truly is. Heimdall kept planting seeds of doubt in his mind. That will also be the moment you realize your current trust will become a permanent scar in your heart. Finally, the god had left him with a few hints. "Here is my final piece of advice to you. The conqueror's all-seeing eyes. Question the system." Jae-hyun carefully pondered this. The warning from Heimdall and the clue from the sage seemed to be closely linked. He thought to himself, it has to be referring to something, and my guess is that it has to do with mythology. Jae-hyun picked up the first book. If that's the case, he began reading, filled with determination. Then I have to find out. Time flew by, and soon, the sun went down. Jae-hyun continued to read diligently, searching for clues. Finally, he finished, slamming the heavy book shut. Jae-hyun's eyes widened in shock as cold sweat broke out. The conqueror's all-seeing eyes. This isn't just a definition like I originally thought. Jae-hyun had successfully cracked the code. It's an anagram. The warrior of the gods is ready. He gasped. Now I get it. Jae-hyun stood frozen in place. Now I know exactly what I need to question. The next day, the group of 4 gathered to discuss things. After scanning everyone's faces, Jae-hyun spoke up, furrowing his brows. Either way, Min Jae-hyun is not going to be held back anymore. Jae-hyun warned them, if you guys try to stop me, you'll be making enemies with some pretty powerful forces. Everyone else looked completely exhausted. Jian sighed heavily. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't stop you. Jae-hyun looked visibly annoyed. His team was already far stronger than all the other students combined. He admitted that was true. They were so powerful that no one could do anything about it, even if they wanted to. On top of that, it had only taken them a few months to reach that level, Jae-hyun asserted. So, our current task is to clean up the mess left behind by that incident. He slammed his hand onto the table, his tone turning serious. However, there is something I need to address first. Jae-hyun turned toward the girl sitting lazily in her seat. Chae Ji-yoon. He demanded to know why she didn't participate in this raid, despite belonging to one of the 4 strongest guilds in the entire school. Chae Ji-yoon replied firmly, "That wasn't a battle I could have won without Team 9's help." Jae-hyun clenched his fists and yelled, "What?" The girl continued, "I believe none of the people sitting here." Chae Ji-yoon slowly stood up. Knowing she had what it took to take down the bone dragon, she decided to make her exit. "So, I chose to sit this one out. I just couldn't bring myself to sacrifice my teammates." Meanwhile, back at the library, Jae-hyun was busy digging through some documents. During the Bone Dragon raid, it was basically impossible for the raiders to use their skills. That much was obvious. The Aesir gods can actually interfere with the system. Mimir said to question everything, and Heimdall warned him to stay alert. What if they were both hinting at the real truth behind the Aesir system, that the system's real purpose was to breed the Einherjar, and the raw materials needed to make them? Jae-hyun shuddered as the realization hit him. It had to be every single awakened person on the planet. Suddenly, a system alert popped up, announcing that he had uncovered the truth about the Aesir system. The reward was unlocking classified information. Jae-hyun's eyes widened in shock, and he hesitantly reached out his hand to tap the screen. The moment Jae-hyun confirmed his choice, the entire system space was suddenly swallowed by a strange, pitch-black darkness. Startled, he tried to struggle, but the darkness wrapped tightly around his body. Before he knew it, he was transported to a completely new space, flooded with blinding light. Jae-hyun parted a thin curtain and stepped forward. Ahead of him, he saw a majestic scene radiating pure, divine energy. Is this where Odin's lost eye was first absorbed? Filled with doubt, Jae-hyun cautiously took a few steps forward. He made his way toward a book, resting in the very center of the grand hall. Jae-hyun carefully reached out to grab it, but nothing out of the ordinary happened. He flipped it open and began to read. Every single word on the pages seemed to hold the most terrifying secrets. This was a diary, a historical record exposing the sheer corruption of Odin. In the past, right after the First War of Ragnarok, Odin's entire Einherjar army was completely wiped out. And as you probably already know, there is a dark truth hidden behind all of this. The Einherjar are nothing more than Odin's limbs and tools to do his bidding. But if you were to ask me whether they are actually demons, I couldn't give you a straight answer. They were simply used by him. Odin deceived humanity, turning them into his mindless slaves and using them to wage war against the anti-Aesir alliance. But during that war, countless Einherjar perished, shattering Odin's grand illusions. Because of that, humans refused to willingly become Einherjar anymore. This was a massive blow to Odin, as only humans could be turned into Einherjar, and the only condition was absolute loyalty to the gods. With the second Ragnarok looming, a terrible threat was closing in on him. So, Odin came up with a sinister plot. He sent the roots of Yggdrasil down to Midgard, turning the entire planet into a living hell crawling with monsters. Then, he presented them with gifts disguised as divine blessings. And that was the Aesir system. Every awakened person across the globe relies on it, but in the end, they are nothing more than tools being groomed to build Odin's army. To the one who defies prophecy, if you are reading this record, you must immediately make preparations to head to Yggdrasil's control tower. The control device that powers the Aesir system is kept there. If you fail to reach it, every single awakened human on Earth will end up as your enemy. Jae-hyun had just uncovered an earth-shattering secret, the dark origin of the Aesir system. Before he even realized it, he was teleported back, standing there completely frozen in shock. His entire body tensed up in sheer horror, as cold sweat poured down like rain. Panicking, he knew he had to see Hela right away. Rushing back home, he desperately called out to her. "Hela, this is an emergency." Hela lazily emerged to meet him. Stretching with a yawn, she muttered, "What could possibly be so important that you had to wake up a god?" He replied with a single word, "Einherjar." Hela's face instantly went pale. Jae-hyun grit his teeth in anger and said, "I think I just figured out what Odin is really after." He quickly filled her in on everything he had just uncovered. She listened intently, weighing every single detail. Hela came to a decision. "It looks like we'll need to discuss this with the anti-Aesir alliance," she announced. "Got it. We depart after nightfall." Jae-hyun nodded. "Yeah, I'm counting on you." He then began rummaging through his inventory. "Oh, and?" Hela stared at him, confused. "Yeah." Jae-hyun pulled out a glove and said, "I found this during the outdoor training session." He asked, "I heard it belonged to the very first awakened one. Do you know anything about it?" She stared blankly at it. "The first awakened one? I'm afraid I have no idea," Hela said with a smile, "but let's put that aside for now. Right now, this Einherjar threat is way more important." Jae-hyun looked up at her, confused. Hela gave a gentle wave of her hand and said, "Besides, I still need to hand over your reward." The system began flashing notifications, confirming the quest completion and calculating his rewards. He grinned excitedly. This was always the best part. "Let's see. The first reward is a blank card, and the second is..." Jae-hyun gasped in surprise. "A system update? The Nornir system will be updating to version 2.0. Tons of features have been optimized, and the main quest is finally unlocked." Hela smirked. "So, it's just a chat upgrade?" Putting her hands on her hips with a smug grin, she boasted, "Well, from now on, you can rely on me even more, Jae-hyun." He smirked and teased, "Honestly, it feels more like I'm just using you than relying on you." Hela was so furious, she was left completely speechless. Ignoring her as she grit her teeth in anger, Jae-hyun turned his attention to the new features and pulled up his status window to check it out. The system panel now displayed a detailed layout of all his stats and skill information. He then pulled out a large vial filled with giant's blood. Jae-hyun's eyes narrowed slightly, gleaming with calculation. "I couldn't use this before because I lacked the strength, but now, I finally have enough." Without hesitation, he popped the lid open and poured it straight over his head. It took effect instantly, a surge of power spreading throughout Jae-hyun's body. He felt a satisfying warmth surging through his body. "Man, I thought I'd have to reach S rank just to get stats like this. With just these stats alone, I'm already at mid-tier S rank." Jae-hyun kept scrolling down, checking out his myth-grade skill slot. A massive wave of buffs had been applied to his skills. He couldn't help but smirk, seeing that his previous limitations were completely gone. "Now that I have complete divinity, All those restrictions are history. The only issue is the number of slots. The system immediately notified him that he could unlock more slots and increase his divinity by usurping myth-rank beings. Jae-hyun thought to himself that just being able to use the God of Thunder's power was already a huge win. Meanwhile, Hella kept her eyes glued to the screen. She seemed extremely interested in this latest update, especially the crow radar. Hella smiled excitedly. With this, tracking down those crows is going to be way easier. Looking down, he nodded in agreement. Jae-hyun's expression turned grim as he said, Heimdall, we'll be able to find him too. He kept scanning the interface. And the final update seemed to be a quest. Jae-hyun could easily tell this was going to be his toughest quest yet. The quest, System Destruction, had been accepted. He swallowed hard, muttering nervously, System Destruction. The scene shifts to a lavishly decorated room, filled with exquisite, high-end furniture. Chae-ji-yoon speaks up. Don't you think it's time to stop stalling and get moving? She looks completely drained and annoyed. We can't keep him waiting forever, can we? Ji-yoon calls out to the young man in front of her, Ju-won. He acts surprised. Senior Ji-yoon? Now, a flashback shows that not too long ago, she had run into Jae-hyun. Ji-yoon had taken quite an interest in him. And you are? She had asked. I heard you were the key player in the outdoor training session. Ji-yoon praised him. Impressive. But Jae-hyun completely ignored her. Thanks for the compliment, but I'm a bit busy right now. He brushed right past her without even turning his head, adding, We'll talk some other time. Ji-yoon glared at his back. There was no mistaking this feeling. Just what do you think you're doing? She demanded, but received nothing but silence. Even so, Ji-yoon knew she had found the catalyst of change. She continued, Even though I lead one of the 4 great circles, I didn't join the raid, and everyone criticized me for it. Jae-hyun stopped in his tracks, turning an analytical gaze back toward her. Seeing that she had detected his divinity, he replied coldly, If you're weak, you should just step aside on your own. Ji-yoon gasped in shock at his blunt response. Jae-hyun added firmly, Even high-tier healing magic won't bring you back from the dead. With that, he kept walking, totally ignoring her reaction. Ji-yoon felt utterly humiliated and screamed in a rage. What did you say? Meanwhile, the news was broadcasting a shocking update. Multiple instructors from Miles Academy had been killed in the field, and it was a cadet who stepped up to save the entire academy, an absolutely unprecedented event. What would happen next? The media ran massive headlines, reporting that Min Jae-hyun had once again delivered an outstanding performance during the outdoor training. Watching the broadcast, Ju-won smirked. Indeed, he wasn't going to sit around and wait anymore. It was time to make his move. He chuckled softly, even if it's a bit sooner than I planned. Reaching out, Ju-won gently caressed a painting on the wall. All right then, the variable in the prophecy, he murmured with eager anticipation, wondering how the boy's story would unfold. The painting hanging before him depicted a tiny figure, standing defiantly against the supreme god, Odin. Ju-won smiled, overcome with excitement. Let's see how this plays out, shall we? Meanwhile, a massive crowd had gathered at the Academy's press conference. Yoo Seung-gun stood at the podium, remaining silent for a long moment. Countless cameras flashed rapidly in her direction. I'm sure you all have a lot of questions. But for now, the only thing I can say with absolute certainty is this. Seung-gun looked directly at the crowd. There is a new threat looming out there, and we have gathered here today to remember the ray of hope. As the reporters scribbled down her words furiously, she continued, The very hope that helped us overcome all previous threats. Therefore, we will be presenting awards to the cadets who played the biggest role in saving us. Behind the stage, the cadets were already waiting in the wings. I would like to call the following cadets to the stage to receive their awards. Seung-gun clearly announced their names, first years Min Jae-hyun and An Ho-yeon. The ceremony quickly wrapped up. Back in the waiting room, Yoo-jung rested her chin in her hand and spoke up. All right, she asked, staring at him. Don't you have something you want to tell us? The rest of his teammates also turned their eyes toward him, waiting for an explanation. Jae-hyun sighed, loosening his tie. Fine, but I can't tell you guys everything. Yoo-jung groaned in frustration. Why do you have to be so secretive all the time? Aina, remaining much calmer, intervened. Let me ask first. She brought up the dangerous swordsman they had encountered earlier. That guy who attacked us. Who was he? Jae-hyun knit his brows, thinking for a moment before replying. I can't answer that. All I can tell you is, but his answer was completely evasive. He was after me, and he's insanely strong. Yoo-jung snapped in annoyance. Do you really think that's the kind of information we're looking for? Hoyeon nodded in agreement. Yeah, Yoo-jung is right. The terrifying, ferocious image of Heimdall was still burned into his mind. That guy. He wasn't human, was he? Hoyeon broke out in a cold sweat as he muttered, "Just who on earth was that monster?" The others felt a chill run down their spines, too terrified to even find the words. They all stared at Jae-hyun, desperate for an explanation. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun remained silent, trying to figure out how to phrase his response. I'll have to tell them the truth when Ragnarok finally comes, he thought. But for now, Jae-hyun made up his mind and said, "It's still way too early for me to tell you guys everything." His teammates silently exchanged glances, realizing they had no choice but to drop it for now. Seeing that they were willing to let it go, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, Jae-hyun casually dropped a bombshell. "By the way, I've officially reached S rank." In an instant, everyone's eyes went wide, completely frozen in shock. She bolted upright in anger, asking in utter shock, "What?" Seolung clutched his head in sheer distress. "An S rank? What on earth are you talking about?" "There's no way." Daesung quickly tried to calm her down. Yi-an nodded. "So, that's how you managed to survive after fighting that guy?" Hoon asked. "Did you kill that monster?" Jae-hyun replied grimly, "No." He fell into deep thought. If he really is the guardian of Northern Europe, Jae-hyun slightly avoided everyone's gaze. "I'll have to fight enemies just like him." He warned them beforehand. "So, if this ever happens again, run immediately." Yoo-jung slammed her hands on the table, standing up to confront him. "Are you planning on fighting alone again?" The atmosphere instantly turned ice cold because of Jae-hyun. He tapped his finger sharply on the table, the heavy thud seemingly isolating Jae-hyun from the rest of the room. A powerful pressure weighed down on everyone. This was the raw difference in strength, awakening a primal fear in each of them. He casually challenged them. "Unless you guys get this strong, you still won't stand a chance against me. If you don't like what I'm saying, then become an S rank." Jae-hyun didn't care about anyone's feelings. "Once you do, I won't tell you to run anymore." Yoo-jung couldn't hold back her tears. "What the hell? That is way too cold of you." His phone vibrated, and Jae-hyun habitually reached for it. His eyes quickly swept over the text, and the information caught his interest. A while later in the car, Im-tae said cheerfully, "Well, I'm surprised." On the phone was a VIP invitation to an auction. He laughed out loud. "I never expected you to attend an auction." Im-tae knew well enough that you had to buy a massive amount of goods to become a VIP. "Just how much money did you dump into that company?" Jae-hyun replied vaguely. "I don't remember exactly, but pretty much all the money I had." The older man went silent for a moment. That kind of mindset is something a regular salaryman like me could never understand. They soon arrived at a luxurious high-rise building. He walked confidently toward the auction hall, with Im-tae following closely behind like a bodyguard. The older man stopped. "I'll wait here. If anything happens, I'll handle it, so make sure to call me." Jae-hyun smirked. "I don't think anyone would dare mess with me." He laughed in agreement. "That's true." Jae-hyun strode down the opulent hallway, lined with priceless paintings on both sides. Inside the hall, the glittering decor seemed to scream luxury. Camila was biting her nails, visibly anxious and restless. Noticing her strange behavior, Barak kept calling out to Camila. She didn't respond, just standing there frozen. He couldn't understand what was wrong. She had been spacing out for a while. Camila spoke up warily. "Barak." She nudged him toward Jae-hyun and whispered, "Do you see that guy sitting over there?" Barak stared at him. Jae-hyun was simply sitting and waiting, but Barak quickly recognized him. Barak confirmed, "That's the kid we met at the hotel in Iceland." He recalled their encounter. "We ran a check on him afterward." Barak was quite surprised. "He's the rising star of the Lotus Guild." "I didn't hear anything about the Lotus Guild participating in this auction." Camila broke out in a cold sweat. "Listen to me carefully." She insisted that the kid was incredibly dangerous. He looked bewildered. "What?" Camila continued. "That guy." Both of them were terrified. Jae-hyun, meanwhile, seemed to sense their prying eyes. She had scanned him and discovered his identity. He possessed the same mana as the Black Cloak. Meanwhile, in the director's office, the director reassured someone in an affectionate voice. "I told you so, didn't I?" The director asserted, "Honey, just trust me. This auction is going to go perfectly smooth. We started with a tiny shop on a street corner, and the fact that we've made it this far is already a huge achievement." Wrinkles showed on his gentle face as he said, "Now, we just need to push a little bit further." After hanging up, he resolved not to make a single mistake this time. The pressure from the chairman was immense, and with so many investors and VIPs out there, he had to succeed. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. The director muttered to himself, "Wait, when did I open the window?" He looked outside to ease his tension. Suddenly, someone approached him, and sharp tentacles pierced right through his body. The director's life was snuffed out in an instant, and a pair of small hands reached out to him. They gently closed his wide, lifeless eyes. She savored her work, whispering, "That's one down." She spun around amidst the sharp tentacles, gleefully wondering, "I wonder how our grand enemy will react." Meanwhile, in the hall, Barack approached Jae-hyun. "Well, I didn't expect to run into you in a place like this." He glared. "You seem to be quite popular lately." Jae-hyun merely gave a faint smile and replied, "Oh, really?" Camila turned pale with fear. "That idiot. What is he thinking?" Barack replied nonchalantly, "Right, the only combat mage in the world." He listed off a few notable titles. "And the top student of the best raider academy in South Korea. That's you, right?" Barack's eyes narrowed. "No wonder the European Union is interested in you." Jae-hyun just offered a polite, casual laugh. "Pleasure's mine." Meanwhile, he directed his gaze toward Camila, because she possessed an exclusive skill. Mana breath. This skill had a special effect that very few people knew about. Her target was obviously him, as the skill allowed her to read other people's mana structure. Every raider has a unique mana structure and element, just like a fingerprint. Everyone's mana structure was highly distinct, so they couldn't wrap their heads around it. So why does he? Could two people really possess the exact same mana signature? Balak returned to his seat, but no matter how he looked at it, it was just utterly ridiculous. Before this day is over, he stared intently at Jae-hyun. We will find out whether he really is the black-robed figure. Camilla furrowed her brows in deep, irritated contempt. She poked directly at Balak's painful past. "This self-righteous attitude of yours is definitely why you got divorced. I would bet on it." He froze for a moment. "Shut up." Jae-hyun quietly watched to see what they were up to. Time flew by quickly, and the auction was about to begin. The hall was already packed with people. The host quickly stepped up to the stage, but his appearance and voice were somewhat bizarre. "Welcome, everyone." His eyes were lifeless, just like a puppet. "I am Lee Moon-gwang, the CEO of Flex Corporation." But nobody seemed to care about his unusual behavior or that simple introduction. Jae-hyun was the same, thinking, "I only need one item anyway." Lee Moon-gwang tilted his head in a bizarre way. "Now, let us begin the auction. Please bring out the first item." He introduced, "We will start with the Transcendence Stone." Jae-hyun felt that something was off about this man, but he did not dwell on it for long. Of course, a tiny fragment of the Transcendence Stone alone would not yield any permanent effects. However, the system quickly displayed detailed information about it, and his eyes became glued to the stone. "Everything will change completely if I can get the stone on the ring." Lee Moon-gwang raised his voice. "Now, let us begin." Jae-hyun could not help but smirk, immediately raising his hand to join in. "I have been waiting for this." Jae-hyun smugly offered an astronomical price, 10 billion. The entire hall immediately went wild. Whether they were VIPs or high-profile figures, everyone held their breath. Balak remained quiet, deep in thought. The host repeated the bid. "We have 10 billion won. Does anyone else want to place a higher bid?" Suddenly, a calloused hand shot up. He called out, 11 billion. Camilla's face darkened. Jae-hyun did not back down, having no intention of letting it go. 12 billion. He rested his chin on his hand and sighed as if in regret. Yet he did not even bother to look at the stone. Sitting next to him, she was already imagining a dozen ways to punch this damn colleague of hers in the face. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun used sound transmission to confront his opponent. "Are you trying to provoke me?" Balak kept his eyes locked on him, playing innocent as he replied, "Of course not. I was just interested in the stone, that is all." Balak excused himself. "But I am giving up because I do not want to spend that much money." Jae-hyun smirked. "Is that so? I almost misunderstood your intentions." And just like that, he was the one who ended up getting ticked off. That bastard. I did not expect him to be so bold. Veins popped on Balak's head in anger. Is he trying to threaten me, or does he have someone backing him up? His eyes were bloodshot as his anger reached its absolute peak. What on earth is he planning to do? Loud applause echoed throughout the entire hall. Jae-hyun let out a weary sigh. The auction is finally over. The final item was an artifact capable of increasing resistance to abnormal status conditions. He decided to leave, since it seemed useless to him, as he had already received the blessing of Hela. But suddenly, a strange sensation washed over Jae-hyun. Suddenly, Lee Moon-gwang went limp like a puppet with its strings cut. his eyes rolling back in a grotesque manner. "We have prepared a special item for everyone." He stood frozen in his tracks. "It is an S-rank artifact, and I am sure all of you will love it." Jae-hyun was surprised. The previous item was supposed to be the last one. "What is going on here?" He continued. "The seller of this item will explain it in my place." Just then, a familiar figure appeared. I never heard anything about a special item being added to this auction. Chae Ji-yoon confidently walked onto the stage with a smirk. A chill ran down his spine as he finally understood where the bizarre nature of this auction came from. She looked straight at Jae-hyun, her eyes filled with amusement. He shuddered, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Chae Ji-yoon?" She bowed in greeting. "Hello, I will be the seller of this item." Chae Ji-yoon gently rubbed the bracelet, and it instantly began to glow. "I will explain to everyone about the artifact known as Draupnir." A deadly red aura crept right up to the bridge of Jae-hyun's nose. The hall remained quiet, as no one had noticed anything unusual yet. He braced himself, getting ready for whatever Chae Ji-yoon was about to unleash. Her smile widened as she whispered, "I only need a few seconds." Chae Ji-yoon seemed to be addressing Jae-hyun directly. "So please, just stay still for a moment." A strange red smoke poured out in increasing volume. "This artifact is a golden bracelet. It duplicates itself 9 times every 9 days. She waved her hand. "However, everyone will have to pay a small price." The smoke rapidly spread, enveloping the entire hall. He stood on guard, thinking, "This is bad," but the red smoke casually drifted right past Jae-hyun. He widened his eyes in utter shock. Jae-hyun quickly realized, absolute calculation is not working. That thing is not magic, it is. He took a deep breath. The original power of the artifact. The crimson energy pierced through everyone's bodies, leaving only Balak and Camilla untouched. Balak roared, "What the hell are you doing?" She coldly replied, "I do not need unwanted guests. I only have business with my nemesis." Jae-hyun's face darkened as a past conversation flashed in his mind. It was the first time Jae-hyun and Chae Ji-yoon had met in the hallway, when she told him, "I have had a feeling that something was off from the very start." He was wrong. He was absolutely furious for not realizing it sooner. "So, you're Asatru's dog." Boredly twirling a lock of her hair, she smirked. "Asatru's dog, you say? That doesn't sound very nice. Couldn't you come up with a better word than that?" Jae-hyun got straight to the point and demanded, "What do you want?" Chae Ji-yoon didn't hesitate to speak her mind. "Honestly," she sighed, "you're starting to get on my nerves." He gritted his teeth. "And you're getting on mine." Balak summoned his greatsword. Camilla readied herself to attack as well. "I won't let you get what you want." She doubled over, with a loud laugh. Chae Ji-yoon mocked. "Ooh, sounds dangerous, but also incredibly exciting." She suddenly looked up, grinning even wider. Chae Ji-yoon sneered, "Besides, I've already bought enough time to prepare." She uttered just a single word. To his absolute horror, the guests in the hall instantly began acting strange, as a bizarre, eerie light glowed intensely from where they were hit. Countless tentacles erupted from nowhere, piercing straight through their bodies. The horrifying sight made even Camilla turn pale with shock. Boiling with pure rage, Balak couldn't hold back any longer and lunged forward, ready to swing his sword. She quickly tried to stop him. "Wait, Balak." But Balak roared back, "What are you just standing there for? We have to save them." Camilla replied, "I'm not saying we shouldn't save them, but we can't just rush in blindly. It's too dangerous. I've never seen that artifact before." Chae Ji-yoon smirked. "Smart move. If you hadn't stopped them, everyone connected to this artifact would already be dead. But there's no need to worry just yet," she added, assuring them that the victims were still alive. Jae-hyun growled, "Alive, you say?" She casually replied, "Well, I don't really care about keeping these pests alive, but yes, there is a way to save them. They're just in a deep coma." He muttered suspiciously, "A coma? If they were knocked out by mana, we need to move fast." Chae Ji-yoon continued, "Their greed state was stripped away, and because of that, the very foundation of their ego has collapsed. Their minds are completely fractured." Hearing this, Jae-hyun's face darkened. Did that artifact just strip away their emotions? He immediately thought of Ju-won. Or was that actually his power? Playfully toying with her artifact, she laughed. "You people are hilarious. I only took away your emotions, and you all became completely brainless." Furious, Jae-hyun snapped, "Cut the crap and turn them back to normal right now." Chae Ji-yoon challenged him. "And what if I say no?" But Jae-hyun wasn't just talking, he immediately showed her the consequences. Then, Jae-hyun slammed her beautiful face first onto the floor. Without hesitation, he ground his boot hard into her hand. Jae-hyun threatened, "I'll make you beg to turn them back to normal." Terrified, Jae-hyun broke out into a cold sweat. She glanced up in utter disbelief. When did he even get so close to me? His power was so overwhelming that Jae-hyun didn't even see him move. Jae-hyun slowly lifted her index finger first, and Jae-hyun's eyes dilated in sheer terror. Without saying a single word, he ruthlessly snapped her finger. A sickening crack echoed, and she shrieked in agonizing pain. Camila raised her eyebrows in shock. Balak was furious, but he couldn't help but agree with Jae-hyun's brutal approach. Cold sweat poured down Jae-hyun's pale, bloodless face. Having already snapped one of her fingers backward, Jae-hyun calmly moved his hand to her middle finger. Showing no mercy, Jae-hyun glared down at her. "Now, let's do the next one." She gritted her teeth, trying desperately to hold back her screams. Jae-hyun shrieked in fury. "Get the hell off me, you little brat!" Suddenly, her necklace artifact glowed an eerie red, and a familiar blue vortex opened up on the ceiling. He gasped, "A portal?" The brilliant blue light intensely enveloped all of them. Even Balak was startled by this sudden turn of events. Camila was teleported away in the blink of an eye, leaving Jae-hyun to sigh in utter frustration. The system announced that their destination was the Valley of Greed. Finally free from her tormentor, Jae-hyun sat up, trembling violently. "Damn it all!" Though shaking with fear, Jae-hyun muttered through gritted teeth, "I'll never forgive him. I will absolutely make him pay for this." Suddenly, some guy walked into the hall. "Oh dear, this looks bad." He walked right up to her. Ju-won knelt down in front of Jae-hyun, who was still trying to recover from the shock. He asked in a warm, friendly voice, "Are you okay?" A gentle smile played on his lips, but his eyes gleamed with pure demonic malice. Meanwhile, the three of them were teleported straight into a dungeon. Pitch-black darkness surrounded them, catching everyone off guard. Jae-hyun let out a tired sigh, while Camila eyed him warily. She wondered, what on earth is going on? To her, it seemed as if those two already knew each other from before. She was highly observant, but what really caught her attention was the strange title that woman had used to address Min Jae-hyun. Balak approached Camila and whispered, "It looks like you're thinking the exact same thing I am," he admitted. "You might actually be right about him." To both of them, Jae-hyun was now an incredibly dangerous entity. The title Jae-hyun had called him was unmistakable, the archenemy. "I didn't catch the first part clearly," Balak added, "but that's definitely what she called him. I'm sure of it." These ruins were built solely for the prophesied archenemy. Camila chose not to stop him this time, as Balak stepped closer to Jae-hyun. He called out to Jae-hyun. Jae-hyun turned his head in silence. Balak pressed his sword right against Jae-hyun's neck. "You're that black-robed bastard who's been destroying all the ruins, aren't you?" Jae-hyun merely lowered his gaze, acting as if he had expected this all along. Jae-hyun spoke coldly. "Is this really the time to be talking about this?" His eyes instantly darkened, looking even more menacing than before. Keeping his eyes locked on Jae-hyun, Balak swung his sword to block an incoming attack. Reddish-purple shards shattered into the air, as dozens of bloodshot eyes glared hungrily at them. The monsters lunged forward eagerly, desperate to tear their prey to shreds. Furious, Balak grit his teeth and cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, Dion was babbling on and on, completely ignoring Jae-hyun's dark expression. After all, a myth-grade artifact was bound to be on a whole different level. He was absolutely thrilled. After all, it could even open a gate, but she snapped back firmly, "I am not giving this to you." Dion just smiled without answering. "Well, it's not like you don't have something better anyway." He chuckled. "I guess so." Dion slyly questioned her. "Do you honestly think you have what it takes to control the core and restore the dragon Fafnir's power?" Jae-hyun broke into a cold sweat, quickly averting her eyes from Dion. She bitterly admitted her limits. "No, it's still unstable." "Okay, fine. I can't control it perfectly yet." But Jae-hyun asserted, "That doesn't mean we'll have any trouble hunting down our main enemy and those two pathetic humans." Dion studied her in silence, his eyes filled with clear disdain, but he quickly flashed a bright smile. "Then I guess I won't even need to lift a finger, right?" Those eyes were ice cold, a stark contrast to the friendly act Dion was putting on, at least for now. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Jae-hyun was dealing with the minor monsters, easily tearing them apart with just a few simple sword strikes. As he fought, Jae-hyun analyzed the situation. He figured the necklace Jae-hyun wore had to be a myth-grade artifact. Just moments ago, she had managed to open a gate, although he wasn't sure if she had created this entire dungeon herself, or if she had simply teleported him into an existing one. One thing Jae-hyun knew for sure was that whatever she was doing, it definitely wasn't her own power. He pieced all the clues together, but when factoring in that myth-grade artifact, everything started to make sense. Not too far away, Balak was also continuously slaying monsters. He was slightly amazed. Meanwhile, Camilla casually pushed back the weaklings trying to get close. Jae-hyun reasoned that since he couldn't use his absolute calculation skill, this definitely wasn't an innate skill or curse of hers. Her cold composure showed the vast experience of a top-tier mage. He concluded, it's definitely the power of that artifact. Jae-hyun's mind raced, thinking, this might be the second legendary item I've seen, excluding Heimdall's horn, Gjallarhorn. A smirk crept onto his face. I'll have to take it for myself. After a while, the three of them finally finished off all the small fry. Balak spoke up again. Let me ask you one more time. He faced Jae-hyun directly. Min Jae-hyun, are you the Black Cloak? He casually admitted, yeah, that's me. But he thought to himself, if I keep acting like this, he's only going to get more hostile. Balak demanded, then tell me, are you an enemy of humanity? If that's the case, why did you save everyone during the training incident and act like some kind of hero? Are you just a massive hypocrite? Jae-hyun fell silent, lost in thought. Finally, he spoke up. I'm not someone with some grand, noble purpose or anything. Balak raised his voice. But Jae-hyun cut him off. And I don't consider anyone my enemy. He smiled slightly, though my standards might be a bit hard to grasp. The two briefly locked eyes. Balak continued his interrogation. Then what exactly are your standards? After giving him a warning look, Jae-hyun finally answered, it just depends on how I'm feeling. Camilla was speechless. Are you kidding me? He casually scratched his head. It's nothing grand, really. It's just, Jae-hyun's voice turned threateningly cold. I will do absolutely anything to protect the people I care about. He flatly ended the conversation right there, that's all. Infuriated, Balak grabbed Jae-hyun by his tie. He demanded, you could have killed me back in the ancient ruins that day. Balak couldn't wrap his head around it. If you had done that, you could have kept your identity a secret much more easily. Two blades gleamed in the light, and he suddenly calmed down. However, his grip on the tie loosened slightly. Balak recalled the silhouette of the Black Cloak from that day. He let out a sigh. But you didn't. Balak continued. But looking at those standards of yours, while Jae-hyun calmly adjusted his clothes, Balak declared, I'll be keeping a very close eye on you from now on. Camilla sighed in annoyance. Honestly, I prefer working alone. She weighed her options carefully, but right now, cooperating seemed like the smarter move. Jae-hyun looked down, quietly evaluating her. Jae-hyun smiled and replied, you catch on faster than I thought. He paused, his tone shifting slightly. But just to be safe, Jae-hyun warned, I think it's best if you keep my secret to yourself. After that, battle after battle broke out, but the mid and high-tier monsters were no match for their group at all. Heads rolled constantly as debris and dust filled the air. Leading the charge, Balak tore through the monsters with his greatsword. He asked, I've never seen a dragon this powerful before. Do you know anything about it? Jae-hyun replied simply, no. But internally, he analyzed, I didn't feel this kind of pressure when fighting the Dark Elf, but the monsters in this dungeon are way stronger than their displayed levels. Could this be a specific effect of this dungeon? He told himself he had to be more careful. Balak urged him on. But that wasn't the main issue right now, they needed to hurry. Camilla reminded them, that woman said everyone at the auction is still alive, so we've got to pick up the pace. Jae-hyun glanced at the two of them before looking in the opposite direction. The massive, pitch-black dungeon gave off an incredibly eerie vibe. He used the system to activate his active scouting skill. Letting out a sigh of relief, Jae-hyun called out to stop them. Hold on, I think someone's over there. Camilla gasped in surprise. What? Did we just hear the wind howling over there? There definitely wasn't anything like that before. There was absolutely nothing there just a second ago. While she was shocked, he suddenly sensed a massive surge of mana coming from that direction. Jae-hyun used the system to unlock the path, leading to the lower level of the Valley of Greed. Back at the auction hall, Cha Ji-yoon cried out in pain as the relic necklace vibrated, causing her agonizing pain. She grimaced in agony. Her main enemy was moving much faster than she had anticipated. What on earth did he do? I'll take the lead from here, Jae-hyun said. They might be after me. Balak didn't object, asking, just like back at the ruins? Jae-hyun smirked and replied, "Yeah, though their goal here is the exact opposite." Balak furrowed his brows in confusion. Turning around, Balak made a decision. "Then I'll cover the rear." He was strangely calm. "Camilla, you stay in the middle and provide support." She looked over at Jae-hyun, who was staring down at the lower level, waiting for them to get ready. Then Camilla noticed how surprisingly obedient her teammate was being. She lightly tapped Jae-hyun on the back, and he gave her a cold backward glance. Camilla smiled and asked, "You seem totally different from how you were back at the ruins. Which one is the real you?" Jae-hyun let out a sigh, lost in deep thought. He replied, "Both are me." Jae-hyun's smile grew a bit darker. After all, everyone has two sides, right? As they made their way through the dark cave, she channeled her mana to light the path. He walked ahead with confidence, as if he knew exactly where he was going. The system activated his scouting skill, revealing the lower level of the cave. Their quest this time was to defeat Fafnir, a name that Jae-hyun was very familiar with. Fafnir was originally the Dragon of Greed, but he was once a dwarf who had stolen the cursed treasure of the gods. Blinded by gold, the dwarf simply couldn't overcome his insatiable greed. He ended up murdering his own father and driving his brother away just to hoard the treasure. Yet, he lived in constant fear that someone would find it. In the end, he turned into a dragon and vanished with all that gold. Jae-hyun figured the Valley of Greed was exactly where he was hiding. Jae-hyun glanced at Balak. More importantly, he thought, this dragon was famously slain by a dragon slayer, the true master of the dragon slayer sword. Jae-hyun raised his hand, signaling them to stop. "I think we need to be extremely careful from here on out." The sight before them left the other two completely stunned. He stepped aside, revealing a brilliant, radiant light. This was Fafnir's lair. They gasped in disbelief. "Fafnir? The legendary dragon from the myths?" Reaching out, Jae-hyun said, "Let's head inside." Instantly, a golden light enveloped the three of them, and the very space around them began to shift. The light was blinding, and it took a moment before he could open his eyes. They found themselves in a massive chamber, overflowing with gold coins, completely surrounded by a sea of treasure. Stunned, he muttered, "What is this place?" Camilla was completely overwhelmed. "This is exactly how I always imagined a dragon's lair to look." Balak warned, "Don't let your guard down. That dragon is going to show up any second." Hearing this, she quickly drew her staff. Naturally, all three of them braced for battle. Suddenly, the mountain of gold trembled, and a single coin rolled down, lightly tapping against his foot. Jae-hyun gasped, and a split second later, the entire floor shook violently. A massive, spiky arm burst out from beneath the pile of gold. Fafnir had been hiding right inside his own treasure hoard. Jae-hyun was absolutely stunned by its colossal size and overwhelming power. Its fiery red body rose from the sea of gold. Its eyes, marked with 3 ferocious scars, slowly opened as it awakened, casting a murderous glare straight at its prey. The system alerted him that Fafnir had appeared. Due to certain restrictions, its level was suppressed, but it was still at S+ rank. Kicking off the dragon hunt, Fafnir unleashed a deafening roar of defiance, forcing Camilla to quickly cover her ears. Even with its power nerfed, it's still an S+ rank? That's ridiculous. Jae-hyun, however, remained completely unbothered and spoke in a calm, flat tone. Jae-hyun reassured the other two. "We can do this." Turning his gaze to Balak, he asked, "Don't you remember?" Balak looked visibly surprised, as memories of their previous dungeon raid flooded back. He knew Jae-hyun's true strength better than anyone. Back then, the cloaked figure had swung an incredibly familiar greatsword. Who said there was only one Balmung in the world? Camilla's jaw dropped in shock. Activating his mimicry skill, he successfully manifested the S-rank Dragon Slayer sword, Balmung. Jae-hyun grabbed the hilt and smiled. "Talk about lucky. Now we have 2 Balmungs." Balak, however, looked a bit annoyed to see his signature weapon copied so easily. "We still have a shot at winning this, right?" Balak grunted in response. "Of course we do." Standing back to back, the twin Balmungs in their hands unleashed a terrifying pressure, showing they actually stood a chance. The 2 S-rank greatswords were primed and ready to strike Fafnir down. Balak unleashed the special effect of the Dragon Slayer sword, Balmung. At the same time, Jae-hyun activated his passive skill, Dragon Slayer. With those buffs active, all damage dealt to dragons increases by 300%. Camilla was left speechless. She said, "I think this dragon is trying to melt us all alive." Fafnir spat out a blazing torrent of fire, even melting his own hoard of gold. Balak rushed forward without hesitation, He and Jae-hyun skillfully dodged the flames, heading straight for Fafnir. Balak yelled, "We will draw its attention." That was his plan. Meanwhile, Camila had already taken to the air, clutching her staff. Balak shouted, "Launch your attack now." Balak slashed repeatedly at the high-grade dragon's armored body, but it barely left a scratch. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun watched with high expectations. Camila was a battle mage, specializing in close combat. In fact, her melee skills surpassed even Yoo Sung-yoon's. He tried to position himself perfectly. This was his chance to witness the raw power of one of the world's strongest mages. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun kept distracting Fafnir. He did not seem particularly focused on attacking. Leaping off the pile of gold, Jae-hyun dodged the incoming strikes and called out to Camila. Charging right in front of the dragon's gaping jaws, Jae-hyun asked, "How long do you need to trigger a curse?" Balak clicked his tongue and smirked. Those two really were on the same page. Fafnir snapped his massive jaws, trying to crush Jae-hyun, but he slipped away effortlessly. Camila shouted back, 20 seconds, the magic circles are forming now." Jae-hyun replied, "Got it, we will buy you some time." Jae-hyun processed the information. 20 seconds? He agreed instantly. No problem at all. Activating his Ice-Earth skill, he watched as thick frost rapidly spread across the rugged cavern floor, a freezing chill quietly locking down the entire area. In a split second, Jae-hyun froze the entire floor solid, trapping Fafnir in place. Balak immediately roared, "Do it now, Camila." She instantly triggered her active skill, Blood Form. Massive, intricate magic circles glowed brilliantly around her. A sphere of crimson blood coalesced and detonated right over Fafnir's head. Camila conjured rows of razor-sharp blood spears, their numbers multiplying at an astonishing rate until a massive magic array was fully formed. Jae-hyun muttered in awe, "Incredible." Finishing her preparations, she pointed directly at Fafnir, sending every single spear flying straight toward the beast. Frozen solid by Jae-hyun's ice, Fafnir was a sitting duck. He roared in agony as the impact forced him to expose a crucial opening. Jae-hyun and Balak knew exactly where to strike. The reverse scales on the dragon's neck were its ultimate weak point. They combined their strength for a coordinated strike. Two devastating slashes struck the target perfectly. But a moment later, Balak let out a heavy sigh. "This is bad," Fafnir raged on, completely unfazed. "I don't think we even scratched him." The frost, the blood spears, and the dragon-slaying sword Balmung, even after combining all three forces, they couldn't deal a single point of damage to Fafnir. The dragon stood tall and proud, as if looking down and mocking their pathetic efforts. Jae-hyun calmly analyzed the situation. He wondered, something must have changed here. Just then, a haunting, raspy voice echoed through the cavern. Fafnir groveled in deep agony, his voice low and distorted. "Gold. I need more gold." He glared at them like a madman consumed by greed. "More. I want more gold." Fafnir began to writhe in agony, his screams becoming more wretched by the second. The sheer pressure radiating from him was intense enough to blow them all back. Camila grimaced, covering her ears, as the thick ice Jae-hyun had used to bind the beast shattered into a million pieces. With a single, violent swing of his arm, Fafnir broke completely free. His heavy breathing sounded both agonized and ferocious. Spitting with pure hatred, he roared, "Odin. That filthy bastard." Jae-hyun was taken aback. What? He couldn't wrap his head around why Odin's name was being brought up now. Clink! A single gold coin bounced off him, sparking a sudden realization. Watching Fafnir clutch his head in agony, Jae-hyun fell deep into thought. Fafnir and Odin. What was the connection between them? Jae-hyun recalled back when he was researching the Einherjar. He remembered reading a document mentioning Anvari's ring, a legendary artifact that could generate endless wealth but placed a horrific curse upon its owner. The curse of the gods must have been bound to the gold Fafnir had hoarded. That had to be the ring he was talking about. Judging by Fafnir's current state, he was clearly still suffering from its curse. We assumed his reverse neck scale was his weak spot and focused all our attacks there, but it barely did a thing. Which means, he concluded, we've been targeting the wrong spot all along. So where is the actual weak point? By now, Jae-hyun had figured out the true origin of the curse. Is Fafnir still wearing the ring? He wondered. Then, turning to the others, Jae-hyun spoke up. It looks like he's still sane enough to talk. Let me ask him something. Blood was weeping from Fafnir's eyes, and he looked like he was in absolute agony. He growled in surprise. A human? In this place? He asked. Did Odin use you? Stunned by the question, the beast stared back as Jae-hyun pressed on. And did he do the same to your family? Tears of blood streamed down as his golden eyes widened in shock. Fafnir confessed in a low, sorrowful tone, "Yes, they are all gone." Fafnir howled in anguish, blood streaming down his face. "My family." He carried a burning, unquenchable hatred. That bastard Odin had slaughtered every last one of them. Camilla stood there, completely lost, while Balak furrowed his brows in deep suspicion. Jae-hyun, on the other hand, didn't look surprised at all. He simply clicked his tongue in disgust. "I see. Once again, the myth has been completely twisted. From what I recall of this themed dungeon, he was exploited by Thor, which is entirely different from the original lore. They even kidnapped his younger sister, Rofia. Given the circumstances, it seems Odin and the Aesir gods targeted Fafnir's family directly." Jae-hyun stepped forward and said, "I will set you free. To you, and help you get revenge for your family." Fafnir roared, screaming a single name. "Odin! I hate him! Odin!" He let out a bitter laugh. "Damn it, is he going wild again? Guess we will have to skip the talking phase." Balak asked suspiciously, "Hey Min Jae-hyun, what just happened? Were you talking to Fafnir?" Jae-hyun was surprised. "Wait, you guys did not hear him speak?" He replied honestly, "I only heard Fafnir roaring." Camilla chimed in, "Me too." Jae-hyun did not care much, figuring only he could hear it. Shrugging it off, he activated his magic detection skill. "If you are not going to stop, then I will stop you myself." Jae-hyun quickly spotted the weakness on the beast's forehead. He scanned closer and realized his weakness was the ring hidden right beneath the scales on his forehead. The other two were completely shocked, quickly exchanging glances. Both of them got into stance. "I will cover you this time." Balak stepped forward. "Camilla, I am counting on you." Balak stood side by side with Jae-hyun, focusing on the weakness he mentioned. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Balak activated his skill, hoping it would hit the mark. Camilla also supported them with her binding spells. With Fafnir completely pinned down, Balak leaped right onto the beast. A powerful blue aura erupted. Jae-hyun let out a devious smile. Their coordinated attack completely froze Fafnir in his tracks. Balak repeatedly struck its head, but it was incredibly hard to break through. "Damn it, this thing is tougher than I thought." He gritted his teeth. "Just one more hit. If we strike accurately, we can pierce right through." Balak was determined. Even if he had to push his body to the limit, he had to make it happen. Suddenly, Jae-hyun spoke up calmly. "Step aside." He took out a strange golden card, which was the Sword Garden skill card. Holding Balmung in his hands, Jae-hyun let out a scheming smile. "I finally have what I need." A magical purple aura enveloped Balmung, making Balak stare in utter disbelief, that is. He could not believe his own eyes. "Is that the formless sword?" Jae-hyun braced himself, locking his eyes onto the target. Jae-hyun lunged, aiming at that single point to thrust forward while activating the Phantom Sword skill. He hit the hard scales, but they were so tough they barely even cracked. Jae-hyun put all his strength into another powerful thrust. Balak was stunned, thinking, he actually did it. Jae-hyun was feeling extremely pumped. Jae-hyun unlocked his divine power, with the ring now right at the tip of his blade. He immediately activated the Power of Darkness skill. Balak gasped in horror. "What?" Camilla also stared in shock. "What on earth is that?" Enveloped in a double layer of buffs, the blade of Balmung drove directly toward the source of the curse. As the dark aura wrapped around it, the ring began to fracture. Jae-hyun was thrilled. "I did it." With a sharp cracking sound, the ring shattered into pieces. The system confirmed that he had successfully destroyed Anvari's ring. Fafnir's massive body shook violently before crashing heavily onto the hard ground. Fortunately, all three of them were safe. The system confirmed that Odin had lost control over Fafnir. The dragon's pale, blank eyes slowly opened, filled with deep fatigue and weariness. Sheathing his sword, Jae-hyun walked up to the exhausted dragon empty-handed. Camilla asked blankly, "That skill he just used was your formless sword, right?" Balak confirmed. "Yes, it was." He wondered. "And what on earth was that ridiculous lightning attack he just used?" She asked in doubt, "But I did not think it was possible to use that skill without possessing the unique skill, Sword Garden. So how on earth did he pull it off?" Balak sighed. "I think we can only be sure of one thing. It is best we never make an enemy out of him." Jae-hyun asked in a friendly tone, "Now, are you going to explain things to us? It looks like you do not have much time left." Fafnir sighed wearily. "Ah, salvation has finally come for me." He began to speak calmly. "That is right. You have the right to hear my story, human, because you were the one who set me free. Fafnir had no intention of hiding anything. I will tell you the truth you seek. This path of destruction all began with a visit from a certain man. My father was a dwarf magician named Hreidmar. He had 3 children, including myself. I was his second son. My older brother would sometimes use magic to transform into an otter to catch fish for us. But one day, he did not return, and we waited for him in vain. As darkness fell, another man arrived. He introduced himself as a wanderer, asking to stay the night, saying it was far too dark to continue his journey. He handed us an animal pelt, claiming it was payment for his stay, but that pelt was far too familiar to us. It was the skin of an otter. My brother, who had failed to return home that night, had actually come back to us as nothing more than a pelt. My father collapsed the moment he recognized that skin, crying out the name of the son he would never see again. The wanderer realized what had happened and said, "Since I have killed your son, allow me to make amends. I will compensate you with enough gold to cover this pelt entirely." With that, he waved his golden staff and made gold pour out from the void, completely covering the skin. And sitting right on top of that pile of gold was a ring, an incredibly alluring ring. None of us could take our eyes off it. The very air around us shifted because of that ring. The tragic end of that story now stands right before your eyes. Jae-hyun rubbed his chin and guessed, "So that man was Odin?" Fafnir confirmed, "Yes, he was indeed Odin, though you do not seem particularly surprised." Jae-hyun sighed wearily. "I have had to deal with way too many shocking things lately." His body began to slowly fade away, but Fafnir calmly accepted his fate. "I do not have much time left." Letting out a tired sigh, Fafnir spoke in a raspy voice. "Let me ask you one last question. Human, who exactly are you?" Jae-hyun didn't really know how to answer. Instead, he fired back with his own question. "Do you know about the Norns?" Fafnir looked slightly puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Jae-hyun revealed his identity. "I am the great enemy in the prophecy, the one destined to bring downfall to Asgard." He added, "Well, at least that's what they say." A glimmer of hope and pleading flashed in those golden eyes. Fafnir struggled to sit up slightly, realizing, "So that's why you can understand me. You said earlier that you would avenge me." Jae-hyun confirmed, "That's right. I have a score to settle with him anyway, so I'll avenge you while I'm at it." Fafnir let out a faint smile. "Well, your motive is a bit shaky, but since you possess divine power, I believe you can do it." Fafnir continued, "I will give you a gift." Jae-hyun was taken aback. "A gift?" The dragon said, "Yes, this will help you." As a deep drowsiness washed over Fafnir, it whispered, "I hope your journey is filled with peace." And with that, the dragon completely vanished. The system confirmed him as the first person to ever hunt a dragon. Jae-hyun promised, "Don't worry, I'll make sure you're avenged." A flood of rewards poured in after hunting Fafnir. Among them were the dragon's divinity, the Dragon Slayer title, and Fafnir's special gift. Completely caught off guard, Jae-hyun gasped in shock. "What? A dragon egg?" Jae-hyun watched Fafnir fade away. The gift he received was truly mind-blowing. By now, Balak and Camilla were completely exhausted. Balak walked over to him. "Looks like it's finally over. I have a few questions for you. First off, how on earth did you use my unique skill?" Jae-hyun stayed silent for a moment before finally speaking up. "I can't really explain it, and I don't see any reason why I should," he continued. "More importantly, there is something else." Balak looked puzzled. "Something else?" Jae-hyun flashed a cunning smile and turned his head. Activating his active skill, subjugation, he commanded them, "Be quiet." Soon after, the gate opened, transporting them back to the auction hall. Camilla looked over at Mungwang as Balak asked, "Are the others okay?" She replied that they had woken up from their comas. Camilla quickly checked on him, but his stamina was completely drained. If they left them like this, they wouldn't survive. Balak asked, "What about healing magic?" Feeling helpless, she replied, "As you know, my specialty is offensive magic. I only know basic healing spells." Balak quickly took action. "Still, it's better than doing nothing. While you give them first aid, I'll contact Yggdrasil for backup." Jae-hyun spoke up, "That's going to be too late." With that, he stepped into the center of the hall. Flashing a mysterious smile, Jae-hyun activated his active skill, Sacrifice. Instantly, a blinding divine light burst forth. Camilla's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, he's a combat mage, a genius with both magic and swordsmanship. But even putting that aside, there was no way an offensive mage could cast healing magic of this caliber. Everyone was rapidly recovering. She stared in utter shock, as no one had ever pulled off something like this before. Camilla wondered, what is that form, and what kind of magic is that? Then it hit her. Sacrifice was the unique skill of the saintess. How can he possibly use that? Jae-hyun reminded her, I told you, don't ask any questions. Balak broke into a cold sweat. It was an unreasonable condition. Both of them were now under the influence of his skill, forced to stay silent, ask no questions, and never reveal his true identity. They both knew it clearly after the battle with Fafnir. Min Jae-hyun was incredibly powerful. What the outside world said about him didn't even cover half of what he was actually capable of. Once he made sure everyone was stabilized, Jae-hyun deactivated his skill. He walked over to Moon Gwang. Hey, are you awake? Groaning, Moon Gwang rolled over and held his head. What? What just happened? Jae-hyun said. Stay with me, you're safe now. He added, I know you're exhausted, but I need to ask you something. Jae-hyun asked about Chaeyeon's whereabouts. Did a pale-looking girl come looking for you earlier? Massaging his temples wearily, Moon Gwang replied. Ah, now that you mention it, he confessed. I'm sorry, but I blacked out almost immediately after she showed up. Moon Gwang racked his brain to give any detail he could. I have no idea what happened after that. Ah, but I do remember one thing. He stated firmly. When I faced her, tentacles burst out of her body and attacked me. Moon Gwang said apologetically. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help. Jae-hyun stood up straight. No, that's more than enough. Jae-hyun reached out to help him up. Thank you. Moon Gwang struggled to stand tall. He asked, were you the one who saved me? Balak spoke up immediately. Yeah, he's the one who saved everyone here. Jae-hyun pouted in annoyance, thinking that Balak was being way too chatty again. Moon Gwang asked, are you with the European Union Valkyries? Moon Gwang was secretly shocked. He had assumed he was just some kid, but he never expected it to be him. This face was definitely far younger than most people would have imagined. Moon Gwang realized, ah, you're the cadet, Min Jae-hyun, aren't you? He was quick on the news, recognizing the name that had been plastering all the headlines lately. Jae-hyun sighed. Yeah, that's me. Moon Gwang paused for a moment. Then, tidying up his clothes, he bowed at a 90-degree angle to show his sincere gratitude. I want to express my deepest gratitude to you for saving both me and my clients. He offered, I would like to offer you some compensation as a token of my appreciation. Jae-hyun paused in surprise. Then, a highly greedy grin spread across his face. He looked more like a scheming demon than an ally of justice. Compensation, you say? The next day, inside his hotel room, Jae-hyun sat waiting. He was glad to see them arrive. Ji-yoon accepted a small box and carefully placed it on the table. Jae-hyun nodded in satisfaction and remarked, great job, it looks like all that effort paid off. Honestly, this gift still doesn't quite match its true value, but as for the item you bought at the auction, we'll cover the cost, including the transcendent stone, he assured him. If you need anything else, just let us know anytime, and we'll support you in any way we can. Ji-yoon was absolutely thrilled. Finally, I actually got it. He stared in awe at the tiny gem, the transcendent stone. The system quickly brought up the details for this ring, and Ji-yoon dismissed the screen. Now my tactical options are much broader, but the real issue is this thing. He pulled out the dragon egg, staring at it with a massive headache. I can't just carry this thing around with me like this. Ji-yoon was at a loss. How was he supposed to hatch it anyway? Right on cue, the system began searching for information. The method to hatch a dragon egg was to feed it mana. He knit his brows. Well, I do have quite a bit of savings. Excited, Ji-yoon dialed a number. I'll start by buying a whole bunch. The person on the other end picked up immediately, and he politely greeted them. Uncle, it's Min Hyun. The man laughed on the other end. Oh, Min Hyun, what's going on? Don't tell me my Yoo-jung is causing trouble again. And that is the end of today's video. That was the recap of this amazing series. If you have any thoughts, be sure to leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to drop a like, hit subscribe, and turn on the notification bell to catch even more exciting videos in the future.